Lin Yan was chosen by the Empress-Cultivation System, tasked with aiding the female protagonist in ascending to become an empress in a parallel world. In the first world, he only managed to endure for a month before being disconnected. In the second world, he persisted for a few more months. By the ninth world, he finally succeeded in placing the female protagonist upon the empress's throne. Yet, on the eve of her coronation, due to a misunderstanding, Lin Yan, believing the empress intended to eliminate him, feigned death to escape. But on the day the sacrificial ceremony's bell tolled, Lin Yan completed his mission and returned to his own world, brimming with anticipation for a new life as he arrived at the university he had long admired. However, on the very day of new student orientation, the empress, who should have been in another world, appeared before him. Luo Yan lifted Lin Yan's chin, her eyes glinting with a feverish red light as she declared, "I have found you, my esteemed tutor." Chapter 1. Success Within Reach. First, let me clarify that this is not an ancient text but a modern urban tale. The system serves merely as a narrative transition, with the earlier events acting as a prologue, while the latter half is primarily set in a contemporary context. Furthermore, this is a purely sweet story. Purely sweet, and I must emphasize this thrice. Before you delve into the reading, kindly leave your preconceived notions at the door. In the Holy Qin dynasty, within the palace, a young man clad in white strolled pensively along the Grand Avenue. Appearing to be in his 30s, he exuded an aura befitting a person of high status. Despite being an individual without rank or title, he moved freely in and out of the palace with an air of confidence. The reason was simple. He was the esteemed tutor of the soon-to-be empress. 15 years prior, the young late emperor had passed away unexpectedly due to illness, leaving no one to designate a successor in the hurried aftermath. Consequently, the Holy Qin dynasty plunged into a dark period of turmoil. 8 princes vied for the throne, leading to a civil war that engulfed the continent's mightiest dynasty. Formerly loyal vassal states, sensing the impending collapse, began to harbor treacherous thoughts. In this time of internal strife and external threats, the dynasty, with nearly 1,000 years of history, seemed on the brink of destruction. Just as despair gripped the populace, the youngest princess among the late emperor's heirs, Luo Yan, emerged like a tempest, presenting herself with an unstoppable force. Once a princess with little presence, Luo Yan commanded an army of unknown origin, defeating each of her elder brothers one by one. In a mere decade, she quelled the internal conflict with a fierce resolve. Moreover, she decimated the foreign tribes that dared to encroach upon her territory. The name of the White Forest Army, led by Luo Yan, soon struck fear into the hearts of many. The defeated foreign factions submitted their surrender, pledging eternal fealty to the Holy Qin dynasty. Luo Yan established her prestige through her might, destined to become the first empress in the dynasty's history. Her adversaries understood that behind Luo Yan stood a man in white, her unwavering support and the only person she truly trusted. This was Lin Yan, an individual without official title, yet stubbornly bestowed the honor of tutor by the empress herself. Lin Yan ambled through the imperial garden, a place traditionally reserved for men. The eunuchs and palace maids around him bowed respectfully, refraining from disturbing his contemplation. By imperial decree, the empress had granted him the privilege of unrestricted access to any part of the palace, including her private chambers. As he walked, the palace attendants regarded him with admiration and deference. In just 3 days, Luo Yan would ascend to the throne, and everyone in the Holy Qin dynasty was aware of the empress's esteem for her tutor. Once she claimed the throne, Lin Yan's position would undoubtedly rise, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he would rank just below her. Although Lin Yan had consistently rejected titles and rewards, the likelihood of receiving at least a noble title was undeniable. Furthermore, considering the empress's feelings towards him, the possibility of him being included in her harem was not out of the question. However, this seemingly enviable protagonist was, at that moment, filled with anxiety. Contrary to the tropes of common narratives, Lin Yan was not originally from this world. He was a traveler from Blue Star. Unlike other protagonists, this marked his 9th world of traversal. Calm in demeanor, yet anxious internally, he addressed the system within his mind. "Oh, system, surely this time I can complete the task, right? There won't be any unforeseen complications, will there? Rest assured, host. This time, it is almost a certainty. You can return home as you wish. You would better be right." If I fail again, I will not continue. Tell me, are you certain the Empress harbors no ill intentions towards me? None. Are you absolutely certain? Absolutely. I do not believe you unless you swear on your own essence system. The host, please maintain decorum. This system recognizes no distinctions of gender, and thus has no essence to swear upon. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's worries intensified. It was not unfounded. He had been deceived before. Once an ordinary high school student on Blue Star, he had been selected by the system to traverse to another realm after an all-night binge of web novels. The system designated to him was the Empress Achievement System, which assigned him a singular mission: to support a female empress to ascend to power in the alternate realm. Initially engulfed in confusion and fear, Lin Yan quickly grew exhilarated. As a seasoned reader, he had encountered the concept of traversing countless times. He had even prepared in advance, learning the methods to create soap, glass, and gunpowder, imagining the day he might traverse himself that, this little alternate world shall bow before my vast knowledge. With immense confidence, Lin Yan boldly entered his first alternate realm, only to face an inevitable downfall. He failed within a mere month of his arrival. Do not misunderstand. This was not a world of cultivation, but rather a feudal era where gunpowder had yet to be conceived. While he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the era, it did not afford him the liberty to act recklessly. Those who held positions of power were seldom fools. Lin Yan's demise came from underestimating the dangers that lurked around him. He had not even encountered the task assigned to him before falling victim to betrayal by an ally. That so-called ally, who had sworn allegiance during the day, sold him to the enemy by night. Thus, following a brief month of experience, his first world ended in failure with his demise. Fortunately, prior to completing his task, he had nearly unlimited opportunities for rebirth. In truth, the system had an extensive reserve of thousands of similar worlds for Lin Yan to conquer. As a result, after his initial failure, he was reborn into a new world once more. However, Lin Yan did not anticipate that this task, which he initially believed could be accomplished with ease, would prove to be so arduous. Repeated failures and countless deaths have left Lin Yan feeling numb. Unbeknownst to him, this marked his 9th attempt. Indeed, prior to this, he had faced defeat on 8 occasions. He had endured a total of 8 deaths across various realms. Yet this time, he found himself closer to success than ever before. Chapter 2. The painful experience of failure. Reflecting upon the 8 previous failures, Lin Yan's lips involuntarily twitched in anguish. Although he was aware that each of his deaths was not final, as the system would revive him and thrust him into a new world, the visceral fear that an ordinary human faces in the face of death is inescapable. Each of those 8 instances culminated in his demise. In the second timeline, he fared significantly better than the first. Following his initial betrayal, he had come to understand that a politician's words, regardless of the era, are among the most untrustworthy. Yet, despite his cautiousness, he perished after only 2 years. Armed with this experience, he approached his 3rd attempt with even greater vigilance, eventually acclimating to the intellectual duels among scholars. Nevertheless, he ultimately succumbed, defeated by overwhelming power. In that instance, his adversary, enraged and humiliated, dispatched an army to encircle and annihilate him alongside his mission target. Upon his rebirth, Lin Yan finally attained enlightenment. To ascend to the throne, mere eloquence was woefully insufficient. He needed to firmly grasp military power. Thus, in his 4th reincarnation, he opted for the path of a general. Enduring humiliation and hardship, he trained rigorously for 5 years, and at last, he was granted the opportunity to lead an army into battle. However, during his inaugural war, he was unseated by an unknown foot soldier. Reborn once more, he dedicated himself even more fervently. Through relentless combat, he emerged as a renowned war god within that world. Yet, his illustrious achievements and youthful age incited jealousy within the aging emperor. Following the counsel of his ministers, the old sovereign, before his demise, revoked all of Lin Yan's military authority and ordered his execution in the capital. Upon his next rebirth, Lin Yan found himself in utter despair. It was then that he truly comprehended the arduous struggles faced by the founding emperors throughout history who had successfully overthrown dynasties. Consequently, in the subsequent attempts, he resolved to master both civil and military affairs, seeking to command the army while simultaneously navigating the court. Each trial honed his strategies and martial prowess, Yet tragically, he still encountered multiple failures. The reason for these setbacks was almost comical. They stemmed from irreconcilable rifts with his mission targets. Had the system tasked him with becoming an emperor, he likely would have accomplished it long ago. However, he was bound to the Empress system, which, as the name implies, required him to elevate the designated female target to the throne for success. Yet, it was not merely women. Even men found it exceedingly difficult to place unwavering trust in someone wielding military power and possessing a keen intellect. Thus, in the following worlds, almost every time he secured a strategic advantage for his mission target, the protagonist of that realm would unwittingly come to regard him as an enemy. Under circumstances of discord between the sovereign and his subjects, no matter how diligently Lin Yan strives, his efforts would ultimately be in vain. Particularly in this 8th iteration of the world, he was merely a day away from the Empress's ascension. Yet, on that fateful day, the very Empress he had aided in reaching the throne commanded the Imperial Guard to execute him within the confines of his residence. It was precisely due to this thwarted endeavor that Lin Yan has felt an unsettling anxiety in recent days. Just 3 days remain. He fervently hopes no further complications arise. The mere thought of reliving such a harrowing experience fills him with dread. Contemplating deeply, Lin Yan could not shake the disquiet that lingered in his heart. The specter of his previous failures loomed large, instilling a sense of paranoia. Thus, even though he had identified his mission target, Bai Luoyan, early on in this world, he remained acutely aware of maintaining a respectful distance from her. When he first encountered the heroine, she was merely 8 years old, while his character was set at 15. In accordance with the system's relational dynamics, he assumed the role of her mentor. Satisfied with this arrangement, he engaged with her in that capacity. Over the years, he had stood behind the heroine, offering counsel and even personally leading troops to victory in extraordinary battles. The renowned Bai Lin army was forged through his own hands. Nevertheless, Lin Yan cleverly concealed himself in Bai Lian's shadow, ensuring that all accolades and glory were rightfully hers. To avoid inciting any jealousy from her, he consistently declined her offers for promotion and titles. This is why, despite being the greatest contributor, he remained a man of no rank or title. Initially, all advancements unfolded as Lin Yan had orchestrated, but recent rumors circulating among the populace caught him completely off guard. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, tales of his exploits had begun to surface, accounts of his martial endeavors on behalf of the Empress and his strategic acumen over the years. In what felt like a single day, all he had accomplished over the past 15 years was suddenly laid bare to the public eye. In an instant, the once obscure man who had intended to remain in Bai Lian's shadow found himself thrust into the spotlight. What further intensified his trepidation was the rumor that he might be the most suitable candidate for the Empress's consort upon her coronation. Lin Yan had to concede that those chosen by the system as potential partners for the heroine were indeed exceptional individuals, possessing an admirable blend of physique, beauty, and intellect. Bai Luoyan, in particular, was the most stunning woman he had encountered in all 9 of his iterations. Yet, by all that is sacred, he harbored no intentions toward the heart of this empress. At present, he yearned only to complete his task and return to his original world, harboring no desire for the opulence of this realm. However, a decree from Bai Luoyan earlier today stirred a sense of unease within him. The content of that decree was quite straightforward. It was merely an appointment to the position of Grand Tutor. In this realm, although the Grand Tutor holds a position of great esteem, in reality, it is merely a title devoid of substantial power within the bureaucratic sphere. Yet, such an imperial decree caused Lin Yan's heart to leap. He pondered whether this decision was coerced from Bai Luoyan due to the swirling rumors among the populace. Earlier in the day, he had intended to seek an audience with her to clarify that the circulating tales were not of his making. After all, the accounts portrayed therein were so vividly detailed and authentic that it would be challenging for anyone but an eyewitness to depict them with such flair. However, to his dismay, Bai Luoyan had declined his request for a meeting, citing her preoccupation with official duties. This undoubtedly heightened the unease that had begun to stir within Lin Yan. It seemed to be the first instance in years that Bai Luoyan had rebuffed his overtures. Could it be that the scenario he dreaded most was destined to unfold? After much contemplation, Lin Yan resolved not to remain passive. Thus, that very night, he chose to exercise the privilege bestowed upon him by Bai Luoyan to enter the imperial palace. He had made up his mind. He would present his resignation to her. withdrawing from the court to demonstrate his lack of ambition for power and influence. Regardless of whether Bai Luoyan believed him, he sought only to navigate these final 3 days in tranquility. Yet, as he approached the threshold of the imperial study, he was halted by the voices emanating from within. Chapter 3. The heart of the sovereign is hard to gauge. Lin Yan was acutely aware of Bai Luoyan's industrious nature. From the day their paths first crossed, the impression she left upon him was one of strength, brilliance, and diligence. As the adage goes, one need not fear the genius who is more intelligent than oneself, but rather the one who is not only cleverer, but also works harder. It could be said that Bai Luoyan was the most reassuring presence in Lin Yan's life. No matter the demands he placed upon her, she consistently returned with a flawless performance. At times, Lin Yan would muse that Bai Luoyan might not even require him to ascend to the throne as empress of this world. Thus, he was acutely aware that, at this moment, she was likely still engrossed in the affairs of state within the imperial study, preventing the guards from announcing his presence. Lin Yan strode directly to the door of the study. Remembering the protocols established by the empress, the guards hesitated momentarily before ultimately standing resolutely in place. Just as Lin Yan prepared to step inside, a familiar voice rang out from within. "My beloved minister, what brings you to see me at this late hour?" After years of acquaintance, Lin Yan instantly recognized Bai Luoyan's voice. A moment later, a youthful male voice interjected, "Your Majesty, I indeed have pressing matters to discuss." Although Bai Luoyan had yet to be formally enthroned, it was apparent that in recent days, both she and the officials had tacitly acknowledged her imperial status. Lin Yan searched his mind for a moment and finally discerned the identity of the speaker. It was the voice of Song Jishu, the Minister of Rights. It is noteworthy that this individual's father was once a rival of Lin Yan. During the period following the demise of the previous emperor, Song Jishu's father was among the most devoted supporters of the Grand Prince. In the early days of Bai Luoyan's rise, Lin Yan frequently clashed with him. However, for Lin Yan, politics has never been a matter of right or wrong, but merely one of victory or defeat. Fortunately, he emerged as the victor. After the Grand Prince's downfall, that old gentleman, filled with despair, soon passed away. The newly appointed Song Jishu had already discerned the prevailing circumstances and aligned himself with the ascendant Bai Luoyan. Under Lin Yan's persuasion, Bai Luoyan ultimately accepted this defeated adversary. It is important to note that Lin Yan's encouragement for Bai Luoyan to embrace him was not born of any camaraderie with the late gentleman, but rather a matter of self-interest. The Song family, a prestigious lineage that has endured for nearly a millennium within the Shengxian dynasty, has always maintained a place in the court, regardless of the fluctuations in the imperial throne. Their formidable heritage has rendered the Song family a representative of numerous noble houses. If Bai Luoyan wishes to secure her position on the throne, the support of such noble families is indispensable. Accepting the Song family serves as a reassurance to the families they represent. However, Lin Yan did not foresee that this past acceptance would later transform into a dagger aimed at his own heart. "Your Majesty, rumors have recently circulated among the populace, suggesting that your current achievements are largely attributable to Lin Yan's efforts behind the scenes. Upon learning the details, I felt compelled to pay my respects." "Oh, is that so?" Responding with an air of indifference, Bai Luoyan's demeanor caused a wave of anxiety to wash over Song Jishu. A thought crossed his mind, and he cautiously raised his gaze. There, seated above him, was a woman of unparalleled beauty, adorned in a flowing imperial robe, with only a jade belt accentuating her slender waist. Her stunning visage, coupled with the regal aura of an empress, compelled all who beheld her to instinctively lower their heads. As he gazed upon the empress's breathtaking countenance, a flicker of infatuation and desire briefly sparkled in Song Jishu's eyes. Yet, he swiftly suppressed that glimmer and averted his gaze, though Bai Luoyan's image remained indelibly etched in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts and cautiously began, "As your Majesty's ascension approaches, I believe the timing of these rumors is exceedingly fortuitous. I harbor suspicions." He paused momentarily, steeling himself before continuing. "I suspect that this may very well be a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Lin Yan, aimed at establishing his own reputation prior to your Majesty's coronation. Your Majesty, Lin Yan harbors treasonous intentions." Having uttered his accusations in one breath, Song Jishu once again lowered his head, refraining from even a whisper. He was acutely aware of the relationship between Lin Yan and the Empress. He had heard that Bai Luoyan had never entrusted anyone in her life, save for Lin Yan. Nevertheless, he resolved to take one last gamble. The Song family, having served numerous emperors, possessed a certain insight into the imperial heart. Song Jishu was certain that regardless of Bai Luoyan's trust in Lin Yan, no emperor would allow a subject to attain such prominence. His visit to the palace this evening was not devoid of personal motives. Upon hearing the rumor that Lin Yan was the empress's ideal consort, jealousy welled within him. No man could encounter Bai Luoyan without feeling a surge of admiration. However, her status as an empress deterred many due to the vast disparity in their ranks. Yet, Song Jishu was different. He was acutely aware of his own lineage. In his eyes, should the empress choose a consort, he, as the scion of a prominent family, would be her best selection. Indeed, it was true that his father had once been her adversary, but to a politician, such matters were trivial. They were solely concerned with interests. Even though he understood that, given Bai Luoyan's character, he would merely be a decorative consort upon entering the palace, he remained unfazed. As long as he could possess Bai Luoyan's body, he was willing to become a puppet of the empress. After all, bearing the title of imperial consort would only benefit his family. Following his remarks, the imperial study fell into an eerie silence. Just as cold sweat began to bead on Song Jishu's forehead, and he wondered if he had been too audacious, Bai Luoyan's voice rang out once more. Lord Song, you are indeed a loyal minister to my reign, unwavering in your loyalty. I am aware of your counsel. The hour is late. You may withdraw for now. We shall discuss this matter further later. Hearing Bai Luoyan's response, Song Jishu's heart leapt with joy. He realized he had wagered correctly. Although Bai Luoyan had not yet determined how to proceed, her tone suggested she was beginning to harbor doubts about Lin Yan. That was sufficient. For an emperor, even a hint of suspicion was enough to condemn Lin Yan. Suppressing his elation, he promptly bowed and replied, I accept the command. After speaking, he carefully retreated, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who had been waiting outside, had vanished without a trace. Moments later, outside the palace, Lin Yan returned to his residence, his complexion pale and a bitter smile adorning his face as he spoke to the system in his mind. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be so smooth. Am I destined to fail again this time? The system replied, Host, I believe, I don't want your beliefs. I want my own. Have you forgotten how I failed last time? As he recalled the failure of the Eighth World, a rare glimmer of anguish flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. Chapter 4. The Emperor has never been merely a profession in the previous worlds. Lin Yan primarily interacted with the heroines in a subordinate relationship. Yet, as the saying goes, one need not fear godlike adversaries, but rather foolish companions. The subsequent failures he faced were largely due to the reckless actions of these heroines. For instance, while he was fervently engaged in battle at the front lines, the heroine at the rear issued a series of commands demanding his immediate return. In that moment, Lin Yan felt the anguish of Yu Fei, as chronicled in history. Determined to learn from his suffering, Lin Yan finally made a pivotal change in the Eighth World. He fell in love with the heroine of that realm. Initially, he viewed the heroines as mere pawns in his quest to complete his missions, which led him to avoid deep emotional entanglements. However, it became evident that earning complete trust was a challenging endeavor. Thus, after careful contemplation, he pursued the heroine of the Eighth World. In a feudal society, the women, when confronted with the charming yet clumsy love declarations from a world beyond theirs, offered little resistance. Moreover, after traversing multiple worlds, the capable Lin Yan shone like a brilliant star, evoking feelings of admiration. He successfully won the affection of the heroine, and they wed. Of course, Lin Yan was not a scoundrel. Initially, he regarded the heroine as merely a tool. Yet, as time passed, and they spent years together, he developed genuine feelings of love for her. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that completing his task would not result in his forced departure. He could remain in this world to live out his life before leaving. Consequently, he resolved to accompany his wife after she ascended to the throne, sharing their lives together. However, dreams can be beautiful, while reality can be merciless. Lin Yan never anticipated that the gentle wife who gazed at him with affection and called him husband would one day order his death. This shocking event transpired on the eve of her coronation. After excusing herself to attend to state affairs, a battalion of imperial guards surrounded his residence. Though he was a formidable warrior, He succumbed to exhaustion after enduring a relentless storm of arrows, ultimately pierced by a multitude of bolts. As he lay in a pool of blood, on the brink of death, he caught sight of his wife behind the dense ranks of guards. The once gentle and kind woman now donned the golden dragon robe symbolizing the emperor, tears streaming down her face. In his final moments, he perceived a flicker of fear and confusion in her eyes as she recklessly rushed toward him. From the moment he saw the guards, Lin Yan had known that it was indeed his wife who sought his demise. Why? If she wished to kill him, why reveal such sorrow? Was it merely to soothe her own conscience? As Lin Yan gazed at the crocodile tears left behind by his wife, he succumbed to his final breath, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Tongzi, we have traversed so many worlds together. You should understand well that being an emperor is not a mere profession. It is a third entity, existing beyond the realms of man and woman, a cold, unfeeling machine devoid of personal emotions. The system fell silent in response to Lin Yan's words, fully aware of the profound anguish that the eighth world had inflicted upon him. It recognized that Lin Yan had indeed developed feelings for the female lead of that world, who could be considered his first love. It was precisely due to the betrayal he endured that Lin Yan had cultivated a personality akin to paranoia. Just the thought of a beloved sharing the same bed, only to one day plunge a dagger into your heart, is enough to send shivers down one's spine. It could be said that Lin Yan's mental fortitude was commendable, given that he had not succumbed to a fear of women. Nevertheless, he had developed a phobia of female emperors. Thus, in this world, he maintained a respectful distance from Bai Luoyan, never daring to overstep his bounds. However, he did not anticipate that despite his insistence on avoiding high-ranking positions, he would still encounter such a troublesome situation. Although he understood that Bai Luoyan was entirely different from the female lead of the previous world, both were still sovereigns. As a female emperor, the principle of eliminating all obstacles and threats was one Lin Yan had personally imparted to Bai Luoyan. After eavesdropping on the conversation in the imperial study, Lin Yan was convinced that he was in grave danger. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must devise a plan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan suddenly rose to his feet and spoke to the system within his mind. Do you mean? The system inquired. Indeed. It seems it is time to activate that plan. I do not expect to conceal it for long. I only need to endure for these 3 days. With the shadows of the past looming over him, Lin Yan was thoroughly prepared this time. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, after Song Jishu's departure, Bai Luoyan relaxed her posture, reclining loosely in her chair. If the court officials were to witness her current demeanor, they would likely be rendered speechless. In public, Bai Luoyan had always projected an image of authority and aloofness, one that few had ever seen in such a relaxed state. However, 2 individuals had indeed witnessed this side of her, Lin Yan and the palace maid, Shangwan Wanyu, who had served her since childhood and was now standing beside her. Recalling the glint of desire in Song Jishu's eyes as he had swept over her, Bai Luoyan felt a wave of revulsion. She turned to Shangwan Wanyu and commanded, "Make a note of this. Once our plan succeeds, we must ensure that Song Jishu's eyes are plucked out. Had it not been for the greater good, I would have almost succumbed to the urge to eliminate him just now." "Indeed, Your Majesty." Shaking her head and dismissing the flicker of displeasure from her mind, she turned to the maid and inquired, "By the way, how fares the task I entrusted to you?" Shangwan Wanyu slightly bowed and respectfully addressed Bai Luoyan, "Your Majesty, I am pleased to report that the dissemination of rumors regarding Master Lin has proceeded remarkably well. All of his past deeds performed for Your Majesty have been disseminated in an orderly manner. According to the responses from below, Master Lin's reputation has now been firmly established. Had Lin Yan not departed prematurely, he would surely have been astounded to learn that the rumors concerning him were personally orchestrated by Bai Luoyan. No wonder he has been desperately seeking the source of these rumors without success. Indeed, once the matter is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely." At this moment, Bai Luoyan exuded none of her usual icy demeanor. As she recalled the fleeting image of a figure clad in white, an authentic smile graced her face, and her eyes sparkled with an indescribable allure. Chapter 5. You are mine, and only mine. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a blade radiating coldness to a flower exuding the fragrance of love in the springtime. This remarkable transformation was solely because the Empress recalled Lin Yan's presence. Observing Bai Luoyan, who now resembled a lovesick maiden, Shangwan Wanyu wore an expression of indifference. Although she was referred to as a maid, Shangwan Wanyu, being of a similar age to Bai Luoyan, resembled more of a close confidant. Since the dawn of her memories, the two had been acquainted. Hence, Shangwan Wanyu was well aware of all that Bai Luoyan had endured over the years, including her sentiments towards Lin Yan. Initially, Bai Luoyan regarded Lin Yan merely as her teacher. To this day, she vividly recalls the day they first met. She was 8 years old, and Lin Yan was 15. Having spent her life within the palace, Bai Luoyan learned from the eunuch that the youthful figure before her was the teacher personally appointed by her father. Initially, she felt a tinge of resentment at his youthfulness. Yet, merely a month later, she found herself enamored by Lin Yan's profound wisdom. From the celestial to the terrestrial, from governing a nation to maintaining peace, it seemed there was nothing this teacher could not master. Even more delightfully, beyond his unfathomable intellect, he exhibited unparalleled prowess in the gentlemanly arts of archery and horsemanship. One could say Lin Yan was the embodiment of her ideal man. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting. Just months after Lin Yan entered the palace, her father tragically succumbed to illness. On that fateful day, chaos engulfed the entire capital. Once, the elder brothers, who were respectful and dutiful, ignited a rebellion in their fervent pursuit of power. On that fateful day, the grand and imposing palace was reduced to ashes by flames. It was Lin Yan, a solitary figure amidst the multitude of insurgents, who forged a bloody path for her and Shangwan Wanyu. Perhaps it was on that very day, as she beheld the silhouette of the young boy, one hand clutching her and the other wielding a sword, his body stained with blood, that her heart stirred. At the tender age of 8, the girl was yet unaware of the nature of such emotions, quietly harboring them within her soul. 15 years have since elapsed, and her affection for Lin Yan has intensified daily, nearing a point of uncontrollable fervor. She obediently followed his counsel, ascending step by step to the highest echelons of power. Yet, only she knew that her ambition for the throne was driven by the hope of one day sharing a life free from worries with Lin Yan. Observing Bai Luoyan's infatuated demeanor, Shangwan Wanyu recognized that the empress was reminiscing about Lin Yan's actions. With a gentle smile, she jested, "Your Majesty seems particularly delighted today. Are you perhaps thinking of marrying Mr. Lin?" Upon hearing Shangwan Wanyu's playful teasing, Bai Luoyan did not deny it but feigned indignation, retorting, "What is it? Are you no longer afraid of me? Do you dare to mock the empress? Are you not concerned about my punishment?" "I would not dare," came the reply. However, despite her words, there was no trace of fear on Shangwan Wanyu's face. Realizing she could not intimidate her companion, Bai Luoyan refrained from further remarks, letting out a resigned huff. At that moment, Shangwan Wanyu seemed to recall something and, with a hint of worry, addressed Bai Luoyan, "Speaking of which, why did your Majesty avoid the Grand Tutor's audience today?" She referred to Lin Yan's scheduled audience upon receiving the edict. Mentioning this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Luoyan's face as she replied, "Humph, does he think I cannot discern the purpose of his visit? Surely, he seeks another excuse to evade the position of Grand Tutor. The more he resists, the more determined I am to thwart his plans." Observing Bai Luoyan's rare display of childish anger, Shangwan Wanyu could only offer gentle counsel. Lin Yan is not a superficial person. He has always been indifferent to high office and wealth. Yet, before she could finish, Bai Luoyan interrupted, "Do not speak well of him. Over the years, whenever I have sought to bestow him with titles and honors, he has consistently declined. Does he think I am unaware of what he fears?" A shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she lamented, "Am I truly so heartless in his eyes that he feels the need to maintain such distance from me? After all these years, he still does not trust me completely." In her final words, Bai Luoyan even refrained from referring to herself as I, reflecting her deep-seated feelings. Throughout the years, she had not failed to express her affections to Lin Yan. She is far from a gentle and delicate woman. Her experiences over the years have imparted a crucial lesson. To attain one's desires, one must strive ardently for them rather than foolishly harbor them in silence. By chance, she has sensed the admiration and affection in Lin Yan's gaze directed towards her. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Yan has persistently rebuffed her numerous overtures. Despite her ability to perceive his reciprocated feelings, an inexplicable sense of aversion envelopes her, as if she were a ferocious beast. It is undeniable that had it not been for Bai Luoyan's resolute character, An ordinary woman would have succumbed to despair under Lin Yan's dismissive demeanor. Witnessing by Lin Yan's sorrowful countenance, Shangwan Wanyu felt a pang of sympathy and offered her consolation. The intentions of the sovereign are inscrutable, a truth as old as time. Yet, I firmly believe that Mr. Lin Yan will eventually grasp His Majesty's sentiments. Who knows how long that may take? I cannot wait an eternity. On the day of my ascension in 3 days, I shall publicly declare my intention to marry the Grand Tutor. Is he not afraid that I will discard him once I have taken flight? I shall announce to the world that in this lifetime, he is the only one I shall wed. Our lineage will inherit the entirety of this realm. Should he remain fearful, I am willing to share this world with him. Indeed, this is why she discreetly disseminated rumors among the populace to elevate Lin Yan's reputation. By bestowing upon him the title of Grand Tutor, she sought to substantiate the whispers circulating in society, thereby tacitly acknowledging all he has done for her over the years. As for the reactions of ministers like Song Jishu, she had anticipated them. She aimed to seize this opportunity to bring to light those courtiers who stood in opposition to Lin Yan. After their marriage, she would confront each of them, settling scores and creating a court devoid of dissenting voices. Little did she realize the terror her good intentions would instill in Lin Yan, nor the actions he would take in response to such fear. At that moment, she was lost in dreams of their wedding day, gazing at the flickering candlelight before her. Her expression grew hazy, her eyes reflecting a near-manic, perilous glint as she murmured, "Lin Yan, my Grand Tutor. You are mine, and only mine." Chapter 6. The feigned death plan. Back in his residence, Lin Yan suddenly shivered uncontrollably. He muttered to himself in confusion, "How strange. Why do I feel so cold all of a sudden?" Unbeknownst to him, his previous harrowing experiences had fostered a fear of the Empress, leading him to subconsciously reject Bai Luyan's affections over the years. This continual rejection, in turn, had twisted Bai Luyan's love into something almost monstrous. At this moment, his thoughts were solely consumed with how to survive the final 3 days of her relentless pursuit. Although Bai Luoyan had just told Song Jishu in the imperial study to discuss matters later, Lin Yan, already in a state of heightened anxiety, dared not relax even for a moment. Reflecting on the regret of having missed the completion of his mission by merely a day in the 8th world, Lin Yan resolved to take action. After contemplating in silence for a time, he abruptly raised his hand to form a peculiar gesture. A shadow flickered, and a cloaked figure knelt before him. For the past 15 years, Lin Yan had harbored no secrets from Bai Luoyan. However, during the last 2 years, after the major events had been settled, he had concealed the formation of a small team. This was a squad of assassins who would obey only his commands, created in anticipation of a day like this. Gazing at the figure before him, Lin Yan issued a terse command. "Proceed with the plan we established earlier, and set the time for tomorrow night. As you command." The moment the words left his lips, the cloaked figure vanished from the hall, as if it had never existed. Lin Yan looked toward the palace, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes as he murmured, "I never imagined I would be forced to take this step. Bai Luoyan, you are ultimately no different from the others." The following night, a towering inferno illuminated half the capital. Bai Luoyan, having just finished attending to state affairs, was preparing to retire when Shangwan Wanyu rushed in, visibly distressed. Noticing the panic on Shangwan Wanyu's face, Bai Luoyan felt a twinge of unease. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it? What has caused you to lose your composure? Has there been some unrest among foreign tribes, or have rebels arisen again?" Shangwan Wanyu swallowed hard and, trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, it is grave. The residence of the Grand Tutor has been engulfed in flames. The entire estate is ablaze." "What?" Upon comprehending the gravity of her words, Bai Luoyan felt darkness cloud her vision, her body swaying as she rose unsteadily. Yet years of experience allowed her to quickly regain her composure, and she urgently asked Shangwan Wanyu, "What of the Grand Tutor? Is Lin Yan unharmed?" Shangwan Wanyu cast a worried glance at Bai Luoyan and stammered, "Lord Lin Yan's fate is unknown." "Unknown fate? Summon the guards. I shall leave the palace at once. Mobilize the city's guards and the Imperial Guard to the Lin estate immediately. I give them 15 minutes to extinguish the fire. If they fail, they shall face execution." In that moment, Bai Luoyan's authority as Empress was palpable, radiating an icy aura that even Shangwan Wanyu dared not meet with her gaze. When a person's life is at stake, they often unleash a strength far beyond their limits. Upon reaching the Lin estate, Bai Luoyan found that the fire had mostly been subdued. She had previously intended for Lin Yan to reside in the palace, but he had declined, citing the separation of sovereign and subject. Bai Luoyan did not impose her will, understanding his aversion to noise. She deliberately selected a secluded quadrangle in the capital to bestow upon him as his residence. Upon the arrival of the Empress, the previously bustling crowd immediately ceased their activities, kneeling on one knee to pay their respects. As she gazed at the charred remnants of the Lin family's grand entrance, a pallor crept across Bai Luoyan's features. Reluctant to accept the horrific conjecture that haunted her heart, she disregarded the danger and stepped into the residence. Witnessing this scene, the captain of the Imperial Guard felt a jolt in his heart and swiftly interjected, "Your Majesty, the flames have not yet been fully extinguished. It would be prudent for you to retreat." Before he could finish his warning, Bai Luoyan interrupted with a sharp retort. He hesitated, his lips moving as if to articulate further, yet upon encountering the frost-laden gaze in her eyes, he wisely chose silence. He was certain that should he utter another word, his life would be forfeit. Guided by memory, Bai Luoyan confidently navigated towards Lin Yan's chamber. Ever since this residence had been granted to Lin Yan, she had often found excuses to visit, thus she was more familiar with its surroundings than anyone else. As she traversed the courtyard etched in her memory, she halted before a heap of charred ruins. With no door to obstruct her view, she immediately spotted the figure within the room, reduced to a smoldering silhouette. It cannot be true. It is impossible. Lin Taifu would not perish in such a manner. This cannot be him, she murmured, her steps heavy as she approached the charred remains. Yet, upon noticing the jade pendant lying among the ashes, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her legs buckling as she nearly collapsed. "Your Majesty," Su Guanyin, closely following behind, hurried forward to catch Bai Luoyan, preventing her from falling. Bai Luoyan pushed Su Guanyin away, trembling hands reaching for the jade. This was a gift she had bestowed upon Lin Yan at the tender age of 16, requesting that he keep it close at all times. Though he had remained silent then, from that day forth, the jade had been his constant companion, hanging at his waist. "It truly is him. Why, just 2 days short, why?" As she uttered the final words, Bai Luoyan could no longer contain her sorrow and cried out in anguish. After this exclamation, she closed her eyes and fainted on the spot. "Your Majesty." At the moment she collapsed, a multitude of figures surged forth from all directions. However, unbeknownst to Bai Luoyan, a familiar silhouette stood at a distance, quietly observing her. It was Lin Yan. His mission was to support Bai Luoyan's ascension to the throne. Thus, even if he suspected that she intended to harm him, he could not act against her. Otherwise, all his efforts over the past 15 years would have been in vain. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he was devoid of options, or rather, he had long been prepared for this day. To ensure his survival until Bai Luoyan's ascension, he resolved to stage his own death. He humorously referred to this ploy as preemptively eliminating himself before anyone could attempt to take his life. With the hidden power he possessed, it would be a simple task to find a condemned prisoner and set fire to his own residence. To ensure the Empress would be disheartened, he left behind the significant jade pendant at the scene. As he observed Bai Luoyan recklessly rushing into the residence, Lin Yan felt an unbidden stir in his heart. Yet, he ultimately quelled the impulse to approach her. Casting one last glance at Bai Luoyan, he turned and melted into the shadows. Farewell, Bai Luoyan. Chapter 7. The task is finally accomplished. Having successfully faked his death, Lin Yan took residence in a prearranged house in the capital. Upon seeing the cloaked figure waiting in the room, Lin Yan settled into a chair in the hall and addressed him. "Leave the capital, from this moment forth. Do not seek me again, nor let Bai Luoyan know of your existence. You are free from this day onward." Hearing Lin Yan's final directive, the cloaked figure's eyes flickered with emotion. However, he ultimately said nothing, merely bowing to Lin Yan before departing. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yan had prepared enough food and water in this abode to last a month. As the saying goes, great concealment lies within the city. Instead of fleeing the capital after his staged death, he chose to reside in a secluded location. After all, leaving the capital abruptly could invite unexpected complications. He had resolved to remain indoors for the next few days, quietly awaiting the moment when the system would signal the completion of his task. At last, he relished the rare opportunity of 2 days of leisure. One day, Upon awakening and hearing the clamor of the crowd outside, he realized it was the day of Bai Luoyan's coronation. To have the system acknowledge the completion of his task, it was imperative for the female lead to perform the heavenly sacrifice in front of the multitude. The noise outside was the assembly of citizens gathered to witness the Empress's ritual. Excellent, it is nearly time. As Lin Yan recognized this, a sense of joy welled within him. He refrained from stepping outside. In that final moment, he did not wish to jeopardize his efforts by being recognized. After quietly waiting at home for half the day, when the sound of bells echoed through the sky, Lin Yan finally received the notification in his mind that the task was complete. A faint smile graced his lips as he addressed the system in his mind. I have finally completed the task. Let me return home. Host, do you truly not wish to remain? No, let us return. I am somewhat weary. Very well, we appreciate your efforts, host. Farewell. Farewell. With the final farewell spoken, Lin Yan's figure gradually faded from the room. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, who had already departed, a series of monumental events had transpired within the court over the past 2 days. Confined within the walls of his abode, he remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Luoyan, known for her diligence, had failed to attend court for 2 consecutive days following his feigned demise. Even more shocking to the court was her sudden reappearance, which served the purpose of announcing the execution of Song Jishu and his entire family. This was no ordinary minister. He represented the esteemed aristocracy. To execute him so summarily was unprecedented. However, they could not foresee that all the representatives of the noble families who pleaded for Song Jishu's clemency would, under Bai Luoyan's cold command, be imprisoned one by one. In that moment, the court realized that this empress was no fragile flower. She had reclaimed her throne through bloodshed. The silence among the ministers only solidified Bai Luoyan's control over the newly established court. Only Shengwan Wanyu, standing behind Bai Luoyan, was aware of the true cause of Song Jishu's demise. It was unclear how Song Jishu had learned of Lin Yan's death, but upon discovering that Bai Luoyan had not attended court the following day, he eagerly requested an audience. Mistakenly believing that Bai Luoyan had privately orchestrated Lin Yan's death, he recklessly recounted Lin Yan's supposed transgressions before the Empress. Lost in his excitement, he failed to notice the increasingly grim expression on Bai Luoyan's face. In an instant, he was taken into custody. Under Bai Luoyan's directive, he did not survive the day. By that afternoon, he was executed at midday. In merely 2 days, she had employed swift and merciless methods to imprison the noble families she had long targeted. It was only through her work and the act of taking lives that she could alleviate the sorrow within her heart. Amidst this intense labor, she finally arrived at the day of the heavenly sacrifice. As she gazed at Bai Luoyan, who seemed but a hollow shell devoid of spirit, Shengwan Wanyu, having just adorned her with the dragon robe, called out with concern. Ever since that fateful night, Bai Luoyan appeared to have lost all color, resembling an exquisite puppet. She forced a grim smile and reassured Shengwan Wanyu, "Fear not, I shall fulfill the heavenly sacrifice as promised. After all, the greatest wish of Master Lin over the years has been to witness my ascension to the throne. I shall not disappoint him." With that, she turned and departed the palace, making her way to the altar prepared for the celestial ceremony. Ascending step by step to the highest point of the sacrificial site, she gazed down upon the throngs of people below as she completed the final step of the ritual. With the resounding chime of bells, she rightfully claimed her position as the emperor of this land. Long live the emperor! The cheers from the masses echoed, yet within Bai Luoyan's heart, there was no trace of joy. She looked up at the sky and silently pondered, "Master Lin, do you see? I have accomplished what you wished." Yet, what Yena yearned for remained eternally unattainable. Just then, an abrupt voice echoed in her mind. Ding. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Empress System. You have completed the system task. Please select your reward." Lin Yan felt a fleeting blur before his eyes, and upon reopening them, he recognized the familiar yet foreign light fixture above him, confirming that he had indeed returned. With exhilaration, Lin Yan leapt from his bed, taking in the details of the room where he had lived for 18 years. As he gazed upon the myriad of comic books on the shelf and the mobile phone resting beside his pillow, he was nearly overcome with tears of joy. "I'm back. I have finally returned," he exclaimed, suddenly recalling something important. He hurriedly opened the door and made his way to the living room. Traversing through the living area, he spotted a figure bustling about in the kitchen, and his eyes welled with misty emotion. "Mom," He cried out, arms wide open, longing to embrace her after decades of yearning. However, his mother, as if sensing his approach, deftly sidestepped just as he was about to embrace her, swiftly kicking him away with a practiced ease. The fluidity of her movements left Lin Yan, a seasoned warrior, momentarily bewildered. As he collected himself, Lin Yan gazed at his mother, who had just finished preparing breakfast. With a dismissive glance, she remarked, "What are you shouting about so early in the morning? You're not a child anymore. Do you really think I can still lift you?" The tender scene he had envisioned crumbled instantly in his mind, and he stood up from the floor, feeling despondent. "All right, this must undoubtedly be my real mother," he conceded. Observing Lin Yan's forlorn demeanor as he stood in the kitchen, his mother rolled her eyes and chided him. "Why are you standing there like a wooden post? Come eat your breakfast. Are you so dazed from last night that you've forgotten what day it is?" Upon reflection, Lin Yan realized he indeed could not recall the significance of the day. However, his mother's next words caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Have you really lost your mind? Today is your college entrance examination." Chapter 8. The System's reward. The college entrance examination, a term so unfamiliar to Lin Yan. After finishing his breakfast and receiving his backpack from his mother, he took a vehicle to the examination site, finally regaining his composure. Goodness, is this some kind of joke? Surely, this must be a prank. Who returns from another world only to take the college entrance exam immediately? It was no wonder Lin Yan was so flustered. After all, he had traversed 9 worlds in total. Excluding the first 2 worlds, the remaining 7 had each consumed approximately a decade of his life. Cumulatively, those 9 worlds accounted for nearly 70 or 80 years. Indeed, he was a master strategist, unparalleled in his schemes. However, when it came to subjects like mathematics, language, and geography pertinent to the college entrance examination, he had nearly forgotten them, relegated to the depths of his memory. If I were to score a 0 on the exam, would my mother truly not be enraged? Considering her temperament, Lin Yan pondered, such a scenario was not entirely implausible. After a moment of silent lamentation for himself, Lin Yan resolutely stepped into the examination hall. If fate had decreed death, then so be it. Surely, there were some multiple-choice questions he could haphazardly guess at. Yet, upon locating his seat and receiving his test paper, he found himself momentarily frozen. The first subject of the day was mathematics, the one that filled him with the greatest despair, for prior to his journey through time, his proficiency in mathematics had been far from commendable. However, as he gazed at the paper before him, he was astonished to find that relevant knowledge began to surface in his mind spontaneously. After a few moments of confusion, a possibility dawned upon Lin Yan. "So, this is the reward for completing my task. System, you truly are my steadfast ally." Throughout the years, Lin Yan had forged an unusual camaraderie with the system residing in his mind. Perhaps his greatest regret upon returning was the separation from this companion. Yet, he had not anticipated that his old partner would ultimately grant him such a delightful surprise. As he looked at the exam paper, answers began to manifest in his mind's eye. The earlier gloom dissipated as he eagerly seized his pen and began to write with fervor. Upon exiting the examination hall, he felt as jubilant as a proud rooster. The college entrance examination spanned 3 days, and during this period, the test questions appeared to Lin Yan as if they were open-book assessments. The system was indeed impressive, even encompassing knowledge of the English language. Naturally, Lin Yan was not a fool. He had intentionally marked a few incorrect options on the paper. Before his journey, while his grades were not poor, they had merely hovered around a respectable average. Should he suddenly rise to the status of a top scorer, it would likely draw unnecessary attention. After gauging his estimated score, he concluded that he should be able to gain admission to his desired prestigious university and decided to leave it at that. 3 days later, as the students completed their examinations, they emerged like liberated birds. Just as Lin Yan exited the hall, he felt a hand clasp his shoulder, and a voice exclaimed, "Finally freed. Lin Yan, shall we head to the internet cafe tonight?" The speaker was Zhang Wei, Lin Yan's closest confidant from before. Lin Yan discreetly pushed Zhang Wei's hand off his shoulder and softly declined. "No, I'm a bit fatigued. I wish to rest tonight." For reasons unknown, Zhang Wei felt an odd sense of unfamiliarity towards his friend. Uneasily, he forced a smile and replied, "All right then, we can arrange something later." With that, he turned and departed with others. Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. He was not lying. He genuinely felt fatigued. After all, he had been tirelessly striving for the female protagonist in every world, and anyone who labors for 70 or 80 years would inevitably feel weary. Consequently, during the week following the college entrance examination, he went nowhere and spent every day at home indulging in comics. Even the ones he had previously read captivated him anew. At that moment, he was sipping cola and munching on chips while engrossed in a comic book. Observing this scene, Lin's mother was filled with exasperation. Just a few days prior, after the examination, she had allowed him some leeway, considering his hard work. However, as the days passed, her disapproval of Lin only grew stronger. With a swift motion, she snatched the comic book from his hands and muttered discontentedly, "You lie around doing nothing all day. Are you that idle?" Lin, exercising wisdom, refrained from arguing with his mother. Instead, he obediently put away the snacks and settled beside his father. He understood that debating with his mother at that moment would be exceedingly unwise. It was Saturday, and Lin's father was enjoying a rare day off. As he perused the newspaper, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin and inquired, "So, how do you feel about the exam? Have you decided on your college preferences?" Lin smacked his lips and casually replied, "I've made up my mind. I will likely attend Shanghai University." Huh. Upon hearing this, Lin's father set down his newspaper, looking at his son with disdain. "With your grades, you think you can get into Shanghai University?" It was not surprising that he reacted this way. Although not as renowned as Tsinghua or Peking University, Shanghai University was among the top 10 universities in the country. Given Lin's dismal academic performance, such aspirations were laughable. "If you really manage to get in, I'll call you Dad. How embarrassing that would be, ha ha ha." Upon hearing his father audaciously set such a challenge, Lin looked at him with a sly grin. "You little rascal, are you asking for a beating?" However, before Lin's father could finish, Lin's mother, having appeared behind him unbeknownst to him, interrupted with a sharp reprimand. "You two are a constant source of worry. Can't you see I'm busy? You lack any initiative, just sitting there idly without offering to help." Lin's father quickly fell silent, bowing his head and dutifully following Lin's mother to assist with household chores. Watching his father's submissive demeanor, Lin felt a rare sense of warmth within the family. In truth, over the past few days, he had begun to discern the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. He felt an influx of diverse knowledge in his mind, whether in medicine, art, finance, or programming. He possessed the most advanced expertise. Simply put, as long as he wished, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of any profession, be it in art, medicine, literature, or finance. Moreover, he noticed significant changes in his physique as well. He appeared to have flawlessly inherited the robust physique honed in the previous worlds. Furthermore, in addition to the skills acquired from the battlefield, he had mastered various modern combat techniques. Lin Yan felt that, even if he was not a king of soldiers, he certainly possessed the combat prowess of a special forces operative. "Stop dawdling. Go fetch some soy sauce," his mother instructed. "Yes, Mom," regardless of his formidable strength. At that moment, he was obliged to run errands for his mother. However, as Lin Yan exited the building, he was oblivious to the figure watching him from a distance. After he returned with the soy sauce, the individual slowly retrieved a phone from their pocket and dialed a number. "Miss, I have confirmed Mr. Lin's location." "Excellent. Do not alert him. Simply ascertain which school he intends to enroll in." "Understood, Mississippi." Once the call ended, the girl on the other end gazed at her phone and murmured, "I have found you, my Lin Taifu. This time, I shall not allow you to escape." Chapter 9. What a coincidence. As days passed, the results of the college entrance examination were finally released. When Lin Yan's family saw his scores on the computer, his mother exclaimed in delight. Her eyes squinted with joy as she gently asked, "My dear son, what would you like for dinner tonight? Mom will cook it for you." Her demeanor was a stark contrast to mere moments before when she had threatened to reprimand him if his results were unsatisfactory. As for Lin Yan's father, after an initial burst of joy, his expression quickly darkened. He looked at Lin Yan with an odd gaze and remarked, "You rascal. I distinctly recall someone making a bold declaration just a few days ago, didn't I? A mature and composed man like yourself surely wouldn't forget his own vows. Would he? Surely not, surely not." Listening to Lin Yan's teasing tone, his father regretted not having disciplined him more strictly in the past. Naturally, Lin Yan's light-hearted teasing ceased, for he knew that if he dared to call his father Dad, his father would not hesitate to brandish the 7 wolves from his waist. Ultimately, after Lin Yan's father agreed to buy him a laptop, the matter of the vow was laid to rest. Lin Yan's family was neither impoverished nor excessively wealthy, but rather of a comfortable, middle-class standing. His mother was a homemaker, while his father held a senior executive position at a local enterprise. Although labeled as an executive, his annual salary hovered around several $100,000. Naturally, his parents were overjoyed at his admission to Jianhai University, as obtaining a diploma from such an institution would alleviate concerns about future employment. However, they remained unaware that their son had already transformed into someone entirely different. Jianhai University was merely a facade for Lin Yan, a shield to conceal his true capabilities. The system had previously mentioned that upon completing tasks, rewards would be forthcoming. Upon hearing the chime of the clock, Lin Yan, whose heart yearned for home, was too eager to return to ponder the intricacies of the rewards bestowed upon him. In retrospect, the rewards from the system were indeed aligned with his desires. In truth, after returning home that day, he had entertained fanciful notions of his account suddenly swelling by 1 billion, or perhaps discovering a chest of gold beneath his bed. However, he soon realized that in Huaxia, should the system truly grant him such a fortune overnight, he would not have to wait until the morrow. The police would undoubtedly come knocking by afternoon. The current reward, therefore, was the most fitting. As the saying goes, in every trade, Lin Yan now stood as a paragon of excellence. With such capabilities, earning a livelihood would merely be a trivial matter. The laptop he requested his father to purchase marked his inaugural step towards financial independence. Should he venture into software development in hopes of striking luck with a tech giant, or perhaps anonymously compose a song to share online? While Lin Yan contemplated whether programming or the entertainment industry would prove more lucrative, his father's voice interrupted his musings. He was gazing at a financial webpage on his phone, exclaiming in admiration, "Ah, it appears that the Bai family has produced an extraordinary individual this generation. So young yet so capable. They are even collaborating with the government on significant projects." The surname Bai stirred an inexplicable unease within Lin Yan. Curiously, he leaned closer to glimpse his father's phone. "What's this? You actually find such news intriguing?" Lin Yan's father remarked, yet he extended the phone towards Lin Yan. Taking the device, Lin Yan scrutinized the financial news with keen interest. It detailed the Bai family's announcement of a collaboration with Lin Yan's local government on a 100 billion project. For a small city like his, such a project warranted grand proclamations across local news outlets. Like many melodramatic tales, the Bai family was once among the most esteemed clans in Huaxia. Yet, this generation appeared to be beset by misfortune, with only one direct descendant, a daughter. Tragically, following her birth, her parents succumbed to an unfortunate accident. Consequently, the patriarch of the Bai family found himself compelled to step back into the limelight to uphold the family legacy. However, at an advanced age, he announced 3 years prior that the entire family would be entrusted to his only granddaughter, who was merely 15 at the time. Overnight, this once prestigious family transformed into a coveted prize in the eyes of many. As people speculated whether the old man had lost his faculties, they began to covet the vast estate of the Bai family. Relatives sought to carve out their share from the girl, while formidable rivals lurked, eager to seize a portion of the Bai family's wealth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the young lady displayed remarkable resolve as soon as she ascended to her position. In just a month's time, she managed to expel the parasitic relatives from within the Bai family, while simultaneously delivering a series of exemplary counterattacks that instilled fear in numerous powerful factions. Within a mere 3 months, this young lady of the Bai family established her own prestige within the Bai enterprise. Moreover, during her 3-year tenure since assuming office, she has led the Bai family into a new realm of success. The myriad miracles she has orchestrated have caused many to overlook the fact that she is merely an 18-year-old girl. As Lin Yan glanced at the news on his phone, he inexplicably thought of Bai Luoyan. He found it curious that, considering he resided in a small city in Huaxia, a commercial giant like the Bai family would choose to invest here. Was it merely a coincidence? Nevertheless, her audacity and tactics bore a striking resemblance to her. Lin Yan's fingers twitched as he felt an urge to search for photographs of the Bai family's young prodigy online. However, just as he was about to click on a search engine, a sudden ringing from beside him interrupted. His phone was ringing. With a slight grimace, Lin Yan returned the phone to his father and walked back to the sofa, retrieving his own phone to answer the call. "Hello, Lin Yan. Have you rested enough? This afternoon, we've planned to go out and have some fun. Would you like to join us?" The voice of Zhang Wei resonated through the line. Ever since the college entrance examination, Lin Yan had remained at home for over a week. During this time, Zhang Wei had invited him several times, all of which he had politely declined. As Lin Yan instinctively prepared to refuse once more, his mother's voice interjected from nearby. "It's about time you ventured outside. Don't just stay cooped up at home. I'm getting quite weary of seeing you here every day." His words of denial faltered, and with a sense of resignation, Lin Yan replied, "All right, I'll go. What time did you plan to meet?" After arranging the time and place with Zhang Wei, Lin Yan hung up and cast a mournful glance at his mother. Just moments ago, upon discovering his exam results, she had declared him her most beloved son, and now, so soon after, she was already expressing her discontent. Yet, he did indeed need to step outside. He had lingered at home for far too long. Besides, with university on the horizon, it was essential for him to begin acclimating to life in this world once again, to interact more with others. With this thought in mind, he returned to his room to prepare his keys and backpack, the earlier urge to search for Bai Luoyan's pictures slipping from his mind. Chapter 10. What? Am I the simp? The city Lin Yan resided in could barely be classified as a fourth-tier city. In comparison to the major metropolises like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, it only boasted a couple of large commercial establishments. After casually changing into some leisure wear, Lin Yan took the bus to the shopping mall where he had agreed to meet Zhang Wei. "Lin Yan, over here." Just as he disembarked, Zhang Wei, who had spotted him from a distance, waved his hand enthusiastically while calling out loudly. Lin Yan smiled faintly and walked towards him. At this moment, besides Zhang Wei, there were two other boys with whom he usually got along well. However, in terms of genuine camaraderie, it was still Zhang Wei and Lin Yan who were the closest. Ever since Lin Yan could remember, Zhang Wei had been his friend. From kindergarten to elementary school and then to high school, Zhang Wei had appeared in Lin Yan's life like an unshakable specter, which is why Lin Yan had designated him as a lifelong confidant. Thus, even after Lin Yan had repeatedly declined, Zhang Wei had still taken the initiative to invite him out today. As Lin Yan approached, Zhang Wei scrutinized him from head to toe before breaking into a familiar grin. He playfully patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and quipped, "Well, it seems you've had a good rest. When I saw you after the exam that day, I thought you had been possessed. You seemed so unfamiliar." Lin Yan merely smiled in response, choosing not to answer. He had recently returned to this world after enduring numerous experiences, and naturally, it took him some time to readjust. Fortunately, over the past week, he had finally begun to acclimate. When boys gather, they invariably find sources of entertainment. Before leaving home, Lin's father had generously transferred several hundred yuan to Lin Yan's phone. It appeared that not only his mother, but also his father, was a bit discontent with him lingering at home. The four boys rushed to the arcade on the 5th floor of the mall. After exchanging a substantial number of tokens at the front desk, they eagerly commenced their gaming adventures. In the realm of amusement rides, age holds no distinction for men. As Lin Yan engaged in the games, he gradually began to reclaim his youthful spirit, with smiles increasingly adorning his face as he reintegrated himself into his world. After contributing a hefty amount of tokens, the four of them finally emerged from the arcade, their pockets thoroughly emptied. They casually snacked on some treats in the mall, and at Zhang Wei's suggestion, they made their way to the billiards room. However, just as they entered the room and before they could choose a table, a voice laden with sarcasm suddenly rang out from behind them. "Ha! You pathetic sycophant. Even after graduation, you still haunt us. You actually came here chasing after us." Upon hearing the voice, the four of them instinctively turned to look behind, and Lin Yan wore an expression of amusement. A sycophant? Was it directed at them? Could it be Zhang Wei? Clearly, Lin Yan was intrigued by the prospect of his friend being embarrassed. Yet, as the three others recognized who was approaching, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lin Yan. His smile faltered as he sensed their scrutiny, momentarily caught off guard. "What do you mean by that? I am someone who even rejected the affections of the Empress. How could I possibly be a sycophant?" Just then, the voice sounded again. "I'm talking to you. Lin Yan, can you please not be so revolting? I must caution you. This is not a school environment. Continuing to stalk my family member, Yin Yan, is indeed a violation of the law. Do you believe I would not hesitate to call the authorities?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow as he turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. There stood four individuals, yet unlike his own circle of pure friends. This group consisted of 2 males and 2 females. Upon catching sight of the girl beside the speaker, a flood of long-buried memories assailed Lin Yan's mind. Tang Yan, the renowned beauty of their class, was also the top student in the entire school. With her outstanding academic achievements and striking appearance, she had become the goddess for many students, and Lin Yan, then a mere underachiever, was no exception. Observing Tang Yan's evasive demeanor, Lin Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words regarding the accusations leveled against him. Indeed, it seemed he had, for a time, played the role of an infatuated admirer. At this juncture, he began to recall the painful memories of his pursuit of Tang Yan, which had commenced during the first semester of their senior year. It was impossible to overlook the influence of Zhang Wei, the instigator of his folly, who had urged him, "As graduation approaches, do not leave any regrets in your high school life." It was this exhortation that had emboldened Lin Yan to declare his affections for Tang Yan. He had penned love letters and even confessed his feelings publicly in class. The shock of his confession had rendered Tang Yan momentarily speechless and in front of their peers. She had firmly rejected him. "Lin, you are a wonderful person, but we are currently focused on our studies. I believe you should dedicate yourself to your education," were her exact words, which unfortunately led Lin Yan to misconstrue her intentions. Did she not express a lack of affection for me? Could it be that I still harbor a chance? Receiving the proverbial nice guy card, Lin Yan mistakenly believed that Tang Yan reciprocated his feelings. Adhering to the principle he had gleaned from a social media platform that one must be tenacious in courting a girl, he embarked on his quest as an ardent admirer. From that moment forth, he made it a daily ritual to present Tang Yan with breakfast and leave love letters in her drawer. Each day after school, he shamelessly accompanied her home. Even Zhang Wei, witnessing Lin Yan's unwavering devotion, began to counsel him against persisting in such a futile endeavor. Yet, one must concede that Lin Yan possessed an inherent patience. If he had any redeeming quality, it was his perseverance. Had it not been for this trait, he might have faltered under the weight of his unrequited feelings long before the 9 months of persistence had elapsed. During that period, Lin Yan pursued Tang Yan relentlessly for 6 months. His infatuation became common knowledge throughout the school, yet his actions remained within acceptable bounds, making it difficult for others to chastise him. As for Tang Yan, she did not overtly express her disdain, but rather passively accepted his gestures of goodwill. Nevertheless, Lin Yan was no fool. After half a year of unwavering commitment, he ultimately experienced a moment of clarity. If Tang Yan truly harbored feelings for him, she would have expressed them over such an extended period. Coming to terms with reality, he finally ceased his foolish behaviors. After the beginning of the second semester of their senior year, he stopped harassing Tang Yan and returned to his own life. He vaguely recalled that, in response to his sudden change, Tang Yan had seemingly sought him out once. Yet, at that moment, she merely gazed at him inexplicably for a while before turning away without uttering a single word. As Lin Yan reflected upon his regrettable past, he could only wish to slap himself in the face. Why should he be made to atone for the embarrassing antics of his youth from so many years ago? Chapter 11. Intent to Kill? As Lin Yan endeavored to recall memories from years past, he appeared somewhat dazed, standing motionless and staring fixedly at the few individuals before him. Even Zhang Wei sensed that Lin Yan might still have lingering feelings for Tang Yan. Before he could alert Lin Yan, he heard that previously loud female voice resound once more. "I knew you had ill intentions. I warn you not to go too far. We are no longer classmates. Yan has no obligation to pay you any mind." The speaker was a girl standing beside Tang Yan, whom Lin Yan recognized as her closest friend. During his pursuit of Tang Yan, he had often been ridiculed by her. At that moment, she resembled a protective hen, shielding Tang Yan behind her. Tang Yan, somewhat at a loss, stood behind her friend, her eyes occasionally glancing toward Lin Yan. Being regarded as the school belle, Tang Yan naturally possessed a certain charm. Although she could not compare to the leading ladies Lin Yan had encountered, if Bai Luoyan were to be rated a perfect 10, Tang Yan would certainly merit an 8. With her cherubic face, a pair of innocent, expressive eyes, and an aura that mingled purity with a hint of fragility, it was undeniable that adolescent boys had little resistance against such girls. It was no wonder Lin Yan had been drawn to her. Before Lin Yan could articulate an explanation, one of the boys standing next to Tang Yan stepped forward. He positioned himself between Tang Yan and Lin Yan, his face adorned with a certain arrogance. And when he glanced at Lin Yan and the others, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Lin, I advise you to think wisely. After the college entrance examination, We will inhabit entirely different worlds. Someone like you can only encounter Yin Yan and me in a high school setting. I'll be frank. We are here today to celebrate our acceptance into Jianghai University. Henceforth, it is likely we will seldom, if ever, cross paths again. I hope you will refrain from bothering Yin Yan any further. Observing the self-important young man before him, Lin Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Who are you? Exactly. Indeed, Lin Yan could not recall who this pompous individual was. At this moment, Zhang Wei, visibly displeased, clicked his tongue and stepped forward as if to defend Lin Yan, retorting, Su Fuxian, mind your words. Upon hearing that name, Lin Yan finally recalled who this person was. His impression of Su Fuxian was primarily due to his name. Living in a city close to the Guangdong region, Lin Yan was accustomed to encountering many individuals from the south. Given the popularity of Hong Kong and Taiwan programs in their area, there were quite a few who spoke Cantonese. Both Su Fuxian and his father Su Dingfu possessed names that were rather amusing when pronounced in Cantonese, which is why Lin Yan remembered him. Despite the comical nature of his name, Su Fuxian was undeniably an exemplary student, consistently ranking at the top of his class. Much like Tang Yanyan, he often looked down upon Lin Yan and his peers, frequently flaunting his superiority before them. While Lin Yan might have felt anger at such provocations in the past, he now found them merely tedious. Observing that Zhang Wei was about to engage in a heated argument, Lin Yan swiftly restrained him. Upon seeing Zhang Wei's puzzled expression, Lin Yan gently shook his head. He then took a step forward, disregarding Su Fuxian, and approached Tang Yanyan and her friend. Noticing the guarded expressions on their faces, Lin Yan inclined his body slightly and apologized to Tang Yanyan. Classmate Tang, I sincerely apologize for my previous harassment, regardless of the shame associated with it. He acknowledged that his past actions had indeed caused her distress. Apologizing for his former mistakes did not seem problematic to him. He continued to explain, however, you may have misunderstood. I am merely accompanying a friend today. Our encounter here is purely coincidental. Rest assured, I have no intention of continuing to bother you now or in the future. Tang Yanyan and her friend were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's generous apology and explanation, unsure of how to respond. As Tang Yanyan observed Lin Yan, who now exuded calmness and composure, a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes. For some reason, the current Lin Yan felt entirely unfamiliar, as if he were a completely different person from the Lin Yan she remembered, one who had been shamelessly persistent. Yet, they had only been apart for 2 weeks. Before the college entrance examination, they had been in the same classroom. What could have caused such a drastic transformation? Her friend standing beside her shared a similar sentiment, astonished that Lin Yan would so graciously apologize to Tang Yanyan, which rendered her initial inclination to scold him utterly speechless. She managed to stammer, as long as you recognize your mistake. She, too, did not comprehend why she felt suddenly so anxious in front of Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Su Fuxian, standing behind Lin Yan, wore a scowl of indignation. The recent disregard shown by Lin Yan left him with an exceedingly unpleasant sensation. Hey, are you too? He bellowed, reaching out towards Lin Yan's shoulder. Yet, midway through his motion, Lin Yan, as if endowed with a sixth sense, abruptly turned and seized his hand, startling him into silence. Lin Yan remained silent, gazing at him with an expression of indifference, his eyes flashing with a hint of crimson. Although Lin Yan had done nothing but grasp his hand, Su Fuxian inexplicably felt a bone-chilling coldness enveloping him. How could he fathom the harrowing experiences that the man before him had endured? The murderous aura emanating from someone who had emerged from a sea of corpses was enough to render an ordinary person like him utterly motionless. At that moment, he was engulfed by an indescribable pressure. Unbeknownst to him, his body trembled slightly, a primal instinct responding to an unseen threat. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not pursue further. As the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, the oppressive aura dissipated as well. He released Su Fuxian's hand and turned away, as if nothing had transpired. Approaching Zhang Wei and the others, he tugged at Zhang Wei and remarked, "Let us go. What are we lingering for? Didn't we just start?" The others were perplexed as to why Su Fuxian, who had appeared ready to fight, suddenly stood frozen in place. Being outside the situation, they could not perceive the lethal energy Lin Yan had exuded moments prior. Zhang Wei simply assumed that Su Fuxian was merely pretending to be tough in front of them, and followed Lin Yan to the 2 pool tables they had previously arranged. It was only then that Su Fuxian came to his senses, his eyes instantly reddening. A surge of humiliation erupted within him. He yearned to confront Lin Yan. Yet, the memory of Lin Yan's lethal gaze flashed through his mind, and reason kept him rooted in place. Chapter 12. Self-inflicted humiliation. Lin Yan and his companions had reserved 2 small tables, forming pairs for the game. Naturally, Lin Yan teamed up with Zhang Wei. They played on the small table, known as Black 8, while Tang Yanyan and Su Fuxian were similarly paired at a distance, seemingly intent on maintaining space between themselves and Lin Yan. With a resounding crack, the final black ball sank into the pocket, and Zhang Wei stared in disbelief at the table cleared by Lin Yan's deft stroke. It was merely 20 minutes into their game, and he had already lost 4 rounds. In each match, his role had been to set up the balls, break, and then stand aside watching Lin Yan perform. Seriously, you this guy? You've hardly been home for over a week, have you? Have you been secretly training in the pool hall? Zhang Wei's speculation was not unfounded. He was acutely aware of Lin Yan's prowess. In their past visits to the pool hall, the games had always been closely contested. Oh, he is indeed different now? Unlike the Lin Yan of the past, who would have left him with some opportunities. However, now it feels as though the legendary rocket stands before him, utterly devoid of any means to resist. On the other hand, Lin Yan finds himself in a predicament as well. He has undeniably transformed, as previously mentioned, due to the various rewards bestowed upon him by the system. What Lin Yan did not anticipate was that even the skills of billiards had been embedded into his mind. He did not intend to humiliate Zhang Wei. It was merely that as he grasped the cue, his body instinctively acted before his mind could catch up. The sensation resembled that of muscle memory honed over decades of practice. Observing Zhang Wei's dazed expression, Lin Yan offered a sheepish smile and tentatively suggested, "How about another round? I'll let you have a 2-shot advantage." However, he was unprepared for how this remark ignited Zhang Wei's competitive spirit. "What do you mean, let? What is that supposed to imply? Come on, break. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. Let us make this interesting. The loser must call the winner daddy. What? Are you eager to become my adopted son? Enough with the chatter, let us play." Just as Zhang Wei rushed to seek another round of punishment, on the other side, Yin Yan, why are you always so distracted? Her best friend could no longer hold back and inquired about Tang Yanyan, who seemed lost in thought. "Huh, what? I'm not distracted at all. Really? Then why are you just standing there? It's your turn now." Her friend shot her an exasperated glance. "Is that so?" Tang Yanyan lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quietly approached the pool table. After casually poking at a ball, she couldn't help but glance over at Lin Yan again. Her friend, who had long sensed something was amiss, put down her cue in frustration. She was done playing and directly pulled Tang Yanyan to sit down, leaning in to whisper, "What's wrong? You seem to have an interest in that, Lin Yan." "No way. Don't say such things." Tang Yanyan quickly waved her hands in denial. "Yet you've been staring at him all day. Don't pretend otherwise. I can see it clearly." Faced with her friend's revelation, Tang Yanyan ceased to deny it. Furrowing her brow, she expressed her confusion. "It's not that. I just feel like Lin Yan has become a completely different person." Upon hearing this, her friend nodded in agreement. She recalled Lin Yan's presence before the moments ago and concurred. Indeed, strangely enough, although his appearance hasn't changed, he somehow seems a touch more handsome. Indeed, while the system had not altered Lin Yan's looks. However, after traversing through numerous realms, the transformation in Lin Yan's demeanor is irrevocable. The essence of one's temperament is an enigmatic phenomenon, akin to how the top sales associates of luxury brands can effortlessly discern the truly affluent. A self-assured individual, upon entering a boutique, exudes an air of confidence in both expression and posture. Confidence begets beauty, for once one possesses it, the spirit and countenance they project become strikingly different. Yet, Lin Yan embodies more than mere confidence. Whether on the battlefield or amidst courtly intrigues, he has become accustomed to the role of a superior. His recent demeanor in front of his parents and close friends can merely be deemed as a facade. When he reveals his true self to others, an undeniable aura of authority radiates from him. This very quality left Tang Yanyan and her friend bewildered during their recent apology to him. Such a man undoubtedly piques the curiosity and interest of women. "What are you discussing? Why have you stopped?" At that moment, Su Fuxian's voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation from behind. Startled, both Tang Yanyan and her friend exchanged glances. with her friend exhaling sharply and casting a disapproving look at him before replying. It's nothing. We were just talking about Lin. We're a bit tired and decided to take a break. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yanyan interjected. For reasons unknown, she was reluctant to mention Lin Yan in the presence of others. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Su Fuxian's eyes. Pretending not to have heard her friend's remark, he seized upon Tang Yanyan's words to say, "Oh, is that so? It's my fault for suggesting we play billiards after such a long day of shopping. How about we wrap this up and grab a bite outside?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Tang Yanyan inexplicably cast another glance toward Lin Yan. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, and she gently shook her head in refusal, saying, "No, let's play a bit longer. Besides, we've only just begun. Haven't we?" After speaking, she seemed to recall something, lowered her gaze to pick up her bag, and said, "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. You all continue." With that, she stood up and departed, oblivious to the fact that Su Fuxian's eyes were fixated on her retreating figure. Upon exiting the restroom, Tang Yanyan, who had initially intended to return, inexplicably found herself drawn toward Lin Yan and his companions. As she approached, she overheard Lin Yan's mischievous chuckle directed at Zhang Wei, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to seek torment? Come on, call me daddy for me to hear." Evidently, after several minutes of intense competition, Zhang Wei had once again succumbed to defeat. His face flushed crimson, yet he remained true to his word and shouted, "Damn it, Dad! Ah, my good son, I don't believe it. Let's play another round." At that moment, Tang Yanyan's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Lin Yan." Lin Yan and Zhang Wei turned around in confusion, finally spotting Tang Yanyan standing behind them. Both were taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, it was Lin Yan who curiously spoke first. "Is there something you need?" Tang Yanyan glanced at Lin Yan, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Wei. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she sighed and said, "It's nothing. I'm sorry." With that, she hurriedly turned to leave. Just as the two were left bewildered, Su Fuxian stepped in front of Tang Yanyan, his face pale with anger as he scrutinized her complex expression. He then directed a look of animosity towards Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, do you dare to compete with me in a game of snooker?" "Lin Yan, huh? Zhang Wei, awesome. Finally, someone foolish enough to seek out punishment." Chapter 13. You forced me to act pretentious. For those who have visited a billiard hall, it is generally known that there are two types of tables. One is the table that Lin Yan, Zhang Wei, and others are currently playing on, commonly referred to as Black 8 or small table. Typically, due to the brief duration of each game and the relatively low skill requirement, this is the most popular billiard variant among casual players. This style often incorporates an element of luck, exemplified by Zhang Wei's incessant exclamations about miraculous shots throughout the evening. If there is a small table, there naturally exists a large table as well. The large table refers to snooker. Unlike Black 8, snooker demands a higher level of skill, power, and experience. Forget about miraculous shots. For a novice, a single game could stretch into an entire day. Only those with a certain level of experience in billiards tend to engage in snooker. Consequently, due to the relatively low number of snooker players, billiard halls typically offer only 3 to 4 large tables. Today, Lin Yan and his friends found the same situation at their billiard hall. At this moment, Lin Yan and Su Fuxian had already made arrangements with the proprietor and approached the snooker table. While Lin Yan had a general understanding of Su Fuxian's motive for challenging him, he could not help but feel a twinge of irritation towards the latter's repeated provocations. Thus, after a brief pause, he ultimately accepted Su Fuxian's challenge. In stark contrast to Lin Yan's calm demeanor, Su Fuxian wore an expression of grim determination. His affection for Tang Yanyan was no secret. Many at school were aware of it. However, what remained undisclosed was that he had previously confessed his feelings to Tang Yanyan in private. The words of rejection he received mirrored those that Lin Yan had faced. Unlike Lin Yan, Su Fuxian had believed Tang Yanyan's claims of prioritizing her studies. Consequently, in his desire to be with her, he became even more diligent in his academic pursuits. He even accepted that, despite his commendable grades, he would only be able to choose from lesser programs at Jianhai University. Upon learning that Tang Yanyan aspired to enroll at Jianhai University, he resolutely decided to apply for the same program. Thus, when he discovered today that his wish had been fulfilled, he took the opportunity to invite his friends, including Tang Yanyan and her close companion, to join him. Initially, the day unfolded quite smoothly until he encountered Lin Yan. Su Fuxian's feelings towards Lin Yan's past infatuation were a tumultuous mix of jealousy and disdain. He envied Lin Yan's audacity in openly pursuing Tang Yanyan, while simultaneously loathing the fact that he dared to pursue his goddess. As soon as Su Fuxian laid eyes on Lin Yan, an instinctive urge to confront him surged within him. However, he was taken aback by Lin Yan's sudden transformation from an ordinary individual to someone seemingly formidable. To his astonishment, the aloof Tang Yanyan appeared to harbor a newfound curiosity towards Lin Yan. Su Fuxian noted her frequent glances in Lin Yan's direction while playing basketball. When he saw Tang Yanyan emerging from the restroom and making her way toward Lin Yan, jealousy surged within him, compelling him to follow discreetly. For reasons unknown, witnessing Tang Yanyan's hesitance in front of Lin Yan ignited a blaze of jealousy within him, prompting him to instinctively challenge Lin Yan. This led to the current predicament. The other 6 individuals present, too, lost interest in their game and gathered around. Upon noticing Su Fuxian's furious gaze, Lin Yan smirked dismissively and remarked, "Su, since you initiated this challenge, may I propose a wager?" "A wager?" Su Fuxian queried, slightly taken aback. Indeed, a challenge without stakes would be rather tedious. Since we are students and it is inappropriate to gamble money, how about this? Similar to what I just did with Zhang Wei. The loser calls the winner dad. Zhang Wei, suddenly drawn into the conversation, looked dismayed. Wait, why am I being dragged into this? Just focus on your match. Su Fuxian hesitated for a moment upon hearing Lin Yan's proposal. The notion of a father-son wager was one familiar to young men. While it could serve as a playful bonding experience among close friends, it was undoubtedly the most humiliating form of wager between rivals. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and confidently accepted Lin Yan's challenge, stating, "All right." Both Su Fuxian and his father, Su Dingfu, bore the character Fu in their names, signifying that they were not from humble beginnings. In fact, Su Fuxian, whose family operated a small business, was considered affluent in the local context. As a second-generation rich individual, his allowance was substantial. Unlike Zhang Wei and others, Su Fuxian frequently frequented the billiards room due to his passion for the game. Over time, his skills had become commendable among amateur players, which is why he had eagerly invited Tang Yanyan and her companions to play billiards. After all, who could resist the chance to impress their goddess? Thus, buoyed by a sense of confidence, he readily accepted Lin Yan's wager. In his eyes, Lin Yan, who could hardly be considered an amateur, stood no chance of defeating him in snooker. However, he failed to notice Zhang Wei's disdainful expression beside him when he agreed to the challenge. Suddenly, he found himself with an unexpected half-brother. At that moment, Su Fuxian was already envisioning the scene where Lin Yan would publicly address him as dad. With the balls set in place, the wager officially commenced, with Su Fuxian taking the first shot. Yet, after he executed his initial stroke, Lin Yan revealed a victorious smile. Such provocation. Did he truly believe himself to be formidable? It turned out he was merely a novice. Setting aside the peculiar stance of this player, Lin Yan had already discerned his inexperience merely by observing how he scattered the red balls during the break. With no red ball pocketed, it was now Lin Yan's turn. As he passed by Su Fuxian, he softly advised, "If I were you, I would find a seat." Su Fuxian raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed by his words. Yet, when he witnessed Lin Yan lean down to elevate his cue, an unexpected alarm surged within him. As someone who frequented the billiard halls, he had encountered a few skilled players. Although these so-called experts were merely hobbyists, sometimes one could glean insights merely from the way they positioned their cues. At that moment, Lin Yan's stance imparted an ominous feeling. Lin Yan circled the table, mentally plotting every possible shot. When he leaned down, he did not waste time aiming but executed his stroke with remarkable precision. Crack! The sharp sound of impact resonated as a red ball effortlessly dropped into the corner pocket. Yet, before that red ball had even settled, Lin Yan had already moved to his next position. Once again, he leaned down and struck, his movements fluid and unhurried. For reasons unknown, the onlookers became irresistibly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Lin Yan, aware of the shift in the crowd's demeanor, smirked inwardly, thinking, "This is not my intention. You compel me to showcase my prowess." Chapter 14, 147, A New Record. Crack, crack, crack. At some point, the previously boisterous billiard hall had gradually fallen into silence. Only the continuous sounds of billiard balls colliding echoed throughout the space. As the largest billiard hall in this small city, the venue usually teemed with patrons. Moreover, due to the recent conclusion of the college entrance examinations and the onset of summer vacation, it had even seen overcrowded scenes. However, those who were previously engrossed in their games slowly set down their cues, gravitating towards the grand snooker table at the center. As time passed, nearly everyone in the hall gathered, as if anticipating the emergence of a new record. Crack! As the black ball once again sank into the pocket, Su Fuxian, who had initially brimmed with confidence, now wore a pallid expression. At this moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Lin Yan's earlier words. Since I am on the table, there is no need for you to play anymore. Quickly find a seat and rest. Meanwhile, the voices of those around him rendered his countenance even more uncomfortable. Surely, he had surpassed the score limit. Yes, indeed, he had exceeded it. As long as he avoided consecutive mistakes, victory was almost guaranteed. Who is this kid? So formidable. I've never seen him before. Could he be from another city? He seems to possess at least a professional level of skill. Is it possible that a professional would come here to compete? By the way, who is his opponent? So audacious. Aren't they afraid of developing a psychological shadow? I believe it's that pale-faced lad. I vaguely recall them mentioning a father-son match. Competing against a professional in a father-son match? Surely, it would be a rush to acknowledge one's paternity. As the murmurs grew louder around him, Su Fuxian tightened his grip on the cue, his expression transforming into one of clenched teeth and barely contained fury. In the realm of snooker, it is customary for the venue to assign a staff member to act as the referee, responsible for scoring, retrieving the balls, and placing them. Typically, venues employ students as part-time help for this purpose. However, due to the larger crowd today, the owner had taken on the role of referee for Lin Yan's match. As Lin Yan's pace of play quickened, the owner's figure moved about so swiftly that it seemed to blur. Yet, rather than expressing any complaint, the owner's excitement mounted. The actions of that youthful player inexplicably reminded him of the legendary snooker star, Ronnie O'Sullivan. The rhythm of his seamless, rapid-fire shots, each sinking effortlessly into the pockets, was akin to a flawless musical performance, captivating all who beheld it. He had surpassed the score limit. Could it be that today he would witness the miraculous achievement of a 147? As he once more adjusted the scoreboard, the owner felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect. The term 147 refers to the theoretical maximum score achievable in snooker. Yet, even in professional tournaments, attaining a 147 is an exceedingly challenging feat. Some events even offer monetary rewards to players who accomplish this milestone. In ordinary venues like this one, it might take years before such an achievement graces the tables. The owner had even established a prize for the first customer to score a 147. Regrettably, over the past few years, no one had managed to claim that reward. However, today, the owner had a strong premonition that the young man before him might just take home that long-awaited prize. With a resounding crack, after clearing all the red balls, Lin Yan commenced his final sweep of the colored balls. He paid no heed to the gasps of admiration emanating from the spectators around him, instead immersing himself in his own world. In that moment, he was utterly absorbed in the enjoyment of the game. Unbeknownst to him, however, Tang Yinyan's gaze upon him grew increasingly luminous, as if infused with an unprecedented emotion. In truth, she held little interest in snooker and scarcely understood its rules. Yet, at that moment, she perceived the young man before her as if he were radiating light. Indeed, his intense focus on a singular pursuit captivated her, drawing her in without her realizing. Though his appearance remained unchanged, she felt an inexplicable allure emanating from him. Fortunately, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, and no one noticed the peculiar expression in her eyes. No, one person did observe it, Su Fuxian. Witnessing Tang Yinyan's entranced gaze, he felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Just then, a thunderous cheer erupted around them. 147. He scored a 147. Goodness, I told you he is a professional. The speed is terrifying. It couldn't have taken him more than 10 minutes to clear the table, right? 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Wait, are you serious? You were timing it? No, that was the duration of my bladder's endurance. With the final black ball pocketed, only the white ball remained on the table. Lin Yan had indeed accomplished the miraculous feat of clearing the table in one stroke. Zhang Wei, exhilarated, leapt beside Lin Yan, embracing him and exclaiming, "Buddy, You still claim you Haven tea practiced in secret. You're absolutely extraordinary. However, in contrast to the crowd's excitement, Lin Yan's expression showed little fluctuation. He cast a glance at Su Fuxian, whose face was ashen, and with a hint of mockery in his smile, said, "All right, a bet is a bet. Go ahead and call." At that moment, Su Fuxian's eyes brimmed with deep resentment. Yet, surrounded by so many people, even if he wished to back out, he found it difficult. After a brief struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and shouted at Lin Yan, "Dad." Having uttered those words, he tossed away his cue and swiftly turned to leave. His pride wouldn't allow him to linger as if nothing had happened. The boys who had been with him immediately chased after, while Tang Yinyan's friend hesitated for a few seconds before pulling Tang Yinyan along. Tang Yinyan had initially wanted to say something to Lin Yan, but was ultimately led away by her friend. As she watched Su Fuxian depart, Lin Yan refrained from further ridicule. For him, such childish provocations no longer stirred any inner turmoil. Since the other party had conceded defeat, there was no need for him to gloat further. He gazed with mild exasperation at Zhang Wei, who was tugging insistently at his sleeve, and teased, "Look here, good son. Have you spotted the brother I found for you?" As fate would have it, the proprietor of the billiards room, upon their departure, not only waived the fees for several patrons, but also bestowed a cash reward of 500 yuan for Lin Yan's remarkable achievement of a 147 break. Though modest in amount, Lin Yan and his companions indulged in a delightful feast with this unexpected windfall at the mall. By the time Lin Yan returned home, dusk had settled in. After closing the door, reminiscing about the day's joyous events brought a long-lost smile to his lips. Compared to the ambition of becoming an emperor, this was the life he truly desired. Chapter 15. University registration. In the month that followed, Lin Yan transformed his previously languid lifestyle. Although endowed with a robust physique by the system, he understood the principle that stagnation leads to regression, no matter how strong the body. Neglecting exercise would inevitably result in deterioration. Thus, he began rising at 6:30 each morning, embarking on an hour of running, followed by aerobic exercises in the square. He concluded his routine with a session of Ba Duan Jin to catch his breath. Notably, Lin Yan had learned this ancient exercise from a master during his previous adventures through various worlds. Subsequently, he would partake in breakfast before spending time in the park, observing the elderly gentleman engaged in chess. Even without the system's enhancements, Lin Yan's chess skills had developed impressively through his experiences across different realms. Now, with the system's support, he could even contend for professional titles. As time passed, he transitioned from spectator to challenger. Gradually, the elderly men began arriving punctually each day, eager to claim a victory against him. With Lin Yan's vast experience spanning over 70 or 80 years, he forged genuine friendships with several of these gentlemen. Watching his son seamlessly blend among a group of elderly men practicing Ba Duan Jin and engaging in chess with a teapot in hand, Lin Yan's father couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. This young man seemed to have entered a retirement lifestyle ahead of schedule. Regardless, having endured countless schemes and deceptions, Lin Yan reveled in this rare and leisurely existence. Thus, amidst mornings of exercise, afternoons of chess, and evenings spent with close friends, Lin Yan's summer vacation gradually came to a close. As summer faded, he prepared for the commencement of classes at Shanghai University. During this period, his close friend Zhang Wei had privately inquired about the university Lin Yan intended to attend. Lin Yan merely mentioned his plans to study in Shanghai City, which elicited great joy from Zhang Wei, who revealed he too had chosen a university in Shanghai City. Unlike the smaller town where Lin Yan lived, Shanghai City, as a first-tier metropolis in Huaxia, boasted nearly a dozen universities, although only Shanghai University was widely recognized. Zhang Wei refrained from speculating about Lin Yan's acceptance to Shanghai University, as he believed their academic performances were quite similar, both being of average standing. Upon discovering that Zhang Wei would also be attending a university in the same city, Lin Yan felt a mixture of surprise and mild discomfort. While others enjoyed the innocent camaraderie of childhood friends, he found himself accompanied by a lingering specter of a brother. Was his destiny truly fated to collide with iron pillars? Shanghai City lay quite a distance away, prompting Lin Yan to begin packing his belongings early in preparation for his journey. Just before his departure, his typically irritable mother revealed an unexpected gentleness, assisting him with his packing while offering gentle admonitions about taking care of his health. Although Lin Yan feigned impatience, deep within, he savored the long-awaited warmth of maternal love he had yearned for over decades. As for his father, he epitomized the archetypal Chinese paternal figure. Remaining seated with his phone in the living room, his occasional glances at Lin Yan's small movements betraying his concern. "All right, Mom. There's no need to pack so many clothes. If it comes to it, I can always buy more once I arrive. Your suitcase is nearly bursting," he remarked. Lin Mother, surveying the overflowing luggage, nodded in reluctant agreement, her expression tinged with regret. As the high-speed train gradually pulled away, Lin Yan bid farewell to the city he had called home for 18 years, embarking on a new chapter of his life. Upon arriving at Shanghai University, he was met with a bustling scene teeming with students. As a prestigious institution renowned across the nation, Shanghai University welcomed thousands of new students each year, and today marked the first day of their enrollment. Following the signs, Lin Yan wheeled his suitcase to the registration area. Perhaps influenced by the vibrant energy of the surrounding youth, a smile unconsciously graced his face. However, the conversations of the upperclassmen nearby piqued his interest. "Hey, have you heard? It seems the heiress of the Bai family is coming to our school. Are you talking about the head of the Bai clan? No way. Is she really coming here? Didn't you see the school news? She even donated a teaching building to the university. It was featured in the school newspaper. Why would she come here?" Indeed, while Shanghai University boasted an esteemed reputation nationally, for someone from the Bai family, a top-tier aristocracy, and now the head of the family, there seemed little incentive to seek validation here. The mention of the Bai heiress stirred something within Lin Yan. He recalled his intention to search for her photo online, a thought interrupted by Zhang Wei's invitation, causing him to forget. Strangely, the news of her presence at the university instilled a vague sense of unease within him. Shaking his head as if to dispel the unsettling feeling, he approached the registration desk, ready to speak to the two senior sisters seated there. Just then, two somewhat familiar voices echoed from behind him. "Lin Yan? Lin Yan." The first voice carried a note of surprise, while the latter unmistakably resonated with anger. Lin Yan turned around and, to his surprise, recognized the familiar faces of Su Fuxian and Tang Yinyan. He recalled that during their previous encounter at the billiard hall, they had mentioned their intention to apply to Shanghai University. Before he could utter a word, Su Fuxian had already stepped forward, his demeanor shifting back to the haughty arrogance he often exhibited, seemingly oblivious to his earlier disheveled state. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan and his luggage, speaking with an air of contempt. "What brings you here? Don't tell me you've come to study." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Well, you've already said it all. What else is there for me to say?" Upon observing Lin Yan's expression, Su Fuxian's suspicions were further solidified. He cast a triumphant glance at Tang Yinyan behind him before turning to Lin Yan with a scornful gaze. "I should have warned you not to bother Tang Yinyan again. I didn't expect you to shamelessly follow her here. Do you really think you belong at Shanghai University? You're nothing but a sycophant." He emphasized the word sycophant, deliberately raising his voice to draw the attention of those nearby. Although the crowd was unclear about the specifics of the situation, they quickly inferred the context from the preceding remarks. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Yan ranged from disdainful to pitying, with many more eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, Lin Yan remained unperturbed, regarding Su Fuxian with the same amusement one might reserve for a clown. Gradually, he raised his hand, waving his acceptance letter in front of Su Fuxian, and teasingly remarked, "Young man, perhaps you should open your eyes and see what this is before you speak to me." Su Fuxian's face flushed with anger as memories of his previous humiliation resurfaced. Ignoring him, Lin Yan turned and placed his acceptance letter on the desk at the new student registration area, addressing the seniors standing before him. "Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to my dormitory?" The senior, momentarily captivated by Lin Yan's radiant smile, seemed taken aback. After regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly took the acceptance letter, softly saying, "All right, just a moment. Let me check." "Lin Yan? Oh, your dormitory is in Building B, room 520. Would you like me to personally escort you there?" Disregarding the senior's playful suggestion, Lin Yan softly thanked her before turning to leave. At this moment, Su Fuxian was still in disbelief, stammering, "You really got in here?" Chapter 16. You Can't Escape, My Grand Tutor. It was no wonder he found it hard to believe. Even Lin Yan's closest friend, Zhang Wei, had been skeptical upon first hearing the news. Since all universities in Shanghai City had synchronized their orientation schedules, Lin Yan had come together with Zhang Wei this time. Only after boarding the high-speed train did Lin Yan reveal that he was enrolled at Shanghai University. Aware that Zhang Wei would be skeptical, he deliberately produced his acceptance letter. Upon seeing the authentic document, a distinct look of sorrow crossed Zhang Wei's face. He remained silent, casting a melancholic gaze at Lin Yan, as if to say, "I considered you a brother, yet you have been secretly striving behind my back." Returning to the present, Su Fuxian finally regained his composure from earlier confusion. Lin Yan's indifference ignited a fiery rage within him. In a fit of emotion, he dashed after Lin Yan, seizing his arm. Tang Yin, feeling anxious, approached and exclaimed, "Su Fuxian, what are you doing?" Her words extinguished the last remnants of his rationality. With gritted teeth, he glared at Lin Yan and shouted in fury, "So you've managed to get in, but you're just a sycophant. I warned you to stay away from her." Lin Yan halted, turning to regard Su Fuxian with a glimmer of cold disdain. At that moment, he too felt a sense of impatience. Who granted this fellow the audacity to provoke him repeatedly? Did he truly believe himself to be a soft target? Just as Lin Yan clenched his fists, preparing to deliver a stern warning to this ungrateful individual, a cacophony of gasps erupted around them. What on earth is that? Is a leader here for an inspection? Are you foolish? What leader would arrive in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? They'd be terrified of going too slowly. Could it be that the daughter of the Bai family has truly come to our school? Their astonishment was understandable, for a convoy of several black vehicles was approaching the school gates. At the center of this procession was a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although it was not uncommon for parents to drive their children for enrollment, such a synchronized convoy was indeed a first. As the vehicles came to a halt, dozens of individuals clad in black exited and stood in formation. One of them approached the Rolls-Royce and respectfully opened the door. A long, snowy white leg emerged first, and the occupant of the vehicle began to disembark slowly. As this figure appeared, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The only thought that resonated in the minds of the onlookers was one of breathtaking beauty. Stepping out of the car was a girl of unparalleled grace. Clad in a flowing white dress, she could not conceal her nearly perfect curves. Cascading dark hair fell gracefully over her attire, while her exposed skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow. Her dark, captivating eyes sparkled like the brightest stars, drawing one in effortlessly. Beneath a delicately upturned nose lay a pair of crimson lips. If there are individuals destined from birth to be protagonists, this girl before them surely embodied that essence. She radiated like the sun, instantly becoming the most resplendent presence upon her arrival. Yet, her beauty was so striking that those who beheld her could not help but instinctively lower their heads in reverence. Certainly, beyond her extraordinary beauty, it is the aura of the young maiden that captivates. Though she utters no words, her mere presence instills a sense of inadequacy in those before her, evoking an irresistible inclination to submit. Her arrival halts the commotion of Su Fuxian, who becomes rigid as he gazes at the maiden in the distance. Unlike him, Lin Yan beside him appears utterly aghast, his face betraying an unprecedented fear, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Why is she here? Perhaps it is the peculiarity in Lin Yan's gaze that catches her attention, prompting her to turn and meet his eyes. In that moment of shared vision, it seems as though the world around them dissipates into mere air. Upon seeing Lin Yan, a distinct brightness flickers in her eyes. She remains silent but strides purposefully toward him. As she steps forward, the crowd instinctively parts, creating a path for her. She glides through the throng like a regal queen, arriving at Lin Yan's side. By now, Su Fuxian has already relinquished his hold on Lin Yan. Faced with the enchanting maiden, his expression shifts to one of alarm, and he instinctively steps back. Before Lin Yan, the maiden's eyes reveal a complex tapestry of emotions, excitement, affection, and a hint of grievance. A subtle smile graces her lips, transforming her previously frosty demeanor into that of a gentle blossom. She delicately lifts Lin Yan's chin with her finger, leaning in close to whisper, "I have found you, my esteemed tutor." Lin Yan's throat constricts, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the gaze of the exquisite beauty before him, there is no trace of desire, only an overwhelming sense of dread. He stammers, "Why are you here?" Bai Luoyan. Indeed, he recognizes the striking figure before him as Bai Luoyan. Though she appears somewhat younger than the last time they met, her visage and presence unmistakably belong to her. The unease in his heart has materialized into a tangible reality. From the moment he heard tales of the Bai family's illustrious daughter, he sensed something amiss. Yet, when faced with the truth, disbelief overwhelms him. Why is she in this realm? Is she not the protagonist of that world? He had never encountered stories of two-dimensional beings traversing into three-dimensional existence. Observing the evident turmoil in Lin Yan's eyes, Bai Luoyan's smile broadens. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she takes a step back, retreating from their previous intimate proximity. Feeling the softness before him recede, Lin Yan suddenly experienced an emptiness within. Something was amiss. It must surely be due to this 18-year-old body and had nothing to do with him. As Lin Yan silently recited the Tao Te Ching in an attempt to calm himself, Bai Luoyan had already turned to gaze at Tang Yanyan behind her. Sensing Bai Luoyan's scrutiny, Tang Yanyan froze momentarily, instinctively lowering her head. The Grand Tutor has a penchant for such things? After appraising Tang Yanyan with a discerning eye, a flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Luoyan's gaze. She then directed her scornful expression towards Su Fuxian, saying, "If you utter another word, I shall ensure you are rendered mute for life." Su Fuxian's expression shifted. He had intended to say something further, but, upon meeting Bai Luoyan's icy stare, prudently sealed his lips. Satisfied with his reaction, Bai Luoyan nodded approvingly and turned to resume her gaze at Lin Yan, only to find her smile abruptly falter. At that moment, Lin Yan was nowhere to be seen. Looking up, she noticed Lin Yan sprinting towards the school with his suitcase held aloft, as if fleeing from some primordial beast. Bai Luoyan did not feel anger. Rather, she watched Lin Yan's retreating figure, her delicate tongue brushing against her lips as she murmured, "You cannot escape this time, my Grand Tutor." Chapter 17. Please, don't be like this. I am somewhat frightened. Lin Yan ran from the school gate all the way to his dormitory in one breath. Only after closing the door behind him did he finally feel a semblance of safety. Leaning against the door, he panted heavily, his pupils quivering incessantly. Something was profoundly amiss. Why was Bai Luoyan here? Was she not the empress of that world? How could she possibly be in this realm? What would become of the original world? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn system. I considered you a brother, yet you stabbed me in the back?" Only that system could orchestrate such a scenario. It knew full well that he feared for his life at the hands of Bai Luoyan, yet it brought her here? Was this some form of interdimensional pursuit? With the once bright future now shrouded in shadow, Lin Yan clutched his hair in distress. "I ask you, have you lost your mind? Should we not visit the infirmary?" At that moment, a voice echoed before Lin Yan. He looked up to see three unfamiliar young men gazing at him with curiosity. It appeared these three were to be his roommates. Having recently arrived, and knowing they would share the next 4 years together, they exchanged introductions and began conversing casually in the dormitory. Suddenly, a figure burst through the door, hastily shutting it behind him, as if fleeing from a relentless pursuer. After the door closed, the young man still wore a pained expression, murmuring about some system and his brother's nonsense. Out of concern, one of his companions could not help but inquire. It was only then that Lin Yan, who had just realized there were others in the room, managed a wry smile. He was not in the mood to forge friendships with his roommates. After a forced smile at the three, he made his way to the last empty bed and lay down upon it, noticing his unwillingness to engage. The other three exchanged glances but chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, lying on the bed, closed his eyes and continued to ponder. "I must escape. I cannot remain at this school any longer. But where can I flee? She is now the young lady of the Bai family. With our disparate backgrounds, wouldn't she toy with me as one would with a mere dog? Perhaps I could run abroad? No, fleeing abroad might hasten my demise. Wait, why should I run? I haven't wronged her. I merely feigned death to extricate myself from a situation. Besides, wasn't she initially plotting against me?" As Lin Yan spiraled into his thoughts, the voice of his roommate broke through once more. "Hey, would you like to join us for a meal at the cafeteria?" It was midday, and after conversing for a moment, the three decided to band together for a meal. Before departing, they glanced at Lin Yan, who lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, and decided to inquire about this peculiar new roommate. Lin Yan opened his eyes and, looking apologetic, said, "No, thank you. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll pass on the meal. You all go ahead." Seeing Lin Yan's pale complexion, which had turned ashen from shock, the three accepted his words with some belief. They did not press him further and turned to leave the dormitory. Once they were gone, Lin Yan resumed his contemplation about his future while remaining on the bed. However, a few moments later, the door swung open unexpectedly. Just as he wondered how they had returned so quickly, a familiar voice pierced the air beside him. "This room is a bit cramped. Would you like to live with me outside the school?" Realizing who had arrived, Lin Yan sprang out of bed with a sudden jolt. Faced with the smiling Bai Luoyan, he felt a headache beginning to form. Yet, compared to before, he was significantly calmer now. Observing Bai Luoyan as she twirled a strand of hair while gazing at him with affection, he helplessly asked, "Bai Luoyan, this is a boys' dormitory. So what? Is there anywhere I am not allowed to go?" "Well, you could always try the boys' restroom." Although unsure of Lin Yan's thoughts, Bai Luoyan, drawing upon years of familiarity, sensed something amiss. She wrinkled her delicate nose in displeasure, yet upon catching sight of Lin Yan's countenance, her expression gradually softened. She inched closer to him. But with every step she took, Lin Yan instinctively retreated. However, when his back pressed against the bed frame, he realized that he had nowhere left to escape. At that moment, Bai Luoyan finally drew near. Lin Yan, who had intended to utter a few words, found himself momentarily halted as he locked eyes with her. He was taken aback to see tears streaming down her cheeks. In his memories, he recalled the anguish that Bai Luoyan had endured as a child following the demise of the late emperor. He remembered her stubborn expression while she practiced under his guidance, as well as her ruthless demeanor when confronting foes in her adulthood. Yet, throughout all these moments, she had never shed a tear in his presence, not even when she had been gravely injured on the battlefield. And now, this resolute empress was weeping before him. Seeing Bai Luoyan in such a state softened Lin Yan's heart. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the young woman's face, whispering soothingly, "Do not cry, my dear." However, his words bore no effect. Bai Luoyan's lips quivered as she buried her face against him and began to weep audibly. Lin Yan, at a loss, gently patted her back, his hands resting there as the two remained silent, with only her muffled sobs resonating within the room. Yet, true to her nature, Bai Luoyan eventually found solace after releasing her pent-up grievances, gradually ceasing her tears. Reluctantly, she withdrew from Lin Yan's embrace. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at him. As she stared, her eyes began to glaze over. Unable to contain herself, she reached out to caress Lin Yan's face, murmuring softly, "Sir, you seem younger." Lin Yan was at a loss for words, responding only with silence. Observing the rare display of emotion on his face, Bai Luoyan suddenly broke into a smile. She leaned in closer, greedily inhaling the scent that lingered around him, murmuring, "Sir, I have searched for you with great difficulty. This time, you cannot escape. I shall pursue you relentlessly." Witnessing Bai Luoyan's endearing demeanor, Lin Yan felt a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Whether it was the tearful Bai Luoyan from before or the one now nestled against him, both were facets of her he had never witnessed. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered a slightly trembling voice to speak. Bai Luoyan, please do not be this way. It frightens me." Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized his error. "No, I do not mean to imply that I fear you." Just as he scrambled to clarify, Bai Luoyan, who had been nuzzling against him like a small kitten, paused. She slowly lifted her head, the previous shyness now replaced by a serene composure. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Lin Yan felt a jolt within him. Being well acquainted with Bai Luoyan, he recognized this as her manifestation of anger. Sure enough, a chilling voice escaped Bai Luoyan's lips. "I've waited for you for 18 years and searched for you for 18 years. You dare to tell me you fear me?" "No, that is not what I meant," Lin Yan stammered. "Was your faking your death also out of fear?" "No, it was because, or perhaps you're simply eager to return home and continue being that sycophant for Tang Yan." "Huh." Lin Yan was momentarily at a loss, and Bai Luoyan's eyes flashed with fury as she gripped his arms tightly. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "Here I am, a fair-skinned, beautiful empress, openly expressing my affection for you every day, and you remain indifferent, all because of that white moonlight?" "What white moonlight?" Lin Yan retorted. "That was from before I crossed over." "I don't care. Is the empress so unreasonable? Do you dare to let me finish a single sentence? That little girl can't even compare to Shengwan Wanyu, who came here with me. What do you find appealing about her? You're passing up a feast for mere wild greens? Isn't it a bit too much to liken others to wild greens?" "Wait, hold on. Little you is here too?" "Lin Yan, Is this the crux of what I'm saying? Ah. Before Lin Yan could respond further, Bai Luoyin pushed him down onto the bed. Without allowing him to rise, she swung one long, fair leg over him and seated herself atop him. Feeling the softness beneath him, Lin Yan's face flushed crimson. Bai Luoyin, what do you intend to do? I wonder. Wah. At that moment, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. Before he could gather his wits, Bai Luoyin tugged at his shirt, caressing his abdominal muscles. When he looked up, the image of Bai Luoyin bore no resemblance to her usual composed facade in front of others. A dangerous, haunting smile graced her lips, and an eerie glint sparkled in her eyes. Just as Lin Yan attempted to raise his hands to halt her, Bai Luoyin leaned down, pressing her entire being against his chest, while her hands ensnared his, pinning them above his head. Hey, this seems rather precarious. Lin Yan swallowed hard, staring into her slightly squinted eyes as he asked, You wouldn't actually be serious, would you? You should know that I never joke. Bai Luoyin gently bit her lip, a strand of hair cascading onto Lin Yan's face, igniting an unusual sensation within him. Aren't you afraid of me? Don't you always want to flee? Today, I shall claim you right here, and we shall see if you can still run. Master, it is you who taught me this. To attain what one desires, one must strive diligently to seize it, whether through conquest or cunning, even by any means necessary. Victory must be achieved. Yes, I have imparted such lessons to you. But I never taught you to coerce a virtuous man. What is this about conquest? Do you perceive me as an adversary or a beloved? And what is with that deranged expression upon your face? After 15 years of guidance, I was oblivious to this facet of your character. As Bai Luoyin drew nearer, Lin Yan discerned her earnest intent. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden sound of a door creaking open interrupted them. Both froze and instinctively turned their gazes toward the entrance. To their astonishment, Lin Yan's 3 roommates stood there, wide-eyed, as if grappling with disbelief, perhaps thinking the scene before them was merely an illusion. After a brief pause, they closed the door only to reopen it moments later. Indeed, what transpired was undeniably real. In an instant, the 3 displayed expressions of envy and indignation, making Lin Yan feel akin to a traitor. Calculating the time, he realized they must have just returned from the dining hall. Upon seeing the unexpected trio, a hint of regret flashed in Bai Luoyin's eyes. She had no qualms about her relationship with Lin Yan, but she would not permit others to witness it. Swiftly, she descended from Lin Yan's embrace, brushed off her white dress, and turned to the onlookers, presenting them with a flawless smile. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Yan's girlfriend, Bai Luoyin. I hope you will take good care of him from now on. With that, she offered a slight bow and departed as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the 3 roommates remained entranced by Bai Luoyin's recent smile, behaving like smitten fools. She smiled at me. At this moment, Lin Yan finally sat up from his bed, hastily adjusting his shirt. Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, he forced a rather awkward smile and attempted to explain, What just happened is not as you might imagine. Do you believe me? Huh. What a scoundrel. So hypocritical. Truly enviable. Regardless, Lin Yan had inadvertently bridged a gap with his roommates in an unprecedented manner. Reflecting on Bai Luoyin's words, he could at least ascertain one truth. She was not there to seek vengeance. The impact of her presence had left him momentarily devoid of rational thought. Even if, in their former world, Bai Luoyin had intended to harm him, it was solely due to his interference with her dominion. There was, in fact, no animosity between them. How could she possibly traverse to this world to pursue him? However, recalling the sickly sweet demeanor of Bai Luoyin, a sudden chill coursed through him. He possessed a strong premonition that his upcoming university life would be quite arduous. With the assurance that Bai Luoyin harbored no murderous intent towards him, Lin Yan naturally abandoned any thoughts of leaving the university. Consequently, he took the initiative to quickly forge a bond with his 3 new roommates. Beside him was a sturdy fellow with a dark complexion, exuding an air of simple honesty. This individual, reminiscent of his African counterparts, was named He Chong, hailing from a rural area in the north. According to his own account, his family were quintessential farmers, and the sun-kissed hue of his skin was a testament to his hard labor in the fields. Yet, such toil did not hinder his academic achievements. Through sheer determination, he secured admission to the prestigious Jianghai University, becoming a source of pride for his village. Opposite Lin Yan's bed lay a strikingly different character. This individual boasted a fair complexion and possessed a face that epitomized the delicate features favored by contemporary women. His name was Yun Tianhua, a local of Zhanghai. Although he did not explicitly state his background, his attire and manner of speaking suggested that he was either affluent or of noble descent. As for the last roommate, he too was a native of Zhanghai, distinguished by his heavy black-rimmed glasses. His attire and appearance were exceedingly ordinary, belonging to that category of individuals who would easily blend into a crowd. Despite his unremarkable exterior, he bore an extraordinary name, Fu Yinjie. One could easily imagine the painful childhood he endured after his name was featured in an advertisement. However, upon becoming slightly acquainted with him, one would discover that he was, in fact, the most intriguing of the group. Lin Yan often felt that Fu Yinjie and Zhang Wei could become great friends. Chapter 19. Military training. Lin Yan felt a sense of relief when Bai Luoyan did not make another appearance throughout the day. After familiarizing himself with his 3 roommates, he joined them in exploring Zhanghai University. As a renowned institution, Zhanghai University sprawls over a considerable area. Beyond its magnificent lecture halls, the university is celebrated for its expansive artificial lake and park-like courtyard design. As they traversed the grounds that would be home for the next 4 years, a smile gradually adorned Lin Yan's face. His choice of Zhanghai University was rooted in a long-held admiration for the school, not due to Tang Yan, but rather because he had long heard tales of its picturesque surroundings. Of course, the university's reputation for nurturing beauty was also a significant factor. By evening, Lin Yan finally experienced the university's dining hall alongside his roommates. Indeed, even at Zhanghai University, the cafeteria's culinary offerings leave much to be desired. After a leisurely day at school, Lin Yan and his companions finally faced the first hurdle of university life, military training. Although it was the end of August, the weather in Zhanghai City remained sweltering. The blazing sun hung overhead as the newly admitted students, clad in green uniforms, resembled blocks maneuvering on the training ground. The so-called military training consisted of exercises such as squats, standing up, and marching, along with practicing military posture. While these tasks appeared simple, only those who had experienced them could comprehend the discomfort of standing rigidly under the sun for half an hour. Among them, Lin Yan was exempt from such hardships. Yet, even as he stood in military posture, his mind was unsettled due to the captivating figure before him. As anticipated, Bai Luoyan was in the same class as him. Furthermore, he recognized Shangwan Wanyu standing beside her. Earlier that morning, Bai Luoyan had approached him with a cheerful smile, though she did not speak, merely passing by. It was Shangwan Wanyu who smiled and nodded at him before departing. Although Lin Yan was perplexed by Bai Luoyan's calm demeanor today, contrasting her earlier fierce disposition, he remained vigilant. After an hour of training, they were finally granted a brief respite. He Chong and the others, drenched in sweat, looked at Lin Yan, who appeared relatively unchanged, with astonishment, exclaiming, "You, my friend, have remarkable stamina." Lin Yan smiled slightly, but refrained from responding. Setting aside the formidable physique granted by the system, he had previously held the rank of general in other realms. Compared to those days in the military, the training before him was trivial. Suddenly, Lin Yan sensed numerous gazes directed his way. Turning to investigate, he found Bai Luoyan was indeed the source of attention. It must be said that a naturally beautiful person looks enchanting in anything. Even the unappealing military uniform did not diminish Bai Luoyan's allure. For the sake of convenience during training, she had tied her hair back in a neat ponytail, the loose collar of her shirt revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Shangwan Wanyu followed closely behind her. Bai Luoyan raised an eyebrow slightly, prompting Shangwan Wanyu to step forward and, as if performing magic, produced 3 bottles of water to hand to Lin Yan's 3 roommates. Bai Luoyan, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, softly addressed the trio, "Gentlemen, would you kindly allow me some time alone with my boyfriend?" "No problem, we'll take our leave immediately." The 3, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yan's desperate gaze, accepted the bottles of water and promptly vacated the area. As they departed, the 3 fools boasted, "Look, at least we have water gifted by a beautiful girl." Once the others departed, Bai Luoyan made herself comfortable, sitting closely beside Lin Yan, while Shangwan Wanyu stood protectively behind them like a sentinel. The proximity of their bodies created an unmistakably intimate atmosphere. Feeling the softness that nearly brushed against his skin, Lin Yan's heart raced, and his thoughts began to drift. However, the piercing gazes surrounding him, almost lethal in their intensity, swiftly grounded him back to reality. Clearing his throat, he addressed Bai Luoyan. Could you perhaps exercise a little caution? After all, there are still many people around. Well, I am not afraid of being the only girl here. Why should you be? Her words held a semblance of logic, leaving Lin Yan momentarily at a loss for a retort. He turned his attention to the ever-watchful Shangwan Wanyu, attempting to divert the conversation. Hi, Wanyu. It's been a while. To his surprise, her response left him momentarily speechless. Young master, I actually saw you the very day after your college entrance examination. You simply didn't notice. Whether it was her address or the content of her words, it rendered Lin Yan somewhat tongue-tied. Choosing silence, he closed his mouth. For reasons unknown by Luoyan, who had been so persistent the previous day, also fell into silence, leaning against Lin Yan. Thus, the two sat side by side in quietude, lost in their thoughts as they gazed at the playground before them. Yet, from her vantage point behind them, Shangwan Wanyu perceived this scene not as awkward but rather harmonious. Inhaling the subtle fragrance that wafted from Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan recognized it was not perfume but the natural scent that she carried. This aroma was familiar to him, having lingered in his memories for over a decade. In a moment of reverie, he found himself transported back to a particular instant in the past, the day before he and Bai Luoyan prepared to strike back after years of recuperation following their escape from the capital. They had sat together on a hillside, much like they were now. Back then, Bai Luoyan, still youthful, was vibrant and spirited. Standing before Lin Yan, she pointed to the landscape and declared, "Sir, I shall conquer this land and present it to you as a gift." At that time, observing her earnest expression, Lin Yan merely smiled and replied, "All right." Yet, in the depths of his mind, shadows of potential tragedies loomed. "What are you thinking about?" Bai Luoyan, though seemingly fixated on the playground, had been acutely aware of Lin Yan beside her. Gradually, she found herself entranced. To be candid, Lin Yan was not conventionally handsome, but he possessed a certain charm that became more appealing the longer one gazed upon him. Noticing the nostalgic look on his face, she could not help but softly inquire. Lin Yan, momentarily interrupted from his reverie by Bai Luoyan, smiled gently. Turning to the beautiful woman before him, he instinctively replied, "Nothing, just reminiscing about the past." Is the human heart truly so fragile, so feeble that it cannot withstand trials? As Bai Luoyan gazed upon Lin Yan's serene visage, she discerned a subtle weariness beneath the calm exterior. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, yet she managed to smile and assured Lin Yan, "As for others, I cannot speak, but I shall certainly not allow you to falter this time." Chapter 20. The diminution of intelligence recesses are invariably brief. Before long, the students reconvened on the playground at the sound of the instructor's whistle. However, Lin Yan appeared momentarily lost in thought. Bai Luoyan's earnest declaration of not allowing him to lose was etched indelibly in his mind. Would he truly not falter? Lin Yan, exhibiting signs of distress, remained oblivious to the multitude of glances directed his way. This morning, upon discovering that the illustrious Bai heiress was indeed his classmate, the boys in the class erupted with uncontainable excitement, akin to having been invigorated by a potent elixir. With such beauty before them, the rigors of military training seemed less arduous. Yet, they were taken aback by the revelation that the seemingly unattainable Bai heiress would voluntarily take a seat beside one of the boys in the class. What was astonishing was that this fellow not only displayed no signs of elation but appeared somewhat disdainful. Was he still in a state of slumber? A stunning beauty sought him out, and he harbored disdain? Amidst a climate of jealousy and indignation, a symphony of heartbreak echoed quietly across the playground. How could this fellow, of seemingly little merit, garner the affections of Bai Luoyan? He did not even strike one as particularly handsome. Upon closer inspection, perhaps he possessed a modicum of charm, but surely not to such an extent. Thus, while marching in formation, numerous boys cast furtive glances laden with confusion, discontent, and envy toward Lin Yan. The girls in the class, too, observed him discreetly, albeit with a gaze imbued with curiosity and excitement. In just a single morning, the tale of a destitute lad and the unattainable daughter of a wealthy family had begun to unfold in their imaginations. Not only the students of their class, but also those from neighboring classes occasionally directed their attention toward this unfolding drama. Among them were Su Fuxian and Tang Yanyan from the adjacent class. It could be deemed a twist of fate that Lin Yan and Tang Yanyan had both enrolled in the same major, finance. Naturally, Such a sought-after program welcomed a considerable influx of new students each year. Consequently, the university had divided the finance program into two classes. Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan were in Finance Class 1, while Tang Yanyan and Su Fuxian found themselves in Finance Class 2. As for the reason behind this division, it was perhaps due to a certain heiress's discreet persuasion of the principal. Su Fuxian, under the blazing sun, directed a venomous glare toward Lin Yan from a distance. Upon witnessing Bai Luoyan display an unmistakable interest in that individual, the sensation was far more distressing than the thought of his demise. He could not fathom why someone who had previously been an inconspicuous, brazen figure suddenly garnered such admiration from so many. What qualities could possibly render him worthy of attention? The gloom on his face deepened as he observed Tang Yanyan frequently gazing absent-mindedly in that direction. Tang Yanyan herself was perplexed by her own behavior, unable to control her urge to glance towards Lin Yan. Internally, she wrestled with conflicting thoughts, repeatedly convincing herself that her curiosity stemmed merely from their shared history as former classmates. Yet, Lin Yan's visage kept flashing before her eyes. During their senior year's first semester, when confronted with Lin Yan's initial confession, she was resolute in her disinterest. At that time, romance had not even crossed her mind. As she had expressed when rejecting Lin Yan, her focus was solely on her studies. However, as she observed Lin Yan's subsequent devoted behavior, her resolve began to waver. She admitted to enjoying the sensation of being cherished and the attention lavished upon her. Thus, even though she never acquiesced to Lin Yan's affections, she tacitly accepted his kindness towards her. Yet, everything shifted during the second semester of their senior year. Lin Yan, seemingly aware of the dynamics, abruptly ceased his devoted pursuits upon returning from winter break. Even in casual encounters, he treated her like any other peer. Tang Yanyan reassured herself that this was for the best, as it spared her from further disturbances, yet a trace of resentment lingered. Was this all the perseverance he had in the name of love? She could not comprehend why, despite having been the one to refuse him initially. She felt a twinge of grievance towards Lin Yan. This sentiment persisted until their fateful reunion in the billiards room post-college entrance examinations. Witnessing Lin Yan, who appeared almost transformed, stirred something within her. Later, as he achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 147 amidst an audience, Tang Yanyan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of billiards, found herself questioning the fervor of those around her. Nonetheless, she could not deny the captivating allure of Lin Yan's performance that day. Regrettably, she departed without uttering a single word to him. Upon seeing Lin Yan again yesterday and learning that he had also been admitted to Zhanghai University, her heart brimmed with astonishment. In high school, she could still convince herself that focusing on her studies precluded the possibility of romance. Yet, which girl could remain entirely untouched by the allure of love? She even envisioned scenarios where Lin Yan might pursue her once more. She contemplated the possibility that Lin Yan had ceased his pursuit in the latter half of the school year, perhaps dedicating himself to his studies with the aspiration of attending the same university as her. Such thoughts stirred a sense of self-pleasure within her. Although she remained oblivious to the circumstances between Lin Yan and the young lady of the Bai family, did it not indirectly affirm his excellence? Amidst this misunderstanding and curiosity, Tang Yanyan found her attitude towards Lin Yan undergoing a profound transformation. However, as she turned her gaze once more towards the adjacent class in search of Lin Yan's silhouette, a piercing glance met her own. The chill emanating from that gaze instinctively prompted her to avert her eyes, lowering her head in a moment of unease. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan cast a disdainful smirk after warning Tang Yanyan with her eyes. Observing this, Shangwan Wanyu pondered for a moment before reporting to Bai Luoyan, "Miss, I believe the young master holds little interest in that Tang Yanyan. After all, according to the system's account, his pursuit of her occurred prior to entering the system's realm." However, Bai Luoyan dismissed her counsel with a scoff, responding, "Caution is the mother of safety, and dealing with such a white moonlight is most challenging. I refuse to labor for so long only to have someone snatch it away." Witnessing Bai Luoyan's indignant demeanor, Shangwan Wanyu stifled a laugh and remarked, "Surely, miss, you cannot possibly lose to her. What do you know? Those cliched novels clearly state that no matter how mediocre this white moonlight may be, the male leads invariably rush towards them like moths to a flame. Ah, miss, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in such novels. They tend to diminish one's intellect." Chapter 21. This time, I shall not lose you. As the sun gradually dipped towards the distant horizon, the first day of military training at last drew to a close. The freshmen, sun-baked and weary, resembled dehydrated radishes as they lethargically made their way to the dining hall. Lin Yan entered alongside his 3 roommates, and despite the unpalatable dishes, they were grateful for sustenance to survive another day. Just as they crossed the threshold of the dining hall, a striking figure emerged before them. Bai Luoyan. Her eyes narrowed and lips slightly curved into a smile, resembled a cunning fox. With her hands clasped behind her and her breathtaking beauty, she seemed to lighten the fatigue that enveloped Lin Yan and his companions. At present, Lin Yan no longer harbored the same aversion towards Bai Luoyan as before. With a hint of resignation, he inquired, "What do you want now?" Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he recalled Bai Luoyan's previous response in the dormitory, causing his expression to falter momentarily. Bai Luoyan appeared to sense his thoughts, a mischievous grin briefly flitting across her features. However, she quickly resumed her signature perfect smile and said, "After a long day, I am here to treat you to a meal." Lin Yan cast a peculiar glance towards the cafeteria window behind him and remarked, "Surely, I can still afford to eat at the cafeteria." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Wanyu, standing behind Bai Luoyan, stepped forward and produced several exquisite lunchboxes. Bai Luoyan fixed her beautiful gaze on Lin Yan and chuckled. "The dishes from the cafeteria are hardly fit for even a dog. Here, I have prepared some special dishes just for you. Let's dine together." For someone of Bai Luoyan's stature, being the daughter of a wealthy family, preparing special meals at school was a trivial task. She then turned to smile at Lin Yan's 3 roommates, adding, "I trust you won't mind if Lin Yan and I have a moment alone?" The 3 exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. "Are you implying we should be relegated to the cafeteria, where even dogs would turn their noses up?" However, before they could express their discontent, Bai Luoyan suddenly snapped her fingers. Instantly, a man clad in black appeared behind the trio, also holding several exquisite lunchboxes. "These are for you." "Thank you, sister-in-law." The 3 exclaimed in unison, their previous grievances vanishing as they bowed deeply to Bai Luoyan. They promptly seized the lunchboxes from the man and hurriedly departed. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Yan felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. He did not decline Bai Luoyan's generous offer. Instead, he sighed and said, "Well then, let's eat at the cafeteria." Bai Luoyan smiled and naturally linked her arm with his as they strolled towards a table. Upon their entrance into the cafeteria, Bai Luoyan immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers. As they observed her walking in, arm in arm with a young man, their eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. The cafeteria was bustling with patrons, yet as the couple approached, a path instinctively opened before them. Unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd, they comfortably settled at an empty table. For Bai Luoyan, such scrutiny was nothing new. Whether in her past life as an empress or in this life as the head of the Bai family, she had grown accustomed to living in the limelight. As for Lin Yan, after numerous adventures in different worlds, he had encountered far more extravagant scenes than this. Opening the lunchbox before him, Lin Yan was taken aback by the luxurious dishes within, including delicacies like foie gras and dried abalone, items typically reserved for 5-star hotel menus. His brows involuntarily twitched at the sight. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the contents of the lunchbox, he could not help but internally scoff at the contrast between the seemingly ordinary container and the gourmet offerings it concealed. Being wealthy is truly something else, he mused. Yet, during his previous exploits, he had often found himself in positions of great power. While the flavors of those exquisite dishes in other worlds might surpass this meal, when it came to the rarity of ingredients, he had indulged in quite a few. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Yan resumed his meal as if nothing had happened. Opposite him, Bai Luoyan showed no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Instead, she rested her chin on her hands, unabashedly gazing at him. Under the scrutiny of such a captivating beauty, even Lin Yan found it impossible to disregard her presence. After taking a few bites, he helplessly set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Aren't you eating?" "I am eating," she replied, her tone laced with a hint of confusion. In response to Lin Yan's puzzled glance, Bai Luoyan, with a look of infatuation, remarked, "Haven't you heard the saying beauty is a feast for the eyes? Just watching you is enough for me." "Wait, where did you learn such cheesy pickup lines?" Despite his protest, Lin Yan felt his cheeks flush at her words. It seems you've picked up quite a few things here, she teased, noticing the rosy hue on his face and breaking into a triumphant smile, reminiscent of a mischievous cat that had successfully executed a prank. Unable to withstand her gaze any longer, Lin Yan shifted the conversation. These dishes are quite delectable. You should eat while they're still hot. Really? But I prefer the meals you used to cook for me, she replied. At her words, memories flooded Lin Yan's mind, taking him back to the time when he had just led by Luo Yan and Shangwan Wanyu out of the capital. They were destitute and devoid of resources, entirely alone. His primary objective then was simply to ensure the survival of the two young girls by his side. To evade pursuers, he had decided to take them deep into the wilderness. Having undergone numerous world conquests, Lin Yan had long since mastered the skills of survival in the wild, and his culinary talents were beyond reproach. Even when it came to simple barbecues, he was adept at conjuring up various delightful dishes. Eventually, when the danger subsided, they emerged from the wilderness into a town. With an abundance of ingredients and cooking utensils, Lin Yan delighted the two eager girls with many dishes unique to the real world. Shangwan Wanyu, who had always felt a sense of guilt for not fulfilling her duties as a maid, often expressed that such tasks should have been hers. Yet, each time she faced Lin Yan's exquisite culinary creations, she would inevitably drool in hunger. As for Bai Luo Yan, she cherished those moments as the most nostalgic of her life. During that time, she was free from the burdens of the world, learning by the side of her esteemed tutor and basking in his meticulous care. Regrettably, she had ultimately lost track of him. The thought brought a flicker of sorrow to Bai Lu Yan's eyes. It was only upon looking back at Lin Yan that her smile returned. Fortunately, she had finally found her tutor again. This time, she vowed never to lose him again. Chapter 22. Lin Yan's doubt. Lin Yan finally snapped back to reality. Emerging from his reverie, gazing at herself, Bai Luo Yan exhibited a resolute demeanor, while Lin Yan pondered the whimsical nature of this girl. Although it had only been 2 days since their reunion, the transformation in Bai Luo Yan's character was nothing short of astonishing. In Lin Yan's memory, she had always been a diligent disciple, deeply respectful of her teachers and traditions. How could such a significant change occur in her during their brief separation? With this thought in mind, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to inquire about a question that had lingered in his thoughts since yesterday. You mentioned that you have been searching for me for 18 years? What exactly does that entail? Indeed, after returning to the dormitory, the now composed Lin Yan reflected on Bai Lu Yan's words and uncovered a perplexing issue. He had been back from that world for merely 2 months. Why then did Bai Luo Yan claim she had sought him for 18 years? Given her age, it was evident that she belonged to the category of soul transmigrators, presumably retaining her memories as she became the heiress of the Bai family. Yet, this raised further questions. Lin Yan had encountered the system and been drawn into that world only 2 months prior. How could Bai Luo Yan have arrived in this realm 18 years ago, prompted by his own existence? This conundrum was akin to the age-old philosophical debate of the chicken and the egg. Lin Yan had contemplated asking this question during military training, but the presence of others had deterred him from publicly discussing their shared experiences in that other world. A glance from Bai Luo Yan conveyed her understanding of his thoughts, prompting her to recount the events in detail. Rewinding time to the moment Lin Yan heard the resounding chimes of the sacrificial ceremony. As he decisively pressed the button to return to the real world, Bai Luo Yan, having ascended to the throne, suddenly heard the system's voice in her ear. Initially suspecting she was hallucinating, she confirmed the existence of the voice after repeated checks. Without waiting for the completion of the ceremony, she descended from the lofty altar. Su Guanyuan, watching with evident concern for her pallid expression, approached her and said, "Your Majesty," fully aware of the profound impact Lin Yan's death had on Bai Luo Yan. Had it not been for Lin Yan's enduring wish, she had no doubt that Bai Luo Yan would have chosen to forego her ascension. Noting the concern in Su Guanyuan's eyes, Bai Luo Yan managed a faint smile and instructed, "Have everyone leave. I need some time alone." Without acknowledging Su Guanyuan's worried expression, she departed the scene. Although concerned for her mental state, Su Guanyuan dutifully complied with her request. Finally granted a moment of solitude, Bai Luo Yan could now converse with the voice in her mind. "So, you claim to be a system?" "Indeed," came the reply. "What exactly is a system?" Bai Luo Yan inquired, a contemplative expression crossing her face as she strained to recall fragments of what Lin Yan had previously shared about this term. That was Lin Yan's final battle for her. a confrontation that determined the fate of the continent. In that fierce clash, Lin Yan led the valiant 200,000 strong Bai Lin army to vanquish the opposing forces of 400,000, solidifying the Bai Lin army's unparalleled reputation. Yet, amidst the accolades showered upon the invincible Empress by Luo Yan, the true leader, Lin Yan, succumbed to his grievous wounds. Bai Luo Yan hastened into Lin Yan's tent, dismissing all attendants, and devotedly tended to him for an entire fortnight. It was during this time that she overheard the term system amidst Lin Yan's feverish ramblings. System, am I destined to perish again? No, why is it that you seem incapable of assisting me? If only you could provide me with a golden opportunity, I would not be in such dire straits. System, can I trust her this time? Reflecting on Lin Yan's pallid visage, weakened by his afflictions, Bai Luo Yan felt a pang of sorrow. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she inquired, "So, you are the system Lin Yan spoke of?" Indeed. Before Bai Luo Yan could pose further questions, the system divulged everything, including Lin Yan's origins, his mission in this realm, and the circumstances of his return to his original world. It even clarified the misunderstandings between Lin Yan and herself. Upon learning of Lin Yan's actions outside the imperial study that fateful night, Bai Luo Yan's complexion paled even further. With clenched teeth, she seethed. Was it truly for this reason? Cursed be it. In that instant, Bai Luo Yan regretted allowing Song Jishu to meet such an easy demise. Had it not been so, she would have relished the thought of personally dismantling Song Jishu piece by piece. Yet, soon her expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. She buried her face in her hands, her body shaking as she whispered, "Why? Why did he not trust me? After 15 years. Could he not grant me a modicum of faith?" Seeing her heart in ruins, the system hesitated momentarily before revealing the details of the Eighth World Conquest. However, it was unprepared for her reaction. "You mean to say that the Grand Tutor was previously married to another woman?" Glancing at the frostbitten expression of Bai Luo Yan, the system sensed it had momentarily malfunctioned. "Is this truly the crux of the matter? I shared this to resolve your misunderstandings, not to incite jealousy." It appeared Lin Yan had erred. Despite ascending to the throne, the essence of womanhood remained unchanged. Nonetheless, Bai Luo Yan swiftly quelled her jealousy, having weathered many storms. She soon grasped the underlying meaning of the system's revelation. "So, he believed I would be akin to that wretched woman, fearing that his accomplishments would threaten his life? How outrageous! How dare he equate me with such a scoundrel?" Observing Bai Luo Yan's expression shift from despondency to fury, the system wisely chose to remain silent. Well, Lin Yan certainly has his moments of wisdom. At the very least, he once advised against engaging in disputes when a woman is enraged. A piece of advice that the system remembers quite well. After venting her frustrations, Bai Luo Yan gradually began to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, as if recalling something, she inquired of the system, "By the way, didn't you mention before that you could grant me a reward?" "Indeed. Since you have ascended to the position of Empress and fulfilled your destiny, you are entitled to a single reward from me." "Any reward?" "Yes. Even the gift of immortality can be bestowed upon you." The system, having encountered similar situations before, was well aware that the most common wish among those who achieved the imperial throne was for eternal life. Thus, before Bai Luo Yan could articulate her desire, it preemptively mentioned immortality. However, with the Grand Tutor absent, she lamented, "What use is immortality to me now?" With a heart full of sorrow, Bai Luo Yan shouted, her eyes betraying her deep sadness. Yet soon, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her gaze as she asked the system, "Can I wish for him to return?" That might be impossible. Weren't you just saying any wish was permissible? Is your system even functional? No wonder Lin Yan deems you useless." Facing Bai Luo Yan's reproach, the system felt an impotent frustration. "If I cannot summon him back, then I shall go to find him." "Huh? Are you implying that you wish to traverse to Lin Yan's world?" "Exactly. Surely you can manage that." The system fell silent, delaying its response. After a considerable pause, as Bai Luo Yan awaited with eager anticipation, it finally spoke again. "It is possible, but you shall no longer be the destined individual of this world. You will also forfeit your claim to the throne." "Fine." Before the system could finish its sentence, Bai Luo Yan responded decisively. Moments later, it continued, "In that case, it shall be as you wish." Chapter 23. The initial kiss of 2 lifetimes. "So, you were sent here by the system and became the sole heiress of the Bai family?" As Bai Luoyan recounted her story, Lin Yan began to piece together the entire narrative. Indeed, it is not just me. At my request, Xiao Yu also accompanied me here. However, prior to my arrival, the system warned me that I could not contact you until after your college entrance examination, nor could I have any interaction with you. Otherwise, both of us might vanish from this world due to a temporal paradox. With her explanation, Lin Yan finally unraveled his earlier confusion. Yet, he could hardly believe his ears as he questioned Bai Luoyan. You simply abandoned the imperial throne of that world? That was the hard-won position you labored for 15 years to achieve. Bai Luoyan did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a sip from the glass of water before her. Even though she is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, during the military training period, she is not exempt from the norm, clad in the same green uniform as everyone else. However, the adage that clothes make the man seems inapplicable to her. After a day of rigorous training, beads of crystalline sweat trickled down her face, gliding along her swan-like neck until they vanish at the pristine collar of her uniform. Beneath her lowered eyelashes, her eyes shimmer like stars, and her recently moistened lips exhibit an alluring shade of crimson. In this moment, she possesses an indescribable charm, at least for Lin Yan. Gazing at Bai Luoyan before him, he finds himself momentarily entranced. Noticing Lin Yan's slightly dazed gaze, Bai Luoyan can't help but smile with satisfaction. Instead of shying away, she gently tucks a strand of her hair behind her ear, allowing her beloved to see her more clearly. Suddenly, she lifts her head, meeting Lin Yan's eyes directly as she responds to his earlier question. Achieving the imperial throne has never been my desire. All along, I have only wished to be with you. In a world without you, no matter how dazzling it may be, it remains monochrome to me. As Lin Yan gazes into Bai Luoyan's eyes, filled with affection, he instinctively turns his head away, subconsciously avoiding her gaze. You seem to have changed a lot. Bai Luoyan, seemingly oblivious to his avoidance, reaches out to hold his hand, speaking earnestly. No, I have never changed. It was only after you left that I finally understood a crucial truth. Rather than anxiously concealing my feelings, it is far better to openly reveal everything to the one I love. Had I done so earlier, I would not have lost you. Feeling the softness in her grasp, Lin Yan's heart stirs. He instinctively wants to pull his hand back, but the warmth radiating from her touch makes him hesitate. Damn, why does it feel as if I am being teased? With a surge of determination, he turns to Bai Luoyan. Yet, upon seeing the fervor in her eyes, he finds himself lowering his gaze once more. Bai Luoyan, undeterred, seems to relish in Lin Yan's bashfulness. In her memory, he has always presented himself with an air of authority before her. Regardless of how desperate the situation, his expression has consistently reflected unwavering resolve, as if he has never known failure. Yet, in this moment, witnessing Lin Yan's shyness akin to a girl being playfully teased is a first for her. A smile dances at the corners of her mouth as her fingers delicately trace Lin Yan's palm. His expression shifts, as if jolted by an electric shock, and he retracts his hand instinctively. Isn't this the obedient disciple I remember? Why does it feel like we are on entirely different levels now? After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Yan finally calms the turmoil within his heart. Bai Luoyan, I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done for me. I apologize for the misunderstandings that occurred previously. Lin Yan placed his hand upon his heart, recalling the night of his wife's betrayal. The anguish, akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows, remained indelibly etched in his memory. Yet, at this moment, it is exceedingly difficult for me to trust and love once more. That fear and pain linger within me, leaving me unable to embrace the notion of romance. I am truly sorry. With that, Lin Yan turned to depart from this place. He was acutely aware of the fervent emotions that Bai Luoyan harbored for him, a passion so intense that even he felt somewhat overly dramatic in his current state. However, the aftermath of his emotional wounds rendered it nearly impossible for him to accept Bai Luoyan without hesitation. It was akin to the way certain individuals with mental afflictions react to specific stimuli. For Lin Yan, love had become his trigger. Lin Yan. Just as he was about to turn away, Bai Luoyan's voice pierced through the air behind him. As he contemplated ignoring her and continuing on his way, a hand grasped him firmly, pulling him back with force. Regaining his composure, Lin Yan was taken aback as a delicate figure lunged toward him. In an instant, a soft, warm sensation graced his lips. Lin Yan widened his eyes, astonished by the unexpected kiss from Bai Luoyan. The suddenness of her advance left him momentarily stunned, rendering him incapable of resistance. Noticing his lack of opposition, Bai Luoyan felt a thrill of joy surge within her. She encircled his waist with her arms, holding him tightly as if she wished to meld their beings into one. It was only when she attempted to explore further that Lin Yan snapped back to reality. Grasping her arms, he pushed her away with urgency, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed, "No, you're insane." Instead of anger, Bai Luoyan's face radiated delight as she licked her lips, savoring the taste of their kiss. With a playful smile, she caressed her mouth and declared, "I know what you have been through, but I will not give up. Remember, you can never escape. Xiaoyu, let us go." Without granting Lin Yan the opportunity to respond, she called to the nearby Shangwan Wanyu and departed. Once they exited the dining hall, a blush finally graced her cheeks. Bai Luoyan felt her face flush, covering her cheeks with her hands. At that moment, her shyness unveiled itself, and she glanced back at Lin Yan's retreating figure, muttering to herself, "Humph, that infuriating fool. So utterly dense, like a block of wood." Reflecting on the fact that this was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes, she felt a mix of joy and irritation at his bewildered reaction. On the other side, as Bai Luoyan walked away, Lin Yan wore a bittersweet smile on his face. What is this? How could a grown man like me be subjected to such an unexpected kiss? At that moment, he finally sensed the murderous glares surrounding him. This was in the dining hall, during dinner time, and it could be said that the scene had been witnessed by nearly everyone present. All I wanted was to have a meal. Why have I been served such a dose of dog food? Who is that young man? And why did the esteemed Bai Zhaozhe kiss him? Miss Bai, if you are in danger, just blink. I will come to your rescue. Although he had no idea who that young man was, he had already sealed his fate. Investigate. Tonight, I demand all information about that fellow, even down to the color of his undergarments. Surely, if I were to knock him unconscious and bury him in the back mountain, no one would be the wiser. Feeling the murderous intent directed at him from the other boys, Lin Yan trembled and hastily fled the scene, as if escaping. Chapter 24. Xiaoyu, perhaps we should confine him. Lin Yan raced back to the dormitory, and it was not until he lay on his bed, breathless, that he began to regain his ability to think. He had always considered himself quite clever. After all, even the dullest person would not remain foolish after years of refinement. Thus, he had long sensed Bai Luoyan's feelings for him. It was precisely for this reason that he had consistently emphasized their master-disciple relationship in her presence. He understood well that emotions could be a burden when it came to the throne. He had even harbored grave doubts that once Bai Luoyan ascended as empress, this affection might lead to his demise. After all, the role of an emperor does not require sentimentality. Yet, he had never anticipated that Bai Luoyan's feelings for him would be so fervent, enough for her to abandon everything and follow him here. Reflecting on all that she had said earlier, and realizing she had waited for him for 18 years, he was struck by the notion that this could be akin to the cinematic trope of falling in love before one even realizes it. For a moment, Lin Yan felt as if his mind were muddled like porridge. Just then, the dormitory door swung open once more. Startled, Lin Yan, who had become a frightened bird, leaped off the bed, thinking it was Bai Luoyan pursuing him. Fortunately, standing before him were his 3 roommates who had just finished dinner. However, upon seeing Lin Yan, their expressions changed, and they cast disdainful looks in his direction. Puzzled, Lin Yan touched his face and inquired, "What is wrong with you all?" "Humph. Despicable. What the heck? Why the sudden hostility?" Just then, He-Chang finally revealed the reason. "Everyone in the dining hall witnessed your kiss with Bai Luoyan. It's likely the entire school has heard about it by now." Beside them, Yun Tianhua, with a smile that barely reached his eyes, remarked, "Congratulations. It seems you will become the most renowned person in the entire school by tomorrow. However, what you will undoubtedly receive in return is hostility." Meanwhile, Fu Yinjie cast a jealous glance at Lin Yan, surveying him from head to toe before begrudgingly stating, "What is it about you that is so admirable? Surely, I surpass you in terms of looks." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan, who had previously harbored a hint of sorrow, puffed out his chest and raised his chin high. His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of confronting Fu Yinjie directly, questioning whether he was blind. Such is the triviality and banter of male camaraderie. What Lin Yan did not anticipate was that during the following days of military training, Bai Luoyan would not cling to him as he had envisioned. Each time they encountered one another, They exchanged polite nods like ordinary classmates before parting ways. This situation led Lin Yan to doubt whether everything that had transpired before was merely the fanciful delusion of a reclusive youth. His emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. One moment he felt the fervent affection of Bai Luoyan, and the next he endured her indifference. In truth, he was not alone in his confusion. Shengwan Wanyu, who had remained by Bai Lian's side, could no longer restrain herself after witnessing Bai Lian's coldness toward Lin Yan once more. "Miss, what do you mean by this? Haven't you always wanted to win over your suitor? Why has there been such a sudden shift to indifference these past few days?" Bai Luoyan, watching Lin Yan's retreating figure, turned to glance at Xiaoyu beside her. Although Shangwan Wanyu was nominally her servant, Bai Luoyan had never regarded her as such. In both this life and the last, she considered Xiaoyu her closest confidant. Similarly, when she had asked Shangwan Wanyu before leaving that world if she would accompany her, Xiaoyu had readily agreed without hesitation. Thus, in front of Shangwan Wanyu, Bai Luoyan harbored almost no secrets. "I have read many novels that suggest an overly proactive woman is not a good thing. Men, by nature, tend to take for granted what comes too easily. It is only what is earned through effort that they come to cherish." After a moment of contemplation, Shangwan Wanyu incisively summarized, "So, your point is that men are rather frivolous?" Bai Luoyan was momentarily taken aback by her bluntness, her intended words caught in her throat. She cast a complex glance at her maid. This girl has many admirable traits, but her tongue can be rather sharp. With a sigh, she restructured her thoughts and replied, "You are not entirely wrong. My point is that pursuing a husband should not be too forward. One must understand the art of give and take. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty. If you are constantly underfoot, it may only breed aversion. Being too proactive makes it seem as if I am offering myself for free." Shangwan Wanyu recalled the earlier moments when her mistress had attempted to forcefully pursue her suitor in the dormitory and had kissed him in the dining hall. Does that even count as giving up? The words lingered in her throat, unspoken. Yet, just as Bai Luoyan was eloquently sharing the myriad experiences she had gleaned from her phone, she abruptly fell silent. Shangwan Wanyu, curious, followed her gaze and instantly grasped the situation. There stood Lin Yan, who had seemed to drift away, now halted at the intersection, facing a graceful figure. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Tang Yanyan from the adjacent class. The moment Shangwan Wanyu recognized the woman, a sense of foreboding washed over her. True to her instincts, before she could turn to her mistress, an icy chill seeped into her bones. Bai Luoyan raised her right hand, biting her nails with a sharp sound. The confident demeanor she had previously worn vanishing, replaced by a visage contorted with anger. Understanding her mistress's temperament, Shangwan Wanyu wisely refrained from uttering words of caution, instead discreetly distancing herself from Bai Luoyan. With her gaze fixed on the two figures in the distance, Bai Luoyan's eyes glinted with a hint of crimson. A voice, laced with coldness and a hoarse edge, escaped her lips. Damn it! How dare she come looking for him? What does she want with Lin Yan? Hadn't she rejected him before? I see now. She seeks to steal him away, to claim my man. A prideful man like Lin Yan, who has been spurned, would never entertain her advances again, would he? No, she is his unattainable ideal. Against his white moonlight, men stand defenseless. Is he truly about to slip from my grasp? No. I cannot permit such a thing to occur again. Perhaps I should confine Lin Yan, hide him away in the Bai family's old residence. A person like him should not be allowed to appear before other women. Those wretched girls would undoubtedly scheme to take him from me. Yes, I shall imprison him. Then he will belong solely to me, never to leave my side again. I'll find a dark room, bind him with chains, and prepare a grand, soft bed. I will treat him well, fulfilling all his desires, as long as he remains with me. In that moment, a dark, palpable aura enveloped Bai Luoyan. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyu, with a resigned sigh, observed her mistress's antics, seemingly unfazed by such behavior. In the distance, Lin Yan shivered, an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirring within him. Chapter 25. Has the system endowed me with some seductive charm? As Lin Yan was on his way back to the dormitory for some rest, he found himself confronted by the hesitant figure of Tang Yanyan, who had unexpectedly appeared before him. Puzzled, he glanced around, confirming that there was no one else within a 2-meter radius, realizing that she had indeed come seeking him. But what did this signify? Although a considerable time has passed since Lin Yan's past, he still vividly recalls the expression in Tang Yinyan's eyes when she rejected him. He is certain that she should have no feelings for him. Why then has she suddenly sought him out? Observing her biting her lip in silence, Lin Yan tentatively inquired, Classmate Tang, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Tang Yinyan, nervously twisting her fingers, was at a loss as to why she had approached Lin Yan. She had heard whispers of the public kiss between Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan in the cafeteria over the past few days, and she could not fathom why this rumor stirred such discomfort within her heart, akin to having a cherished childhood toy snatched away. She admitted that since their encounter at the billiards hall last summer, she had unconsciously developed a fondness for Lin Yan, a vague sentiment she herself struggled to define. When she unexpectedly encountered Lin Yan again on registration day, her heart brimmed with joy. Yet, she had not anticipated the presence of that girl between them that day. Bai Luoyan's beauty and grace inevitably made her feel somewhat inferior. She could not comprehend when Lin Yan, who had attended the same school as her for 3 years, had come to know a girl like that. As a woman, she understood all too well what the gaze Bai Luoyan cast upon Lin Yan signified. In that moment, her budding affection for Lin Yan faltered. Despite these thoughts, she found herself instinctively searching for Lin Yan over the past few days. Curiously, Bai Luoyan had not seemed to pursue Lin Yan as she had imagined. This led her to question the validity of the rumors surrounding that kiss in the cafeteria. Surely, it must be false. After all, how could someone of Bai Luoyan's caliber possibly be interested in an ordinary person like Lin Yan? With this speculation, Tang Yinyan felt a sudden sense of relief. Upon seeing Lin Yan approaching her, she instinctively stood before him without overthinking. However, faced with his puzzled expression, she suddenly froze. Uncertain of what to say, after a moment's hesitation, she sought an excuse and spoke in a voice no louder than a whisper. I thought since we were classmates in the past, perhaps we could gather together? Yes, indeed. After all, having been in the same class, it felt serendipitous that they both ended up at Jianghai University. So, I thought we could have a meal together or something. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Yan regarded Tang Yinyan with a peculiar expression and replied, rather incredulously, Are you sure you want me to have dinner with Su Fuxian? Are you joking with me? Regarding my relationship with Su Fuxian, it is safe to say that not only would a meal together be out of the question, but any encounter would likely result in conflict. This gathering cannot be described as a reunion of old classmates. It is clearly a meeting of adversaries. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Tang Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, only then recalling that the relationship between Lin Yan and Su Fuxian was far from amicable. I observed Tang Yinyan, who seemed inclined to say more, when Lin Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of hostility emanating from behind him. Puzzled, he glanced back, but Bai Luoyan had already been pulled aside by Shangwan Wanyu. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered in Lin Yan's heart. Having faced numerous life and death situations, Lin Yan had always trusted his instincts. Although he could not see Bai Luoyan, he had formed several conjectures in his mind. Thus, addressing Tang Yinyan, who appeared ready to continue speaking, he decisively stated, Tang, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Without allowing her a moment to respond, he began to step away. However, just as he lifted his foot, Tang Yinyan unexpectedly grasped his hand. Surprised by the warmth of her touch, Lin Yan looked at the girl before him in astonishment. Having lived multiple lives, he was far from being an oblivious fool. Noticing the sparkle in Tang Yinyan's eyes, he quickly surmised her feelings. But, could it be that the system granted me a charm attribute? Otherwise, why would Tang Yinyan, who previously regarded him with disdain, now look at him with the gaze of one scorned? He had done nothing to provoke this reaction. Before he could ponder further, an even colder wave of hostility surged from behind him. If the previous sensation might have been an illusion, the current malice was almost palpable. His expression turned serious as he swiftly withdrew his hand from Tang Yinyan's grasp, creating distance between them. Not giving her a chance to speak, he earnestly addressed her. Tang, I truly have matters to attend to. We can discuss this another time. Having said that, he intended to leave without delay. He certainly did not wish to incur the ire of a scheming empress for some inexplicable reason. Just as he turned to depart, a fist, accompanied by an angry voice, appeared before him. What do you think you're doing to Tang Yinyan? Although the sudden appearance of the fist was unexpected, Lin Yan, seasoned by years of battle, easily evaded the mock assault with a slight shift of his body. Upon closer inspection, He recognized the assailant as Su Fuxian. Like Bai Luoyan, he had been observing Lin Yan and Tang Yanyan from the shadows. His expression darkened as he silently watched. As Tang Yanyan boldly grasped Lin Yan's hand, a surge of fervor rushed to his mind, prompting him to recklessly raise his fist towards Lin Yan. The scene before him evidently startled Tang Yanyan as well. Upon realizing Lin Yan was unharmed, she furiously directed her ire at Su Fuxian, exclaiming, "What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike Lin?" Su Fuxian, chastised by Tang Yanyan, felt his anger intensify. His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with unmasked malice, glinted ominously. With a menacing grin, he lunged once more at Lin Yan. Faced with repeated provocations, Lin Yan too felt a flicker of anger. His gaze turned icy, and before Su Fuxian could reach him, Lin Yan advanced toward him. Clearly taken aback by Lin Yan's proactive stance, Su Fuxian was caught off guard. Before he could react, Lin Yan seized his outstretched forearm, pivoted, and bent down. In a flawless display of a shoulder throw, he cast Su Fuxian aside. With a resounding thud, Su Fuxian felt the world spin violently before him, followed by an intense pain radiating from his back. Observing Su Fuxian lying incapacitated on the ground, Lin Yan apathetically dusted off his hands and warned, "If you dare raise your fist at me again, the outcome will not be so trivial." With that, he turned his back on both Su Fuxian and Tang Yanyan, striding away from the scene. Chapter 26. The social event. Lin Yan's intuition proved correct. The chill he sensed from behind was indeed Bai Luoyan. Since that day, Bai Luoyan had completely transformed her previously indifferent demeanor, showing renewed enthusiasm towards Lin Yan. Each morning, as he descended the stairs, she would eagerly await, presenting him with freshly purchased breakfast. During lunch and dinner, disregarding the curious gazes of others, she would entwine her arms around Lin Yan's, leading him to secluded spots in the woods. Though Lin Yan often contemplated rejecting her advances, each time he glimpsed the dangerous glint in Bai Luoyan's eyes, he would freeze and sensibly remain silent. Unbeknownst to him, this instinctual behavior had once again saved him from potential peril. Otherwise, he might have mysteriously vanished from Jianghai University, only to reappear in some clandestine basement. Amidst this bittersweet yet tumultuous period, they ultimately arrived at the final day of military training. Early in the morning, the group of freshmen congregated on the sports field. After enduring half an hour of tedious verbosity from the leaders under the scorching sun, they commenced showcasing the results of their training. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary, merely performing military exercises, executing precise steps, and other customary routines. The most arduous aspect was undoubtedly enduring the lengthy and monotonous speeches from the school officials. Fortunately, the military instructors, being genuine soldiers, eschewed such verbose formalities. By 10 in the morning, they were dismissed, signifying the official conclusion of their military training. With the final announcement of dissolution, a tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd. Influenced by the collective excitement, a smile graced Lin Yan's face. This was the university life he had always yearned for. As classes were not set to commence until tomorrow, they inadvertently found themselves with a half-day of leisure. Upon noticing the absence of the familiar enchanting figure behind Lin Yan, He Chong and his companions could not help but inquire in astonishment, "Your sister-in-law didn't come to find you today?" It was no surprise they reacted this way. They had long grown accustomed to the presence of the girl who constantly surrounded Lin Yan. Whenever there was a break, Bai Luoyan would reliably appear by his side. Should any other girl approach, Bai Luoyan would cast a warning glare, much like a ferocious guardian dog. Over time, the classmates reached a resigned consensus. This extraordinary beauty had seemingly become Lin Yan's devoted admirer. Although it was challenging to equate such a remarkable beauty with that of a mere sycophant, everyone bore witness to Bai Luoyan's infatuation with Lin Yan. Speculations regarding their past began to circulate. I bet Lin Yan must have saved Bai Luoyan's life. Otherwise, why would she be so devoted to him? Or perhaps he has some leverage over her. Come on, with the Bai family's status. Does she really need you to seek justice for her? If there were any leverage, wouldn't they simply eliminate Lin Yan? Thus, could it be that they were truly in love? Don't be ridiculous. How many pure love stories have a happy ending? While this notion held some truth, it appeared that Bai Luoyan was indeed pursuing Lin Yan. As for the gossip among their classmates, Lin Yan had long since developed an immunity. The only comfort his peers derived was that he had not foolishly rejected Bai Luoyan's affections. Had he dared to do so, Many would have gladly risen to defend her honor. Yet, little did they know that Lin Yan's reluctance to refuse was largely driven by a survival instinct. His intuition warned him that any ill-conceived actions could lead to dire consequences. In response to his roommate's teasing, Lin Yan merely shrugged and remarked, "It seems she has some matters to attend to and won't be back until tonight." Unlike the typical young ladies of noble families, Bai Luoyan was still bearing the weight of her position within the Bai family. To speak candidly, when she announced her intention to attend Jianghai University, she faced considerable opposition from within the Bai group. Over the years, Bai Luoyan had proven her capabilities through numerous instances. Those dissenting voices held no sway over her resolve. After years of maneuvering, she has firmly grasped the Bai group in her hands. The Bai group now unequivocally belongs to her. You may express your opinions, but I choose to disregard them. Ignoring the protests of those so-called shareholders, Bai Luoyan resolutely arrived at Jianghai University. Nevertheless, she still needed to carve out some time to manage company affairs. During this military training period, a mountain of documents awaited her approval. Despite her reluctance, she decided to allocate half a day to address her official duties. Of course, before her departure, she left Shangwan Wanyu at the school, her purpose being to keep a watchful eye on Lin Yan. In summary, Lin Yan unexpectedly enjoyed a rare half-day off. After listening to Lin Yan's explanation, the three of them cast him a resentful glance. "You, my friend, are truly incorrigible. It's one thing to have such a beautiful woman pursuing you, but she happens to be the head of a financial conglomerate. While she chases after you, she also has to go back and earn money for you." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. "You're not wrong. No way. I can't stand that smug look on your face anymore. Let us settle this one-on-one." Fu Yinjie was the first to be unable to tolerate Lin Yan's expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Are you sure? Another father-son match?" Lin Yan did not get angry. Instead, he gazed at him meaningfully and replied, "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." As he spoke, Fu Yinjie pulled out his phone from his pants. This so-called one-on-one referred to a match in honor of kings. Male camaraderie can sometimes be quite simple. Although just a brief 2 weeks had passed, Lin Yan had already become well acquainted with these roommates. While they looked down upon Lin Yan's extraordinary luck, his personality naturally endeared him to others. Thus, during this rare first holiday in college, the four roommates spent the entire afternoon engrossed in their game on their phones. Victory! With a melodious chime, they celebrated their 12th consecutive win. "Indeed, it's all thanks to me," Fu Yinjie boasted proudly, while Lin Yan silently regarded the screen displaying his 3182 score with Marco Polo. The other two roommates remained equally silent, for their scores were not significantly better than Fu Yinjie's. Only Lin Yan, with his 36112 score using Jing, expressionlessly remarked, "Indeed, if it weren't for you, we would have won long ago." Thanks to system rewards, Lin Yan exhibited an exaggerated talent in gaming. Yet, despite his formidable prowess, it was exceedingly challenging to perform well while dragging along 3 deadweights. Setting down his phone, Lin Yan loosened his stiff shoulders and raised his gaze toward the window. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had gradually darkened. At this moment, He-Chang suddenly spoke up. "By the way, it seems there is a social gathering tonight. Would you all like to attend?" Chapter 27. A comprehensive guide to winning the heart of the Empress University represents one of the most splendid epochs in many people's lives, for it is a truly enchanting realm. Merely 3 months ago, they were high school seniors, strictly forbidden from engaging in romantic relationships. Yet upon entering university, all prior constraints seem to vanish into thin air. Should your parents discover that you have embarked on a romantic affair during your college years, their most likely response would be a casual admonition to be cautious, after which they would swiftly withdraw from the matter. Conversely, if you remain unattached throughout your 4 years of university, you may find yourself facing a barrage of arranged blind dates within 1 to 2 years post-graduation. The peculiar nature of Chinese parents is such that they oscillate between warning you against romance one moment and eagerly anticipating the day you return home, cradling a grandchild the next. Freed from the pressures of academia and the harsh realities of society, university becomes a sanctuary where pure love is most likely to blossom. Every beautiful romance is born from a serendipitous encounter, and the so-called social gathering serves as the quintessential opportunity for such chance meetings. This event is actually initiated by the students themselves. After enduring the rigors of military training, Freshmen yearn for an occasion to exuberantly express their youthful exuberance. Thus, under the initiative of a few, dozens of first-year classes convened this evening at the playground for a social event. Upon hearing the word social gathering, Fu Yinjia's eyes lit up. With a decisive leap, he sprang from his bed and began to style his hair in front of the newly installed mirrored wardrobe. Though He Chong did not exhibit the same exuberance, his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. In contrast, Yun Tianhua retained a nonchalant demeanor. Unlike his two roommates, while Yun Tianhua often joined them in their derisive comments about Lin Yan, the latter could keenly sense that this affluent scion, despite his flippant remarks about romance, seemed to harbor little genuine interest in relationships. Initially, Lin Yan pondered whether Yun Tianhua possessed some peculiar inclinations, but as their friendship deepened, he realized his assumptions were unfounded. Perhaps everyone harbors their own little secrets. Observing the eagerness radiating from his companions, Lin Yan naturally did not wish to dampen their spirits. He set down his phone and declared, "In that case, let us all go together." After the four enjoyed dinner and took refreshing showers, they made their way to the playground, where the sky was already adorned with a multitude of stars. The weather was splendid, so much so that the starlight illuminated every corner of the playground. By this time, the area was already teeming with students. Some wandered aimlessly in groups, while others engaged in various entertaining games organized by their classes. Couples strolled hand in hand, whispering sweet nothings to each other. The playground seamlessly connected with the courtyard, grassy fields, and an artificial lake, providing ample space for all. Even though nearly all the freshmen gathered here tonight, the atmosphere remained remarkably spacious. Lin Yan and his three companions meandered aimlessly across the playground, while Fu Yinjia and He Chong, with wide eyes, searched for beautiful women. The abundance of stunning ladies at Jianghai University is no mere rumor. Besides the finance department, the performing arts and fine arts programs also stand as the university's crown jewels, having produced numerous prominent celebrities. Unlike previous occasions, tonight the girls shed their unflattering green military training uniforms, opting instead for their favorite attire. As the saying goes, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by clothing. With a little embellishment, even the most ordinary girl can transform into a breathtaking vision. As summer draws to a close, both male and female students donned light and airy garments. Short sleeves, tank tops, and shorts revealed arms as delicate as lotus roots, allowing youthful hormones to waft through the air. Within just 10 minutes of their arrival, Fu Yinjia and He Chong were already quietly debating which girl was the most attractive. Wow. Quickly, at 9 o'clock, there's an absolute beauty. Where? Let me see. Wow, she's indeed impressive. At least an 80. And look, pay attention to 3 o'clock. That one is not bad either. TSK, 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 this cute type is precisely my favorite. Under the influence of the two, Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua, initially quiet, gradually joined in the conversation. It became evident that the appreciation for beauty transcends all types and ages of men. This seemed to be an instinctive trait embedded in their very genes, compelling them to comply subconsciously. Even Lin Yan, who had seen much of the world, was not exempt from this norm. As he slowly immersed himself in the discussion, he too began to voice his opinions about the captivating women before him. That one ahead is quite lovely. That figure is absolutely fit for a wife. Oh really? How do you determine if she is suitable for marriage? TSK, TSK, TSK. You clearly don't understand. Look at those measurements, look at the curves. I tell you, it's precisely this kind of voluptuous girl that, suddenly, Lin Yan fell silent, realizing that he had unwittingly spoken in the presence of a girl. A familiar, ominous sensation crept up from behind him, causing him to stiffen, instinctively swallowing hard. He slowly turned to look. Bai Luoyan had appeared behind him, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Perhaps due to her return to the corporate world tomorrow, she was clad in a sharp office outfit. A pristine white suit, with the top button undone, revealed a hint of a crimson tie, subtly concealing a glimpse of her fair skin below. She wore a fitted black mini-skirt, complemented by a pair of sleek black high heels. Her already statuesque height of 173 centimeters was accentuated by the heels, and her long, elegant legs, adorned with black stockings, captivated the gaze of onlookers. The breathtakingly beautiful visage revealed a gentle smile, illuminated by the silvery glow, akin to a celestial being emerging from the moon palace. Yet, This astonishing scene evoked an overwhelming sense of peril within Lin Yan. Noticing his silence, Bai Luoyan playfully blinked her eyes and stepped closer, softly inquiring, "Why the silence? Why have you stopped speaking?" At this moment, Lin Yan's 3 roommates, aware of the situation, discreetly retreated from the scene. Before departing, they exchanged knowing glances with Lin Yan, signaling him to take care. How could these ungrateful fellows abandon him so easily? Although he had anticipated their betrayal, Lin Yan still felt a pang of irritation at their swift defection. Turning to Bai Luoyan's gentle smile, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he forced a rather unappealing grin. I was just rambling. I don't usually pay much attention to beautiful women," he stammered. Bai Luoyan did not respond, but instead regarded him with a smile that could only be described as flawless. Familiar with her temperament, Lin Yan understood that this expression marked her as particularly upset. In a frenzy, he scrambled for a way to counter her displeasure. Damn that system. Didn't it claim to have filled my mind with a wealth of knowledge? Why wasn't there a comprehensive guide on how to appease a female emperor? Chapter 28. That touch of tenderness. Observing Lin Yan's speechlessness, the corners of Bai Luoyan's mouth slowly fell. Gradually, her radiant smile was replaced by a serene demeanor. The once sunny Bai Luoyan abruptly seized Lin Yan's collar, roaring fiercely into his ear, "I leave you for just half a day. And you're off chasing after other women?" I hurried back after my meeting, hoping to carve out some time to be with you. And what do I find? You discussing which women are fit for childbirth? If you want to see women, didn't I leave you with Xiaoyu? Hearing this, Xiaoyu, standing behind Bai Luoyan, nearly burst out with a grateful remark. At that moment, Bai Luoyan's face twisted with rage, clearly incensed. As she continued, she suddenly slipped her hand into Lin Yan's collar, murmuring, "So you fancy girls, do you? Prefer those who are plump and fertile? Is that it? You like the provocative ones, huh? Well, I'm right here to bear your children. Let me show you what it means to be fruitful." Lin Yan was taken aback, hastily grasping her restless hands, urgently advising, Not necessary, not necessary. Consider the surroundings. This is a public place." Despite her affection for him, Bai Luoyan would not resort to such actions in a crowd. After venting her frustration, she turned her head away, refusing to look at Lin Yan. However, she did not pull her hand away from his grasp, allowing him to lead her, albeit with a sulky demeanor. Finally managing to soothe the restless little demon, Lin Yan let out a sigh, absent-mindedly wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Upon hearing Bai Luoyan mention she would return promptly after the meeting, Lin Yan noticed a hint of fatigue etched upon the young girl's face. Observing her slightly disheveled hair, he was inexplicably compelled to tuck a stray strand behind her ear. As he felt the soft warmth against her cheek, Bai Luoyan shivered, her previously tense expression relaxing significantly. Due to the darkness of the night, Lin Yan failed to notice the blush that crept up to her ears, blooming into a vivid crimson. Had he seen it, he might have discerned the true nature of the girl before him, hidden beneath her usual bold demeanor. For someone like Bai Luoyan, who possessed no romantic experience in either of her lifetimes, her so-called flirtations were merely a facade to intimidate others. Each time she found herself in close proximity to Lin Yan, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Lin Yan, utterly unaware of the girl's innermost thoughts, felt a pang of sympathy upon noticing the weariness in her eyes. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to glimpse the same diligent Bai Luoyan from his previous life. One could say she was the most obedient and hardworking of all the heroines he had encountered across 9 worlds. Unlike the protagonists of other realms, Lin Yan could find no faults within her. If one were to argue that she had a flaw, it might be her excessive diligence. When they first began their campaign, the girl was just as tireless as she was now, perpetually immersed in her work. Lin Yan instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking in a soft, soothing tone. "All right, do not be upset. You need not exert yourself so much to return. I will not run away again. I will wait here for your return." Upon hearing Lin Yan's assurance that he would not flee, Bai Luoyan's heart quivered. A whirlwind of emotions, hurt, joy, happiness, and anxiety, suddenly surged within her. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, tears welled in her eyes. Turning to face the familiar figure before her, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, her tears flowing freely and soaking his clothing. She clung to Lin Yan with such fervor that he couldn't help but smile slightly. Feeling the girl's body tremble from her sobs, Lin Yan tenderly patted her back as one would soothe a child. The ever-observant Shangwan Wanyu discreetly withdrew the moment by Luo Yin dashed into Lin Yan's arms, granting the two a moment of privacy. As Bai Luo Yin gradually ceased her trembling, she nestled her head against Lin Yan's chest, shaking it gently before finally lifting her gaze. Her eyes sparkled like stars, fixated intently on Lin Yan's face. As if she could never tire of the sight, she remained silent, savoring the warmth of this hard-won embrace. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke in a soft, subdued tone. Lin Yan, does this mean you have agreed to be mine? Why does it feel so peculiar to hear such words from a woman? Unlike before, Lin Yan did not shy away. Instead, he willingly lowered his gaze to meet Bai Luo Yin's eyes. In those youthful orbs, he saw an unmasked affection, and he genuinely felt the depth of her emotions. In truth, after resolving their misunderstandings and realizing that Bai Luo Yin had come alongside him, he had completely accepted her feelings. Yet, he had been subconsciously avoiding her all this time. To outsiders, he seemed to flawlessly embody the three principles of a scoundrel: neither proactive, nor rejecting, nor responsible. However, only Lin Yan understood that he was ailing, suffering from a malady left from the eighth world. The betrayal by his wife had triggered a profound emotional response towards love. He knew full well that Bai Luo Yin was unlike that woman, yet his heart instinctively resisted love, as if it were a poison capable of destroying him. With a wry smile and his brow furrowed, he quietly said to Bai Luo Yin, "I'm sorry. Could you grant me a little more time?" Upon hearing his response, Bai Luo Yin did not exhibit the disappointment he had anticipated. She reached out to caress his left chest, as if attempting to soothe his wounded spirit. Leaning against his chest, she softly replied, "Rest assured, as long as you do not leave me, I will remain by your side, waiting for you." Observing Bai Luo Yin's gentle demeanor, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only he had trusted her a bit more then. If only he and T harbored such misunderstandings. Perhaps they could have embarked on a new life in that other world much earlier. Yet, lost in regret, he failed to notice the fleeting shadow of something sinister in the depths of the girl's eyes. "Lin Yan, as long as you do not flee, you will ultimately be mine. I will employ every means necessary to ensure you can never escape me. With tenderness, sincerity, and desire, I shall craft a cage of love, imprisoning you forever within it. I can no longer endure a life without you. This time, you shall not escape my side. You are mine, and you can only ever be mine." Chapter 29. Her lips like poison, the two embraced for what felt like an eternity, until Lin Yan finally felt his arms grow numb and could no longer restrain himself from saying, "Luo Yan, please don't call me by my full name. I prefer the name you used to call me when we were younger. Yin Yan." Upon hearing that long-lost name, Bai Luo Yin beamed with a satisfied smile, reminiscent of a well-fed kitten. "Yin Yan, we've been hugging for quite a while. How about we take a stroll instead? If this continues, others might mistakenly believe that 2 additional sculptures have been added here." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo Yin greedily inhaled Lin Yan's scent before reluctantly departing from his embrace. She had never realized before, but it was only during their close embrace that she discovered how impressively sculpted Lin Yan truly was. Through his thin t-shirt, she could distinctly feel the perfection of his 8-pack abs. Had it not been for the multitude of people surrounding them, she would have truly wanted to lift Lin Yan's shirt and explore further. Once Bai Luo Yin withdrew, Lin Yan finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, he was in the body of an 18-year-old. Being in close proximity to a curvaceous beauty like Bai Luo Yin inevitably triggered some physiological responses. What was more, Bai Luo Yin was rather mischievous, her small hands frequently wandering over his body, nearly pushing him to the brink of restraint. Hand in hand, they strolled across the playground like a couple lost in their own world. As they passed a small grove, the indistinct shadows and faint whispers emanating from within caused both of them to blush. Lin Yan cleared his throat a few times and led Bai Luo Yin away from those secluded areas, steering them towards the more populated sections. As the crowd thickened, the number of gazes directed at them multiplied, predominantly fixated on Bai Luo Yin. Setting aside her own beauty, figure, and illustrious family background, the mere presence of a woman dressed in a mature office attire among a throng of youthful students was enough to draw attention. Noticing the growing number of eyes upon them, Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. He released Bai Luo Yin's hand, intending to withdraw it. However, sensing his intention, Bai Luo Yin firmly grasped his hand and, with a slight smile, looked at Lin Yan and asked, "What's wrong?" The fearless Lin Yan, who once faced countless adversities with unwavering composure, now seems concerned about this. Lin Yan forced a wry smile, refraining from explaining. Sister, you seem to be enjoying this. But have you truly not noticed the murderous glares from those boys? This isn't the previous world where I could simply draw my sword at my displeasure. No matter how skilled I am, a pair of fists cannot contend with 4 legs. Yet, despite his inner complaints, they were swiftly cast aside. After all, through numerous trials, he had witnessed much grander spectacles. These were mere trifles. Just then, a wave of cheers and applause erupted not far from them. Curiosity piqued. They glanced over to see a large group of students seated on the grass in a circle. In their midst, a boy with a wooden guitar had just finished playing and was now basking in the accolades of the crowd. As Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan looked on, the boy caught sight of them, momentarily taken aback before he quickly approached them, guitar in hand. Upon witnessing Bai Luoyan's attire, his eyes visibly brightened. However, a flicker of darkness crossed his gaze upon noticing the tightly clasped hands of Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan. After revealing a smile that could only be deemed perfect, he politely addressed Bai Luoyan, classmate Bai, what a coincidence. Are you here to attend the social gathering as well? His words seemed to overlook the presence of Lin Yan entirely. It must be said that the young man before him was strikingly handsome. With exquisite features complemented by delicate, fair skin, he embodied the very type favored by many young women today. Of course, some might derisively label this type as effeminate. As previously mentioned, the Performing Arts Department at Shanghai University is renowned, and this young man, named Chu Tian, although the semester had yet to commence, was already regarded by many as a potential candidate for the title of campus heartthrob among the incoming freshmen. Gaining admission to the Performing Arts Department at Shanghai University requires more than just good looks. Tonight's social gathering seemed to serve as his stage. After serenading the audience with a few songs while cradling his guitar, he soon found himself surrounded by a throng of infatuated young women. His approach to the couple was undoubtedly motivated by his interest in Bai Luoyan. This, of course, was an obvious statement. It was hardly surprising that no man could remain indifferent to a woman of such exceptional beauty and remarkable lineage as Bai Luoyan. To marry a woman of her caliber would not merely mean a reduction in one's struggles for 2 decades, but rather a reprieve from a lifetime of toil. Most importantly, her beauty and physique were of the highest order. After all, is it not the pursuit of beauty and wealth that drives men throughout their lives? Yet, as he observed the tightly interlaced hands of Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan, and recalled the recent rumors circulating around campus, a sense of displeasure brewed within him. Nevertheless, he dismissed it. After all, he had successfully wooed a girl away from another before. He held a profound confidence in his own appearance. As he spoke, he even slightly elevated his chin, allowing the starlight to illuminate his features more distinctly. However, Bai Luoyan showed no inclination to respond. She merely tilted her head slightly when suddenly, Shangwan Wanyu appeared from nowhere, positioning herself between Chu Tian and Bai Luoyan. With an expression of indifference, she cast a disdainful glance at the ill-intentioned young man before her. Her lips parted as she directly confronted Chu Tian. Are you blind? Can't you see my lady and her fiancé are on a date? What gives you the audacity to interrupt? Faced with Shangwan Wanyu's striking beauty, Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly comprehend how a simple greeting could provoke such a vehement response from this woman. More perplexing was her sudden emergence. However, it was clear that Wanyu's onslaught was far from over. With a disdainful click of her tongue, she regarded Chu Tian as if he were mere refuse. As Chu Tian cast a glance at the young lady, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes, which she perceived entirely. Having lived 2 lives, she had witnessed men exhibit similar gazes towards her mistress on numerous occasions. Unlike Lord Lin, whose eyes always held a pure and untainted admiration for her. With a hint of indignation, she continued, "What do you mean by that? A person like you dares to approach the young lady, to be a rival for her affections? Perhaps you should take a moment by the lake to reflect on your appearance. If that fails, you could always relieve yourself and gaze upon your reflection." At that moment, not only Chu Tian, but also the students who had gathered around fell into silence. This woman possessed such formidable combativeness? Undoubtedly, the most astonished was Lin Yan, who mused, how could this girl's tongue be so venomous? I recall that Xiaoyu was not like this before. In the previous world, Shangwan Wanyu had walked alongside them. She had been Bai Luoyan's maid since childhood, Yet Bai Luoyan had never regarded her as a servant, but rather as a sister. Even on the day of the late emperor's demise and the upheaval in the capital, Bai Luoyan did not abandon her to flee alone. In his memories, Xiao Yu always stood quietly behind Bai Luoyan, silently shouldering the burdens of complex affairs. However, he recalled that although Xiao Yu had a forthright manner, she was never this sharp-tongued. Moreover, he glanced at Bai Luoyan, who wore a smile, seemingly quite pleased with Xiao Yu's remarks. Is this how the wealthy of today conduct themselves? Do they need an intermediary to deliver insults? Hiss. Could it be that Xiao Yu transformed into this persona for such reasons? Chu Tian, pale-faced after being stung by Shangwan Wanyu's words, pointed a trembling finger at her, muttering incoherently. At that moment, Bai Luoyan suddenly spoke up, put down the guitar and leave. She then frowned slightly, expressing disdain as she continued, Forget it, it's too filthy. Just go? With that, she disregarded the young man before her and turned to someone behind her, saying, You there. Fetch me a clean guitar. Yes, miss, came the prompt reply. As her order echoed, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows and promptly departed. Lin Yan, taken aback by her command, looked at her with curiosity. The once aloof Bai Luoyan, upon turning to Lin Yan, instantly shed her icy demeanor, her voice taking on a sweet, almost childlike tone as she playfully said, I just remembered that you haven't played for me in ages after seeing the guitar in his hands. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the haughty young lady of earlier. With a hint of mist in her eyes, she pouted, adopting a look of feigned grievance. Witnessing this scene, Chu Tian felt an even deeper sense of melancholy. On the other side, Shangwan Wanyu silently admired the speed at which Mrs. Demeanor transformed. Lin Yan, indifferent to Chu Tian's reaction, gazed at Bai Luoyan with a hint of exasperation, asking, Are you so certain that I play the guitar? Indeed, Lin Yan possessed this skill, acquired as a reward from the system. In his previous existence, he was also a maestro of various instruments. Throughout his lengthy quest, he needed to find some enjoyment. After all, whenever he finished a busy day, he would often serenade Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu with his melodies. In a moment of whimsy, he even crafted a wooden guitar in that realm, allowing the enchanting sounds of a foreign instrument to resonate there. He distinctly remembered the way Bai Luoyan gazed at him back then, her eyes twinkling like stars. My husband, please, she pleaded, her voice dripping with charm as she noticed Lin Yan's unwavering gaze, mistakenly believing he was reluctant. She swayed slightly, exerting every effort to be endearing. Just moments ago, you called me Taifu, and now you've suddenly switched to husband? The first time Bai Luoyan addressed Lin Yan as her husband, she felt a tinge of shyness. Tugging at his sleeve and lowering her head as she murmured, I merely wish to hear you play for me once more. At that moment, the previously vanished figure in black reappeared, presenting a guitar that exuded an aura of exorbitance. Lin Yan accepted it with a gentle sigh, conceding, Very well, let us proceed. To be honest, Lin Yan's musical prowess had not been particularly remarkable in the past. He primarily focused on his strategic tasks, viewing instruments as mere diversions. However, the circumstances had changed. Upon grasping that wooden guitar, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to having practiced for decades. Chu Tian, contrary to Bai Luoyan's directive to leave, clutched his guitar with a cold gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Upon seeing the guitar in Lin Yan's hands, jealousy and animosity flickered in his eyes. As a performing arts student, he immediately recognized the brand of that guitar, a coveted item he could only dream of possessing, its price soaring into 7 figures, leaving him to lament from afar. Now, that guitar seemed like a mere toy, gifted by Bai Luoyan to that young man, fueling his envy. Is this what it means to be the daughter of a prestigious family? Yet, what did it matter if she was already in a relationship? He had witnessed women who could shift from fervent devotion to cold indifference in the blink of an eye. He refused to believe he stood no chance. Furthermore, his presence here was motivated by a desire to see Lin Yan humiliated. Over the past few days, he had gleaned information regarding Lin Yan's background. After all, as Bai Luoyan's boyfriend, it was impossible for him to have escaped scrutiny. He understood that Lin Yan was merely an ordinary individual from a small town, with mediocre grades and a commonplace family, lacking any remarkable qualities. Had it not been for fortune, he might not even have gained entry to Zhanghai University. He had already resolved that after Lin Yan's impending embarrassment, he would seize the opportunity to perform once more. As the saying goes, Without comparison, there is no harm. Surely Bai Luoyan would take notice of him then. It was this very thought that prompted him to await Lin Yan's misstep with a theatrical smile. Lin Yan adjusted his guitar slightly and immediately felt that he was holding a rare treasure. Drawing from the knowledge bestowed by the system, he swiftly selected an original song titled The Ordinary Path. With his fingers deftly strumming the strings, a melody began to unfurl, accompanied by Lin Yan's voice. Roaming on the road, are you ready to depart? Fragile pride, that too was once my reflection. As the slightly unremarkable opening notes filled the air, a knowing smile crept across Chu Tian's face beside him. How audacious of this guy to sing an original song. Even among their performing arts students, few dared to compose their own music. However, as the song gradually ascended to its climax, his expression began to shift. I have crossed mountains and seas, traversed through throngs of people. What I once possessed has now scattered like smoke. I have known loss and disappointment, lost all sense of direction. A stellar piece, regardless of the world, resonates deeply. The audience, initially gathered to witness a spectacle, slowly became entranced by Lin Yan's performance. Tomorrow awaits. The road still stretches far. Where does your story begin? As the final line hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the space. In the next moment, thunderous applause erupted, mingled with the students' exclamations of admiration. How have I never heard this song before? What is its title? The melody feels so simple yet enchanting. Is this truly his original composition? Who is this young man? A performing arts student? No, I heard he is Bai's boyfriend, in the same class as her. Surely not. Are you telling me he studies finance? As the performance concluded, when Lin Yan lifted his gaze again, he was momentarily stunned by the exquisite beauty of Bai Luoyan, who had suddenly appeared before him. Just as he was about to make a move, his lips were met with a soft sensation. What the? Have I been kissed again? Chapter 31. The opening ceremony by Luoyan was indeed aware of her own ailment. On the day Lin Yan departed from her life, no. On the day she encountered Lin Yan, she had fallen ill. At that time, she remained unaware. The young girl could only desperately conceal her affection for Lin Yan while diligently fulfilling his tasks. The moment she learned of the opportunity to see Lin Yan again, her once dim world was infused with color anew. After being reborn into this realm, she endured for a full 18 years. Throughout this span, she contemplated countless times the idea of secretly seeking out Lin Yan. With the power of the Bai family, locating him with just a name would have been effortless. Yet, recalling the warnings from the system, she resolutely held back. She and Lin Yan had a long future ahead. She did not wish to jeopardize him due to her own impulsiveness. To ensure a better life upon their reunion, she voluntarily assumed the responsibilities of the Bai family after the tragic loss of her parents. She learned a great deal while by Lin Yan's side. And compared to the court of her past life, the individuals in this world appeared remarkably naive. With little effort, she eliminated those with ulterior motives, ascending to the position of head of the Bai family. However, no one knew how profoundly excited she was at the moment she beheld Lin Yan once more. Watching him strum the guitar and sing with heartfelt emotion, Bai Luoyan was utterly entranced. He remained as she remembered, as if nothing had changed, just like in the past. After attending to her duties, she would sweetly request him to play for her, and his gaze towards her was always filled with indulgence and affection. Yet, that was still insufficient, far from enough. For what she longed to witness most was Lin Yan's love for her. She could sense his feelings, yet it seemed he was always holding back, suppressing that emotion. After the system's explanation, she finally grasped the reason. If you harbor inner demons, then allow me to take the initiative. The moment Lin Yan paused, Bai Luoyan could not restrain herself any longer and leapt forward. She offered him no time to react, kissing him directly on the lips. Wow! As they embraced in that kiss, a stir of astonishment erupted around them. In that instant, even if they were reluctant to admit it, they could not help but believe the rumors circulating throughout the campus. Moreover, it seemed Bai Luoyan had always been the one taking the lead. How infuriating! I merely wished to listen to a song. Why is there a flash bomb involved? You scoundrel! No, Bai Schoolflower. How could you so willingly give yourself away? He is unworthy. Why do I feel that the brat looks unwilling? Has he lost his mind? Not at all. Don't you think they are quite the match? The song that boy just played was lovely. Humph. That must be how he won over the Bai Schoolflower. In an instant, voices of jealousy, blessings, and sarcasm echoed around them. And closest to the two, Chu Tian's face turned pale with rage. especially when he witnessed Bai Luoyan even playfully sticking out her tongue. A surge of jealousy contorted his features. Fortunately, she did not pursue the act further. Sensing that Bai Luoyan was about to break the boundaries once again, Lin Yan roused himself in time, gently moving her aside as he had done on a previous occasion. A glimmer of moisture stretched between their lips, while Bai Luoyan's gaze became dreamy, a rosy hue adorning her cheeks and rendering her exquisitely enchanting. Lin Yan seemed to be gradually developing an immunity to her charm, and despite his initial intention to articulate his thoughts, he could only let out a resigned sigh. As her former mentor, he certainly understood Bai Luoyan's intentions. She sought to publicly declare to the world that Lin Yan was hers. Alas, the beautiful encounter of love seemed to have ended before it truly began. Bai Luoyan displayed a mischievous smile, playfully sticking out her tongue at Lin Yan. Not wishing to be treated like a rare specimen on display, Lin Yan hastily handed his guitar to the nearby Shangwan Wanyu and quickly took Bai Luoyan's hand, leading her away from the scene. After wandering around the school for a while, Lin Yan reluctantly pushed the unwilling Bai Luoyan into the girls' dormitory, finally managing to escape back to his own sanctuary. Upon his return, his three friends in the dormitory gazed at him in astonishment. "I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Did you take Bai Luoyan to a hotel?" Fu Yinjie blurted out, voicing the unspoken thoughts of the trio. Lin Yan clearly had no desire to explain, muttering a curt dismissal before retreating to his bed for rest. He felt as though the night had been more exhausting than military training. The night passed in silence, and soon it was the next day. The four of them rose early and departed the dormitory. With military training concluded, they were finally embracing the true commencement of their academic journey. Naturally, the opening ceremony was an inevitable part of this new chapter. Upon arriving at the grand auditorium, they found it already populated with numerous students. The four friends casually settled into a corner, and after waiting for approximately half an hour, the ceremony finally commenced. Of course, this so-called opening ceremony primarily served to fulfill the ceremonial desires of the school leadership. Lin Yan, nearly dozing off during the leader's speeches, was abruptly awakened by a round of applause. He wiped away the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth and redirected his gaze to the stage. It turned out that the speeches by the school leaders had concluded, and it was now the turn of the representative of the new students to speak. To his surprise, the freshman representative was none other than Bai Luoyan. This was an expected outcome. In terms of family background, personal capability, and appearance, she was undoubtedly the rightful choice. Unlike the previous evening, she had donned a formal outfit today, clad in a fitted white suit that accentuated her perfect figure. She paired it with tailored white trousers that elegantly concealed her long, beautiful legs. At that moment, she radiated an air of aloofness, entirely distinct from her demeanor in Lin Yan's presence. This is the true visage of Bai Luoyan in her everyday life. Under the illumination of the auditorium lights, a halo of shadows envelopes her, accentuating her already extraordinary beauty. Observing Bai Luoyan on stage, radiant with confidence, Lin Yan could not help but smile with satisfaction. It seems he has indeed imparted his teachings effectively. In contrast to the military review ceremony of her previous life or the shareholders' meeting of the Bai family conglomerate, this speech felt rather trivial to Bai Luoyan. With an unruffled demeanor, she began delivering the meticulously prepared content, her melodious yet slightly aloof voice resonating throughout the hall. Upon concluding her address, an unprecedented wave of fervent applause erupted within the auditorium. Calmly surveying the audience below, a smile involuntarily graced her face when she noticed someone in the corner fervently applauding. Amidst the thousands present, her gaze was solely fixed upon that one individual. Chapter 32. Because you are fond of it, the opening ceremony concluded after an hour, and Lin Yan was finally poised to attend his first university class. As he and his roommates departed the auditorium en route to their classroom, a melodious voice called out from behind, "Lin Yan." Without needing to inquire, he already knew the identity of the voice's owner. Turning around, he found Bai Luoyan beaming at him. His three roommates exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, greeted her with enthusiasm, "Sister-in-law, hello." They then discreetly vacated the scene. Watching the trio retreat, Bai Luoyan wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, these three were quite perceptive. Had it been in her previous life, she would have summoned them to the palace as eunuchs. Now, however, she considered bestowing some favors upon their families as a reward. Prior to the commencement of the academic term, Bai Luoyin had already reviewed the information regarding Lin Yan's 3 dormitory companions. He Chong was unremarkable, a straightforward villager who had persevered to escape the mountains, a true inspiration worthy of a motivational novel. Fu Yinjia, though his name was somewhat unique, possessed no notable characteristics. In contrast, Yun Tianhua hailed from one of Jianghai City's most affluent families, representing the 4th generation of a prestigious lineage. However, compared to the Bai family, they were merely a minor player. Noticing Bai Luoyin dressed in elegant white attire that day, Lin Yan curiously inquired, "I recall you once favored red. What has prompted this change in taste?" In his memory, Bai Luoyin had always adorned herself in vibrant crimson, a hue that had become a symbol for many soldiers of the Bai Lin army. Throughout their years of acquaintance, he had seldom seen her in such understated colors. Bai Luoyin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked earnestly into Lin Yan's eyes as she replied, "Because you like it." Huh. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Contrary to Bai Luoyin, he had always donned white garments in his previous life. He had not anticipated that she would alter her dressing habits based on his preferences. The truth was, Lin Yan did not possess the profound fondness for white that she imagined. His frequent choice of white attire was merely a facade, an attempt to project an air of sophistication. Feeling the intensity of her earnest gaze, Lin Yan experienced an electric jolt throughout his body, as if his heart had been stirred. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? How was it that this girl had seemingly elevated her game during their brief separation? Embarrassed by the fervor in her eyes, Lin Yan awkwardly turned his head aside, clearing his throat in a flustered manner. Noticing his discomfort, a hint of amusement flickered in Bai Luoyin's eyes, who said that indulging in romantic novels would diminish one's intelligence. Clearly, one could still glean valuable insights. Meanwhile, the expressionless Xiaoyu observed their playful banter with a subtle smile creeping across her lips. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their classroom, allowing Lin Yan to extricate himself from the awkwardness. Upon entering, Lin Yan spotted Fu Yinjia and his companions waving at him, calling, "Lin Yan, over here." He approached them with a smile, but as soon as he settled beside them, a warm, soft presence pressed against him. Glancing at Bai Luoyin, who seemed almost to be draped over him, Lin Yan rolled his eyes. With a hint of disdain, he gently pushed her away and advised, "Miss, this is class. Can you please be mindful of your surroundings?" However, Bai Luoyin clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, her tone laced with feigned grievance. "I know it's class, but is there a rule that boys and girls can't sit together? Isn't this perfectly normal? It's merely your impure thoughts at play." "Normal? You're practically sitting on my lap. In any other circumstance, we could skip right to the main event." Realizing that no amount of pushing would dislodge her, Lin Yan finally resigned himself to the situation, allowing her to remain beside him. Meanwhile, his 3 roommates cast him glances filled with envy and disbelief. Was he doing this on purpose? Or was he simply not in his right mind? Here was a stunning beauty clinging to him, and he was displaying an attitude of utter indifference. Throughout their interactions, they had come to understand that Bai Luoyin was pursuing Lin Yan, yet they had not anticipated her overt approach. At this moment, Shangwan Wanyu quietly positioned herself on the opposite side of Bai Luoyin, effectively blocking the eager boys who were vying for a seat. Just then, 2 girls brightened at the sight of their group and settled down in front of them. After the 2 individuals settled down, they eagerly turned to Lin Yan with curious expressions. Feeling slightly anxious under their scrutiny, Lin Yan touched his face and inquired, "Is there something peculiar on my face, dear classmates?" The 2 girls exchanged delighted smiles, covering their mouths as they responded, "No. We simply wish to see what kind of person could captivate the illustrious Miss Bai." At that moment, Bai Luoyin, who was linked to his arm, interjected, "They are my roommates," perhaps in an effort to foster a closer connection with Lin Yan. Bai Luoyin chose to reside in the school dormitory like an ordinary student rather than staying off campus. She shared a room with Shangwan Wanyu, while the other 2 were her new roommates. Through Bai Luoyin's introduction, Lin Yan learned the names of these 2 girls. The one on his left was named Jiang Lan, a quintessential glamorous woman. Upon her approach, Lin Yan estimated her height to be at least 170 centimeters, boasting long legs that rivaled those of Bai Luoyin. Although she couldn't quite match Bai Luoyin's allure, her beauty was undeniably striking. In the absence of Bai Luoyin, she would likely have been crowned a class beauty. The girl on his right was named Wan Yuru, who, true to her name, appeared exceedingly gentle. A large pair of black-rimmed glasses obscured half of her face. Yet the most captivating feature was her figure, which was so ample it nearly strained her top, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze. Lin Yan, too, was not immune to this allure. He swallowed hard, contemplating the absurdity of it all. However, before he could ponder further, a chill emanated from beside him. How unfortunate! He had been so engrossed that he had forgotten the presence of a formidable figure nearby. Turning his head, he was once again met with by Lin Yan's deadly smile. Do you have a preference for the ample? Under the instinct for self-preservation, Lin Yan immediately shook his head in denial. Then do you fancy mine? Absolutely. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yan responded decisively. So, you believe mine is not ample? As Bai Luoyan spoke, she deliberately brushed against Lin Yan's arm, which she was holding. Feeling the soft sensation against his arm, Lin Yan's face flushed crimson as he hastily denied. No. To be honest, Bai Luoyan's figure was not lacking at all. From both male and female perspectives, her physique could be deemed perfect. However, before he could complete his thought, Bai Luoyan's expression darkened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, You still claim not to prefer the ample? Goodness, no matter how I respond. It seems I'm in the wrong. Chapter 33. Class Monitor Election. After cautioning Lin Yan not to let his eyes wander, Bai Luoyan turned to her two roommates and warned, You too, while you may look, do not act. He is mine. Observing Bai Luoyan's demeanor, reminiscent of a protective kitten, the two individuals were momentarily taken aback before succumbing to laughter. All right, it's yours. We assure you we won't snatch it. Although Bai Luoyan was the esteemed eldest daughter of the Bai family, she did not exhibit the typical airs of a wealthy heiress in her daily life. Over the past few days of cohabitation, her relationship with these two roommates had developed quite positively. However, when it came to matters concerning Lin Yan, a rarely seen childish side of her would emerge. At this moment, Fu Yanjia, seated across from them, finally seized the opportunity to introduce himself to the two young women. Greetings, I am Fu Yanjia, Lin Yan's roommate. He is off limits, but you might consider me. I am available. Yet, upon hearing his name, the two girls erupted into even louder laughter. Fu Yanjia maintained his composure for over the years. He had grown accustomed to such reactions. As they engaged in playful banter, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through. Excuse me, could you please make some room? The group turned to see a young man standing beside Shangwan Wanyu, seemingly polite in his request. Clearly, his intention was to sit next to Bai Luoyan. Noticing the collective gaze, he adjusted his collar and introduced himself with an air of gentlemanly charm. I am Lu Tianyang. My family owns the Lu Group in Zhanghai City. I came here primarily to get to know Miss Bai. My father had the honor of meeting her at a gathering. Just as he was about to elaborate, Shangwan Wanyu, with an impassive expression, interrupted sharply. Who you are is of no concern to me. Leave. Lu Tianyang, momentarily at a loss for words, felt his expression darken. He forced a smile and replied, Classmate, I merely wish to be acquainted with Miss Bai. There is no need for such hostility. Besides, what relationship do you have with her, that you decide who she can meet? Without sparing him a glance, Shangwan Wanyu retorted succinctly, It's none of your business. Leave. Oh. The fabled two universally applicable retorts had finally converged. Having been told to leave twice, Lu Tianyang could no longer maintain his prior demeanor. Frustrated, he glared at Shangwan Wanyu, raising a finger to articulate a response. At that moment, the previously silent Yun Tianhua finally spoke. Young Master Lu, do you know what is most crucial for individuals like us when we venture out? As they both hailed from the same social circle in Zhanghai City, Yun Tianhua and Lu Tianyang had a tenuous acquaintance. Recognizing the cue, Lu Tianyang wisely chose to remain silent and awaited further elaboration. Yun Tianhua cast a glance at Shangwan Wanyu, then spoke with a weighty implication. People like us may lack capability, but it is essential to possess discernment. Do not offend those who ought not to be trifled with, lest you bring misfortune upon your own family. Lu Tianyang seemed to grasp the underlying message, casting a dark, uncertain glance at the ever-impassive Shangwan Wanyu. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly uttered an apology before turning to leave. Observing Lu Tianyang's retreating figure, Yun Tianhua scoffed derisively. Insufficient standing within their social circle was indeed a glaring deficiency. He had not even grasped the nuances of the Bai family situation, yet dared to recklessly approach Bai Luoyan. Not to mention, he was merely a small consortium that even the Yun family looked down upon. To put it bluntly, even if his father were present, he would not have the audacity to point a finger at Shangwan Wanyu in the upper echelons, who did not know that she was Bai Luoyan's most trusted subordinate. Bai Luoyan cast a barely perceptible glance at Yun Tianhua, seemingly reflecting on how this fellow was somewhat more astute than she had initially presumed. Just as this brief farce concluded, the teacher fortuitously entered through the front door. He appeared to be a young man, perhaps in his late 20s. After adjusting his glasses, he introduced himself. I believe many of you are already acquainted with me, but I shall formally introduce myself once more. My name is Yang Hao, and I am the counselor for Class 1 in Finance, as well as your instructor for this semester's finance course. You may address me as Teacher Yang. Before we commence today's lesson, there are a few matters we must address. With that, he set down the book he had been holding, scanning the seated students before continuing. First, we need to elect a class monitor to assist me in managing the class. Is there anyone who wishes to nominate themselves? As soon as his words fell, the students below began to murmur amongst themselves. To encourage participation, Teacher Yang enticingly added, "Becoming the class monitor will also earn you extra credits, which can be quite beneficial in your senior year. I'll do it." At that moment, a voice rang out, and a figure stepped forward. It was none other than Lu Tianyang, who had just shamelessly attempted to sit beside Bai Luoyan. Upon reaching the podium, he deliberately lingered his gaze on Bai Luoyan's face for 2 seconds before stating, "My name is Lu Tianyang, and my father is the chairman of the local Lu group. I have experience managing affairs within the company since high school, and I am quite confident in my ability to take on the responsibilities of class monitor." After speaking, he cast a haughty look at his classmates below, seemingly proud of his lineage. However, whispers began to circulate. Who is this guy? Right. Didn't he seem absent during military training? Was he even in our class before? No, I'm certain he wasn't. Hearing the murmurs, Teacher Yang interjected to clarify their confusion. Lu classmate suffered a fracture during the summer break, which is why he could not participate in military training. He is only reporting to school today. Upon hearing this, everyone directed disdainful glances towards Lu Tianyang. He certainly did not appear to be someone who had just recovered from an injury. In truth, Teacher Yang was well aware that the excuse of a fracture was merely a ruse to evade military training. As long as you can present a medical certificate, the school will turn a blind eye to such matters. Nevertheless, he could not help but regard Lu Tianyang with a hint of disdain. What troubled him further was that after Lu Tianyang's arrival, no one else dared to step forward. This was quite understandable. After 3 intense years of high school, who wouldn't wish to be a carefree slacker in university? Class leadership positions, in the eyes of many, are merely thankless tasks, and few would willingly compete for them unless absolutely necessary. In the audience, Bai Luoyan, who had been glued to Lin Yan, felt a flicker of coldness in her gaze. She had just distinctly sensed Lu Tianyang's gaze lingering on her, a look of greed that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. She permitted only Lin Yan the privilege of looking at her in such a manner. The gazes of others repulsed her. "Since you have made me feel disgusted, I shall not grant you your wish." As she pondered whether to compete, her gaze inadvertently swept over a roommate of Lin Yan's. A sudden smile graced her face as she encouraged him. "Classmate, why not give it a try?" Chapter 34. Of course, it's to observe others' classmate. Why not give it a try? Chang glanced around, and after several moments of realization, he responded, Sister-in-law, are you talking to me? Who is Bai Luoyan?" In her previous life, she was an empress. In this life, she is the head of the Bai family. In discerning human hearts, one could say she is a master. With just a glance, she discerned Chang's eagerness to participate. Indeed, Chang wished to compete, not out of a desire for the spotlight, but because the teacher's mention of extra credits had piqued his interest. Coming from a rural background, he was impoverished, unlike many other students who yearned for a life of leisure in university. His recent gaming session with Lin Yan and others in the dorm was a rare indulgence for him. Accumulating enough credits in advance would mean he could devote more time to internships in his senior year. He was also aware that, at a school like Zhanghai University, serving as a class officer in the finance program would afford him greater access to internship opportunities. Each scenario excited him immensely. However, his feelings of inferiority due to his background had rendered him hesitant. Yet, Bai Luoyan's words seemed to offer him a glimmer of encouragement. Just as he was still wavering, Lin Yan timely added, "Go ahead and give it a try. Don't leave any regrets behind. I believe you are more suited for it." Chang looked up and saw sincerity and encouragement in his roommate's eyes. resolute. He stood up and made his way to the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Hichong. I come from a rural area, and if elected class leader, I will strive to fulfill the tasks assigned by the teachers. In contrast to Lu Tianyang's discomforting arrogance, Hichong's campaign speech radiated sincerity. Standing beside him, Lu Tianyang cast a disdainful glance at this unfamiliar newcomer, his contempt unmistakable. Teacher Yang waited a few more minutes, and upon confirming that no one else wished to run for election, he nodded and said, "In that case, let us determine our class leader through a vote between these two students. To keep it simple, let us raise our hands for the vote. First, those in favor of Lu Tianyang, please raise your hands." Observing the scattered few hands in support, Lu Tianyang's expression darkened, nearly matching Hichong's countenance. He could scarcely believe that his votes would be so few. Due to the insufficient number of votes, Teacher Yang merely glanced over and instructed everyone to lower their hands. All right, now those who support Hichong, please raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of hands shot up from the audience. Lin Yan and his two roommates, as his companions, raised both hands high. Even Bai Luoyan urged her friend Xiao Yu and her two roommates to join in. The stark contrast between the two outcomes required no further counting. Teacher Yang smiled and instructed everyone to lower their hands, promptly declaring, "In that case, I announce Hichong as our class leader for this semester." He then offered a comforting word to the dejected Lu Tianyang. "There's no need for the unsuccessful candidate to be disheartened. We will hold a new election next semester, so you can strive again." However, to Lu Tianyang, these words felt more like mockery. He shot a furious glance at Hichong before turning on his heel and leaving the scene. Having faced little adversity throughout his life, he never anticipated experiencing such humiliation today. Being humiliated by Bai Lian's subordinate was one thing, but losing to someone he deemed a rustic simpleton from the countryside was utterly unexpected. In truth, the moment Hichong stepped onto the stage to compete against him, his defeat was already sealed. One, a man of dark complexion, appeared earnest and straightforward. The other, with an air of arrogance, spoke as if he were a superior and even sought excuses to avoid military training. It was all too evident whom the audience would select. Unlike Lu Tianyang, Hichong, having stepped down from the stage, could hardly conceal his joy. Were it not for his dark complexion, one might have seen a blush rising to his cheeks. After the brief election concluded, Teacher Yang officially commenced the first class of the new student's university journey. Now, please open to the first page of your textbooks. Today, we shall discuss. As the teacher's resonant voice filled the room, the students began to focus their thoughts on their books. Unlike ordinary universities, Jianghai University did not treat its courses lightly. The examination standards here were exceptionally rigorous, without dedicating sufficient effort to study. Numerous students had faced the unfortunate consequence of failing due to insufficient credits by their senior year. Many individuals find themselves unable to graduate after 4 years of indulgence in university, ultimately facing a dismal fate. Consequently, the students below remained focused, attentively absorbing the teacher's lecture. However, there were two exceptions. Lin Yan, lost in thought, stared blankly at the book before him. For him, the system's rewards enabled him to recite the contents of the book verbatim, even if he closed it. In fact, if he wished, he could effortlessly step up and replace Teacher Yang in delivering the lecture. Yet, he refrained from showcasing his exceptional abilities, aware that standing out too much could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Given his unremarkable background, such a sudden transformation would be challenging to rationalize. Thus, Lin Yan had originally planned to gradually reveal his uniqueness over the course of 4 years, employing a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water, allowing others to acclimate to the knowledge in his mind. However, this plan seemed to diverge from his expectations. Beside him, Bai Luoyan paid no heed to the teacher's explanations. Instead, she fixated her beautiful gaze upon Lin Yan's face. Under her continuous scrutiny, Lin Yan could no longer maintain his composure. Casting a warning glare at Bai Luoyan, "Why are you staring at me instead of the book? Are you here to study or to gawk?" "Of course, I'm here to look at you," Bai Luoyan boldly retorted. To an ordinary person, a diploma from Jianghai University might hold significant value. Yet, for Bai Luoyan, such a certificate was merely a trivial embellishment. The knowledge contained within those textbooks was of no use to her. While others frantically took notes in the classroom, she had already carved out a niche for herself in the business world. Had it not been for Lin Yan's presence, Even the university president's invitation would not have compelled her to glance at the institution. Her sole purpose for being here was Lin Yan. Observing Lin Yan's flustered reaction to her words, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. For reasons unknown, each time she witnessed Lin Yan, who usually seemed in control, falter because of her, she felt an unusual sense of fulfillment. It was as if every glimpse of his true nature brought her closer to him. Chapter 35. How about a touch? After enduring an hour of class, Lin Yan finally heard the teacher announce the end of the session. Although he had always enjoyed the conclusion of classes, this was the first time he felt tears of gratitude welling up at its arrival. The reason was simple. The little imp beside him was simply too exasperating. Bai Luoyin seemed to have developed a penchant for teasing him, and upon realizing that words no longer had any effect, she audaciously took action. Yes, in front of the entire class, she stealthily slipped her hand beneath his shirt. As the two individuals were seated rather closely, her movements remained discreet, thus evading the notice of others. Lin Yan felt a delicate hand unexpectedly slip from beneath the hem of his shirt. Before he could react, that hand ventured to caress his abdominal muscles, treating them as if they were an exquisite treasure. Waves of sensation coursed through him, rendering Lin Yan completely rigid, as though he had been struck by a jolt of electricity. After several moments of stunned silence, he finally turned to gaze at Bai Luoyin, only to be taken aback by the sight of a foolish grin resembling that of a lovesick fool adorning her face. The smile exuded an air of lewdness, with the corners of her mouth nearly glistening with saliva. In that instant, Lin Yan was truly astonished. How could she, with such a goddess-like visage, display such an indecent expression? Moreover, had their roles somehow reversed? Could it be that a woman would take the initiative to molest a man? At that moment, he sensed the insistent hand moving further downward. Alarmed, Lin Yan swiftly grasped that restless hand and, in a voice that was nearly hoarse, whispered urgently to the girl beside him, "You must not go too far. Do you believe I won't shout at this moment to embarrass you?" However, the girl appeared unfazed by his threat. Instead, she playfully twirled her fingers against his palm and softly laughed. "Go ahead and shout. If you have the courage, do it loudly. Then tell the whole class that I, a wealthy heiress from the Bai family and the new campus belle of Zhanghai University, am the one who initiated this indecency with you. All I need to do is pout a little and falsely accuse you of wanting to touch me. Just see whether your classmates and teachers will believe you or me. You surely wouldn't want the whole class to know about your predicament, would you? If you know what's good for you, don't resist and just comply with me." Her villainous smile made Lin Yan feel utterly weary. Very well, let it be. Though he thought so, throughout the entire class, he valiantly resisted the girl's mischievous hand. During this ordeal, Fu Yinjia, seated beside them, sensed something amiss and curiously glanced at the two. Yet, he did not dwell on it and continued to pay attention to the lecture. Meanwhile, the observant Shangwan Wanyu saw everything that transpired but feigned ignorance, even straightening her posture to shield her lady's antics. After enduring this torment, Lin Yan finally heard the sound signaling the end of class. The moment the teacher finished speaking, he sprang to his feet and fled the classroom as if escaping. Bai Luoyin squinted at his retreating figure, bursting into a peal of laughter that resembled the sound of silver bells. "It seems, my dear tutor, that you were even shyer than I had imagined. How endearing." Due to the morning's opening ceremony, there was only one class scheduled for the morning. However, it is well known that the freshman curriculum is the most intensive. After a brief midday respite, they were met with the first class of the afternoon. As Lin Yan entered the classroom, he bore an expression of resignation. Upon selecting his seat, he deliberately positioned himself between Fu Yinjia and He Chong. Shortly thereafter, Bai Luoyin, along with Xiao Yu and her two roommates, made their entrance. The moment Bai Luoyin stepped into the classroom, the eyes of all the boys sparkled with admiration. After just one afternoon, she had changed into a different outfit. She donned a pale blue short-sleeved blouse adorned with lace at the collar, paired with a skirt that blended shades of black and gray. Most strikingly, the skirt revealed two long, alluring legs encased in black stockings. Even the worldly wise Lin Yan could not suppress a swallow upon beholding Bai Luoyin in her elegant attire. Noticing his gaze, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She approached the group and playfully hummed a few notes at Fu Yinjia, who, shaken from his reverie, glanced between Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, He offered Bai Luoyin a sycophantic affirmation and promptly rose to leave, even pulling the still-dazed He Chong along with him. The solitary Yun Tianhua, seated at the edge, observed the scene with a silent smile. "Is this how you betray me?" Lin Yan called out to his departing friends, attempting to stir their conscience. However, his three companions merely shot him a disdainful look before feigning interest in their books. At that moment, two straight black curves appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. And as Bai Luoyin settled into her seat, those enticing lines finally disappeared beneath the desk. She gazed at Lin Yan, her eyes crescent-shaped with amusement, and softly inquired, "Do you find it appealing?" "Very appealing." Lin Yan found himself responding instinctively, unable to fathom why he did so. After all, he could not, in good conscience, claim otherwise. What man could resist such an outfit? Moreover, Bai Luoyin's goddess-like beauty, coupled with her perfect figure, rendered her ensemble utterly captivating. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Bai Luoyin sensed she had discovered another of Lin Yan's vulnerabilities. Her choice of attire had clearly been intended to entice him, and its effect surpassed her expectations. Only after his reply did Lin Yan realize what he had uttered. He dared not meet Bai Luoyin's gaze any longer and awkwardly turned his head away, though the flush creeping up his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. The girl let out a mischievous laugh. She had no intention of letting Lin Yan slip away so easily and leaned in closer, eager to capitalize on her advantage. In the next moment, a warm breath whispered by Lin Yan's ear, accompanied by an invitation reminiscent of a devil's temptation. "So, would you like to touch it? Can you please exercise some restraint?" Just as Lin Yan, steeling himself, turned to halt the girl's mischievous antics, a soft sensation brushed against his thigh. He glanced down to find the girl's slender, black-stockinged leg had audaciously draped itself over his own. Boom. Lin Yan's mind went blank, instantly rendering him incapable of coherent thought. This is untenable. The adversary is too formidable, making resistance nearly impossible. Chapter 36. Welcome party. For the ensuing days, Lin Yan found himself ensnared in a delightful, yet torturous predicament. Of course, perhaps only he would perceive it as torment. Any other individual might have reveled in the experience without a second thought. Yet, only he, as the principal party involved, was aware that, under the relentless teasing of a certain little demon, he had discovered, post-class, that he was inexplicably bleeding from the nose. Upon witnessing this, Bai Luoyin first froze in surprise, then surprisingly broke into a satisfied smile, as if admiring a flawless masterpiece. It was not that Lin Yan was particularly fragile. Rather, it seemed that from the very first day, Bai Luoyin had pinpointed his vulnerabilities, appearing before him daily in an unending parade of black and white stockings. Especially after that fateful day when he unexpectedly bled, the little demon not only showed no signs of restraint, but audaciously pressed further. Consequently, within a few days, he had already laundered his sheets twice. However, the adaptability of humans proved to be stronger than anticipated. After enduring this period of torment, Lin Yan discovered that he no longer blushed as easily as before. At least, when faced with the girl's provocations, he had developed a modicum of resistance. Thursday afternoon marked a rare occasion when their class had no scheduled classes. Lin Yan seized this opportunity to momentarily escape the relentless advances of a certain girl. Yet, in order to avoid an encounter with her, he had no intentions of stepping outside. Instead, he found himself engaging in a mobile game with two of his less-than-stellar dormitory mates. As for the absence of a third, He Chong had been summoned by their instructor for some administrative duties. Since assuming the role of class leader, He Chong had evidently become quite busy. The responsibilities of a university class leader are manifold, in addition to tasks assigned by their instructor. He must also collaborate with the school and the student council to organize events or undertake menial tasks. This had resulted in his having little free time lately, as he dashed off to meetings with teachers or the student council after classes. Damn, I've been reported. After Lin Yan led the charge to secure yet another 8 consecutive victories, Fu Yinjia, upon exiting the results screen, exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yan cast a glance at the results page and, upon seeing that Fu Yinjia, the marksman, had perished 26 times in a single match, deemed this a perfectly reasonable outcome. In fact, this was not the first time Fu Yinjia faced complaints this afternoon. Due to the insufficient score resulting from the reports, his account was temporarily unable to rank. Shaking his head, he resignedly exited the game. Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua had never been particularly invested in the game, and seeing that they could not play together, they too laid aside their phones. With no game to engage in, the three began to chat idly, exchanging words without much substance. Amidst their conversation, Fu Yinjie suddenly turned to Lin Yan and posed a question that had lingered in his mind. Lin Yan, I recall you mentioning that your hometown is a small city, correct? How did you come to know that enchanting white goddess? What exactly did you do to evoke such fervent affection from her? How long have you two been dating? Did you confirm your relationship before the start of the semester? Though Yun Tianhua remained silent, his gaze clearly indicated his eagerness to uncover the answer to this query. Unlike Fu Yinjie, he understood the stark disparity in social standing between Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan. To put it bluntly, without the internet, it is likely that these two would never have crossed paths. Observing his two roommates, both aflame with curiosity, Lin Yan awkwardly scratched his nose. How should I respond to this? From this world's perspective, I hadn't seen her at all before enrolling at school, aside from news reports. After contemplating for a while, he opted for a diplomatic response. Actually, we haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. So, technically speaking, she isn't my girlfriend. Hypocrisy. Scoundrel. Would it kill you to be honest? What? We could just give you a taste of your own medicine. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, he was met with the unmistakable outcry of his two roommates. If it weren't for us returning too early on the day of the freshman orientation, you two would have been busy in the dorm, they exclaimed. And now you say you aren't in a relationship? Do you expect me to believe that? You've kissed in public twice, and you still want to deny it? Are you playing hard to get? Let me tell you, if word of this gets out, you'll find yourself in a dire situation at the school gates tomorrow. Do you believe it? Sensing the palpable anger in his roommates' voices, Lin Yan wisely closed his eyes and refrained from further comment. The truth was, he was at a loss for an explanation. Should he really divulge that, as an 18-year-old, he once endured a profound marriage that left him with emotional scars due to betrayal? Or perhaps confess that he had been Bai Luoyin's teacher for 15 years, which accounted for her deep feelings towards him. He was certain that if he dared to voice those words, the next moment, those two would surely rise from their beds to confront him. However, to be frank, reflecting on his recent actions, Lin Yan felt he might possess the potential to be a scoundrel. Faced with Bai Luoyin's repeated overtures, he seemed to have no inclination to reject her advances. Indeed, the allure of carnal desire is an instinct ingrained in the male psyche. Just as the two were relentlessly bombarding Lin Yan with verbal assaults, a savior finally appeared. He Chong, returning from the teaching office, looked at Lin Yan, besieged by his peers, and asked in bewilderment, "What is going on here? Has something happened?" After venting his frustrations, Fu Yinjie retorted irritably, "Nothing much, just teaching a certain pretentious filial son a lesson." He Chong did not press further. He merely smiled and walked over to Lin Yan. Noticing Lin Yan's puzzled expression, he awkwardly said, Lin Yan, there's something I need your help with." "Huh? You need my help?" Lin Yan sat up from his bed, signaling him to continue with his eyes. With a wry smile, He Chong explained, "Well, just now, Teacher Yang assigned us a task, stating that our class must present a program at the welcome party. Since I am the class monitor, I was tasked with organizing it. But I don't know how to put on a show, so I have to ask for your help." The welcome party differed from the previous social gathering. The latter was a spontaneous event organized by the students, while the welcome party was officially organized by the school and the student council, primarily aimed at welcoming the new students. Of course, to ensure the smooth running of the event, the main performances were to be handled by the performing arts and arts departments. Yet, adhering to the notion of everyone's participation, classes 1 and 2 of the finance department were required to collaborate and contribute a program. Chapter 37. It seems you are discussing something quite amusing. I empathize with your dilemma, but the question is, why would you seek my assistance for a performance? After listening to He Chong's explanation, Lin Yan looked at him with a bemused expression. Why did he think he could assist with a performance? Before He Chong could speak, Fu Yinjie interjected. Wait, you don't think we're unaware of your singing at that event, do you? Singing? Lin Yan recalled, and soon realized he was referring to the night he played the guitar for Bai Luoyin at the social gathering. A classmate recorded your performance that night and posted it online within the school. The reason you are so well known now, aside from Bai Luoyin, is largely due to your performance on the lawn that evening. At that moment, Yun Tianhua chimed in appropriately, exactly, and some even shared it on short video platforms. I heard it garnered nearly 100,000 likes. It was then that Lin Yan belatedly recalled the gazes directed at him as he traversed the campus. It was merely at that moment he believed those gazes were primarily directed at by Luo Yan by his side, but to his surprise, he too was a part of it. Indeed, it was this very thought that prompted him to suggest that you sing a song tonight. There was no need to perform anything else. Just that song you sang the other evening would suffice. At this juncture, He Chong, who had been rubbing his hands together, seized the opportunity to persuade him fervently. It is worth noting that every year during these welcome parties, students from the finance department, like them, typically presented skits or poetry recitations. After all, when compared to students from performance majors, they often felt somewhat embarrassed to take the stage and sing or dance. However, this time was different. They had Lin Yan. Although He Chong had not witnessed Lin Yan's performance that night firsthand, he had indeed seen the video. One must admit that the song Ordinary Road resonated deeply with someone like He Chong. After listening, he found himself emotionally stirred, taking quite some time to regain his composure. In his view, this song was more than capable of eclipsing the performances of those from the performing arts department. Thus, when tasked by the teacher to prepare a program, He Chong's first thought was to seek Lin Yan's assistance. Lin Yan himself was taken aback by the prospect of being entrusted with such a task. While he had previously contemplated earning a little money through the entertainment industry, he had never truly considered embarking on a solo career. His intention was merely to write a song or two from the recesses of his mind to sell, aiming for a discreet role behind the scenes. If he truly sought to amass wealth, wouldn't it be wiser to immerse himself in the finance sector? After all, while stardom may seem glamorous in comparison to capitalists, so-called celebrities are merely their employees. Hence, upon hearing He Chong's request, he instinctively wished to decline. Yet, gazing into He Chong's hopeful eyes, he found it difficult to voice his refusal. In truth, among all his roommates, he held the greatest admiration for He Chong. In terms of both character and capability, He Chong was a friend worthy of deepening connections and providing assistance. Furthermore, this was the first responsibility he had assumed as class monitor, and Lin Yan was acutely aware of how much it meant to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan opted for a gentle approach in his response. Well, didn't you mention that the teacher intended for classes 1 and 2 in finance to collaborate on a program? If I agree to your request, what about the students from class 2? What if they too wish to take the stage? He posed this query, mindful not to inadvertently stifle the enthusiasm of others. Upon hearing this, He Chong fell into a reflective silence. Indeed, his initial thought upon receiving the task from the teacher was to find Lin Yan, and he had rushed back to the dormitory without consulting the second class. As Lin Yan had pointed out, what if there were students there who also wished to perform? It would be unjust to deprive others of their opportunities due to his unilateral decision. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly devised a solution and said to Lin Yan, "How about this? I will contact the class monitor of class 2, and we can discuss matters in the classroom tonight. I suspect that after an afternoon's notice, they should have an idea of whether any students wish to participate in the performance. If no one volunteers from their side, then you can proceed directly. However, if there are participants, we could collaborate to devise a more splendid performance plan." Faced with He Chong's suggestion, Lin Yan found it difficult to decline and could only nod in silent agreement. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. As Lin Yan followed He Chong to the classroom and laid eyes on the so-called class monitor of class 2, he instinctively contemplated turning away. For standing there was none other than Tang Yin, gazing at him with a look of sorrow. "Lin, do you truly wish to avoid seeing me?" Just as Lin Yan was about to leave, Tang Yin's plaintive voice reached his ears. Hearing this, Lin Yan let out a resigned sigh and halted his steps. Returning to her side, he gazed helplessly at Tang Yin, whose eyes glistened with tears, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. It was understandable for her to feel this way. Since their encounter that day, they had indeed crossed paths numerous times, particularly during the large lectures attended by both Class 1 and Class 2. Yet, on each occasion that Tang Yin sought to speak with him, Lin Yan would preemptively evade her. After several encounters, she assumed he must dislike her and ceased to approach him. Nevertheless, during their distant glances, there always lingered a hint of grievance in her eyes. Yet Lin Yan bore an unvoiced sorrow, for his demeanor stemmed not only from a belief that there was little to discuss with her, but primarily from a desire to protect her very life. Although Bai Luo Yan had never uttered a word, Lin Yan's intuition warned him that if he dared to befriend this girl, her demise would likely be imminent. With this thought, he shot a reproachful glance at Chong, who, regrettably, did not notice. He looked at Tang Yan, then at Lin Yan, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke to introduce them. Lin Yan, this is the class monitor of Class 2. As expected, however, given Tang Yan's beauty and scholarly reputation, her election as class monitor was all but assured. It appeared that you two were already acquainted. Noting Chong's inquisitive gaze, Lin Yan could only explain. We were former high school classmates. Oh, I see. That's even better. Come, let us sit down and continue our discussion. Despite sensing an underlying tension between the two, Chong, eager to accomplish their task, facilitated a seating arrangement. Hey, are you two pretending I don't exist? Suddenly, a male voice interrupted abruptly. At this moment, Lin Yan and Zhang Chong belatedly turned their gaze toward Tang Yan. They beheld Su Fuxian, his teeth clenched in a fierce glare directed at them. Strangely enough, had he remained silent, they might not have noticed his presence at all. After a few moments, the four finally settled down. All right, let us first discuss the performance, one suggested. Just then, a feminine voice interrupted. Oh, it seems you are engaged in some delightful conversation. May I join in? The sudden utterance made Lin Yan freeze in place. Chapter 38. Indeed, I assert it to be so. Upon turning to see Bai Luoyan standing behind him with a beaming smile, Lin Yan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He struggled to swallow and managed to force a wry smile. Luoyan, please remain calm while I explain. It's all right, I understand. You are here to discuss the welcome party, correct? Bai Luoyan's response momentarily stunned Lin Yan. Oh, when did she become so agreeable? He pondered. Wait, what just happened? Why am I feeling the need to explain myself to her? Why did I just experience a sensation akin to a husband caught cheating by his wife? I haven't done anything wrong. It was only then that Lin Yan belatedly realized the oddity of his earlier reaction. Bai Luoyan quietly took a seat beside him, her heart secretly reveling in the thought. It appears that the initial phase of conditioning has begun to yield results. Tang Yan observed Lin Yan, who had transitioned from nervousness to bewilderment, and then glanced at Bai Luoyan, who exuded an air of a rightful partner. Suddenly, an understanding seemed to dawn upon her, causing her complexion to pale considerably. In a moment of resolve, she mustered her courage and addressed Bai Luoyan, classmate Bai. I believe that Lin classmate has the freedom to choose whom he befriends, regardless of whether you are his girlfriend. You should not inhibit his normal social interactions. Lin Yan looked at Tang Yan in astonishment. Wow, I never knew you could be so brave. Yet, he thought. But do you realize that this is akin to dancing on a grave? To Lin Yan's surprise, Bai Luoyan not only remained unperturbed, but also gently adjusted his collar before turning her attention to Tang Yan. I believe you are correct. Thus, I have never intended to restrict my boyfriend's social life. Classmate Tang, I think you may have misunderstood. Is that so? I dare say even you may not believe the words you've just spoken. A strange tension suddenly permeated the air between the two young women. Meanwhile, Chong appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was frantically exclaiming, Wow, wow, wow. Is this truly the legendary battlefield of emotions? Mother, I never imagined I would witness such a spectacle. Like most people, Chong had always been perplexed as to why Lin Yan garnered such affection from beautiful women. In terms of appearance, he believed that Yun Tianhua was decidedly more handsome than Lin Yan. Of course, this was not to say that Lin Yan was unattractive. However, Chong was convinced that Lin Yan's looks did not possess the kind of charm capable of making a woman fall head over heels at first sight. In stark contrast, Yun Tianhua epitomized another extreme, handsome and wealthy, yet seemingly devoid of any interest in romance. Despite his lively banter in the dormitory, he would hardly spare a glance at the girls when they went out. Although several girls had approached him, seeking his contact information, he consistently declined with an air of nonchalance, creating the impression that he had no inclination towards women. Wait a moment, had he discovered something? Could it be that he, whom Chong regarded as a brother, was harboring intentions of engaging in fencing with him? Just as Chong's thoughts began to spiral, revealing a peculiar expression on his face, Su Fuxian observed the scene before him with an increasingly darkened gaze directed at Lin Yan. He could not fathom why the unremarkable Lin Yan would incite such a battleground of emotions. The jealousy brewing within him felt as though it might consume him entirely. Since that military training, he had felt a distinct distance from Tang Yan, and what was once a friendship had rapidly become estranged. It required little contemplation for him to grasp the reason behind this shift. Yet, he could not comprehend why the legendary daughter of the Bai family would also harbor such admiration for Lin Yan. Having witnessed 2 kisses firsthand, he could hardly articulate the depths of his envy towards Lin Yan, feeling an overwhelming urge to step in and take his place. The very Lin Yan who had once been a mere background figure had suddenly transformed into an object of his envy. This stark contrast was difficult for Su Fuxian to accept. Therefore, upon hearing Tang Yanyan and He Chong discussing a phone call in which she expressed a desire for Lin Yan to represent both classes in a performance, he resolved to sabotage it. He approached Tang Yanyan, claiming he wished to volunteer for the stage, which led her to bring him along. However, he had not anticipated that arriving at the scene and witnessing 2 women competing for Lin Yan's attention would intensify his discomfort. Lin Yan regarded the 2 girls, who were locked in a fierce stare-off, and rolled his eyes in exasperation. He spoke up, "Are you 2 going to discuss business or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Sit down." They both exclaimed in unison before Lin Yan could rise. Tang Yanyan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she said, "Classmate Bai, we are discussing matters regarding the welcome party. Could you please excuse yourself?" Bai Luoyan maintained her smile, gesturing towards Su Fuxian beside her. "Then why is he here?" Classmate Su volunteered to perform as well. "Oh, is that so? I shall also enroll." Yet, Bai Luoyan paid no heed to Tang Yanyan, abruptly rising to her feet and striding towards Su Fuxian, inquiring, "So, you intend to take the stage?" It was Su Fuxian's first encounter with Bai Luoyan up close, and confronted by her imposing beauty, he instinctively shrunk his shoulders, responding absent-mindedly, all right, then await my notification." At that moment, Bai Luoyan seemed to revert to her authoritative demeanor, emanating an undeniable air of command. She then turned and approached Lin Yan, grasping his arm with practiced ease, leading him out of the classroom. As they walked, she cast a remark over her shoulder to the others, "The program shall be handled by Lin Yan and myself. There is no need for further discussion." Watching the pair depart, Tang Yanyan's gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts, yet she remained silent. Upon exiting the classroom, Lin Yan curiously inquired of Bai Luoyan, "Do you wish to perform on stage as well?" Bai Luoyan nodded noncommittally, replying, "Of course. You know I am a person of my word, and I detest deceit. But you have never performed publicly before, have you? Neither as the Empress in your past life, nor as the esteemed President Bai in this life, has there been a necessity for such." The young lady halted her steps, fixing Lin Yan with a serious gaze. "Indeed, I have never attempted it, nor do I particularly enjoy it. However, I feel my declarations have yet to suffice, allowing someone like Tang Yanyan to persist in her pursuit of you. This time, I intend to declare my intentions to the entire school." At this juncture, a glimmer of fierce possessiveness shone in her beautiful eyes. "I shall make it known that you belong solely to me. I will ensure that no one dares to covet what is mine." Chapter 39. What I desire is all of him. Observing Lin Yan's retreating figure and recalling the helpless expression he wore upon hearing her words, Bai Luoyan's lips curled into a sweet smile of satisfaction. Standing quietly behind her, Shangguan Wanyu could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "Miss, should we send someone to warn Tang Yanyan to keep her distance from the young master?" However, Bai Luoyan's response elicited a rare look of surprise from the young lady. "No need, let her be. Remember, do not create trouble for her. It would be wise to arrange for her protection, lest any unfortunate incident lead to misunderstandings with your young master." Shangguan Wanyu, puzzled, pressed on, "But miss, did you not say?" That was then. Bai Luoyan continued to gaze in the direction where the man had departed, as if she could still perceive his silhouette. "He once taught me that the best strategy is to outwit the enemy. Indeed, I desire him. Yet, I have always been a person of insatiable greed. I desire not only his physical form, but also his heart and love." It seems she has recalled something, as Bai Luoyan crossed her arms, accentuating certain aspects. A sweet smile tinged with possessiveness graced her lips as she continued, "I want everything about him. I wish for him to see only me in his eyes. However, to achieve such a goal, I must refrain from acting impulsively. He has always been an exceptionally astute individual, far more intelligent than any adversary I have encountered. Should I dare to strike at those around him, he would undoubtedly take notice. His aversion to love stems from a lack of security. If I were to reveal my cruel and merciless side, Do you believe he would still dare to embrace my affection? Yet, those who have suffered in love often yearn for it the most. Once I can provide him with the sense of security he desires, he will inevitably succumb to love for me. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wanyu displayed a look of sudden realization and promptly offered a sycophantic remark. You are truly remarkable, my lady. Bai Luoyan raised her hand and stretched lazily, chuckling. Spare me the flattery. You know I love him. Rather than allowing anger to drive him away, I would prefer to ensnare him in a cage of love, keeping him by my side. After enduring for so many years, I am not short on time. The moment I unexpectedly appeared today and witnessed his eagerness to explain indicates that my strategy is beginning to bear fruit. She continued, her eyes revealing a familiar hint of obsession. Moreover, should I ultimately fail, I could always bind him to me with iron chains. The orientation gala is scheduled for 3 days hence. Although it seems time is of the essence, the students from the Performing Arts Department have already commenced rehearsals. The students from the Finance Department appear merely as embellishments, thus the duration is of little consequence. Since that day, Su Fuxian has shed his previous despondency, eagerly anticipating something. The mere thought of sharing the stage with a goddess like Bai Luoyan sends shivers of excitement coursing through him. With a promising beginning, he wonders if he might have the chance to befriend the ethereal Bai goddess. Enraptured by this delightful vision, he even forgets that Lin Yan will also perform on stage. However, throughout his days of anticipation, Bai Luoyan has not sought him out. Finally, on the eve of the gala, he mustered the courage to confront Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan as they strolled across the playground. With his face aflame, he questioned Bai Luoyan. Did you not say you would arrange things? Where is the arrangement? Yet, the moment he unleashed those words, facing Bai Luoyan's icy gaze, he faltered, stammering, I was merely concerned that our finance department might embarrass itself. There was no other intention. Bai Luoyan paid him no heed, simply taking Lin Yan's hand and walking towards the grand auditorium. As Shangguan Wanyu stepped back, she whispered something to Su Fuxian, then waved her hand, summoning a figure clad in black, who promptly escorted the visibly perplexed Su Fuxian away. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan hurried towards the grand auditorium for the rehearsal of the performance scheduled for the following evening. Given the scale of the event, a comprehensive rehearsal was essential to ensure the students understood the order of their respective acts. After all, those performing on stage needed to be aware of their sequence in the program. Upon entering the grand auditorium, Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Unlike previous occasions, this time, a greater focus was directed towards Lin Yan. His rendition of Ordinary Path on the grassy field had already spread among the students. Coupled with the 2 public displays of affection from the goddess Bai, information about him had been thoroughly unearthed by the student body. Consequently, the performance from the School of Finance drew considerable interest. Hey, is that him? Indeed, that's the guy? Did you not see the goddess Bai linked to his arm? Within Zhanghai University, apart from this brat, the goddess Bai never approaches other boys. I don't think he's all that handsome, to be honest. What do you know? Look at that high-nose bridge, it's obvious. Ahem, is he really the one performing for the finance department? Most likely, he's probably going to perform Ordinary Path again. Then why did he bring the goddess Bai along? To show off? Do you think it's possible that they are performing together this time? Can the goddess Bai sing too? Our goddess knows everything. Sounds like you're quite familiar with her. Calm down, we'll see during rehearsal. Amidst the chatter, the 2 maintained their composure as they approached the stage. Bai Luoyan noticed the attention focused on Lin Yan, feeling a mix of pride and anger. The pride stemmed from the realization that her partner's excellence was beginning to draw public admiration, something she considered entirely natural. The anger, however, arose from the presence of numerous envious female gazes among the onlookers. She shot a glare at those girls with ulterior motives, tightening her grip on Lin Yan's arm. As her gesture elicited a delightful sensation from Lin Yan's arm, he wore an unusual expression, yet dared not move, nearly being towed along by Bai Luoyan. At that moment, a familiar figure approached them. Bai, it's been a while, came the voice of none other than Chu Tian, someone they had met previously. One must admit, a thick skin is a prerequisite for entering the entertainment industry. Despite having been humiliated last time, Chu Tian approached Bai Luoyan as if nothing had ever transpired, greeting her with an air of nonchalance. From his demeanor and tone, one might mistakenly believe he was quite familiar with Bai Luoyan. Lin Yan's gaze held a flicker of pity as he lamented that this fellow still stubbornly aspired to cling to the leg of the Bai family's heiress. Bai Luoyan, however, did not deign to look at him directly. Instead, she cast a sidelong glance, prompting Xiao Yu to step forward and position herself in front of Chu Tian. Recalling Xiao Yu's sharp tongue from their last encounter, Chu Tian instinctively retreated a step. Chapter 40. The gala commences. The memory of Xiao Yu's cutting remarks rendered Chu Tian's face pale. He raised his hand and hastily began to explain. I merely came to inform you that your performance is scheduled after mine. Upon hearing his explanation, Shangguan Wanyu nodded steadily and then followed after Lin Yan, who had already moved on. Watching their retreating figures, a glint of resentment flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Yet, soon his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Upon learning that his performance was slated to precede Lin Yan's, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, he acknowledged that Lin Yan's rendition of Ordinary Road that night was a remarkable piece. However, a good song did not guarantee a stellar performance. With his extensive experience, he was acutely aware of this fact. This time, he was determined to outshine the seemingly inconsequential Lin Yan on stage. Yet, observing Lin Yan empty-handed, a trace of confusion crossed his mind. Where was that guy's guitar? Could it be that he intended to perform an a cappella? He still vividly recalled the precious guitar Bai Luoyan had casually gifted to Lin Yan. Under his perplexed gaze, he watched as the two approached the staff in charge of the performance schedule, conversed briefly, and then retraced their steps. What? They are not rehearsing? How could they just leave like that? After they departed, Chu Tian immediately approached the staff member and inquired, Aren't they rehearsing? The staff member could only respond with a wry smile. They mentioned that they could rehearse on their own. They simply came to inform me of their program title and approximate duration before leaving. Chu Tian curiously glanced at the program list in the staff member's hand. Murmuring under his breath, Drunken Fisher sings at dusk? What on earth is that? No one knew where the two had gone to rehearse. And in the blink of an eye, the evening of the following day arrived. The so-called welcome gala was not solely for the newcomers. With prior notice from the school and instructors, as dusk began to shroud the sky, students gradually made their way to the auditorium. As one of the nation's premier universities, rivaling the likes of Tsinghua and Beida, Zhanghai University was certainly not short on funds. To facilitate speeches and various galas, a colossal auditorium had been constructed at great expense several years prior. Although termed an auditorium, the lighting, sound systems, and LED screens were all exceptionally well equipped, having even hosted small-scale concerts in the past. As the evening gala approached its commencement, the venue became increasingly crowded with a sea of dark-clad individuals. Among them, the three roommates of Lin Yan from Dormitory 520 sat alongside the three from Dormitory 502, where Bai Luoyan resided. Due to Bai Luoyan's habitual choice to sit beside Lin Yan during classes, the two groups had gradually become accustomed to each other's presence. Over time, a camaraderie developed among them, although not all were particularly familiar. For instance, Shangguan Wanyu stood out as a somewhat aloof presence. Not only the three boys, Fu Yinjia included, but even her dormitory companions, Zhang Lan and Wen Yuru, did not share a close rapport with her. She resembled Bai Luoyan's shadow, perpetually positioned quietly behind her. Except for rare occasions when she needed to serve as Bai Luoyan's spokesperson, she seldom initiated conversation. This resulted in an odd scene. 6 individuals seated together, yet one among them appeared distinctly out of place. Fu Yinjia craned his neck, peering toward the back of the stage, and remarked, They must have gone backstage to prepare by now. By the way, do you know what performance they are putting on? Yi Chang, the class monitor, shook his head in response. I have no idea. I only know the name of the performance. Moreover, I haven't noticed Lin Yan going out to rehearse in recent days. Zhang Lan furrowed her brow in thought and replied uncertainly. Bai Luoyan seems to have been returning late these past 2 nights. She must be rehearsing with Lin Yan. She then added, This should be something that Xiaoyu knows best. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards the taciturn Shangguan Wanyu. Maintaining her characteristic composure, she replied in a calm tone, Don't look at me. I'm just as uninformed. I haven't been aware of where they have been these last 2 nights. Just then, Fu Yinjia appeared to have an epiphany, a mischievous grin creeping across his face as he speculated. Could it be that they are using rehearsals as an excuse to sneak away? The implication was clear, and the adults in the room quickly understood, casting him disdainful glances. Shangguan Wanyu turned sharply to glare at him and eventually warned in a measured tone. "If you keep wearing that lecherous smile, I will hit you." A chill ran through Fu Yinjie, prompting him to bite his tongue and suppress his grin. Fortunately, the gentle-tempered Wen Yuru timely intervened, saying, "I wonder which performance they have been assigned to." Yichang followed her lead, responding, "It seems they are scheduled quite later." After all, the opening dance and songs are typically entrusted to the students from the Performing Arts Department. As for us, we are merely here to add to the atmosphere. He then added, "I heard that the Performing Arts Department has recruited several stunning new students this year. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it." Indeed, it is none other than Fu Yinjie, who cannot stray from his usual antics for even 3 sentences. However, considering the presence of young ladies, he has restrained himself considerably today. Otherwise, in accordance with his usual behavior, he would have already begun to critique and score the surrounding girls while clutching 2 of his roommates. Yet, he has already surveyed his surroundings. And if one were to speak candidly, Zhanglan and Wen Yura are undoubtedly the most exquisite within a 100-meter radius. But one must not count Shangwan Wanyu. She is merely an ice queen. Thus, he proceeded to engage in light conversation with Yichang and the 2 lovely ladies. One must admit that his personality is indeed suited to enlivening the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, the quartet found themselves laughing heartily while conversing. Among them, Yun Tianhua spoke very little, merely smiling and quietly observing. As previously mentioned, he seemed to intentionally diminish his presence in the company of ladies. Listening to the banter, he cast a glance at the reticent Shangwan Wanyu. After a moment's hesitation, he unexpectedly addressed the seemingly aloof girl. "By the way, shouldn't you be over there with them?" Here, them referred to Lin Yan and by Luo Yan. Perhaps taken aback by his sudden inquiry, Shangwan Wanyu paused before responding, "No need, with the young master here. The young lady is quite safe. It seems you and Lin Yan are rather well acquainted, and you seem to trust him greatly." Being somewhat familiar with the Bai group, Yun Tianhua was aware of Shangwan Wanyu's position at Bai Luoyan's side. He simply found it curious that this reputedly capable aide of Bai Luoyan appeared to harbor an inexplicable trust in Lin Yan. Shangwan Wanyu did not reply, instead silently gazing at the distant stage. Fortunately, at that moment, as an exhilarating accompaniment filled the air, the welcome party for the evening officially commenced. Chapter 41. Should you dare to call me that again, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. Welcome, esteemed classmates, to tonight's welcome party. And we extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you to the family of Jianghai University. I am your host for this evening. As the lights dimmed and the host's opening words resonated, the welcome party commenced its grand opening. Jianghai University is indeed renowned for its abundance of beauties. The female host on stage is a newcomer from the Performing Arts Department this year, and is, without doubt, a rare beauty. Under the discerning evaluation of professional judge Fu Yinjie, if Bai Luoyan is rated at a perfect score of 100, the host on stage would undoubtedly earn at least a 90. Had it not been for Bai Luoyan this year, this newcomer would certainly have been a contender for the title of this year's Campus Bell. In truth, the moment Bai Luoyan decided to attend Jianghai University, the choice for Campus Bell was already a foregone conclusion. Following a round of opening remarks, the evening's festivities began with the first performance. Although it was merely a welcome party for the school, the caliber of the performances and participants was impeccable. In particular, a dance number featuring a dozen young ladies in light attire moved Fu Yinjie to the point of tears. Before long, the evening progressed significantly. At this moment, the stage was graced by a first-year student from the Performing Arts Department, Chu Tian. He had chosen to perform a lively song and dance routine, inspired by a popular K-pop star. Admission to the Jianghai University Performing Arts Department requires considerable talent, and Chu Tian proved that he possessed more than just striking good looks. In truth, he had the potential to enter the entertainment industry. Since elementary school, he had participated in numerous singing competitions, gaining keen insight into what types of performances captivate an audience. For instance, the song he selected for tonight's performance was akin to those favored by contestants on televised talent shows, who often choose pieces that showcase high vocal ranges. Such selections tend to create a more dramatic stage presence, with their exhilarating rhythms easily stirring the emotions of the audience. Thus, when Chu Tian completed his final dance move, drenched in sweat, the crowd erupted in applause and admiration, chanting, Chu Tian, how handsome. Will you be my boyfriend? Brother Chu, you are the best." Despite having just entered Jianghai University, Chu Tian had evidently garnered a considerable following. Hearing the enthusiastic accolades from the audience, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. This was the university life he had envisioned, not one stifled by a stranger's unwarranted reproaches. As he contemplated this, he cast a glance towards a certain area behind the stage, imagining Bai Luoyin gazing at him with admiration. "Do you see this, Bai Luoyin? Only a dazzling me deserves to stand by your side, not some clueless fool from a small town. Why does that kid's expression seem so punchable?" Fu Yinjie mused, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront him. Observing Chu Tian striking poses on stage rather than exiting, Fu Yinjie felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. It was not just him. Those nearby shared similar sentiments. He Chang refrained from joining the criticism, being a simple soul from the mountains, unaccustomed to disparaging others publicly. Yin Tianhua, who matched Chu Tian in looks, remained silent, his brow furrowed in disapproval. As a young man, he did not appreciate Chu Tian's effeminate style of so-called beauty. However, the forthright Jiang Lan did not hold back, finding a rare moment of consensus with Fu Yinjie. She cast a fleeting glance of disdain towards Chu Tian, affirming, "That is not merely an illusion, for I share the same sentiment. How can this man be so pretentious?" Although Wen Yuru, seated beside her, remained silent. She nodded in agreement. Despite Bai Luoyin never having mentioned it, they had gleaned from others the events of that fateful night. Naturally, their impression of a man so blatantly intent on intruding upon another's relationship would not be favorable. Moreover, as Bai Luoyin incessantly extolled the virtues of Lin Yan before them, their perception of her boyfriend diverged significantly from that of others. In stark contrast, Chu Tian now appeared exceedingly affected to them. Meanwhile, Shengwan Wanyu, who had once cast a significant psychological shadow over Chu Tian, remained composed in her seat, her expression unchanged. Upon hearing Jiang Lan unexpectedly align with him, Fu Yinjie quickly added, "Indeed, once Lin Yan takes the stage, I am certain his performance will surpass Chu Tian's." He then inquired of He Chang, the class monitor. "By the way, what is Lin Yan performing tonight?" He Chang shrugged and replied honestly, "I don't know. All I know is that his performance is titled Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk." Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk? Is he going to sing a traditional song tonight? Fu Yinjie mused. "Well, no need for speculation. It's his turn to perform now," He Chang interjected, having reviewed the performance schedule. At this, Fu Yinjie promptly fell silent, focusing intently on the stage. At that moment, Chu Tian finally descended from the stage after striking his final pose, colliding with Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin, who were preparing to ascend. Upon seeing Bai Luoyin, his eyes brightened. Today, she had shed her usual attire in favor of a striking red traditional outfit. Unlike the intricate, flowing Hanfu of the past, her ensemble was neither overly complex nor delicate. Rather, it resembled a masculine version of traditional garb, with its clean lines and exquisite embellishments. Coupled with the vivid crimson hue reminiscent of fresh blood, Bai Luoyin appeared as though she had stepped out of ancient times, embodying the spirit of a female general, graceful yet formidable. Such a striking appearance, combined with her breathtaking beauty, left Chu Tian momentarily spellbound. After several seconds of distraction, he finally regained his composure. Approaching Bai Luoyin, he instinctively overlooked Lin Yan, who stood beside her, and, as if seeking recognition, asked her, "Luoyin, did you witness my performance on stage?" Upon hearing the man before her address her so intimately, a glimmer of crimson ignited in Bai Luoyin's eyes, and an unmistakable aura of menace radiated from her. As the saying goes, when the emperor is enraged, 100,000 may fall. Whether in her previous life as an empress or in this life as a CEO, the authority of the young woman before him was beyond the capacity of a mere mortal like Chu Tian to withstand. He felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably. Even with his limited intellect, he grasped the malice directed at him by the girl in front of him. Fortunately, at that moment, a gentle hand rested on Bai Luoyin's shoulder. With that gesture, her murderous intent evaporated instantly. Lin Yan looked at Bai Luoyin, who resembled a frightened kitten, and softly reminded her, "All right, it's our turn to take the stage." With a huff, though still irritated, Bai Luoyin managed to suppress her temper. Yet, just before ascending the stage, she cast a chilling warning at the trembling Chu Tian, who was slumped on the ground. "If you dare to call me that again, I will ensure you vanish from this world." Chapter 42. In their eyes. only each other after the host finished a series of announcements and exited the stage. All the lights dimmed abruptly, plunging the venue into darkness. Moments later, the lights flickered back to life, illuminating two figures on stage. Lin Yan was attired in a pristine white Hanfu, quietly kneeling on a mat, with an ancient guzheng elegantly displayed on the low table before him. There were no extravagant decorations or dazzling lights, only a solitary figure, a mat, a table, and the guzheng. Bai Luoyan, dressed in striking red, stood before him with a beautifully crafted sword in hand. The audience below gazed at their attire, momentarily engulfed in silence. In a daze, they felt as if the scholar in white and his enchanting companion had stepped out of ancient texts into the present. Wow, is that the white goddess? Has she also joined the performance? Truly worthy of her divine title, she wore the red traditional attire with such grace. The one seated behind must be Lin Yan, right? And is that a guzheng in front of him? Wasn't it said he would perform on the guitar? What are they planning to do? A guzheng? Could he possibly intend to sing a pop song with it? The white goddess is present too. Perhaps she will sing? But why is she holding a sword? Perhaps it is a prop? It appears to be a sword. Yet could it actually be a microphone? As the audience speculated about the unusual pairing on stage, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. I wonder what they are trying to accomplish. Who do I ask for answers? In the audience, Fu Yinjie and his companions stared at the two performers on stage with bewilderment. Suddenly, they turned in unison to glance at Shangguan Wanyu beside them. Perhaps only she would know what the duo was about to do. However, little Yu offered no response. Her gaze was fixed on the two figures on stage, a flicker of nostalgia and reminiscence crossing her features, as if she had traversed through time, returning to a moment long past. Fortunately, the two individuals on stage did not keep the audience waiting for long. Lin Yan exchanged a brief nod with Bai Luoyan before he began to pluck the strings of the guzheng before him. With his movements, a melody, hitherto unheard in this world, gracefully descended upon the gathering, having traversed the corridors of time. The Huaxiao of this realm shares an eerily similar history with Blue Star. In Huaxia's historical narrative, the four arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting hold significant prominence, with the guqin esteemed as the foremost among them, representing the pinnacle of classical musical artistry. In a parallel dimension, 10 ancient guqin pieces have been revered as the top 10, meticulously preserved throughout the ages and cherished as treasures by posterity. The piece Lin Yan now performs, Drunken Fishermen Singing at Dusk, ranks among these esteemed compositions. This cultural gem, born from the depths of history, has appeared before all, thanks to the rewards of the system residing within Lin Yan's mind. Drunken Fishermen Singing at Dusk, one of the top 10 guqin pieces, is chronicled in the Shi Lu Tang Qin Tong as a creation inspired by Lu Lu Wang and Pai Ri Xiu, who, while boating on the Song River, chanced upon a fisherman singing in a state of inebriation. The Taiyin Bu describes the piece with verses that evoke imagery of the moon illuminating the vast emptiness, while the fisherman, lost in song, sways gently with the rhythm. This composition, akin to the fisherman's song yet distinct in its melody, conveys a spirit of carefree pride and intoxicating beauty, transcending the mundane concerns of the world. As Lin Yan's performance began, Bai Luoyan, positioned before him, also commenced her movements. She drew forth an ancient sword, dancing in harmony with the musical notes. The sword shimmered with flashes of silver light, and clad in flowing red garments, Bai Luoyan resembled a resplendent butterfly, gracefully performing before Lin Yan. With each of her movements, her red attire transformed into a cascade of crimson fabric, fluttering like a vibrant spirit upon the stage. The gleaming sword, reflecting a cold light, swirled around her like a silver dragon. In that moment, the audience witnessing Bai Luoyan's sword dance experienced a glimpse of the ancient emperor's delight. What unfolded before them was no longer merely a performance by Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, but rather a scroll of ink and wash painting gradually unfurling in front of their eyes. The guzheng's melodic strains flowed like a crystalline spring, while the dancing Bai Luoyan appeared as a setting sun. In a fleeting moment, they felt as though they were beside a river, where a waning sun hung above the water's surface. A dark-skinned fisherman, clad in a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, stood upon a small boat. He balanced at the bow, his cheeks slightly flushed, one hand clutching a gourd for drinking, while the other navigated the boat with a paddle. As he gazed at the distant sun, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he swayed his head gently in time with the melody of his song. The orange glow of the setting sun danced upon the lake's shimmering waves, and the prolonged song evoked an inexplicable sense of peace. The heart, recently stirred by Chu Tian's lively performance, began to settle into tranquility. Naku resembles a crystal-clear spring, cleansing the soul that has been enshrouded by the dust of the mundane. However, the audience, entranced by the melodies, remains oblivious to the unwavering gaze exchanged between the two performers on stage. At this moment, their minds are flooded with memories of the past. In their previous lives, they too stood in a similar manner, one playing a tune, the other dancing with a sword. After each victory or successful scheme, they would seek solace atop a mountain, comforting one another. Who could have imagined that the imperious empress, often high and mighty, would lower herself to dance gracefully for a man, and that the man, renowned for his unmatched strategies and invincibility on the battlefield, would set aside his bloody blade to play the lute for a woman? Countless times, they reveled in these rare moments of tranquility. Each time the man would smile unknowingly at the sight of the young woman's sword dance. Countless times, witnessing the joy radiating from him due to her performance filled her heart with profound satisfaction. For him, she willingly donned flowing robes to dance. For her, he gladly laid down his weapon to play music. This was the unique joy that belonged solely to them in their past life, now serendipitously unveiled before an audience. Their souls intertwined, they required no rehearsal. The 2 evenings spent together were merely white Luoyan leading Lin Yan to select costumes and a guzheng. She vividly recalls the image of him clad in white, playing the lute, and he remembers her enchanting figure dancing in red attire. As the music resonates once more, they have long forgotten their surroundings, lost in the performance itself. When those familiar notes evoke cherished memories, it feels as if the world has narrowed down to just the two of them. At this moment, they see only each other. Chapter 43. Third times the charm. Shanghai University is not devoid of similar guzheng performances. In fact, although it is not a specialized arts academy, the faculty of the Performing Arts Department at Shanghai University is hardly inferior to that of the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. To preserve tradition, Shanghai University has even established classes for traditional musical instruments, ensuring at least one performance each year. Yet, audiences often express a singular sentiment towards such shows. It seems pleasant enough, yet they remain uncertain about what exactly makes it so. However, tonight's performance by Lin Yan and by Luo Yan is distinctly different. The young students, some still in their teens, appear to experience the allure of ancestral culture for the first time. Rather than a mere musical performance, the duo presents a breathtaking tableau. In stark contrast to the captivated students, an elderly gentleman with graying beard in the front row trembles with excitement. Unable to contain his enthusiasm as Lin Yan's melodies reach a crescendo, compelling him to rise instinctively from his seat. Seated beside him, the principal was startled by his actions and hurriedly inquired, "Old Lin, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Despite the principal's evident concern, it was worth noting that this Lin, an esteemed elder, was not a faculty member of Shanghai University. In his youth, the principal had studied traditional music under Lin's tutelage for a brief period. In essence, Lin was his mentor. While one might refer to him as a mentor, in the context of traditional Chinese culture, their relationship was more nominal than formal, lacking the depth of a true master-disciple bond. The reason for inviting Lin today was twofold. He held the esteemed position of president of the Traditional Music Association of China and was also an honorary professor at Bei. Despite traditional instruments having faced the onslaught of popular culture in recent years, there has been a resurgence of interest in them as the Chinese populace has begun to recognize and awaken to their cultural heritage. The cultivation of the 4 arts of a gentleman remains highly esteemed among the upper echelons of society. Many of Lin's former students have ascended to become significant figures in the capital, which grants Lin considerable influence, even within the entertainment industry. If a newcomer were to earn his favor, achieving stardom would merely be a matter of his endorsement. The principal's intention in inviting Lin was not only to express gratitude to a former teacher upon his ascension to the role of principal, but also to explore the possibility of garnering Lin's attention for his students during the event. Additionally, he benefited from the fact that Lin's granddaughter was currently studying at Shanghai University. Having initially pursued traditional instruments out of mere interest, the principal, while acknowledging the young man's commendable performance on stage, did not feel particularly moved. Observing Lin's excitement, he mistakenly assumed that the elder was merely uncomfortable from prolonged sitting. Seeing Lin remain silent, the principal, somewhat anxious, pressed further, "Old Lin, shall I send someone to assist you?" "Silence!" Lin interjected abruptly, cutting off the principal's words. His gaze was intensely fixed on the young man on stage, Lin Yan, finding the principal's chatter excessively distracting. Unlike the principal, Lin could perceive the exceptional quality of the ancient piece being performed by Lin Yan. After all, a composition recognized among the top 10 ancient melodies of another era could not be trivial. Initially, upon noticing the guzheng before Lin Yan, Lin felt a sense of gratification. Regardless of whether the young man was merely putting on a show, the intention to promote traditional culture was commendable. However, as Lin Yan placed his hands upon the guzheng and struck the first note, Lin's previously smiling countenance grew serious. He realized that the young performer, upon commencing his rendition, had undergone a transformation in presence. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he were not witnessing a young man, but rather a reflection of his own esteemed mentor from the past. Such a masterful demeanor, cultivated through a lifetime devoted to a singular pursuit. Yet he now perceives a semblance of it within a mere youth. As the ethereal notes of the ancient melody wafted throughout the vast hall, his expression shifted from solemnity to astonishment, gradually evolving into profound bewilderment. For he discerned that the young man on stage was performing an ancient piece he had never encountered before, thereby signifying that it was indeed an original guzheng composition. Unlike contemporary music, the crafting of guzheng scores entails a far greater level of difficulty. While popular songs hinge upon lyrical and melodic requirements, the essence of guzheng composition lies predominantly in its artistic conception. This elusive quality is challenging to encapsulate solely through words or language, which accounts for the scarcity of newly recognized traditional instrument compositions in recent years. Yet, old Lin could hardly have anticipated that, in a moment of spontaneity, he would encounter such a remarkable piece at a welcoming soiree. The composition exuded an air reminiscent of ancient masters, and without doubt, it was a masterpiece. No, this piece could be deemed flawless. Contemplating this, Lin's gaze towards Lin Yan on stage brimmed with excitement and fervor. Suppressing his emotions, he reseated himself, inhaling deeply before gently inquiring of the principal beside him, "Might you know the name of that young man on stage?" Every film must eventually reach its conclusion. And as Lin Yan's final note resonated, Bai Luyan's sword gracefully returned to its sheath. With poise, she secured the blade at her waist. Turning to gaze affectionately at Lin Yan behind her, unable to restrain herself, she approached him, seemingly eager to scrutinize her beloved, lowering her face towards him. Before Lin Yan appeared a visage of unparalleled beauty, capable of inciting turmoil, radiating boundless affection. Perhaps due to her recent performance, the young woman's cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with mist, brimming with infinite adoration. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she half closed her eyes, drawing closer to Lin Yan with a gentle sigh. One might wonder, who among the youth could withstand such a scene? However, just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, a hand suddenly emerged, forcefully pushing her face away. In an instant, the once enchanting atmosphere was shattered. Through the gap between fingers, Bai Luyan's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Lin Yan as she seethed. "Lin Yan, you scoundrel!" Lin Yan bore an expression of knowing anticipation, softly retorting, "Three's a charm." Bai Luyan paused momentarily, then realized he referred to the 2 prior occasions when he had been publicly kissed. "Little girl, do you not see who your master is? Am I not aware of your trivial intentions? What performance, but a pretext to steal another kiss from me? In all honesty, I do not find the notion of kissing you objectionable. However, I am a man, and what does it mean to be forcefully kissed?" Chapter 44. Just say whether he took the stage or not. Lin Yan gently smiled as he observed Bai Luyan, whose guilt was palpable as she averted her gaze. He slowly stood up, took her hand, and whispered softly in her ear, "All right, let's not play around anymore. It's time for the curtain call." The boy's warm breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body, causing Bai Luyan to feel suddenly weak. Fortunately, Lin Yan noticed her discomfort and quickly supported her. The boy thought nothing of it, assuming the girl had merely overexerted herself. Only the rosy hue blooming on her ears betrayed her inner shyness. Lin Yan led the girl to the front of the stage, bowing deeply to express their gratitude to the audience. Even after they descended from the stage, their fingers remained tightly entwined. It was only when they stepped off the stage that the audience finally emerged from their previous reverie, erupting into thunderous applause accompanied by heartfelt praise. However, He-chang, seated among them, furrowed his brow, clapping while muttering to himself in confusion, "Wait, weren't we supposed to bring that Su fellow on stage?" The performance was over. Yet where was that Su guy? It wasn't that He-chang was particularly concerned about Su Fuxian as the class monitor. He simply felt the need to consider the sentiments of the neighboring class. After all, Bai Luoyan had indeed promised to bring Su Fuxian on stage. Of course, even if she reneged on her word, it was no great matter. He could always apologize to Tang Yinyan after the event. As a brother and sister-in-law, he felt compelled to uphold their reputations. Seated beside him, Fu Yinjia suddenly nudged He-chang with his elbow, suggesting, "Are you referring to that thing over there?" Huh. Hearing this, He-chang looked up and was startled to see a tree sluggishly following Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan down to the audience. Since the lights had been off during the setup, he hadn't noticed how the tree had gotten on stage. During the performance, he had assumed it was merely a prop. Who would have thought it was a person in disguise? Well, while it may be a bit ridiculous, it seems Bai Luoyan kept her promise after all. Regardless of what role that fellow played, one could simply ask whether he took the stage. As Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan's segment was scheduled later in the program, they did not return to the audience to join their roommates, but instead left the auditorium directly. Additionally, after their exit, Chu Tian also vanished without a trace. It seemed Bai Luoyan's earlier intimidation had finally reminded him of her true identity. She was no mere flower, but the heir of a powerful conglomerate, capable of crushing him as easily as one would a mere ant, even without endangering his life with Bai Luoyan's influence. Silencing him would be but a matter of a single word. Thus, he promptly regained his senses and resolutely resolved to distance himself from Bai Luoyan. As the evening event was yet to conclude, the majority of students remained within the auditorium. The once bustling pathway, usually thronged with crowds, now lay eerily desolate. Lin Yan continued to hold the young girl's hand, quietly treading along the path. Beside him, the girl pouted, seemingly still irked by Lin Yan's earlier actions on stage. Lin Yan did not attempt to appease her. Instead, he regarded the sulking girl with curiosity. In his memory, Bai Luoyan had always appeared either regal and beautiful or diligent and obedient. Although their reunion in this world had significantly tarnished her image, this display of childish petulance was a first for him. Sensing Lin Yan's gaze, Bai Luoyan let out a disgruntled hum, turning her head away to avoid his sight. Yet, her hand remained firmly clasped in his, betraying no inclination to withdraw. After a considerable time, they finally halted their steps. At that moment, Bai Luoyan snapped back to reality. Her gaze fixed upon the girl's dormitory, her pupils widening in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yan and exclaimed, "You truly intend to escort me back to the girl's dormitory?" Suppressing the urge to chuckle, Lin Yan maintained an air of calm as he replied, "What other course of action do you propose, Miss Bai? Where else might you wish to go?" Recalling her previous response regarding the dormitory, he hesitated momentarily before swiftly altering his tone. Although aware that she was being deliberately provocative, Bai Luoyan could not suppress her irritation. As if by instinct, she swiftly reached out, accurately locating the soft flesh at Lin Yan's waist and twisting it with vigor. Even with his enhanced physique, Lin Yan winced in pain from the sudden assault on his weakness. He swatted her hand away with annoyance, baring his teeth as he exclaimed, "Are you a dog?" "Yes." Lin Yan's words had scarcely escaped his lips when Bai Luoyan unexpectedly lunged at him. She hurled herself into his embrace, her cherry-red lips aiming directly for the collarbone revealed by his attire. Hey, can you not be mindful of your image?" Lin Yan had not anticipated such a dramatic gesture from Bai Luoyan and was momentarily taken aback. However, Bai Luoyan could hardly bring herself to truly bite him. After a gentle nibble on his collarbone, she released her grip. Yet, she did not pull away, instead curling up like a kitten in Lin Yan's arms, greedily inhaling the scent that enveloped him. Lin Yan, rather than pushing her away as was his custom, gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, one hand softly patting her back. Thus, the nature of affection revealed its peculiar magic. The two who seemed on the verge of conflict moments ago now appeared as tender as a young couple. The girl, burying her head deep in Lin Yan's chest, finally lifted her gaze when her oxygen supply was nearly depleted, her eyes hazy as she regarded the young man before her, instinctively reaching out to caress his face. What is it? No, it merely feels somewhat unreal. Just moments ago on stage, it felt as if we had returned to a bygone era. Whether in that realm or the present, I remain unchanged. Understanding the trepidation residing within the heart of the young girl, Lin Yan did not feign ignorance as he typically would. Instead, he unusually whispered sweet nothings to her. A hint of shyness flickered in the girl's eyes. Yet she pouted in displeasure, retorting, "Then why did you reject me on stage? Shouldn't I return the favor?" Just as the girl was left momentarily stunned by his words, Lin Yan had already lowered his head. He gently tucked a strand of hair from her forehead and pressed a soft kiss upon it. By the time the girl regained her composure, Lin Yan's lips had already departed from her brow. Though the light was dim, she could still distinctly see a blush coloring his cheeks. Clearing his throat, he dared not meet her gaze and hastily turned away, saying, "Well, it's getting late. You should head back to your dormitory. I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Bai Luoyan to respond, he hurried away like a guilty thief. Bai Luoyan watched his retreating figure, her hands covering her slightly flushed face as she muttered, "Coward." Lin Yan pretended not to hear, quickening his pace. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the girl's expression began to shift subtly. Although her face remained adorned with a smile, the slight curve of her lips rendered her grin somewhat unnerving. Once she confirmed Lin Yan had completely left, the girl, who had appeared somewhat bashful, revealed a smile tinged with a hint of obsession. He has begun to take the initiative. Bai Luoyan, be patient, just a little longer, and he will be entirely mine. When Fu Yinjie and the others returned to the dormitory, they found Lin Yan lying on the bed with a silly grin plastered across his face. The three exchanged puzzled glances, fully aware yet tacitly choosing not to disturb him. Yun Tianhua looked at the distracted Lin Yan, scoffing disdainfully, and inwardly ridiculed. He claims he cannot accept love for the time being, that he and Bai Luoyan are not a couple. What a farce. With that foolish expression, soon he will be completely consumed. Wait, isn't it true? In the pursuit of a goddess like Bai Luoyan, why does it sound as if he is the one at a disadvantage? The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the next day, Lin Yan had reverted to his usual calm demeanor, as if the love-struck fool from the previous night had merely been a figment of Fu Yinjie and the others' imagination. As the early class commenced today, several individuals in the dormitory rose early, hastening towards the classroom. Upon settling into their seats, Bai Luoyan appeared beside Lin Yan like a programmed NPC, arriving punctually. However, even the most oblivious Fu Yinjie could distinctly sense that Lin Yan seemed less resistant to Bai Lian's proximity than usual. What nonsense was he uttering? Why would anyone express reluctance towards the closeness of a goddess? Contemplating this, he cast a mournful glance at Lin Yan. The latter felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine and glanced at his roommate in confusion. At that moment, Jiang Lan's voice once again captured his attention. Through their recent interactions, he had come to realize that this girl, with her mature demeanor, was essentially a carefree and naive sweetheart. Perhaps it was precisely her lack of cunning that allowed her to forge a friendship with Bai Luoyan. Given Bai Luoyan's background, she was certainly surrounded by those eager to curry favor with her. In truth, it was not just Bai Luoyan. Their roommate Wen Yurua shared a similar fate, albeit with a touch more wisdom typical of a rational individual. Over time, the two dormitory groups had begun to grow more familiar, often congregating to chat during classes. At this moment, Jiang Lan excitedly addressed everyone. Hey, I heard that the club recruitment starts this afternoon. Have you all decided which club to join? I've made up my mind long ago. I want to join the anime club. I've heard they organize cosplay events every year. I've also heard there are many senior sisters in that club. Fu Yinjie immediately revealed his true nature as he spoke. Initially, he had been somewhat restrained, aware that Bai Luoyan belonged to his friend Lin Yan, yet he maintained a semblance of decorum in front of Jiang Lan and Wen Yurua. However, as time passed, perhaps feeling that these two beauties could never be interested in him, or perhaps having grown comfortable, he began to shed his mask. Consequently, he felt increasingly liberated in his speech in front of Bai Luoyan and her roommates. The others had become accustomed to his remarks, so no one bothered to respond. Jiang Lan merely shot him an exasperated glance and turned to Wen Yurua, asking, I plan to try out for the dance club. What about you, Yurua? Surely you'll go for the calligraphy club? It must be said that with Jiang Lan's long legs, the dance club was indeed the most fitting choice. When Yuruo heard Jiang Lan mention the calligraphy club, she smiled and nodded in agreement. Yuruo hailed from a family steeped in literary tradition for 3 generations. It was rumored that her grandfather was a prominent figure in the realm of calligraphy in the country. Influenced by her family, Yuruo had begun learning calligraphy from her grandfather at a young age. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, raising her gaze to He-chang, and inquired, "Class monitor, what about you?" "Me? I suppose I want to be considering joining a club for the time being," he replied. Teacher Yang introduced me to the student council, and it seems that the workload from both the council and the class will be quite substantial, leaving little time for club activities. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Wen Yu's gentle gaze, yet she remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Yan inquired of Yin Tianhua, "And what about you?" "I haven't decided yet. Probably just looking for a relatively easy club to join for some fun," came the reply. "What about you?" "I am in a similar predicament." Lin Yan himself had not given much thought to which club to join, as he appeared indifferent to any particular one. The group tacitly refrained from questioning Bai Luoyan and Shengwan Wanyu, fully aware that wherever Lin Yan chose to go, Bai Luoyan would undoubtedly accompany him, and similarly, Shengwan Wanyu would follow Bai Luoyan. Today's schedule was relatively packed. The morning was nearly filled to capacity, and classes continued until 4 in the afternoon. As Lin Yan exited the classroom, he recalled Jiang Lan's mention of the clubs earlier that morning and turned to Bai Luoyan beside him, asking, "Since it's not yet mealtime, shall we check out the club recruitment over there?" Bai Luoyan readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically and, as usual, linking her arm with his. The club recruitment was centralized in the square, conveniently located near their afternoon classroom. Upon their arrival, they were immediately struck by the fervor of the recruitment activities. "Freshmen and underclassmen, are you interested in joining the Non-Natural Research Society? We eagerly await like-minded companions. We boast the most beautiful senior sisters and the most splendid attire. Come learn about the Hanfu Society. Want to catch the attention of your peers? Yearning to encounter a beautiful romance during your university life? Join our dance society. It will be your best choice. Anime enthusiasts, unite. The world of the second dimension awaits. Come check out the Culinary Society. Today, joining comes with a complimentary egg. The Go Society is recruiting. Join now and receive free lessons in the game of Gold Shovel Battle." Listening to the incessant calls, Lin Yan felt as though he had wandered into a bustling marketplace. Is it true that club recruitment has become this exaggerated? He mused, bemused by the slogans being shouted. Observing the enthusiastic upperclassmen, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, as the atmosphere was starkly different from what he had envisioned. At that moment, he spotted Fu Yinjia standing before the Anime Society's booth, eagerly asking the recruiting senior, "Senior, may I join the Anime Society?" The senior appraised him from head to toe and unexpectedly replied, "I'm afraid not, Junior. Perhaps you should explore the nearby clubs instead." Fu Yinjia, deeply disheartened, pressed on. "But why? You didn't mention any requirements during the recruitment." The senior sister, with a composed demeanor, crossed her arms and replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but we do not recruit the unattractive." The chilling repetition of her words echoed in Fu Yinjia's mind, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, the senior sister's gaze fell upon Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan, who happened to be passing by. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached them with enthusiasm. "Greeting, Junior Lin. Junior Bai, would you be interested in joining the Anime Society?" Chapter 46. A gift of sheet music. Startled by the sudden exuberance of the senior sister, Lin Yan froze in place. However, just as he was about to speak, the other society members finally took notice of his and Bai Lian's presence. In an instant, several figures dashed towards them, and by the time Lin Yan regained his composure, a throng of individuals had gathered before him. "Junior Lin, come join our Hanfu Society. I could tell from your performance last night that you belong with us." "Junior Bai, would you be interested in our dance society? Your performance last night showcased remarkable talent." "Junior Lin, ignore their chatter. Our Traditional Instruments Society is your true haven." "Junior Lin, join the Fitness Society. We have many well-built seniors here." In a whirlwind of enthusiasm, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan found themselves encircled by a dozen eager individuals, each extending invitations, some even laced with peculiar comments. Lin Yan was somewhat perplexed. While he understood the attention directed towards Bai Luoyan, given her exceptional abilities, esteemed lineage, and striking beauty, He couldn't fathom why these individuals seemed more captivated by him. Having rarely accessed the campus network, Lin Yan was unaware of his burgeoning reputation at Shanghai University. His performance of Ordinary Road had already stirred considerable excitement. It was reported that a prominent leader, personally invited by the principal, had praised his performance after witnessing it. This further solidified Lin Yan's newfound fame, enhanced by the two performances that undeniably showcased his talents. At the very least, the Hanfu Society and Traditional Instruments Society were genuinely interested in welcoming him. Having never experienced such fervent invitations from so many, Lin Yan found himself helplessly standing still, obstructed by the crowd. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyin was diligently playing the role of a delicate flower, clinging to Lin Yan's arm and hiding behind him with an air of vulnerability. However, when she noticed certain senior sisters deliberately encroaching upon Lin Yan's space, a subtle glimmer of irritation flickered in her eyes. Damn it, if you want to talk, just talk. Why do you keep getting so close? I swear, if you don't back off, I'll have Xiaoyu bury you all. Simultaneously, Lin Yan inexplicably felt a chill emanating from his arm. A shiver coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly take a step back with Bai Luoyin, distancing themselves from the eager sisters who sought to pounce. With a courteous demeanor, he politely addressed the brothers and sisters before him, saying, "Excuse me. I require a moment to contemplate. Would you kindly step aside? Thank you. Dear sisters, I am, after all, attempting to assist you. Do not be ungrateful." Just as he completed his statement, the individuals before him indeed parted, but not out of deference to Lin Yan. Rather, it was due to the presence of an elderly gentleman with a grizzled beard. This was none other than the venerable Lin Lao, who had been invited by the principal the previous evening. Originally, he was meant to return to the capital that very night. However, wishing to meet Lin Yan, he intentionally extended his stay by an additional day. Furthermore, upon learning about Lin Yan's class schedule, he refrained from interrupting his lessons, choosing instead to wait until Lin Yan had concluded his studies before seeking him out. Given his esteemed status, he certainly afforded Lin Yan ample respect. Navigating through the throng, Lin Lao approached Lin Yan, assessing the young man before him with a discerning gaze, and nodded in satisfaction. "My dear student, do you have a moment to converse?" Although Lin Yan was unfamiliar with the elderly gentleman, he recognized the senior sister standing behind him. Unlike Bai Luoyin's striking beauty, the young woman before him embodied a different kind of allure. She stood there serenely, akin to a tranquil spring lake, evoking an inexplicable sense of peace. This was Lin Miaoka, a third-year student from the Performing Arts Department, who, like Bai Luoyin, had been heralded as the belle of her cohort upon her arrival at the school. In addition to her studies, she held the esteemed positions of student council president and head of the Traditional Instruments Club. His recognition of this senior sister was thanks to He Chong, who had mentioned her name in their dormitory while preparing to join the student council. Moreover, she had personally visited their class to speak with He Chong regarding the orientation gala. Through these interactions, Lin Yan had formed a nascent impression of her. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, Lin Miaoka smiled gently and clarified for the elder, "Lin classmate, this is my grandfather. He merely wishes to discuss the musical score performed last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately grasped the elder's intentions. Without further delay, they retreated to an unoccupied classroom to sit down. Before Lin Lao could utter a word, Lin Yan interjected, "Excuse me, sir, do you have paper and a pen?" Lin Lao's eyes brightened at this inquiry, and he promptly gestured to his granddaughter. Lin Miaoka stepped forward, retrieving the prepared paper and pen. Lin Yan took them without a word and began to write swiftly on the blank sheet. 10 minutes later, he handed the filled paper to the elderly Lin Lao, who accepted it with trembling hands, eagerly scanning the contents. This is precisely the musical score of Drunken Fishermen Singing at Dusk that Lin Yan performed last night. Lin, with eyes aglow, gazed at the score before him, murmuring to himself, "This is it. This piece is truly magnificent." Observing the elderly gentleman's rapturous demeanor, the three young individuals present remained silent, simply seated in quietude. After a considerable pause, Lin reluctantly covered the score before him. He hesitated, casting a glance at the youth, his lips moving as if he wished to articulate something. Lin Yan, discerning the elder's intentions, took the initiative to speak. "Elder, if you cherish it, I would like to gift you this score." "Really?" Lin's face brightened with joy, but he soon hesitated, saying, "But this is rather precious. My young friend, you may not be aware of the score's value. I would not wish for you to suffer any loss. Evidently, Lin Yan's gesture had garnered Lin's affection, as his address shifted from classmate to young friend. Lin Yan admired the elder's honesty, fully aware of the significance of this score. After all, being revered as one of the 10 ancient melodies in another realm. It is indeed a rare treasure, regardless of the world it inhabits. However, he harbored no intention of exchanging this score for monetary gain. Observing the elder's anxious demeanor, he comfortingly stated, "Elder Lin, consider this score as a gift from me." Noticing the elder's desire to speak further, Lin Yan raised his hand to halt him. "This is my intention. You need not worry about my loss. Moreover, do you not think it somewhat disrespectful to quantify such a treasure in monetary terms? If you truly feel indebted to me, then consider it a favor owed. I may soon require your assistance with a small task." Seeing the determination in Lin Yan's eyes, Lin pondered for a moment before nodding emphatically. He tucked the score away and assured Lin Yan, "Rest assured, young friend, I will do my utmost to assist you in the future. By the way, let us exchange contact information with my granddaughter. It will facilitate future communication. Mayako." At the urging of her grandfather, Lin Mayako smiled warmly and pulled out her phone, displaying the QR code before Lin Yan. Just as he retrieved his phone, a familiar chill swept over him. "Oh no, I forgot about the little jealous one." Chapter 47. The exclusive pact ceremony. Lin Yan braved the chilling aura beside him, mustering the courage to add Lin Mayako. Once completed, he dared not turn to meet Bai Luoyan's gaze. "Why do I feel as though I'm committing infidelity in front of my wife? Our relationship hardly seems to have reached that stage yet." Despite the self-doubt swirling in his mind, he could not shake the sense of guilt. Lin Mayako sensed the shift in atmosphere as well, yet she did not retreat as easily as Tang Yanyan had previously. A pair of enchanting eyes swept back and forth between Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, revealing a peculiar smile. As she departed, she even turned to Lin Yan and said, "By the way, Lin, I sincerely hope you will consider joining our traditional instrument society." After uttering these words, she disregarded the murderous glare from Bai Luoyan and assisted her grandfather in leaving. "Young lady, you are not merely playing with fire. You are wielding a blade." Lin Yan sensed that this seemingly gentle senior was far from harmless. Rather, she exuded an air of cunning. Once the two had distanced themselves, Lin Yan cautiously turned to the girl beside him. Bai Lian's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glanced at the phone in Lin Yan's hand, sarcastically remarking, "Ah, I suppose you are utterly delighted to meet such a lovely senior, aren't you?" "No, I had no intention of adding her. I was merely contemplating seeking assistance from that elderly gentleman," he responded. "Then why did you not refuse her invitation just now?" "It was that elder Lin who urged me to add her. I had already stated my intention to seek his help." "Help with what? Does having the head of the Bai family beside you not suffice?" At her words, Lin Yan fell silent. He was well aware that reaching out to Bai Luoyan would be the most convenient option, yet he instinctively refrained from doing so. This was not a case of toxic masculinity, but rather a long-standing habit of relying on his own resources to achieve his goals. Each time he navigated through the world, he had always been the one others depended upon. He had grown accustomed to racking his brain to maximize the limited resources at his disposal to create greater benefits. Thus, he found it quite difficult to lean on others for support. Noticing Lin Yan's silence, Bai Luoyan seemed to grasp his thoughts. However, she had no intention of letting him off the hook, haughtily turning her head away with a huff, as if waiting for Lin Yan to placate her. Yet, the once seemingly omnipotent Lin Yan now found himself at a loss. He could not help but resent the system for not imparting any knowledge on how to handle upset girls. Who could enlighten him on how to soothe a displeased maiden? After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly leaned closer, whispering into Bai Lin's ear, "All right, please do not be angry. I truly only wish to leverage that elderly gentleman-esque connections for my endeavors. How about this? I will accompany you for a day in Zhanghai City as an apology." Although Lin Yan himself did not fully comprehend the reason for his apology, instinct drove him to utter those words. As the warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, Bai Luoyan's body stiffened, a faint blush creeping up to her earlobes. Struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, she extended her pinky finger towards Lin Yan, presenting a silent yet poignant invitation. Lin Yan gazed at the delicate white fingertip with a look of confusion and inquired, "Is this really necessary? Even if you refuse to comply, must you resort to such a gesture to humiliate me? Moreover, have you not mistakenly extended the wrong finger?" Before he could contemplate further, Bai Luoyan, displeased by his dazed expression, let out an exasperated click of her tongue and retorted, "Have you lost your senses? I require you to link pinkies with me. Surely you haven't forgotten that we would always pinky swear whenever you agreed to my requests." Her words ignited a flicker of memory within Lin Yan. It harkened back to Bai Luoyan's childhood, a time marked by the haunting specter of witnessing her brothers engage in brutal conflict. In those days, not yet 10 years old, Bai Luoyan was perpetually engulfed in a sense of insecurity. During that period, she trailed Lin Yan like a devoted shadow, a charming little girl tugging at his garment with a pitiful gaze. However, Lin Yan had pressing matters to attend to, necessitating the organization of a counteroffensive, and could not remain home to cater to a child's whims. To ensure Bai Luoyan felt secure awaiting his return, he devised the ritual of pinky swearing. He would intertwine his pinky with hers and solemnly declare, "This is a promise between us. I shall not abandon you. Remain here and wait patiently for my return. Will you?" Perhaps it was this simple ceremony that imbued Bai Luoyan with a semblance of safety, for she ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yan's entreaty. From that moment forth, whenever they made a pact, they instinctively intertwined their pinkies, as if it were a cherished ritual unique to their bond. With Bai Luoyan's reminder, memories cascaded through Lin Yan's mind like a fleeting carousel. Observing her, still embodying the innocent girl she once was, he smiled gently and extended his pinky to link with hers. Upon completing this seemingly childish ritual, Bai Luoyan appeared to shed her earlier discontent. Her demeanor transformed instantly, and with bright anticipation, she eagerly inquired, "So when shall you take me out for an outing? This weekend, perhaps? Should I bring my identification?" Witnessing the rapid shift in Bai Luoyan's mood, Lin Yan felt a pang of helplessness. He gently nudged her away, who was nearly pressed against him, and contemplated before replying. In due time, perhaps around the upcoming National Day holiday when the city will be more vibrant. It was already mid-September, and the holiday was less than 2 weeks away. Lin Yan had already planned his activities for the weekend, intending to reserve the outing for the holiday. Although a tinge of disappointment flickered in her heart, the girl quickly regained her smile, gently grasping Lin Yan's arm as she murmured in agreement, "It seems I shall remain at school during the National Day, allowing Xiaoyu to manage the affairs of the group for me." With this thought, she cast a glance toward a graceful figure standing outside the door. Over the years, Shangguan Wanyu had been a constant presence by her side. One could narrate the process by which Bai Luoyan engaged in the ruthless slaughter and plunder of her family's affairs, a spectacle that Xiaoyu observed closely. Subsequently, after quelling the dissenting voices within the family, many trivial matters were primarily managed by Shangguan Wanyu. In the academic setting, she could be referred to as Xiaoyu, yet outside, everyone was obliged to address her as General Yu. As she stood outside the door to afford the young master and miss some privacy, a chill crept into her heart. She cast a curious glance towards the interior, sensing that she had perhaps been ensnared in some unseen scheme. Chapter 48. Lin Yan's money-making plan after soothing Bai Luoyan's emotions and sharing a dinner together. Lin Yan returned directly to his dormitory. It is worth mentioning that after much deliberation between the two, they ultimately decided to join the Hanfu Society. Lin Yan, of course, would not be so foolish as to approach the traditional instrument society. That seemingly gentle senior always imparted a sense of darkness beneath her surface. Furthermore, Bai Luoyan would certainly not permit him to grow too close to Lin Miaoka. For reasons unknown, Lin Yan instinctively tended to Bai Luoyan's sensitivities, feeling that he ought not to be too familiar with other girls. Despite his usual self-proclaimed cleverness, he seemed oblivious to his own transformation. Nonetheless, he had to choose a society to join, for according to the regulations of Jianghai University, membership in a society could yield additional credits. If he wished to avoid frequent returns during his senior year merely to earn credits, he needed to participate in at least one society each semester. The Hanfu Society emerged as an excellent choice, as it demanded little of his time. By simply attending the minimum required activities each semester, he could earn credits. Thus, after a brief discussion with Bai Luoyan, he pulled her along to submit their application to the Hanfu Society. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yan began preparing for his ambitious money-making scheme. He had not lied to Bai Luoyan. Indeed, his planned financial endeavor required the assistance of Lin Lao. Since returning to this world, Lin Yan had begun to contemplate his future life. Regardless of the lifestyle he desired, the topic of money remained unavoidable. During the summer vacation, He had already devised a comprehensive plan for making money. Of course, Bai Luoyan's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. He was well aware that with Bai Luoyan's feelings for him, he could easily adopt a complacent role, living off her support. Yet, precisely because he recognized her sentiments, he yearned to carve out his own success. He understood better than anyone the true nature of those so-called noble families. Despite Bai Luoyan currently managing the Bai family with utmost efficacy, should she ultimately be with Lin Yan, an unaccomplished Lin Yan would become her greatest vulnerability. Thus, for his own sake and for Bai Luoyan's, Lin Yan was determined to achieve success through his own capabilities. Moreover, if the system has bestowed upon oneself such a wealth of knowledge, yet one fails to earn a profit even with the assistance of certain advantageous tools, what distinguishes oneself from a mere waste? However, unbeknownst to Lin Yan, he instinctively envisioned a future alongside Bai Luoyan. Perhaps he was aware of it, yet still perceived himself as merely habitually resolving the girl's dilemmas. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yan retrieved a piece of paper and began to sketch and jot down notes. Before long, 2 musical scores emerged on the page. Unlike before, these were evidently the notations for a popular song. In Lin Yan's strategic planning, the quickest avenue to financial gain lay within the realm of finance. Yet, to profit from finance, one must first possess a substantial capital. Thus, the assistance he sought from old Lin was inherently linked to this capital. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to extract 2 songs from his mind and transcribe them, subsequently seeking old Lin's help in selling them. Although old Lin was not entrenched in the entertainment industry, his status would surely aid in locating individuals who could promote the songs. Of course, had he not encountered old Lin, Lin Yan would have considered directly submitting to entertainment companies. However, this approach would not only yield uncertain prices, but also consume considerable time. Entrusting old Lin would undoubtedly prove far more advantageous than direct submissions. Lin Yan delved into the reservoir of melodies in his mind for quite some time. Perhaps due to his thoughts on old Lin's identity, he quickly honed in on 2 Chinese-style songs. As he gazed at the 2 scores before him, Lin Yan suddenly furrowed his brow. Although he was not part of the entertainment sphere, he understood that to sell songs to a company, it was prudent to prepare a demo, meaning he needed to perform and record the melodies himself. The dilemma, however, was that he was an utter outsider, entirely unaware of where to find a recording studio. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yan pondered for a moment, and after much hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed the number of a certain individual saved at the top of his contacts. "Darling, you called me. Have you missed me?" The phone rang only once before it was promptly answered, revealing Bai Luoyan's excited voice. It was no surprise she reacted this way. After all, despite their exchange of numbers for some time, this was Lin Yan's first instance of initiating a call. Reflecting on this, Lin Yan couldn't help but muse. Had he been too neglectful of Bai Luoyan? However, he quickly suppressed this thought and broached the matter at hand. Do you have time this Sunday?" There was a brief pause on the other end before Bai Luoyan's voice, tinged with shyness, chimed in. "You naughty rascal." "What?" Before Lin Yan could fully comprehend, the girl's voice resonated again. Could it be next week?" "I'm not very available this week." At this moment, Lin Yan finally grasped the situation. "Wait, is that even possible? What, pray tell, have you gleaned over these 18 years within the Bai family?" He helplessly covered his face with his hand, clenching his teeth as he bellowed, "Bai Luoyan." An uproarious laughter erupted from the other end of the line, the youthful voice reveling in her mischief. After a hearty chuckle that lasted half a minute, Bai Luoyan finally composed herself. Wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, she spoke up. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer. What do you require of me? Could it be that you truly miss me? If so, I am available to step out at this very moment. Dear sister, please maintain your dignity. I merely wish to inquire if you are aware of any recording studios in Jianghaishi, and if you might accompany me there this Sunday." "A recording studio? Are you planning to record a song?" "However, I am not well versed in such matters." "No matter, I can find someone to procure one tomorrow." TSK. The wickedness of the affluent. "You needn't go to such lengths. Just assist me in locating one, and I shall visit to record a couple of demos on Sunday. If you are too occupied, I am free. How could I possibly miss out on your first time?" "Very well, I appreciate your help." With that, Lin Yan promptly ended the call, genuinely apprehensive that if he lingered any longer, the seasoned driver might unleash another of her proverbial gems. In an instant, Sunday arrived. Within a recording studio not far from Jianghai University, Bai Luoyin cast a glare of animosity at Lin Miaoke, who stood beside Lin Yan. With an accusatory tone, she queried Lin Yan, "Why is she here?" Lin Yan, unperturbed, replied candidly, "After I finish the demos, I need to pass them to her grandfather. Since you are present, wouldn't it be more fortuitous to do so in your company? Or do you wish for me to seek her out privately afterward?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation, Bai Luoyin's fury momentarily dissipated. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lin Miaoke, paid little heed to their antics. Her beautiful eyes intently focused on the two musical scores recently handed to her by Lin Yan. These pop songs can be composed in such a manner? Chapter 49. The astonishing Chinese aesthetic. Lin Miaoke examined the scores in her hands, a fleeting expression of shock and confusion crossing her face. "Junior, did you compose these songs?" She glanced at the scores, then lifted her gaze to Lin Yan, her tone imbued with disbelief. Although her family background inclined her toward traditional Chinese instruments, this did not imply a lack of understanding regarding Western mainstream instruments. On the contrary, she had received recognition from an international piano maestro by the age of 15, allowing her to discern the exceptional quality of the two pieces in her grasp. In contemporary China, popular songs are predominantly influenced by Western or Korean styles, focusing primarily on rhythmic appeal. The depth of lyrics and musical composition is often disregarded, leading to a proliferation of insipid pop songs in the market. Now, the two songs in her hands, both in terms of melody and lyrics, are undeniably masterpieces. Most remarkably, Lin Yan has ingeniously integrated traditional instruments into contemporary music. Take, for instance, the piece Lanting Su, which features not only the piano but also the bamboo flute, guzheng, sanxian, and eru. The other composition, Qinghua Xi, is even more intricate, incorporating a myriad of instruments such as the flute, guzheng, eru, pipa, zhongruan, yangqin, strings, electric bass, piano, and percussion. Although she has yet to hear these two pieces performed, she can already envision their splendor. However, one might question whether this truly qualifies as popular music. It is no wonder she would ask such a question. After all, in this world, there has yet to emerge a prodigiously talented musician, nor has a genre known as Chinese style been established. Lin Yan, aware of the profound impact these songs would have, refrained from directly responding to Lin Miaoke and simply smiled, saying, "You'll find out if you give it a try." His invitation to Lin Miaoke was not without ulterior motives. Given her background, she was undoubtedly proficient in playing traditional instruments. Thus, having a ready laborer to assist him in completing the songs was an opportunity he could not resist. Lin Miaoke pressed her lips together, fully cognizant of Lin Yan's intention to recruit her as a laborer, yet she found it impossible to resist the allure of the task. Upon seeing her nod, Lin Yan revealed a triumphant smile and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "All right then, let us get started." Under Lin Yan's persuasion, Bai Luoyin decided against purchasing a recording studio as initially intended. Instead, she enlisted the help of personnel from the local branch and quickly arranged to rent a studio for a day near the school. The necessary instruments were prepared a day in advance. With a hint of frustration in her gaze, she watched Lin Yan and Lin Miaoke work in tandem to record each instrument. Despite her undeniable prowess in various domains, including business acumen, strategic maneuvering, and even personal combat skills, she found herself at a disadvantage when it came to musicality. Unlike Lin Yan, who received rewards from the system, she struggled with innate limitations in this area. Some things simply do not come naturally, and despite her desire to learn, she found it challenging to grasp. Thus, even though she felt a pang of resentment, she could only watch glumly as Lin Miaoke and Lin Yan busily collaborated in the recording studio. It must be said that Lin Miaoke's abilities exceeded Lin Yan's expectations. In just half a day, their collaboration resulted in the completion of both pieces. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, Lin Miaoke was equally astonished by his prowess. She could distinctly sense that his mastery of these complex instruments was at a masterful level, and in fact, for certain more obscure traditional instruments, his proficiency surpassed her own. Yet, as they emerged from the recording studio and began to play the piece, she found herself too absorbed to ponder these thoughts. Through their combined efforts, the essence of Chinese style had finally graced the world. With eyes closed, she quietly listened to the performance of the two pieces, becoming deeply enchanted by this unfamiliar musical genre. although the melodies had yet to be accompanied by lyrics. Lin Miaoka was already certain that these two songs would undoubtedly achieve great acclaim. For the first time, she grasped the realization that traditional instruments were not inferior. Rather, it was the lack of innovative expression that had kept their tones unvoiced in alternative performances. Even traditional instruments could radiate their own allure within contemporary songs. After listening, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Despite the time constraints, he had managed to translate the melodies from his mind into reality. Having created the compositions, the next step was to record the vocals. He gestured to his companions and then re-entered the recording booth. Bai Luoyan, resembling an eager fan, awaited Lin Yan's singing with great anticipation. Lin Miaoka, though less dramatic, shared a similar sense of expectation. Even the typically aloof Shangguan Wanyu displayed a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Lin Yan began with Lanting Su. As the music resonated, his voice began to drift through the recording studio. Previously, Lin Yan could hardly be considered a virtuoso. His singing was merely average. However, after receiving system rewards, his voice now rivaled that of celestial singers. The lyrics flowed like brushstrokes in running script, evoking the beauty of the scene. Under the moon, the door opens wide. Your delicate steps are a flurry. For a millennium, the stone tablet can be easily carved. Yet your beauty is a rarity. Who can truly appreciate this authenticity? And who can genuinely understand your life? As the first notes filled the air, the audience was instantly captivated. Unrelated to winds and moons, I pen the prelude. Waiting for your return, with a single stroke, I capture the essence. By the riverbank, the waves surge in countless layers. How to decipher love, no matter how I write. It feels wrong, yet I lack only your understanding of a lifetime. As the song reached its crescendo, Bai Luoyan gazed at Lin Yan with an almost obsessive admiration. Lanting Su was, after all, a poignant love song lamenting unrequited affection. Such songs wield immense emotional power over women. Especially when Lin Yan repeated the chorus in the style of a Peking opera dan, showcasing the strength of blending traditional singing with contemporary balladry. Unrelated to winds and moons, I pen the prelude. Waiting for your return, with a handwritten script, I stand unashamed amidst worldly judgments. As the rain patters on banana leaves through several nights, I await the spring thunder to remind you of whom to love. As the final notes lingered in the air, the group remained entranced by the song's profound essence, unable to collect their thoughts for an extended moment. After a considerable time, Lin Miaoka finally exhaled deeply, exclaiming in awe, if this song were released, it would surely create a tremendous stir in today's music scene. Is he truly a student? How could he compose such extraordinary music? Moreover, although her words remained unspoken, she envisioned the possibility of this Chinese-style song gaining widespread acclaim. Would it herald a new era for traditional instruments? She was acutely aware of the countless efforts her grandfather had invested over the years to revive these instruments. Yet regrettably, the results had been meager. After all, when compared to the guzheng and erhu, today's youth found the guitar and piano far more appealing. However, if this song were to resonate with the public, it might achieve results surpassing her grandfather's decades of toil. In contrast to Lin Miaoka, Bai Luoyan pondered less deeply. She gazed with sparkling eyes at Lin Yan in the recording studio, perceiving him as enveloped in a halo of divine light. Indeed, her man was exceptional. Regardless of the realm, Lin Yan always managed to surprise her. Even the typically aloof Shangguan Wanyu displayed a flicker of emotion on her face. Yet, unlike the other two women, her thoughts were singular. How truly remarkable he is. They are undoubtedly the perfect match. Chapter 50. You have successfully aroused my interest. Lin Yan was indifferent to the musings of the women outside. His sole desire was to complete his work and leave. Thus, after assessing the recording of the previous song and finding no significant issues, he eagerly commenced the recording of the next piece. If the Lanting Su had astonished the audience, the subsequent Qinghua Ci brought forth sheer awe. The raw clay outlines the blue and white porcelain, the brushstrokes depicting peonies reminiscent of your initial makeup. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my inner thoughts. The rice paper bears witness to the ink, pausing here. The glaze renders the lady's image, its charm concealed. Even in these initial lines, the image of an Eastern beauty vividly sprang to life. Yet, before they could express their admiration, the following lines unveiled the captivating allure of the lyrics. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The smoke from cooking rises gently, separated by thousands of miles across the river. At the bottom of the vase, I inscribed the elegant Han script reminiscent of a bygone era, as if to foreshadow my encounter with you. Upon hearing the sky blue awaits the misty rain, Lin Miaoka instantly grasped the essence of this line, derived from the necessity of waiting for overcast weather during the creation of blue and white porcelain. In that moment, she was profoundly impressed by Lin Yan's lyrical prowess and extensive knowledge. These were not mere lyrics. Even standing alone, they formed a rare and exquisite piece of writing. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The moonlight is fished from the depths, blurring the conclusion, much like the timeless blue and white porcelain, beautifully self-contained. Your eyes carry a smile. As Lin Miaoka became lost in reverie, the song approached its conclusion. Before Lin Yan could exit the recording studio, Bai Luoyan had already flung open the door and rushed inside. She opened her arms and embraced Lin Yan tightly, akin to a kitten yearning for its owner's caress, nuzzling her head against his chest. With a soft murmur, she said, "Yan Yan, your singing is truly enchanting. Instead of selling it, why not let me purchase it? I do not wish for anyone else to hear your voice." Observing the unusually proactive demeanor of the girl today, a question mark gradually formed above Lin Yan's head. However, as he lowered his gaze and noticed her casting provocative glances towards Lin Miaoka outside, he instantly comprehended the situation. I knew it. She has been waiting here instead of causing mischief, he thought. Yet, he paid little heed to the girl's subtle intentions, merely reaching out to tousle her hair with a wry smile and saying, "Young lady, this is merely a demo. I am selling the song to others, and they will undoubtedly send a singer to perform it. How could they possibly use the voice of an unknown student like me? Hence, to be precise, only a select few will hear this demo." Bai Luoyan pondered for a moment and indeed acknowledged the truth in his words. However, the thought that Lin Yan's song might be sung by a female pop star left her feeling somewhat discontent. Noticing the fleeting shadow of gloom in her eyes, Lin Yan sensed trouble and continued to persuade her. Furthermore, if this song becomes popular, it will allow more people to see that the composer and lyricist bear my name. You should be happy for me. Imagining the scene of admiration directed towards Lin Yan, the girl reluctantly suppressed her urge to snatch the demo and nodded in acquiescence. After calming the unsettled girl, Lin Yan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. To avoid further complications, he hastily placed the recorded demo onto a pre-prepared USB drive and handed it to Lin Miaoka. "From here on, I entrust this to you, senior sister, and Mr. Lin. Rest assured, since Grandpa has promised you, he will certainly strive to secure a favorable price for you. Moreover, I have faith in the quality of these two songs." Upon hearing Lin Miaoka's assurance, Lin Yan nodded in gratitude. Just as he was about to turn and leave with Bai Luoyan and Xiao Yu, Lin Miaoka suddenly called out to him, "Lin, wait." Lin Yan turned back in confusion. He saw Lin Miaoka with her right hand cradling her other hand across her chest, her right index finger lightly tracing her lips. In that moment, she bore no trace of her usual gentle demeanor. Instead, she resembled a captivating enchantress. Her beautiful eyes swept over Lin Yan, and a quirky smile played at her lips as she spoke in a beguiling tone. "Junior brother, how do you plan to thank me once this is accomplished?" Before Lin Yan could respond, Bai Luoyan abruptly stepped in front of him. In an instant, she transformed from a gentle kitten into a bloodthirsty tiger. Her slightly reddened eyes cast a warning glare at the woman before her, and a voice that sent chills down the spine emerged from her lips. "You can choose whether to help or not. If you do not wish to assist, kindly return the USB drive. Do you truly believe I cannot find someone to promote it?" With that said, she swiftly took Lin Yan's hand and departed from the scene. Lin Miaoka appeared unfazed by Bai Luoyan's warning. Instead, she gazed at Lin Yan's retreating figure, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "The more you obstruct, the greater my intrigue for him grows. Junior Lin, you have successfully piqued my interest." After leaving the recording studio, Bai Luoyan's expression remained frosty. Seated in the car, Lin Yan cast a helpless glance at Shangwan Wanyu, silently pleading for assistance. However, the focused Xiao Yu, who was driving, seemed oblivious to his plight, her attention solely on the road ahead. "Young master, I am afraid I cannot assist you in charming women," she remarked. Lin Yan sighed, shifting slightly in his seat in an attempt to inch closer to the young lady beside him. Upon noticing his movement, she let out a soft hum of discontent, yet remained steadfastly in place. After a few moments of silence, Realizing Lin Yan had not spoken, she finally turned to him, her gaze resembling that of a scorned lover. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she questioned, "Will you not explain yourself?" "What could I possibly explain?" He replied, "I stand right beside you. Yet you dare seek out other women. Could you enlighten me on what criteria you use to define finding a woman?" She retorted, her voice laced with hurt. "Oh, woe is me, you are nothing but a fickle-hearted scoundrel." "Fickle? I am not even a scoundrel. I do not care. You have done those things to me, and you must take responsibility." "Hold on. Dare you clarify what exactly I have done to you? Besides, it seems I am always the one being coerced here." Though he had not acquired knowledge from any system on how to appease a woman, Lin Yan understood one fundamental truth: never argue with an irate woman. Thus, he refrained from retorting, simply closing his mouth and accepting by Lin Yan's grievances. "Hey, what does that mean? Are you mute? I tell you after this. You are not allowed to see that woman again, understood?" At that moment, Lin Yan ceased his internal lamentations, recognizing that it was finally his turn to speak. "Rest assured, I had no intention of seeking her out again." This was indeed the truth. In his plans, once he secured the initial funding, he would not need to pursue any connections. He had no intention of delving into the entertainment industry. For him, selling songs was merely a quicker means of income at this stage. Upon hearing Lin Yan's assurance, Bai Luoyan nodded in satisfaction, her previously grim demeanor lifting. She then leaned closer to him, affectionately linking her arm with his as she had done before. Only Xiaoyu, who was driving, cast a disapproving glance at her mistress, feeling exasperated. "All this time, you have been flirting with the young master?" Chapter 51. Did he dare to remove me from his friends? Lin Miaoka wasted no time. After Lin Yan and his companions departed, she promptly emailed the demo tracks from the USB drive to her grandfather. Naturally, Old Master Lin could not remain in Jianghai City indefinitely. In fact, after acquiring the sheet music from Lin Yan that day, he returned to the capital. Once he publicly presented the composition at the association, it attracted considerable attention from numerous industry experts. It had been many years since the traditional instrument industry had encountered such high-quality sheet music, and more importantly, everyone sensed the ancient charm embedded within the composition. In the days that followed, Old Master Lin was incessantly occupied with matters surrounding this piece. In his pursuit to elevate the influence of traditional instruments through this new composition, he contemplated organizing a concert at the Capital Sports Center. By means of such a grand event, he aimed to promote the sheet music. It was not until late at night that he finally noticed the message sent by his granddaughter. He paused momentarily, recalling the promise he had made to Lin Yan. He opened his computer and downloaded the 2 demo tracks from his email. To be candid, Old Master Lin had little interest in what was termed popular music. Setting aside his advanced age, which had long surpassed the phase of chasing trends, he found the current market's plethora of mundane songs to be rather tiresome. Thus, he initially intended merely to honor his commitment by reaching out to acquaintances in the entertainment industry the following day, assisting Lin Yan in delivering these songs, and hopefully securing a favorable price for him. Although he was not part of the entertainment realm, business often trumps politics. Given his status, those so-called entertainment moguls were invariably eager to cultivate a relationship with him. However, upon seeing the titles of the 2 songs, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Blue and White Porcelain and Lantingsu? Considering the young man's ability to compose such ancient melodies, Old Master Lin inexplicably clicked on the 2 tracks before him. 10 minutes later, he sat transfixed, gazing at his computer. Could traditional instruments truly be fused with pop music in this manner? At that moment, it felt as though a new world had been unveiled to him. Throughout his life, he had tirelessly endeavored to promote the traditional instruments of Huaxia, yearning until his last breath to witness a renaissance of these art forms. This was why he had been so exhilarated upon hearing Lin Yan's new ancient piece at the gala. In the realm of ancient instruments, it had been ages since such high-quality compositions had emerged. Yet, he had never fathomed that he would one day encounter pop songs infused with so many traditional instruments. Moreover, unlike the insipid songs he had previously encountered, the lyrics of these 2 pieces were exquisite, in stark contrast to the current market's love songs, which were replete with blatant declarations of love or heartbreak. These 2 songs, even when extracted from their musical context, could stand alone as beautifully crafted prose. Although the melodies had ceased, the haunting echoes of those 2 songs lingered in his mind. After a considerable time, Old Lin finally emerged from his stupor. He exhaled deeply, then reached for his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Hello? Is this Xiao Chen? Yes, it's me. Are you free tomorrow? I need to discuss something with you. After arranging a time and place for their meeting, old Lin hung up the phone. The person on the other end was the head of a music company, as well as the son of an old friend. Initially, old Lin had planned to send the songs through the post with a simple note. However, after listening to the two songs, he immediately altered his plans. He resolved to personally deliver the songs, convinced that they were worthy of such an effort. Since that day in the recording studio, Lin Yan had pushed thoughts of the two songs to the back of his mind. Yet, he did not anticipate that senior sister Lin would genuinely take an interest in him. Following that day, she frequently sent him messages, inviting him to dinner and the like. Each time, Lin Yan resolutely declined her invitations. Indeed, he acknowledged that Lin Miaoka was exceptionally beautiful. If he were a youthful 18-year-old, it would be exceedingly difficult to resist such a lovely woman's advances. However, Lin Yan was not that naive youth. With the experiences accrued from 9 worlds, he had encountered countless stunning beauties. He had also faced numerous instances of the so-called beauty trap. There were even occasions when he returned home to find a stunningly beautiful woman, unclothed, in his bed. Undeniably, Lin Yan was no saint. He possessed desires typical of any man. Yet, when confronted with temptation, he exhibited a level of rationality and resistance far beyond his years. To put it bluntly, had he not harbored an inexplicable affection for Bai Luoyan, he would never have allowed her the opportunity to approach him. Perhaps he would have discreetly fled the moment she knocked on his door. Thus, in response to Lin Miaoka's persistent advances, Lin Yan not only ignored her, but also shared her messages with Bai Luoyan. As a seasoned reader of countless novels, Lin Yan understood that such deliberate concealment of information would inevitably be revealed to the female lead in a most coincidental and peculiar manner. Why did he refer to Bai Luoyan as the female lead? Never mind, that was not of paramount importance. What mattered was that he wished to avoid any unnecessary discomfort stemming from Bai Luoyan's potential jealousy. However, the day before the National Day holiday, upon receiving yet another message from Lin Miaoka, he was nearly propelled into a state of exhilaration. The reason was simple. The message conveyed that his 2 songs had been sold. Thanks to old Lin's fervent recommendation, the 2 songs had fetched a combined price of 7 million. Moreover, after listening to those 2 songs, the other party proactively proposed a concession, offering Lin Yan 10% of the profits generated from the songs. In truth, Lin Yan was not particularly concerned about the subsequent profits. For him, a profit of 7 million was more than sufficient. This amount would serve as the cornerstone of his financial aspirations, and he realized that 7 million exceeded his expectations. Thus, he easily surmised that this was likely the result of old Lin's assistance. However, while he felt gratitude, he did not harbor any profound sense of indebtedness. To him, it was simply a transaction. He had gifted a traditional piece of music to the other party, who had in turn facilitated his first significant earnings. This exchange was mutually beneficial. Therefore, upon receiving the notification of the 7 million in his account, Lin Yan promptly opened his phone and expressed his thanks to Lin Miaoka. Subsequently, he removed her from his list of friends. On the other side, upon receiving the message, Lin Miaoka smiled faintly. In a cheerful mood, she typed in the chat, "To show my gratitude, would you like to treat your senior sister to a meal, junior brother? I am free tonight." However, as she pressed send and saw the deep red exclamation mark in the chat box, her smile abruptly faltered. After a few moments of stunned silence, an incredulous outburst erupted. "How dare that scoundrel remove me from his friends list? What on earth is wrong with him?" Chapter 52. The first date. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, Lin Miaoka was in a frenzy over his decision to remove her from his friends list. At that moment, he was engrossed in planning an outing with Bai Luoyan for the following day, the first day of the National Day holiday. In the dormitory, only he and Chang remained. Fu Yanjia and Yun Tianhua, being locals of Jianghai City, had returned home after their classes this afternoon. Lin Yan had chosen not to go home, partly due to his prior commitment to Bai Luoyan, and partly because he had no intention of returning during the holiday. Not to mention, his home was quite distant from Jianghai City, and with only 5 days for the holiday, a significant portion of that time would be consumed by travel. Additionally, just yesterday, his father had called to specifically advise him against returning. The reason was not out of concern for his well-being, but rather because his father planned to take his mother on a trip. "After all these years, because of you, my dear son, How long has it been since your mother and I enjoyed some time alone together? Now that we finally have the chance, I expect you to stay as far away as possible, understand? These were his father's exact words during their phone call yesterday. Sigh. Why is it that other parents eagerly anticipate their children's return home, while mine seem to wish for the opposite? However, upon receiving the 1,000 yuan hush money sent by his father, any lingering resentment within Lin Yan vanished without a trace. Although today he has just received a substantial sum of 7 million, who would ever complain about having too much money? With thoughts of his upcoming date with Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan found himself in the dormitory meticulously planning the itinerary for tomorrow. After conducting a thorough search on Douyin, he roughly determined the route and glanced at Hichong, the only other resident in the dormitory. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Hey, Black Bean, are you starting your part-time job tomorrow?" The nickname Black Bean had been recently bestowed upon Hichong by their dorm mates, a moniker derived from his sun-kissed complexion. Like Lin Yan, Hichong had opted not to return home, as his residence was even farther away. Additionally, due to family circumstances, he was reluctant to squander such a significant amount of money. During the 5 days of the National Day holiday, he planned to take on a part-time job to alleviate some of the financial burden on his family. At this moment, the advantage of being class monitor became evident. Upon learning of Hichong's intentions, the teacher proactively found him a commendable part-time position, primarily involving errands for an organization collaborating with Jianghai University. Compared to distributing flyers under the scorching sun, this office job was indeed a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, these organizations were engaged in the financial sector, meaning Hichong would gain valuable practical experience. In truth, both Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua possessed the means to financially support Hichong, sparing their friend from such hardship. Yet, it was precisely because they regarded one another as friends that they refrained from doing so. They all understood that, beyond monetary assistance, what Hichong truly needed was respect. "Yes, I have to report in early tomorrow, since it's quite far from school. They've even offered me accommodation in the staff dormitory, so I won't be in the dorm for the next 5 days," he continued. As he spoke, a mischievous grin appeared on his face, markedly different from his usual demeanor. He leaned closer to Lin Yan and added, "So tomorrow the dorm will be empty, and you won't have to return to an empty room. Remember to bring your ID for your rare date with the goddess, okay?" At that moment, Lin Yan realized the influence of his companions. In merely a month, the once naive country boy had begun to exhibit traits reminiscent of that insufferable character, Fu Yanjia. He chose not to respond to Hichong's teasing. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively and lay back on his bed, closing his eyes. Considering the need to rise early the next day, Hichong fell silent, turned off the light, and prepared for bed. Once the light was extinguished, Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes. For reasons unknown, a flicker of anticipation and anxiety emerged within him. Was tomorrow truly his first date with a girl? While he had experienced marriage in the 8th world, that union lacked any significant romantic encounters. Although he had taken the initiative back then, their relationship had formed rather haphazardly, devoid of any memorable courtship. Because only the two of them truly understood, their marriage was, in essence, merely a facade. It was not that Lin Yan possessed an abundance of nobility. Rather, the world they inhabited offered little in terms of protective measures. One could not expect that, in the midst of entrepreneurial endeavors, the Empress would take a year's leave to bear a child. Thus, they had agreed that once the turmoil subsided and the female protagonist ascended to the throne, they would genuinely commence their married life. Lin Yan himself was uncertain whether he was motivated by the desire to fulfill his mission swiftly or by the wish for that individual to enjoy a better existence. Regardless, the memories of their days spent tirelessly striving for the imperial crown lingered with him. Ultimately, Lin Yan met his demise before the dawn of a new era. Still a novice in matters of intimacy, the thought that half a century had passed and he remained uninitiated filled him with poignant regret. Lost in contemplation, Lin Yan found himself increasingly eager for the rendezvous planned for the morrow. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, room 502 was also occupied by just 2 individuals. In the afternoon, Shangwan Wanyu, who had previously served as Bai Luoyan's shadow, was dispatched by Bai Luoyan to manage company affairs. Before leaving, her gaze was filled with dissatisfaction and resentment at being abandoned. Wanyu Ru, on the other hand, had returned home for the holiday, leaving only Bai Luoyan and Zhang Lan in the dormitory. At that moment, Bai Luoyan was tugging at Zhang Lan. incessantly consulting her on the attire she would wear for the following day. After half an hour of watching Bai Luoyin try on various outfits, Jiang Lan finally reached her breaking point. Do you really need to be this anxious? With your figure and beauty, anything you wear will undoubtedly appeal to him, she exclaimed. This was not flattery. Jiang Lan spoke from the heart. In her eyes, Bai Luoyin was nearly flawless in both appearance and form. More importantly, she seemed to be a natural model. Every garment donned upon her was perfectly suited. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyin paused her wardrobe changes, her insecurity surfacing as she asked, Do you really mean it? Will Lin Yan truly find me attractive? Jiang Lan, somewhat exasperated, covered her face. She could not fathom why Lin Yan had such an effect on Bai Luoyin, who usually exuded the air of an ice-cold beauty as a formidable CEO, but transformed into an insecure girl in his presence. However, in her determination to sleep sooner rather than later, Jiang Lan steeled herself and said with conviction, I assure you, this outfit is more than sufficient. Trust me, he will be utterly captivated by you. Really? Bai Luoyin's uncertainty flickered across her face. Absolutely. Besides, if you don't get to bed soon, you'll be sporting dark circles tomorrow, which won't be attractive at all. So, what you should do now is set aside those clothes and return to bed for a good night's sleep. The strong-willed Bai Luoyin, upon hearing the suggestion and pondering for a few moments, surprisingly complied and climbed onto the bed. However, just before drifting off to sleep, she glanced at the backpack in the corner, silently reciting her carefully prepared plan, her lips curling into a smirk as she whispered, Darling, you won't escape tomorrow. Chapter 53. This is quite good. The following morning, Lin Yan rose early, making a special trip to the dining hall to pack breakfast before heading to the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to notify Bai Luoyin, he looked up to find the young lady gracefully descending the stairs. Upon witnessing Bai Luoyin's attire for the day, even Lin Yan, who saw her daily, couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. Today, she adorned herself in a Japanese JK uniform. The fitted white top accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist to perfection, while the blue bow at the neckline added a touch of innocence. The blue plaid skirt, falling just above her knees, revealed a glimpse of her fair thighs between her black knee-high socks. Yet, what truly caught Lin Yan's gaze was her hairstyle. She had transformed her usual look into a charming double ponytail. This hairstyle, paired with her outfit and a petite backpack, transformed the once lofty female executive into a pure and innocent campus sweetheart. Noticing Lin Yan's rapt attention, Bai Luoyin felt a tinge of shyness as she lowered her head. However, in her heart, she was gleefully exclaiming how she would surely enchant him. As she reached Lin Yan, he remained in a daze. She gently bit her lip and, with a hint of bashfulness, asked, Silly, have you finished admiring me? You. Why did you style your hair in double ponytails? Lin Yan, still somewhat dazed, instinctively voiced his thoughts. Bai Luoyin, her gaze cast downward, murmured, Xiao Yu mentioned that it would help you gain speed tonight. Truly. A month under Fu Yinji's influence has had its effects. Lin Yan quickly grasped the implication. What on earth do you think about all day? Yet, it was evident that Lin Yan was becoming increasingly accustomed to her startling remarks. With a playful swipe of his hand, he lightly tapped her head and then presented the breakfast he held before her, saying, All right, let's have breakfast first. Receiving the breakfast, Bai Luoyin took dainty bites. The steamed buns from the dining hall, which she usually found unpalatable, tasted exceptionally delightful today. She then walked alongside Lin Yan, akin to a devoted wife, as he led her towards the school gate. With Xiao Yu absent, Bai Luoyin wished for their first date to be free of any onlookers. Lin Yan felt that riding in the Rolls-Royce Phantom was rather ostentatious, so he and Bai Luoyin had agreed not to take her exclusive vehicle yesterday. Like a pair of enamored students, they opted to travel by subway. Observing Lin Yan as he adeptly purchased the subway tickets and then took her hand to board the train, Bai Luoyin's curiosity remained ever present. Noticing the girl's demeanor, Lin Yan tentatively inquired, Is this your first time on the subway? The girl nodded earnestly and explained, When I was younger, I did take the train to school, but for safety reasons, I was typically escorted by someone. After my parents passed away in an accident, my grandfather, concerned for my safety, hired a tutor to teach me at home. Consequently, I have had little exposure to public transportation. Although the girl did not explicitly state it, Lin Yan immediately understood what her grandfather's concern implied. In such a prominent family, the likelihood of losing a family member to a traffic accident is virtually non-existent. Clearly, there were deeper secrets surrounding the demise of that couple. However, Lin Yan refrained from probing further, instead tightening his grip on the girl's hand. Understanding the strength of the girl before him, he recognized the challenges she had undoubtedly faced. The fact that she had successfully assumed her family's responsibilities and stood before him indicated that she had navigated through those issues. Even without first-hand experience, he could envision the hardships Bai Luoyan had endured over the years. Sensing the boy's compassion, Bai Luoyan slightly leaned against him, relishing the warmth emanating from his presence. As it was the first day of the holiday, despite Lin Yan's efforts to leave early, the subway quickly became increasingly crowded. Soon, they found themselves pushed into a corner of the carriage. To shield the girl, Lin Yan positioned her against the wall, creating a barrier between her and the throng of passengers. However, as the crowd swelled, Lin Yan began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. The constant jostling meant he was nearly pressed against the girl. He pushed against the wall in an attempt to create some space, but even with his enhanced physique, he found it insufficient against the force of the crowd. Thus, much to his embarrassment, the distance between him and Bai Luoyan diminished further. Suddenly, with a jolt from the subway, Lin Yan was thrust against Bai Luoyan by the sheer force from behind, leaving them almost face to face, their breaths palpable in the confined space. Feeling the softness above him, Lin Yan's face visibly flushed. He attempted to push back to create some distance, but it seemed futile. Glancing at Bai Luoyan, who had lowered her head, he awkwardly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I should have known better than to bring you on the subway." However, the young girl before him gently shook her head. She slowly extended her arms, encircling Lin Yan's waist, embracing the young man before her with fervor. She buried her head against his chest, and after a prolonged silence, a soft hum escaped her lips. "No, this is quite perfect." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's body stiffened. He dared not respond, merely tensing up as he maintained a posture akin to a wall slam with the girl. Given the warmth of the weather, their attire was relatively light. Although separated by 2 layers of fabric, Lin Yan could still distinctly feel the softness beneath, compounding the situation as the carriage gently swayed. Those sensations intensified. Lin Yan could only repeatedly recite the great compassion mantra in his mind, forcibly suppressing the restlessness within him. "Little brother, you must not look up now. Otherwise, I fear my life will be irrevocably altered." Thus, the two remained in this somewhat ambiguous position for half an hour during their subway journey. Perhaps years later, they would still reminisce about this moment, just as everyone cherishes their youth. Ah, if only this youthful scene could be devoid of the several black-clad figures nearby, who were being jostled mercilessly in their attempt to protect the young lady. After extricating themselves from the throng and disembarking the subway, the pair made their way directly to their first destination of the day. Gazing at the amusement park before them, Bai Luoyan's face blossomed with the smile befitting her age. She grasped Lin Yan's hand, eagerly pulling him inside. Witnessing such a lively girl, Lin Yan couldn't help but commend the choice of their destination. Once they purchased tickets and entered the amusement park, he cautiously inquired of the girl, "Could it be that you have never visited an amusement park before?" His tone held a hint of pity. Yet the girl shook her head, turning to explain to Lin Yan, No. My grandfather, fearing I would be bored, specifically built an amusement park near the estate for me. However, it felt too lonely with just me. It is not like here, where there are so many people. TSK. Those damned wealthy folks. Chapter 54. Those two fellows are surely not some kind of murderers, are they? Upon entering the amusement park, Bai Luoyan seemed to shed the facade of the head of the Bai family, revealing her true self. She pulled Lin Yan along to experience various rides, her genuine smile captivating him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yan's own face began to mirror her joy, his lips curving upward in a smile that refused to fade. After being transported by the system across various worlds for decades, he had believed his heart would inevitably grow weary alongside those experiences. Even with his return to a youthful body, the fatigue of the spirit was not easily erased. Thus, despite the wealth of knowledge bestowed upon him by the system, he had chosen to languish during the summer break. After toiling for so many years in those realms, he truly felt exhausted. Until today, during their playful escapades, he believed that his once ailing heart had seemingly come back to life. Under the enchanting laughter of the girl, Lin Yan felt a sense of long-lost relaxation. Both possessed fearless spirits, They eschewed the carousel and similar attractions in favor of the thrill of the drop tower and roller coaster, prioritizing excitement above all else. At that moment, they stood before the haunted house, reputedly the crown jewel of the amusement park. "Shall we venture inside?" Lin Yan tentatively inquired of the girl at his side. She remained silent, but gently nodded, intertwining her arm with his. She truly felt no trepidation. As long as she was with Lin Yan, any activity brought her joy. As the largest amusement park in Shanghai, a first-tier city, this haunted house was renowned nationwide. Reports of individuals fainting from fright within its walls circulated annually, prompting all entrants to sign a waiver. When Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan approached the staff to sign the agreement, the attendant was momentarily taken aback by the girl's beauty. He glanced between her and Lin Yan, offering a friendly caution. Our props are quite realistic. Please be careful inside and refrain from running around." However, Bai Luoyan, far from being afraid, tightly grasped Lin Yan's arm and, flashing a sweet smile at the staff member, declared, "I trust he will keep me safe." The attendant, feeling a twinge of envy at the sight of Lin Yan ensconced between two charming figures, gritted his teeth and waved them forward, indicating they should proceed inside. After traversing a dark corridor, they finally entered the haunted house, where grotesque props of dismembered limbs and entrails gradually came into view. Having prepared in advance, Lin Yan took on the role of a guide, narrating the backstory of the haunted house to Bai Luoyan. The premise revolved around a psychiatric hospital where patients had escaped their wards and, in a single night, massacred everyone within. In addition to the lifelike props, staff members would play the roles of maniacs, pursuing guests within. Yet, faced with the convincingly crafted remnants of limbs, the two exhibited not a hint of fear. Instead, they engaged in light-hearted discussion. "This bloodstain is quite unrealistic. Dried blood should appear darker. Indeed, that arm is incorrect. The cut from a sharp blade shouldn't look like this. And those entrails, how absurd. Don't they know the colors should be a mix of red and green? How disappointing." They unabashedly critiqued the scenery around them, utterly oblivious to how terrifying their remarks might seem. It is worth noting that these two had previously endured numerous battles in their past lives. On the battlefield, particularly one characterized by cold weapons, what gruesome scenes have they not witnessed? Their commentary at this moment is derived from genuine cases. However, unbeknownst to them, in a dim corner of the haunted house, two NPCs are exchanging anxious glances, drenched in cold sweat. These two NPCs were initially meant to leap out and frighten the couple, but as they were about to spring forth to deliver a surprise, they overheard the duo's conversation. Their feet, which were poised to step out, abruptly retreated. The two exchanged terrified looks, hesitant to utter a word, communicating solely through their gazes. Goodness, could they possibly be medical students? Does Shanghai University even have a medical program? It does, doesn't it? Yet, I feel their discourse bears no resemblance to that of medical scholars, but rather resembles that of a pair of psychopaths, wouldn't you agree? Observing his colleague nodding frantically, the cold sweat cascaded down their brows. Perhaps it would be best to let them go. Agreed. With the NPC's lackadaisical attitude, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan found themselves at the exit after merely 10 minutes of walking. Gazing at the sunlit doorway ahead, they hesitated for a moment, then exchanged a glance before speaking in unison. Is this it? Lin Yan, somewhat incredulous, turned back to look behind them, perplexed. Wait, where are the NPCs? Why are there none? Beside him, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Luoyan's eyes. This haunted house, wasn't this a splendid opportunity? I had envisioned that when the NPCs jumped out, I would feign fear and leap into Lin Yan's arms. But where are they now? Where is my husband's embrace? The more she pondered, the more irate she became, staring back at the haunted house with indignation. I shall file a complaint once we exit. Nevertheless, having reached the exit, it was evident they could not turn back. Observing the pouting girl, Lin Yan chuckled and playfully poked her cheek, saying, "All right, let's go. Don't be upset. I'll treat you to ice cream." The previously sulking girl's mood brightened instantly, and she beamed with satisfaction, replying, "Sounds good." With that, she eagerly pulled Lin Yan outside. In an amusement park, ice cream stands are plentiful. After a brief stroll, they stumbled upon an ice cream shop resembling a whimsical fairy tale abode. "Order whatever you like, it's on me," Lin Yan declared grandly, gesturing towards the 51 ice cream flavors displayed behind the glass of Häagen-Dazs. After all, he was now a millionaire. and a few $100s for ice cream was certainly within his means. Bai Luoyin did not rush to pay. Instead, she smiled sweetly and chose a double scoop of strawberry and mango ice cream. Lin Yan pondered for a moment and selected a double scoop of watermelon and blueberry. Hand in hand, they strolled along, savoring their ice creams. Suddenly, the girl called out to Lin Yan. She produced a tissue from her pocket and leaned closer to his face. At your age, how can you eat ice cream so carelessly? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yan realized that he must have gotten ice cream on the corner of his mouth. He remained still, waiting for the girl to wipe it away. However, as she drew closer, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. She extended her delicate tongue and, before Lin Yan could react, swiftly licked the corner of his mouth. Boom! The boy was struck dumb, as if he had been hit by lightning. A faint blush crept onto the girl's cheeks as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and, as if nothing had happened, softly said, "All done. I've cleaned it for you." Her voice trembled slightly, and she averted her gaze, unable to look directly at the boy before her. Chapter 55. These fellows truly have some nerve. Happy moments always pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually approached the horizon, its light transforming from bright white to a warm orange. As she gazed at the setting sun, Bai Luoyin felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed as though they had only just begun to enjoy their time together. However, what she did not realize was that the black-clad bodyguards who had shadowed them all day held a vastly different perspective. They appeared utterly exhausted. As the current head of the Bai group, Bai Luoyin's safety was of paramount importance. Typically, she had her personal protector, Shangwan Wanyu, by her side, but with Wanyu absent, the bodyguards were on high alert. When the young lady and her companion rode the roller coaster, they positioned themselves strategically, following closely behind. During the free-fall ride, they chose another set of seats on the opposite side. As they ventured into the haunted house, they were startled by two overly enthusiastic NPCs, sending them into a frenzy. When the pair decided to ride the giant swing, the bodyguard captain sighed in exasperation, covering his face. Must they not indulge in more romantic amusement park attractions? Shouldn't a normal couple ride the Ferris wheel or enjoy a carousel to foster their bond? At the very least, they could engage in bumper cars. Why must they challenge their limits with such thrilling endeavors? Watching his subordinates, who had just disembarked from the giant swing and were now violently ill, the captain felt a mix of helplessness and disbelief. With a sigh, he thought that if it weren't for the generous pay, he would have truly found it unbearable to continue. Perhaps heaven heard the lament of this bodyguard captain, for the two finally concluded their day at the amusement park. Though a twinge of reluctance tugged at her heart, Bai Luoyin obediently allowed Lin Yan to lead her away, keeping in mind their plans for the evening. Following the events of the morning, Lin Yan decided to take a taxi back to school. However, just as he picked up his phone to summon a ride, Bai Luoyin grasped his arm and said, "Lin Yan, I'm hungry." Observing the girl feigning cuteness with a pout, Lin Yan pondered for a few moments before nodding in agreement. "All right, shall we find something to eat first?" After spending the day indulging in mere snacks at the amusement park, he too felt a pang of hunger. Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, the girl's eyes sparkled as she tugged at his arm, adopting a playful tone. "How about we go for barbecue?" Recalling that it had indeed been quite some time since he last savored barbecue, Lin Yan nodded affirmatively. He quickly hailed a taxi and, once inside, addressed the driver directly. "Excuse me, sir, do you know of any good barbecue spots nearby? Could you recommend one and take us there? Thank you." The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, glanced at the pair through the rearview mirror and grinned. Well, young man, you're quite fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Out for a holiday, are you?" Lin Yan chose not to correct the driver's assumption, but merely nodded in silence. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyin endeavored to embody the bashful demeanor of a girl flattered by the compliment, burying her face in Lin Yan's shoulder while inwardly giving the driver a thumbs up for his discerning taste. She thought to herself that they ought to reward this driver for his keen eye. Unaware that his casual remark had struck gold, the driver continued cheerfully. "You youngsters are truly enviable. So, you're looking for barbecue, huh? Don't worry, I'll recommend a local favorite for you. It may look a bit worn, but it's been around for over 20 years, and I assure you the flavors won't disappoint." Hearing this, Lin Yan knew they had found the right person. Places recommended by local drivers are rarely a disappointment. The driver proved to be quite conversational, and their journey continued with light banter. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. As they stepped out of the car, The driver cast a knowing glance at Lin Yan and imparted, "Young man, a good relationship is one thing. However, observing your youth, I urge you to take precautions and avoid any tragic consequences." Before Lin Yan could elaborate, the driver, modest yet resolute, pressed the accelerator and departed. Lin Yan glanced at the girl beside him and, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Heh, people these days." Little did he know. The girl, with her head bowed, eventually murmured after a long pause, "Don't worry, I brought it." "What?" Lin Yan thought he must have misheard. Yet, upon noticing the girl's flushed ears, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. This woman indeed harbored ulterior motives today. Lin Yan, hesitant to respond, swiftly shifted the subject. "Well, let us get something to eat." The girl nodded, tugging at his sleeve as she followed behind. Much like the driver had indicated, the establishment's ambience left much to be desired. It was a barbecued eatery nestled within an old residential complex. However, the nearly full seating indicated that its flavor was undoubtedly commendable. With the interior bustling with patrons, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan opted for an outdoor table. The proprietor, a woman in her 40s or 50s, after setting a small table for them, instructed, "You two can just go inside to choose what you'd like. Place it in the basket and bring it to me. If you'd like to order anything specifically, just let me know." "Shall I go in and order?" Lin Yan inquired, looking at Bai Luoyan. Upon receiving a nod from her, he rose and followed the woman inside. One must commend the variety offered at this modest barbecue joint. All ingredients were neatly arranged on the counter after being skewered with metal rods. Notably, these items appeared fresh rather than marinated or frozen, indicating that the owner procured them fresh each day. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, silently applauding the earlier driver for his recommendation. Unbeknownst to him, the driver would receive an unexpected visit the following day from a grateful patron, who, having been saved by the driver's timely intervention the night before, handed him 50,000 yuan before vanishing without a trace. After selecting ingredients according to Bai Luoyan's preferences, Lin Yan stepped outside, ready to return to their small table. However, as he emerged, he noticed several unruly individuals surrounding Bai Luoyan, seemingly harassing her. In that instant, Lin Yan's first reaction was not to rush in for a gallant rescue, but rather to reflect, "These fellows certainly have some audacity." Chapter 56. Some people seem determined to invite trouble. Anyone witnessing a pure and delicate beauty being teased by a group of ruffians would likely feel compelled to play the hero. Well, except for Lin Yan. He understood well the true nature of that seemingly innocent girl. Have you ever witnessed a scene where a goddess-like figure, adorned with a sweet smile, raises a hammer to shatter the skull of her adversary? Lin Yan has, and not merely once. The vividness of that imagery, the gruesomeness of it all, sends shivers down his spine even now. As the indomitable leader of the White Forest Army, Bai Luoyan has always led from the front. She consistently prefers to charge into battle rather than remain behind strategizing, allowing Lin Yan to orchestrate plans from the safety of the camp. Thus, her ascension to the throne is truly forged through bloodshed. Hence, he cannot fathom that Bai Luoyan has not undergone rigorous training throughout her life. Moreover, Lin Yan cast a glance towards a shadowy corner at the end of the street, where several figures clad in black were conspicuously counting their fingers, exuding an air of readiness to spring into action. Since his departure from school today, he had already been aware of the presence of these bodyguards and their unfortunate encounters at the amusement park. Even if he and Bai Luoyan did nothing, danger would be an impossibility. On the other side, as Lin Yan had anticipated, Bai Luoyan was fixing an icy gaze upon a group of brazen young men before her. The moment Lin Yan left, she began rummaging through her backpack, producing several bottles of Mao Tai, as if by magic. Her suggestion to indulge in barbecue was merely a pretext for drinking. What is barbecue without alcohol, if not akin to a salted fish devoid of dreams? Her plan was straightforward, to intoxicate Lin Yan and then take him to a villa she had prepared in advance. Once he was inebriated, she would take advantage of the situation and afterward feign weakness with a few tears. Would this man ever escape her grasp? It must be said, a goddess remains a goddess. Even while contemplating such lewd schemes, her countenance radiated sweetness. This angelic smile effortlessly captivated the attention of the nearby young men, who had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. Upon realizing she was alone, emboldened by the alcohol they had consumed, they approached her with ill intentions. "My dear, all by yourself? How about we keep you company?" one suggested. Indeed, it's rather dull alone. After dinner, we'll show you some real fun, another chimed in. At the sound of their taunts, Bai Luoyin was jolted from her reverie. She gazed at the group before her, momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated encountering such audacity directed at herself. For someone with experiences spanning 2 lifetimes, this was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Her moment of astonishment was misinterpreted by the young men as fear, prompting them to exchange knowing glances and draw closer with mocking smiles. "Do not be afraid, my dear," one of the men said with a lewd grin as he reached out for Bai Luoyin's hand. The audacity of these reckless individuals to extend their hands towards her ignited a glimmer of bloodlust in her gaze. Just as she contemplated breaking the man's arm, she caught sight of Lin Yan emerging from a distance. A flicker of inspiration crossed her mind, and she suppressed the urge to shatter his skull, allowing him to grasp her hand instead. After casting a warning glance at the approaching bodyguards, she adorned her face with a flawless expression of terror. Her lips trembled slightly. Her complexion paled as if stricken by fear, and she choked out, "What do you want from us?" Perhaps women are inherently skilled actresses. At that moment, Bai Luoyin embodied the image of a frail and helpless young girl with remarkable finesse. Her cries seemed to serve as a stimulant, inciting further excitement among the group of ruffians, particularly the one clutching her arm, whose body began to tremble with exhilaration. He sneered as he reached out with his other hand, taunting, "What do we want?" Guess. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a sand pot suddenly appeared before him, shattering his nose and silencing his words. The group barely grasped what had transpired before their leader was sent flying with a scream. The assailant, of course, was Lin Yan, who rushed in upon sensing the imminent danger. "Ah, darling, I am so scared." Bai Luoyin clung tightly to Lin Yan's arm, her lips parting as she exaggeratedly exclaimed. Yet, her tone lacked any genuine fear. Rather, it hinted at a trace of excitement. Observing her theatrical performance, Lin Yan shot her an exasperated glance. He hesitated, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. Upon locking eyes with the girl at the entrance, he had immediately sensed trouble. He understood her theatrical intentions, yet when he witnessed those men actually daring to grasp her hand, his instincts propelled him into action. With a resigned pat on Bai Luoyin's hands that clung to him, he sighed, "Have you had your fun yet? No. Don't you think it's romantic to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? When the girl is at her most desperate, the hero descends from the heavens to rescue her from the abyss. The idea of her being so moved that she reciprocates is simply delightful." Lin Yan responded with only a couple of cold chuckles, his silence speaking volumes. At this moment, the few individuals with yellow hair standing before them finally reacted. "Boss." 2 of them rushed over to assess their leader's injuries. The yellow-haired man who had just been sent flying by Lin Yan was now swaying as he managed to stand up. Lin Yan had ultimately restrained his strength. Otherwise, given his physical prowess, that punch would have sent the man straight to the afterlife. After all, unlike the previous world, this was a society governed by law, and the repercussions of recklessly taking a life could be quite troublesome. Observing the 2 who were engrossed in their own world, the yellow-haired leader shouted at his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Go." The yellow-haired men immediately snapped back to reality and howled as they charged toward Lin Yan. Watching them approach, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. People, it seems, often cannot resist the urge to seek their own demise. Chapter 57. Your main course is attacking your side dish. As those men rushed forward, Bai Luoyin's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. However, before she could make a move, Lin Yan preemptively pressed down on her head, warning her, "Stay right here and don't move." His concern was not for the girl, but rather for the yellow-haired individuals. While he could control his own strength, he genuinely feared that she might inadvertently cause serious harm. As the men neared, Lin Yan finally sprang into action. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly evaded their feeble punches and simultaneously delivered a precise strike to one man's abdomen, employing what is known as the liver punch. This boxing technique specifically targets the liver, typically executed with a rear straight punch or a horizontal hook. Renowned for its immense pain and potential lethality, it can incapacitate an opponent in an instant. As expected, the yellow-haired man struck by Lin Yan's punch widened his eyes, pain etched across his face. Before he could even utter a scream, his body went limp and he collapsed. Setting aside the advantages of system rewards, These yellow-haired men were hardly more than cannon fodder compared to the battlefields of his past life. Lin Yan moved as if on a leisurely stroll, effortlessly dodging their harmless punches while delivering a blow to each of the remaining assailants. In merely 10 seconds, only the furthest yellow-haired leader, now bleeding from his nose, remained standing. Clearly taken aback by the seemingly frail youth's fighting prowess, the yellow-haired leader, for whom running away was more intolerable than losing a fight, was consumed by rage. His eyes reddened as he pulled a small knife from his person and lunged at Lin Yan. As the yellow-haired leader brandished the weapon, a flicker of anger sparked in Lin Yan's gaze. Since you harbor intentions to kill, I shall not hold back. Instead of retreating, he advanced, transforming into a blur as he closed the distance between them. As a crisp crack echoed, the arm of the opponent, clutching a small knife, twisted into an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Without waiting for the pain to register, Lin Yan delivered a swift kick, sending him flying away. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the man arced through the air in a perfect parabola before crashing to the ground, his eyes closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire skirmish lasted no more than 15 seconds for Lin Yan. Those who had intended to assist hesitated, their feet poised for action, yet ultimately grounded. At that moment, several figures clad in black, previously lurking in the shadows, suddenly emerged. With remarkable coordination, they hoisted a few blonde-haired individuals onto their shoulders and swiftly vacated the scene. The rapidity of these events left the witnesses questioning their own perceptions, as if caught in an illusion. Meanwhile, the young protagonists returned to their seats as though nothing had transpired. However, Lin Yan, having barely settled, soon noticed several bottles of Mao Tai that had mysteriously appeared on the table. He picked one up to inspect it, only to be met with the girl's explanatory voice. I figured we'd be having barbecue, so I prepared some drinks in advance. With a stoic expression, Lin Yan set the bottle back down, piercingly retorting, "Are you attempting to intoxicate me and whisk me away to a hotel, hoping to take advantage of my inebriation?" The girl, seeing her intentions so plainly laid bare, cast her gaze aside in frustration, muttering, "TCH. To be seen through so easily." Lin Yan was taken aback. "Wait, miss, was it really that hard to see through? Anyone with an IQ above 80 could have figured it out. What kind of image do you have of me?" Bai Luoyan, displaying her wit, deftly sidestepped his inquiry. Without a flicker of embarrassment, she removed the bottles from the table and retrieved several boxes from her backpack. Upon opening them, Lin Yan was surprised to find them filled with what appeared to be raw crabs and shrimp. "Well, those aren't important. Since you're not in the mood for drinks, why not try my marinated delicacies? I specially prepared them yesterday. You can't refuse me." As the matriarch of the Bai Corporation and a figure of authority, Bai Luoyan always planned with foresight. The intention behind the liquor was too evident. She had anticipated Lin Yan's keen insight. Thus, the bottles of white liquor were merely a ruse, while her true piece de resistance lay in the meticulously prepared marinated seafood. In truth, when it comes to the preparation and handling of fresh seafood, China possesses far greater expertise than that of Sakura country. Many cities across China boast their own distinctive methods of marinating seafood. Yet perhaps the most renowned is the Chaozhou-style marination, often hailed as an addictive culinary experience. The so-called raw marinated seafood involves a simple yet exquisite process. Fresh seafood is meticulously cleaned and dried, then marinated in high-proof alcohol rather than being fully cooked, accompanied by garnishes such as cilantro and minced garlic. After chilling, this delicacy is ready to be savored. However, Bai Luoyan's motivation for preparing this dish was not merely desire. It was the significant quantity of high-proof liquor required. Typically, while high-proof alcohol is utilized in such preparations, it is not potent enough to induce intoxication. But what if one were to substitute regular high-proof alcohol with vodka, renowned as the water of life, containing an astonishing 96 alcohol content? As Bai Luoyan gazed at the specially prepared raw marinated seafood before her, she could already envision Lin Yan succumbing to inebriation after tasting it. Lin Yan sensed an unsettling vibe, yet he found it difficult to refuse the girl's kind gesture. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for the box containing crab. Just as his chopsticks were about to grasp the crab, it unexpectedly sprang to life, clamping down on his chopsticks with its formidable pincers. The two remained locked in an awkward silence, exchanging glances for several seconds. Unfazed, Lin Yan calmly set down his chopsticks, forcing a smile. He pointed at the crab. which held cilantro in one claw and ginger slices in the other, and remarked, "It seems your main dish is attacking your garnishes." From the moment the crabs seized Lin Yan's chopsticks, Bai Luoyan's mind went blank. She stared in disbelief at the crabs still bubbling, dipping her finger into the sauce and tasting it. The next moment, her expression turned to fury as she glared towards a distant corner of the street. With Xiaoyu absent, she had relied on the men in black to procure the water of life during the preparation yesterday. Little did she anticipate that these muscle-bound men would return with what they deemed water of life, which turned out to be nothing more than ordinary mineral water. "Are you helping me raise crabs here?" Chapter 58. You don't think you can escape, do you? Ah, darling, be gentle. Ah, you're so naughty. In a certain villa, renowned as the most expensive residential area in Jianghai City, the youthful cries that could quicken one's pulse echoed faintly from within. Lin Yan, helplessly gazing at Bai Luoyan, admonished her in a warning tone. "Is it really necessary to scream like that just for a foot massage?" At that moment, Lin Yan was skillfully attending to a pair of delicate feet. Should others have been present, they might have scorned him for his lack of appreciation. For those feet, reminiscent of jade, were flawlessly smooth and pale. Gradually, one's gaze would ascend, revealing a pair of elegantly straight and beautiful lines. The end of that line was veiled by a touch of blue fabric, with its subtle allure rendering one unable to look away. However, as the sole male in the room, Lin Yan seemed unaffected by the alluring scenery. Instead, while gently massaging the girl's calves, he incessantly chided her. "You can twist your ankle simply by walking. I truly admire your skills. Let us rewind slightly." Although Bai Luoyan's attempts at nurturing aquatic pets had become a source of amusement, the food at the barbecue stall was undeniably exquisite. The two of them amused themselves with the crabs in the box while relishing the culinary delights prepared by the proprietress. After consuming several bottles of beer, the barbecue dishes on their table were entirely devoured. Although the thwarted plan left Bai Luoyan feeling somewhat dissatisfied, she nonetheless cherished the time spent with Lin Yan. Unfortunately, even the most splendid of films must eventually draw to a close. Since the drinking escapade had failed, she was certain Lin Yan would escort her back to the dormitory. Just as Lin Yan held her hand, preparing to summon a ride back to school, an unexpected incident occurred. In such an old district, the lighting was naturally inadequate. Under the dim illumination, Bai Luoyan misstepped and twisted her ankle. Observing her rapidly swelling ankle, Lin Yan realized this was indeed an accident, rather than a ploy by the girl. Initially, he intended to take Bai Luoyan to the hospital, but he fell silent after hearing her question. "Do you really want other men to touch my legs?" Later, upon the girl's suggestion, they arrived at this villa. This was a property Bai Luoyan had purchased the day she decided to attend Jianghai University, intended solely for facilitating her business dealings. After all, she was no ordinary student but the head of a vast conglomerate. Besides her studies, she occasionally needed to handle affairs related to the company. It was not ideal to have her subordinates convene meetings at the school, so these matters were generally addressed at the villa. In essence, it served as a temporary office for her professional undertakings. For Bai Luoyan, the price of this villa, serving as a makeshift office, was hardly worth her concern. Of course, it was also the place she planned to bring Lin Yan after getting him intoxicated that night. Although unoccupied, the villa was regularly maintained by cleaners, so it was free of the dust one might expect. Noticing the girl's swollen ankle, Lin Yan had her remove her socks and began to massage it. With the system's rewards, such simple traditional Chinese medical techniques were child's play for Lin Yan. After 20 minutes of kneading, the swelling in the girl's ankle visibly diminished. Lin Yan exhaled deeply, washing his hands in the restroom and wiping the sweat from his brow. He wasn't fatigued, rather, he was tormented by the girl's delicate cries. This girl was clearly doing it on purpose. Her voice was like a feather, teasingly stirring something within him. Had he not traversed through so many realms and remained merely an 18-year-old youth, he might have succumbed to the impulse and lunged forward long ago. Observe. Occasionally, this foolish protagonist takes pride in such trivial matters, entirely oblivious to the author's subtle mockery while composing these lines. After completing the massage therapy, a man and a woman fell into a silence within the room, a peculiar atmosphere suffusing the space between them. Gazing at the girl, who had begun to regain her mobility, Lin Yan scratched his head and was the first to break the silence, saying, "If you have no further business, then I shall take my leave. Where do you intend to go? The school dormitories are already locked at this hour." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan took out his phone to check the time. Indeed, he realized it was already past 11 o'clock. The boys' dormitory typically closed at 11. Then I shall seek out a hotel for the night. This is a villa area, and the nearest hotel is a 30-minute drive from here. Moreover, as she spoke, Bai Luoyin deliberately placed her hands upon her chest, adopting a pitiable demeanor and imploring, "Would you truly allow me to remain here all alone? You don't genuinely believe I remain unaware of those bodyguards in black lurking outside the villa, do you?" Despite her words, the absence of Xiao Yu and the fact that those men were indeed all male stirred a sense of hesitation within Lin Yan. Noticing the hesitation etched upon his face, the girl smirked slightly before instantly reverting to her pitiful expression, beseeching Lin Yan, "Would you stay with me? My foot still aches. And what if something were to happen during the night? All right then. However, you must promise me that you will not engage in any peculiar activities tonight." Bai Luoyin feigned ignorance to the underlying implications. Regarding Lin Yan with a gaze of innocence, she retorted, "What strange activities? Do you intend to ambush me in the middle of the night?" After saying this, she pretended to shrink back in fear. "Ah, I fear you may ambush me instead." Yet, at that moment, Bai Luoyin harbored an entirely different thought. "As long as you are here, I shall devise a means to render you utterly defenseless tonight." Soon, she conceived a plan. She gazed at Lin Yan, pouting, and declared, "Having sweated so profusely today, I wish to take a bath. Could you carry me to the bathtub? I am unable to walk on my own." Extending her arms, she adopted an expression that begged for a hug. Lin Yan glanced at her ankle, contemplated briefly, and ultimately decided to comply, lifting her with care. Undoubtedly, this was the most opulent villa district in Zhanghai City. The bathroom was more spacious than his dormitory. After gently placing the girl upon a chair in the bathroom, he thoughtfully turned on the hot water. Once the tub was filled, he turned and exited the bathroom. As soon as he rose, a young girl's voice resonated beside him. "Yan Yan, do you not intend to assist me with my bath?" Lin Yan refrained from responding, instead tossing a towel towards her face and retorting rather curtly, "You've injured your leg, not your hands. Do it yourself." With that, he seemed to panic and hurriedly exited the room. Observing the closed door, Bai Luoyin scoffed dismissively, muttering under her breath, "A man with lustful thoughts, but lacking the courage to act." However, the girl gently licked her lips, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth as she remarked, "Now that we are here, do you truly believe you can escape tonight?" Chapter 59, The Little White Rabbit or the Big Bad Wolf. Suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, Lin Yan stepped into the hallway with great difficulty. He seated himself in a chair, the sound of running water igniting an unexpected thirst within him. Rushing to pour himself a glass of water, Lin Yan felt compelled to distract himself from his thoughts. He casually opened a nearby cabinet, only to be jolted by the sight of a whip and candles within, forcing his trembling gaze to steady. He cautiously pushed the cabinet shut. Once it was completely closed, he exhaled deeply. This one do. Remaining here felt like an invitation to calamity. If this were a villa, it surely must possess more than just one room and bathroom. With this thought, Lin Yan rose to venture into the adjacent room. Just as he was about to leave, the bathroom door swung open. To his astonishment, Bai Luoyin emerged, wrapped in a white towel. Her damp hair clung to her delicate shoulders, her face glowing with a rosy hue from her bath. Beneath the tightly wrapped towel lay an almost flawless silhouette. Captivated by the sight of the beauty emerging from her bath, Lin Yan instinctively swallowed hard. Noticing his stunned expression, Bai Luoyin smiled with satisfaction. "Why are you coming out like that?" Lin Yan asked, his voice quivering without his awareness. Bai Luoyin replied in a slightly aggrieved tone, "You just gave me a towel. How else was I supposed to come out?" "Did you think?" Lin Yan's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily interjected, "Well, since you were able to walk out on your own, your foot must be fine. I'll be in the next room to shower and sleep. You should rest early too." Without waiting for her response, he fled through the door as if his life depended on it. Watching the door close behind him, Bai Luoyin softly licked her lips and murmured, "Flee as you wish, my esteemed tutor." Once back in the other room, Lin Yan finally felt a semblance of calm. He steadied his breathing, pondered for a moment, and after locking the door behind him, he made his way toward the bathroom. Water cascaded gently from above, washing away much of the restlessness within Lin Yan's heart. Yet, for reasons unknown, images of a young girl wrapped in a towel frequently flickered through his mind. Shaking his head as if to dispel such thoughts, He quickly rinsed off and wrapped himself in a towel before stepping out of the bathroom. Were a young woman to behold Lin Yan at that moment, she would likely emit a gasp of excitement. As the saying goes, creations from the system are invariably exquisite. As a reward, the system had bestowed upon Lin Yan a physique that was nothing short of exceptional. With chiseled 8-pack abs and a tantalizing V-line extending down his sides, his body resembled a flawless sculpture akin to those of ancient Greek artistry. In that moment, Lin Yan epitomized the adage that one appears slender in clothing yet reveals a toned physique when undressed. After a day of leisure, he felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Casting a glance at the still-closed door, Lin Yan comfortably reclined on his bed. However, just as he turned to settle in for the night, his hand brushed against a soft form. Shocked, he opened his eyes to find Bai Luoyin nestled in the blankets, smiling at him. "Oh, my foolish tutor, this is my villa. Did you truly think I lacked the key to your room, tutor?" Since their initial meeting, it had been quite some time since Bai Luoyin had referred to him as such. In their daily interactions, she had playfully used various names for him, such as Yin Yin, hubby, and husband, but had never again called him tutor. Before he could ponder the implications of this, the girl effortlessly flipped over to sit atop him. Lin Yan was relieved to see that she had changed into a set of purple silk pajamas. Yet, he himself could not discern whether he felt joy or regret. Indeed, purple exudes an enchanting quality. Gazing at the alluring girl before him, even Lin Yan found it challenging to resist her charm. At that moment, she smiled like a cunning little fox, slowly leaning closer, her warm breath brushing against Lin Yan's neck. She traced circles on his chest with her fingers, giggling softly. "This time, no one will come to disturb us." Lin Yan understood she was referencing the previous incident in the dormitory. With the girl drawing nearer, he steeled his resolve. In a sudden movement, he flipped over, pinning the once dominant girl beneath him. Securing her restless hands, Lin Yan leaned close, a fierce expression on his face as he said, "Do you enjoy playing with fire so much?" The girl clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Her face flushed crimson as she gazed into Lin Yan's eyes. The previously seductive look on her face transformed into one of flustered surprise, as if she had been jolted back to reality from her playful demeanor. With a hint of shyness, she turned her head away, her voice tinged with a whimper. "What do you want? Please don't bully me." Observing her face, now as red as a ripe apple, Lin Yan finally broke into a smile. He understood that although Bai Luoyin often presented herself as a flirt in front of him, at her core, she remained an innocent girl untouched by worldly affairs. How could she truly be so unreserved? It was merely an attempt to capture his attention through her playful antics. Gazing at the bashful girl before him, her eyes shyly closed, Lin Yan felt an exhilarating sense of control over her. She was undeniably a little rabbit, yet she often pretended to be a cunning wolf, unafraid of being devoured. Upon hearing Lin Yan's teasing words, the girl kept her eyes tightly shut, biting her lip in reluctant defiance. However, her bashful expression captivated Lin Yan, the impact of her delicate vulnerability far surpassing what he had perceived before. Faced with Bai Luoyin's inviting demeanor, Lin Yan's heart stirred, fixating on her tender lips. He could no longer contain himself and leaned in to kiss her. Initially, the girl tensed, but soon she closed her eyes, surrendering willingly to his somewhat inexperienced kiss. Lost in their mutual embrace, her hands, which had somehow found freedom, clung tightly to him, as if she wished to merge their beings into one. Minutes later, as they both felt the onset of breathlessness, their lips gradually separated. Observing the dazed girl, panting softly, Lin Yan felt a wave of emotion surge within him. Memories from 2 lifetimes flashing before his eyes. Every act of devotion Bai Luoyin had shown him, whether in his previous life or this one, replayed vividly. He often questioned what merit he possessed that could compel the esteemed daughter of the Bai family to humble herself so profoundly for him. If there had been a flicker of fear and uncertainty in his heart upon first encountering her, that coldness towards love had been unknowingly warmed by her fervor over time. In every lifetime, she was destined to be a lofty empress, yet for him, she had adopted such a humble stance. Reflecting on this, Lin Yan could no longer ignore the emotions swelling within him. He gazed at the girl below him, his voice laden with emotion as he declared, "Bai Luoyin, let us be together." Still lost in the remnants of their passionate kiss, the girl's eyes widened, finally grasping the weight of his words. A glimmer of mist formed in her eyes, initially revealing disbelief. However, When her gaze met the sincerity in his eyes, she discerned his true intentions. Excited, she bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress her tears, and nodded vigorously. This moment was one she had awaited for 2 lifetimes. Lin Yan gently wiped away her tears and leaned down to kiss her again. After what felt like an eternity in their nearly suffocating embrace, they finally pulled apart. Lin Yan refrained from taking further steps, fully aware that the girl would not refuse him. He always felt that he had confessed one moment and acted inappropriately the next, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Moreover, he noticed the slight tension in the young girl's demeanor, compounded by her tearful visage, which rendered the atmosphere rather unsuitable. After soothing her agitated emotions, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Lin Yan, reminiscent of times long past, gently patted her back, coaxing her into a tranquil slumber. Perhaps it was due to the excitement of the moment, or perhaps the girl had finally fulfilled her long-held wish, but soon she succumbed to sleep. Lin Yan observed the girl nestled in his arms and smiled softly, drawing her a little closer, and they embraced in slumber. After a while, the girl, who was supposed to be asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Leaning against the youth's chest, she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat, a familiar smile gracing her face. The process was swifter than I imagined. So, this time, you truly belong to me. You shall not escape again. I will make you love me more and more until you can no longer bear to be apart from me. My esteemed tutor, who is the little white rabbit, and who is the big bad wolf? Which side is the hunter, and which is the prey? Sometimes, even the parties involved may struggle to discern the truth. Chapter 60. Time flows gently. She only wishes to seize this moment the following day. As sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the room, Lin Yan gradually awoke from his dreams. Embracing the soft form of Bai Luoyan and inhaling her fragrant scent, he had slept exceptionally well. In his dreams, he recalled a past life when he had held her in such a manner, drifting into slumber. Back then, Bai Luoyan was merely a child, having just escaped from the capital at the tender age of 8. He had never anticipated that he would one day have the opportunity to hold her once more as she slept. As Lin Yan opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of beautiful eyes that were fixed upon him without blinking. He was uncertain how long the girl had been awake or how long she had been watching him. However, as he beheld the overflowing affection in her eyes, a stirring within him compelled him to lean down and kiss her lips. Minutes later, they reluctantly parted. Though only a day had passed, Lin Yan realized he had become somewhat enamored with kissing Bai Luoyan. Once they separated, Bai Luoyan resumed her playful act. With her hands clasped before her chest and a hint of moisture in her eyes, she bit her lip and spoke in a tone she would ordinarily never adopt. You bullied me again. Seeing the fragile girl in his arms, Lin Yan decided to play along. He assessed her from head to toe before lifting her chin with a smirk and teasingly replied, "And what of it? Do you intend to resist?" The girl fell silent, burying her face against his chest. Unbeknownst to her, the straps of her silk nightgown had slipped down at some point. A pristine white hue unobtrusively entered Lin Yan's vision, leaving him momentarily transfixed, his throat involuntarily constricting. Bai Luoyan cast a furtive glance at him, and upon witnessing his dazed expression, she could hardly contain her mirth. Such a naive and endearing grand tutor was indeed a rare sight, and she found herself unable to resist the temptation to tease him further. With this thought in mind, she boldly extended her hand, swirling it playfully across the youth's chest. Continuing to embody her delicate maiden persona, she remarked, as two solitary souls sharing the same bed, "What do you think I can resist? I can only submit to your whims." Upon uttering the last phrase, she leaned closer to Lin Yan's ear, playfully licking the lobe of his ear. Lin Yan, clearly unprepared for such audacity from Bai Luoyan, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He realized that the charade could no longer continue. This was no innocent maiden, but rather a seductive enchantress who seemed eager to devour him whole. If he persisted in this act, he feared he would be left utterly undone. He cleared his throat, altering his expression to one of feigned propriety, and addressed the enchantress. "No." The maiden, seriously, "Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am not that kind of man. I implore you to be mindful of your influence." As he spoke, he made a point to adjust his strap, which had slipped down. With this, Bai Luoyan could no longer maintain her act. She shot him a disdainful glance and, with a peculiar expression, retorted, "Oh, is that so? Then what is pressing against me below?" Her words were laced with a teasing undertone. "Lin Yan, Unable to contain himself any longer, sprang from the bed and dashed into the restroom, followed by the sound of the maiden's triumphant laughter. After a considerable time, Lin Yan emerged from the restroom, having successfully sheathed his sword, and he felt compelled to explain. You must understand, this is merely a physiological response. The maiden merely smiled in silence, playfully whining. Darling, I wish to savor the breakfast you make for me. Naturally, Lin Yan could not refuse her request, and with a doting reply, he made his way to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he was unexpectedly greeted by an array of ingredients. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Bai Luoyan had arranged for this in advance. It seemed she had long harbored ulterior motives. However, given the circumstances had escalated to this point, he felt little inclination to object. Standing before the fridge, he pondered briefly before retrieving several items and began to prepare breakfast. As he cooked, his thoughts drifted back to the prior evening, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He was well aware that what he had conveyed to Bai Luoyan was no mere whim. Since their reunion and his understanding of her affections, he had found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her unabashed pursuit, yet he was not entirely taken aback. In his eyes, this was the true essence of Bai Luoyan. She remained steadfast in her character, just as she had in her previous life. Once she discerned her desires, she would pursue her goals with unwavering determination. Even in a different world, as the formidable Empress, her bold approach to achieving her objectives remained unchanged. She would seize what she wanted without hesitation, relying solely on her own capabilities. In truth, the moment Lin Yan met her and resolved their misunderstandings, realizing that she had forsaken everything to accompany him to this world, he was already captivated. However, the specter of past betrayal lingered, rendering him somewhat hesitant when confronted with her ardent affection. Yet, when he sensed her shyness last night, coupled with her courage to entice him, he could no longer contain himself. Faced with a girl who devoted herself entirely to him, no man could resist. As he relinquished that lingering doubt in his heart, he discovered that embracing love was not as daunting as he had imagined. While Lin Yan was engrossed in preparing a delectable meal, Bai Luoyan had finished her morning routine and made her way downstairs. Unprepared for an overnight stay, Lin Yan had not brought a change of clothes the previous day. His shirt, drenched in perspiration, was unsuitable for wear. Thus, he was clad only in trousers, his upper body exposed. Focused on his culinary endeavors, the sunlight streaming through the window seemed to cast a golden glow upon his muscular physique. Observing this nearly flawless man diligently cooking breakfast for her, Bai Luoyan found herself entranced. She touched her cheek, her lips slightly parted, breath quickening into soft gasps. This fellow certainly had his charms. Perhaps it would be best to let him remain shirtless for the next few days. Are you awake? Just in time to eat, Lin Yan called out as he completed the breakfast. He carried 2 bowls of noodles to the table, beckoning to the young woman. Finally snapping back to reality, she responded with a soft mm and gracefully approached the table to sit beside him. Before them lay a simple bowl of egg noodles adorned with a few vibrant green vegetables. Yet, Bai Luoyan perceived it as the most exquisite breakfast she had ever tasted since arriving in this world. She could scarcely recall the last time Lin Yan had prepared a meal for her. Seated at the table, the 2 young souls leaned into one another, quietly savoring their noodles. Bai Luoyan mused that if only they could remain in this moment forever, how wonderful it would be. Time stood still, and she wished to cherish this fleeting instant. Chapter 61. The Empress's request. In the days that followed, Lin Yan did not return to school but instead resided in the villa with Bai Luoyan, indulging in a carefree existence. Bai Luoyan's leg was indeed injured, making it inconvenient for her to venture outside. Naturally, Lin Yan chose to remain in the villa to care for her. They strolled through the villa district each day, resembling a genuine married couple, cooking, chatting, and enjoying each other's company. Neighbors often mistook them for a blissfully enamored newlywed pair. The couple felt no desire to venture outside. The mere presence of one another sufficed. Each morning, they would prepare breakfast together, and during moments of boredom, they would project films on their home projector. Even after spending every hour of the day together, they still craved more time in each other's company. If one were to point out a slight imperfection, it might be the playful mischief of the young girl, who occasionally teased him. Faced with her enchanting demeanor, Lin Yan found himself visiting the restroom more frequently. Striving to maintain his independence, the girl seemed to revel in his flustered reactions whenever she playfully provoked him. Each time, she would withdraw at just the right moment, teasingly stating, If you are unwilling, I shall not pressure you." She would then hide in the corner of the bed, stifling laughter as she observed his discomfort. "Ah, in the past, when I offered myself to you, you showed no interest. Now, I must seize the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Furthermore, I must ensure you do not perceive me as too easily attainable, lest you fail to appreciate me in the future." Bai Luoyin certainly would not allow Lin Yan to remain bare-chested for days on end. By the next day, she had dispatched her subordinates to procure an array of clothing. However, she specifically chose shirts and insisted that Lin Yan leave them unbuttoned while at home. Initially, Lin Yan found himself unaccustomed to her unabashed gaze of desire. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that she was his girlfriend now, and being seen was not a loss. Thus, over the following days, he could often be seen in the villa, a striking youth with his shirt half open, bustling about. On the other side of the house, the girl would sit with a bag of snacks, her eyes fixed upon him as if he were a rare treasure. Amidst this delightful yet torturous existence, their 11-day holiday finally approached its conclusion. Today, Lin Yan found himself unusually clad in proper attire. Bai Luoyin, resembling a dutiful wife, stood before him, meticulously fastening his clothing. Such a fine sight must not be exposed to those girls at school, she thought to herself, smiling as she adjusted his garments. As they prepared to leave, both lingered at the villa where they had spent the past few days, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Bai Luoyin pouted softly, murmuring, "I wonder when we will be able to come back again." Lin Yan, hearing this, smiled gently. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "If we have free time on weekends, we shall return for a brief stay. After all, it is not far from school. You must not go back on your word." The girl's eyes sparkled at his response as she extended her pinky. Lin Yan reciprocated, linking their pinkies, as if sealing a significant promise between them. As Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin journeyed back to school, a considerable distance away in the capital, Beijing, the office of Tianqing Entertainment, a leading entertainment company in the country, was graced by the rare presence of its owner, Chen Tian. Seated across from him was the company's star attraction, the newly crowned diva of the music scene, Lu Xingyun. Curiously, she inquired as Chen Tian pushed a laptop towards her. "Boss, is it really necessary for you to come all this way for just 2 songs?" Chen Tian said little, simply gesturing for her to listen. Furrowing her brow, Lu Xingyun complied and clicked the play button. As the music filled the office, an unprecedented melody enveloped the space. Upon the emergence of a male voice, her initial indifference transformed into a posture of rapt attention. 10 minutes later, as the final notes of the 2 songs resonated, she exhaled heavily, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to her boss, asking, "Where did you find this composer? And is this meant for me?" Unlike many artists, Lu Xingyun was a singer-songwriter, having penned nearly all her songs over the past few years. Her prodigious talent had led to a string of chart-topping hits, catapulting her to stardom. Following her rise to fame, due to time constraints and company directives, she had performed songs crafted by others. However, her discerning standards meant that few compositions met her approval, and most of her repertoire remained her own creations. Thus, after experiencing the 2 demo tracks, she acutely sensed the latent power within them. This was a musical style never before seen in the entertainment industry. She had never imagined that traditional instruments, once on the brink of obsolescence, could be revitalized in such an innovative manner. With the acumen of a true creator, she envisioned the sensation these songs would unleash upon their release. Chen Tian observed the astonished expression on Lu Xingyun's face with satisfaction. She was the epitome of an ideal artist, talented, disciplined in her private life, and dedicated to her career. Her only flaw lay in her pride. In the past, persuading her to sing songs composed by others often required considerable effort. Witnessing her current astonishment brought him a sense of relief. Just days prior, when Elder Lin personally approached him to promote these 2 songs, he sensed something significant was afoot. Elder Lin was a figure of great repute in the artistic community, and due to his long-standing relationship with Chen Tian's family, Chen had always held him in deep respect. Upon hearing those 2 demo tracks, his expression of astonishment mirrored that of Lu Xingyun today. Without the slightest hesitation, he offered a fee that adhered to the industry's highest standards, fearing that the creators of these songs might reconsider and withhold their work from him. After formally acquiring the ownership of the 2 songs, he promptly summoned Lu Xingyun to his presence once she concluded her participation in a variety show. In his perspective, only the newly crowned diva, Lu Xingyun, possessed the capability to masterfully interpret these two compositions. Yet, upon receiving her boss's affirming nod, the typically self-assured Lu Xingyun found herself grappling with insecurity. Although it was merely a demo, she sensed that the young man had nearly rendered the songs to perfection. In comparison, she was uncertain whether she could elevate the pieces to such an extraordinary level. After much contemplation, she ultimately accepted the two songs with solemnity. As a fellow creator, she simply could not resist such magnificent works. However, she inquired, "Boss, may I have the opportunity to meet the creators of these two songs?" Chapter 62. The scent of this romance is truly unbearable. After reluctantly returning to the dormitory with Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan felt an emptiness within him, as if a piece of his heart had been hollowed out. Though they had only cohabited for a few days, he felt he had grown accustomed to the presence of Bai Luoyan by his side. Like any youth enraptured by love for the first time, he yearned to remain in her company. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan, no longer the so-called 18-year-old boy, swiftly suppressed his restlessness with reason. Upon entering the dormitory, he discovered that his three roommates had already returned. The trio, initially engaged in conversation, turned to glance at Lin Yan, and a mischievous grin suddenly spread across their faces. Fu Yinjie was the first to rush over to Lin Yan, circling around him while scrutinizing him up and down, emitting incessant clicking sounds with his tongue. Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine under their inexplicable gaze. He nudged Fu Yinjie, playfully scolding, "Are you here to tease me like a dog? What else with all the clicking?" Fu Yinjie chuckled instead of getting offended, approaching Lin Yan like an inquisitive hound and giving him a thorough sniff. He then stepped back, striking a pose he deemed suave, one hand brushing his forehead while the other pointed at Lin Yan, declaring, "All mysteries have been unraveled. There is but one truth." Lin Yan remained unresponsive, merely gazing at this childish fool with a pair of deadpan eyes. However, he had forgotten that there was more than one fool in this dormitory. He Chong and Yun Tianhua eagerly gathered around, eager for Fu Yinjie to elaborate. With a slight smile, Fu Yinjie pointed at Lin Yan, saying, "Look, everyone. This shirt he's wearing is new. It has never been seen in the dorm before. Moreover, this rascal carries the scent of the white goddess's perfume. Coupled with his absence last night, young lad, do you wish for your guardians to take matters into their own hands, or will you confess voluntarily?" Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden interrogation. It was only amidst the clamorous accusations from his three adopted brothers that he grasped the situation. As it turned out, Fu Yinjie had returned the previous day. Knowing that He Chong was out working part-time and that Lin Yan was the only one left in the dormitory, he had intentionally come back early to keep his brother company. However, to his surprise, he found the dormitory completely empty. Upon realizing that Lin Yan had not returned to his hometown, his first thought was, surely this rascal hasn't he gone off to a hotel with the goddess by. Thus, when the other two roommates returned, they began to express an unprecedented concern for their brother. It was at this moment that Lin Yan opened the dormitory door. Forced into a chair by his three roommates, Lin Yan sighed helplessly before weakly declaring, all right, I confess." Upon hearing this, the three released their fists, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Yan straightened his disheveled shirt, adopting a formally serious tone as he addressed them. "Well, I must announce that Bai Luoyan and I are officially in a relationship. We know, haven't you two been together for some time now? What are you getting at? Is this a boast?" They retorted. "Moreover, is this what we were asking about?" "Huh, exactly. Stop dodging the question. Did you go to a hotel last night?" Lin Yan was taken aback. He had spoken the truth. Why such a reaction? Fu Yinjie, clearly dissatisfied with his response, brandished a toilet brush threateningly at him. "If you don't come clean, don't blame your father for being harsh." Gazing at the suspiciously stained toilet brush, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming pressure. Even in his past lives, facing armies, he had never encountered such an intimidating sense of dread. Leaning back slightly to distance his face from the brush, he nervously replied, "We didn't go to a hotel." "Huh. Still trying to quibble even at death's door?" Fu Yinjie signaled his companions to restrain Lin Yan while pushing the brush closer. This time, Lin Yan truly began to panic, pleading, Hey, I'm not lying. We really didn't go to a hotel. We've been at the villa these past few days." Though they had prepared themselves mentally, the three still recoiled in shock. Fu Yinjie discarded the toilet brush, clutching his aching heart as he rebuked Lin Yan. "You beast. It hasn't been long. and you were the first among us to reach third base. How infuriating. Yun Tianhua feigned jealousy as he glared at Lin Yan, saying, I thought you were a decent guy. Who knew you could be so cunning? Even the typically honest He-Chang could not help but exclaim, Is there any sense of justice in what you are doing? Have you even considered the feelings of us, your brothers? Truly, it is enviable. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped the essence of their remarks. He hastily clarified, No, we haven't done anything. Really. We just stayed together for a few days to confirm our relationship. Nothing else occurred. Little did he know that his explanation would only elicit disdainful glances from the other three. Huh. You cohabitated for a few days and claim nothing transpired? Do you expect us to believe that? Just a man and a woman together for so long, and you maintain a platonic relationship? Even the most foolish of authors wouldn't dare write such nonsense. I see through you, you hypocritical fellow. Faced with their skepticism, Lin Yan could only resign himself to silence. What a depraved bunch. However, the trio of roommates could not foresee how swiftly their comeuppance would arrive. As the sun began its descent, the four prepared to descend to the dining hall in search of sustenance. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were unsurprised to spot the graceful figures of Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu. Upon seeing the long Miss Xiaoyu, Lin Yan raised his hand in greeting. To his astonishment, Xiaoyu responded with an unprecedented sincere smile. It seemed Bai Luoyan had informed her of their confirmed relationship, and her joy for her mistress and future son-in-law was genuine. Bai Luoyan, too, appeared more affectionate than usual, stepping forward to tightly embrace Lin Yan's arm. With a bashful expression, she asked, Darling, did you miss me? Before Lin Yan could reply, she answered her own question, I missed you, so I couldn't help but come find you. Do you think I'm too clingy like this? Even Lin Yan, though somewhat daft, understood the correct response at that moment. He gently ruffled Bai Luoyan's hair, his gaze softening as he replied tenderly, Of course not. I actually like it when you cling to me. However, he failed to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of his three roommates behind him. Although they had developed a certain resilience to the couple's public displays of affection, it felt as if they had returned from their break upgraded. The nauseating scent of romance was truly unbearable. Chapter 63. What were you pretending to be before? Little did the three know, this was merely the beginning. Due to her aversion to the dining hall, Bai Luoyan usually brought meals prepared by her personal chef, often preparing food for Lin Yan and her roommate as well. Thus, they frequently brought their own meals to the dining hall. Today, it seemed that Bai Luoyan's two roommates intended to return only after dinner, leaving her in the company of Xiaoyu and the four from Lin Yan's dormitory. The culinary expertise available to the esteemed Bai family was, of course, not that of an ordinary chef. Although the food was presented in simple containers, it was indeed a feast prepared by Michelin-starred chefs. Such seemingly ordinary dishes would command no less than 5 figures at a restaurant. Even someone as affluent as Yun Tianhua could not afford to have such meals prepared daily. Normally, the trio would express their gratitude towards Bai Luoyan with every morsel, affectionately calling her sister-in-law without hesitation. However, today, as they consumed the food before them, it tasted bland and unpalatable, a first for them. The primary catalyst for this shift in perception was the couple before them. While this pair often unabashedly displayed their affection, the trio had developed a certain immunity over time. Yet, today, their display could hardly be categorized as mere affection. It was akin to a nuclear explosion. Bai Luoyan appeared utterly oblivious to the presence of her peers, nearly leaning onto Lin Yan, with her head tilted back and lips slightly parted. She awaited Lin Yan's feeding with eager anticipation. After days of cohabitation in the villa, Lin Yan was accustomed to this sight. Thus, he did not ponder much and instinctively picked up the food from the container to feed the girl. With her eyes half closed and cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, she looked irresistibly adorable. After swallowing her food, Bai Luoyan pouted slightly and said, Darling, I want to eat your cooking. This isn't tasty at all. Nothing compared to what you make. Can you cook for me when we return this weekend? Observing his girlfriend's playful demeanor, Lin Yan tenderly reassured her. All right. Whatever you want to eat this weekend, I shall prepare for you. Bai Luoyan's words were not entirely insincere. Having been rewarded by the system with multifaceted talents, Lin Yan indeed possessed commendable culinary skills. Unlike the flamboyant Michelin chefs, he could transform ordinary household ingredients into unforgettable flavors. After being pampered by Lin Yan's cooking these past few days, Bai Luoyan had grown somewhat discerning. As she and Lin Yan exchanged bites, Shangwan Wanyu stood behind them, her face illuminated by a knowing smile. In contrast, the three companions nearby appeared visibly unsettled by the display. Witnessing the couple's affectionate exchange, they hastily finished their meals and departed from the dining hall. What had once been mere teasing had escalated into a palpable torment. After the couple reluctantly parted ways, Lin Yan opened the dormitory door to find his three roommates already engrossed in a game. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan promptly took out his phone and said to them, Come, let your godfather take you on a flight." Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yan's gaming prowess has garnered unanimous recognition from all. Dissent is not an option. Prior to his return, this trio had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. As is well known, a team requires 5 players for a coordinated effort. Traditionally, they would assemble 4 members and randomly invite a lone player to fill the gap. However, upon entering the room today, Lin Yan remarked, "Hold on. I shall invite another person." Amidst the curious gazes of his companions, an individual by the name of Yin Yan's little wife was summoned. Although suspicions lingered in their minds, Fu Yinjia, unwilling to abandon hope, inquired, "Lin Yan, who is this?" "Oh, this is Bai Luoyan. She has been observing my gameplay over the past few days, so she decided to learn and play alongside me. She even reminded me to include her when we teamed up." Finally, the tension eased. "But what does this mean for you two as a couple? Are you planning to dominate us in-game as well? Is showing affection in the cafeteria not enough? So you've brought it into the gaming realm? Who pursues romance by incessantly feeding dog food? Can you not consider our feelings for once?" Nonetheless, contemplating Lin Yan's gaming skill and Bai Luoyan's usual generous contributions, the three could only suppress their frustration. Initially, upon hearing Lin Yan mention that Bai Luoyan had only been learning for a few days, they instinctively assumed she was a novice. The mere thought of showcasing their gaming abilities before the esteemed heir of the Bai family invigorated them. However, after a few rounds, they discovered that reality diverged from their expectations. After being skillfully led by Lin Yan once more, they gazed at Bai Luoyan's impressive support statistics of 2028. Bewildered, they turned to Lin Yan and questioned, "Didn't you say she had just started learning? Indeed, perhaps she possesses a natural talent." Glancing at his own stable yet modest score of 1185 on his phone, Fu Yinjia calmly queued for the next match. Ultimately, the only solace for the trio was that they emerged victorious for the entire evening, while Bai Luoyan visibly improved her gameplay. However, her style of play mirrored her personality, bold and self-assured. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who would have imagined that a hero like Yao would one day pursue and engage an opponent in the jungle? A night without further discussion swiftly transitioned into the first day of classes following the 11-day holiday. After greeting their friends Jiang Lan and Wen Yuro, the 8 of them settled into their familiar seats. As always, Bai Luoyan remained closely beside Lin Yan. Yet, once seated, Lin Yan could not help but glance at the white stockings she wore that day. Since their reunion over a month ago, Lin Yan had come to realize the myriad varieties of stockings. In terms of color, texture, and embellishments, Bai Luoyan seemed to change her style daily, providing him with a feast for the eyes. Today, she adorned herself in white stockings, embellished with petite bows at the top. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, the young girl, as was her custom, placed her legs atop his, once more extending the familiar invitation, "Why not touch?" Just as Lin Yan was about to instinctively decline, an unsettling realization washed over him. "Wait, we are now in a romantic relationship, aren't we? Is it not entirely natural for a boyfriend to caress his girlfriend's thigh?" With this thought, Lin Yan hesitantly extended his trembling hand towards the silky fabric of her stockings. A flicker of triumph danced in the girl's eyes as she swiftly grasped his hand and pressed it firmly against her leg. As Lin Yan's palm gently stroked, he reveled in the sensation, marveling internally. "Ah, is this the touch of stockings? How foolish I was to put on such airs before." Chapter 64, At Last. "I have caught you, my dearest junior." Under the thrill of this tactile experience, the morning classes passed in a blur. Perhaps Lin Yan sensed that he and Bai Luoyan had become rather too entwined. Thus, they chose not to dine in the cafeteria but instead took their lunchboxes to the artificial lake for a more intimate meal. Little did they know the psychological impact it would leave on students who had come for a leisurely stroll after their meals. Upon bidding farewell to Bai Luoyan and returning to his dormitory, Lin Yan did not follow the others to their beds for a midday nap. Instead, he opened his laptop to embark on his money-making venture. Initially, His plan was to lounge around for a year or two at university. However, due to Lin Yan's influence, he found himself compelled to expedite his financial ambitions. Even though, after reuniting with Lin Yan, she rarely flaunted the wealth of the Bai family in front of him. The glimpses of her affluent lifestyle were enough to illuminate the stark divide between the elite and the ordinary. Although the notion of being supported by an empress sounded appealing, Lin Yan's experiences from 9 lifetimes of world conquering had taught him the importance of retaining control over his own destiny. He did not suspect Lin Yan would betray him, yet he wished to be capable of standing by her side during any crisis, just as he had in his previous life. One could accuse him of harboring a degree of male chauvinism, but he believed it was a fundamental principle for a man to possess the ability to protect the woman he loves. Certainly, he was acutely aware of the daunting challenge of catching up to the wealthy elite, with the timeline stretching far beyond imagination. Yet, having previously risen from nothing to elevate Lin Yan to power, he was confident he could achieve success once more in this life. The 7 million he earned from selling 2 songs through Lin Yan marked the first step in his financial strategy and served as a crucial foundation for his initial capital. In fact, he had contemplated various avenues for generating income during the summer break. In theory, with the knowledge he possesses, it should not be overly difficult for him to achieve meteoric success in the entertainment industry. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Primarily, he does not relish the idea of standing in the limelight. The life of a star, surrounded by the glaring spotlight and having one's private life exposed to the public, is not what he desires. Moreover, he is acutely aware that, despite the glamorous facade, being a celebrity is ultimately akin to being a puppet for capitalistic gain. Therefore, he would rather discreetly sell the copyrights to his songs through Mr. Lin than appear in public, motivated by this very sentiment. His aim is merely to earn a modest sum to serve as seed capital, which would suffice for him to thrive as a behind-the-scenes creator. Once he has secured this initial funding, it will be time to embark on the next phase of his plan. As previously mentioned, in the face of capital, a star is merely a tool. Given this reality, why not choose to become the capital behind the scenes? If one seeks the quickest route to wealth, aside from the entertainment industry, the financial sector is undoubtedly the choice. His deliberate selection of finance as his field of study is merely a strategy to align with his future professional identity. Currently, he is preparing for his investments. The financial realm is vast, encompassing gold, stocks, options, rare metals, and more. While it is common knowledge that finance offers opportunities for soaring success, few are fortunate enough to become those lucky few. The world of finance relies heavily on information and connections. Having ties within the industry can yield insider information sufficient to earn an ordinary person a year's salary. Conversely, lacking knowledge relegates one to the status of being exploited. Lin Yan finds himself in a similar predicament, yet he is somewhat distinct. Although the system has not bestowed upon him the ability to foresee the future, it has provided him with the requisite knowledge and wisdom to navigate this domain. While he may not have access to insider information, it is indeed possible to acquire valuable insights through various channels. For instance, during times of international turmoil, gold prices tend to surge. When a nation's government supports a particular industry, that sector's market will invariably flourish. Additionally, possessing the foresight to recognize the commercial potential of emerging products from tech companies can be immensely advantageous. Currently, Lin Yan is engaged in gathering information online. Many are unaware that the internet is a treasure trove of useful data. For example, publicly traded companies are required to disclose their financial status online. By analyzing these financial reports, one can discern the investment directions and focal points of these companies. In the realm of information collection and analysis, Lin Yan excels. Throughout his 9 forays into strategizing the world, he has come to understand the paramount importance of intelligence. He has repeatedly identified weaknesses in both court officials and enemy forces from seemingly mundane tidbits of information. To understand the challenges faced in navigating this world, it becomes apparent that the system, aside from orchestrating the protagonist's encounter with the female lead, offers little assistance. While others may possess a golden finger upon their transition, he finds himself burdened with a system that incessantly argues within his mind, leaving him devoid of any advantages. The situation is exacerbated by the system's explicit directive that for the female lead to ascend as an empress, it must be a genuine rise to power, not merely a ceremonial coronation. In essence, shortcuts, such as him first becoming a regent and then yielding the throne to her, are strictly prohibited, as such a female lead would merely be a puppet, unworthy of the title of empress. This stipulation inadvertently complicates Lin Yan's mission, for it is insufficient for him to excel. He must also cultivate the female lead of this world to be equally remarkable. At this juncture, Lin Yan finally comprehends why the system is dubbed the Empress Achievement System. To illustrate, one must not only excel individually, but also elevate their companions to the same level of competence. It is precisely this rationale that has afforded him ample training across various worlds. After all, the nightmare mode is far more rigorous than the simple mode. Following an afternoon of diligent research, Lin Yan's aspirations began to crystallize. Nevertheless, he refrained from hasty actions, opting instead to allocate his limited funds for investment only after amassing sufficient information. To the average person, 7 million may seem considerable, yet in the financial realm, it scarcely stirs a ripple. Upon closing his laptop, Lin Yan realized that his 3 roommates had already risen. Glancing at the time, he was startled to find it was nearly time for class. He hurriedly washed his face, then seized the textbooks for his afternoon courses, trailing behind his roommates. However, as he arrived at the dormitory entrance, he unexpectedly encountered someone he had not anticipated, the senior he had unfriended, Lin Yan, who enjoyed the honor of being the campus belle for 3 consecutive years and now served as the student council president. The moment Lin Yan spotted Lin Yan, a sweet smile graced her lips, yet her tone conveyed an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. "Finally caught you, my dear junior." Lin Yan was taken aback. Seeing him, Lin Yan nearly lost her composure, wanting to unleash a torrent of invective upon him. Little did she know how many times she had sought this insufferable man during the National Day holiday. It was only after discovering that her friend, the Green Bubble, had been deleted by Lin Yan that she belatedly realized he had never shared his phone number with her. The day of the deletion was particularly memorable as she had received an urgent task from her grandfather. The ancient melody, once publicized by the Traditional Arts Association, had sparked considerable interest. After observing Lin Yan's seemingly casual references to the Lanting Sioux and blue and white porcelain, President Lin surmised that the young man must be concealing additional treasures yet to be revealed. Thus, he conveyed to Lin Yan the desire for her to locate Lin Yan and inquire whether there might be a possibility of unveiling 1 or 2 more ancient melodies. It is worth noting that traditional music is gradually fading into obscurity, and from President Lin's perspective, finding a means to promote traditional culture is of paramount importance. Lin Yan undoubtedly sparked a glimmer of hope in him. Lin Yan expressed her support for her grandfather's wishes. However, the challenge lay in her inability to find Lin Yan. In reality, she had only met him once. Aside from a handful of limited exchanges regarding song transactions on a social platform, she had no personal connection with him whatsoever. Accustomed to receiving advances from men since childhood, she never imagined that one day, a boy would remove her from his friends list. Consequently, she had not bothered to inquire about his phone number. After all, who was she? She was the campus belle of Jianghai University, reigning champion for 3 consecutive years. Even with the emergence of Bai Luoyan this year, she still held a slight edge in the campus voting, firmly maintaining her status as the 3rd-year campus beauty. Faced with the reality that a man would so nonchalantly sever ties after completing a transaction with such an enchanting woman, she found it utterly perplexing. Frustrated by Lin Yan's actions to the point of losing her appetite, she decided to confront him after receiving a call from her grandfather. She was eager to ask that foolish junior whether he had lost his senses. Through connections with the student council president, she learned that he had not returned home for the holidays, prompting Lin Yan to adopt the most foolish yet effective strategy, to wait beneath his dormitory in hopes of encountering him. However, to her dismay, the young man did not emerge from his dormitory for several consecutive days. She even contemplated the audacity of barging into the boys' dormitory to find him. But her persona as a senior kept her composure in check. Little did she know, the charming junior she sought had been indulging in a scandalous retreat with Bai Luoyan at a villa during those days. After returning empty-handed for 3 straight days, she began to feel despondent. Just as she contemplated giving up, she unexpectedly received a call from Chen Tian. Previously, having acted as a messenger between Lin Yan and Chen Tian, she had developed a certain rapport with the prominent figure of the entertainment company. Although this powerful boss appeared to be modest before her grandfather, the fact remained that Lin Yan was indeed his true granddaughter. In her presence, Chen Tian could be regarded as a quasi-elder. Upon answering the call, she quickly grasped the purpose of his outreach. He conveyed that the illustrious diva, Lu Xingyun, wished to meet with the creators of those two songs. Chen Tian subtly conveyed a thought, inquiring whether Lin Yan might be interested in producing a few more songs. After all, with only 2 songs, they could not assemble a complete album. Moreover, given the quality of these 2 initial tracks, they were reluctant to include subpar songs merely to fill the gaps. Contemplating this, Chen Tian pondered whether it was possible for Lin Yan to sell a few more songs, in hopes of gathering enough material for a full record. As for the pricing, that could be easily negotiated. Chen Tian's intention was straightforward. He aspired to establish Lu Xingyun's position as the reigning diva of the entertainment industry with this album. Although Lu Xingyun was already regarded as a diva by many media outlets, such a title was inherently unstable. She possessed talent and had composed several well-loved representative works. Yet these compositions lacked a certain gravitas. The 2 songs Lin Yan had sold to him illuminated the potential to firmly cement Lu Xingyun's status as the queen of music. Despite the seemingly exorbitant price of $3.5 million for a single song, if this investment could secure her position as the foremost diva, it would be a trivial expense. Thus, upon hearing Chen Tian's request, Lin Miaoka suppressed her anger and made her way once more to Lin Yan's dormitory. This time, she had specifically checked their class schedule and knew that Lin Yan had a class in the afternoon, so she timed her arrival perfectly at his dormitory. As fate would have it, she finally laid eyes on the man who had captivated her thoughts. She stood before Lin Yan, suppressing her rising fury. And with a forced smile, she said through clenched teeth, "At last, I've caught you, my dear junior." Despite the senior maintaining her sweet smile, Lin Yan, with years of experience, sensed a hint of hostility. Instinctively, he took a step back and, with a nervous glance, asked, "Aren't you my senior? May I inquire what brings you here? Did you delete me from your friends list? Was it an accident or intentional?" Originally intending to be forthright, Lin Miaoka found herself unconsciously voicing her questions instead. Lin Yan, seemingly oblivious to her awkward demeanor, replied with clarity, "How could it have been an accident? I deleted you on purpose. Why? Why? Our transaction is complete, so isn't it normal for me to remove you?" Taken aback by Lin Yan's candidness, Lin Miaoka stood momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, fixing her gaze on Lin Yan, her anger finally boiling over. With a swift motion, she pushed him against the wall, one hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, locking eyes with him as she seethed, "Very well. You are quite something." At that moment, Lin Yan's 3 roommates gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, silently raising a thumb in admiration for their companion. How on earth did he manage to attract the attention of so many stunning women simultaneously? He had just mentioned a transaction with Senior Lin. Was it the sort of arrangement they had imagined? Did Senior Lin truly favor this kind of dynamic? Could they perhaps partake in this affair as well? Clearly, these oblivious onlookers had begun to veer towards a certain line of thought. The class was long forgotten. As the 3 stood enthralled, eagerly anticipating the next development, suddenly, a familiar feminine voice echoed from behind the group. "Darling, I've been waiting for you for ages. I didn't realize you were here. What are you up to?" Upon hearing that recognizable voice, Lin Yan glanced at his position with Lin Miaoka, and his mind momentarily went blank, overwhelmed by the thought, "I'm doomed." Even Fu Yinjie and the others could distinctly sense the chill emanating from that gentle voice. They turned to see Bai Luoyan, sporting a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, observing Lin Yan and Lin Miaoka with a predatory glint. She coldly regarded Lin Yan, who had been cornered by Lin Miaoka, and in an exquisitely soft voice, inquired, "Darling, what game are you playing with Senior?" In that instant, Lin Yan felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce predator. He instinctively shivered and swiftly extricated himself from Lin Miaoka's grasp. Faced with Bai Luoyan's smiling demeanor, the well-versed Lin Taifu found himself at a loss for words. He hastily attempted to clarify, "No, let me explain, it's not what you think." To his surprise, Bai Luoyan did not appear angry. Instead, she stepped closer and linked her arm with his. Observing Lin Yan's anxious expression, she suddenly burst into laughter. Covering his mouth with her hand, she whispered, "All right, I've seen everything. I believe you." Lin Yan looked at the girl beside him in disbelief. "This isn't quite what I had envisioned. According to the typical narrative arc, she should be angry with me, and I would spend a chapter or 2 trying to win her back, right?" Jumping straight to believing me seems to deviate from the expected script. Before he could ponder further, Bai Luoyin tightened her embrace around his arm, casting a challenging glance toward Lin Miaoke as if to assert her claim. In that moment, the four boys present could almost perceive a spark igniting in the air between the two women. After a prolonged silence, it was Lin Miaoke who finally broke the tension. She seemed to transform back into that well-read and sensible president of the student council, adorned with a perfect smile as she addressed Lin Yan and his companion. Junior Lin, I have come merely to discuss a potential collaboration with you. She succinctly articulated the requests from Lin Lao and Chen Tian. Before Lin Yan could respond, Bai Luoyin interjected. Ah, I see. However, my husband is rather busy. Henceforth, I shall be the one to negotiate these collaborations with you. Classmate Bai, is that truly appropriate? After all, the other party specifically mentioned Lin. Appropriate? At this juncture, Bai Luoyin displayed a disdainful smile. In the next moment, the aura of an empress and the head of the Bai Corporation began to radiate from her. As a prominent figure of the Bai Corporation, do you truly believe it is beneath me to discuss a business deal worth several millions with you? Have you truly considered the weight of your words? Years of experience in the cutthroat business world sent a shiver through Lin Miaoke, rendering her momentarily speechless. No matter how formidable Lin Miaoke may be, she was merely the president of the student council. Setting aside Lin Lao's influence, in the presence of Bai Luoyin, Lin Miaoke could only be regarded as a competent intern at best. Noticing Lin Miaoke's silence, Bai Luoyin's lips curled into a victorious smile. Oh dear, we're going to be late for class. Husband, let us be on our way. She did not afford Lin Miaoke a moment to respond, and, linking arms with Lin Yan, swiftly departed. Once they had left, Lin Miaoke finally regained her senses, stamping her foot in frustration as she watched them vanish from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, whose arm was firmly grasped by Bai Luoyin, regarded her with a peculiar expression. Sensing his gaze, Bai Luoyin turned, smiling brightly. What is it? Is there something strange on my face? No, I just thought you might. Think I would be jealous? Bai Luoyin's eyes sparkled with mirth as she looked at the young man before her, suddenly leaning in. Their soft lips met tenderly, and the warmth of his breath enveloped her neck. Though caught off guard by the kiss, Lin Yan quickly responded with gentle affection. Since that day, he had grown increasingly accustomed to the intimacy of their kisses, even feeling a sense of indulgence in them. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart. As they distanced themselves, a glimmer lingered at the corners of their mouths. Bai Luoyin, resembling a dutiful little wife, reached out to tidy Lin Yan's somewhat disheveled collar and softly remarked, Rest assured, I trust you. I know the man I admire is not so superficial as to be swayed by mere beauty. Yet, before Lin Yan could feel touched by her words, Bai Luoyin's subsequent statement caused his smile to falter abruptly. However, when I see you standing alongside other women, a sense of discomfort still envelopes me. This is because I love you, and love is inherently selfish. Can you comprehend this? After a brief pause, a flicker of crimson flashed in the girl's eyes as she continued. Moreover, I wish for you to understand. In my lexicon, there has never been heartbreak, only widowhood. So, do you grasp the gravity of my sentiment? Observing the girl's gentle gaze, Lin Yan stiffly nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Luoyin smiled with satisfaction, then adeptly took his hand and led him into the classroom. Ultimately, Lin Miaoke did not re-establish her friendship with Lin Yan. Fueled by possessiveness, Bai Luoyin assumed the role of Lin Yan's agent, effectively initiating negotiations with Lin Miaoke on his behalf. Confronted with Bai Luoyin's true nature, Lin Miaoke finally grasped why this young woman could wield the Bai Corporation with such authority. The demure facade she typically displayed was only evident in Lin Yan's presence. Once detached from him, she transformed into a decisive and unfeeling titan of industry. Not only Lin Miaoke, but also the elder Lin and Chen Tian felt an acute discomfort. The conditions Bai Luoyin proposed, though seemingly excessive, were astutely aligned with their threshold. This sensation, akin to a thorn lodged in their throats, rendered them profoundly uneasy. Yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, the terms Bai Luoyin solidified entailed that Lin Yan would compose 4 additional songs for Chen Tian. And under Bai Luoyin's assertive negotiation, the remuneration and subsequent earnings from these songs would surpass previous arrangements. This was a level of compensation that even the industry's most esteemed songwriters would find hard to fathom. Though only 6 songs in total, it sufficed for Chen Tian. After all, 6 songs deemed as gold standard within an album were undeniably formidable. Naturally, this lucrative offer was also influenced by Luo Yan's standing. When Chun Tian realized he was negotiating with the contemporary figurehead of the Bai family, he nearly believed himself to be dreaming. The notion that such a top-tier magnate, accustomed to transactions in billions, would personally discuss the rights to a few songs with him was surreal. In earlier times, he would have dismissed it as a mere fantasy. On the elder Lin's side, Lin Yan also consented to provide an ancient melody, not inferior to his previous composition Drunken Fisherman Sings at Dusk. As before, he did not request payment from the elder Lin. Instead, he sought a promise, a commitment to assist Lin Yan once in the future without charge. Of course, given the elder's unique status, Lin Yan explicitly stipulated that this assistance would not contravene the law or the elder Lin's principles. In comparison to monetary gain, the elder's assistance was evidently more valuable, as this venerable man was akin to having official backing. However, Lin Yan had taken special care to inform the two that his song would not be ready for production until a month later. This was, in fact, a deliberate attempt to avoid arousing suspicion by suggesting a delay in delivery. While it might be acceptable for a pop song, the ability to conjure ancient melodies within a mere day would indeed raise eyebrows. 4 by Luo Yan, the principal negotiator. This was perhaps the smallest transaction she had ever engaged in since keeping records. Yet, for Lin Yan's sake, she willingly devoted herself to the endeavor. As for the songstress's request to meet Lin Yan, both Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan casually disregarded it. To Lin Yan, such a meeting was no different from courting disaster. Chapter 67. A sudden thought of amusement in the midst of their relatively busy days. The weekend soon arrived once more. However, to Bai Luo Yan's disappointment, Lin Yan would not be able to accompany her to the villa for their intimate getaway that weekend. Instead, he had made plans with Zhang Wei. This weekend would mark Bai Luo Yan's first appearance before Lin Yan's childhood friend as his girlfriend. In fact, Zhang Wei had wanted to meet Lin Yan during the National Day holiday. Although they did not attend the same university, Zhang Wei had also enrolled in an ordinary institution in Zhanghai City. However, the distance between their universities, coupled with the need to adapt to college life, had kept them preoccupied, which explained why they had not managed to meet up for over a month. Nevertheless, it was improbable for childhood friends, who had grown up together, to sever their connection so easily. Thus, upon discovering that Lin Yan would also be staying in town during the National Day holiday, Zhang Wei persistently called him to come out. Clearly, in the face of romance, the bond of friendship must take a back seat. Consequently, Lin Yan resolutely declined Zhang Wei's invitation, opting instead for the following weekend. As Zhang Wei mentioned that he would be bringing his roommate along, he suggested that Lin Yan inquire if his own roommates would like to join as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Yan directly posed the question to his 3 roommates. He Chang, just out of the shower and drying his hair, tilted his head in thought before responding. Are we going out tomorrow since it's Saturday? Sure, I have nothing planned, so let us go together. Speaking of which, I've been in Zhanghai City for a month now, and I haven't truly explored this city. He Chang's financial constraints were only relative to the 3 in the dorm. Though hailing from a rural background, his family was not impoverished to the extent of struggling for basic sustenance. Generally, they belonged to the category of average families where parents worked long hours away from home. His frugality and part-time work stemmed from a desire to alleviate his family's burden. Hence, he was not so impoverished as to shy away from outings. He merely exhibited a more restrained approach compared to others. Yin Tianhua, glancing at his phone, concurred, "Sure, I'm free tomorrow as well. As a local, I can guide you around." However, at that moment, Fu Yanjia, who was preening his hairstyle in front of the mirror, interjected, "I won't be joining you. I have an appointment." At this proclamation, the 3 others in the dormitory turned their heads in unison to look at him. Lin Yan, with a look of incredulity, inquired, "Are you saying you have a date?" Fu Yanjia ignored him, continuing to adjust his bangs. After flashing a narcissistic grin at the mirror, he turned to his 3 roommates with a hint of pride, saying, "TSK, I wasn't intending to flaunt this, but since you've so sincerely asked, I shall graciously inform you. Indeed, I have a date tomorrow, and it's with a girl." The 3 of them exchanged silent glances, and finally, the most straightforward among them, He Chang, spoke up, "Is the girl you're going out with perhaps experiencing some vision issues?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yanjia leapt up as if someone had stepped on his tail. He glared at his roommate, saying, "What kind of nonsense is that? Do you really think it's impossible for me to have a date with a normal girl? However, no sooner had he spoken than the three of them nodded in unison. Yin Tianhua added with a timely jab, or perhaps she has some mental issues. Hey, don't be so excessive. Fu Yinjia laughed in exasperation, and at that moment, his phone buzzed. He turned to glance at it, and a look of infatuation spread across his face. He quickly grabbed his phone and began to send messages intently. Observing his demeanor, the three friends easily deduced that he was messaging the girl he was set to meet. They remained silent, simply watching Fu Yinjia, who wore an enamored expression. A few minutes later, he triumphantly shook his phone at his three roommates, proclaiming, "See? She just emphasized the time and place. She mentioned she would bring her friend along and hopes I dressed nicely. You lot are just openly jealous of me." At this, Lin Yan scoffed, retorting, "Why on earth would I be jealous of you?" Fu Yinjia fell silent for a few seconds before commanding, "You, step aside." He then pointed at the other two, declaring, "You two are the jealous ones." He Chang completely ignored him, picking up the towel he had just used and silently turning toward the balcony. Yun Tianhua shot him a glance of exasperation before returning to his phone. This disregard is evidently more potent than verbal mockery. The reactions of the two left Fu Yinjia somewhat unsettled. He pouted and then picked up the mirror again, preening his hair while muttering, "Ah, you can only envy me. I am undoubtedly the second person in our dormitory to become single." Upon hearing this, Yin Tianhua cast him a glance and inquired, "So, you and that girl Haven T established a relationship yet?" "Exactly, what of it?" Fu Yinjia retorted. "So she invited you out and brought along a host of her friends? Are you planning to treat them to dinner tomorrow?" "Yes, she mentioned wanting to introduce me to her friends. Naturally, as a gentleman, I shall treat them. What is wrong with that?" At this, Yin Tianhua looked at Fu Yinjia with a gaze filled with pity. "I must ask, has that girl ever expressed any affection for you?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yinjia lowered his head in contemplation, hesitating before replying, "Well, she said she thinks I'm a good person." Uft. At this, Lin Yan, who had been drinking water, could not contain himself and sprayed it out. Fu Yinjia shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Are you laughing at me?" No, I just suddenly recalled something amusing." Lin Yan explained weakly while reaching for a tissue to wipe his mouth. Fortunately, at that moment, Yun Tianhua interjected, "So, she hasn't mentioned anything about establishing a relationship. Why do you believe she is interested in you?" This question evidently struck a nerve in Fu Yinjia's knowledge gap. He fell silent for several seconds before responding, She initiates conversations with me, and every time we see each other at school, she greets me. Isn't that a sign of interest?" At this point, He Chang, who had been facing away from him, visibly began to tremble with laughter. "Hey, you're laughing at me too, aren't you? If you have the guts, face me directly, you scoundrel." He Chang, attempting to stifle his rising smile with a hand over his mouth, replied, "Haha, I'm just suddenly reminded of something funny. My mom said the old dog back home is pregnant. Don't get me wrong, ha." Fu Yinjia's forehead was throbbing with rage as he yelled at He Chang, "You're not even pretending anymore, are you? You're definitely laughing at me." At this moment, Yun Tianhua finally put away his phone and approached Fu Yinjia. He placed a hand on Fu Yinjia's shoulder, offering nothing but a glance filled with compassion. For some reason, Yun Tianhua's gaze, more than the mockery from the other two, filled him with a greater sense of indignation. Chapter 68. I am Lin Yan's girlfriend. My name is Bai Luo Yan. On Saturday afternoon, in the outdoor plaza of a large commercial complex in Zhanghai City, on a rare occasion, 3 young men and 4 young women gathered outside the university. In the end, despite his absence, Feng Yinjia did not join Lin Yan and the others. Nor did Lin Yan press him to come. Lin Yan understood well that a young man ensnared in romantic fantasies could not be easily awakened. Only after experiencing genuine heartache might he find clarity, rather than persistently urging him, which would likely provoke annoyance. It would be better for him to encounter the harsh realities of life. Luohowever, Lin Yan did not anticipate that Bai Luo Yan's other 2 roommates would also join the outing. Shangguan Wanyu, who had always served as a backdrop for Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan, gazed at her mistress with a sense of reflection. Thanks to the rewards from the system, she had been by Bai Luo Yan's side since her birth in this world. She was not only a companion to the young lady of the Bai family, but also her personal attendant, and now she served as the second in command of the Bai group. Thus, over the years, she had witnessed everything concerning Bai Luo Yan. It could be said that throughout her previous 18 years, Bai Luo Yan had scarcely known friendship. After traversing into this world, aside from diligently mastering the Bai group, she had been waiting for Lin Yan. Beyond that, she had little in the way of hobbies or aspirations. Indeed, Jiang Lan and Wen Yuru were both exceptionally pleasant young women. Anyone fortunate enough to be their roommate would surely become a close friend. Yet, had it not been for her reunion with Lin Yan, Bai Luoyin would have found it difficult to accept such new friendships. Even Bai Luoyin herself had not noticed the changes that emerged after reuniting with Lin Yan. The once aloof and icy president of the Bai group began to thaw. In fact, she had not realized that during her first month at Zhanghai University, she had smiled more than in the previous 18 years combined. At that moment, she resembled a doting mother, her face radiating satisfaction as she observed her mistress and her fiancé. To her, only the fiancé was worthy of her young lady. The 7 of them had arrived in Bai Luoyin's private vehicle. In truth, several luxury cars awaited outside the school gates for Bai Luoyin. Bai Luoyin, Lin Yan, and Xiao Yu shared one car, while the other 4 traveled in another. Xiao Yu, as the driver, occupied the front seat. After a brief moment of solitude, Bai Luoyin could no longer resist and reached out to Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, as a dutiful steward, remained steadfastly focused on the road ahead, seemingly isolating herself from the back seat. Consequently, upon arriving at their destination, the 2 in the back spent several minutes adjusting their attire before disembarking. As they stepped out, He Chong, who had arrived a few minutes earlier, looked at Lin Yan with confusion and asked, "Oh, Lin Yan, why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? I remember you didn't have any injuries before we set off." Yun Tianhua glanced at Lin Yan, then at Bai Luoyin, who stood beside him seemingly unfazed, revealing a meaningful smile. As for Jiang Lan and Wen Yuru, after a moment of contemplation, they covered their mouths, casting a curious and teasing glance at their goddess-like roommate. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback and quickly accepted the tissue that Xiao Yu handed him, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He rolled his eyes at his girlfriend beside him and calmly explained, "Xiao Yu is not very skilled at driving. I accidentally bumped into the seat during a sudden break." Suddenly feeling a heavy gaze from Shengwan Wanyu, who stared at him with her lifeless eyes, Lin Yan turned his head away, internally apologizing to her. Xiao Yu suppressed her urge to retort and slowly nodded in response to the gazes of the others. "Hey, Lin Yan, over here." Fortunately, at that moment, a cheerful voice broke the awkwardness in the air. Zhang Wei approached them, waving his hand enthusiastically, accompanied by 2 male students who appeared to be his so-called roommates, presumably just having arrived as well. Upon nearing them and spotting Lin Yan and the others, he was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, my son is impressive. You actually brought girls out." Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, he quickly composed himself, introducing himself to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Yan's friend, Zhang Wei." He then introduced the 2 behind him. "These are my roommates, Li Liang and Wang Changhua." There was supposed to be one more, but he had something to attend to today. As he finished speaking, the 2 boys who had been behind him stepped forward, waving at the group. Li Liang appeared to be an ordinary freshman, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd, and it was evident that he was somewhat shy, unable to look at the girls while greeting them. In stark contrast, Wang Changhua was quite the opposite. His fashionable attire, coupled with a decent appearance, made him the type that easily caught the attention of women. Of course, when compared to the handsome figures on the screens before them, he still fell short. Moreover, judging by the brand of his clothes and the watch on his wrist, his family seemed to be rather affluent. Unlike the timid Li Liang, he greeted everyone with a confident demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Lan, Wen Yuru, and Shengwan Wanyu, a look of surprise clearly crossed his face. For even he rarely encountered so many beautiful women at once. It is no exaggeration to say that should these individuals be placed in their respective schools, they would undoubtedly start as the most admired in their classes. Among them, if not for her excessively aloof demeanor, Shengwan Wanyu could even be considered the beauty of her department. Most notably, the 3 enchanting ladies before him exuded distinctly different airs. Jiang Lan, with her mature and elegant charm, Wen Yuru, exuding the warmth of a gentle neighbor, and the icy beauty of Shengwan Wanyu. However, upon glimpsing the young lady beside Lin Yan, his astonishment swiftly transformed into sheer admiration. He had never anticipated that a spontaneous outing with Zhang Wei, born of sheer boredom, would lead him to encounter such a goddess-like figure. It is no hyperbole to assert that, throughout his more than a decade of life experiences, Bai Luoyan was the most exquisite girl he had ever laid eyes upon. Observing Bai Luoyan standing quietly beside Lin Yan, a flicker of envy crossed his gaze. Bai Luoyan had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance today. Despite it being October, the weather in Shanghai City still retained a hint of late summer warmth. She wore a delicate yellow short-sleeved top, adorned with a lace-embroidered collar that accentuated her ample figure splendidly. Her denim skirt, which fell just above her knees, perfectly outlined the curves of her exquisite form while showcasing her porcelain-like legs to all, coupled with her rarely applied light makeup. Bai Luoyan's stunning visage captivated the attention of most males present in the square. After Wang Chunyue introduced himself, Lin Yan and his companions followed suit. When it was Bai Luoyan's turn, she offered a radiant smile to the three unfamiliar young men and naturally introduced herself, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Yan's girlfriend. My name is Bai Luoyan." Upon hearing Bai Luoyan's introduction, the three young men across from her were momentarily taken aback. Among them, Zhang Wei gazed incredulously at his close friend, a look of utter disbelief on his face as he grasped Lin Yan's arm and implored, "Go Ertzi. Please tell me this isn't true." At that moment, Lin Yan could no longer suppress the grin forming on his lips. He burst into laughter and replied, "Huh, oh. By the way, I forgot to mention before we came out that I met a girlfriend after starting school. And today I thought I'd take the opportunity to let you see her." Seeing Zhang Wei's disheartened expression, he couldn't resist further teasing, adding, "Oh, it's really nothing much. My girlfriend is just a bit more beautiful, has a perfect figure, and her family has a little money. I'm not that superficial. What I value most is her character." Despite saying this, Lin Yan clearly had no intention of concealing the pride that adorned his face. Observing Lin Yan's smug demeanor, Zhang Wei felt a surge of frustration, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "You really shouldn't take it too far. To know that I still possess a photograph of you urinating in public without pants back in elementary school." He had not finished his sentence when Lin Yan swiftly covered his mouth. Lin Yan, with an apologetic gaze, addressed him, "I am truly sorry, foster father. I was in the wrong. Please, do not hold it against me." Observing Lin Yan's contrition, Zhang Wei finally released his hand with a grin. "All right, enough of this. Let us venture into the mall. It is simply too hot standing here." After a brief bout of playful banter, Lin Yan decisively suggested that they proceed inside. At that moment, it was precisely 2 p.m., the hottest part of the day. Although it was October, the sun's relentless rays made the outdoors feel sweltering. With no objections from the group, the 10 of them strode confidently into the expansive mall behind them. Once inside, Hichang couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Having been in Shanghai City for quite some time, this was his first visit to this particular mall. Unlike the rural life he was accustomed to, the scale of the mall in this first-tier city was nothing short of astonishing. Beside him, Wenyuru chuckled softly at his astonished expression, covering her mouth with her hand. Rather than mock Hichang, she stepped closer to him, enthusiastically explaining the various establishments on each floor of the mall. Lin Yan, observing the growing proximity between Hichang and Wenyuru, raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yan was distracted, stealthily approached Zhang Wei. With her phone in hand, she asked Zhang Wei, "Would it be convenient for us to become friends?" Zhang Wei, taken aback by Bai Luoyan's request, wore a look of disbelief. "Sister-in-law, what is this?" Despite their earlier quarrel, he could still distinguish between his brother and women. As Lin Yan's longtime confidant, though he jested, he felt genuinely pleased for his friend to have such a girlfriend. He also understood the importance of maintaining a respectful distance from his brother's girlfriend. Noticing the confusion in Zhang Wei's eyes, Bai Luoyan quickly realized he had misinterpreted her intent. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she clarified, "TSK. I merely wanted to ask if you could share that childhood photo of Lin Yan. The one you mentioned, where he was without pants. Surely it exists?" As she spoke softly, she discreetly glanced at Lin Yan, akin to a thief guilty of a transgression. Zhang Wei, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a radiant smile. "Of course it exists. Sister-in-law, do not fret, I shall find it for you." After scanning Bai Luoyan's QR code to add her as a friend, Zhang Wei promptly logged into his long-neglected QQ space, searching for the photographs he had previously uploaded. Naturally, he was not one to hoard an excessive number of embarrassing childhood photos of Lin Yan. After several minutes of searching, he managed to find 5 photos and sent them to Bai Luoyan. As the sound of information echoed, Bai Luoyin came across several photographs of Lin Yan from his elementary school days. Due to the passage of time, the clarity of the images was not particularly high. Lin Yan appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, faintly resembling the present-day version of himself, and during that period, he was undoubtedly a charming young lad. The 5 photographs depicted moments of playful antics between Lin Yan, Zhang Wei, and their friends. One particular image captured Zhang Wei with a mischievous grin, tugging at Lin Yan's pants, while Lin Yan wore a flustered expression, resisting the playful assault. Gazing at the youthful, cherubic face in the photograph, Bai Luoyin's eyes widened in delight, instinctively releasing an eerie chuckle. Observing the transformation of the once goddess Bai Luoyin into a somewhat infatuated figure, Zhang Wei was taken aback. He swallowed hard and cautiously called out to her sister-in-law, "Are you all right?" Regaining her composure, Bai Luoyin wiped away the non-existent drool with her hand. Swiftly reverting to her usual goddess demeanor, she slightly tilted her head, satisfied, and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Xiao Wei, well done. Here's your reward." With that, she tapped her phone a few times. Ding dong. As Bai Luoyin made her move, Zhang Wei's phone chimed in response. Confused, he opened his phone and was met with a transfer record of 500,000 yuan from Bai Luoyin, causing his pupils to tremble in shock. At that moment, Bai Luoyin's melodious voice rang in his ears once more. "Find me similar photographs when you return. For each one you locate, I will reward you with 100,000 yuan. The more, the better, without any upper limit." Goodness. Just moments ago, when Lin Yan boasted about his girlfriend having a bit of money, Zhang Wei had been indifferent. But now, upon seeing the amount, he realized this was no trivial fortune. How had this lad, who had only been in university for a little over a month, managed to find such a stunning and affluent goddess? Moreover, judging by Bai Luoyin's reaction, it was clear that she was utterly smitten with Lin Yan. It couldn't possibly be that the goddess was pursuing Lin Yan, could it? No, that was inconceivable. If that were the case, he'd immediately perform a handstand and, unbeknownst to Zhang Wei, he had just made an absurd vow. And at that moment, he was too preoccupied to dwell on such foolish thoughts. He bent slightly, gazing at Bai Luoyin with a sycophantic expression and in a fawning tone. He said, "Oh, great benefactor. No, sister-in-law. Rest assured, I will rush home next weekend and rummage through the old computer and phone to find all the photos related to Lin Yan. If I can't find them, I'll just have to drag Lin Yan back and strip him down to take pictures for you." Seeing Zhang Wei so eager, Bai Luoyin nodded with satisfaction, though a twinge of regret lingered in her heart. What a pity, had it been in a previous life. He surely would have been awarded a prominent position within the palace. Chapter 70. Wait, who are you? When Lin Yan finally shifted his gaze from Hichang and Wen Yuru and beheld Bai Luoyin and Zhang Wei, he momentarily felt a sense of disorientation. It was as though he had witnessed a courtier dutifully trailing behind an empress, bowing and scraping in an effort to curry favor. Shaking his head, he dispelled that image from his mind. Approaching Bai Luoyin, he curiously inquired, "What are you discussing that brings such evident joy?" Bai Luoyin, maintaining her composure, tucked her phone away and, as was her custom, entwined her arm with Lin Yan's, playfully responding, "Oh, nothing much, just gathering information from your best friend about your childhood. I wanted to see if you ever had any little girlfriends back in school." Zhang Wei quickly chimed in. Yes, Sister Jean is absolutely right. She merely wishes to learn about your past." Lin Yan regarded the two with a peculiar glance before dismissing them. It was a rare outing, and the group of university students appeared to be brimming with excitement. Hichang, initially somewhat shy, gradually relaxed under Wen Yuru's gentle demeanor, engaging in lively banter with her. Following her suggestion, he even purchased a long-sleeved shirt. As for Jiang Lan, her striking appearance and extroverted nature quickly endeared her to Zhang Wei and his friends, leading to a spirited exchange about their respective schools. In contrast, Lin Yan found himself in a rather unique position. He held little interest in shopping malls, embodying the essence of a pragmatic individual. Apart from a mild inclination towards gourmet food, he maintained a utilitarian approach towards material possessions like clothing and watches. Earlier, at the villa, Bai Luoyin had proposed gifting him some luxury watches and attire, all of which he politely declined. This was not due to any overt machismo. Rather, he believed that as a student, parading around in a tailor-made suit or flaunting a multi-million-dollar timepiece would come across as rather ostentatious. Ultimately, He accepted only a few casual outfits from Bai Luoyan, acknowledging his need for fresh clothing at the villa. Thus, he trailed along, somewhat disinterested. 4. Bai Luoyan. Being by Lin Yan's side was paramount, rendering the destination inconsequential. Moreover, the merchandise within the mall held no allure for her, to put it bluntly. She was unfamiliar with the brands on display. After all, the attire worn by the maids in her estate far surpassed the so-called luxury brands here in terms of value. To her, luxury was merely a relative term, as the likes of her elite lineage had such brands clamoring to provide services at their doorsteps. Meanwhile, Shangguan Wanyu continued to follow silently in the shadows, as she always did. A few nights ago, upon returning from a busy day at the group, Bai Luoyan excitedly shared the news of her tangible progress with Lin Yan. At that moment, she curiously inquired of her young mistress, "So, how many days have you two been cohabitating? Is there anything else?" Bai Luoyan instantly grasped her meaning. With a slight tilt of her head and an air of pride, she responded, "How could that be possible? Am I the type to be so easily given away?" However, now as she observed her mistress nearly draped over Lin Yan, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. At this rate, one could easily surmise that as soon as the young master beckoned, her mistress would willingly offer herself to his bed. When she regained her composure, she was startled to discover an unexpected presence beside her. Turning to look, she found it was Yan Tianhua, the young master's roommate. Noticing the puzzled expression from Shangguan Wanyu, Yan Tianhua shrugged and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I simply felt bored and instinctively followed you two." As usual, once outside the dormitory, Yan Tianhua seemed like a different person. Unlike Zhang Wei and the others who flocked around the beautiful Zhang Lan, he strolled with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference toward everything. Of course, his boredom had its reasons. Unbeknownst to anyone, the mall they were meandering through was, in fact, part of his family's estate. Yes, due to his unassuming nature. There were times one might forget he belonged to a wealthy family. Yet, in Shangguan Wanyu's eyes, he epitomized the image of a scion of a conglomerate. Excluding a few nouveau riches, most wealthy offspring appear to conceal their affluence far more adeptly than the average person. For them, there is no need to flaunt wealth to satiate their vanity. Nonetheless, even for the well-versed Shangguan Wanyu, Yan Tianhua remained a rather unique case. His demeanor transcended mere concealment. It resembled a languid indifference. What the four of them failed to notice was that Wang Chengyue, not far from them, frequently cast glances in their direction. After ambling for about an hour, at Zhang Wei's suggestion, the group decided to head to the cinema to contribute to the recently popular national blockbuster. As they were purchasing tickets at the last minute, they could only secure seats for the 3:40 p.m. show, with half an hour remaining before the screening. Lin Yan gently patted the arm of the girl who had been clinging to him and softly said, "Shall I go buy you a cup of milk tea?" Naturally, for a girl in the throes of young love, such a kind gesture from her boyfriend was not to be declined. Seeing Bai Luoyan nod in agreement, Lin Yan called upon Yan Tianhua and Zhang Wei to accompany him to procure the milk tea, for with 10 people in total, he could hardly manage it alone. As several individuals departed, Wang Qingyue, who had been discreetly observing Bai Luoyan, seized the opportunity to approach the young lady. Under the inquisitive gazes of Bai Luoyan and Shangguan Wanyu, he adjusted his attire and presented what he deemed his most charming smile. He retrieved his mobile phone and courteously addressed Bai Luoyan, "Hello, classmate Bai. May I add you as a friend?" From their very first encounter, he had been captivated by Bai Luoyan's beauty. The fact that she was already in a relationship was of little consequence to him. Coming from a family of modest means, he considered himself somewhat handsome compared to his peers. Thus, even during his middle school years, numerous girls had expressed their affections towards him. Although he had just begun his university journey, he had already experienced a plethora of romantic escapades. In truth, his reason for joining Zhang Wei today was merely to evade the persistent advances of a female classmate. She was from the adjacent class and had a boyfriend prior to university. Unfortunately for her, her boyfriend had enrolled in a school located far away. He had offered her a modicum of concern, delivering breakfast to her daily. Within a month, she had quickly succumbed to his charms. However, upon achieving his aim, he promptly discarded her, viewing it merely as a game. Thus, when faced with the ethereal beauty of Bai Luoyan, he could not restrain himself from making another attempt. He firmly believed that with his capabilities, adding her as a friend would undoubtedly present him with an opportunity to win her over. He had yet to conquer a goddess of her caliber. Yet, To his astonishment, Bai Luoyan regarded him with an expression of bewilderment and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Excuse me, who are you? Have we met before?" Chapter 71. The Classification of Men in by Mrs. Is Wang. Changyue had envisioned numerous scenarios. He had encountered a myriad of excuses from girls refusing his advances, yet he always found a way to have them add him as a friend. However, he had not anticipated Bai Luoyan's reaction. "Classmate Bai, my name is Wang Changyue, a friend of Zhang Wei from the same dormitory." His words only deepened Bai Luoyan's confusion, prompting her to turn to the nearby Xiaoyu and ask, "Huh? Did Zhang Wei bring a roommate today?" Upon hearing this, Wang Changyue was taken aback. "Wait, classmate. Not only did Zhang Wei introduce me earlier, but we have also been wandering together for over an hour. Am I merely a passerby in your eyes?" Unlike Wang Changyue, Shangwan Wanyu was aware that her mistress was not jesting. In the presence of her lady, all men could be categorized into three distinct types. The first and foremost in her heart is undoubtedly Lin Yan. Whenever he appears, her eyes can no longer accommodate anyone else. It can be said that Lin Yan is synonymous with the entire world in her heart. The second category comprises Lin Yan's friends, such as his roommates and close companions. These individuals barely manage to be remembered by her, as she perceives them as people Lin Yan cares about. Thus, she endeavors to cultivate a favorable impression before them, believing that such actions would enhance Lin Yan's reputation. Simply put, this category consists of individuals who possess utilitarian value. By the way, the nominal grandfather of the Bai family, Bai Luoyan, can also be tentatively included in this group. The final category encompasses others. She bestows not even a fleeting glance upon them, rendering them inconsequential. Wang Qingyue undoubtedly falls into this third category. It is no jest. Throughout her life, countless men have pranced before her, and if she were to remember each name, she would have long since collapsed under the burden. Wang Qingyue, undeterred, attempted to express something further but was halted by Shangwan Wanyu beside her. At that moment, Bai Luoyan, who had been standing behind, suddenly brightened and dashed forward. It turned out that Lin Yan and his companions had just returned from procuring milk tea. Before Lin Yan could approach, Bai Luoyan had already spread her arms and leaped into his embrace. Lin Yan, raising the hands that held the milk tea, looked at the girl in his arms with a hint of helplessness, as though he had been away for days. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt that ever since confirming their relationship, this girl seemed increasingly attached to him. Yan Tianhua, witnessing the scene, casually walked past the couple, unfazed. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, bore an expression of surprise and silently gave a thumbs up to his close friend. In light of this situation, Wang Qingyue could only act as though nothing had transpired and quietly withdrew. Only Shangwan Wanyu lingered, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon his retreating figure. Soon, the milk tea was distributed. Bai Luoyan did not take a seat but instead nestled in Lin Yan's embrace, sipping the milk tea in small gulps. However, after a few sips, she suddenly fixated on the cup in Lin Yan's hand and exclaimed, "Darling, mine doesn't taste good. I want yours." Without waiting for Lin Yan's consent, she swiftly swapped the two cups. Unfazed by the straw that Lin Yan had already used, she placed it in her mouth and began to drink, her face radiating bliss. Lin Yan glanced at the milk tea, now adorned with a faint trace of lipstick, paused momentarily, and then nonchalantly took a sip. The other 8 individuals chose to tacitly disregard the couple's public display of affection. Most had grown accustomed to it, while others simply wished not to be overly indulged. Before long, it was time for ticket checking. The group produced their tickets and proceeded into the screening room. Due to the recent popularity of the film they wished to see, coupled with the fact that they were a large group and it was the weekend, the 10 tickets they purchased were not for adjacent seats. Those who frequently visit cinemas are likely aware that the more secluded areas of the theaters often feature pairs of seats designed for 2. The purpose of such seating arrangements is well understood by many. At that moment, Lin Yan and his companions found themselves with precisely 4 such pairs of seats. As the only couple present, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan unhesitatingly occupied 2 of them. Their bodyguard, Shangwan Wanyu, fortuitously sat in the seats directly in front of them. As for the last vacant seat, Wang Qingyue had initially considered feigning ignorance to claim it. However, confronted with Shangwan Wanyu's nearly lethal gaze, he wisely chose to withdraw. Ultimately, this empty seat fell to Yin Tianhua. Although he typically exhibited a somewhat carefree demeanor, sitting beside Shangwan Wanyu made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Unlike others, He was acutely aware of how formidable this woman, who appeared to be merely Lin Yan's subordinate, truly was. As the saying goes, while the face of capital may not reveal bloodshed, the ascent of capital is invariably accompanied by it. Which noble family is devoid of dark dealings behind the scenes? The Yun family is not exempt, and the Bai family, as a top-tier powerhouse, is even more so. Shangguan Wanyu is, in fact, the most trusted blade wielded by Luo Yan over the years, tasked with more than just the visible management affairs of the Bai group. Shangguan Wanyu oversees numerous unsavory matters that the Bai family has encountered over the years. Fully aware of all this, Yun Tianhua, while he did not go so far as to avoid this esteemed figure during school, certainly maintained a respectful distance. However, he never anticipated that fate would lead him to sit alone with this legendary figure. Glancing at Shangguan Wanyu beside him, he forced a smile. Attempting to initiate conversation, what a coincidence. Shangguan Wanyu merely cast a cold glance in his direction before returning her focus to the front. In truth, Shangguan Wanyu was not lacking in beauty. She could even be deemed quite lovely. Compared to her, even her roommate Jiang Lan seemed somewhat inferior in appearance. Yet, her perpetually expressionless demeanor, combined with her reticent nature, often caused her beauty to be overlooked. Moreover, she seemed to be a mere shadow of Luo Yan, discreetly allowing her presence to fade into the background. Like a beautiful jade concealed in the shadows, her allure remained largely undiscovered. Nonetheless, Yun Tianhua dared not gaze at Shangguan Wanyu's face. Instead, he maintained a posture of utmost respect, focusing intently ahead. As the lights began to dim and the grand screen commenced the screening of the film, Yun Tianhua felt a pang of regret after merely 10 minutes. His remorse was not directed towards the girl beside him, but rather towards the shameless couple behind him. How foolish he felt for having sat in front of those two. For Luo Yan, the prospect of watching a movie held little interest. However, the fact that this was her first cinematic experience with Lin Yan ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Yet, shortly into the film, as she sensed Lin Yan's breath beside her, her composure began to falter. Feeling a pair of small hands slipping beneath her clothing, caressing his defined abdomen, Lin Yan sensed impending trouble. He discreetly pressed down on the restless hand while lowering his voice to issue a warning. Hey, are you aware that there are cameras in the cinema? Our actions here can be observed from outside. To his surprise, rather than retreating, Luo Yan became increasingly exhilarated. She relished the sensation of touching Lin Yan's sculpted abs, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. I was exhausting myself pretending to be a lady in front of your friends earlier. I can't just be close to you like I usually do. Do you have any idea how hard that is for me? Besides, we are a couple. It's merely a touch. What is there to fear? Or do you wish to engage in something more thrilling? With that, she playfully exhaled softly against his ear. A warm, moist breath brushed past him. And had the cinema not been enveloped in darkness, one could have witnessed Lin Yan's face flush crimson like a ripe apple. Lin Yan wanted to articulate something further, but Luo Yan's soft lips had already found his. The faint whispers of their kisses echoed from behind, causing Yun Tianhua, seated in front, to shift uncomfortably. He wore a taut expression, staring intently ahead, feigning ignorance while internally cursing fervently. Have they now altered their methods of murder? He mused. So, all that affectionate display was merely to accommodate us single souls, was it? This is a cinema, not a hotel. I am not a part of your playful escapade. You fools. You two are truly capable of killing without a weapon. In stark contrast, Shangguan Wanyu exuded a calm demeanor, not just superficially, but genuinely unaffected, her gaze betraying no sign of disturbance. Yun Tianhua, clearly aware of her tranquility, leaned closer and whispered, "How do you manage to remain so utterly unfazed?" Shangguan Wanyu continued to gaze intently at the film before her, her thin lips slightly parted as she responded, "You'll get used to it." Yun Tianhua's lips twitched, inwardly scoffing, "What nonsense. Did you grow up eavesdropping on others from the edge of their beds?" He forced himself to refocus on the grand screen before him. Fortunately, Lin Yan and Luo Yan exhibited a modicum of restraint, refraining from staging a chaotic scene in the dimly lit cinema. After satisfying the girl's so-called need to recharge her boyfriend's energy, they gradually diverted their attention to the film. As a phenomenon in the annals of Huaxia's cinematic history, this animated feature, despite its genre, captivated audiences with its exquisite production and compelling script. Even Bai Luoyin found herself unwittingly immersed in the storyline. Upon encountering a plot twist involving a certain leopard-like uncle, Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Now that's a character with intellect." Bai Luoyin nodded in agreement. The screenplay deviated from the cliched tropes of yore. At least, the so-called antagonist displayed unexpected intelligence. Initially, she had thought it merely an animated film and hadn't given it much thought. However, upon witnessing the meticulous craftsmanship of the visuals, she couldn't suppress a genuine gasp of admiration. The Bai family also dabbled in the film industry, allowing Bai Luoyin to discern the immense effort and resources poured into this animation. It stood in stark contrast to the plethora of shoddy films that relied on traffic stars or were hastily produced, masquerading as quality entertainment, which explained its remarkable box office success. Thus captivated by the narrative, Bai Luoyin gradually forgot her mischievous antics, contentedly leaning against Lin Yan as they both focused on the grand screen before them. When the lights in the cinema gradually brightened again, the audience realized, almost in disbelief, that 2 hours had slipped by unnoticed. After lingering to watch the final credits roll, they reluctantly exited the theater. However, as everyone stepped out, their gazes converged on Lin Yan's face. What's wrong? Is there something unusual on my face? Noticing their stares, Lin Yan curiously touched his face, puzzled. At that moment, he was entirely unaware that the vivid lipstick mark on his face had laid bare the events that had transpired between him and the girl in the cinema. Meanwhile, the instigator of the incident, feigning ignorance, pulled out a lipstick to touch up her makeup. Yet, amidst the laughter of the crowd, Lin Yan eventually caught on to the situation. He cast a resigned glance at the girl before hastily rushing to the restroom to wash away the lipstick stain. One must admit, the Bai family's daughter's lipstick was indeed of high quality. Lin Yan spent quite some time before finally erasing the evidence from his face. As he emerged from the restroom, he intended to elucidate something to the gathered crowd. However, upon meeting their meaningful gazes, he merely twitched the corners of his mouth and ultimately chose silence. In contrast, Bai Luoyin disregarded the scrutinizing stares, affectionately wrapping her arms around his. Zhang Wei approached Lin Yan, a mischievous grin on his face as he playfully nudged his companion with his elbow. Casting a glance at Bai Luoyin, he lowered his voice and remarked to Lin Yan, "Well, look at you. A day apart feels like an eternity. When did you become such a charmer? How on earth have you managed to ensnare a goddess like your sister-in-law?" Suddenly, realizing the absurdity of his words, Lin Yan swiftly interjected, "Well, it's getting late. Why don't we find a place to eat?" Having lost track of time after the movie, it was now 6:30 in the evening. Prompted by Lin Yan's suggestion, the group collectively acknowledged their hunger and agreed. Meanwhile, Wang Chengyue, who had been casting envious glances at Lin Yan, suddenly conceived an idea. As the group deliberated on dining options, he uncharacteristically spoke up, "Everyone, I have a delightful suggestion." Under Wang Chengyue's proposal, the group walked for over 20 minutes to a restaurant bar near a commercial complex. In today's society, individuals strive to distinguish themselves within their industries, often exerting considerable effort. For instance, the restaurant bar they were headed to exemplified a contemporary dining model catering to the younger demographic. Essentially, it is an amalgamation of dining and nightlife, designed to appeal to a broad audience. Such establishments typically boast thoughtful decor and ambience, making them popular social media hotspots among youth. In reality, there are numerous variations of these venues, including music-themed bars, sports event bars, and light meal bars. In fact, in the Guangdong region, some breakfast spots even offer dim sum alongside live WWE performances. The establishment they were visiting was a renowned chain of music restaurant bars in the country. Its exquisite decor and resident band have become magnets for the youth. Amusingly, Lin Yan, hailing from a small town, was experiencing such a dining venue for the first time, as was his roommate, He Chong. The two, along with Zhang Wei, entered with expressions of curiosity. Observing their reactions, Wang Chengyue's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible disdain. Regarding Zhang Wei, the roommate who hails from a small city, I have held a deep-seated disdain for him from the very beginning. However, unlike others, he excels at concealing his true feelings, thus maintaining an outwardly amicable relationship with several roommates despite his inner thoughts. What he did not anticipate was that his close friend would possess a girlfriend of goddess-like stature, Bai Luoyin. As a renowned hotspot for internet celebrities, this restaurant bar possesses its own unique charm. Upon entering, patrons are immediately captivated by the stage before them. A small, circular platform showcases an exquisite black piano, while the ceiling above is adorned with glass, allowing the moon to serve as the finest illumination at night, casting its silvery glow upon the piano. The moonlight glimmers on the lacquered surface of the instrument, artfully creating an ethereal ambience through the wonders of nature. Typically, the bar features a regular band performing each evening. Yet Lin Yan and his companions arrived early, well before the band was scheduled to play. Consequently, the stage remained empty except for the piano. Nevertheless, Lin Yan and his friends were unfazed, as their primary objective was simply to enjoy a meal. Due to their larger number, they split into two tables. Bai Luoyan, inseparable as ever, chose to sit alongside Lin Yan, while the ever-loyal Shangwan Wanyu took her customary place beside Bai Luoyan. Jiang Lan, without much thought, also joined Bai Luoyan's table, while Wen Yuru cast a glance at Hichang before hesitating for a few moments and ultimately sitting next to Jiang Lan. Thus, Lin Yan's table consisted of 1 man and 4 women, while the other table was filled with 5 boys. Zhang Wei cast an envious glance at Lin Yan, whispering to himself, "How did I not notice before how popular he is with women?" Seated beside him, Yun Tianhua and Hichang sympathetically patted his shoulder, expressing their sentiments with a sigh. "Well, at least you can still enjoy your meal today and not be overwhelmed by dog food." As Zhang Wei's roommate, Li Liang remained silent, merely observing Lin Yan surrounded by numerous girls, his expression betraying envy. He resolved to seek opportunities to learn from Zhang Wei's friend about the art of interacting with women. However, if Lin Yan were to discover his inner thoughts, he would likely only smile ruefully and say, "Sorry, my friend. I truly cannot help with that." Meanwhile, in the corner, Wang Qingyue's jealousy towards Lin Yan was almost palpable. Throughout his life, he had grown accustomed to being the center of attention among friends. It was rare for girls not to gravitate towards him during outings. Yet, he never imagined that one day he would find himself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. Although he had deliberately brought everyone here to achieve a certain purpose, the dilemma was that he found himself unable to voice it. Thus, he could only silently remain in his seat, searching for an opportune moment. Fortunately, the young ladies at Lin Yan's table did not resort to the typical casual phrases like "just order whatever you like." A group of people, menus in hand, swiftly decided on their dishes. Once the waiter had collected the menus and departed, Li Liang gazed at the stage at the front of the hall. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Wang Changyue beside him and said, "Ah, you, speaking of which, didn't you perform on the piano at the school's welcome party? Since that piano is currently unoccupied, why not go up and showcase your talent?" Seeing that someone had finally broached the subject, Wang Changyue suppressed his excitement, feigning reluctance as he waved his hand, saying, No, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. It would be rather awkward when the professional band arrives later." Despite his words, his gaze frequently drifted toward Bai Luoyan at another table. However, Bai Luoyan was oblivious to the conversation at their table, engrossed in playfully toying with Lin Yan's ear. As for Lin Yan, he wore an expression of utter indifference, serving as Bai Luoyan's obedient plaything. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Wei, having overheard their conversation, interjected, "Oh right, I remember you performed a piano piece at school before. Don't be so modest. That performance was quite impressive. Why not give it a try? After all, you're just sitting around." Wang Changyue, who had initially felt a tinge of disappointment, could not suppress the smile that crept onto his face upon hearing Zhang Wei's flattery. Hichang, also catching wind of their discussion, joined in to persuade him alongside Zhang Wei. Only Yun Tianhua, taking a sip from his glass, silently observed Wang Qingyue's impending performance. In his eyes, Wang Qingyue's face was practically emblazoned with the words, "Don't speak. I'm about to show off." As he had surmised, this was indeed Wang Qingyue's reason for bringing everyone to this music restaurant. Just last week, he had brought a certain girl from their school here for a meal. Thus, he was well aware that the restaurant owner permitted guests to use the piano on stage. His intention in bringing everyone here was to seize the opportunity to impress Bai Luoyan, hoping to catch the attention of this goddess. He understood that once he could pique a woman's curiosity, he would be one step closer to winning her over. Chapter 74. May everyone find that person who sees only you. True to expectation, after a moment of feigned reluctance, Wang Changyue straightened his clothes and stood up. Before approaching the stage, he deliberately circled around, positioning himself before Lin Yan's table. meeting the puzzled gazes of the four beauties and Lin Yan. He displayed what he believed to be his most charming smile, addressing Bai Luoyan, "I hope that after my performance, I might dare to request a reward." Having spoken, he paid no heed to the reactions of those around him and strode directly onto the stage. At that moment, Bai Luoyan, who had just exchanged whispers with Lin Yan, appeared utterly bewildered. She turned to Lin Yan with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Was someone speaking just now?" Lin Yan did not respond. He merely gestured towards the stage with his lips. By this time, Wang Chengyue had taken his seat before the piano. He inhaled deeply and began his performance. He chose a well-known piano piece from abroad, one that, while relatively easy to play, possessed a captivating rhythm. Wang Chengyue had not been studying the piano for long. He had only taken lessons for 2 years in his childhood at his parents' insistence. However, unlike other skills, music is profoundly influenced by innate talent. His piano teacher recognized early on that the child lacked the gift for the instrument. As for Wang Chengyue, he could not endure the tedious routine of daily practice, leading him to abandon piano lessons after entering middle school. Yet, upon entering high school, he suddenly discovered that his knowledge of the piano could serve as a remarkable charm in his romantic pursuits. Although he had not practiced for years, he could still manage some simple melodies. To an untrained ear, merely being able to play a piece from start to finish seemed impressive. It must be noted that with Wang Chengyue's relatively handsome appearance, combined with the sight of him performing at the piano, he undeniably garnered the admiration of many women. From the moment he began to play, several female patrons in the cafe turned their attention to the stage. Clearly, such a musical cafe primarily attracted a youthful clientele. It was Saturday, and although it was still early, many young women had already gathered there. The piece Wang Chengyue played was a lyrical composition about love, though simple. It received considerable applause from the audience. Minutes later, as the final note resonated, the patrons in the cafe generously bestowed their applause upon him. Wang Chengyue, exhibiting gentlemanly grace, offered a slight smile to everyone before descending the stage to approach Bai Luoyan. He pulled out his phone and extended it towards her, smiling as he asked, "As a reward for my performance, may I add you as a friend?" The young women who had been focused on her erupted in playful cheers, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yan standing beside Bai Luoyan. Even before Wang Chengyue approached, Shangwan Wanyu's expression had turned as cold as ice, her eyes glinting with menace as she fixed her gaze on the oblivious man before her. The others around shared similar expressions of displeasure as they regarded Wang Chengyue. It was evident to all what his intentions were. They had not anticipated that someone would audaciously inquire about a girlfriend's contact information in front of her boyfriend. Among them, Zhang Wei's expression was particularly grim, setting aside the fact that one was merely a roommate known for a few months, while the other was a lifelong friend of over a decade. It was against his principles to condone Wang Chengyue's behavior. Although he had previously heard unfavorable rumors about Wang Chengyue at school, the latter's conduct in the dormitory had led him to harbor doubts about those claims. In hindsight, he deeply regretted bringing this individual along. Just as he was about to confront Wang Chengyue with a punch, he was restrained by Yin Tianhua, who grasped his arm. Unlike the others, Yin Tianhua remained unfazed, calmly looking at Zhang Wei, mouthing 2 words, "Don't worry." On the other side, Lin Yan was equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. To be fair, he had lived for more than half a century. Yet this was the first instance of someone attempting to entice his partner right before his eyes. He also discovered that people can indeed smile in moments of helplessness. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he gazed at Wang Chengyue. Though he typically presented an indifferent facade, surely no one believed that a man who had struggled through tumultuous times for half a century was merely a soft target. As he prepared to rise, Bai Luoyan suddenly sprang to her feet, seizing her cup of water, and without a moment's hesitation, splashed it toward the young man before her. Wang Chengyue, caught off guard by the sudden chill on his face, finally grasped the situation. He looked at the girl in disbelief, but before he could express his anger, her words erupted like a barrage from a machine gun. "Am I your mother? If you want a reward, go home and ask your mother. What kind of gentleman are you pretending to be? Do you think I can't see through your intentions? If your eyes are useless, just donate them instead of parading around with them. Can't you see I have a boyfriend? Why on earth should I share my contact information with you? Is it solely because of your utter lack of shame? Or perhaps your unabashed audacity, knowing full well that a girl has a boyfriend, yet still attempting to poach her? Do you have some sort of cuckold fantasy? Or did your family have issues when you were young, compelling you to seek out other people's women? At this point, not only Wang Chengyue, but also the others were left speechless by Bai Luoyan's words. It is worth noting that her brazen demeanor typically only surfaced in front of Lin Yan. To everyone else, Bai Luoyan was perceived as the untouchable heiress of a wealthy family. Even though she appeared amiable to her friends, an inherent sense of distance remained unbridgeable. In the face of harassment from those with ulterior motives, it was often Shangwan Wanyu who would speak up to drive them away. However, witnessing her personally unleash a torrent of invective was a first for the onlookers. Yet, Bai Luoyan's words were evidently far from finished. What do you mean what? Have I spoken anything untrue? Moreover, why would I need your contact information? If I were bored, I would chat with my boyfriend. If I were feeling down, I could easily invite him out for a diversion. Should I find myself in need, I could straightforwardly ask him to buy me something. If I were unwell, I could seek his comfort with a little coaxing. Even if we were to argue, that is a matter between us. I can wait for him to soothe me, and if necessary, I can take the initiative to seek his forgiveness. Love is a matter solely between two individuals, allowing no room for anyone else's interference. Chapter 75. The Grand Tutor is truly a delight to behold, observing the girl who had shielded herself behind him. Lin Yan momentarily froze before a gentle smile graced his face. Unbeknownst to him, this little girl, who had always hidden behind his protection, had grown to a point where she could stand before him to offer her own defense. Watching her chest heave with indignation, Lin Yan felt a pang of sorrow as he drew her into his embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. Speaking to her as one would to a child, There, don't be angry. It's not worth it. Be good." As he spoke, he gestured dismissively towards the approaching group of black-clad figures. Naturally, the bodyguards surrounding Bai Luoyan would not lag behind. The moment they saw their young mistress rise, they had intended to rush forward. However, considering that this was not a feudal society dictated by a system, Lin Yan, despite his disdain for Wang Chengyue, would not resort to extreme measures for such trivial matters. Of course, whether Bai Luoyan would later instruct those black-clad figures to discreetly give him a beating was beyond Lin Yan's concern. Noting Lin Yan's gesture, the leading bodyguard hesitated for a moment, but after a few seconds of contemplation, he obediently led his men away, having closely followed their mistress. They were acutely aware of her deep feelings for that young man. He understood well that the young man's status as their future son-in-law was already a foregone conclusion. Thus, obeying his orders was not out of place. Though Bai Luoyan had been the one hurling insults, she now leaned against Lin Yan's chest, appearing as if she had been the one on the receiving end of the reprimand, her face betraying a sense of grievance. As she nestled against him, she took the opportunity to caress the firm muscles beneath his clothing, her squinting eyes betraying a look of satisfaction. Observing Bai Luoyan's demeanor, Wang Chengyue, positioned opposite them, wondered if she was experiencing an illusion. Wait a moment, wasn't I the one splashed with water? And wasn't I the one who had just been mercilessly berated? Why does she appear so aggrieved? However, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he locked eyes with Lin Yan, and in that instant, he found himself frozen in place. Lin Yan's gaze did not betray any animosity or murderous intent. He merely regarded the youth before him with a serene composure. Yet, it was precisely this unruffled demeanor that enveloped Wang Chengyue in an overwhelming sense of pressure. He had encountered a similar gaze once before, during a business gala his father had taken him to, emanating from a certain corporate tycoon. It was then that he truly comprehended the essence of quiet authority. He realized that an individual who has long occupied a position of power can indeed exude an aura that renders them almost untouchable. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that the aforementioned tycoon was an elderly man nearing 60, a figure whose commanding presence was to be expected. What perplexed him was why Lin Yan, standing before him, possessed a comparable gravitas. Before he could unravel this conundrum, Lin Yan finally spoke. "Could you kindly leave this place?" His words were devoid of superfluous dialogue, articulated with a clarity that resembled an order rather than a request. Anger surged within Wang Chengyue. He had initially intended to respond, but upon meeting Lin Yan's penetrating gaze, he inexplicably fell silent. A glance around revealed the disdainful expressions of those present, a scrutiny he was rarely subjected to. In that moment, he recognized that his continued presence was indeed unwelcome. Without uttering another word, he He dismissed the situation with a flick of his hand and turned to depart. With Wang Qingyue's exit, the minor uproar came to an end. His departure did not dampen the spirits of the others. Rather, it seemed to lighten the atmosphere. As a collective sense of ease washed over the group, Zhang Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, approached Lin Yan, his tone laced with an apology. Lin Yan, I'm truly sorry. I never expected him to behave in such a manner. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought him along. Lin Yan, unfazed, simply smiled and patted his shoulder. As a longtime friend, Lin Yan was well aware of Zhang Wei's character. To describe his close companion as somewhat simple-minded would be unkind. A more charitable interpretation would label him as refreshingly earnest. Nonetheless, it was precisely this trait that had forged their enduring friendship. At that moment, the drinks they had ordered arrived, and upon seeing Lin Yan's lack of genuine anger, Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him as he returned to his seat. The menu at such a musical dining establishment naturally included an array of beverages. However, while they were labeled as cocktails, they resembled little more than fruit juices with a hint of alcohol. For a group of first-year students reveling in their newfound freedom, the opportunity to indulge in such drinks was not to be missed. Consequently, without exception, everyone ordered a vibrant, colorful concoction that purported to be a cocktail. Of course, for Lin Yan, such beverages hardly qualified as true spirits. In those days spent amidst the military camps across various realms, he often found himself engaging in spirited drinking contests with those commanders. On one hand, the negative emotions birthed by the relentless violence required an outlet. For the soldiers, the means of release were limited to drinking and visiting brothels. However, as a modern individual with a certain aversion to moral impurities, Lin Yan was reluctant to squander his first experiences in such establishments. Thus, drinking emerged as the most suitable method for him to vent his frustrations. On the other hand, sharing a drink with the soldiers naturally fostered camaraderie, serving as a simple yet effective means of forging closer bonds, an opportunity Lin Yan was keen to seize. Although he perceived these cocktails as no different from children's beverages, he ultimately ordered one to align with the group, with Bai Luoyan doing the same. Upon taking a sip of the cocktail before her, Bai Luoyan subtly wrinkled her brow, then discreetly pushed her glass towards Lin Yan. Instantly, he grasped her unspoken disapproval of the drink and nonchalantly took a sip from her cup. While he too found it less than palatable, he reasoned that as long as it wasn't utterly distasteful, he could manage to drink it. Moreover, it was already paid for. Observing Lin Yan unperturbed as he sipped from the spot she had just occupied, the girl felt a sense of satisfaction and narrowed her eyes slightly. Watching the movement of Lin Yan's throat, she instinctively licked her lips. Why did he always appear so irresistibly attractive? It left her feeling utterly defenseless in his presence. Had he cast some kind of spell on her? If only others weren't around, then she could. Lost in her thoughts, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, despite the fact that she hadn't consumed any alcohol. Chapter 76. The charming woman feeling the searing gaze of the girl beside him, Lin Yan, somewhat helpless, turned to meet her eyes. He gently poked her forehead with a fingertip and softly inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about how to eat you," she replied unabashedly. Even though Lin Yan had heard his fair share of bold remarks from her, he was momentarily taken aback. Since their relationship had been officially established that night with Bai Luoyan, he sensed her attachment to him had not diminished. Rather, it seemed she was increasingly inclined to stay close by his side. It was as if, apart from when he returned to his dormitory to sleep, her presence was ever constant before him. In class, she would always sit closely beside him. During meals, they invariably dined together, never missing a single occasion. Even when classes were absent, they could often be found wandering through the school's wooded paths, hand in hand, engaged in light-hearted conversation like other infatuated couples. Lin Yan felt that whenever he opened his eyes, she would be there, right in front of him. Certainly, he harbored no feelings of resistance towards the situation. After all, who could possibly voice discontent when surrounded daily by a lover as enchanting as a fairy? However, there were moments when he would directly inquire of Bai Luoyan, "Do you not find it monotonous to accompany me every day?" "Not at all. Do you not enjoy being with me, my dear husband?" Although the young girl retorted with the same radiant smile as always, Lin Yan, guided by years of intuition, hastily denied her question. He had an unsettling sense that a poorly articulated response could precipitate events he would rather avoid. Returning to the present, he observed Bai Luoyan. who inexplicably began to act erratically once more. He gently patted her head, exasperatedly stating, "With so many people around, could you not behave a little more ordinarily?" Bai Luoyan touched her head, pouting in irritation as she gazed at her man. This fellow truly knows nothing of romance. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the piano above, and an impulsive thought struck her. "Husband, would you perform for me just once?" "Very well," he conceded, having anticipated such a request when he saw her looking towards the stage. "Didn't I perform for you at school once before? That was different." "It wasn't a love song," she replied. "Since we established our relationship, you have yet to sing me a single love ballad. Or do you think I am too forward, unworthy of your serenade?" As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Lin Yan was well aware that her display was merely an act, yet he could not bear to see her in distress. Ultimately, he raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, stop that. I shall go up now." Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan's expression brightened instantaneously, the mist in her eyes vanishing like magic. Lin Yan shook his head and rose, making his way towards the stage. At that moment, the others finally took notice of his movements. Zhang Wei, intrigued, observed Lin Yan's retreating figure and questioned, "Where is he headed? To the restroom?" In contrast, the girls at Lin Yan's table had just overheard the couple's conversation and now watched his back with eager anticipation. Although Lin Yan had performed only twice at Shanghai University, those occasions had left a lasting impression on them. Following those performances, it seemed everyone had come to accept the undeniable fact that Lin Yan was indeed a pianist. Sitting beside Zhang Wei, Yin Tianhua, despite not having heard the previous exchange, had already formed a conjecture. He took a sip of his cocktail and remarked to Zhang Wei, "I suppose he is preparing to shower everyone with affection." "Huh." Zhang Wei paused in surprise before quickly coming to the realization. He incredulously exclaimed, "No way. Lin Yan can play the piano? How come I didn't know this?" Walking ahead, Lin Yan vaguely heard Zhang Wei's astonished voice and disdainfully thought, does the system really need to inform you of every bit of knowledge, even the 100 methods of postnatal care for sows? While musing internally, he had already arrived at the piano on stage. Lin Yan sat down directly, casually striking a few keys to test the sound. He had noted that the restaurant seemed to maintain the piano quite well during Wang Chenghui's performance. After all, it was not merely a decorative piece, but an instrument genuinely utilized every day. Satisfied with the sound resonating from the piano, Lin Yan nodded approvingly. He closed his eyes, pondering for several seconds to organize the melody in his mind before slowly placing his hands on the keys. He had long chosen the song he intended to perform before stepping on stage. With a pronounced WO, his hands danced across the piano like sprites, producing a delightful melody. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, in a parallel dimension he was unaware of, this very WO heralded the dawn of an era. Fortunately, there was no musician by the surname of Zhou in this world. Otherwise, he would surely lament that his life seemed to be perpetually overshadowed by Lin Yan. As the rhythmically captivating notes filled the air, Lin Yan's voice began to soar. "I want a helicopter. I want to fly to the universe with you. I want to melt into you, to dissolve in the galaxy." Indeed, the title of the song he chose was Lovely Woman. When Bai Luoyan suggested he sing a love song for her, the first melody that flashed through his mind was this one. Every day I think of you. Such sweetness makes me start to believe in destiny, and I thank gravity for bringing me to you. Beautiful, making me blush, lovely woman. Gentle, making my heart ache, lovely woman. Transparent, moving me deeply, lovely woman. Mischievous, driving me crazy, lovely woman. As he sang this passage, Lin Yan could not help but gaze down at Bai Luoyan. Their eyes met in the air, magnetically drawn to each other and unable to part. In an instant, a myriad of different eras of Bai Luoyan flashed before Lin Yan's eyes. There was the little girl who respectfully called him sir during their first meeting in the palace. There was the girl, tears streaming down her face, who fled the capital during the turmoil. There was the young woman who fought alongside him as they grew up. There was the empress seated in the grand hall, adorned in a dragon robe when the tides of fate had settled. And there was the heiress, who had waited across time and space for 18 years, joyfully weeping upon their reunion. Yet, regardless of the era or age of Bai Luoyan, regardless of whether she is the girl who has faced great adversity, the untouchable empress of noble lineage, or a member of a wealthy conglomerate, in his heart, Bai Luoyan will forever remain the same person, the one who has unknowingly entered his heart. Chapter 77. The thoughts of a woman are truly enigmatic. The world is vast, and I am but a diminutive ant. Yet I shall exert every ounce of my strength to protect you, my beautiful and charming lady, who makes my cheeks flush with admiration. The tender woman who evokes a sense of compassion within me. Unlike the original R&B-style song that Lin Yan had in his mind, the piano solo imbued it with a softness that diminished its vivacity, yet enhanced its gentility. As the song reached its crescendo, all eyes in the dining bar gradually converged on the young man upon the stage. Not only the patrons, but even the waitstaff paused in their tracks, eyes transfixed on the performance. They stood there, holding plates meant for the guests, while the delayed customers watched the boy's solo with earnest attention. As previously mentioned, Lin Yan is not the type of handsome man who strikes one with immediate awe. Rather, he belongs to the category that reveals its allure over time. The longer one spends in his company, the more agreeable he becomes. Yet, under the gentle glow of the moonlight, he skillfully played the piano and sang a captivating love song, exuding a heartfelt confidence that granted him an unusual charm. Even someone as composed as Shang Wanwanyu found herself momentarily entranced. In stark contrast, Lin Yan's close friend, Zhang Wei, appeared utterly bewildered. His mouth agape. He gazed in disbelief at Lin Yan on stage. Wait, who are you? Are you really the same Lin Yan who used to urinate beside me on the roadside? It's only been a little over a month since we last met, right? It's been over a decade. Don't tell me you can play the piano now. You couldn't even whistle back then. Have you been abducted by aliens for transformation? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dining bar, a group of fashionable young individuals stood frozen. A young man with a guitar looked at Lin Yan performing on stage, perplexed, and turned to his companion, asking, "Is the bar owner bringing in someone else to perform?" I didn't receive any notification. They were the resident band of the music bar, who typically arrived to perform at 8 each evening. In response to the young man's inquiry, his companion remained silent, lost in the enjoyment of Lin Yan's melodious voice. In that moment, Lin Yan appeared to transform into a star, becoming the focal point of the gathering. However, he paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. His attention was solely fixed on the young girl in the audience. More precisely, at that moment, their eyes were locked solely on each other. As she gazed at Lin Yan, who seemed to radiate brilliance on stage, Bai Luoyan was enveloped by a profound sense of fulfillment. She listened intently to the lyrics of the song he sang. Although their eyes merely met, she was acutely aware that the charming woman he serenaded was none other than herself. Unlike the previous occasions, this was the first time Lin Yan had dedicated a love song solely to her. Having confirmed their relationship, she felt as though she might be swept away by the overwhelming joy swelling within her. A rosy hue began to bloom on her cheeks, and the allure in her eyes threatened to spill over uncontrollably. She clasped her arms around herself, her legs instinctively crossing and twisting, her body trembling ever so slightly. What is this? Just moments ago, he claimed to be as stiff as a log, and now he is transformed into such a captivating charmer. Please, don't gaze at me so passionately. If this continues, I fear I might lose control. Bai Luoyan bit her lip tightly, seemingly exerting immense willpower to suppress an overwhelming desire. However, to Lin Yan, her demeanor appeared as an expression of a girl deeply moved. Fortunately, the duration of the song was not excessively long. As the final note resonated, Lin Yan completed his performance. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. And after a brief moment, a thunderous applause erupted. That was wonderful. Sing another. Hey handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Can I get your contact info? Hey there, little brother, would you like to join the sisters for a night out? I'll pay 500. Sing another. You scoundrel, Lin Yan. When did you learn to play the piano behind my back? Lin Yan disregarded the cacophony of voices, calmly descending the stage. It was only when he reached Bai Luoyan that he noticed something was amiss with her. Observing her flushed cheeks, he reached out with concern to touch her forehead. Yet, as his hand brushed against her skin, she let out a soft, alluring sound. She appeared utterly drained, slumped on the sofa, her breaths coming in rapid succession. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Yan asked with genuine concern, noticing her almost limp posture. Bai Luoyan shot him an accusatory glance. Mustering the strength to sit upright, she weakly replied, I'm fine. I just need to go to the restroom. With that, she disregarded Lin Yan and hurried toward the restroom. Watching her somewhat hurried retreat, Lin Yan was left in a state of confusion. Could it be that she urgently needed to relieve herself? Yet, what puzzled him further was that upon her return, Bai Luoyin seemed to be sulking, deliberately giving him the cold shoulder. But wait, you were the one who encouraged me to perform. What has caused your sudden ire? Is it possible that you are feeling envious due to the remarks made by those young ladies? Yet, I hardly paid them any mind. What could possibly incite such jealousy? Even Lin Taifu, who once orchestrated the sentiments of the world, finds himself perplexed by the intentions of the Empress by Luoyin. He can only silently lament. The thoughts of women are indeed inscrutable. Shortly after Lin Yan's arrival, the proprietor of the dining establishment approached him with a simple inquiry. Would he be interested in performing another song? After his initial performance, several patrons had inquired whether Lin Yan was a resident singer. To entice him to take the stage again, the owner even offered monetary compensation. However, considering Bai Lian's affluent status and Lin Yan's own wealth, amassed from the sale of several songs, the modest remuneration was hardly appealing. Fortunately, the owner was a sensible individual. Upon realizing Lin Yan's reluctance, he refrained from pressing the matter and even offered a discount on their bill for the evening. This was merely a minor interlude. As the dishes they had ordered began to arrive, the group started to indulge in the delectable fare. As a popular establishment, the quality of the food was commendable, even if it paled in comparison to the meals Bai Luoyin typically brought to school. One must remember, however, that the culinary creations of a Michelin-starred chef cannot be fairly compared to those of an ordinary restaurant. As the food on the table dwindled, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Chapter 78. The woes of the affluent Lin Yan was unsure why Bai Luoyin seemed to harbor resentment upon her return from the restroom. It was as if she had forgotten his presence entirely, engrossed in hushed conversation with her friends. Lin Yan, however, was unfazed, taking the opportunity. He joined a nearby table of young men. Others might perceive his decision as an ungrateful retreat from a gathering of beautiful women. But he alone understood that it was not a reward, but rather a form of torment. On ordinary days, aside from Shangwan Wanyu, whenever Lin Yan's gaze lingered on any girl for more than 2 seconds, he could acutely sense the chill emanating from Bai Luoyin. Without needing to turn around, he could surmise that she was feeling jealous. As for Shangwan Wanyu, Lin Yan held little interest. It was not that he found her unattractive, but rather that he regarded her with a familial affection. To him, she was akin to a younger sister. What brother would incessantly gaze at his sister without cause? Moreover, Lin Yan evidently felt out of place in the girls' conversations, while the table occupied by Zhang Wei and his friends appeared far more relaxed. At this moment, several bottles of beer had mysteriously appeared on the table where the young men sat, as they leisurely chatted while enjoying their meal. Zhang Wei, after downing the contents of his glass in one gulp, mischievously wrapped his arm around Lin Yan's neck. With a feigned expression of resentment, he directed his complaints at Lin Yan, saying, "You rascal. After just a brief absence, how much have you secretly learned? You've even mastered the piano in secret? No wonder you are so adept at charming the ladies now." There is a saying in Huaxiao that one fears their brother's hardships as much as one fears their brother's success. However, Zhang Wei did not possess such pettiness. When he heard that Lin Yan had indeed been accepted into Jianghai University, although he verbally mocked him, he felt genuine joy for his close friend. Today, witnessing Lin Yan with a wealthy goddess like Bai Luoyin as his girlfriend, he felt no trace of jealousy. Instead, he harbored nothing but pride and blessings for his brother. Yet, after witnessing Lin Yan's piano performance that evening, a flicker of envy crept into his heart. This fellow had secretly acquired such an impressive skill. How could I still call him my son with peace of mind after this? Understanding Zhang Wei's character well, Lin Yan chose silence, simply continuing to eat while offering a smile without words. He wished it were different, but he could hardly explain to Zhang Wei that this talent was a gift from a certain system. Noticing Lin Yan's disinterest in responding, Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and turned to drink with He-Chong on the other side. Zhang Wei's affable nature made it easy for him to make friends. And within just half a day, he had already established camaraderie with Lin Yan's 2 roommates. Lin Yan, observing this, paid him no mind and instead turned his attention to Yin Tianhua. As usual, he remained understated and appeared like an outsider, simply wearing his characteristic smile while watching the others frolic. Intrigued, Lin Yan leaned closer and posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Tell me, why do you always seem so odd when you come out? Do you find it amusing?" Yin Tianhua shook his head slightly and explained in a soft voice. You should know my nature. If I found it unamusing, I wouldn't join you at all. So, why do you seem like a different person whenever you step out? Lin Yan paused, glancing at the group of girls at the adjacent table, and finally grasped the source of his discomfort. Why do you always seem to maintain such distance when interacting with girls? Yun Tianhua remained silent, quietly sipping his beer. This only ignited Lin Yan's curiosity further. With keen interest, he scrutinized Yun Tianhua and began to speculate aloud. I say, you must be like those rich heirs in cliché novels, aren't you? In his youth, he encountered his own radiant moonlight, but due to the vast disparity in family backgrounds, his family forcibly separated them. This left him with an enduring yearning for that bygone love, a desire to rekindle their connection. As Lin Yan recounted this cliched narrative, Yun Tianhua, while sipping his drink, inadvertently choked on his beer. With a hint of exasperation, he set the bottle down and cast a sideways glance at Lin Yan, retorting with irritation, I say, are you, like your girlfriend, overly immersed in those Western romance novels? Where in reality do we find such plots of domineering CEOs falling for impoverished heroines? Such precision in poverty alleviation is something only the party engages in. Do you understand? Seeing his imagined romantic scenarios fail to materialize, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Yan's eyes. He gazed at Yun Tianhua's handsome visage, puzzled, and remarked, but that is not right. Although your family is slightly less affluent than the Luo family, you are still quite well off. As for your looks, while they might be a tad inferior to mine, you can still be considered somewhat handsome. You shouldn't be lacking in female attention, should you? Yun Tianhua dismissed Lin Yan's self-adoring comments entirely. It was at this moment that Lin Yan recalled a conjecture that He Chong had once privately shared with him. Could it be that this guy's preferences have shifted due to his family's wealth? Has he traded his passion for spelunking to a fondness for climbing poles instead? With this preconceived notion, Lin Yan's perception of Yun Tianhua began to shift. He couldn't help but notice how somewhat effeminate Yun Tianhua appeared. Panic surged through him. What if he turned out to be the type who stirs trouble? With this thought, he instinctively shifted away from Yun Tianhua, his gaze now filled with peculiar apprehension. Noticing this change in Lin Yan, Yun Tianhua looked back at him, perplexed. What are you doing? Nothing at all. You needn't mind me, he chuckled awkwardly. Observing Lin Yan's peculiar demeanor, Yun Tianhua narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of displeasure, I have a strong feeling that you are contemplating something rather disrespectful towards me. Is this guy's intuition really that sharp? Before Lin Yan could respond, Yun Tianhua continued. Never mind, it's not much of a secret anyway. It won't hurt to share. Lin Yan, do you understand the struggles that come with being what they call wealthy? Wealthy? Struggles? Are you kidding? That sounds a bit like humble bragging, doesn't it? Who would have thought these two words could ever coexist in the same sentence? Thus, the narrative unfolded, hinting at a peculiar fascination with youthful innocence. Observing Lin Yan's disdainful gaze, Yun Tianhua remained unfazed and suddenly diverted the conversation, inquiring, You must know that I, like you, am 18 years old. Are you aware of my family's current situation? I am not your father. Although his words were rather harsh, Yun Tianhua could discern the underlying implication of ignorance in Lin Yan's statement. He chose to disregard it and continued with his previous line of questioning. My family spans 4 generations under one roof. My great-grandfather has just celebrated his 80th birthday, while my father is a mere 37 years old. Do you grasp the significance of this? After a few moments of serious contemplation, Lin Yan cautiously replied, It signifies that your Yun family consists of a group of individuals enamored with young maidens, eager to marry and bear children the moment they reach adulthood. TSK. Your father was merely 19 when you were born. He must have been quite the beast. Upon hearing Lin Yan's conclusion, which stemmed from his thoughtful analysis, Yun Tianhua's eyes momentarily glazed over. However, it seemed Lin Yan was not entirely incorrect. After a brief pause, Yun Tianhua's gaze finally returned to normal. He inhaled deeply and regarded Lin Yan with a somber expression, as though disregarding Lin Yan's earlier remarks. He articulated the true meaning. What I mean is, this indicates that my father is in the prime of his life, with the entire family essentially under his dominion. It is foreseeable that for the next 10 to 20 years, my father will remain the head of this household. Perhaps sensing the caution in Yun Tianhua's gaze, Lin Yan refrained from his usual antics and instead followed his lead, asking, And then? This also implies that prior to my ascension as the head of the Yun family, I possess no agency over my own life, including the choice of my future wife. At this juncture, he fixed a serious gaze on Lin Yan. In truth, I envy you and Bai Luoyan. Unlike me, Bai Luoyan is the head of the Bai family. Her decisions are unassailable. Thus, she can pursue you without reservation, as she bears no constraints. To be candid, I initially held little faith in the union between you and Bai Luoyan. I have encountered numerous so-called heiresses, some of whom derive amusement from manipulating the affections of commoners. However, I later realized I was mistaken. The intensity of Bai Luoyan's gaze upon you was unmistakable. I sensed she would sacrifice the entirety of the Bai family, even her own life, for you. For an ordinary person, being loved by a young lady of such prominence is not necessarily a blessing. For those of her stature, such romances often culminate in tragedy. Yet you are fortunate, for the maiden who has fallen for you possesses the power to dictate her own destiny. Lin Yan turned to gaze at the young woman in the distance, a semblance of happiness gracing his features. After Bai Luoyan made her appearance before him, he discreetly investigated the entirety of her past experiences as a scion of the Bai family. Although he was not physically present beside the young girl, he could envision the hardships Bai Luoyan had endured over the years. A girl without support, yet through her own diligence, she had ascended to the position of matriarch within the formidable Bai family in just a few short years. Even with the strategies and knowledge imparted to her from a previous life, the path remained exceedingly arduous. He understood that Bai Luoyan's motivation for becoming the head of the Bai family was to eliminate any obstacles that stood between them until she could find herself. As if sensing Lin Yan's gaze, Bai Luoyan, who had been conversing with her roommate, suddenly turned to look at him. At that moment, the girl seemed to have completely forgotten her earlier anger, smiling with her eyes as she blew him a kiss. Lin Yan, witnessing this, broke into a foolish grin, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Observing the entire scene, Yun Tianhua rolled his eyes dramatically, exasperatedly waving his hand in front of Lin Yan. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, "I just had a meal. Could you refrain from feeding me more dog food? Do you two really think you're dog owners? Unfettered by time or place, you dispense dog food at every opportunity." Lin Yan, unfazed by Yun Tianhua's annoyance, retorted, "What of it? If you have the capability, why not feed me as well?" Nevertheless, he understood why Yun Tianhua often sought to diminish his presence around girls. "So, this is why you avoid attracting girls' attention at school?" Yun Tianhua nodded, providing a rational response. "Exactly. I am acutely aware of my advantages. My looks are acceptable, and my family is affluent. Even without taking the initiative, many girls would readily approach me." Although his words might seem somewhat narcissistic, Lin Yan found himself in agreement. Objectively speaking, Yun Tianhua possessed a clear self-awareness. "Our family has been engaging in arranged marriages since my grandfather's time. My father did as well, and naturally, I shall not be an exception. The only solace is that society has progressed, and my father is young enough. I need not shoulder the burden of marriage responsibilities too early and can enjoy a typical university experience." However, since he was well aware that he could not provide the outcomes a girl deserved, there was no need to waste anyone's youth by embarking on an inappropriate romance. In some respects, modern society bears a striking resemblance to the feudal societies Lin Yan had previously encountered. Although social standing is not as strictly adhered to as in the past, where the son of a pork-knuckle restaurant owner need not marry the daughter of a neighboring snack shop, the practice of arranged marriages remains a common business strategy among the upper echelons. Regrettably, Yun Tianhua's family, the Yun family, qualifies as a family capable of such alliances. Having traversed 9 worlds, Lin Yan had witnessed far too many instances of arranged marriages. In certain respects, he does not perceive the act of marriage as inherently flawed. Objectively speaking, Yun Tianhua embodies a rational, yet cold disposition. He is acutely aware of the relationship between obligation and entitlement. Having accepted the wealth of the Yun family implies that he must also shoulder the responsibilities bestowed upon him by the family. However, upon observing his roommate's seemingly serene facade that conceals a profound desolation, he could not help but urge, "I comprehend your perspective. You believe that if a romance lacks a definitive outcome, then the most prudent course is to prevent its inception altogether. Yet, the question remains, does love truly possess a definitive conclusion?" In the face of Yun Tianhua's puzzled gaze, Lin Yan remained unfazed as he continued, "What constitutes an outcome? Is a high school romance that ends due to the geographical separation of universities considered without result? Does enduring university only to part ways due to work and reality signify a lack of outcome? Does marrying, only to divorce when passion wanes, equate to an absence of result? If two individuals spend a lifetime in mutual support, yet one departs this world first, can that also be deemed without result? Never attempt to forecast love prematurely. Instead, engage with one another in the most natural manner. Wherever fate leads you, there shall you go. If heaven is compassionate, it shall not separate you. If fate is indifferent, one must adhere to the decree of destiny. When in love, exert your utmost to cherish that love. For regardless of the outcome, you shall not be left with regrets. The essence of love does not lie in the result, but rather in the journey of two hearts entwined. Chapter 80. Am I now caught in this gossip? Every gathering must eventually reach its conclusion. As the moon ascended into the night sky, the group finally concluded their evening repast. With the presence of female companions, the gentlemen naturally abstained from excessive drinking. Upon departing the dining venue, they found themselves pleasantly tipsy. It was, after all, October. As night descended, a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. Yet for those slightly inebriated, this breeze felt perfectly refreshing. The city of Shanghai, named for its rivers, naturally boasts numerous waterways within its urban confines. Adjacent to the dining establishment lay a scenic riverside embankment. Adorned with lights and decorative ribbons, the embankment appeared exceptionally enchanting. The youthful assembly, reluctant to conclude their excursion, began to stroll along the riverside, continuing the discussions from the dining table. Bai Luoyan seemed to have entirely forgotten her earlier vexation, clinging to Lin Yan's arm as she usually did. The group, having dined, clearly wished to avoid the romantic displays of the couple, intentionally walking ahead to distance themselves from the infuriating pair. Only the shadow-like figure of Shangguan Wanyu faithfully trailed behind, relishing the everyday romance of the couple. Clouded by the romantic musings of Lin Yan, Tianhua walked behind them, seemingly lost in thought. "Darling, it appears this is our first stroll by the riverside," she remarked. In truth, the villa they previously inhabited also boasted a similar riverside path. However, during those days, they had been preoccupied with embodying the daily life of a couple within the confines of the villa, rarely stepping outside. The young lady seemed fond of reminding Lin Yan of each occasion that marked their first together, their inaugural meal, their initial hand-holding, and their first roll in bed, though that particular endeavor had yet to be realized. Thus, when she prompted him once more, Lin Yan was no longer surprised. He gently ran his fingers through her soft hair and spoke softly. "It's all right. We will have many more opportunities to stroll together in the future, and we shall experience countless more firsts." The young lady responded affirmatively, resting her head lightly on Lin Yan's shoulder. Observing the girl, who clung to him like a kitten, Lin Yan found it hard to reconcile her with the ruthless heiress depicted online. Perhaps having gazed at her for too long, she looked up at him with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What's the matter? Is there something strange on my face?" Lin Yan shook his head slightly, chuckling softly. "No, it's just that ever since I met you again, I feel as though you are not the person described online. You hardly seem like a wealthy heiress in front of me." Bai Luoyan blinked her eyes innocently, gazing at Lin Yan with curiosity. "Oh, then what should a wealthy heiress look like?" After a moment of contemplation, recalling the plot lines he had read, Lin Yan hesitated before responding. "Typically, you wouldn't be escorting me on a shopping spree. I imagine it would involve luxury cars and tailored suits, where one simply enters a store, glances around, and instructs them to wrap everything up. But it seems you don't quite present yourself that way." "Indeed," he continued, "in those domineering CEO novels, the protagonists often clear out entire malls, leisurely purchasing everything in sight." Each time he encountered such scenarios, Lin Yan found himself pondering, if one intended to acquire the entire store's inventory, why bother visiting in person? Would it not be more efficient to have the entire collection delivered and try it on at home, thus saving the time spent traveling? Listening to Lin Yan's musings, Bai Luoyan could not help but chuckle softly. She halted her steps, her eyes sparkling like stars as she regarded the youth before her, and with utmost seriousness, she replied, "Indeed, you are correct in your assumptions. With the Bai family's financial resources, we could indeed achieve what you envision." At this juncture, she unexpectedly stepped closer, coming face to face with Lin Yan, even after having shared numerous intimate moments with the young maiden. Lin Yan could not help but feel his ears flush as he gazed upon her exquisite visage, so close yet so distant. The gentle breath emanating from her, coupled with the allure of her tender lips, stirred a wave of impulsive desire within him, compelling him to lean down for a kiss. Over the course of time, he found himself increasingly unable to resist her enchanting charm, as if the decades of cultivation he had dedicated to his craft had been rendered futile in the face of her presence. Observing Lin Yan's bashful demeanor, the young woman displayed a triumphant smile, seemingly oblivious to his inner turmoil, and leaned even closer. When Lin Yan finally turned his head away, unable to withstand the tension any longer, she chuckled softly, saying, "In my heart, you have never been an ordinary man in need of my support. You remain the omnipotent Taifu I have always revered. Wealth and status are mere trifles for someone like you to acquire. In my eyes, you do not require such superficial riches to affirm your place in my heart, for I know that my man possesses the ability to effortlessly attain all of this." Seeing the pride etched on her face, Lin Yan felt a stirring within him. Is it truly wise to elevate me to such heights? Suddenly, the pressure feels overwhelming. Pondering this, he awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled sheepishly. Have you ever considered that I might also yearn to be like a salted fish, experiencing the sensation of being supported by a female CEO? At his words, Bai Luoyin paused momentarily, and upon meeting Lin Yan's earnest gaze, she seemed to resolve herself and promptly retrieved her phone, dialing a number. Within seconds, the call was answered. "Hello. Could you find out who the owner behind the XX commercial entity in Shanghai City is?" "Yes, acquire the opposing group. I wish to present it as a gift for my boyfriend." Hearing her conversation, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Is this what a domineering female CEO is like? Her efficiency is astonishing. So, I might truly be able to live a life devoid of shame, simply lounging around while earning money? No. That phrase seems to carry some ambiguity. The previously distracted Yun Tianhua suddenly regained focus. Wait, the owner behind the commercial entity? Is she referring to the Yun family? Shocked, he thought, you two shameless individuals, one undermining my resolve spiritually while the other seeks to obliterate me materially? I was merely trailing behind, ready to observe, yet now the spectacle has fallen upon me. Chapter 81. Oh, isn't that our brother Boyne? Thanks to Lin Yan's timely intervention, the innocent Yun family narrowly escaped a disastrous acquisition. Even the Yun family did not anticipate that they would nearly be harmed by the careless jest of a certain scoundrel. As Bai Luoyin aptly remarked, Lin Yan did not perceive the pursuit of wealth to be particularly arduous, with the advantageous rewards provided by the system. Even if he could not ascend to the ranks of the affluent, becoming a wealthy gentleman was hardly an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, it was evidence that by casually extracting a few songs from a certain Zhou, he could amass a significant fortune. Observing Bai Luoyin put down her phone under Lin Yan's persuasion, Yin Tianhua, who had been holding his breath behind them, finally exhaled in relief. Who could have imagined that the Yun family, with nearly a century of legacy, was on the verge of destruction due to the foolish jest of an imbecile? After strolling along the riverbank for over an hour, the temperature began to drop gradually. After a pleasant farewell to Zhang Wei and his roommates, the group split into two and returned to their respective campuses. Perhaps due to the presence of so many people, the young lady felt a sense of shyness. Or perhaps tonight, she had already found satisfaction through some peculiar means. The scenario Lin Yan had envisioned, whereby Luoyin forcibly took him to a villa in a rather risque manner, did not transpire. Instead, they behaved like an ordinary couple, concluding their day with a kiss upon reaching the school gate. Watching the young lady depart with her roommate, Lin Yan felt a peculiar emptiness within him. How ironic it was that he had previously found her overly clingy, yet now that she had returned to her usual self, he felt a sense of discomfort. Truly, as Xiaoyu had pointed out, he was rather fickle. After a brief moment of longing, he finally returned to the boys' dormitory with his two roommates. As they opened the door, they found Fu Yinjie lying on his bed with a dejected expression. Rather than offering him comfort, the three roommates exchanged wicked smiles. "Oh, isn't this our brother Bibo?" On the way back from the school gate, He Chong, bored and scrolling through his phone, was the first to discover a post from Fu Yinjie's Moments. It contained no image, just a simple yet poignant quote: "My life is like walking on thin ice." After quickly sharing this with Yun Tianhua and Lin Yan, the trio immediately wore knowing smiles. Without needing to ask, They could already imagine the unfortunate experiences this hapless fellow had endured that day. With this thought in mind, they quickened their pace. Did they intend to return to comfort the unfortunate soul? What a joke! As his most considerate roommates, this was the perfect opportunity to mock him face to face. Upon entering, Lin Yan greeted Fu Yinjia with a mischievous smile, calling him Brother Bibbo. The already despondent Fu Yinjia, confronted with the unrestrained laughter of his companions, appeared as if he were turning into a dried, bitter melon. However, he clearly understood that it would be arduous to face off against three, and thus he turned his head towards the wall, pretending not to hear. Yet, how could these three rascals let him off so easily? Fu Yinjia felt the bed frame shake, and when he looked up, he was astonished to find three people had climbed onto his bed, grinning mischievously at him. The usually gentle and honest He Chong, at that moment, wore a lewd expression as he held his phone and exuberantly proclaimed, "Ah, my life feels like treading on thin ice." Ha! Unable to contain himself any longer, Fu Yinjia felt deeply insulted by the trio, laughing uncontrollably. He sprang up and lunged at them, shouting, "Shut up, you three scoundrels." However, his frail physique was no match for the three of them. Even He Chong could easily subdue him. In an instant, he was pinned down on the bed. Realizing the vast disparity in strength between him and his three companions, Fu Yinjia promptly surrendered, exclaiming, "Fathers, I was wrong. Please, have mercy and let me go." Naturally, Lin Yan and the others had no intention of truly harming him. After a brief scare, they released him, allowing him to sit up. Lin Yan straightened his slightly disheveled sleeves from the earlier scuffle and calmly inquired, "All right, now tell us what happened today." Under the pressure of their questioning, Fu Yinjia grimaced as he recounted the day's events. In truth, there was little to recount, as his narrative aligned closely with what Lin Yan and the others had surmised. When Fu Yinjia arrived at the meeting place with great enthusiasm at noon, he discovered that the girl who allegedly had feelings for him had brought the entire dormitory along. Encouraged by a few girls, they all ventured to a Western restaurant for a meal. Initially, being surrounded by numerous girls filled Fu Yinjia with excitement. However, upon receiving the bill that amounted to his entire monthly living expenses, reality struck him. Reflecting on the mockery from Lin Yan and the others the previous night, he discreetly pulled the girl aside as the group clamored for milk tea and mustered the courage to pose that fateful question. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" The harsh truth was that he undoubtedly received a friend zone card, as she gently declined, stating, "I feel we aren't that familiar yet." Those who could gain admission to Shanghai University might lack emotional intelligence, but their intellect certainly wasn't diminished. Moreover, after enduring the ridicule from his roommates, he quickly grasped the girl's intentions and realized he had merely been a naive target. Thus, after fabricating a random excuse, he dejectedly returned to school alone. In retrospect, he thought, it wasn't such a loss after all. It was just a month's living expenses. Not to mention, if he found himself in dire need of food, his father would generously lend him some money. But remember, he must repay it at a rate of 9 out of 13. Born of capitalist lineage, Yun Tianhua effortlessly reveals the essence of a shrewd businessman. In contrast, He Chong exudes a far more sincere demeanor. He gently patted Fu Yinjia on the shoulder, offering kind consolation. Spending a little money to uncover the truth sooner is not a bad thing. Just think of it as a lavish meal out today. Even with his complete lack of romantic experience, he understood clearly that in such situations, outsiders could not offer effective counsel in advance. Only when the individual comes to a realization can they possibly extricate themselves in a timely manner. Compared to He Chong, Lin Yan's words were far more direct. "I told you, any girl whose WeChat name indicates she doesn't eat cilantro is untrustworthy. Now you see the truth, don't you? All right, stop looking so glum. Take out your phone. I'll guide you through a few rounds to help you forget your pain." Just as he reached for his phone, he seemed to recall something and quickly opened the green bubble to send a message to Bai Luoyin, casually adding, "Wait, let me call my wife in." Fu Yinjia responded, "Brother, are you sure this is your way of comforting me?" Chapter 82. The soul of a worker. The following weeks passed in a relatively mundane rhythm of study. Lin Yan gradually adapted to the routine of accompanying Bai Luoyin to classes, meals, and leisurely strolls, an ordinary yet blissful romance. Every weekend, the young couple seized the opportunity to escape the confines of school and retreat to Bai Luoyin's villa for a rare moment of intimacy. They resembled newlyweds, immersed in the joys of grocery shopping, cooking together, and then reclining on the balcony to admire the sunset. As night fell, they would utilize the projector in the living room to watch films. However, they often found it difficult to complete a movie. Each time they reached the halfway mark, Bai Luoyan would transform into a mischievous siren, skillfully teasing the young man. Faced with her unexpectedly adept tactics, Lin Yan would find his psychological defenses effortlessly breached, unwittingly succumbing to her playful rhythm. Yet, what vexed him the most was that, apart from the most crucial step, they had nearly engaged in everything else. Even when the young man finally had the chance to experience firsthand the biological knowledge ingrained in his mind, some matters ultimately required personal effort. After several such encounters, he sadly discovered that the muscles in his left arm had become increasingly pronounced. Setting aside these little interludes, the trajectory of his university life slowly settled into a monotonous pattern. Aside from the passage of time and the arrival of November, which brought a gradual chill to the air, it seemed that this semester would continue in such a manner. Of course, beneath the surface of attending classes and romance, Lin Yan was also diligently striving in secret. Before the month's end, he had composed the ancient melodies promised to Lin Lao and 4 songs for the illustrious Lu Xingyun. The selection of the ancient piece was relatively straightforward. Lin Yan chose High Mountains and Flowing Water, a renowned classic, without much deliberation. In Lin Yan's memories, implanted by the system, this song is far more renowned in another parallel world than the piece Drunken Fisherman Sings at Dusk performed at the welcoming party. This renowned melody draws inspiration from the illustrious tale of the meeting and friendship between Bo Ya and Ziqi. Lin Yan's selection of this ancient piece harbors his own subtle intentions. Although titled High Mountains and Flowing Water, in an alternate dimension, it has been divided into 2 distinct pieces, High Mountains and Flowing Water. Lin Yan's choice is akin to a buy one get one free deal. After all, the ancient melody had not demanded anything from Lin Lao, merely requesting a verbal promise for future assistance. Thus, Lin Yan did not mind obligating Lin Lao to a greater favor, adding weight to the promise of future help. To Lin Yan, it was merely a matter of transcribing what resided in his mind, requiring little effort. Clearly, his approach was indeed successful. When Lin Lao received the 2 musical scores he sent via email, he momentarily thought he was mistaken. He removed his reading glasses, polished them carefully, and donned them again, confirming that he indeed had 2 ancient melodies before him, nearly leaping with joy. Any lingering dissatisfaction from the prior negotiations with Bai Luoyan had evaporated instantly. After all, these were 2 ancient compositions, and Lin Yan had previously assured him that they would be no lesser than the earlier piece. To complement the essence of these 2 melodies, Lin Yan even penned the story of Bo Ya and Ziqi, which did not exist in this world, and included it in the email. Lin Lao squinted as he perused the entire narrative before slowly opening the attached scores. Minutes later, after hastily reviewing the ancient compositions, his face was awash with astonishment and shock. If he had harbored any doubts about Lin Yan's abilities before, they had now entirely transformed into admiration and bewilderment. He could not fathom how an 18-year-old youth could compose such profoundly moving ancient music. In that moment, Lin Yan seemed to embody the spirits of countless venerable sages of Huaxia. However, it was evident that he had no time to ponder these trivial matters. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Yet, before he could speak, a gruff voice erupted from the other end. "Old Lin, do you have any idea what time it is? I have trouble sleeping as it is. And just as I finally fell asleep, you call me? You better have a good reason, or else." Before the irate elder could finish, Lin Lao interjected. "Enough of this nonsense. Get up and check the email I just sent you before we continue this conversation." The person on the other end, familiar with Lin Lao's temperament, understood that he would not make such a call without cause. He reluctantly got out of bed, grumbling, and turned on his computer. Old Lin did not urge or hang up the phone. Instead, he wore a faint smile as he awaited the reaction from the other end. 10 minutes later, the elderly man on the line could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Old Lin, where did you come by this? It rivals the ancient melody you retrieved from Jianghai University." Old Lin offered no reply, but rather, he deflected the question, saying, "What's the matter? Aren't you upset that I disturbed your slumber? You can still return to sleep, and there's no need for you to worry about this ancient melody. I shall seek the assistance of other old companions." As expected, the elder on the other end immediately erupted with frustration, saying, "Sleep? What do you mean sleep? Hurry. Let us divide our efforts and awaken those old fellows. We must gather at our usual place to perform this piece." Hearing this, old Lin found himself momentarily stunned. "But it's already midnight. Are you serious? And what of midnight? If you wish to sleep, you shall have plenty of time in the years to come. By the time you're in a coffin, you'll have all the time in the world to sleep. Enough of this chatter. Let us meet in half an hour at the usual place." Before old Lin could respond, the line went dead. Staring at the hung-up phone, old Lin was left in a state of bewilderment. Was he not intending to work overtime tonight? Lin Yan had not anticipated that a single email would inadvertently keep several elderly gentlemen awake throughout the night. Naturally, he was not the only one busy that evening. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan also pinned the 4 songs promised to Chen Tian and sent them out via email. Unlike old Lin, when Chen Tian, the head of the entertainment company, received the email, he was in the recording studio. For him, working late into the night was a common occurrence. This evening, he was listening to other songs prepared for Lu Xingyun's album alongside her. Apart from the previously composed Lantingyi Su and King Wasi, as well as the 4 new songs promised by Lin Yan, they only had a total of 6 songs, which was insufficient for an album. Thus, he still needed to select a few additional songs for filling. After utilizing all the company's top-notch creators and laboring for nearly a month, they had finally assembled 6 reasonably good songs. However, as Lu Xingyun gazed at the sheet music before her, her distaste was almost palpable. She had debuted as a songwriter and held exceedingly high standards for music. Over the years, apart from Lin Yan's 2 songs, she had seldom been satisfied with the works of others. Were it not for the insistence of Chen Tian, she would never have agreed to sing songs created by others. Yet, even so, it was still challenging for her to lower her standards and begrudgingly accept these hastily written pieces. Chen Tian, being well aware of her disposition, was preparing to speak to her when the door to the room suddenly swung open. A staff member hurriedly entered, addressing Chen Tian and Lu Xingyun. "Mr. Chen, we have just received the sheet music from Mr. Lin. Chapter 83. No matter how impressive, you must attend the early 8. This time, Lin Yan refrained from exploiting someone else's resources. It was not due to a sudden moral awakening, but rather because the songs of that superstar were imbued with a strong personal style, rendering them unsuitable for Lu Xingyun, the diva. Thus, after careful consideration, he meticulously selected 4 songs that he deemed particularly fitting for Lu Xingyun's persona. At that moment, Chen Tian and Lu Xingyun were intently focused on the songs in the email. As Lu Xingyun gazed at the sheet music, the brilliance in her eyes intensified. Although Lin Yan had not recorded a demo this time as he had previously, Lu Xingyun's talent allowed her to effortlessly hum the melodies of the songs. With each note she softly sang, her excitement grew more apparent. 10 minutes later, she turned to Chen Tian and declared, "Boss, I want these songs. Quickly, call the band. We need to start recording now and aim to finish the demo overnight." Thus, due to Lin Yan's email, another group of individuals found themselves reluctantly working through the night. Lin Yan, however, was unconcerned about such matters. He was currently gazing at a series of numbers on his phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Trusting by Luo Yan, although he had yet to send the sheet music, Chen Tian had already transferred the payment for the songs in advance. After all, could the esteemed daughter of the Bai family possibly deceive him over such a trivial sum? With the addition of the initial 2 songs, Lin Yan's account now boasted an income of 25 million. With the increase of capital, Lin Yan no longer had to exercise the same caution as before. After a month of gathering information and analysis, he had identified several suitable investment targets. Upon receiving Chen Tian's affirmative feedback regarding the 4 songs, he felt reassured enough to begin utilizing the funds in his account. After dividing the 25 million into 3 portions and formulating investment plans for the selected targets, he finally closed his laptop with satisfaction. It was now late at night, and he could directly proceed with the investments come morning. Although it was merely a copy, composing 6 pieces of sheet music had left Lin Yan somewhat fatigued. Having completed his task, he retired to bed with a sense of ease. The night passed without incident. When the next day arrived, Lin Yan, who had just finalized a transaction worth tens of millions, found himself, like countless ordinary university students, obliged to rise early for his 8 a.m. class. Indeed, not only him, even Bai Luo Yan, who usually managed projects worth billions daily, had to dutifully attend class. As usual, the 2 paid little attention to the lecturer. their minds engrossed in one another throughout the morning's lessons. However, they remained somewhat restrained, refraining from the usual unrestrained behavior they exhibited at the villa. However, routine checks, such as assessing the quality of stockings or examining abdominal muscles, are undoubtedly indispensable. Fortunately, the desks in the classroom of Jianhai University are relatively high, allowing the two to appear, on the surface, composed and dignified, while beneath the table, their hands were nearly engaged in a brawl. After confirming their relationship, Lin Yan finally let his guard down. Shedding his unnecessary reserve, he found himself gradually enraptured by the seemingly trivial antics with the girl. Yet, after an extensive lesson, both appeared somewhat drained, slumped in their seats. It seems that after their so-called playful exchanges, they ultimately found themselves in a mutually detrimental predicament. By Luo Yan, her face flushed with embarrassment, tugged at her slightly torn stockings, shooting a glance of mild reproach at Lin Yan. This guy? Who could tear stockings just by touching them? How infuriating. But why are men so fond of this? Never mind. I'll have Xiaoyu arrange for another batch to be bought tonight. Perhaps I should try purple next time? Observing the girl's melancholic gaze, Lin Yan seemed to discern her inner grievances, and a victorious smile spread across his face. The girl, visibly displeased, huffed softly and reluctantly stood, declaring, "All right, let us go eat. What an injustice. I've been bullied by him. Yet I must find someone to cook so many delicious dishes to serve him. Bai Luoyan, where is your dignity as an empress? Where is your aloofness as the head of the Bai family? Oh, by the way, I wonder if Xiaoyu instructed the cooks not to prepare those green beans again. Last time, my husband said he doesn't like them, nor that jade tofu. Humph. He claims to dislike tofu, yet never voiced such a sentiment when indulging in mine." As if recalling something, the blush that had faded from her cheeks resurfaced. Lin Yan looked at the girl in confusion, a wave of puzzlement washing over him. Could this girl be so flustered by her own predicament? Have I done anything to warrant such a reaction? Noticing Lin Yan's gaze upon her, Bai Luoyan, slightly irritated, gave him a nudge, urging, "Haven't you seen enough? Hurry up and get up. What? Do you need me to assist you?" However, she did not anticipate Lin Yan's sudden display of embarrassment. He discreetly glanced downward and, feeling somewhat flustered, said, "Why don't you all leave first? I would like to rest a bit." Although his actions were somewhat subtle, they could not evade the girl's keen observation. Following Lin Yan's gaze downward, Bai Luoyan's expression shifted to one of understanding moments later. "Oh, are you indisposed right now? Should I help you with that?" The earlier irritation had long been cast aside, and at that moment, the girl smiled like a playful little fox as she leaned closer to Lin Yan. However, when faced with the approach of the young girl, Lin Yan, who had been filled with self-satisfaction just moments before, recoiled as if struck by an arrow. He nervously swallowed and shouted at the girl, who was now within arm's reach, "Please keep your distance. It would be a kindness." Observing Lin Yan's adorable demeanor, the girl could hardly resist the opportunity to tease him. Just as she prepared to reach out towards Lin Yan, Xiaoyu, who had been silently observing their flirtation like a shadow, was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of her phone. She swiftly answered the call, and upon discerning the conversation's contents, her brow furrowed in concern. After hanging up, she leaned closer to Bai Luoyan and whispered a few words in her ear. The once smiling Bai Luoyan's expression rapidly transformed. Becoming frosty, she muttered in a low voice, "What does he want? Is he seeking death?" After a moment of contemplation, she quickly replaced her icy demeanor with a warm smile and said to Lin Yan, "Darling, please rest here for a moment. I need to attend to something. I will meet you by the lake later for dinner." With that, she and Xiaoyu turned and left the classroom. As Lin Yan watched their departing figures, he sensed an unexpected air of menace surrounding Bai Luoyan. He couldn't help but wonder which unfortunate soul had incurred her wrath this time. Chapter 84. So, has my rival arrived? Taking deep breaths in the classroom, Lin Yan finally stood up after a few minutes of gathering himself. Having grown weary of the incessant display of affection between him and Bai Luoyan, the roommates from rooms 520 and 502 had collectively refused the lavish offerings of the wealthy heiress. For them, even the most exquisite dishes prepared by a five-star chef could not mask the sourness of this couple's romance. In contrast, they would rather dine at the school cafeteria. Thus, as soon as class ended, they eagerly vacated the classroom, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would result in another unwanted serving of their relationship's dog food. Surveying the empty classroom, Lin Yan stretched lazily and began to gather his books as he made his way to the door. However, as he approached the entrance, he was taken aback to encounter an unexpected individual, his classmate, Lin Yan. At that moment, he stood at the doorway accompanied by 4 men dressed in black, casting a menacing gaze towards Lin Yan. Perhaps Lin Yan's name had faded from memory, so let me remind everyone of this individual. He is the one who, before the school year began, evaded military training using a forged certificate and then, on the first day of school, foolishly attempted to sit beside by Lin Yan. He is also the one who, in a bid to compete with He Chang for the position of class monitor, suffered a humiliating defeat. Since that incident, it remained unclear whether he had heeded the advice of Yin Tianhua or simply felt too embarrassed to face by Lin Yan. Regardless, he had seemingly vanished from Lin Yan and by Lin Yan's presence, appearing rarely even though they were classmates. Until today, when he re-emerged, blocking Lin Yan's path with 4 bodyguards in tow. Without the need for words, Lin Yan could discern the intent behind the teasing glances of the other party. With a resigned sigh, he cast a glance at the 4 men in black behind him and could not help but quip, who established the notion that bodyguards must don black suits and sunglasses. Is this some rigid dress code from your esteemed bodyguard association? Or are you all part of a clandestine organization that hunts aliens by night? Come on, it's been decades. Can't your profession keep pace with the times? Even I, who am accustomed to your appearance, have grown weary of it. Not only the 4 bodyguards, but even Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned what this insufferable fellow might say, perhaps invoking by Lin Yan to threaten him or begging for mercy when the situation turned dire. However, he never anticipated that this man would still be indulging in trivialities even when facing imminent peril. His expression shifted from mockery to derision as he appraised Lin Yan from head to toe and finally spoke. You really don't believe that simply associating with Bai Luoyan grants you immunity, do you? Or do you genuinely think someone of her stature would harbor any genuine affection for an ordinary person like you? Let me enlighten you. A lady from such a prestigious family only indulges in fleeting whims. Once she tires of you, you will be nothing more than discarded refuse. Lin Yan refrained from immediately countering him, for he understood that, in a conventional sense, the other S words held a kernel of truth. In this world, where were the fairy tales of Cinderella and her prince? The vast majority were merely narratives of capital exploiting beauty and manipulating hearts. Were it not for the connection he shared with Bai Luoyan in a past life, upon learning that a noble woman pursued him so fervently in this life, he would most likely seek to escape at once, as far away as possible. Compared to these affluent families, ordinary individuals were far too vulnerable to harm. As he observed the arrogant Lin Tianyang before him, Lin Yan instinctively rubbed his chin, a telltale sign of his contemplation, known well to Bai Luoyan and Xiao Yu. He first glanced at the surveillance cameras in the corridor and then surveyed Lin Tianyang and the few men behind him. Instead of responding directly to Lin Tianyang's taunts, he engaged in his own analysis. Since you have brought people to corner me here, I assume the cameras have been disabled. However, I fail to grasp the significance of your actions. I do not believe you possess the audacity to kill me on the spot, nor do we harbor such deep-seated animosity. So, the question arises, what is your true objective? You have gone to such lengths, assembling a small entourage solely to beat me up? Even if your previous assertions hold some merit, you are well aware of how protective Bai Luoyan is of me. According to your own words, I, a mere pretty face, am still in the throes of romance with this young lady of high standing. If she were to discover the deeds you have committed against me, she would undoubtedly strip your skin off. While you may not be the brightest, it is hard to believe you could fail to grasp such a simple matter. Yet, despite this, you still dare to present yourself before me with your companions. Pray tell, what is the reason behind this? At this juncture, Lin Yan suddenly burst into a knowing laugh. He cast a significant glance at Lin Tianyang, who, despite believing himself to hold the upper hand, found himself retreating a step under Lin Yan's gaze. Ah, so you are merely a pawn, are you? And that puppet master of yours must have been the very individual who prompted Bai Luoyan's abrupt departure to address some pressing issue. With a brain as small as a walnut, you actually believe that person could secure your safety in Bai Luoyan's presence? How amusing. So, it seems my so-called rival is finally making an appearance. Lin Tianyang could not fathom why he obediently endured Lin Yan's entire analysis. He was baffled as to how this seemingly ordinary individual could deduce so much in such a short span of time. The crux of the matter was that Lin Yan was indeed correct. He had been instructed by someone to create trouble for him. Observing the smile on Lin Yan's face, he felt compelled to prevent any further commentary from him. Thus, he gritted his teeth and commanded the 4 men behind him, "What are you waiting for? Go." As the 4 burly figures, as formidable as black bears, charged towards him, Lin Yan displayed not an ounce of alarm, but rather a hint of regret as he remarked, "You truly brought just 4 with you? It appears I have been underestimated." 5 minutes later, Lin Yan washed his hands in the restroom at the end of the corridor and then left with an air of nonchalance. Inside the classroom, the 4 robust figures lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. Lu Tianyong sat on the floor, his face a mask of disbelief, repeatedly murmuring, "This is impossible." In the face of Lin Yan's genuine prowess, even without the physical rewards from the system, dealing with those 4 was like child's play. Compared to the lethal foes on the battlefield, these 4 harmless individuals were akin to toddlers in a kindergarten setting. Rather than running amok, Lin Yan proceeded as planned to the artificial lake. However, as he reached the grass by the lake, he spotted Bai Luoyan and Xiao Yu in the distance. As he suspected, a young man stood before Bai Luoyan at that moment. The man seemed to sense Lin Yan's gaze and looked up, flashing a smile in his direction. In the next instant, he unexpectedly spread his arms wide, seemingly intent on embracing Bai Luoyan. Chapter 85, I Believe in You. Bai Luoyan glowered at the young man before her, her impatience evident as she spoke. "Have I not told you to cease appearing before me? Do you truly believe I am jesting?" Truth be told, the young man standing before her possessed a most admirable demeanor. With a tall and slender frame, striking features, and a tailored suit that accentuated his noble demeanor, he resembled a refined nobleman stepping out from the pages of a novel. While he may not evoke gasps of awe from women, his mere presence undeniably drew their attention. He paid no heed to Bai Luoyan's threats. Instead, a hint of indulgent amusement graced his lips as he remarked, "Yin Yan, must you silence yourself?" The man displayed no anger, merely shaking his head in exasperation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, an odd smile emerged on his face. Before Bai Luoyan could decipher his peculiar behavior, he unexpectedly opened his arms and lunged towards her. A flash of crimson ignited in her eyes, and like a nimble leopard, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating swiftly. Before she could regain her balance, a voice as cold as ice escaped her lips. "Shin Yongyan, do you seek to provoke me? If you desire death, I can oblige." The man named Shin Yongyan froze, evidently taken aback by the girl's remarkable agility. Before he could collect his thoughts, he noticed Shangwan Wanyu had positioned herself between him and Bai Luoyan. He ceased his advance, lowering his arms and smiling at the space behind Bai Luoyan. Realizing the direction of his gaze, Bai Luoyan instinctively turned to look behind her. When she laid eyes on Lin Yan, standing just behind them, she felt as if struck by lightning, instantaneously becoming immobilized. Moments later, she regained her composure and swiftly spun around, rushing towards Lin Yan. Upon reaching him, an unprecedented panic washed over her. Her hands moved frantically as she looked at him with a pleading gaze, exclaiming, "Darling, please let me explain. I have no connection with him. Truly, I merely intended to send him away beforehand. I implore you, do not misunderstand. We share nothing." In that moment, Bai Luoyan resembled a drowning individual, overwhelmed by terror and helplessness. Though she was acutely aware of her lack of connection with the other man and had successfully evaded his embrace, she understood Lin Yan's sensitivity stemming from past betrayals. The fact that she had concealed her meeting with a stranger from him weighed heavily on her conscience. She could scarcely fathom how to navigate life if Lin Yan were to distance himself from her due to such an unfounded misunderstanding. While previously it may have been bearable, now that she had Lin Yan, she realized she could not bear to part from him. To her, he was like the water necessary for her survival. "Darling, you must believe me. I am yours. I belong solely to you." Witnessing Bai Luoyan's frantic state, Lin Yan felt a tremor in his heart. In his heart, the young girl embodied pride, standing high and resplendent like the sun. Even though their time together had significantly altered his initial impression of her, she remained haughty, endearing, and even possessed an alluring hint of danger. Today, however, he witnessed her in a state of panic for the first time. No, that was not entirely true. He had seen such a visage before. On that day when he feigned death to escape, Bai Luoyan had arrived at his residence and encountered the staged corpse he had arranged. revealing a similarly shattered expression. As he gazed upon by Luo Yan, Lin Yan felt a pang of heartache, as if his heart had been clenched in someone's grasp. He quickly gathered the nearly shattered girl into his embrace, gently patting her back while whispering soothing words. There, do not weep. Rest assured, I trust you. I witnessed everything. I understand that you merely wished to send him away, with no other intentions. That guy attempted to embrace you on purpose upon seeing me. Fortunately, my girl is swift and did not allow him to succeed. And even if he had managed to hold you, Lin Yan had intended to add that it would not have been a significant matter if she had been held by someone else. Yet, the moment he envisioned the image of the girl in the arms of a stranger, an unexpected crimson flickered in his eyes, acknowledging the uncontrollable fury brewing within him. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. What is happening to me? Could it be that I am infected by Luo Yan's emotions? He shook his head, dismissing this implausible thought, and continued to comfort the girl in his arms. You should know that I have lived for nearly a century. I am no foolish protagonist from a romance novel. I will not be the type to sulk in silence, misinterpreting a sight of my girlfriend with another man, running away without inquiry, only to spend countless chapters entangled in misunderstandings and mutual hurt until the truth is revealed in a melodramatic climax. At this moment, hearing Lin Yan's comforting words, Luo Yan finally ceased her tears, yet remained nestled against him, reluctant to part. Feeling her nuzzle against him, Lin Yan smiled and stroked her hair. Her tresses were remarkably soft, and he found himself reluctant to release his hold. While he continued to caress her head as one would a small cat, he added, I possess eyes. I can see the triumphant glint in that man's gaze when he beheld me. I possess a voice. Should there be any misunderstanding, I would address it directly with you. Most importantly, I possess intellect. Surely, you would not think that I would remain idle after being with you? My girl is the daughter of the Bai family's grand tycoon. Someone as exceptional as you could not fail to attract the envy of others. For both your sake and mine, how could I do nothing if I wish to be with you? Am I to become a mere kept man, living off the generosity of others? As he spoke, he finally directed his gaze toward the man not far away, effortlessly identifying him. That individual was none other than Shun Yongyan, the heir of the Shun family in the capital. The Shun family, a commercial giant rivaling the Bai group, had been partners with the Bai family since their grandfather's generation, and their ties had not waned even into this generation. That young man had likely known you since childhood and harbored intentions to pursue you, hadn't he, Shun Yongyan? Upon hearing Lin Yan call his name, Shun Yongyan, who had been standing quietly to the side, could no longer maintain his previous smile. For the first time, he scrutinized the youth before him, sensing that he may have misjudged something. Chapter 86. The pain is too much. While Shun Yongyan was appraising Lin Yan, Lin Yan was equally assessing the rival that the author had prepared for him. This plot is indeed cliched. At this moment, Lin Yan's inner grievances were nearly overwhelming. It was no wonder he felt so discontented. After all, this was already Chapter 86. Yet, this so-called male lead of a satisfying narrative was still a novice. Can you believe it? Those in the know were enjoying a thrilling tale, while others might think the author was penning a treatise urging virtue. Meanwhile, the male lead next door had progressed to the point where, instead of merely consuming meat, he could already be a father. If one were to tally up the 9 realms, he would be nearing a century old and still had not tasted meat. Do you know what that feels like? Do you comprehend the discomfort? Oh wait, you do. After all, you have traversed these years in the same manner. Smiling JPG. But can this truly be blamed on me? Did I not grant him opportunities in Chapter 59? Yet, this young man, who plays both roles, turns around to blame the author? Does he even realize the darkness that resides in the heart of a web novelist who toils away in shadowy corners for the sake of writing? By brazenly mocking the author in front of the readers, is he aspiring to be a monk for life? I must admit, this schizophrenic writing style is incredibly effective. It allows me to effortlessly churn out a few hundred words right before your eyes. Returning to the main narrative, Lin Yan gazed at the young man before him, his mind rapidly flashing through the details of the latter's profile. Shun Yongyan, aged 20, the heir of the next generation of the Shun family. He had first encountered the 6-year-old Bai Luo Yan at a business gathering when he was 8. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, he boldly initiated a pursuit of Bai Luo Yan, attempting to proclaim her as his possession through ostentatious gestures. Unfortunately, the young heiress not only offered no response, but also managed to gnaw off a substantial piece from the Shun family's resources through several business dealings. Sensing the girl's resoluteness, he subsequently tempered his approach and abruptly announced his intention to study abroad. Despite Bai Luoyan's undeniable disdain for his previous actions, the formidable influence of the Shun family, rivaling that of the Bai family, compelled both families to tacitly cease their commercial hostilities following Shun Yongyan's departure abroad. For Bai Luoyan, her primary focus at this moment was to await Lin Yan's return. However, she was taken aback when this individual, who was supposed to be studying overseas, suddenly reappeared. Moreover, he was presumably aware of the relationship between Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan, yet he foolishly concocted a scheme against Lin Yan. In Lin Yan's eyes, the so-called plot of this 20-year-old youth was rather immature. Observing the couple before him, oblivious to their surroundings as they embraced, the once gentle Shen Yongyan could no longer maintain his composure. In truth, there was no need for clandestine investigations. The ostentatious display of affection between Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan was already the talk of the town, both within and beyond the school's borders. The romance between the Bai family's eldest daughter and an ordinary student at Jianghai University had quickly captured public attention. Headlines questioning the longevity of a wealthy heiress's love were splashed across major entertainment sections, often accompanied by photographs of Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan kissing in public. It was no wonder that the external world was so captivated. Who could ignore the fact that Bai Luoyan was the sole remaining support of the vast Bai family? Marrying her was tantamount to acquiring the entire Bai group as a dowry. Setting aside all of that, which man could resist the allure of such a breathtaking goddess as Bai Luoyan? Shen Yongyan had merely gone abroad, not to prison. Even if he had not deliberately sought to investigate Bai Luoyan's feelings, he effortlessly stumbled upon photographs of her kissing Lin Yan. The moment he saw those images, he could no longer remain idle. He booked a flight home that very afternoon. Initially, he had thought Bai Luoyan's previous rejection stemmed from youthful shyness. His departure was not an act of surrender. Rather, he believed that in a few years, as they all matured, Bai Luoyan would find it easier to accept him. Yet, to his utter dismay, no sooner had he left than Bai Luoyan began a romance with an ordinary boy. This reality was utterly intolerable to him. Gazing at Bai Luoyan, nestled tightly in Lin Yan's embrace, displaying a vulnerability he had never witnessed before, his fists instinctively clenched. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and called out, "Yan." He had intended to address her as Yan Yan, but was met with a chilling gaze directed at him, that of Shangwan Wanyu, who stood firmly in his path. Recognizing the unmasked hostility in her eyes, Shen Yongyan prudently sealed his lips. He understood better than anyone the bond shared between Shangwan Wanyu and Bai Luoyan. Do not be deceived by the fact that the individual before him is merely a servant. His power surpasses that of the so-called affluent elite by a considerable margin. He was certain that should he persist in uttering the name Yan Yan, the other party would not hesitate to draw a knife and strike. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he reorganized his thoughts and spoke. "Luoyan, this must be your boyfriend. Are you not inclined to make an introduction?" As his voice rang out, Bai Luoyan, who had been nestled in Lin Yan's embrace, seemed to finally recall his presence. She gently addressed Lin Yan, saying, "Darling, please wait a moment while I deal with some trash." Lin Yan smiled faintly and patted her back lightly in response. "Go ahead, I will wait for you here." The gaze that had previously brimmed with warmth transformed into an icy glare as it shifted toward him. Her once graceful brows furrowed slightly, and as she approached Shen Yongyan, her fury radiated palpably. With each step closer to Shen Yongyan, the aura of both an empress and a corporate mogul intensified. When she finally stood before Shen Yongyan, even this worldly air could not suppress a flicker of anxiety. Striving to muster a smile, Shen Yongyan began, "Luoyan." Yet his words were preempted by Luoyan's thunderous roar. "Have I not warned you to refrain from appearing before me? Do you dare to conspire against me? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you?" As her voice fell, her right leg transformed into a blur, delivering a vicious kick aimed directly at Shen Yongyan's lower region. The anguished scream echoed, and Lin Yan thought he discerned the sound of an egg shattering. As a fellow man, he instinctively clenched his legs. The mere thought of it was excruciating. Chapter 87. I will no longer flee. Observing Shen Yongyan clutching his groin and rolling his eyes on the ground, Lin Yan cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. He could clearly sense that Bai Luo Yin had held nothing back in that strike. Despite her seemingly delicate frame, Lin Yan understood the immense strength contained within her petite body. He even suspected that the sound of the egg shattering was not merely a figment of his imagination. Goodness, will this fellow become a relic of the past? Having successfully vented her pent-up anger with that decisive blow, Bai Luo Yin returned contentedly to Lin Yan's side. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the fierce persona she had just exhibited. Instead, she appeared as an adorable, demure young woman, gazing up at her boyfriend with her charming eyes. All right, all done, let us go. Recalling the girl's precise and forceful strike, Lin Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. He resolved then and there to never again provoke this seemingly harmless young lady. As the heir of the Shen family, Shen Yongnian was naturally accompanied by elusive figures in black. As he collapsed, several bodyguards emerged from nowhere to support their young master. They were undoubtedly aware of the identity of the girl who had struck him. Thus, despite their resentment, they could only cast sorrowful glances at Bai Luo Yin and Shangguan Wanyu. Xiaoyu shot them a glare and, in a warning tone, urged, "Why aren't you hurrying to help your young master back? Or do you wish for me to lend a kick once more?" As steadfast supporters of Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yin, she harbored no disguise for her animosity towards Shen Yongnian. The bodyguards did not challenge her. Instead, they helped Shen Yongnian to his feet, preparing to leave. However, witnessing Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yin nestled together, the man who should have been unconscious suddenly regained his senses and, with a hint of indignation, shouted at them, "Bai Luo Yin, do not be so naive. How many days have you known him? You are merely blinded by what you call love. You should know that only someone like me truly deserves you." As he observed this man, who had suffered a critical blow yet managed to recover swiftly, Lin Yan could not help but feel a flicker of admiration. Nevertheless, Bai Luo Yin appeared oblivious to his words and sweetly turned to Lin Yan, saying, "Darling, I'm hungry. Will you accompany me for a meal?" Naturally, Lin Yan had no answer other than a resounding affirmation. Behind them, Shangguan Wanyu regarded the relentless Shen Yongnian with a glimmer of disdain. How dare he question how long the young master and miss had known each other? They had been acquainted since their previous lives, after all. Rolling her eyes at Shen Yongnian, she quickly caught up with her miss and young master. The couple did not venture far, settling on a relatively flat patch of grass by the artificial lake. As soon as they sat down, Xiaoyu promptly placed a box filled with food before them, prepared in advance. With each layer of the box unveiled, a sumptuous lunch revealed itself. Bai Luo Yin picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and, in a gentle tone reminiscent of coaxing a child, offered it to Lin Yan's lips, saying, "Darling, come." Oh, seeing the tender expression on her face, Lin Yan obediently opened his mouth and accepted the morsel she presented. Thus commenced a delightful sequence of her feeding him. After consuming nearly half of the meal, Lin Yan finally gestured, overwhelmed, to indicate that he could eat no more. Observing the girl who had hardly touched her food throughout, he advised, "You should eat too. You've barely had anything." The girl shook her head, setting down her chopsticks, and affectionately clung to his arm. Even now, Bai Luo Yin felt a lingering trace of trepidation in her heart. To her, the mere thought of Lin Yan's disappointment was unbearable. She could not withstand even the slightest crack or doubt in their relationship. The mere idea of him looking at her with disappointment sent her into a frenzy. In that moment, she even contemplated summoning a bodyguard to forcibly bring Lin Yan back if things did not go well. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, the villa they had been staying in over the weekend was actually adjacent to another property owned by Bai Luo Yin, which featured an exquisitely designed luxurious basement. Having already faced the loss of Lin Yan once, Bai Luo Yin was meticulously prepared for any eventuality. Oblivious to the peril he had narrowly escaped, Lin Yan seemed to sense the girl's anxiety and enveloped her in his arms. He understood her fears and spoke soothingly. "Trust me, I will not escape again. I have promised to remain by your side. So, please do not burden yourself so. It pains me to see you like this." The girl buried her head in his chest and murmured softly, Lin Yan chuckled helplessly, not wishing to pressure her further, and continued, "I admit, due to that betrayal, I do harbor some trepidation regarding love. Yet, your presence has salvaged me. You know my character, I never force myself. But when I expressed my desire to be with you, it signified that I had moved past that betrayal." He paused momentarily, gazing affectionately at the girl in his embrace, and continued, "Thus, I wish to convey that you need not tread so cautiously. I believe in you, just as you believe in me. What I want you to understand is that I will not allow you to bear the weight of our love alone. Love is a mutual endeavor, requiring the effort of both parties. Therefore, should such a situation arise again, I hope you can trust your man more, all right? Bai Luoyan remained silent. Yet Lin Yan felt a dampness against his chest. The young man did not move, but held the girl in silence. After a while, Bai Luoyan finally released the pent-up anxiety within her. She nuzzled against Lin Yan, wiping her tears and sniffles on his shirt before lifting her head. With her eyes reddened, she looked at him and, pouting adorably, slowly raised her right hand, extending her pinky. Then let us make a pact. Seeing her childlike gesture, Lin Yan smiled knowingly and mirrored her action, intertwining their pinkies. As they locked their fingers, Bai Luoyan finally broke into a satisfied smile. In an instant, she nestled back into Lin Yan's embrace and playfully declared, "Darling, I'm hungry. Feed me." Lin Yan indulgently responded, just as a young girl would, taking up chopsticks to offer food to her lips, assuming the role of a feeder. Chapter 88. Breakfast at the small shop as Lin Yan had anticipated. Shen Yongyan did not relent. Within a few days, news of a wealthy heir coming to study at Jianghai University spread throughout the campus. While the university does not accommodate transfer students, there are provisions for exchange students. Regardless of Bai Luoyan's disdain for Shen Yongyan, as the designated heir of the Shen family, he possessed considerable merit. His education abroad had been at an Ivy League institution, and he had gained admission purely based on his own academic prowess, without leveraging his family's wealth. Now, he had come to Jianghai University under the guise of an exchange student. Though it remained uncertain whether he had been preoccupied with exchange arrangements or receiving treatment at the hospital during these days. Nevertheless, Bai Luoyan's earlier intervention appeared effective, as Shen Yongyan had notably refrained from appearing before them since his arrival at Jianghai University. Unbeknownst to them, the weekend had once again arrived. This week, Lin Yan had promised Bai Luoyan that he would accompany her to the villa in the city. Therefore, early Saturday morning, after completing his morning routine, he informed his roommates, "I'm heading out." Fu Yanjia, still lounging in bed engrossed in his phone, rolled his eyes and mockingly remarked, "Got it. Off to your girlfriend's place, right? We understand. You don't need to remind us. What are you doing here, killing time?" "No, it's not like that between us," Lin Yan retorted. "Oh, then what is it like?" Fu Yanjia pressed. "Don't tell me you've spent the night with her so many times and nothing has happened? With a goddess like her, unless you're a eunuch. Who could possibly resist?" The statement left Lin Yan momentarily speechless. At that moment, He Chong chimed in with a mischievous grin, "By the way, how did you manage to charm her the first time?" Before Lin Yan could respond, he continued to muse aloud, "Let me guess. Was it one of those cliché scenarios from novels? First, you say you're thirsty and ask if you can have a glass of water. After drinking, you casually mention you've sweated too much and inquire if you could take a shower. Then, when it gets late, you ask if you can sleep here. Don't worry. I won't touch you. I'll sleep on the floor. The floor is a bit cold. Can we squeeze in together? Rest assured, I'm not the kind to take advantage of someone. Can I hold you while I sleep? I promise I won't do anything. Can I steal a kiss? I just find myself unable to restrain my feelings looking at you. May I touch you? I assure you, I shall not engage in any actions." Finally, observing He Chong's lewd grin, Lin Yan couldn't help but lament that the honest and naive class leader from the beginning of the semester had ultimately changed. He had no desire to acknowledge these two unsavory individuals and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Yun Tianhua unexpectedly approached him, unceremoniously shoving a square box into the pocket of his jacket, admonishing, "Better safe than sorry. You should take this." Without waiting for Lin Yan's response, he departed, leaving behind a figure shrouded in mystery. Possessing keen eyesight, Lin Yan immediately recognized the contents of the box. His lips twitched as he cast a silent glance at his three roommates in the dormitory, then quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he beheld the enchanting young lady waiting there, radiant as a flower. The ever-present Shangwan Wanyu, who usually trailed behind her like a shadow, was absent today. In truth, whenever Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan sought to enjoy moments alone together, Xiaoyu graciously refrained from accompanying them. As she had once expressed, she felt assured with her husband by the lady's side. Thus, weekends became her rare respite. Today, Bai Luoyan adorned herself in a simple white long dress, complemented by a cozy gray vest, and topped it off with a white hat. The morning sunlight cascaded upon her, as the loose strands of hair upon her shoulders glimmered with golden hues. Gazing at the youthful girl who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, Lin Yan found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing Lin Yan's captivated expression, Bai Luoyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. What appeared to be a simple outfit was the result of a night spent coordinating with her roommate. Yet, seeing her beloved's appreciative gaze made her feel that all the effort was worthwhile. At that moment, Lin Yan finally regained his composure. Approaching Bai Luoyan, he generously complimented her. "You look beautiful today." The girl slightly tilted her head, revealing her graceful neck, akin to a proud swan, and retorted, "Humph. Are you implying that I was not beautiful yesterday?" Having faced similar questions in the past, Lin Yan quickly interjected, No. You are beautiful every day. In my eyes, you will always be captivating." Although he had lacked experience previously, Lin Yan was no ordinary person. Over time, he had diligently memorized the classic lines of scoundrels. While he despised the behavior of such men, it did not diminish his acknowledgement of their ability to charm women. Listening to Lin Yan's sweet words, a hint of shyness graced the young lady's face. She grasped Lin Yan's hand and sweetly inquired, "How bothersome. When did your words become so sweet, my dear? Where are we headed now?" Lin Yan gently stroked her hair, having already made plans, replied, "First, we shall enjoy breakfast. I have consulted the local magnate, Yun Tianhua, who recommended a hidden gem known only to the locals." 15 minutes later, as Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan emerged from the luxurious Maybach, they gazed upon the dilapidated little shop that appeared on the brink of collapse. Lin Yan stared at the nearly illegible sign for quite some time, confirming that this was indeed the establishment Yun Tianhua had mentioned. He recalled that Yun Tianhua hailed from Jianghai City. Why did he share a fondness for such humble places, akin to those young aristocrats from Guangdong? Standing beside him, Bai Luoyan exhibited no signs of disdain. Instead, her curiosity was piqued as she gazed at the crumbling shop. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, and with a look of intrigue, she said to Lin Yan, "Darling, it smells so delightful. Let us hurry and give it a try." Lin Yan had no objections and willingly allowed himself to be led inside by the young girl. The shop lacked a menu, or perhaps it simply offered a scant selection of dishes. The proprietors were an elderly couple with heads of white hair, and the only options available were wontons and fried noodles. They ordered 2 bowls of wontons and a serving of fried noodles, before settling at a small table to quietly observe the 2 elderly individuals at work. Though the shop appeared worn, the kitchen utilized an uncommon wood-burning stove. Breakfast was uncomplicated. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of wontons arrived at their table, accompanied by a fragrant plate of fried noodles. The young girl gathered her hair and blew gently on a petite wonton before slowly placing it in her mouth. The moment the warmth dissipated, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Delicious. You must try it too, darling." Seeing the girl with her cheeks slightly puffed, Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Amidst the swirling steam, the young couple quietly savored what seemed to be an ordinary breakfast. The elderly couple sat by the stove, equally serene as they observed the young lovers. Their eyes met, and a subtle smile graced their lips, as if reminiscing about their own youthful days. Chapter 89. Mobile wallpaper taste is a truly wondrous phenomenon. Despite the fact that the wontons were separated from the fire by an iron pot, those cooked over a wood fire somehow exuded an extraordinary warmth. The fried noodles, prepared merely with ordinary lard and eggs, were remarkably flavorful. Perhaps it was the shop's unpretentious atmosphere or the gentle gaze of the elderly couple directed at them. Although it appeared to be an exceedingly simple breakfast, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan found great satisfaction in their meal. In just 10 minutes, the couple had devoured all the food before them. Even the seemingly light broth in that bowl of wontons was consumed entirely by the 2 of them. After setting down his bowl, Lin Yan let out a satisfied burp. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at how Yun Tianhua had finally accomplished something commendable. This unassuming little eatery truly possessed its own unique charm. When it came time to pay, both were astonished by the astonishingly low prices. Perhaps this was the most affordable breakfast Bai Luoyan had ever had in her life. Yet it also ranked among the most delectable breakfasts she could recall, excluding, of course, those prepared for her by Lin Yan. As they were about to leave, the esteemed young lady of the Bai family unusually expressed her gratitude to the elderly couple, saying, "Thank you. Your food is delicious." The 2 elders merely smiled gently and waved their hands in response. After bidding farewell, they chose not to drive but instead wandered aimlessly through the dilapidated old district. As for the luxurious Maybach they had arrived in, it would soon be driven away by a few mysteriously appearing men in black. Such is the nature of the wealthy. It is not uncommon for them to treat their extravagant vehicles with such nonchalance. They did not head towards the bustling commercial area, but instead meandered through the quaint streets of the old neighborhood. Lin Yan had learned about the layout of the area from Yun Tianhua, as a family that had maintained its wealth for 4 generations. The Yun family had invested considerable effort into nurturing Yun Tianhua during his primary school years. He did not follow in the footsteps of other wealthy heirs by driving luxury cars or attending elite schools. Instead, he was enrolled in a regular public school, allowing him to experience a typical childhood. This was intended to instill humility and prevent him from developing an arrogant disposition from a young age. It also explained why. Upon entering school, Yun Tianhua quickly bonded with peers like He Chang and Fu Yinjia. One must admit, those childhood years were among the happiest times he could recall. Consequently, he was the one who shared information about the old district with Lin Yan. For Lin Yan, this tranquil old neighborhood was far more appealing than the bustling commercial districts. Strolling through such places evoked memories of his own childhood haunts. Upon reflection, those youthful days seemed like a distant memory now. As for Bai Luoyan, she was indifferent to the surroundings as long as she was by Lin Yan's side, even if it meant walking near a volcano. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely through the streets and alleys. Upon reaching a certain street corner, Bai Luoyan's eyes brightened at the sight of a magnificent tree adorned with vibrant red blossoms. Given that winter was fast approaching, she hadn't expected to encounter such a flourishing tree in full bloom. With excitement, she dashed beneath the tree and called out to Lin Yan, "Darling, quickly, take a photo for me." It seems that the desire for beauty is an innate instinct in every woman. Even Bai Luoyan, once an empress, could not escape this nature. Lin Yan naturally would not refuse her request and quickly took out his phone, aiming it at Bai Luoyan before pressing the shutter. Bai Luoyan joyfully ran to his side, but her expression immediately darkened upon seeing the photos on Lin Yan's phone. "Darling, do you understand why I chose to stand beneath that tree for the picture? What purpose does capturing just a person against a tree trunk serve?" Lin Yan, examining the photo on his phone, seemed oblivious to any issue. However, noticing Bai Luoyan's discontented demeanor, he quickly grasped the situation. "This wretched system, you can fill my mind with knowledge about postnatal care for sows. Yet you neglect to impart any professional photography skills." Realizing this, Lin Yan inadvertently acknowledged one of his few shortcomings. Fortunately, Bai Luoyan was not angry. Instead, she patiently guided Lin Yan on finding the right position and adjusting the settings. Once everything was set, the young woman happily bounced back to the grand tree. After striking a pose, Lin Yan pressed the shutter once more. "Come, let me see," she exclaimed eagerly as she returned to Lin Yan's side. This time, upon viewing the image on the phone, she finally broke into a satisfied smile. The phone displayed a sweet young girl beaming at the camera. Her enchanting smile illuminated by sunlight and scattered red petals, resembling a fairy stepped out of a painting. Quite good," she remarked, immediately tapping a few buttons on the phone. When Lin Yan retrieved his phone, he discovered that both the screensaver and background had transformed into the recently captured image. Observing Lin Yan's dazed expression, Bai Luoyan smirked and questioned, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" The slight chill in her tone jolted Lin Yan back to reality. He calmly placed the phone in his pocket and gently ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "How could I? I was merely contemplating that changing the screensaver alone seems rather unworthy. Perhaps I should stand over there, and you could take a picture of me to switch it up?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face lit up with a mischievous smile as she replied with a radiant grin, "No need, I have something better." With that, she waved her phone in front of Lin Yan. However, when Lin Yan caught sight of her screensaver, his expression turned pale. There on the screen was a picture of a boy who appeared to be no older than 10. The boy looked utterly terrified, desperately clutching his pants, which were half down, as he resisted the grasping hands of his mischievous friends. "What the? Is that not a photo of me as a child? Where did you get this?" As soon as he uttered the words, the face of Zhang Wei flashed through his mind, accompanied by the echo of that insufferable voice. "Indeed, it's me, my dear son." Ha! At this thought, veins bulged on Lin Yan's forehead as he reached out, intent on snatching Bai Luoyan's phone away. However, The ever-prepared Bai Luoyan would not allow him to succeed, promptly putting her phone away. Bai Luoyan, change that screensaver for me. I refuse. Besides, dear husband, you are simply too adorable for me to part with it, she replied with a playful laugh. You've turned the tables on me, he exclaimed. Hey, if you have the courage, don't run away. Stop right there. Ha ha ha. I'm no fool. I want to stop. Come on, chase me, she taunted. If you catch me, I'll reward you, she added with a mischievous grin. The playful couple dashed through the old streets, their laughter echoing from the alleyways. Chapter 90. Truly sweet. She fled. He pursued. She was as elusive as a bird in flight. Despite Bai Luoyan's remarkable agility, how could she possibly contend with Lin Yan? Before she could even escape the alley, Lin Yan had her captured in his embrace. Yet, the girl showed no signs of panic. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck, gazing up at him with eager anticipation. Oh dear, I've been caught. How do you plan to punish me? She inquired, playfully biting her lower lip. How can I endure this? Lin Yan thought, lowering his head to kiss the soft lips that were so close. The girl not only did not resist, but clung tightly to him, as if wishing to merge their beings. Fortunately, the hour was still early, and the secluded old street was devoid of onlookers. Otherwise, the spectators would have been fed enough dog food to skip breakfast. After several minutes, they finally parted. Gasping for air, the girl, her cheeks flushed, teased him breathlessly. Is that all? Is this the entirety of my punishment? As she spoke, she playfully licked her lips, seemingly savoring the kiss they had just shared. Is she provoking me? This must be a challenge. Lin Yan struggled with his thoughts, ultimately feeling frustrated that he seemed powerless to act. Surely, he couldn't take such liberties in public. Seeing the dejected expression on his face, the girl smiled like a sly little fox. She tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear, if you make me happy today, tonight might be quite different. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Could it be that he would finally shed that awkward identity tonight? Oh, my dear yogurt, you are truly a deity I hold in the highest regard. Noticing the flicker of shyness on her face, he felt a surge of excitement. She released him, tilting her head slightly, and said, what are you thinking? First, you must figure out how to properly serve me today. Lin Yan chose not to expose her subtle intentions. Instead, he obediently leaned in and called out, yes. He then quickly took a couple of steps forward, reaching the girl's side and grasping her hand. The two continued to meander aimlessly through the narrow alley, eventually finding themselves on the pedestrian street of the old town. Unlike the newly constructed pedestrian street in the new district, this one had existed for over 30 years. As time passed, what was once the most bustling pedestrian street in Shanghai City had now seen a significant decline in visitors. This was inevitable, for in terms of infrastructure, geographical location, and the sleek arrangements of modern shops, it could not compete with the new commercial areas. However, the nostalgic atmosphere allowed the small vendors here to persist against the odds. Unlike the modern pedestrian street, this one retained its traditional street vendor format. By the time Lin Yan and the girl arrived, it was nearing noon. They decided against searching for a formal place to dine and instead began sampling snacks from the old pedestrian street as their lunch. Here, Lin Yan said, presenting a cotton candy to Bai Luoyan, who watched as he eagerly took a bite of his own. After tearing off a large mouthful, he mumbled, so sweet. You should try it too. Seeing Lin Yan's cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, Bai Luoyan reached out to brush away a small piece of cotton candy residue from the corner of his mouth. Naturally, she popped that tiny morsel into her own mouth, smiling as she replied, not bad. It's indeed very sweet. The vendor standing before them looked expressionless as he observed his cotton candy machine. Who could understand? After all these years, he would find himself forced to witness such public displays of affection. Cotton candy, of course, could not satiate their hunger. So the two moved on from stall to stall. While enjoying the delicacies offered by the various vendors, they also generously shared a bit of their affection with each stall owner. For Bai Luoyan, having lived 2 lives, this was her first experience with street food. In her previous life, although she was an empress, she had realized that since her transition to Lin Yan's world, she had not indulged in many delightful treats. As the daughter of the Bai family in her current life, she seldom had the opportunity to venture out alone, especially after the death of her parents, which led to her being under strict surveillance by the elder Bai. It was only after she demonstrated her capabilities that she began to gain some freedom. It was not until the elder stepped down and she ascended to a position of authority within the Bai family that she finally took control of her own life. Yet, it was only now that she had the chance to visit such places and experience the vibrancy of the world around her. All of this was made possible by the man beside her. Street food had a way of captivating the senses. It is often the case that one feels as though they could consume an abundance of food, yet after sampling just a few dishes, they suddenly realize their appetite has been satiated. After a brief stroll, the two found themselves pausing, their hands resting on their full bellies, having ceased eating. However, they did not stop their promenade. Instead, they ambled along the pedestrian street, treating it as a means of aiding digestion. Not long after, they stumbled upon a quaint stall selling bracelets. This was, in fact, a common DIY bracelet-making venture where customers could select their names from a plethora of beads inscribed with various letters, and the vendor would assemble them into a bracelet. Noticing Bai Luoyan's lingering gaze on the stall, Lin Yan tentatively inquired, "Shall we create 2 bracelets as well?" The girl nodded enthusiastically and pulled Lin Yan to sit before the stall. Lin Yan remained silent, joining her in the search for their names among the beads. After several minutes of rummaging, they finally assembled the names by Luoyan and Lin Yan. The vendor skillfully crafted the bracelets and handed them over, while Lin Yan discreetly paid 25 yuan before receiving them. He presented Bai Luoyan with her bracelet, smiling as he said, "President Bai, would you graciously accept this humble gift worth 15 yuan?" To his surprise, the girl gently pushed his hand away and replied, "I don't want it." Wait a minute, he thought. Why are you deviating from the script? Before he could ponder further, she continued, "I want the one with your name on it. Hurry." Realizing her intent, Lin Yan quickly handed her the other bracelet. The girl accepted it with the reverence one might reserve for a rare treasure. Cherishing the sight of Lin Yan's name adorning the beads, she carefully donned the bracelet, examined it before turning to Lin Yan and insisting, "You must put on the one with my name, and from now on, you are forbidden to remove it without my permission, understood?" As they emerged from the pedestrian street, the sun had begun its descent towards the west. Lin Yan glanced at his phone, noting it was already 3:30. He turned to the girl beside him, seeking her input. "Where would you like to go next?" With her head tilted in thought, she proposed a suggestion that left Lin Yan astonished. "How about we visit the vegetable market?" Although they regularly cooked meals at the villa, with provisions delivered by a dedicated service, they had never ventured to a market together. To Lin Yan, Bai Luoyan's status seemed entirely incongruous with a place like a vegetable market. After all, with her standing, wouldn't the finest delicacies simply appear at her beck and call? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yan hesitantly echoed, "Are you suggesting we venture to the market together to procure ingredients?" Naturally, she replied, "What else would we do at the market if not buy groceries? Today, I am in a splendid mood. When we return, you shall sit obediently while I take it upon myself to cook. If you are fortunate enough to savor the dishes I prepare, consider yourself lucky." Observing the proud expression on Bai Luoyan's face, Lin Yan regarded her with a bemused stare. Although they had previously cooked together at the villa, the term together was rather nuanced. In essence, Lin Yan undertook the entire process, washing, chopping, cooking, and plating the food, while the young girl merely cheered him on, sought opportunities to touch his abs, and, when the dishes were freshly prepared, indulged in the occasional taste. This was their customary cooking dynamic. To be candid, had it not been for the girl's antics, Lin Yan could have easily shortened his cooking time by over half an hour. Nonetheless, he appeared to harbor no aversion to her playful disruptions. In fact, he seemed to revel in them. However, that aside, he had no inkling that Bai Luoyan possessed culinary skills. Noticing Lin Yan's skeptical gaze, the girl huffed in dissatisfaction and retorted, "What does that look mean? Are you doubting my abilities?" It was not that Lin Yan underestimated Bai Luoyan. Rather, the memory of her first cooking attempt remained vividly etched in his mind. That was during the first year after they fled the capital, during their days of hiding in desolate mountains. At that time, Lin Yan found himself acting as both father and mother to 2 young children, laboriously constructing a makeshift shelter while tirelessly foraging in the mountains for sustenance to feed the family. Additionally, he sought opportunities to gather information from the outside world. Each evening, upon returning, he devoted considerable time to tutoring Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu in their studies. After all, he aimed to nurture an empress, not a delicate flower devoid of skills. Sensing Lin Yan's struggles, Bai Luoyan resolved one day to alleviate her teacher's burdens. However, at barely 9 years of age. What could she possibly contribute? One day, while observing the food Lin Yan had left in the wooden cabin, she realized what she could do. Despite having never set foot in a kitchen, she decided to prepare a warm dinner for her teacher. She indeed succeeded in surprising Lin Yan. To this day, he vividly recalls the scene that awaited him upon returning home that evening. Exhausted, he stood before the wooden cabin, which had been engulfed in flames. Clutching a wild chicken he had painstakingly hunted, while watching the two soot-streaked girls fall into silence. Initially, he feared that enemies had pursued them here, igniting the fire in the ensuing struggle. It was only when Bai Luoyan, with an air of embarrassment and a smile, presented a charred object to him, claiming it to be the roasted chicken she had prepared, that he finally comprehended the situation that had unfolded. From that moment onward, a new household rule was instituted at Lin Yan's home. Bai Luoyan was forever prohibited from approaching the stove. Observing Lin Yan's bewildered expression, Bai Luoyan seemed to recall her previous life's unfortunate experiences. She pressed her lips together, playfully nudged Lin Yan, and remarked, "That was a long time ago. Besides, I've been in this world for 18 years. What makes you think I haven't learned to cook in all that time?" At this juncture, Lin Yan also snapped back to reality. Indeed, it had been quite a while. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, Bai Luoyan had genuinely made efforts to master the culinary arts. To consider it from another perspective, given the current technological advancements, it was unlikely she would set the house ablaze merely by frying a dish. With this realization, Lin Yan finally eased his tension. He took the young woman's hand and sincerely declared, "I believe in you. I entrust tonight's meal to you." Upon hearing this, the girl beamed sweetly, responding with pride, "Rest assured, I've got this." With their minds made up, they wasted no time. After inquiring for directions, they swiftly arrived at a bustling market. On their way to the market, they had already discussed the evening's menu, and considering Bai Luoyan's uncertain culinary skills, Lin Yan thoughtfully suggested 3 simple dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried pork with straw mushrooms. Upon entering the market, Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed the lively surroundings. This was her first visit to such a place, and contrary to her expectations, she felt surprisingly at ease. Although the market's atmosphere was far from pristine, the vibrant throng of people imparted an inexplicable sense of life's essence. Clearly, the task of grocery shopping was not typically assigned to a young lady of her stature. Fortunately, Lin Yan had been assisting his mother with purchasing soy sauce since elementary school, making him quite adept at navigating the market. As he skillfully selected ingredients at the stalls, Bai Luoyan looked at him with admiration, thinking to herself, "My man is wonderful. He can do anything." At that moment, Lin Yan had just chosen the ribs and tenderloin. Habitually, he instructed the vendor, "Excuse me, could you please chop the ribs into smaller pieces? And also, slice the meat thinly." However, the butcher before him remained motionless, casting a dark glare as he retorted, "Kid, are you sure you're not here to stir up trouble?" Upon meeting the vendor's impatient gaze, Lin Yan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Alas, I forgot that this place is not akin to the southern markets of my hometown." He revealed a faint, awkward smile before quietly accepting the meat handed to him by the vendor while scanning to make the payment. Meanwhile, the young woman seized the rare opportunity to unabashedly mock her partner. With a clear objective in mind, their pace in shopping was nothing short of remarkable. By the time they exited the market, the luxurious Maybach awaited them, having arrived ahead of schedule. They opened the doors and entered the vehicle. A month prior, Bai Luoyan had exercised a modicum of authority to secure a driver's license for Lin Yan. As for Lin Yan's driving skills, it was evident that the system's rewards had not overlooked this aspect of knowledge. Chapter 92. I seem to see an old friend waving at me, although they had only briefly resided in the city's villa on a few occasions. Both Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan felt a sense of home within its walls. The most palpable indication of this was the simultaneous sigh of relief they both released upon returning to the villa, akin to the relaxation one experiences after a long day away from home. Lin Yan had intended to assist in the kitchen, but was firmly pushed onto the sofa by Bai Luoyan. "You sit there obediently. I can handle this on my own. So don't disturb me." As she spoke, she gathered her disheveled hair into a ponytail with a leather band, her apron accentuating her appearance as a charming little chef. This is the essence of a goddess. Her domestic demeanor remains captivating and delightful. Observing her steadfastness, Lin Yan naturally ceased his insistence. He raised his hands in surrender, complying with her request. All right, I won't disturb you. Hurry and prepare the meal, or we might end up having to eat supper instead. A victorious smile graced the girl's face as she joyfully retreated into the kitchen. However, despite her reassurances, Lin Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. Occasionally glancing toward the kitchen, mentally preparing himself to rush and should any signs of fire arise. To his surprise, the girl seemed genuinely to have honed her culinary skills. Through the crack of the kitchen door, her methodical chopping appeared quite adept, and he even caught a glimpse of her deft flipping of ingredients like a seasoned chef. Realizing that the situation was likely under control, Lin Yan relaxed and began to play with his phone. The device often acts as a time accelerator. For instance, one might be engrossed in writing, justifying a moment's distraction by seeking inspiration, only to discover an hour has slipped by unnoticed. Lin Yan found himself in a similar situation. It was only when the girl stood before him, hands on her hips, her melodious voice breaking through his reverie, that he finally shifted his gaze from the screen. What are you looking at so intently? Lin Yan cast a glance at the clock in the living room, only to realize that an hour had slipped by unnoticed. He turned off his phone screen, stowed it away, and with a gentle expression, he addressed the young girl. It's nothing, just a bit of boredom that led me to read a novel. Do you read novels too? Yes. I came across one written by an author whose pseudonym is something like yogurt. The writing is horrendously poor, riddled with typos and omissions. What's more, the author seems oblivious to the absurdity of his attempts to amuse readers, perpetually teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Does he truly believe that such antics render him humorous? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the plot of his novel evokes a sense of déjà vu. Seeing his pity, I offered him a few tokens of encouragement, powered by affection. Shaking his head, Lin Yan rose from the sofa, took the girl's hand, and said, All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Is it time for dinner? Following the girl to the dining table, Lin Yan was taken aback to find 3 plates of stir-fried dishes already prepared. Contrary to his expectations, the suspiciously charred black substance he had imagined was nowhere to be seen. Before him lay 3 plates of remarkably enticing dishes. Although he had yet to taste them, the colors and aromas alone confirmed their appeal. Dumbfounded, Lin Yan took his seat, gazing at the culinary creations on the table, and incredulously inquired of Bai Luoying, You, the daughter of a wealthy family, truly have taken the time to refine your culinary skills? Isn't it rather idle for someone of your standing? He added, Oh wait, you lack that particular disposition. Seemingly pleased with Lin Yan's reaction, Bai Luoying raised her head like an arrogant swan and replied with a disdainful tone, Hanfu, what is so difficult about cooking? If I choose to, it's hardly a challenge at all. After saying this, she, like a devoted wife, served a bowl of rice before him. Without even removing her apron, she sat beside Lin Yan, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, eagerly urging, Come, quickly try my culinary skills. Lin Yan grasped the bowl of rice she handed him in one hand and picked up chopsticks with the other, reaching for the nearest plate of tomato and scrambled eggs. Though it was a commonplace dish, the vivid red and yellow hues, the glistening sheen of oil, and the tantalizing aroma filled him with anticipation. He picked up a piece of the golden egg and, without a second thought, placed it in his mouth. Then, he was petrified. Observing Lin Yan, who remained motionless for nearly 10 seconds, the girl's eyes flickered with confusion. Lin Yan, what's the matter? Is it not to your liking? Bai Luoying stood up in puzzlement, leaning over to peer at him. Lin Yan continued to hold his previous posture, but his pupils were visibly beginning to dull. At a glance, it appeared as if his very soul had been siphoned away by some unseen force. What has happened to you? At this moment, Bai Luoying finally sensed the abnormality in the young man. Anxiously, she called out to Lin Yan, attempting to shake his body. Just then, her vision blurred. It seemed as if she beheld some translucent object extending from the top of Lin Yan's head, poised to break free and ascend into the air. A shiver ran through Bai Luoying's heart. In her panic, she instinctively reached out to pat the top of Lin Yan's head. Her action appeared to trigger some kind of switch. The previously stiff Lin Yan jolted, his pupils gradually beginning to converge once more. With a clatter, the chopsticks in Lin Yan's hand fell onto the table. Yet his pale visage indicated that he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. He stared blankly at the girl beside him, his lips trembling as he stammered. What just happened? Are you all right? What is wrong with you? As the girl's concerned words reached his ears, Lin Yan finally recalled the events that had just transpired. He set down his bowl, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at the dishes before him. After instinctively swallowing, he stuttered to the girl, "Yin Yan, I think I just experienced a hallucination." "A hallucination?" "Yes, I seemed to see a river through the mist." On the other side stood a throng of people. As I approached to see more clearly, I realized. At this point, a flicker of fear crossed the boy's eyes, and after a pause of several seconds, he continued. I discovered that those people were the souls of the deceased from the past 9 lifetimes. There were friends who had perished, as well as enemies whose heads I had severed myself. After speaking, Lin Yan cast an odd glance at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes before him. Goodness! Could this be the legendary hellish chef? Is it true that there are those in this world capable of creating dishes that summon the River of 3 Paths? However, before he could ponder further, the sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted him. Chapter 93. A familiar smile this time. Lin Yan fully grasped the meaning of all that glitters is not gold. Who would have imagined that these tantalizing dishes before him were, in fact, poison cloaked in sweetness? He was certain that after taking that one bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he had indeed summoned the spirits of the departed. It was difficult for him to fathom that if he were to consume the entirety of the meal, it would likely herald the end of his own life. With a face ashen, he gazed at the dishes before him and turned to the girl, asking, "How on earth did you manage this?" Although she had yet to taste it herself, Bai Luoyan could easily deduce what had transpired upon witnessing the earlier scene. Like a child who had erred, she lowered her head, twisting her fingers as she softly replied, "Every time I cooked before, Xiaoyu would assist me. This is my first time cooking on my own." "Goodness! So you used your man as a guinea pig?" Before Lin Yan could utter another word, a jarring doorbell suddenly pierced the air. Bai Luoyan furrowed her brows, clearly displeased by the intrusion into her intimate moment with Lin Yan. However, she was acutely aware that outside the villa were her bodyguards, making it impossible for anyone to mistakenly ring the doorbell. Could it be Xiaoyu? Unlikely, unless the world were on the brink of apocalypse. She would never choose this moment to disturb her. With a hint of curiosity, Bai Luoyan opened the door. Yet, upon seeing the person standing outside, her expression darkened immediately. "Shen Yongyan, it seems my lesson to you has not sufficed." Noticing Bai Luoyan's gaze sweeping over his lower half, Shen Yongyan instinctively trembled and took a step back in terror. Clearly, the kick he received days prior had left a profound psychological scar. At that moment, Lin Yan emerged from within, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing Shen Yongyan. "Shen Yongyan, you're all right." His tone was as if they were not adversaries, but rather long-lost friends. Shen Yongyan cast a wary glance at him, but remained silent. Little did anyone know the internal struggle he faced when he pressed the doorbell. Although Bai Luoyan's kick had rendered him a feeble old man, it did necessitate a hospital stay. While healing, he was also arranging for his exchange program. Upon learning that Bai Luoyan was in a romantic relationship with another man, he felt a sense of foreboding. Having known Bai Luoyan since childhood, he had been captivated by her radiant, sun-like presence the very first time they met. Even setting aside the commercial alliance between the Shun and Bai families, he had long regarded Bai Luoyan as his one and only companion. Thus, his understanding of her ran deeper than that of others. He was acutely aware that Bai Luoyan had always harbored a profound aversion to the presence of men around her. Even the bodyguards arranged by the elder Bai could only protect her from a distance of 20 meters. Only Shangwan Wanyu, who had grown up alongside her, was permitted to be her close protector. Within the Bai family residence, aside from the bodyguards and the elder Bai, all the servants were female. Throughout Bai Luoyan's upbringing, she scarcely formed friendships with males, and no one had ever seen her engage in any physical contact with a man. Consequently, rumors circulated in the capital that Bai Luoyan suffered from a phobia of men. Nonetheless, it remained an undeniable fact that the young lady of the Bai family was disinclined to engage with men. However, when Shen Yongyan stumbled upon a photograph of Bai Luoyan kissing Lin Yan, he realized that there was no such thing as a fear of men. She simply had not encountered the right one. The image even depicted her extending her tongue, leaving him to wonder what exactly she had to fear from men. What troubled him further was that Lin Yan in the photograph appeared to be wearing a look of reluctant submission, as if he were being forcefully kissed. What the hell is he pretending for? Could it be that it was not you who first seduced the young lady of the Bai family, but rather Bai Luoyan who fervently pursued you? The typically composed Shen Yongyan, in a moment of fury, instinctively believed that Bai Luoyin had been beguiled by Lin Yan's sweet talk. After all, how could two individuals, having never crossed paths before, suddenly find themselves enveloped in such passionate affection? Thus, upon his discharge from the hospital today, he hastily returned to Zhanghai University. However, it was only then that he learned from his subordinates that Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin had departed the school together. He immediately dispatched someone to track their whereabouts, only to receive the disconcerting news that the duo had entered a villa. With his resources, he quickly discovered that this property belonged to Bai Luoyin. In that instant, he comprehended that this was indeed the couple's love nest outside of campus. He urged his subordinate to drive him to the villa's entrance. But as he stepped out of the car, he hesitated. Understanding Bai Luoyin's temperament, he was acutely aware that her words from that day were not to be taken lightly. If provoked, she would not hesitate to instigate a business war between the Shun and Bai families. The crux of the matter lay in their unequal standings. Though Bai Luoyin was merely 2 years his junior, she was the current head of the Bai family, whereas he, Shen Yongyan, was merely an heir among many in the Shun lineage. Unlike the Bai family, the Shun family had numerous heirs, and should he heir, they could easily appoint another successor. Yet, upon seeing the lights of the villa illuminate, his mind could not suppress the vivid image of Bai Luoyin, glistening with sweat, nestled in Lin Yan's embrace. One could easily surmise what might transpire between a young couple, alone together in such a setting. The thought of his cherished possession possibly being compromised by another filled him with resolve. Drawing a deep breath, he rang the doorbell. Upon seeing the two appear before him, impeccably dressed, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, upon hearing Lin Yan's enthusiastic greeting, his vigilance returned. Observing Lin Yan's beaming smile, he could not shake the feeling that the other harbored ulterior motives. The familiar girl, upon witnessing that long-missed smile, momentarily froze. She had encountered this particular smile numerous times before. It was the same disarming grin Lin Yan wore whenever he sought to ensnare his prey. Recalling the unfortunate foes who had been thoroughly outwitted by Lin Yan, Bai Luoyin wisely chose to silence her thoughts. Nevertheless, as she glanced at the bodyguards, who should have been there to obstruct Shen Yongyan, a layer of frost settled upon her expression. Logically, these guards ought to have intercepted Shen Yongyan. Sensing the icy gaze of Bai Luoyin, the captain at the forefront trembled slightly, wishing to offer an explanation. "Boss, we..." However, before he could finish, Bai Luoyin's cold voice interjected. "Enough, you are dismissed. I will have Xiaoyu handle it." The captain attempted to voice his thoughts, but his lips quivered for a moment before he ultimately chose to remain silent. Chapter 94. When friends come from afar, one must surely devise a way to ensnare them. Lin Yan, standing nearby, showed no inclination to interject regarding Bai Luoyin's decision. Throughout this period, although he had inevitably exchanged nods with the black-clad figures lurking behind him, he understood clearly that Bai Luoyin was correct in her judgment. He could surmise the reason these individuals did not intervene to stop Shen Yongyan. Becoming a bodyguard for a prominent family is no simple task. Besides safeguarding their employer, they must possess a keen discernment, at the very least recognizing the people surrounding their employer. Failing to do so, resulting in an inadvertent slight against the wrong person, would be a grave error. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for the Bai family's bodyguards to be acquainted with Shen Yongyan. However, knowing him yet failing to act was certainly a fault on their part. Bai Luoyin's attitude towards Shen Yongyan was evident to anyone with eyes. Receiving a salary from the Bai family, while neglecting to fulfill their expectations, constituted a dereliction of duty. Lin Yan, well aware of the challenges faced by those in power, understood that such matters required decisive action. Dismissing the issue of the bodyguards, he extended a welcoming hand to the apprehensive guest, pulling him into the house with a smile, saying, "Come in, we are all guests here." Moreover, as the ancient saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Senior Shun, do not linger outside. Please come in and have a seat. Bai Luoyin, clearly displeased, had intended to say something, but upon receiving a stern glance from Lin Yan, she begrudgingly held her tongue. Shen Yongyan, who witnessed this scene unfold, felt a pang of melancholy. The once proud and untouchable figure of Bai Luoyin now resembled nothing more than Lin Yan's submissive little wife. With this thought, the lingering wariness he felt began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of indignation, compelling him to follow Lin Yan into the house. As he found himself seated at the dining table, Observing the lavish spread before him, he belatedly realized, "Are you all having a meal?" Bai Luoyan rolled her eyes in exasperation, not even glancing at him as she retorted, "Is this not a meal? What do you expect, a toilet break?" Shen Yongyan was momentarily taken aback by such coarse language emanating from Bai Luoyan, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Lin Yan came to the rescue, producing a pair of chopsticks and placing them before Shen Yongyan while feigning annoyance at Bai Luoyan, saying, "Yin Yin, regardless of the circumstances, Senior Shen is still our guest. Please refrain from speaking so harshly." Bai Luoyan shot Lin Yan a glare, her cheeks puffed in indignation, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. If it were not for her awareness of Lin Yan's mischievous intentions, she would not have been able to contain herself. Lin Yan disregarded her irritation and placed the chopsticks before Shen Yongyan, softly suggesting, "Come, Senior Shen, since fate has brought us together. Why not share a meal before you depart? This dish was specially prepared by Yin Yan. Do give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed a piercing gaze filled with fury directed at him from behind. Without needing to turn around, he knew that the source of that gaze was Bai Luoyan, who was upset that he was inviting Shen Yongyan to partake in her culinary creation. However, he thought to himself, "Sister, I nearly perished after just one bite. Do you truly believe I would dare to eat again tonight? Such a rare and deceptively potent poison is perfect for this rival of mine to sample." Ignoring Bai Luoyan's simmering emotions, Lin Yan moved the plate of sweet and sour ribs closer to Shen Yongyan. Nonetheless, as Shen Yongyan picked up his chopsticks, he hesitated. Eyeing the tantalizing dishes before him, he cast a glance at Lin Yan, who was beaming with enthusiasm, sensing that something was amiss. Could this fellow be attempting to poison him? However, upon seeing Bai Luoyan's genuine expression of indignation, his doubts were quelled. Indeed, he had come over on a whim, and the arrangement of the dishes on the table indicated that they had been preparing for a meal before he rang the doorbell. Given the circumstances, it was improbable that they would resort to poisoning the food. Moreover, he was not an ordinary individual, but rather the heir of the Shen family. Many had witnessed his arrival. No matter how reckless Bai Luoyan might be, it was unlikely she would risk her own life. Yet the question lingered, what was Lin Yan's game? Just days ago, he had coldly declared his intentions to be with Bai Luoyan. And now he was attempting to curry favor with Shen Yongyan? An explanation soon formed in Shen Yongyan's mind. It seemed this fellow was not entirely foolish. Perhaps he feared that Bai Luoyan would tire of him and abandon him, so he was preemptively seeking a backup plan. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary person, entirely different from Shen Yongyan's world. If Bai Luoyan's protection were to wane, dealing with Lin Yan would be exceedingly simple. Shen Yongyan surmised that this was the rationale behind Lin Yan's attempts to ingratiate himself. Absurd. Did he truly believe such flattery would prove effective? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Yongyan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan. He resolved his hesitation and reached for the plate of sweet and sour ribs. 5 minutes later, Bai Luoyan could no longer contain herself and pounced at Lin Yan, her small canines bared in a playful snarl. "You dare serve my homemade dishes to another man? You have sealed your fate. Prepare to meet your end." However, Lin Yan effortlessly extended a hand to thwart her seemingly fierce onslaught. He cast a calm glance towards a corner of the dining table and addressed the girl with composure. "Would you care to ascertain the current circumstances before speaking?" Following his gaze, the girl looked over, her eyes brimming with defiance. There, in stark contrast to his earlier gentlemanly demeanor, Shen Yongyan sat slumped in his chair, legs sprawled, eyes rolling back, and foam escaping his lips. His body convulsed intermittently, presenting an unmistakable image of someone on the brink of demise. Maintaining his tranquility, Lin Yan remarked, "Just tell me whether I should have someone else test the poison for me." With an expression of disbelief, the girl approached the table, picked up her chopsticks, and pinched a piece of scrambled egg, muttering, "I refuse to believe that it can possibly be this inedible." Yet, as soon as the morsel touched her lips, her previously furious countenance turned placid. Calmly, she retrieved a piece of paper from the table, placed it to her mouth, and discreetly expelled the egg she had just consumed, placing it back into her bowl with deliberation. Subsequently, she managed a feeble smile, as if nothing had transpired, and approached Lin Yan, tugging at his sleeve, saying, "Darling, what would you like to eat? I can order takeout for you." Chapter 95. Please feel free to command Ji. Master to prevent Shen Yongyan from truly perishing in that moment, Lin Yan ultimately had no choice but to carry him outside and unceremoniously dispose of him. Like Bai Luoyan, he was not lacking in the company of bodyguards. As Lin Yan returned indoors and closed the door, several men in black had already appeared beside Shen Yongyan. Witnessing their young master's alarming condition, their expressions shifted dramatically. Casting complex glances towards the villa, they said nothing further and took Shen Yongyan away, prioritizing his urgent need for medical attention. As for the interior, Lin Yan unceremoniously discarded the dishes prepared by Luoyan into the trash bin. He even layered several garbage bags to ensure that he could dispose of them directly at the waste station the following morning. Concerned that leaving them at the villa's processing station might lead to local wildlife mistakenly consuming them, thereby inciting panic over a supposed poisoning incident, he took precautions. In the end, they did not order takeout. Instead, Lin Yan prepared a few simple dishes using the ingredients from the refrigerator. Having not consumed a proper meal during the day, and coupled with the earlier delays, both were already ravenous by the time they could finally eat. They disregarded any notions of decorum, eagerly picking up their bowls and devouring their food. In a whirlwind of activity, the dishes on the table were swiftly cleared. Lin Yan patted his slightly rounded belly, feeling as if he had been rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan, sitting beside him, similarly lamented as she touched her own small belly, saying with a hint of reproach, "It's all your fault for being such a good cook. If I end up gaining weight, I shall hold you responsible. Let me make it clear. If you end up causing me to become pregnant, you must take responsibility for it." Lin Yan shot her an exasperated glance. How could this girl phrase the act of cooking for her in such a way that it leads to misunderstandings? After a brief respite, Lin Yan took the initiative to rise and began to tidy up the empty dishes on the table. As he cleaned, he advised the girl beside him, "You should go rest on the sofa for a while. If you feel too full, just take your time moving around. Don't exert yourself too much, lest you experience any discomfort." While he uttered these words of caution to Bai Luoyan, he had already completed gathering all the plates and bowls and made his way to the sink to wash them. In truth, these soiled items would eventually be cleaned by a servant. However, due to Bai Luoyan's aversion to disturbances in their intimate world, the servant wouldn't arrive until the following day at the earliest. Lin Yan, on the other hand, possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness. Though it wasn't to an extreme degree, the mere thought of leaving those greasy dishes overnight made him feel quite uneasy. Naturally, he wouldn't let Bai Luoyan handle such chores. After all, he didn't want her delicate hands to become roughened by domestic tasks. Furthermore, he saw no issue in undertaking additional household duties in their shared life. Bai Luoyan sat on the sofa, her gaze drifting towards the industrious Lin Yan at the sink, gradually becoming enraptured. The time they had spent together since establishing their relationship was the happiest period she had ever experienced in her 2 lifetimes. This happiness sometimes startled her awake in the middle of the night, leaving her to doubt the authenticity of it all. Only she understood the shadow of fear that lurked within her heart. She feared that one day, Lin Yan might vanish from her life as he had in the past. Lin Yan often spoke of the emotional scars he bore from the betrayal of his 8th life. Yet who could fathom the turmoil Bai Luoyan endured when Lin Yan had feigned death? The sight of his lifeless body and the white jade that night at his mansion had truly shattered her. Had she not fainted at that moment, she was certain she would have drawn a sword from a nearby guard to end her own life, choosing to depart alongside her beloved. Only she knew that she was not a sovereign. From the beginning, she had always been the little girl trailing behind Lin Yan. In her eyes, he was her entire universe. If Lin Yan were to disappear, her world would cease to exist, and she would find no purpose in continuing to live. Hence, the incident with Shen Yongyan had genuinely frightened her. She could hardly envision a reality where a rift formed between her and her world. The ramifications of such a scenario would be utterly unbearable. Fortunately, her world had always placed unwavering trust in her, just as she had in it. Observing Lin Yan diligently at work, her heart felt at peace. If only she could remain in this moment forever. To her, no family name or conglomerate could rival the significance of the man before her, not even a single hair on his body. Reflecting on her promise made to the young man earlier that day, she considered that, given his commendable performance recently, perhaps granting him a reward tonight was indeed a viable option. A sly smile crept upon her lips as she entertained this thought. Quietly, she rose from the sofa and, unbeknownst to Lin Yan, made her way toward the room upstairs. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan gazed at the tidy table and the neatly arranged utensils before him. a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He preferred cooking to washing dishes, yet he relished the feeling of everything being in its rightful place. However, it was only then that he belatedly realized the girl who should have been in the living room was nowhere to be found. "Yao Yao, where are you?" he called out, his voice echoing through the empty living room. Yet, the vast space offered no response. Puzzled, he wondered if she had gone to take a shower. But it struck him as odd that she would leave without a word. He muttered to himself, not suspecting that Bai Luoyin was in any peril. After all, with him present, it was implausible that an enemy could abduct her without his knowledge. Moreover, Bai Luoyin was no pushover. It was unlikely she could be taken without a fight. At that moment, Lin Yan was more inclined to believe that she had indeed gone upstairs for a shower. After a moment's contemplation, he ascended the stairs. Although they had yet to consummate their relationship, they had shared a bed together since their first encounter. Therefore, whenever he visited, they would invariably sleep in the largest master bedroom on the second floor. Yet, as he approached the door of the room, he paused, taken aback to find it ajar. This girl, leaving the door open while showering? He thought mischievously. Well, I suppose I can't be blamed for this. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely stepped inside the room. However, instead of the sound of running water, an unexpected scene greeted him. The girl he had been searching for lay on the bed, adorned in an outfit reminiscent of the character Daji from the mobile game, complete with a red skirt and golden bells at her waist. To his surprise, she wore the original, unrefined version of the costume, with fluffy fox ears perched atop her head and a large, bushy tail cascading between her long legs clad in black stockings. She exuded an undeniable allure. It was undeniable that a well-proportioned figure could be quite audacious. The typically aloof and dignified figure of the Sao appeared completely at ease in this attire, as if she were the historical seductress herself. Upon the moment the youth appeared, the maiden, resembling a genuine enchantress, narrowed her eyes with a sly smile and, in a voice capable of inflating the blood of all men, playfully exclaimed, "Please feel free to command Daji, my master." Chapter 96. Solutions abound beyond difficulties. The scene before the youth was overwhelmingly impactful, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, uncertain of how to respond. After what seemed like an eternity, he swallowed hard and, in a somewhat flustered manner, addressed the maiden before him. "You." "I." Witnessing the typically composed youth now resembling a bewildered novice, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the maiden's eyes. She had no intention of letting the youth off easily. Instead, she resolved to take the initiative. Adorned in the guise of Daji, she gracefully descended from the bed until she stood before Lin Yan. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, and suddenly, he felt a soft embrace. Realizing what had transpired, he glanced down to find the maiden nestled in his arms, her finger tracing circles upon his chest. With her alluring lips slightly raised, she purred in a voice that could render Lin Yan weak in the knees. "What is it you wish to say, my master? Or perhaps, my master, do you plan to stand there foolishly tonight?" As she repeatedly referred to him as my master, Lin Yan felt as if he were soaring, especially when considering the maiden's former life as a sovereign and her current role as a wealthy tycoon. The term master left him in a euphoric daze. Seeing the youth's dazed expression, the maiden nodded in satisfaction. She gently pushed him away and reclined back on the bed. However, this time, she slowly extended her leg, her dainty toes clad in black stockings teasingly lifting the hem of Lin Yan's shirt. With a dreamy gaze fixed upon him, she seductively inquired, "Do you truly not wish to engage in anything?" Her words ignited a fire within him, and Lin Yan could no longer resist the desires that surged within. He lunged toward the maiden. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, she playfully halted him with her foot. With a finger pressed against his lips, she smiled enchantingly and said, "Patience, darling. I must first take a bath." "Seriously?" he thought. "You tell me you're going to bathe when I'm all but primed? After all that time, couldn't you have bathed and changed beforehand? What is this? A game of cat and mouse?" Observing the discomfort etched on the youth's face, the maiden chuckled softly. She leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, then whispered in his ear, "I shall return swiftly." With that, she rose and sauntered toward the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water. Lin Yan felt as though his throat were on fire, his heart a mix of anticipation and urgency. It has not been an easy journey, after years of hard work. Am I finally on the verge of truly maturing into adulthood? Although he longed to rush in and inquire if they should join together, he ultimately chose to exercise restraint. However, in his excitement, he had already shed most of his clothing, sprawled on the bed clad only in a pair of loose shorts. As the young lady had mentioned, she did not take long at all. Within 10 minutes, she emerged from the bathroom dressed in a silk nightgown. Yet, at that moment, a trace of confusion adorned her face. Gazing at Lin Yan, who lay on the bed, she bit her lip and, with a hint of guilt, said, "Darling, I'm sorry, but At that moment, Lin Yan, with insufficient blood flow to his brain, was still trying to comprehend her words. He looked up at her in bewilderment, asking, What has come? My relative has arrived. Your relative? Isn't your family just you and your grandfather? Are you referring to yourself?" Seeing the guilt etched across her face as she nodded, the light in Lin Yan's eyes gradually dimmed. He lay back on the bed, his expression devoid of emotion, staring blankly at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. "Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Why must fate be so cruel to me?" As she gazed at Lin Yan, who seemed to have lost all color, Bai Luoyan felt her guilt intensify. She hadn't intended for this to happen. After all, the plan for today had been to surrender herself. Who could have anticipated that she would discover, just as she began to bathe, that this would transpire? But such matters were beyond her control. The question remained, what to do when one ignites a fire yet finds oneself unable to extinguish it? The young lady bit her lip, recalling certain teachings from Xiaoyu, and suddenly an idea illuminated her mind. She slowly leaned closer to Lin Yan, her cheeks flushed, and whispered something in his ear. Lin Yan looked at her in astonishment, gazing at her slightly parted, rosy lips, and asked, trembling, "Are you serious?" Suppressing her own embarrassment, she nodded, her eyes downcast. A night passed in silence, and as the first rays of morning sunlight graced Lin Yan's face, he slowly awoke from his sweet dreams. Observing the girl entwined around him like an octopus, a gentle smile spread across his face. Just as he intended to lean in and steal a kiss, she stirred awake. Realizing what he was about to do, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands, shot him a disapproving glance, and promptly rose to head towards the bathroom. Before long, the sounds of her morning routine echoed through the air. This girl, hadn't she already washed up last night? Lin Yan, feeling refreshed, stretched leisurely and cast a mischievous glance towards the bathroom. Although it diverged somewhat from her initial expectations, the girl was still able to savor the experience. As Bai Luoyan emerged from her personal grooming, she met the boy's playful gaze, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Sitting cross-legged on the bed with her arms crossed, she sulked, declaring, "I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare breakfast for me." The boy leaned closer, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he inquired, "What would you like? Perhaps a fried egg? I recall you favor egg whites." "Lin Yan, are you courting death?" The girl's cheeks flushed momentarily before she transformed into a fierce tigress, launching herself at Lin Yan. "Help! He is attempting to murder his dear wife." Amidst their playful banter, the couple lingered in the villa for a delightful while. Considering the girl's special condition, Lin Yan ultimately prepared congee and steamed buns for breakfast. After they had consumed what they termed breakfast, the time had already crept towards noon. Though reluctant to part ways, they set off on their journey back to school. Upon their arrival, Shangwan Wanyu had been awaiting them at the school gate. She scrutinized the duo, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features. Chapter 97. The sports meet naturally. Shangwan Wanyu was privy to Bai Luoyan's plans from the previous night. In fact, it was she who had personally selected Bai Luoyan's enchanting attire. Thus, when Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan appeared at the entrance, Shangwan Wanyu eagerly turned her attention to her young mistress. However, as she observed the way Bai Luoyan walked, her brows began to furrow with concern. Let us not forget that in her former life, she had served as a court lady attending to Bai Luoyan. In this capacity, she had absorbed a wealth of theoretical knowledge from numerous elder matrons within the palace. Hence, with a mere glance, she discerned that the young mistress had seemingly not succeeded the previous night. But this was illogical. She could not fathom how any man could remain indifferent in the presence of Bai Luoyan adorned in such a striking ensemble. Regrettably, they were both mistaken. Lin Yan indeed had no intention of restraint. The issue lay in their oversight of certain dates. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of her companion, Bai Luoyan immediately understood the thoughts swirling in Xiaoyu's mind. Recalling the absurdity of the previous night, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She shot Lin Yan an annoyed glare, but upon seeing his carefree demeanor, She angrily pinched the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it with fervor. You rascal. You've already taken advantage of me and still act so innocent. My mouth is practically sour from it. To Shengwan you. The playful antics of the couple elicited no reaction. In her eyes, whatever the couple engaged in was perfectly reasonable. Ultimately, unable to tolerate Lin Yan's smug expression any longer, Bai Luoyan tugged Xiaoyu away. As they departed, Xiaoyu pondered the earlier matters once more. She cast a barely perceptible glance at her son-in-law behind her and leaned closer to her young lady, whispering softly, "My lady. Could it be that your son-in-law harbors some unspeakable secret from last night?" It was evident that Xiaoyu held an unshakable trust in her young lady's charm. After much contemplation, she could only conclude the possibility of her son-in-law being somewhat lacking. However, that was of little concern, even if the medical practices of this world proved inadequate. She possessed several secret remedies acquired from her past life in the palace. She would never allow her lady and son-in-law to be troubled by such matters. Bai Luoyan tilted her head and pondered for several seconds before finally grasping the implication of Xiaoyu's words. Recalling the wild events of the previous night, she felt her cheeks flush as she whispered a few words into Xiaoyu's ear, completely overturning her earlier conjectures. With a newfound understanding, Xiaoyu nodded slightly and earnestly advised her young lady, "Fear not, we shall devise another plan next time. I will ensure you are well prepared." As Bai Luoyan and Xiaoyu departed, Lin Yan hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the dormitory. Although the reality differed somewhat from his expectations, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon entering the dorm and pushing open the door, he exuberantly called out to his roommates, "My sons, I have returned." Yichang was absent from the dorm, leaving only Yun Tianhua and Fu Yinjie, who were engrossed in a mobile game. Upon hearing Lin Yan's jubilant voice, Yun Tianhua glanced at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "It seems you had quite an eventful night yesterday." Lin Yan offered no explanation, merely grinning as he settled into his chair. Fortunately, these two did not disappoint him. Within a mere 5 minutes, the sounds of defeat echoed from their phones. Damn it. That jungler was utterly useless. They didn't even venture to the bot lane the entire match. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been pressured so much. Fu Yinjie, true to form, began to search for faults among his teammates after their loss. However, Lin Yan knew all too well that even if the jungler came to assist, Fu Yinjie's skills remained woefully inadequate. Yet, he possessed an inexplicable confidence in his abilities and insisted on playing the marksman. At that moment, he finally noticed Lin Yan's return and waved excitedly. "Lin Yan's back. Quickly, come in. Just give me a competent jungler, and I'll show you what it means to carry." Lin Yan promptly produced his pre-prepared phone and joined the fray without hesitation. With his participation, their chances of victory began to rise significantly. When Yichang returned to the dorm, they were in the midst of a 6-game winning streak. He cast an exasperated glance at his 3 roommates and sighed. "You all seem to be enjoying yourselves, unlike me. Who has to run errands for the mentor on a Sunday?" Fu Yinjie turned off his phone and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Now that you are the class monitor, it's only natural that those capable bear more responsibilities. Besides, we are merely passing time here. How can your life be so fulfilling?" Lin Yan, unlike Fu Yinjie, who was full of banter, gazed curiously at the stack of documents in Yichang's hands and couldn't help but inquire, "Is there something going on at school that necessitates your presence today?" At this, Yichang offered a wry smile. He first settled into his seat, took a sip of water, and then lifted the documents in his hand, saying, "In 2 weeks, the school is preparing to hold a sports meet. I need to help retrieve the documents, and tomorrow I'll have to gather classmates for registration." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately crowded around Yichang, snatching the documents from his hands to examine them. "Goodness, Yichang, have you lost your mind? You've signed up for the 3,000 meters? Do you really think you can manage it?" As they flipped through the papers, they spotted Yichang's name on the registration form for the 3,000-meter event. Yichang's face flashed with a hint of helplessness as he replied, "There's no choice. The school has set quotas, and someone has to register. Besides, let's be honest, no one is likely to volunteer for the 3,000 meters. After contemplating, I had no option but to sign up myself." His observation was astute. Now that they were in college, the stringent regulations of high school were a thing of the past, and students rarely took the initiative to engage in physical exercise. Given the choice, they would rather join clubs or seek out female classmates to discuss life's meaning. Moreover, Events like the 3,000-meter race were generally avoided by students. It was likely that the instructors recognized how challenging it was to encourage students to voluntarily sign up, which is why they delegated this responsibility to fellow students like Hichang. Being a rather straightforward individual, Hichang couldn't conceive of persuading others to register. After much deliberation, he simply filled in his name. Besides, I have good stamina. Although I may not secure any accolades in the 3,000 meters, I believe I can endure it. He was indeed correct. Having assisted his family with agricultural work from a young age, his sun-kissed skin bore testament to his resilience. With a physique like his, though running 3,000 meters would certainly be exhausting, it was not beyond his capability. As the conversation continued, a sudden inspiration struck him. He turned to his three companions and said, "Speaking of which, as my roommates, you wouldn't abandon me in my time of need, would you? Come on. Each of you should take on a few events to help me meet the quotas." Chapter 98. Who is the blockhead? Upon hearing these words, Fu Yinjie immediately turned and made his way toward the restroom, muttering, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to relieve myself." Unexpectedly, Hichang, as if anticipating this, tugged at the back of his collar with a sardonic smile and said, "Even if you were to defecate before my eyes right now, you must first choose 2 events to sign up for." Faced with the unwavering resolve in the class monitor's eyes, Fu Yinjie reluctantly selected long jump and the 100 meters. A slight twitch at the corner of his eye revealing his reluctance. His mindset was akin to Hichang's. He regarded it merely as a formality. Contrary to Fu Yinjie's nonchalance, Yun Tianhua approached the selection with earnestness. After much contemplation, he inscribed his name next to high jump and the 200 meters. While the outcome of the 200 meters was uncertain, high jump was his forte, and he believed he might achieve a commendable rank. Upon hearing this, Hichang's grin widened. Although he had no aspirations for accolades, achieving a notable result would undoubtedly be splendid. He then turned to Lin Yan, brimming with anticipation, and inquired, "Lin Yan, why don't you choose 2 events as well?" Lin Yan did not refuse. To be candid, if he were to participate, he could easily claim first place in any event he chose. Thanks to the enhancements from the system, although not as exaggerated as the superhuman figures depicted in anime. After months of adaptation, Lin Yan could confidently assert that his physique had reached the pinnacle of human capability. He had conducted some private tests, and astonishingly, his physical attributes nearly matched world record benchmarks. For someone who had not undergone systematic training to attain such a level was indeed remarkable. Within the university environment, Lin Yan could be considered a formidable presence. Instead of making an immediate decision, Lin Yan looked up at Hichang and asked, "Which events do you think require more participants? I'll sign up for those since I have no particular preference." Hichang's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. He quickly glanced at the registration form in his hands. After a moment of deliberation, he looked up at Lin Yan and suggested, "How about I sign you up for the mixed 4 by 100 meters relay and the basketball team?" The mixed 4 by 100 meters relay? Lin Yan glanced at the list and noticed Hichang's name was also there. He nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, a glint of cunning triumph flashed in Hichang's eyes. The event required 2 males and 2 females, and since Lin Yan had consented, Bai Luoyin would undoubtedly agree to participate as well. They merely needed to find one more female participant. Lin Yan perceived Hichang's intentions with clarity and, with an enigmatic smile, said to him, "I will ensure Bai Luoyin participates tomorrow, but for the last female spot, I suggest you inquire with Wenyiru." Wenyiru? The image of her gentle demeanor flashed in Hichang's mind, and he hesitantly asked, "Will she agree to participate?" Lin Yan observed Hichang, who seemed utterly oblivious, and with a peculiar smile, nodded confidently, saying, "Rest assured, as long as you express your intention to participate, she will undoubtedly agree." Noticing the look of confusion on Hichang's face, Lin Yan swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "By the way, what's the deal with basketball? Is there a basketball competition during the sports meet?" Lin Yan's words successfully diverted Hichang's attention, and he nodded, replying, "Indeed. Shanghai University hosts its annual basketball tournament concurrently with the sports meet. We will be forming a basketball team composed of students from both Class 1 and Class 2 of finance to compete. According to the school's requirements, we need at least 10 members, including starters and substitutes. The mentor has already arranged for both our classes to contribute 5 players each. Unfortunately, I am not particularly knowledgeable about basketball, So if you have no objections, I would like you to be the first to sign up from our class. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan nonchalantly nodded and readily agreed. All right, please sign me up as well. At that moment, Yun Tianhua approached at an opportune time, asking, is the basketball team still in need of players? If so, count me in. I played fairly well in high school. That is fantastic. Yichang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, as he glanced at the partially completed registration form in his hand. He felt confident that he would fulfill the mentor's requirement by the next class. That evening, while dining with Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan shared the news about the sports meet. Upon hearing Lin Yan's desire to invite her to participate in the 4x100 relay race, Bai Luoyan immediately nodded in agreement. However, she soon recalled something and, narrowing her eyes with a hint of threat, questioned Lin Yan in a chilling tone, but isn't there still a need for one more girl? Which girl do you intend to invite to join us? Observing the jealousy evident on her face, Lin Yan, slightly exasperated, patted her head and said, what are you getting jealous for? I've already asked Hichang to invite Wenyuru tomorrow. Wenyuru? Remembering her roommate, Bai Luoyan posed a question similar to Hichang's. Will she agree to participate in the relay race? It was difficult for her to envision the gentle girl running. Don't worry, she will agree. Otherwise, you could ask her tonight, Lin Yan replied with unwavering confidence. Seeing that Bai Luoyan remained skeptical, Lin Yan added, during classes, and even on our last outing. Didn't you notice that your roommate seems to have a bit of interest in Yichang? Bai Luoyan shook her head in confusion. She truly had not noticed such things. Whenever Lin Yan was around, her attention was solely focused on him, leaving little room to pay heed to anyone else. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Lin Yan felt an urge to tease her. He playfully poked her cheek and chuckled, even I can see it. How could the esteemed president of the Bai family fail to notice? It seems your ability to read others requires improvement. You appear rather wooden at the moment. Bai Luoyan, annoyed, swatted his hand away and glared at him. After a few moments, she gazed at Lin Yan with a hint of sorrow in her eyes and said softly, indeed, I am like a piece of wood. Who could forget that in my past life, I made my intentions clear for over a decade, yet he remained oblivious. In the end, he indulged in self-delusion, thinking I meant to harm him, and resorted to the despicable tactic of feigning death to escape. She mused, as for being wooden, I am still far inferior to that person. The foolish acts of her past returned to haunt her like a boomerang, striking her at her core. Lin Yan's expression faltered, his mouth opening and closing in vain, ultimately rendering him speechless. Only the shadow-like figure of Shangwan Wanyu, standing behind them, could no longer contain her laughter upon witnessing her husband's embarrassment. Chapter 99. Am I being fed dog food? Lin Yan, now mockingly dubbed a blockhead by the girl, found himself utterly defenseless. Looking back, he realized that the self-proclaimed master of the world, Lin Taifu, was not much different from a fool. A smile broke across Lin Yan's face as he obediently placed his hand on the girl's abdomen and gently rubbed it. Given the school environment, he had no means to prepare any ginger tea. Perhaps due to last night's antics, the girl was experiencing particularly severe pain during her menstrual cycle. Observing her somewhat pale complexion, Lin Yan could only feel a pang of sympathy as he continued to massage her belly, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. The girl, clearly suffering, sulked and pouted, childishly complaining, why is it only girls who have to endure this pain? Can't you boys experience a bit of Aunt Flo's visits too? It's utterly unfair. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across her face as she leaned closer to Lin Yan and whispered, Darling, could you help me, please? Lin Yan looked at her in confusion and replied, Huh, how could I possibly assist you with that? Actually, there is a way you can help me, she said, her expression triumphant. I know a method that could spare me from the pain for 10 months. So will you help me? Lin Yan. The following day, as Lin Yan had anticipated, when Hichang extended an invitation to Wenyuru, she accepted without a moment's hesitation. From that day forward, the four of them added another routine to their after-school activities, practicing on the playground. The 4x100 relay race may seem simple, yet the baton passing process requires a certain finesse. Techniques for anticipating the start and smoothly transferring the baton to the next runner are essential skills to master, regardless of whether it is Hichang or Lin Yan. Both are the type who, once they have made a decision, strive to excel. After a discussion among the group, they agreed to convene after class today to practice on the playground. Following their deliberations, they established the order of the 4 participants. First was Chong, followed by Wen Yuruo, by Luo Yin, and finally Lin Yan. Once their positions were confirmed, the four promptly commenced their training efforts. However, after a few attempts, Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan naturally took a seat at the edge of the track. This was not due to any inclination to be idle, but rather because it became evident to everyone that the two required no such training. Their baton exchanges bore no resemblance to novices. Instead, they exhibited the finesse of seasoned athletes. Despite Wen Yuruo and Bai Luoyin's transitions being somewhat unrefined, Bai Luoyin swiftly adapted to Wen Yuruo's movements. Consequently, after several attempts, Chong and Wen Yuruo decided to allow these two prodigies to rest off to the side. Thus, only Chong and Wen Yuruo remained on the field. To be frank, enlisting Wen Yuruo for such a track event was not an ideal choice. After all, anyone burdened with such considerable weight would find it challenging to achieve speed. Aware that the day's purpose was to train for running, Wen Yuruo had intentionally donned a thin long-sleeve top. The unfortunate garment could hardly contain the quivering peaks, prompting all the boys on the playground to instinctively halt their movements. Even Lin Yan, who sat nearby, could not resist casting a glance in her direction. This is utterly absurd. Is there truly someone in reality who possesses such a figure? As Lin Yan pondered this profoundly philosophical inquiry, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from beside him. Instinctively turning his head, he was met with Bai Luoyin's icy gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. Oh no, he had been too engrossed in his observations. With a voice laced with irritation, the girl spat. "You scoundrel. Just the night before last, you sweet-talked me, claiming I was the most beautiful, and now your eyes are wandering everywhere, are they? It seems all men are the same." After delivering her tirade, she pouted and turned her head aside, embodying a demeanor that conveyed, "If you do not appease me, you shall face dire consequences." Aware of his culpability, Lin Yan had no choice but to once again resort to his well-rehearsed repertoire of charming phrases, attempting to placate the girl with explanations. Gradually, under Lin Yan's sweet-talking, Bai Luoyin's expression began to soften. Yet, as she glanced at Wen Yuruo on the field and then down at herself, a flicker of annoyance crossed her mind. "I am not so small either. Why do men prefer the larger figures? Perhaps tonight I shall ask Xiao Yu to prepare a papaya and milk dessert? Humph. I am certainly not doing it for that scoundrel." Meanwhile, Lin Yan, observing Bai Luoyin's gradually calming demeanor, wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. "It is not that. I merely caught a glimpse by accident. Yet I cannot shake off this overwhelming sense of guilt. Is my persona on the verge of collapse?" Regardless of the playful banter between the couple on the playground, Chong and Wen Yuruo continued their training diligently. Perhaps it is due to Wen Yuruo's talents being predominantly in the humanities, for her athletic prowess turned out to be considerably lacking. After repeating the baton exchange more than 10 times, she finally managed to grasp the timing. Observing Chong, drenched in sweat, she felt a pang of remorse and said, "I'm sorry, it's just that I'm too clumsy." Chong, wiping the sweat from his brow, smiled brightly at her, waving his hand dismissively. "It's perfectly fine. Let us try again. I believe in you." As she gazed at the earnest encouragement emanating from the dark-skinned boy before her, Wen Yuruo found herself momentarily entranced. Objectively speaking, Chong was certainly not the type favored by the masses. His somewhat awkward demeanor and dark complexion diverged sharply from the aesthetic preferences of most girls today. Yet, in Wen Yuruo's eyes, Chong possessed a charm that was uniquely his own. To put it in her own words, he always instilled in her a peculiar sense of security. Chong, oblivious to Wen Yuruo's unusual demeanor, resumed his practice after a few encouraging words. It was only when Chong was about to approach her that Wen Yuruo snapped back to reality. As she prepared to step forward, she inadvertently tripped over her own feet, tumbling forward. Witnessing this, Chong swiftly tossed the baton aside and rushed towards her, catching her just in time. However, due to the momentum, they both fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chong acted as a cushion, and Wen Yuruo emerged unscathed. Feeling the soft ground beneath her, Wen Yuruo hurriedly stood up, assisting Chong to his feet, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Are you all right? It's all my fault. I'm so clumsy." Upon noticing the blood trickling from Chong's knee, her anxiety escalated to the brink of tears. She quickly retrieved a tissue from her pocket, her hands trembling slightly as she tended to his wound. In truth, the injury was not severe, it was merely a scraped knee. However, The thought that her clumsiness had caused his injury made her eyes well up with tears as she gently wiped the graze on his leg. Perhaps having never been cared for in such a manner by a girl, Hee-chang sat there, his body rigid, his gaze fixated on the girl before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a strange sense of relief at his injury. From a distance, their figures intertwined, resembling a tender embrace. Yet suddenly, Lin Yan felt an unsettling realization wash over him. Wait, am I being force-fed dog food? To my astonishment, there came a day when I, too, would be fed dog food. Chapter 100. Who wants to exert effort when one can simply laze about? Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan wisely refrained from interrupting the two individuals, instead quietly departing while they were momentarily distracted. While there was no issue in offering others dog food, when it came to his own turn to partake, it was best to vacate the scene promptly. However, the duo did not wander far, making their way towards the gymnasium adjacent to the playground. Let us not forget that Lin Yan, in addition to participating in the 4x100 relay race, had also committed to joining the basketball team. Today marked the first gathering of the basketball team members. Jianghai University, with its ample financial resources, boasted not only a vast playground but also a newly constructed grand gymnasium. The gymnasium housed an indoor basketball court and occasionally served as a venue for significant basketball events held in Jianghai City. Upon Lin Yan's arrival at a section of the basketball court within the gymnasium, the other 9 members had already assembled. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Lin Yan addressed his companions. I apologize for my tardiness. Certain matters delayed me. Yun Tianhua, also a member of the basketball team, glanced behind him with a hint of curiosity and inquired, Where is Haidu? Wasn't he with you? Lin Yan replied with a peculiar smile. Oh, he is currently preoccupied with one. Although Lin Yan seemed to say little, Yun Tianhua wore an expression that suggested he understood everything. He had already discerned the subtle dynamics between Wen Yuro and Hee-chang. Were it not for Hee-chang's rather taciturn demeanor, things might have progressed much sooner. Unfazed, he respectfully addressed Bai Luoyan, who stood beside Lin Yan, sister-in-law. As soon as he uttered these words, the others in unison echoed, Greetings, sister-in-law. This basketball team was composed of selections from the first and second classes of the finance department, each contributing 5 members for a total of 10. The reason for this arrangement of 10 players was to ensure 5 starters and 5 substitutes. Without substitutes, should any player be injured or fouled out, they would barely have enough to form a complete team. Moreover, basketball games are played on a full court. One cannot expect only 5 players to endure the entirety of the match. If that were the case, the final moments would merely be a contest of who still possessed the strength to remain on the court. In reality, a formal basketball roster typically requires at least 12 to 15 players. However, as this was an intra-school competition, the rules were understandably more relaxed. Despite the fact that the first and second finance classes were distinct entities, students from both classes often attended lectures together in the same large classroom. Thus, aside from Yun Tianhua, the others present were well aware of the romantic involvement between Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan. After all, they often indulged in the dog food distributed by that canine couple during class. Furthermore, it was merely a casual greeting of hello, sister-in-law, a phrase capable of delighting the daughter of a wealthy family, which seemed exceedingly worthwhile. However, observing the obsequious behavior of his teammates, Yun Tianhua felt a profound sense of threat, sensing that his position as the chief steward was somewhat precarious. Upon hearing the harmonious chorus of hello, sister-in-law from the crowd, Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, she suddenly felt that Lin Yan had indeed found a remarkable group of teammates. The young lady graciously accepted their accolades, nodding as she spoke. I am merely here to accompany Lin Yan. You need not mind me. I shall find a place to sit and watch. True to her word, she sought an empty seat, undoubtedly accompanied by the shadowy figure of Shangguan Wanyu. Yet, despite her inaction, the glances directed her way multiplied. It was inevitable. Setting aside her prestigious lineage, her beauty was sufficiently captivating. Moreover, the gymnasium was predominantly filled with youthful male students. The sudden appearance of such a striking beauty was bound to attract attention. Soon, whispers began to circulate. Who is that girl? Is there such a stunning goddess in our school? Hey, watch where you point. Do you still need your finger? That is the heiress of the Bai family. The very one who heads the Bai Corporation, the current president. Who would have thought that such a wealthy young lady could be so enchanting? I heard she's only 18. So she asks about our age? Does this mean we might have a chance? Are you out of your mind, living under a rock? Who doesn't he know that this young lady is already taken? No way. It's only been less than 3 months since the semester began. Who is the lucky guy? That would be Lin Yan from the freshman finance class. Look, he is in the adjacent arena. I don't think he looks any better than I do. In an instant, not only were many gazes fixated on by Luo Yan, but Lin Yan also became the object of scrutiny. However, Lin Yan was already accustomed to such attention. At that moment, he disregarded the onlookers, focusing intently on a tall student speaking before him. This student, surnamed Niu, whose first name shall remain undisclosed, was commonly referred to as Iron Niu by most. He was a student from the neighboring finance class too. As the saying goes, a name may not truly represent a person, but a nickname certainly does. True to his moniker, Iron Niu stood at an impressive height of 195 meters, and beneath his white tank top lay bulging muscles. Without an explanation, anyone witnessing his physique would undoubtedly mistake him for an athlete rather than a finance major. Perhaps it was due to his remarkably reassuring physique, coupled with his past experience as the captain of the high school team, that led everyone to unanimously elect him as the leader of the group. Tai Niu did not decline this honor. Instead, he readily accepted the role. However, he soon found himself in a bit of a predicament, as he now had the responsibility of selecting the starting and substitute players. Naturally, those who volunteered were somewhat skilled, and if the roster of starters and substitutes was not properly allocated, it could easily provoke discontent among certain individuals. Observing Tai Niu's troubled expression, Lin Yan took the initiative to raise his hand and declared, Captain, I would like to apply for a substitute position. This was not Lin Yan's attempt to feign humility or to play the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Rather, he genuinely did not wish to be a starter. After all, who would willingly take on the burdensome role of a workhorse when they could simply relax? Furthermore, his initial decision to sign up was merely to lend a helping hand. If he could continue to ride on the coattails of others to complete all the matches, that would be ideal. What? You suggest that having a system to enhance his abilities while playing the role of a mere bystander is a waste? I ask you, what is the primary motivation for boys to showcase their prowess on the basketball court? It is, of course, to impress the ladies. With by Luo Yan already by his side, why would he need to seek further attention? If he were to attract too much notice from the opposite sex, it would only lead to complications. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, however, in a corner of the gymnasium, a girl was intently watching his figure. Chapter 101. By Lin Yan's choice not to select you is justified upon hearing Lin Yan voluntarily offer to take on the substitute role. Tai Niu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. As a classmate from the adjacent class, he was well aware of the considerable attention Lin Yan was currently receiving. Setting aside his status as by Luo Yan's boyfriend, his 2 previous performances were sufficient to establish him as a prominent figure at Zhonghai University. The fact that someone of such renown was willing to step down to a substitute position undoubtedly made Tai Niu's responsibilities as captain significantly easier. After all, if even by Luo Yan's boyfriend was willing to take on the role of a substitute, who would dare to protest? The subsequent selection for substitutes was straightforward. Tai Niu asked the remaining candidates to demonstrate their dribbling, shooting, and basic skills, and subsequently identified 4 starting players, with himself included. The roster of 5 starting players was complete. There was a minor interlude when Yun Tianhua also expressed a desire to follow Lin Yan's lead and become a substitute. But Lin Yan promptly dissuaded him. After all, if he alone could enjoy some leisure, it would be problematic if everyone decided to join in. However, Yun Tianhua's abilities did not disappoint, and he successfully secured a spot among the starting players, although his expression seemed far from jubilant. With the starting lineup established, they commenced their training for the day. Having once served as the captain of the high school team, Tai Niu possessed a solid tactical foundation. For a team hastily assembled from strangers, complex tactics are inherently unsuitable. Their primary focus should be on cultivating team chemistry. As for strategy, mastering the fundamentals, such as pick and rolls or one-on-one plays, suffices. Lin Yan is the type of person who, once committed, sees things through to the end. Thus, he has diligently participated in the team's training. However, he has made an effort to conceal his capabilities, striving not to stand out excessively, unbeknownst to the others. After their practice commenced, a certain graceful figure who had been quietly observing discreetly departed from the gymnasium. Once outside, Tang Yinyan finally exhaled in relief. She had not come specifically to seek Lin Yan. Rather, as the class monitor, she felt a duty to inquire about the basketball team's progress. What she did not anticipate was Lin Yan's enrollment in the team. Upon seeing Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan together, she halted, instinctively choosing to remain unseen. In reality, after confirming that Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan were in a romantic relationship, she had refrained from approaching him again. As a former campus belle and top scholar, she possessed her own pride. With Lin Yan now having a girlfriend, she understood the boundaries she ought to observe. However, just as she exited the gym, she unexpectedly encountered someone. Upon seeing the tall figure before her, Tang Yinyan exclaimed, "Senior Shin?" Indeed, the individual who stood before her was none other than Shin Yongyan, the indefatigable heir of the Shun family and an exchange student at Jianghai University, whose reputation on campus was nearly as prominent as Bai Luoyan's. Yet, compared to when he first entered the school, his complexion now appeared markedly pale, evidently the result of the culinary endeavors of Bai Luoyan that evening, which had taken a toll on his health. Observing Tang Yinyan before him, Shin Yongyan offered a smile that could only be described as perfect and invited her. "Tang Jr., would you be open to a conversation?" Tang Yinyan contemplated for a few seconds before gently nodding in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, in a cafe outside the campus. At that moment, the cafe was solely occupied by Shin Yongyan and Tang Yinyan, with a steaming cup of coffee set before them. They maintained an oddly charged silence, neither willing to speak. Shin Yongyan slowly lifted the cup, taking a small sip, only to frown slightly in dissatisfaction before setting it down again. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the girl across from him and spoke. "Tang Jr., I heard that you and Lin Yan attended the same high school." Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness flashed in Tang Yinyan's eyes. She clasped her hands around the coffee cup before her, her expression neutral as she nodded. "Yes. We indeed were in the same class for all 3 years of high school." Shin Yongyan nodded in satisfaction and continued. "I have also heard that during the first semester of your senior year, Lin Yankai pursued you for a full 6 months. Tang Yinyan was puzzled as to why Shin Yongyan would bring up this topic, feeling a slight dissatisfaction as she gazed at her senior. Regardless of who it is, discovering that someone has investigated one's past would inevitably stir discontent. Thus, Shin Yongyan was not overly surprised by Tang Yinyan's reaction. He spread his hands innocently and said, "I apologize, I did not intend to investigate you. My original intention was to look into Lin Yan." Tang Yinyan did not doubt the veracity of his words. For Shin Yongyan had boldly declared upon arriving at the school that he was there for Bai Luoyan. Upon learning that Bai Luoyan had a boyfriend, it was entirely reasonable for a wealthy heir to investigate his rival. However, she was unprepared for the depth of Shin Yongyan's inquiry, as within just a few days, he had uncovered every detail of Lin Yan's past 18 years. Seeing Tang Yinyan's expression return to calm, Shin Yongyan smiled slightly and continued with his previous topic. "Lin Yan pursued you for half a year, and then one day he abruptly ceased. At that time, you seemed to have sought him out, but he appeared to ignore you. Yet, you might not have anticipated that the average performing Lin Yan would end up at the same university as you. Encountering a boy who once pursued you at a prestigious institution like Jianghai University is bound to evoke some musings. For instance, did he secretly strive in his studies just to attend the same school as you? Especially when you discover that this former classmate possesses talents you were entirely unaware of, such as billiard skills rivaling that of a professional and a musical gift never showcased in public. All this must leave you, who was once the object of his affections, feeling overwhelmed." Before Shin Yongyan could finish his thought, Tang Yinyan interrupted him with an angry shout. At that moment, she looked at Shin Yongyan with a glint of fury in her eyes and exclaimed, "Senior Shun, what exactly are you trying to say?" In the face of her anger, Shin Yongyan remained remarkably composed. He gazed steadily into her eyes and calmly stated, "Tang Yinyan, you like Lin Yan, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yinyan's pupils involuntarily constricted. Shin Yongyan, noticing this subtle change, expressed his satisfaction, saying, "It seems I was not mistaken. You have indeed developed feelings for Lin Yan. However, because Lin Yan confirmed his relationship with Bai Luoyan, you hesitated. But what if I could help create an opportunity for you to pursue Lin Yan again? Would you seize this rare chance?" For a moment, the two fell into an uncanny silence once more. After a long pause, Tang Yinyan suddenly let out a cold laugh. She gazed at the man before her with eyes filled with pity and disdainfully remarked, "Indeed, It is entirely understandable that Bai Luoyin chose Lin Yan over you. Chapter 102. One must love oneself before loving another. Dear Senior. Shen Yongyan made no effort to conceal his intentions. Having grown up alongside Bai Luoyin, he believed he possessed a profound understanding of her character. From a young age, Bai Luoyin had always been resolute and unwavering. Unlike those delicate and frail young ladies of high society, she exuded decisiveness and confidence. Once she set her mind on something, there was nothing she could not achieve. It was precisely this distinctive trait that enabled her to create one miracle after another. Perhaps it was this uniqueness that captivated Shen Yongyan so deeply. Given the stature of the Shen family, he certainly had numerous options. His parents were not blind. They had long recognized that Bai Luoyin held no interest in their son. They had previously attempted to persuade Shen Yongyan to consider other potential matches, yet he, as if under a spell, insisted that he would marry no one but her. Thinking that his son's infatuation might simply be youthful impulsiveness, his parents refrained from further interference, allowing him to pursue his desires. Shen Yongyan was acutely aware that, given Bai Luoyin's nature, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to sow discord between her and Lin Yan. Thus, he redirected his focus towards Lin Yan. Particularly, upon learning of Lin Yan's past entanglement with Tang Yanyan, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Despite the information clearly stating that Lin Yan had deliberately distanced himself from Tang Yanyan after entering university, Shen Yongyan believed he understood Lin Yan completely. Any man, faced with a goddess like Bai Luoyin, would find it impossible to refuse her. It was only logical that Lin Yan would distance himself from Tang Yanyan to ensure Bai Luoyin's peace of mind. However, one must consider, who could truly resist the advances of a woman? Especially when that woman was the once unattainable white moonlight of his past. He was convinced that, with his support, should Tang Yanyan choose to pursue Lin Yan, he would undoubtedly be moved. Even if Lin Yan ultimately declined, he envisioned a scenario where he could fortuitously encounter Bai Luoyin in a situation where Lin Yan and Tang Yanyan were clandestinely meeting. He could scarcely believe that someone as proud as Bai Luoyin would tolerate such emotional infidelity from her boyfriend. However, he never anticipated that the one variable he deemed least likely to falter, Tang Yanyan, would now mock him. He stared in astonishment at the girl before him, incredulity lacing his voice as he asked, "What did you just say?" The pity in Tang Yanyan's eyes had not faded. She reiterated her previous disdainful words. "I said, I finally understand why Bai Luoyin chose Lin Yan over you." The calm expression that once graced Shen Yongyan's face evaporated, replaced by a stern demeanor as he directed a threatening gaze towards Tang Yanyan, saying, "Do you realize what you are saying?" However, in the face of his threats, Tang Yanyan remained utterly steadfast. One hand stirred the coffee before her with a spoon, while the other delicately traced the handle of the cup. With a soft chuckle, she began, "I comprehend your intent. In fact, I find myself in agreement with your perspective. Can men and women be friends? Certainly, but only as ordinary friends. Once the boundaries are crossed and intimacy deepens, I do not believe in the existence of pure friendship between the sexes. Hence, I have never subscribed to the notions of red-faced or blue-faced friendships. The former, when it becomes too close, often turns to envy, while the latter, if it lingers, may well turn to jealousy. Senior, if you wish to embrace envy, that is beyond my concern, but I assure you, I have no desire to succumb to jealousy. Oh wait, it seems you are not even in a position to embrace envy." Upon hearing Tang Yanyan's clearly sarcastic remarks, Shen Yongyan instinctively clenched his fists. He lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing her expression, and, unwilling to relent, inquired, "But do you not harbor feelings for Lin Yan? Are you not willing to fight for your own desires?" Tang Yanyan fell silent. After a few moments of contemplation, she responded earnestly, "I do not deny that I have feelings for Lin. However, I am acutely aware that these feelings have yet to reach the realm of love. Perhaps it is the disappointment of losing something once easily possessed, or perhaps the surprise of discovering a classmate's hidden depths. Were it not for Bai Luoyin, I might genuinely have pursued him." And now, before Shen Yongyan could finish, she interjected, "Senior Shun, do I appear to you as some pitiable creature?" At this juncture, she straightened her posture, a long-lost confidence illuminating her face. "While I may not rival Bai Luoyin in beauty, I am certainly not unattractive. I possess both looks and intellect. Why should I diminish myself to become a third party? Am I not deserving of something better? Must I covet what belongs to others?" Perhaps in Lin Yan's world, I am merely an inconsequential side character. Yet, to me, I am the protagonist of my own life. Given this, why should I not believe that I may encounter my own leading man in the future? Pray, aside from a rare few women with mental afflictions, who does not yearn for a partner who belongs solely to them. Even if I were to win Lin Yan's affection, he would still be imperfect in my eyes, for he has shared his life with others. Since I do not yet love him deeply, and I am aware that I have many options, why should I cling to him alone? I am not some delusional individual with a twisted affection. Then why did you reject Su Fuxian? Has he not always been fond of you? She scoffed. Tang Yinyan cast a sardonic glance at the senior before her, feeling both exasperated and amused. So he likes me, and therefore I must reciprocate his feelings? Senior Shun, you also have feelings for Bai Luoyan. Yet, I do not see her harboring any affection for you. At this point, she felt there was little left to discuss with this senior, and thus rose to depart. Before leaving, however, she looked at Shun Yongyan and kindly advised, Senior Shun, permit me to offer a word of counsel. One must love oneself before loving another. Given your circumstances, there is no need to entangle yourself here. As a woman, I can perceive Bai Luoyan's unwavering devotion to Lin Yan more clearly. Should you insist on meddling, I fear Bai Luoyan will not easily let you off the hook, though uncertain if her words would resonate. Tang Yinyan felt she had done her due diligence, and subsequently turned to leave the cafe. She harbored no fear of Shun Yongyan retaliating against her rejection. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not resort to such pettiness. After all, if pushed to her limits, she could always seek out Bai Luoyan. Observing Tang Yinyan's retreating figure, Shun Yongyan wore a look of bewilderment. Something felt amiss. This scenario was entirely divergent from his expectations. Why did the values of people in this world seem so upright? Chapter 103. The opening ceremony of the sports meet as a prestigious institution. Jianghai University places significant emphasis on its annual sports meet. In fact, numerous esteemed universities prioritize the physical well-being of their students. It is said that Tsinghua and Peking universities require students to complete long-distance runs each year, 3 kilometers for males and 15 kilometers for females. Failure to do so is deemed a failing grade. There are even rumors that if one does not learn to swim during their university years, graduation is unattainable. Thus, true institutions of higher learning genuinely incorporate the moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects into their assessment criteria. While not as dramatic as Tsinghua and Peking, Jianghai University equally values the athletic capabilities of its students. Hence, during the week leading up to the sports meet, one would notice an increased number of students on the school's playground and in the gymnasium. Even Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua found themselves inevitably dragged to the gym for team training after class each day. Bai Luoyan would always follow closely behind him, quietly taking a seat in the gym, resting her chin on her hands as she watched Lin Yan. Despite the mundane nature of the team's tactical training, she observed with intense focus, a hint of bliss gracing her countenance. Little did she know how her devoted demeanor stirred the emotions of the surrounding singles. The atmosphere within the gym became inexplicably invigorated. Besides Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua, Hichang had also been quite busy lately. After that day, the distance between him and Wen Yuru had noticeably diminished. This seemingly bumbling young man had taken to using training as an excuse to bring Wen Yuru to the playground daily. Lin Yan had also witnessed the two of them on the playground, but it was evident that they were not engaged in training. Rather, they were hand in hand, expressing their affection. As time passed, their private moments together grew increasingly lengthy, from their initial strolls to shared dinners. It had recently become common for Hichang to return home nearly at 10 o'clock in the evening. Observing Hichang's blissful and foolish expression upon each return, the 3 roommates in the dormitory realized that delightful news about their companion was imminent. Thus, in this scenario, Fu Yinjie became the sole victim in the dorm. Gradually coming to the realization, he suddenly noticed that he was the last one remaining, unable to find anyone even for a gaming session. When asked to join the training on the playground, he merely shook his head and laid down on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Amidst this somewhat tense atmosphere, a week slipped by unnoticed, and soon the opening ceremony of the school's sports meeting would commence the following day. That day, Lin Yan and his companions unusually refrained from training and returned to the dorm after an early dinner. Due to the ceremony, both the playground and gym were temporarily closed off, preventing their entry. Most students seemed indifferent, having trained for a week, and felt that the tactics to be remembered were nearly mastered. An additional day made little difference. It was said that the school leaders were particularly invested in this opening ceremony, even inviting a renowned star to perform. Fu Yinjie scrolled through his phone, glancing at some messages on the school website, and remarked, Zhanghai University is indeed wealthy. For a mere sports meeting, they even invited a star to sing. Lin Yan, looking at his phone, instinctively chimed in with a critique. Unexpectedly, Fu Yinjie scoffed and retorted, those bald heads in the school leadership wouldn't be so generous. I heard it was a wealthy second-generation student from our school who privately funded the performance. Lin Yan was taken aback by the existence of such a naive yet affluent individual. A second-generation wealthy student? Naive and affluent? For some reason, Lin Yan instinctively glanced at Yun Tianhua beside him. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, Yun Tianhua narrowed his eyes, meeting his look with a serious expression, and said in a low voice, your stare feels like an affront. Lin Yan coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, shifting his gaze and deliberately asking, by the way, where's he Daodu? Has he vanished again, perhaps off to pursue a romance with Wen Yuzhou? Although He Chong repeatedly insisted that he and Wen Yuzhou had not formally confirmed their relationship, Lin Yan and his friends believed it was merely bravado. Upon hearing Lin Yan mention He Chong, Fu Yinjie exclaimed in indignation, TSK, who would have thought that the thick-browed, big-eyed guy would be the second to find love? I thought that title would belong to me. Yun Tianhua cast a knowing smile in his direction. Though he remained silent, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. However, perhaps due to the countless similar gazes he had encountered, Fu Yinjie had grown immune to such disdain. Ignoring Yun Tianhua's contempt, he continued, by the way, every class is required to have an entrance ceremony for the opening tomorrow, right? Oh, is it by Luoyan who is responsible for holding the sign for our class? Much like any other sports meet, Zhanghai University's event mandated that each class design their own entrance ceremony, regardless of the format. It was customary for the most beautiful girl in the class to be chosen to carry the sign. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan interjected, actually, it's not by Luoyan who will carry the sign tomorrow, it's Jiang Lan. Observing the puzzled expressions from the other two, Lin Yan shrugged and explained. The teacher did approach by Luoyan, but she declined, so that was that. After hearing this, the duo did not press for the reasons behind by Luoyan's refusal, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The rationale was quite simple. Given by Lin's status and family background, she found no interest in seeking such attention. From another perspective, such endeavors to garner popularity held no benefit for her and would only serve as a nuisance. Why would a person of the Bai family's stature concern themselves with the opinions of Zhanghai University's students? While this sentiment may seem somewhat oppressive, fundamentally, Bai Luoyan and these students existed on entirely different planes. Had it not been for Lin Yan, she would not have graced the stage during the welcome party. To this day, those students remained blissfully unaware of the caliber of the individual who performed swordplay for them that night. In a previous life, not only would such thoughts have been unthinkable, but anyone daring to entertain them would have faced the wrath of Shangwan Wanyu. Just as the group began to discuss which female celebrity would be performing the next day, He Chong finally returned. Upon his arrival, he tossed his coat onto a chair and, with wide eyes, addressed Lin Yan and the others. Fathers, I truly need your help this time. I am utterly at a loss. Seeing the puzzled looks from his three roommates, He Chong succinctly outlined the situation. It turned out that the format for their class's entrance ceremony had only been finalized that very afternoon. However, it soon became apparent that they were short 4 participants to complete the ceremony. With no other option, He Chong had to return to the dormitory and request his roommates to fill in. Naturally, the 3 were more than willing to oblige his minor request. Yet, they had forgotten to inquire about the nature of this entrance ceremony, leaving them oblivious to the awkward predicament they would face the following day. Chapter 104. Who the hell came up with this entrance ceremony? After a night devoid of conversation, the 3 were awakened early the next morning by He Chong. Fu Yinjie glanced at his phone, noting the time read 7 a.m., and promptly burrowed back into his blankets. He Chong looked at him helplessly, abruptly lifting his blanket and shouting in his ear, "Wake up. Have you forgotten that you promised to help me last night?" Under He Chong's close proximity, Fu Yinjie gradually recalled the events of the previous evening. He let out a weary groan and reluctantly crawled out of bed. By the time he had finished washing up, the other 3 were already waiting for him at the door. He Chang glanced at the time and, without further ado, pulled the three of them towards the playground. Fu Yinjia rolled his eyes in exasperation and complained to Chang. Didn't you say last night that all we had to do was stand still and serve as background characters? Why do we have to go so early? Chang explained with a hint of resignation. While being background characters is true, we also need to get made up. The mention of makeup caused both Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua to sense something amiss. The group stared at Chang, perplexed, and queried, "Hey, little black bean, you're not leading us into a trap, are you? It feels like this is more complicated than you suggested." Chang, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze and quietly replied, "You'll find out when we get there." Although a sense of unease lingered in their hearts, they could not turn back now that they were committed. Suppressing their questions, the three followed Chang to the gymnasium. Inside, the venue was already filled with a series of makeshift tents. Students from other classes who were scheduled to perform were bustling between the tents, creating a lively atmosphere. The three, still somewhat dazed, accompanied Chang to a tent marked for the first-year finance class. As they entered, several classmates eagerly surrounded them, chiding, "Why are you so late? We're almost out of time." Chang offered no explanation, merely smiling at them. One of the boys approached Lin Yan, adjusted his glasses, and bluntly instructed, "All right, take off your clothes." Lin Yan, what? But upon seeing the decorations and the bucket of white paint in the boy's hands, a sense of foreboding solidified in his heart. An hour later, on the playground, Bai Luoyan stood listlessly, conversing with Xiaoyu beside her. Why hasn't it started yet? How long do those bald school leaders plan to speak? She sighed. I should have just tried to invest and secured a managerial position. Then dismissed all these talkative bald heads. Perhaps sensing the discontent of a certain young lady in the audience, the school leaders on stage suddenly shuddered and, under an inexplicable emotion, hastily concluded their speeches, which were supposed to last another half hour. Finally, once the leaders finished speaking, the entrance ceremony for each class commenced. It must be said that the thoughts of today's youth have left the school leaders on stage feeling somewhat out of touch with the times. Aside from a few classes that entered in a traditional formation, the majority exhibited remarkable creativity. Students from the physical education department showcased their martial arts skills while somersaulting into the arena, clad in attire reminiscent of a martial artist. Meanwhile, a group of dancers from the dance department, dressed in short-sleeved tops and hot pants, dazzled the audience with street dance moves, their fair legs captivating all eyes as they made their entrance. However, these displays, though spirited, were still within the realm of normalcy. The civil engineering department, on the other hand, brought an unexpected spectacle with a tractor and a mini excavator boldly parading onto the athletic field. Following closely behind were a group of students donning hard hats and yellow vests, exuding an air more akin to laborers demanding wages than participants in a sports event. If these antics were still somewhat acceptable to the principal, the agricultural department's entrance was enough to make him cover his eyes in disbelief. This group audaciously paraded a herd of pigs onto the field, displaying an astonishing confidence as 10 students guided over 30 pigs into the arena. As anticipated, chaos ensued when a few pigs, perhaps influenced by the lively atmosphere, charged into the line of students, causing a commotion. For a time, the scene was a flurry of activity until order was finally restored. The school leaders, witnessing this spectacle, had their faces buried in their hands, unable to confront the outrageous display. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan, standing off to the side, was nearly doubled over with laughter, supported by her companion, Xiaoyu, who also wore a rare smile. It was the first time she realized that such a sports event could be so entertaining. After a prolonged wait, she finally saw the entrance of Class 1 from the finance department. Leading the way was Jiang Lan, proudly holding the class banner. Today, she had chosen to adorn herself in a flowing purple gown. Indeed, I have a fondness for purple. The gown featured slits extending above her knees, showcasing her long, fair legs to perfection. Jiang Lan was already striking in appearance, and combined with her mature aura and elegant stature, she would have undoubtedly gained fame at Jianghai University were it not for Bai Luoyan's overshadowing presence. As expected, the moment she made her entrance, she captured the attention of the entire crowd. Not only the males, but females too found pleasure in the sight of beauty. Jiang Lan's poised and statuesque presence was a favorite among many girls. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Bai Luoyan and Shengwan Wanyu. The two were completely oblivious to their roommate, their focus fixed intently on the four statues positioned behind Zhonglan, striking poses reminiscent of Greek sculptures. Being drawn along on a cart, the four of them were clad only in half-bare torsos, adorned with garments resembling white fabric strips, reminiscent of authentic Greek sculptures. Upon their heads rested crowns or floral wreaths fashioned from blossoms. Their bodies were entirely coated in white paint, each standing atop a small cart, which was being pulled forward by four male classmates. Indeed, these unfortunate souls were none other than Lin Yan and his companions. At this moment, Lin Yan maintained a pose with his right fist raised high and his left hand resting on his abdomen, standing motionless on the cart. He felt the piercing gazes of his peers and internally cursed vehemently. Who the hell conceived this entrance ceremony? I swear if I find him. What compounded his frustration was the sight of Bai Luoyan amidst the crowd, her eyes sparkling as she captured his image incessantly with her phone. Even the petite you beside her was engaged in the same act. Lin Yan rolled his eyes, his resentment towards Hichang nearly coalescing into a dark shadow that threatened to escape his being. Chapter 105. What do you mean by it can't be washed off? To be frank, Hichang had not deceived them. The task assigned to the four of them was simply to stand still and maintain their posture while circling the venue. However, they had not anticipated that they would enter in such a manner. Even the thick-skinned Fu Yinjie wore an expression of despair at that moment. Enduring the scrutiny of the entire school, the four remained immobile atop the cart, allowing their classmates to pull them around the venue until they finally returned backstage. Before the cart came to a halt, the other three leaped off, approaching Hichang with a mischievous demeanor. The face of the once dark-skinned Hichang, now painted white, turned even paler. As he retreated, he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, pleading, "Everyone, please listen to me, remain calm. I did not deceive you. This is indeed something that can be accomplished by standing still, is it not? Hey, what are you planning to do? No, please." The other three paid no heed to his words and moved closer. Lin Yan slipped his arms under Hichang's ribs, lifting him effortlessly. The other two each grasped a leg, hoisting him up. As they approached a beam, Hichang's realization dawned upon him, and he implored, Hey, Dad. No, I still want to be with Xiaoro. Yet, his plea was interrupted by several irate voices. Aren't you usually so pretentious? Always calling him one. When did you start referring to Xiaoro? Xiaoro, is it? Even at death's door, you still want to flaunt your romantic interests? Hichang, your demise is imminent. The three adjusted Hichang's position and charged towards the beam. As a cruel and merciless voice echoed, a comatose figure resembling a human statue lay upon the ground. At that moment, several classmates who had earlier been pulling them along re-entered the tent. They glanced at Hichang, who lay sprawled on the floor, his lips twitching slightly before he prudently sealed his mouth shut. One of them approached Lin Yan and the others, shaking a transparent solution before them, and said, "First, let's remove the white paint from your faces. It is quite difficult to wash off with water. A professional makeup remover is required." Upon hearing this, the three immediately complied and found a place to sit. The student then moved to the nearest Fu Yinjie and began applying the clear liquid to his face. Minutes passed, and Fu's complexion grew increasingly ghastly. Suddenly, he lifted the tent flap and shouted at the classmates outside, "Hey, where did you get that white paint from this morning?" "What? The art room? Wasn't it supposed to be placed in the corner of the tent last night? Hurry, go ask the art department what that actually is." Listening to the conversation outside the tent, Lin Yan and his companions felt a growing sense of unease. 10 minutes later, the classmate finally returned, head lowered, as if afraid to meet their gazes. In a hushed tone, he said, "It seems there has been an accident. That paint of yours. It seems it cannot be washed off." Upon hearing this, Hichang, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up and confronted the classmate, demanding loudly, "What do you mean it can't be washed off?" Half an hour later, several figures clad in coats with hoods drawn over their heads stepped into the crowd. It was Lin Yan and his companions, their bodies completely coated in white paint that could not be cleaned. Bai Luoyan was admiring the photos she had just taken when she suddenly noticed Lin Yan's return. Seeing her boyfriend still looking ghostly pale, she curiously asked, "Why haven't you removed your makeup yet? Are you still going to perform?" Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied honestly, "It can't be washed off." "What do you mean it can't be washed off?" Bai Luoyan evidently had yet to grasp the implication of Lin Yan's words. After a few moments of frozen contemplation, She finally comprehended the meaning behind his statement. The girl, with her beautiful eyes wide open, covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed, "No way." Then you. Seeing Lin Yan nod helplessly, she began to tremble slightly. Lin Yan looked over in confusion, only to find her turning her head aside, unable to suppress her laughter that erupted in a fit of giggles, her entire being shaking with mirth. The boy squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Could you refrain from laughing so heartily?" Bai Luoyin continued to cover her mouth with her hands, stealing a glance at Lin Yan before quickly averting her gaze, suppressing her laughter as she replied, "Huh, I'm not. I am your girlfriend. How could I possibly laugh at you?" She said, "I was merely reminiscing about some amusing moments from today's opening ceremony." With a hearty laugh, looking at Bai Luoyin, who showed no intention of concealing her amusement, Lin Yan gently patted her head and said helplessly, "If you wish to laugh, then do so. Holding it back only brings discomfort." Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyin surprisingly calmed down. She playfully pouted while embracing Lin Yan's arm and said in a teasing tone, "All right, don't worry. I will have Xiao Yu find a solution, and after the opening ceremony, I'll take you all to clean up. There's no way the paint can't be washed off. It's just a bit troublesome." In fact, the moment Lin Yan mentioned the words "cannot be washed away," Shangwan Wanyu had already discreetly left to seek assistance. Hearing Bai Luoyin's words, Yun Tianhua and the others cast grateful glances at her. If the paint truly couldn't be removed, they would have to endure the embarrassment of sporting those white faces for several weeks. The mere thought of attending classes in such a guise made them feel like they might explode the school in frustration. Were it not for the crowd, they might have knelt in gratitude to this sister-in-law. Bai Luoyin smiled and waved her hand, signaling them not to worry. She then pulled Lin Yan to stand beside her and began taking pictures from various angles with her phone. I was too far away just now. The facial details are unclear. It's a rare opportunity to capture my man in this state, so I must seize the moment." Lin Yan offered no resistance, resignedly allowing Bai Luoyin to drag him into a series of selfies. While the two were busy snapping photos, the unveiling ceremony of the sports meet reached its final segment. The host on stage, glancing at the script in his hand, could hardly contain his excitement as he announced, "Next, we have a heavyweight guest invited by Jianhai University. Please give a warm round of applause for our performer, the newly crowned diva of the music industry, Lu Xingyun." Upon hearing the name Lu Xingyun, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Yan's eyes. Why does this name sound so familiar? In contrast to Lin Yan's momentary bewilderment, the other students erupted into thunderous cheers upon hearing the name Lu Xingyun. Observing the exaggerated reactions of the crowd around him, Lin Yan gradually realized the immense popularity of this new songstress. Yet, he furrowed his brow, feeling he had heard this name recently. Noticing his puzzled expression, Bai Luoyin immediately saw through his thoughts and remarked with a smirk, "What's wrong? You don't even remember the star for whom you wrote songs?" All 6 of those songs were sold to this female celebrity. With Bai Luoyin's reminder, Lin Yan finally recalled who Lu Xingyun was. It is not surprising that even Lin Miaoka, the graceful senior, was swiftly removed from his friend's list after their transaction. How could he possibly remember the name mentioned during that exchange? At that moment, as a captivating figure appeared on stage, he finally laid eyes on the newly crowned songstress, who had garnered immense media acclaim. Clearly, she had meticulously prepared for her performance today. Her elegantly coiled long hair was adorned with sparkling diamond embellishments, and she wore a delicate, pale yellow chiffon gown. As a rising diva in the music industry, Lu Xingyun's beauty was undoubtedly striking. She resembled the enchanting heroines of literature. With willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a nose resembling fine jade, and a petite cherry-like mouth, her ethereal aura was imbued with a hint of youthful innocence, which undoubtedly captivated many admirers. To Lin Yan's astonishment, the star was even more exquisite than he had imagined. While he gazed at Lu Xingyun on stage, lost in admiration, an unexpected chill swept over him. Sighing inwardly, he turned to find Bai Luoyin wearing an expression filled with jealousy. Suppressing a smile, he helplessly remarked, "Really? I'm just watching a performance. Is there any need for jealousy?" "I am not." The girl crossed her arms defiantly, turning her head away, though her puffed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Ordinarily, such a display would prompt Lin Yan to comfort her. However, a mischievous thought sparked within him, and he deliberately ignored Bai Luoyin, feigning an unwavering fascination with the star on stage. Seeing Lin Yan's antics, by Lin Yan pouted. With a fierce glare directed at the boy beside her, her small hand skillfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist, lips pursed in indignation as she exclaimed, "Indeed. You men are all ungrateful creatures. You were just with me, and now you seem uninterested, right? Do you regret not accepting her request to meet? Perhaps you should reach out to your senior again and invite that big celebrity for a chat?" Lin Yan grimaced in pain. Yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes at the sight of her jealousy. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her struggling form tightly before whispering, "So this is how the esteemed Empress looks when she is jealous. How adorable." At Lin Yan's teasing, Bai Luoyan shot him a fierce glare. However, she ceased her struggles and settled comfortably in his embrace. With a light chuckle, Lin Yan leaned down to kiss her slightly pouting lips. After she playfully nipped at him in retaliation, she began to reciprocate his warm kiss. Those standing nearby seemed oblivious to the scene, their attention unwaveringly fixed on the stage above. How many times has it been? We, the cannon fodder, have long since been tempered, haven't we? After a considerable time, the couple's lips finally parted slowly. At this moment, the anger that once graced Bai Luoyan's face had completely vanished, replaced by an affection that seemed on the verge of overflowing. She playfully nudged Lin Yan, pouting in dissatisfaction. "How annoying. You just love to bully me." Lin Yan remained silent, merely gazing at her with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Xingyun, microphone in hand, stepped into the center of the platform. After revealing a professional smile, she waved to the students below, and with her movements, the accompaniment of the song began to resonate throughout the venue. The sudden music finally captured the couple's attention, and they turned their gazes toward the stage. In fact, the moment the accompaniment played, Lin Yan instantly recognized it as his newly composed song. Although he had not remembered Lu Xingyun's name when he learned that a female singer would perform his new piece, the first melody that flashed through his mind was "A Wind Has Risen." At that moment, Lu Xingyun's melodious voice floated gently into the air, like an ethereal sound enveloping the playground. As she sang, the lyrics traversed the journey of youth, echoing memories of wandering. Just before stepping off the bus, he hesitated for a moment. The slightly husky prelude brought an immediate stillness to the once vibrant crowd. For some unknown reason, as the song began, everyone inexplicably fell into a peculiar tranquility. The naive students, though unable to fully grasp the profound meaning behind the lyrics, nonetheless felt an inexplicable emotion rising within them. Once, upon first encountering this world, captivated by its myriad wonders, gazing upon the horizon as if it were right before them, willing to brave fire and water to experience it once more. Now, having traversed this world, captivated by its myriad wonders, turning over the years and revealing different facets, unexpectedly stumbling upon your smile. As Lu Xingyun gradually reached the climax of her performance, the emotions of the audience began to swell, coalescing into an unexpressed sensation within their hearts, an inexplicable heaviness. At the moment this emotional crescendo reached its peak, Lu Xingyun, after a slight pause, finally unleashed the song's full power. "I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vastness of the world and was lost within its dreams, unbothered by truth or falsehood, struggling not at all, unafraid of laughter. I once transformed my youth into her, plucking the vibrant summer from my fingertips, allowing my heart to be moved, surrendering to fate, walking against the light, letting the wind and rain batter me." As the chorus returned for its second iteration, the audience, almost unconsciously, began to sing along. "I ultimately returned my youth to her, along with the vibrant summer that sprang from my fingertips, allowing my heart to be moved, letting it drift with the wind. In the name of love, do you still wish for it?" As the final line resonated, everyone remained entranced in that inexplicable emotion, unable to extricate themselves. As Lu Xingyun bowed in reverence to the audience, people finally regained their composure. In the next moment, a thunderous applause erupted, and praises filled the air. "How melodious! Truly, she is the goddess Lu. Is this a new song by the goddess Lu? I don't think I've ever heard it before. I have listened to all of Lu Xingyun's songs. I am certain this is a new piece. So, we are among the first to hear her new song? Goddess Lu, look at me. I would gladly be your devoted fan, even without any monetary reward." Listening to the crowd's adulation for the song, Lin Yan, both creator and plagiarist, felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Yet, such is the nature of life. Just when one feels the utmost joy, fate inevitably presents a heap of misfortune. At that moment, someone neither Lin Yan nor Bai Luoyan wished to see appeared before them. Shun Yongnian, rejuvenated, regarded the two in their embrace, a barely perceptible frown crossing his forehead. He controlled his facial expression, forcing himself to disregard Lin Yan's presence, and smiled gently at Bai Luoyan, saying, "Luoyan, this performance was arranged especially for you. Do you like it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan cast a peculiar glance at him. "Goodness, so this foolish, wealthy heir is actually you." As soon as Shun Yongnian finished speaking, Bai Luoyan's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice laced with incredulity as she questioned, "What? Are you implying that Lu Xingyun was invited by you?" Observing Bai Luoyan's reaction, Shun Yongnian, mistakenly believing she was pleased, felt reassured that his expenditure was indeed worthwhile. His investigation into Lin Yan was thorough, yet not all details emerged. For instance, he was aware that Lin Yan had displayed an unprecedented musical talent that night after military training, and had met with the esteemed Lin Laozu, grandfather of Lin Yaoka, during the club recruitment day, presenting a classical piece to him. However, he remained oblivious to the dealings between Lin Yan and the entertainment mogul Qin Tian. Naturally, as the new album had not yet been released, Qin Tian would not reveal any hints. Lin Laozu, residing in the capital for many years and holding a significant status, made it challenging for Shun Yongnian to establish any connection with him. As for Lin Miaoka, Shun Yongnian had never paid her any attention. His interest lay in Tang Yinyan, primarily due to her past with Lin Yan, leading him to believe there was potential for maneuvering. In his view, Lin Miaoka shared little connection with Lin Yan. Thus, he remained unaware of the relationship between Lin Yan and the illustrious Lu Xingyun, as well as Bai Luoyan's deep-seated aversion to their interactions. The anger that had gradually subsided within Bai Luoyan began to resurface. She stepped away from Lin Yan's embrace, her expression serene as she confirmed with Shun Yongnian, "Are you saying that you specifically spent a fortune to invite Lu Xingyun to perform at our school?" Observing Bai Luoyan's calm demeanor, Shun Yongnian instinctively sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and proudly declared, "Indeed, I specifically allocated 5 million to invite this renowned diva. Moreover, I persuaded her to sing this new song. It is worth noting that this is a track from Lu Xingyun's new album, and it will be her first public performance of it. My goodness, 5 million just to have someone sing a song. You should have invited me instead." Lin Yan felt for the first time that he had undervalued his own music. Upon hearing Shun Yongnian's words, Bai Luoyan took a deep breath and then bestowed a sweet smile upon him. Witnessing her smile, Shun Yongnian felt an unusual surge of excitement. Throughout their acquaintance, Bai Luoyan had consistently regarded him with disdain and aversion. This was the first time he had seen her smile at him in such a manner. However, beside them, Lin Yan silently mourned for Shun Yongnian upon seeing that smile. As expected, Bai Luoyan maintained her goddess-like smile and spoke in a gentle tone, "Shun Yongnian, could you perhaps use that 5 million to treat the emptiness in your mind? Alternatively, invest in artificial insemination. Otherwise, given your intellect, I fear the Shin family may face extinction." Shun Yongnian was momentarily taken aback, and after several seconds, he finally comprehended the implication of Bai Luoyan's words. In disbelief, he gazed at the young woman and asked, "Bai Luoyan, why do you insult me in such a way? What have I done wrong?" At this moment, Bai Luoyan finally ceased to maintain her previous smile, looking at him with evident disdain as she replied, "No, you are not at fault. It is your parents who are to blame. They should never have brought forth such a fool as you." Despite Shun Yongnian's cultivated demeanor, he could not conceal the darkness that clouded his expression upon hearing her words. Frowning, he retorted in a strained voice, "Bai Luoyan, you have gone too far." Yet, Bai Luoyan remained indifferent to his fury, regarding him with a dismissive glance as she replied, "Have I gone too far? No, I can be even more excessive. Would you care to test that?" Just as Shun Yongnian was about to respond, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Excuse me, fellow students. I apologize for the interruption." The crowd turned to see that Lu Xingyun, who had just been performing on stage, had unexpectedly appeared before them. Maintaining her star persona, she smiled gracefully at the gathering and continued, "I'm sorry, I came over to seek someone." And there, standing beside Lu Xingyun, was the long-absent Lin Miaoka. She smiled sweetly as she glanced at the sullen-faced Shun Yongnian, then shifted her gaze to Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan. Leaning closer to Lu Xingyun, she whispered something in her ear. Suddenly, Lu Xingyun's eyes lit up, and with an excited smile, she approached the three. However, before she could reach Lin Yan, she was obstructed by a figure, none other than Shun Yongyan, who stood closest to him. Clearing his throat, he cast a sidelong glance at Bai Luoyan and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, extended a hand towards Lu Xingyun, saying, "Hello, Miss Lu. While it is true that I paid for your performance, you have executed your duties splendidly. I am quite pleased with your singing just now. There was no need for you to seek me out personally." Surprised by the sudden appearance of the gentleman, Lu Xingyun paused momentarily before deducing his identity from his words. So, he was the wealthy heir everyone spoke of. It appeared that Lin Yan was not the only one with such thoughts. Being accustomed to the entertainment industry, Lu Xingyun quickly regained her composure, politely grasping Shen Yongyan's hand while wearing a professional smile. "So you are the esteemed young Master Shun. Truly an impressive figure. I am delighted to collaborate with you and hope for more opportunities to engage with Shun Corporation in the future." Having just received a scolding from Bai Luoyan, Shen Yongyan relished the flattering words of the starlet, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He couldn't resist glancing at Bai Luoyan, seemingly eager to gauge her reaction. However, he soon noticed that she was pulling Lin Yan away, hastily departing the scene. What he was unaware of was that when Lu Xingyun and Lin Yaoka appeared, Bai Luoyan's already displeased expression had soured further. Especially upon seeing Lin Yaoka's knowing smile, she realized that this cunning senior had intentionally brought Lu Xingyun along. With no desire to engage, she simply grasped Lin Yan's hand and attempted to leave. Lin Yan, too, had inferred Lin Yaoka's intentions. Not wishing to stir up trouble, he allowed himself to be led away by the girl. Upon noticing their departure, Lu Xingyun's expression shifted dramatically. She could no longer afford the luxury of small talk with Shen Yongyan. With her hands grasping the hem of her dress, she hurriedly jogged towards Lin Yan, calling out urgently, "Wait for me, my dear." Strictly speaking, Lu Xingyun was not a typical figure in the entertainment industry, who would abandon their benefactor to chase after an unfamiliar boy. Yet, for Lu Xingyun, this behavior was entirely in line with her character. Her status differed from that of other singers. She was not the inspirational protagonist who transformed from a humble background into a swan. From the moment of her birth, she had been the center of attention, a swan in her own right. Within the company, her nominal boss, Qin Tian, was in fact her uncle. What could possibly compel an ordinary female singer to keep the head of a leading entertainment company working late into the night to craft her album? While not as renowned as the Bai family, the Lu family, to which Lu Xingyun belongs, is nonetheless a prominent and formidable presence in the capital. Fortuitously, she is supported by several older brothers who shoulder the family responsibilities, allowing her to pursue her passion for singing without concern. Although the 5 million offered by Shun Yongyan appears substantial, it is not the primary reason she agreed to attend Jianghai University. Her true motivation for being here is to meet Lin Yan. During their previous transaction, she had expressed a desire to meet the talented composer, believing that a request from a beloved diva would surely be met with enthusiasm. To her astonishment, he declined without hesitation, providing her no opportunity for dialogue. In disbelief, she sought out Lin Yaoka, who was responsible for the transaction, through her uncle Qin Tian. In fact, she and Lin Yaoka were acquainted, having crossed paths at various gatherings due to Lin Lao's standing in the capital. Although their age difference prevented them from becoming close friends, they maintained a friendly rapport. After some inquiries, Lin Yaoka hesitated before divulging Lin Yan's information. Upon learning that her admired composer was merely a freshman, Lu Xingyun questioned whether she had misheard. As a singer-songwriter, she understood the exceptional quality of Lin Yan's compositions. Despite the numerous celebrities in the entertainment industry who claimed to be singer-songwriters, few possessed the genuine talent to create hit songs. The term singer-songwriter denotes an individual proficient in singing, composing, and lyric writing. Yet those who excel in all three areas are exceedingly rare. Even in an alternate reality, a figure as formidable as Jay Cho required the assistance of lyricist Vincent Fong. It is precisely because Lu Xingyun is devoted to the quality of her music that she has produced relatively few songs compared to her contemporaries. Although she has ascended to the position of a rising diva thanks to a handful of hit songs, the scarcity of her works has rendered her status somewhat precarious. This urgency is mirrored in her uncle Qin Tian's desire to launch a definitive album for her. The songs created by Lin Yan, both in melody and lyrics, are impeccably crafted. Most importantly, she has personally heard the initial demos of Blue and White Porcelain and Lantingi Su, and Lin Yan's vocal abilities are equally beyond reproach. In her estimation, based solely on these two samples, Lin Yan undoubtedly possesses the potential to debut as an artist. She simply could not comprehend why such a talented individual, possessing a melodious voice, would choose to sell songs instead of performing them herself. The more questions she had regarding Lin Yan, the more she yearned to meet him in person. Her uncle, Chen Tian, discerned her intentions without hesitation and revealed that Bai Luoyan would personally partake in the negotiations for the transaction. I was taken aback that the head of the Bai family would engage in discussions for such a minor deal. Xingyun, I understand your curiosity about that Lin Yan. However, it is evident that his relationship with Bai Luoyan is rather peculiar. I strongly advise against seeking him out on your own, Chen Tian cautioned. His words proved effective. Had he not intervened in time, Lu Xingyun would have indeed attempted to discreetly visit Lin Yan during that period. A woman's curiosity, after all, is fleeting. And soon Lu Xingyun immersed herself in the work for her new album. After considerable contemplation, she resolved that, aside from the 6 songs by Lin Yan, she would personally handle the remaining 6. This decision significantly increased her workload, and it wasn't until a few days ago that she finally emerged from the recording studio. However, to her surprise, just as she finished, she received news of a performance opportunity from her uncle, Chen Tian. Although she initially intended to decline due to fatigue, the mention of Jianghai University rendered her unable to voice her refusal. Jianghai University? Wasn't he that the institution attended by Lin Miaoka and Lin Yan? Despite her uncle's warning against seeking Lin Yan privately, attending a performance at Jianghai University hardly constituted an intrusion. Thus, she readily accepted the invitation and decided to perform a song originally intended for her new album. Chen Tian, upon hearing her choice, not only refrained from discouraging her, but expressed his support. It is customary to unveil 1 or 2 songs from an upcoming album prior to its release, and they believe that The Wind Has Risen was perfectly suited for the atmosphere of the university's sports meet opening ceremony. After her performance, Lu Xingyun promptly descended the stage to find Lin Miaoka, requesting her assistance in locating the freshman named Lin Yan. To her astonishment, she stumbled upon Lin Yan, Bai Luoyan, and Shen Yongyan. As she observed Lin Yan attempting to leave, she disregarded her prominent sponsor and instinctively chased after him. "Wait for me, master." In her moment of desperation, she inadvertently called him master. To her dismay, rather than pausing, Lin Yan quickened his pace, pulling Bai Luoyan along with him. Lu Xingyun was taken aback by the scene. What was wrong with this fellow? I am a celebrity, not some horrifying creature. Why was he fleeing from me? The humiliation of being rebuffed by Lin Yan previously surged within her, and in a fit of anger, she kicked off her high heels and lifted her skirt, resolutely pursuing him. As she sprinted, she shouted at Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, stop right there." Lin Miaoka, who had initially intended to observe the spectacle, was taken aback by the unfolding events and quickly followed in Lu Xingyun's wake. In an instant, only the bewildered Shen Yongyan remained, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at the figures growing increasingly distant, his mind in a state of confusion. Wasn't that the celebrity he had invited? Why was she suddenly chasing after Lin Yan? Chapter 109. The illusory arena of carnage. Minutes later, the 3 of them leaned on their knees, panting heavily as they exchanged glances. Lin Yan, astonished, looked at Lu Xingyun and asked, "Huff, Huff, aren't you a celebrity? How can you run so fast?" After gradually regaining her breath, Lu Xingyun proudly replied, "Did you not know I was selected for the athletics team back in university? Who would have imagined that a female star would participate in track and field during her college years?" At that moment, Lin Yan took a deep breath, looking at her in confusion. "But why were you chasing us?" Lu Xingyun shot him an irritated look and retorted, "And why were you running?" "Right, why were we running?" Lin Yan exclaimed, not expecting Bai Luoyan to share his bewilderment. The young man glared at her and said, "Weren't you the one who grabbed my arm and pulled me away?" "I did that because I didn't want you talking to other girls." "Well, isn't that the point? So what is wrong with me pulling you along?" "Just refuse her directly. What's so difficult about that? She is a celebrity after all. It would be so embarrassing for me to reject her face to face. Why do you care about her feelings? You're just feeling guilty. Men are all such bores." "Hey, now that's a bit unreasonable. How did you even conclude that I care about her?" "You do. Is it because she's a celebrity? Don't slander me. Even if she were a dog, I'd still show at least a modicum of human compassion." As the 2 began to bicker in front of her, Lu Xingyun felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. Noticing that they had completely disregarded her presence, she finally interjected, "Enough. Do you think it doesn't embarrass me when you speak like this in front of me?" At this, the two suddenly remembered her existence. Falling silent as they turned to look at her, Lin Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Oh, I didn't realize you were still here." Lu Xingyan, exasperated yet amused, replied, "You two truly don't consider others as human beings. I've been standing right here, and you couldn't even see me." Just as she was about to voice more, two figures appeared behind them. A figure, clutching a pair of high heels and bracing her hands on her hips while panting heavily, cast a stern gaze at several individuals. It was none other than Lin Miaoka, who had been trailing behind them. She observed Lu Xingyun's bare feet and reproached her. "Have you truly discarded your shoes in your haste? Just look at yourself. Do you retain even a shred of the glamour befitting a female celebrity?" As she spoke, she extended the shoes in her hand toward her. It was only after her reminder that Lu Xingyun became acutely aware of the pain radiating from her soles. With an awkward smile, she accepted the shoes and gradually slipped them back on. At that moment, another figure approached Lin Yan, and by Luo Yan, it was Shangwan Wanyu, who had previously left to procure makeup remover for Lin Yan and his companions. She regarded Lu Xingyun and Lin Miaoka with curiosity, but chose not to dwell on them. Instead, she walked directly to Lin Yan and stated, "Young master, everything has been prepared. Your roommates have already gone to clean up. Would you like to join them now?" Upon hearing Shangwan Wanyu's words, Lin Miaoka and Lu Xingyun exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Yan. It was then that they finally noticed the pallor of Lin Yan's face. Smeared with makeup, Lu Xingyun stared blankly for a few seconds and instinctively remarked, "Is that some form of performance art on your face? I mean, have you realized that the makeup won't come off after applying it?" "Uft. Ha ha ha. Are you joking?" Observing the carefree laughter of Lu Xingyun, Lin Yan helplessly tapped his forehead. He couldn't shake the feeling that this so-called diva was somewhat lacking in common sense. An hour later, in a restaurant outside the school, Lin Yan, having finally cleansed himself of the white paint, now sat in a daze before four young women. With the conclusion of the sports meets opening ceremony, the competitions at Shanghai University had officially commenced. He Chong hurriedly washed off the paint and rushed to the playground to fulfill his duties as class monitor. Fortunately, none of the morning events involved their dormitory 520. Thus, after cleaning up, Fu Yinjie and Yun Tianhua opted to catch up on sleep, retreating to their dormitory for a deep slumber. What Lin Yan did not anticipate was that Lin Miaoka and Lu Xingyun would persist like an unyielding adhesive. After he had finished cleaning up, they continued to follow him. In resignation, he and Bai Luo Yan extended an invitation for the two to join them for lunch. After some deliberation, they ultimately chose a Western restaurant just outside the school gate for this impromptu gathering. They settled into a booth within the establishment, with Lin Yan seated at the innermost side, while Bai Luo Yan and Shangwan Wanyu occupied the outer side. Opposite him sat Lin Miaoka and Lu Xingyun. Unsurprisingly, their table attracted the attention of most patrons in the restaurant. Bai Luo Yan had undoubtedly garnered the title of campus beauty upon her arrival at Shanghai University, and Lin Miaoka had similarly held the prestigious title of campus flower for 3 consecutive years. Lu Xingyun's entry into the entertainment industry undoubtedly indicates her striking beauty. As for Shangwan Wanyu, her appearance has always been remarkable, a beauty that would not go unnoticed even when seated beside Bai Luo Yan. However, she often prefers to linger in Bai Luo Yan's shadow, leading to her allure being easily overlooked. When these 4 beauties gather, they naturally become the center of attention. Am I truly fortunate today to stumble upon such a gathering of 4 stunning women while merely stepping out for a meal? I have heard tales of Shanghai University being a cradle of beauty, yet I did not expect to witness such exceptional figures all at once. Oh, is that a senior I see? By heavens, is that not Senior Lin, the president of the student council? The individual sitting beside her bears a striking resemblance to the starlet who performed on stage today. Indeed, beauty seems to attract beauty. Hey, do you think if I were to approach them for their contact information, I would receive 4 good person cards and leave in disappointment? Speaking of which, why is there a man among them? A man? Impossible. That must be a dog. Have you ever seen such a large dog? How infuriating. Why is that fellow seated there? Could he be someone's brother? I can't shake the feeling that he is amidst a battlefield of sorts. As whispers circulated around them, the 4 beauties, arms crossed and expressions poised, scrutinized one another. Finding the atmosphere stifling, Lin Yan attempted to break the silence. Shall we order first? Shut your mouth. Reflexively, Lin Yan promptly sealed his lips. Chapter 110. Recently negotiated a multi-billion project by Luo Yan glared at Lin Miaoka and Lu Xingyun with evident displeasure, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Ladies, do you have business with my boyfriend?" Lin Miaoka maintained her cheerful demeanor, twirling a strand of her hair with her finger. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyun seemed to sense the tension and quickly interjected, "Miss Bai, it's not Miaoka's fault. I requested her to bring me to see Lin Yan." At that moment, Bai Luoyan slowly turned her gaze towards her, a hint of wariness in her eyes as she asked, "What do you want with him?" Startled by Bai Luoyan's protective demeanor, Lu Xingyan hesitated for a moment before stammering, "Nothing. I just wanted to see what kind of person could create such songs. And now you have seen. You may leave." Bai Luoyan's bluntness left Lu Xingyun momentarily speechless, while Lin Yan silently rolled his eyes. "Since you are so concerned, you should not have invited others to dine with us. Clearly, you are just a jealous little pot pretending to be magnanimous." He did not know why, but as he contemplated these words, he stared blankly at the cup of water before him. Nevertheless, Bai Luoyan, ever perceptive, turned her head to glance at him. It seemed as though she could hear Lin Yan's inner thoughts, as she leaned in closer and softly explained in his ear, "I do not wish to be perceived as a woman consumed by jealousy. Even meeting my boyfriend with other women is out of the question." "Huh. Then please enlighten me as to what you are doing at this moment." Lin Yan internally scoffed, yet maintained a gentle demeanor as he gazed at Bai Luoyan, saying, "How could that be? My girlfriend is so generous. She could never be the type to harbor such pettiness." It was evident that Bai Luoyan relished Lin Yan's flattery, as she slightly lifted her head, resembling a proud little kitten. Only Lin Miaoka and Lu Xingyun, seated opposite her, wore expressions that were difficult to articulate. Fortunately, the arrival of a waiter disrupted the awkward atmosphere. "Good evening. May I take your orders?" The waiter appeared to be a student from Jianghai University working part-time. He held a pen in one hand and a small notebook in the other, his face a mixture of nervousness and anticipation as he looked at the four beautiful women before him. From the anxious glint in his eyes, it was evident he had mentally prepared himself to approach them. Unexpectedly, Bai Luoyan did not hesitate. She tossed the menu aside to Lin Yan and said, "Darling, please help me choose." Shangguan Wanyu remained silent, directly handing the menu to Lin Yan, indicating that he was in charge. Observing this, Lin Miaoka, who had initially been smiling at the group, raised an eyebrow and also extended her menu towards Lin Yan, grinning as she said, "Senior Lin, since we're at it, could you help me decide on my dishes too?" Lu Xingyun, intrigued by the three women, suddenly closed her menu and addressed Lin Yan, saying, Mr. Lin, it seems you are quite familiar with this establishment. Would you mind selecting a few dishes for me as well?" Lin Yan stared blankly at the four women before him. Feeling overwhelmed, Bai Luoyan shot a cold glare at Lin Miaoka, who was smiling mischievously like a cat that had caught a secret. However, Lin Yan had encountered far more challenging situations before. Before Bai Luoyan could erupt, he quickly grabbed the menu and, with a smile, ordered several dishes from the waiter. Before departing, the male waiter cast a glance at Lin Yan, his eyes revealing a mixture of jealousy, confusion, and a hint of admiration. This fellow, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, could incite such a scene. There must be something extraordinary about him. Suppressing the flicker of admiration, he handed the order to the kitchen. Once the waiter left, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence once more. Bai Luoyan and Lin Miaoka glared at each other like two roosters ready to fight. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Shangguan Wanyu calmly sipped the water before her, but a fleeting glimmer of vigilance and coldness flickered in her eyes as she occasionally glanced at Lin Miaoka. As for Lu Xingyun, she alternately observed Bai Luoyan and Lin Miaoka, ultimately fixing her gaze on Lin Yan. Perhaps she lacked a certain perceptiveness, yet that did not imply she was foolish. At the very least, she was capable of grasping the awkward atmosphere surrounding them. It was evident that she noticed the discord between Lin Miaoka and Bai Luoyan, and the source of this tension could only be attributed to Lin Yan, who sat before them. This realization sparked a greater curiosity and exploration in her gaze towards him. Regarding Lin Yan, she harbored no ulterior motives. The trope of a celebrity falling head over heels for the male lead to the point of being unable to walk would only exist in novels. Given Lu Xingyun's status, she had encountered many talented young individuals. Her desire to meet Lin Yan stemmed solely from her curiosity about the person capable of producing such remarkable songs. However, upon actually seeing him, she was merely surprised by his youth. Beyond that, she felt little else. Thus, she found herself pondering why such a person would incite competition from individuals like Bai Luoyin and Lin Miaoka. Fortunately, the peculiar atmosphere did not linger for long. As dishes began to arrive at the table, redirecting everyone's attention to the food laid before them, Lin Yan, in an endearing manner, transferred food from his plate to Bai Luoyin's, playfully suggesting, "Wife, try this, it's delicious." Bai Luoyin, glancing at the German sausage before her, suddenly recalled something. Her face flushing slightly as she rolled her eyes at Lin Yan and playfully scolded, "You pest." While saying this, she stabbed the sausage on her plate with her fork, biting into it with a displeased expression, the massive sausage being severed in half with a single bite. "Lin Yan, why do I always feel a chill beneath me?" Sitting opposite, Lu Xingyun reflected on the evident affection between the young couple. After a moment of hesitation, she ventured to speak. "Lin Yan, I specifically came to find you to inquire if you would be interested in continuing to write songs in the future. If so, I would be willing to purchase them. The price is negotiable." Before Lin Yan could respond, Bai Luoyin promptly interjected, "Sorry, Miss Lu. He will no longer need to rely on selling songs for income. If he desires, I believe I have the means to help him earn." Observing Bai Luoyin's vigilant expression, Lin Yan felt a surge of mischief and played along. "Indeed, recently Yin Yan has been teaching me about business. Just a few days ago, we struck a deal worth several hundred million, and she managed to secure that transaction entirely. Thus, I probably won't have much time for creative endeavors in the near future." Although Lu Xingyun found Lin Yan's words somewhat peculiar, she expressed her regret. "Is that so? What a pity." Bai Luoyin discerned the teasing undertones in Lin Yan's words and shot him an angry glare. Lin Miaoka, noticing Bai Luoyin's flushed cheeks and the mischievous glint in Lin Yan's eyes, narrowed her gaze slightly. Only Shangwan Wanyu, who grasped the situation completely, maintained a stoic expression as she continued to savor her meal. In this peculiar atmosphere, the dinner finally came to an end. Lu Xingyun did not linger on Lin Yan, and after he clearly stated his position, she exchanged polite pleasantries before taking her leave. However, Lin Miaoka, who remained by her side, cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yan. She opened her lips as if to speak, but before she could utter a word, Shangwan Wanyu had already positioned herself in front of her. With a slight huff of annoyance at the guardian-like demeanor of Shangwan Wanyu, Lin Miaoka reluctantly followed Lu Xingyun out. After lunch, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin did not wander aimlessly, but instead headed towards the school playground, as they were set to participate in the 4x100 relay race that afternoon. They arrived at the playground just in time for the event. On their way back to school, they had already found a place to change into their athletic attire. While Lin Yan's rough appearance could be overlooked, Bai Luoyin's outfit transformed the previously dull atmosphere, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Unlike Lin Yan's desire to be a mere bystander, Bai Luoyin approached every competition with unwavering determination. As she often proclaimed, she had always strived to be the best in everything she undertook throughout her life. Even in a seemingly trivial school sports event, she could not bear the thought of failure. Thus, to achieve an impressive performance, she donned a streamlined sprinting uniform. The fitted short sleeves accentuated her enviable figure, showcasing her curvaceous upper body and slender waist. Below, her long, fair legs drew the gaze of everyone as she moved gracefully. Coupled with her sleek high ponytail, Bai Luoyin emerged as the most radiant athletic star on the field. Her dazzling presence rendered Lin Yan nearly invisible beside her. He, too, was captivated by her brilliance. But soon, two imposing figures appeared before him. It was when Yuru, also clad in athletic gear. The poor white fabric stretched taut, causing onlookers to instinctively worry that it might tear at any moment. As it turned out, regardless of their preferences, all men seemed to share a common admiration for certain qualities. The attention that had initially been focused on by Luoyin now shifted to someone else. This marked the first time Bai Luoyin had her spotlight stolen in public. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed by the reactions around her, instead fixing her gaze intently on a certain mischievous individual. However, after years of navigating life and death, how could Lin Yan possibly stumble in the same place twice? Long before Bai Luoyin cast her gaze in his direction, he had decisively averted his eyes, now fixated with boundless affection upon her. The moment their eyes met, Bai Luoyan was momentarily taken aback. She struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth that threatened to curl upwards and, with rare sincerity, complimented Lin Yan, "Not bad this time. Perhaps I shall consider rewarding you on our next outing." Upon hearing Bai Luoyan mention the word reward once again, a vivid recollection of that particular night flashed uncontrollably in Lin Yan's mind. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly proposed, "This weekend I am free. Why not then?" Observing the look on Lin Yan's face, Bai Luoyan could easily infer his intentions. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she raised her head and huffed. "Well, it depends on whether you can win today. If you lose, you shall be punished with a month of no outings with me." At this, Lin Yan, who moments ago had appeared rather lackadaisical, suddenly wore a serious expression. Initially, he had intended to merely go through the motions of completing his task, but it seemed he now had a compelling reason to take things seriously. Just then, when Yuru and Hee-chong finally approached the two. It appeared to be when Yuru's first experience under such scrutiny, as she hugged herself, clearly anxious. Bai Luoyan gently patted her roommate's shoulder, offering comforting words. "There's no need to be nervous. Just perform as you do in training. Trust your teammates, and we shall secure first place." However, her words seemed to have little effect. In fact, after she spoke, when Yuru appeared even more apprehensive, it was then that Lin Yan spoke. Casting an encouraging glance towards Yuru and Hee-chong, with a gentle tone, he reassured them, "Just focus on your own performance. Leave the rest to me. I will lead you to victory." Hee-chong looked at Lin Yan with a bemused expression. Why did this guy suddenly seem so different? Typically, during training, he always appeared lethargic, yet today he radiated such vigor. Nevertheless, this transformation was certainly a positive development for him. After hearing Lin Yan's encouraging words, Yuru visibly relaxed. As the referee's voice rang out, the four of them gradually took their positions. "On your marks." With the sound of the starting gun, Hee-chong, running the first leg, surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Although Hee-chong's physique did not appear particularly robust, years of labor had sculpted him into a lean yet muscular figure. Even with the presence of the first-year male athletes from the sports department in the adjacent lane, Hee-chong managed to keep pace, showing little sign of being left behind. As he passed the relay baton to Yuru, she and her sports department counterpart launched into action almost simultaneously. At this moment, Yuru's vulnerabilities were starkly revealed. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not conceal her steadily declining position. Shadows dashed past her, and the spot where she had once run neck and neck with the leader had now nearly relegated her to the very end. Witnessing this scene, urgency welled up within her, and she fervently urged herself to run faster. Yet, in her flustered state, her steps faltered. In her haste, she stumbled over her own feet and fell forward. When she regained her footing, a shocking crimson stain adorned her knee. Observing this, Bai Luoyan's expression shifted. But due to the competition's rules, she could only remain stationary, watching with concern. Fortunately, the seemingly delicate woman displayed an unprecedented resilience at that moment. Without uttering a word, she gritted her teeth and limped onward. Luckily, she was not far from Bai Luoyan. As she passed the baton into Bai Luoyan's hand, a bitter expression crossed her face, and she trembled as she whispered, "I'm sorry." Bai Luoyan grasped the baton tightly, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she dashed away. Yet, before she departed, she remembered to offer a word of encouragement to Yuru. "You did wonderfully. We'll take it from here." Chapter 112. Why are you risking everything for just a certificate? As Yuru leaned on her knee, gasping for breath, Bai Luoyan had already surged forth like a blur. At that moment, Hee-chong finally reached Yuru's side, extending his hand to support her. Upon seeing the injury on her knee, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. "Come, let me help you to the infirmary. You're bleeding. If it's not treated properly, it could leave a scar." Yuru shook her head, her gaze fixed on Bai Luoyan, who was still racing on the field. Biting her lip, she softly replied, "I want to see the result before I go." Perhaps sensing the girl's remorse, Hee-chong, usually quite dense, offered a rare moment of comfort. "This is not your fault. You have worked very hard. Regardless, you have done your best." Yuru remained silent, her eyes unwaveringly focused on her teammate, who was still striving on the field. As previously mentioned, Bai Luoyan was far from the fragile figure she seemed. After her arrival in this world, she recognized the necessity of self-discipline. Under Lin Yan's guidance, she understood the significance of strategy and was acutely aware that without strength, mere cunning would be futile. Sometimes, Even the wisest strategist could be easily vanquished by the brute force of a strong man. Therefore, since her arrival in this realm, she had never relaxed her physical training. Not only she but also her companion, Shangwan Wanyu, was equally diligent. To this day, it can be asserted that none among the bodyguards surrounding her could possibly match the prowess of this seemingly delicate young heiress. Who would have anticipated that the girl, necessitating the protection of numerous figures clad in black, was, in fact, the most formidable among them? Yet, one cannot deny the advantages possessed by the protagonist. Despite enduring such rigorous training, Lin Yan's physique did not transform into that of a muscle-bound athlete, as one might expect. On ordinary days, no one could fathom the immense strength concealed within her fair and tender exterior. However, this afternoon, all present bore witness to her extraordinary capabilities. Due to Wen Yuru's unfortunate stumble, when Bai Luoyin commenced her run, their team found themselves in last place, trailing far behind the frontrunners. Nonetheless, Bai Luoyin did not succumb to despair. Instead, she gritted her teeth and sprinted forward, reminiscent of a cheetah racing across the field. In that moment, her elongated form unfurled gracefully, and rather than displaying any signs of distress, her swift movements exuded an elegant charm. With unwavering focus on Lin Yan's silhouette ahead, her face radiated not the anxiety of lagging behind, but rather an ardent desire for victory. Gradually, she began to overtake the figures around her one by one. When she placed the baton into Lin Yan's awaiting hand, their team's position remarkably surged from last to third place. In that fleeting moment of exchange, not a single word was uttered between them. Yet, as Bai Luoyin caught sight of the unwavering determination in the boy's eyes, her heart was instantly at ease. She knew that when Lin Yan was resolute, there was no task he could not accomplish. He had never once disappointed her. The instant Lin Yan grasped the baton, he surged forward like a cannonball, exploding from the starting point with such force that he left a deep, 2-centimeter crater in the synthetic track beneath his feet. If Bai Luoyin's running form resembled that of a graceful cheetah, then Lin Yan was akin to a ferocious tiger at that moment. Though the spectators sat distantly in the stands, they could still perceive the primal intensity emanating from Lin Yan as he sprinted, instinctively tightening their bodies and collectively holding their breath. Despite Bai Luoyin's valiant effort to ascend from last to third place, the gap between them and the leading competitor remained dishearteningly vast. As Lin Yan began his run, the athlete from the sports department ahead had already established a lead of nearly 20 meters. Those familiar with track and field understand the implications of trailing by such a margin in a 100-meter sprint. After all, the disparity between professional and amateur can sometimes be reduced to mere fractions of a second. Even the leading sports student felt a twinge of guilt, as though he were somewhat taking advantage of the situation. It is inherently unjust to have a competition between these trained athletes and ordinary students. However, the school has not explicitly distinguished between them nor imposed any particular regulations for the sports department's participants. They compete in accordance with the school's guidelines, leaving no room for reproach. Furthermore, they cannot simply abstain from the competition due to such reasons. After all, much like Hichong, their class also bears the responsibility of meeting participation quotas. From another perspective, the pressure on these sports students during competitions is considerably greater than that of their peers from other departments. Should they, the athletes, be defeated by ordinary students, the reprimands from their instructors would be formidable. Fortunately, in recent years, the sports department has consistently excelled at the annual sports meet, especially in athletics, where nearly every first place belongs to them. As he commenced his sprint, he immediately noted the disparity between his group and the others. Thus, he was acutely aware that securing the first position was nearly assured. Out of respect for the competition, he refrained from completely easing off. Yet he was running comfortably at merely 80% of his capacity. However, halfway through, an instinctual sixth sense suddenly alerted him, as if a fierce aura was charging towards him. Unconsciously, he turned to glance behind. At that moment, Lin Yan had just surpassed the second place, closing the gap to within 10 meters. The sight of Lin Yan, whose face was etched with fierce determination, sent a jolt through the heart of the leading athlete. Come on, my friend, we're merely racing. Why sport such a murderous expression? Without the need for words, he discerned the unwavering resolve in Lin Yan's eyes. In that instant, visions of failure despite a substantial lead flashed through his mind, the disappointed gaze of his teacher, the mocking laughter of his classmates. No, I cannot afford to lose. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he dared not hold back any longer. His thigh muscles tightened as he unleashed his full potential, propelling himself forward with all his might. Unfortunately, his realization seemed to come too late. With merely 20 meters to the finish line, Lin Yan, who had been behind him, had inexplicably drawn level. Impossible. As he glimpsed the figure beside him, he clenched his teeth, tapping into a reservoir of strength far beyond his usual capabilities. Alas, in the realm of narratives, even an unnamed supporting character cannot surpass the extraordinary. To his incredulity, Lin Yan surged ahead, crossing the finish line 2 body lengths in front of him. He gradually slowed, breathless as he gazed at Lin Yan's receding silhouette. My friend, even if you secured first place, it merely translates to a certificate. Is it truly worth risking everything for a flimsy piece of paper? Chapter 113. City dwellers know how to play. Observing the despondent expression of the athlete behind him, Lin Yan offered a courteous smile laced with a hint of regret. Nevertheless, he felt little guilt in his heart. After all, if he did not strive to secure a victory, how could he expect Bai Luoyin to accompany him for a mere month? Given his understanding of her, she might indeed be one to follow through on her word. Little did Lin Yan realize that if his thoughts were to reach Shangwan Wanyu, she would likely roll her eyes in exasperation at her prospective son-in-law. Only Xiao Yu was privy to the remarkable transformation that had occurred in her lady since that fateful night. The once decisive and composed young lady now found herself lost in daydreams within the confines of her dormitory. Frequently, she would gaze at her phone, her cheeks flushing crimson, accompanied by inexplicable laughter. This peculiar behavior led her roommates, Jiang Lan and Wen Yuru, to suspect that Bai Luoyin had fallen under some enchantment. Only Shangwan Wanyu understood that her lady was simply enamored with her betrothed, to ensure a more splendid rendezvous in the future. She had even taken the initiative to suggest certain attire requirements to her mistress. From the description of that evening, it seemed her betrothed had exhibited a keen interest in her various ensembles. How could Bai Luoyin possibly allow Lin Yan to be confined for an entire month? If such a punishment were to occur, it would likely be her, rather than Lin Yan, who would be in a state of distress. During the subsequent award ceremony, Lin Yan, lacking interest in taking the stage, allowed a classmate to accept the award on his behalf. As for He Chong, he had hurriedly whisked Wen Yuru away to the infirmary the moment the results were announced. Despite his haste, Lin Yan caught sight of the scene. Whether it was concern or intentional, He Chong had scooped Wen Yuru into a princess carry, rushing toward the medical room. She did not resist but shyly buried her face against his chest, her ears flushed with embarrassment, resembling a flustered spirit, as if steam might soon rise from her head. Witnessing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Who says those from the mountains are simple? This little fellow certainly knows how to charm the ladies. Lin Yan mused that it would not be long before he received news of these two officially becoming a couple. At last, he would have another companion to combat the grievances of the single dog, Fu Yinjia. Ignoring the award ceremony unfolding on stage, Lin Yan took Bai Luoyin's hand and made his way toward the gymnasium. This afternoon, in addition to their 4x100 relay race, their class was set to participate in their first basketball game. Checking the time, he realized the match was scheduled to commence in half an hour, just the right moment for them to arrive. Although he was merely a substitute, Lin Yan was still a member of the basketball team and intended to be present for the competition. As they entered the gymnasium and located their class's designated area for the match, they discovered that quite a few classmates had already arrived to watch the game. After all, it was their class's basketball match, and many of their peers were eager to attend. Upon reaching the edge of the court, they spotted Tang Yinyan at the forefront. Given that their team was a joint effort between the first and second classes, it was entirely natural for Tang Yinyan, the class leader of the second class, to be present. Noticing her engaged in conversation with Tina Yu, Lin Yan paused slightly, then nodded in her direction as a form of acknowledgement. Although she had seemed somewhat peculiar at the beginning of the school year, she had refrained from bothering him for quite some time. Regardless, she was still an old classmate, and it felt inappropriate for Lin Yan to ignore her entirely. Tang Yinyan was naturally aware of Lin Yan's inclusion in the basketball team. With a neutral expression, she returned his nod before resuming her discussion with Tina Yu. Standing beside Lin Yan, Bai Luoyin was unusually quiet this time. She glanced at Tang Yinyan, then took Lin Yan's arm and led him to a nearby seat. At that moment, Yun Tianhua, Fu Yinjia, and Zhang Lan were already seated there, waiting for them. Yun Tianhua looked at Lin Yan and the others, then inquired with a puzzled expression, Where's Haidu? Isn't he coming as the class leader? Lin Yan had no choice but to recount the incident of Wen Yurua's injury during the match. Upon hearing that Wen Yurua had fallen and bled, Zhang Lan gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with concern. Is Yurua all right? Lin Yan shrugged and reassured her, Don't worry, she'll be fine. Hichang carried her to the infirmary in a princess carry. Not only is she unhurt, but perhaps when she returns, we might even hear some good news about the two of them. It was evident that they did not expect the typically honest Hichang to display such boldness. Yun Tianhua and Zhang Lan exchanged knowing smiles, both revealing an understanding of the situation. However, Lin Yan felt that something was slightly amiss. After reflecting for a moment, he realized that Fu Yinjie seemed unusually quiet today. Given his typical personality, he would have leapt up and started shouting upon hearing such news. Yet today he was conspicuously subdued. Lin Yan turned his inquisitive gaze towards Fu Yinjie, who was now wearing a lewd smile while fixated on his phone, occasionally tapping the screen and murmuring to himself. He nudged Yun Tianhua with his shoulder, curious, what is going on with him? Is he looking for someone who doesn't eat cilantro or vegetables again? Yun Tianhua glanced at Fu Yinjie, a complex glimmer in his eyes as he replied. Not at all. He found a new app at lunch and is currently absorbed in it. With Yun Tianhua's explanation, Lin Yan finally began to grasp the situation at hand. After returning to the dormitory at noon, Fu Yinjie downloaded a so-called AI software. This software is quite simple, simulating scenes commonly found in novels, where users guide the plot from the protagonist's perspective through dialogue. The AI characters within the script respond accordingly to these exchanges. Are you suggesting that Fu Yinjie has found a plot akin to that of the Smoke Emperor? You know, the kind where, after 5 years of marriage, the White Moonlight returns and demands a divorce. Yun Tianhua nodded helplessly. Lin Yan, watching Fu Yinjie, who was animatedly engaged in conversation, continued to inquire with curiosity, is he truly enjoying himself? Could he possibly possess some latent qualities of a green-haired turtle? Yun Tianhua hesitated for a moment, ultimately saying feebly, not exactly. He has outright abandoned the character of Lu Ruyan. Instead, he has chosen to pursue the mother of Lu Ruyan's White Moonlight. Now, within the script, he is not only married to that lady, but has also fathered a younger brother for the White Moonlight, chasing after her daily and insisting that she call him father. Lin Yan. He staggered back in shock, gazing at Fu Yinjie with astonishment. Wow, you city folks really know how to play. Chapter 114. This is what you said yourself. Lin Yan considered himself far from a good person. After all, those who are excessively kind cannot survive in the treacherous court filled with hidden blades. Yet, Lin Yan not only survived, but thrived. At least now, when he reflects on his past actions, he cannot help but marvel at his own ruthlessness. However, observing Fu Yinjie, who was grinning sinisterly at his phone, made him feel as innocent as a fresh recruit. As for Bai Luoyan, her gaze towards Fu Yinjie was tinged with admiration. What a pity it was. Someone like him should have been placed in the palace as the chief eunuch in his previous life. With such a ruthless disposition, not becoming a eunuch would indeed be a waste. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, who was attending class at a neighboring school, remained unaware that his once secure position as chief eunuch had quietly been usurped. Just then, everyone noticed that Fu Yinjie's face suddenly turned pale, and his phone clattered to the ground. With an ashen expression, he murmured something under his breath. As Lin Yan approached, he finally discerned the words escaping Fu Yinjie's lips. What kind of foolish AI is this? I merely provoked the White Moonlight a bit. Why did it suddenly confess its feelings to me? Can this game even allow male-to-male interactions? Did I break the plot? Or did I inadvertently unlock a hidden attribute of that character? Nonetheless, it must be said, this melodramatic storyline could indeed inspire a novel. Perhaps the title should be The White Moonlight Steals My Fiancé, and I end up pursuing her mother. I believe it might find a market when placed among other literary works. Upon hearing his murmured words, Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly as he desperately attempted to purge the content from his mind. Beside him, Bai Luoyan suddenly seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Lin Yan, saying, I hope you one-t turn into one of those characters from a story, suddenly abandoning me for a White Moonlight. At Bai Luoyan's unwarranted inquiry, Lin Yan could only smile helplessly and replied, Sister, where would I find a White Moonlight? Even if I did, it could only be you. Bai Luoyan scoffed and gestured towards Tang Yan in the distance. Lin Yan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Are you a reincarnation of a vinegar jar? Besides, you know well that the trivial matters between her and me happened decades ago." At his words, Bai Luoyan pouted and stubbornly continued, "But aren't those novels always written like that? 5 years later, you suddenly hire a youthful and charming intern and then abandon me. Your faithful wife." Lin Yan playfully poked her forehead with his index finger, teasingly scolding, "I told you to stop reading so many novels. Moreover, aren't the current stories about female CEOs who one day find a male intern and start taking him to various banquets, often ending with late nights and spontaneous embraces? Are you sure you're reading proper literature?" Bai Luoyan rubbed her forehead and gazed at Lin Yan with a hint of melancholy. "I would never do such a thing. By the time you graduate, I'll transfer the head of the Bai family position to you. Then I wouldn't be a female CEO anymore." Seeing the earnestness in her eyes, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then nervously asked, "Wait, are you serious? That's your family's legacy. You truly intend to give it away?" Bai Luoyan, unfazed, wrapped her arms around his, saying, "What's the big deal? It's mine, and I can give it to whomever I please. Besides, our future son will carry the Lin surname, so what's the difference? If we happen to have a third child, we can always discuss changing one of their surnames to Bai, just to keep a memory for the old man." Lin Yan gasped at her words. "Goodness, we haven't even graduated yet, and you're already contemplating a third child?" At that moment, Bai Luoyan looked at Lin Yan with a soft gaze and continued, "This time you don't have any system tasks. So you wouldn't want me to take the lead as your CEO, would you? I refuse to do that. I want to be a little woman behind you. However, that won't do. If you become the CEO, there will surely be a host of alluring women flocking to you. What shall I do if you truly abandon me like those scoundrels in novels?" At this moment, Bai Luoyan resembled a pitiable, forsaken woman, gazing at Lin Yan with misty eyes. Observing her dramatic display, Lin Yan let out a silent sigh. This girl is indeed a master of theatrics. However, what could he do? Having chosen her as his girlfriend, he could only dote on her. With this thought, he gently took her hand, looking at her with earnest sincerity, and said, "Rest assured, I shall not allow such a situation to arise. I promise you, should you ever discover me entangled with another woman." Pausing momentarily to reflect on the novels he had read, he continued, "If that day were to come, I would willingly be imprisoned by you. Just as depicted in those stories, I would choose to be confined, never to leave, locked in a basement to be with you forever. Does that ease your mind?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, both Shangwan Wanyu and Bai Luoyan abruptly turned to face him. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed an ambiguous emotion in their gazes, an unsettling feeling washing over him. After a lengthy silence, Bai Luoyan suddenly chuckled softly, resting her head on Lin Yan's shoulder as usual. Yet this time, her voice seemed to carry an undertone of veiled madness. "Husband, this is your promise. I hope you won't regret it later." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to respond, when He Chong and Wen Yuru finally arrived, joining the group. At this moment, Wen Yuru had a bandage affixed to her knee. She cast an apologetic glance at Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, then spoke, "I am truly sorry. It's all my fault. It's fine, after all. We won in the end, right? So you needn't take it too much to heart," Bai Luoyan interjected before she could finish. Wen Yuru hesitated for a moment, then wearily added, "But ultimately, I did hold us back. How about I treat everyone to dinner tonight as an apology?" Seeing that Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan were about to speak again, she hurriedly continued, "Please do not refuse. Otherwise, my conscience will truly trouble me. Moreover, I intend to invite not just the two of you, but everyone in our dormitory. Indeed, with such a large conscience, it's only natural to feel this way." Came He Chong's timely interruption. "All right, the match is about to begin. Let us focus on the game," he announced. At that moment, Yin Tianhua, who had been nearby, had somehow made his way to the court, and their class's first match was set to commence. Chapter 115. You were selected after the referee's whistle blew. Two players leapt high into the air, and the basketball game finally began. After observing the court for a while, Lin Yan and his companions comprehended that securing victory in this match would not pose a great challenge for their team. The training they had undergone during this period had indeed yielded some results. At the very least, in terms of player coordination and individual skills, Lin Yan's team possessed a distinct advantage. As for Tai Nyo, there is little to elaborate on. This towering figure served as their ace center. Although the era in which the dominance of centers defined basketball has long passed, the significance of a skilled center in amateur competitions at such schools is indisputable. When teammates behold this colossus standing resolutely beneath the basket, they instinctively experience a sense of security. Beyond Tainyo, the most surprising player was Yun Tianhua. It became evident that his initial claim of being reasonably adept at basketball was a gross understatement. One cannot help but marvel at how Yun Tianhua embodies the quintessential protagonist of a novel. As the heir of a prestigious family, he is affluent yet possesses a gentle nature. With his strikingly handsome appearance and exceptional intelligence, he secured admission to Jianghai University, all while excelling at basketball. In fact, during training, all players had already witnessed Yun Tianhua's remarkable basketball prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that his skills could easily be considered a trump card in competitions of this caliber. Consequently, shortly after training commenced, Tainyo decisively formulated a series of strategies centered around the duo of himself and Yun Tianhua. With these two formidable players, Tainyo could not help but feel a glimmer of hope for his team's standing. Initially, he thought merely surviving a few rounds would be commendable, but now he felt optimistic about potentially securing a spot among the top 8. The athletic meet at Jianghai University typically spans 3 days. However, considering the students' physical endurance and the risk of injuries, the basketball tournament would extend for a full 2 weeks. The unique structure of the tournament, which includes teams from freshmen to seniors, rendered the time frame somewhat tight for completing all matches. Thus, the school devised a straightforward solution, a single elimination format. Before reaching the semifinals, each match would follow an elimination style, meaning a victory would allow continuation, while a loss would result in immediate disqualification, with no opportunity for a subsequent game. This format bears striking resemblance to the exhilarating March Madness in the NCAA, instilling a mindset of full commitment for every match among the teams. Thanks to the presence of Tainyo and Yun Tianhua, Lin Yan's team quickly established a commanding lead. After 10 minutes of play, they had already built a significant advantage of 32-14. However, aware of the elimination stakes, the opposing team refused to concede easily and continued to put forth a determined effort to hold their ground. In light of this situation, Lin Yan naturally found himself quite pleased. After all, he had entered the basketball team with the intention of leading a leisurely existence, which is why he had initially volunteered to serve as a substitute. Throughout the recent training sessions, he had deliberately concealed his true capabilities, striving to project the image of a novice with abysmal skills. He was genuinely apprehensive about attracting Captain Tainyo's attention, fearing that he might inadvertently be summoned to the court to toil. Now, observing the widening gap in skill on the court, Lin Yan mused that he would likely not be called upon again. Feeling somewhat bored, he noticed that Shangwan Wanyu was intently gazing at her phone. Intrigued, he leaned in to catch a glimpse, and his entire demeanor froze. On her screen was a shopping platform showcasing an array of items, including JK uniforms, leather jackets, and lace-trimmed seductive nightwear. Lin Yan instinctively widened his eyes, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. How surprising it was that the usually aloof and icy Shangwan Wanyu indulged in such playful pursuits behind the scenes. At that moment, Shangwan Wanyu became aware of Lin Yan's gaze. Rather than exhibiting any shyness, she leaned in closer, presenting her phone to him, and calmly remarked, "Cousin, why don't you select a few sets as well?" Lin Yan was taken aback. "What do you mean by that? Just moments ago, your young lady expressed jealousy towards me. Are you really flaunting this in front of her?" Noticing the look of alarm on Lin Yan's face, along with his cautious glances towards Bai Luoyan, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Shangwan Wanyu's features. However, it vanished as quickly as it appeared. With a serious demeanor, she addressed Lin Yan, "Rest assured, these are all intended for the young lady. They will be convenient for you both on your next outing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's spirits were instantly lifted, though uncertainty lingered in his gaze as he asked Shangwan Wanyu, "For our next outing? Are you implying?" With a smile, she nodded and added, "The outfit you saw the young lady wear a few days ago, the dodgy costume, was also arranged by me specifically for her. What is the matter? Do you not like these?" Recalling the scene of Bai Luoyan donning that attire, Lin Yan felt a flush rise to his cheeks and hurriedly covered his nose with his hand. Embarrassed, he glanced at Shangwan Wanyu, chuckling awkwardly, while subtly nodding and casting his eyes toward the garments on her phone. As he beheld those outfits, Images of Bai Luoyan adorned in them surged into his mind. His heart raced. Feeling like a thief, he leaned closer to Shangwan Wanyu and whispered, Are you serious? Shall we take a look at these? As he spoke, he gestured towards several outfits displayed on her phone. At this moment, Bai Luoyan, who had been feigning ignorance beside him, could no longer contain herself. She reached out, deftly grasping Lin Yan's ear. While tugging at his ear, the young woman leaned in and fiercely whispered in his ear, "What's the matter? Xiaoyu said a few words. And you actually went along with it? On what grounds do you think I would wear those clothes if you bought them?" Lin Yan looked at Bai Luoyan with a bitter smile, but inside he felt a wave of grievance. It wasn't even my idea. It was Xiaoyu who brought it up. Why are you blaming me here? Just as he was about to explain himself, a colossal shadow enveloped him. It was their team captain, Tainyo. Tainyo's face was ashen as he hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan. After struggling for a few seconds, he finally spoke. "Lin Yan, are you able to go on the court now?" Chapter 116. Are you two trying to act me? Lin Yan, is it convenient for you to play now? Although Lin Yan was grateful for Tainyo's timely arrival, which liberated his ear from Bai Luoyan's grasp, he couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing the request for him to play. Was the opposing team really that weak? They were sending him onto the court? Lin Yan had meticulously planned to be a mere bystander, even adopting the persona of someone who could hardly dribble the ball. If there were a ranking of skills within their basketball team, he would undoubtedly place 10th. His sole ambition was to be a competent water cooler guardian. Typically, the only scenarios that would allow someone like him to take the court were either when their team was overwhelmingly defeating the opponent or when the opposing team was thoroughly outmatched. However, according to the rules of the Shanghai University basketball tournament, the opposing team shouldn't be so easily defeated. Furthermore, seeing Tainyo's grim expression, Lin Yan instinctively sensed something was amiss. He turned slightly to glance at the scoreboard, which ominously displayed 57-68. They were trailing by a full 11 points. Staring at the score, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. He had only chatted for a bit. How had the situation deteriorated so drastically? Moreover, with such a significant deficit. What was Tainyo's intention in calling him to play? Was it a tacit admission of defeat in this match? Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, Tainyo was equally exasperated. In fact, they had initially maintained a commanding lead, with the score difference ballooning to over 20 points at one stage. However, as the saying goes, joy often leads to sorrow. One of the starting players seemed to have gotten carried away, repeatedly attempting to penetrate the opponent's defense for a score. The opposing players exhibited remarkable intelligence, opting not to engage in a brute confrontation, but rather cunningly exploiting the opportunity to ensnare their adversaries into a trap of fouls. Remarkably, within merely a half, one player was expelled from the game due to an accumulation of fouls. Furthermore, another starting player sustained an ankle injury while vying for a rebound. Observing the swollen ankle of his teammate, Iron Bull reluctantly had to call him off the court for a respite. Fortunately, they still had substitutes available, albeit the disparity in skill between the substitutes and the starters was glaringly apparent. In a swift turn of events, the opposing team began to close the gap in scores. Although Iron Bull and Yun Tianhua valiantly resisted, basketball, after all, is a quintet's endeavor. Even a basketball deity like Jordan requires a Pippin by his side for support. Thankfully, due to the substantial lead they had previously established, they managed to maintain their score for the time being. However, as fate would have it, misfortune struck once more. Out of the original 5 substitutes, 2 were suddenly rendered unable to play. These 2 had stealthily ventured out during lunch to indulge in spicy street food, only to find themselves now incapacitated by gastrointestinal distress in the restroom of the gymnasium. Originally a team of 10, they were down to 6 players after 1 was expelled, another injured, and 2 afflicted by illness. They were not professional athletes, and those who had played the entire game understood well how rapidly stamina could be depleted. Yun Tianhua and Iron Bull, having been on the court for the majority of the game, were visibly exhausted. Yun Tianhua was gasping for breath, propping himself up on his knees, while Iron Bull's shirt was drenched in sweat, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. The opposing team seized this golden opportunity, not only overtaking the score, but also widening the gap to 11 points. Observing his panting teammates, Iron Bull recognized that the situation was untenable. With a sense of resignation, he called for a timeout and approached Lin Yan, hoping he could substitute for one of the ailing players. Truth be told, had he not been cornered, He would have preferred not to have Lin Yan on the court at all. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yan's previous overzealous performances during practice. He often fumbled the ball without even realizing it. In Iron Bull's eyes, this player was less than a novice, merely a placeholder. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, informed of the circumstances by Yun Tianhua, looked incredulously at the remaining teammates and then glanced at the vacant seats beside him, his mouth moving in silent disbelief. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. What on earth? Are you all acting? How did a favorable situation suddenly turn into a dire one? And now even the players are gone. Is it really so difficult to just relax and be a bystander? He certainly remains oblivious to the fact that an author, in pursuit of a seamless narrative progression, could never allow him to languish in a state of utter stagnation. What coincidences lie beneath the keystrokes, or rather, under the influence of fate, are merely inevitable outcomes. Observing Lin Yan's expression of constipated bewilderment, Bai Luoyan could not suppress a soft chuckle. Though both were reincarnated souls, Bai Luoyan still retained her youth. In her heart, she cherished the sight of Lin Yan showcasing his true prowess on the court. Yet, she also recognized that he differed from her in significant ways. Lin Yan had, after all, navigated through 9 worlds orchestrated by a system. Throughout this journey, he had often occupied the esteemed position of a loyal minister. The passage of time and myriad experiences had rendered him entirely disinterested in the trivial pursuits of childish glory. For him, it was far more gratifying to remain in the shadows, relishing joy away from the spotlight than to engage in such frivolous games. Understanding Lin Yan's sentiments, she had deliberately employed the notion of rewards to motivate him prior to the relay race. Now, in her desire to witness her beloved shine, she found herself compelled to make certain sacrifices. Leaning closer to Lin Yan, she whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Darling, if you win this match." Here, she paused abruptly. Truth be told, she had not fully contemplated the specifics of her proposed sacrifice. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Shengwan Wanyu, and as inspiration struck, she continued, "I shall have Xiaoyu purchase 10 sets of uniforms for me to wear for your delight." As she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her head, a picture of bashfulness. Lin Yan was equally taken aback by Bai Luoyan's unexpected declaration. TCH, which man could possibly resist such temptation? He mused internally, while outwardly responding with utmost sincerity, "Agreed. But I wish to select those 10 outfits myself." Bai Luoyan did not respond verbally, instead casting her eyes downward, barely nodding in assent. With her promise secured, Lin Yan felt an exhilarating surge of energy. He swiftly rose to his feet and declared earnestly to the captain, "Iron Bull, I want to take the court." Chapter 117. It is my turn to play Iron Bull. Witnessing Lin Yan's sudden transformation as if he had been invigorated with a potent elixir, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He observed Bai Luoyan whispering something into Lin Yan's ear, and in an instant, the lad had morphed from a passive bystander into an impassioned contender. Nonetheless, this was certainly a positive development for their team. Thus, he quickly regained his composure, refrained from further comment, and patted Lin Yan on the shoulder before turning to re-enter the court. Lin Yan accepted the jersey handed to him by Xiaoyu, shedding his outerwear and donning the jersey over his short sleeves. It is worth mentioning that Lin Yan's jersey bore the number 7. Yun Tianhua walked alongside Lin Yan, both making their way onto the court. With a beaming smile, he turned to Lin Yan and softly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you not planning to conceal your abilities this time?" Although Lin Yan had consistently displayed mediocrity during training, Yun Tianhua had never doubted him. Keenly sensing that Lin Yan was merely hiding his true talents, the moment he caught a glimpse of Lin Yan's eyes, his intuition assured him that victory was within reach. Lin Yan did not respond, but followed Yun Tianhua onto the basketball court, standing leisurely beside him. In truth, even without the so-called incentive from Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan had resolved to perform well when Tinyu approached him with the hope of him taking the court. Over the course of training, Lin Yan had grown quite familiar with Tinyu and the other team members. Particularly, as the captain, Tinyu had forged friendships with each player. His naturally exuberant personality, coupled with the respect he had garnered during training, easily earned him the admiration of the boys. Consequently, Lin Yan gleaned some insights about Tinyu. Unlike the rest, Tinyu was a true aficionado of basketball. He had participated in basketball training since elementary school and had served as the captain of his school teams throughout middle and high school. Unfortunately, passion does not guarantee success. Despite his ardor for the sport, he was acutely aware of the gap between himself and those who were genuinely gifted. It has been said that sports are the fairest arena in the world, for every ounce of effort you invest is ultimately reflected in your achievements. Yet, others have also claimed that sports can be the most brutal, as an individual's physical aptitude is predetermined from the moment they are born, establishing their limits in any given sport. Though Tinyu's height of 195 centimeters may seem towering to the average person in the realm of basketball, such stature is only sufficient for the positions of forward or guard. To aspire to be a center, one must possess greater height. Regrettably, Tinyu's skill level did not suffice to support him in the roles of forward or guard either. Aware of this reality, he prudently heeded his parents' advice, relinquishing a professional pursuit in basketball to pursue a more conventional path in finance. However, as this sport was his lifelong passion, he could not easily let it go. Thus, when he learned that the school sports meet required the formation of a team, he was the first to step forward. In the past week, he had taken it upon himself to meticulously devise various strategies tailored to the strengths of the team members. One could say he was the captain, coach, and trainer of this squad. His palpable enthusiasm inspired the team, who, during this time, had shown no signs of discontent as they diligently followed his training regimen. When Tinyu called for Lin Yan to take the court moments ago, Lin Yan could clearly see the unwillingness and sorrow in his eyes regarding the prospect of failure in this match. After all the effort expended over such a long period, no one would willingly accept the end of their journey in a single round, would they? Moreover, Lin Yan embodies a character who, when faced with challenges, will either refrain from involvement or wholeheartedly commit himself when the situation demands it. For him, it is best to remain a mere spectator. Yet, when the moment arrives for him to take the stage, he would never betray the trust placed in him by others. Upon entering the court, Lin Yan distinctly sensed several gazes directed towards him. Two of those, unmistakably, belonged to Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu. At that moment, the two women shed their previous indifference, rising to their feet to vocally support him. Among them, Xiaoyu even produced a pre-prepared placard that boldly proclaimed "Go Lin Yan" in large letters. As Lin Yan's eyes caught sight of that exaggerated sign, he stiffened, feeling an acute embarrassment that made him wish to flee the scene. It was this very emotion that rendered him oblivious to Tang Yinyan's subtle glance in his direction. What she had expressed before Shen Yongyan was genuine. She truly had no intention of pursuing Lin Yan further. However, witnessing his appearance in such a critical moment involuntarily ignited a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps this once familiar classmate could once again surprise her. Lin Yan quickly composed himself. He glanced at the timer at the edge of the court, which indicated that there were 9 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the game. Unlike formal competitions, this basketball match held within the school was devoid of the conventional 4 quarters, instead being divided simply into 2 halves with only a brief halftime interval. The timer now signified that the second half of the match had reached its midpoint. 9 minutes to close an 11-point gap? It's not a significant challenge. With this thought, Lin Yan's expression relaxed considerably, standing in stark contrast to the tense demeanors of his 4 teammates. Observing Lin Yan's seemingly carefree demeanor, Tinyu felt a pang of bitterness. At that moment, he was uncertain whether allowing Lin Yan to take the court was a blessing or a curse. Lin Yan's nonchalant air made it seem as though he were not participating in a competitive game, but rather merely a spectator. As for the opposing 5, they inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Yan enter the game. In truth, standing at 185 centimeters, Lin Yan's height was not insignificant. Nevertheless, in the context of this basketball court, he appeared somewhat ordinary. Furthermore, having played almost 3/4 of the game, the opposing team had gained a clear understanding of the financial class's capabilities. It seemed that only the original 5 starters possessed true skill, and Lin Yan's entry was likely due to the exhaustion of others, necessitating his inclusion. With the possession before the timeout on Lin Yan's side, the referee handed the ball to the number 3 player from his team as everyone returned to the court. Upon receiving the ball, the player acted without hesitation, directly passing it to Yin Tianhua. Originally, Yin Tianhua occupied the position of small forward, but due to the team's scarcity of players, he had to temporarily assume the role of point guard. With his stamina waning, Yun Tianhua did not accelerate after obtaining the ball. Instead, he leisurely brought it into the front court. As he approached the front, he noticed Lin Yan on the left side gesturing for the ball. Taken aback for a moment, Yun Tianhua promptly passed the ball to Lin Yan without further contemplation. At that instant, Lin Yan, holding the basketball, stood just outside the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. His defender, a tall and slender player in jersey number 12, was positioned 2 steps away, closely watching him. Observing the distance between himself and the defender, Lin Yan smiled slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped from his spot and released the ball. Chapter 118. Closing the gap and taking the lead. The player defending Lin Yan was a high and lean individual wearing the number 12 jersey, who was also the star player and captain of the opposing team. Although he recognized that Yun Tianhua was their team's ace from the perimeter, after nearly half the game with no breaks, it was evident that Yun Tianhua was utterly exhausted. Moreover, he was tasked with ball control, leading the number 12 player to decide to personally guard Lin Yan after some deliberation. While he did not believe that this newcomer could alter the course of the game, it was prudent to exercise caution. Furthermore, he had observed the scene from the sidelines whereby Luo Yin and Shangwan Wanyu were cheering for Lin Yan. He certainly recognized by Luo Yin, the heiress of a wealthy family and the belle of the freshman class. Like every other freshman, she was a goddess in his eyes. Unfortunately, shortly after the school year commenced, she had boldly expressed her affection for Lin Yan in front of everyone, shattering the hearts of many boys secretly enamored with her. The number 12 player was among those who felt heartbroken after witnessing their kiss in the cafeteria, which partly motivated him to request the assignment of guarding Lin Yan. Although he did not harbor intense resentment towards Lin Yan, a hint of jealousy lingered within him. If he could prove himself superior to Lin Yan in front of Bai Luo Yan, it would bring him some solace. However, he underestimated Lin Yan's capabilities. To his surprise, Lin Yan, upon receiving the ball, shot without a moment's hesitation. As he observed Lin Yan's graceful yet precise shooting form, alarm bells rang in his mind. Nevertheless, he was too far to effectively contest the shot. By the time he decided to move, the basketball had already left Lin Yan's hands. He stared intently at the ball soaring through the air, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan had turned and jogged back to the backcourt, seemingly indifferent to whether the shot would succeed. He certainly puts on an impressive facade, yet he completely disregards the sentiments of his teammates. At the moment Lin Yan took the shot, it was not just the player wearing number 12 who was taken aback. Iron Bull, who had just positioned himself beneath the basket, was equally astonished. His eyes widened, and instinctively, he maneuvered himself to secure a position for rebounding. How could Lin Yan execute such a three-pointer? What a magnificent shot! Originally grumbling internally, Iron Bull's complaints vanished as he witnessed the basketball swish through the net, its sound reverberating as it grazed the rim. Turning back, he realized Lin Yan had already returned to his own half of the court. Observing his 4 teammates still frozen in place, Lin Yan furrowed his brow and called out, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry back on defense." Only then did the 4 players snap out of their stupor and hastily jog back to their positions. As Yun Tianhua passed by Lin Yan, he flashed a smile and remarked softly, "So you're finally done pretending?" Lin Yan paid him no heed and concentrated on the unfolding play. Meanwhile, the number 12 player received the ball from a teammate, irritatedly dribbling it in front of Lin Yan. He remained unfazed by the earlier three-pointer, dismissing it as a mere stroke of luck. However, since it was a score against him, he was determined to regain his pride in this possession. Thus, he called for the ball and approached Lin Yan with intent. He resolved that this time he would score over Lin Yan. Dribbling the ball back and forth, he aimed to manipulate Lin Yan's movements with his rhythm. Little did he anticipate that after all his feints, Lin Yan continued to regard him with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes, exuding an air of disdain. Resolute, he suddenly shifted his stance, intending to break past Lin Yan's right side. In response, Lin Yan appeared utterly unperturbed, remaining motionless as if he had not registered the impending advance. It seemed that the earlier shot had indeed been a fluke. Just as number 12 felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he suddenly felt the ball slip from his grasp. Only after he realized he had been stripped of the ball did he glance back, witnessing Lin Yan effortlessly glide into their half for an easy layup. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. They were up against a formidable opponent. As if to validate his thoughts, in the subsequent play, Lin Yan thwarted their offense once again. Basketball is ultimately a team game, and in this instance, he chose not to engage with Lin Yan. Instead, he capitalized on the fatigue of the other 4 players, deftly maneuvering through the defense by facilitating ball movement to penetrate the interior. Just as he was about to send the basketball soaring into the awaiting hoop before him, the ever-persistent shadow of Lin Yan suddenly materialized behind him. However, by the time he realized the predicament, it was already too late. He watched in disbelief as the basketball, which had just slipped from his fingertips, was firmly pinned against the backboard by Lin Yan. Following that remarkable block, Lin Yan sprang into action, securing possession of the ball with unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward with the ball in hand. "Get back on defense," shouted number 12, finally snapping out of his daze. 2 of his teammates, being relatively closer to their own half, hurriedly converged as Lin Yan crossed the midcourt line. Yet Lin Yan appeared oblivious to their presence, effortlessly evading their grasp with a swift turn. In the face of their desperate expressions, he effortlessly scored once more. Lin Yan's presence transformed the entire team. The once exhausted players seemed to be invigorated, as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. In the subsequent 2 possessions, the opponents, under Lin Yan's vigilant defense, could only hastily attempt their shots. Unsurprisingly, these rushed attempts found no success. The basketball ricocheted off the rim twice, both times secured by Iron Bull with steadfast resolve. Meanwhile, upon returning to their side, Lin Yan executed a screen with Iron Bull before sinking another 3-pointer with ease. At that moment, Iron Bull seized another rebound, cradling it protectively. This time, without Lin Yan needing to prompt him, he swiftly passed the ball back to Lin Yan. Rather than rushing for a fast break, Lin Yan leisurely dribbled past the midline, taking his time to survey the court from beyond the 3-point arc. The defender against Lin Yan was still number 12. He scrutinized Lin Yan, then glanced at the scoreboard and the remaining time. Although only 2.5 minutes had elapsed since Lin Yan's entrance onto the court, he had already racked up 10 points. In stark contrast, their team had failed to score a single point during that same span. The score now stood at 67-68, with Lin Yan's team trailing by just 1 point. This shot must be defended, he urged himself, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yan. At that moment, he no longer regarded Lin Yan's 3-point prowess as mere luck. So he clung closely to him, determined to deny any opportunity for a shot from beyond the arc, seeing him tighten his defense. Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with intent as he executed a quick pullback, then darted in from his left side. Clearly, number 12 had underestimated Lin Yan's speed. Before he could react, Lin Yan had already created a gap between them. "Help out." Thankfully, a teammate stationed in the paint quickly stepped up to provide support. He was their center, a robust figure capable of holding his ground against someone as formidable as Iron Bull. Although he still had some technical shortcomings compared to Iron Bull, his towering height of 197 centimeters was not to be dismissed. In fact, it was precisely due to his imposing stature that he posed considerable challenges for both Iron Bull and Yun Tianhua. However, it appeared as though Lin Yan was oblivious to his presence, for after taking a single step beyond the free throw line, he leapt into the air with the ball in hand. As the center beheld Lin Yan soaring before him, a faint smirk crept across his lips. Was this lad out of his mind? Did he believe himself to be some sort of airborne marvel, taking off so prematurely? Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, he raised his hands high to obstruct Lin Yan's path. Yet, after 1 second, then 2, as he witnessed Lin Yan continuing to ascend without any sign of descent, an ominous thought flickered through the center's mind. Could it be that this fellow, before he could ponder further, the figure soaring through the sky had already reached above him? Bam! With a resounding crash, the entire basketball court fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 119. A heartless kill. As the game of basketball has evolved, it has become increasingly evident that the proportion of three-pointers in matches is on the rise. After all, with the growing accuracy of three-point shots, sinking one from beyond the arc proves far more advantageous than merely scoring 2. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, nothing stirs the passions of spectators like a slam dunk. Particularly in school competitions, each dunk ignites fervent discussion. Today, the fortunate audience in the gymnasium bore witness to a breathtaking dunk. In midair, Lin Yan stretched his body to its utmost limits. Following the rewards from the system, he had not truly harnessed the full potential of his physique until now. Even during the previous 4x100 relay, he had held back, not revealing the complete extent of his abilities. However, in this basketball match, What initially began as a mere pastime gradually transformed into genuine engagement. At this moment, thoughts of conserving strength were far from his mind. All that occupied him was the exhilarating desire to unleash his full prowess. The center blocking his path was rendered invisible to him. His sole focus was the approaching hoop. As he neared the basket, he sensed a collision. Yet, this obstruction merely caused a brief pause before being swept aside by his momentum. With the hoop now within arm's reach, Lin Yan's right hand, veins prominently displayed, gripped the basketball as he forcefully slammed it down towards the rim. Bam! With a thunderous sound, the spectators gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they witnessed this astonishing spectacle. Lin Yan executed a leap from just inside the free throw line, delivering a dunk of epic proportions. Most remarkably, he achieved this feat while facing the challenge of a center's defense. The center, who had been knocked to the ground by Lin Yan's momentum, gazed in disbelief at Lin Yan, who hung from the rim like a deity. A singular thought echoed in his mind. This is it. I shall become mere scenery. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of applause. Goodness, what did I just witness? That fellow actually dunked over the opposing center. I observed with utmost clarity that the individual had taken off from merely a step within the free throw line. Humph. A step inside the free throw line is hardly worthy of such astonishment, is it? If you are so capable, why not attempt it yourself? Indeed. Moreover, he was not facing an empty court. Rather, he executed a breathtaking dunk right over the opposing center. Precisely. If you cannot achieve it yourself, refrain from casting disparaging remarks. At this moment, it seems you are only capable of executing a stationary windmill like Duncan. A myriad of discussions erupted throughout the basketball arena. The match had already garnered significant attention due to Bai Luoyan's presence. Once Lin Yan took to the court, his singular offensive surge captivated even the spectators from adjacent courts. Witnessing Lin Yan's dunk incited a flurry of chatter among the crowd. On the sidelines, Tang Yanyan was nearly entranced as she gazed at Lin Yan's silhouette. Why does he persist in stirring the strings of her heart, despite her belief that she had found tranquility? Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan was nearly on the verge of leaping with excitement. In that moment, she was far removed from her usual ice-cold demeanor, resembling an exuberant fan. She excitedly waved her hands and turned to Shengwan Wanyu, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, did you see that? Your future son-in-law, my man, is simply too handsome. I knew he would perform splendidly upon his entry. But how can he be this striking? I cannot contain myself. Once the game concludes, I shall rush to him." Shengwan Wanyu remained silent, merely smiling as she held aloft a sign cheering for Lin Yan, swaying it gently. Lin Yan did not make a show of his prowess. He grasped the rim with one hand and, after stabilizing his body, released his hold to return to the ground. Approaching the center he had just bested, he extended a hand and said softly, "My apologies, I was a bit too enthusiastic just now." Although the center's expression was somewhat sour, as the saying goes, one does not strike a friendly face. Furthermore, Lin Yan's actions had been entirely clean, devoid of any intent to insult. After hesitating for a brief moment, the center took Lin Yan's hand and rose. Lin Yan patted his shoulder before promptly rejoining his team on the court. However, Lin Yan's dunk had a devastating impact on the opposing team's morale. The ensuing match was utterly one-sided. The opponents, who had previously resisted tenaciously, became timid after being outscored by Lin Yan. Conversely, Lin Yan's teammates, invigorated as if they had received a surge of adrenaline, exhibited the vigor of players fresh on the court. Soon enough, with the referee's whistle echoing, Lin Yan's team triumphed by a margin of 16 points. Gazing upon the exhilarated expression adorning Iron Bull's face after clinching victory, one could scarcely believe that he had initially resigned himself to the notion of an early exit from the competition. To his astonishment, the seemingly inconsequential Lin Yan had bestowed upon him an unexpected delight. As he flashed a grin towards Lin Yan, preparing to extend his arms for an embrace to the true hero of the match, a graceful figure darted ahead, interposing herself before Lin Yan. "Darling," Bai Luoyan, akin to a nimble fox, effortlessly leaped into Lin Yan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and deftly encircling her legs around his waist. A fragrant breeze wafted by, prompting Lin Yan to instinctively support the young maiden's form with his hands. It took a fleeting moment for him to realize that this was not the kitchen of their villa, but the gymnasium of their school. Glancing at the girl so close before him, he awkwardly murmured, "Yan Yan, There are others present. You should. However, before he could finish his sentence, she silenced him with a kiss. The two became utterly oblivious to their surroundings as they exchanged tender embraces. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted, leaving a delicate trace in the air. The players from the opposing team, who had initially intended to approach Lin Yan for a handshake, turned away in dismay upon witnessing the couple's public display of affection. Damn that guy! Winning is one thing, but to flaunt such intimacy with the goddess in public is simply infuriating. Why can't we find girlfriends as wonderful as hers? No. It seems we cannot even outplay that insufferable fellow. This world is so unfair. Chapter 120. Young Master Shun, consumed by jealousy, coughing lightly. Iron Bull observed the oblivious Luo Yan, who had completely draped herself over Lin Yan. After a prolonged hesitation, he attempted to clear his throat as a subtle hint for them to consider their surroundings. To his surprise, Luo Yan not only remained undeterred but cast a displeased glare in his direction. The towering figure of over 6 feet, Iron Bull, took a hesitant step back under the weight of her piercing gaze. Ultimately, it was Lin Yan who gently patted her backside, signaling her to step down. Let us not cause a scene, we'll discuss this later. Whispering a soft warning in her ear, he finally turned to face his teammates. He noticed that the players who had intended to celebrate with him now wore expressions of exasperation. Only Yun Tianhua appeared unperturbed. As Xiao Yu had previously remarked, some matters are simply best accepted. Iron Bull cleared his throat once more, casting an odd glance at Lin Yan as he said, Lin, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time. However, you seem to differ greatly from your usual training. Even this ironclad man, who is typically unyielding, has come to realize that Lin Yan has been concealing his true prowess during practice. Lin Yan offered no response, merely gazing at him with a smile. Tainyo, undeterred, stepped forward and patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, saying with a knowing look, however, you cannot linger on the bench any longer. I intend to include you in the starting lineup for the upcoming matches. I trust Lin will have no objections. Lin Yan shrugged nonchalantly, offering no dissent. In truth, the moment he stepped onto the court, he recognized that his aspirations of remaining an idle bystander were unlikely to materialize. Being promoted to the starting lineup was something he had anticipated long ago. Satisfied by Lin Yan's lack of refusal, Tainyo nodded approvingly before discreetly leading the team away. Tang Yanyan had initially intended to approach Lin Yan to say something, but upon glancing at him, and then at Luo Yan standing beside him, she ultimately chose to follow Tainyo and the others. Soon, only Lin Yan and Luo Yan, the two dormitory mates, remained in the arena. A group approached them, and Yuru took the initiative to speak up. So, I previously mentioned treating everyone to a meal. Shall we head out to find a place outside the school? Upon hearing this, Luo Yan pondered for a moment before responding. Yuru, I recall you mentioning that your cooking is quite delectable. Is that not so? When Yuru, puzzled by Luo Yan's inquiry, nevertheless nodded in agreement. Observing this, Luo Yan smiled and said, then let's not complicate matters. Why not come directly to my villa? I've been eager to sample your culinary skills, Yuru. Rest assured, the villa is stocked with ingredients, allowing you to prepare your specialties. At this suggestion, the eyes of the group sparkled with enthusiasm. He-chan cast a gentle glance at Yuru and chimed in, indeed. Moreover, I can whip up a few home-cooked dishes myself. I can lend a hand in the kitchen. Feeling the warmth of He-chan's affectionate gaze, Yuru shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Lan excitedly linked her arm with Yuru's, exclaiming, wow, Yuru is cooking for us. I'm already looking forward to tonight's dinner. Checking the time and finding it still early, the group decided that the boys and girls should return to their dorms before setting off. After all, Luo Yan and Yuru were still in their athletic attire from the recent sprinting competition and needed to change into appropriate clothing. As for Yun Tianhua and Lin Yan, having just finished a basketball game and drenched in sweat, they too needed to freshen up before joining the girls, as it would be rather unpleasant to be in their company in such a state. After coordinating a time to reconvene, the group made their way toward the gym's exit. Just before departing, Lin Yan felt a slight discomfort in his abdomen and turned to Luo Yan, saying, I need to make a quick trip to the restroom. You and Jiang Lan should head back to the dorm without waiting for me. Luo Yan resolutely shook her head and declared, no, I shall wait for you here. You are responsible for escorting me back to the dormitory. Lin Yan did not refuse and hurriedly made his way towards the restroom. Upon entering the men's restroom, He swiftly found the innermost stall and eagerly slipped inside. As the sound of water began to echo, a look of ease washed over his face. However, before he could finish, he heard someone rudely banging on the door of his stall. Frowning slightly, Lin Yan called out, "There is someone in here." Yet the person outside continued to knock insistently and rudely, seemingly undeterred by his words. Lin Yan's expression darkened. He quickly concluded his business, pulled up his trousers, and exited the stall. As he fully emerged, he was taken aback to find the small restroom packed with 10 men clad in black. Noticing 2 of them guarding the restroom door, Lin Yan felt no fear. Instead, he addressed the unfriendly faces before him. "You can't possibly be sent by Shen Yongyan, can you? It appears that young Master Shen is far more childish than I had anticipated." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the black-clad men shifted. Lin Yan was indeed correct. They were, in fact, agents of Shen Yongyan. In truth, Shen Yongyan had just arrived at the gymnasium, not to support his class, but rather to seek out Bai Luoyan upon hearing that she was present. However, upon locating her, he witnessed the conclusion of the match and the scene of Bai Luoyan leaping into Lin Yan's arms. As his mood darkened, Bai Luoyan unexpectedly kissed Lin Yan in front of everyone. At that moment, the usually composed Shen Yongyan found himself unraveling. He had seen numerous photographs of Bai Luoyan kissing Lin Yan in the school cafeteria, but witnessing it live was an entirely different experience. Regardless of how many times he had convinced himself that Bai Luoyan was not serious about Lin Yan, the sight of the woman he had pursued for years kissing another man was enough to shatter his composure. Yet, despite the flames of jealousy raging within him, he rationally refrained from confronting Bai Luoyan. He understood her pride and knew that approaching her now would only lead to self-humiliation. Thus, even as his fists clenched with frustration, he remained silently in place, watching the 2 unperturbed souls before him. It was only when he saw Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan exchange a few words before heading towards the restroom that he finally found his opportunity. Indeed, as an heir nurtured by a prominent family, Shen Yongyan could truly be described as a gentleman. Whether in intellect or personal charm, he embodied the qualities befitting the heir of the Shen family. Regardless of his external accomplishments, when confronted with the notion of love, he transformed into a petty and jealous individual. Without much contemplation, consumed by rage, he commanded his black-clad bodyguards to trail Lin Yan into the men's restroom. However, retaining a semblance of rationality, he refrained from going too far and merely issued an order to teach Lin Yan a lesson. Thus, the scene unfolded with Lin Yan and 10 black-clad men crammed into the men's restroom. Chapter 121. He was injured upon hearing Lin Yan articulate the origins of his group. The leader among the black-clad men visibly altered his demeanor but quickly concealed his expression. His gaze towards Lin Yan was rife with indifference and disdain. Unlike his companions, he had been a bodyguard for the Shun family for nearly a decade, well acquainted with the rules governing affluent families. Beneath the veneer of nobility, these families were shrouded in countless shadows. Throughout his tenure, he had dealt with myriad similar situations for the Shin family. Thus, he understood that when engaging in such matters, the paramount importance lay in avoiding any incriminating evidence against the employer. Even though Lin Yan had divulged their backgrounds, he would not foolishly respond with a proclamation akin to a notorious villain, such as, "Indeed, you are correct. It was young Master Shun who ordered us to teach you a lesson." Such utterances were utterly beneath him. After all, in an era where one can easily record conversations with a mobile device, careless words could easily become a liability. In any case, the restroom was undoubtedly devoid of surveillance. He and his companions would swiftly resolve the matter and depart, making it difficult to trace back to Shun Yongyan. The question of Lin Yan's innocence was far from his considerations. For a young master of Shun Yongyan's ilk, no justification was required to chastise an ordinary individual. Contemplating this, he loosened his tie and coldly addressed Lin Yan, saying, "You should consider yourself fortunate that we were merely instructed to teach you a lesson, rather than to leave you severely injured." As he observed the encroaching black-clad men and listened to their disdainful remarks, Lin Yan smiled. He addressed the group softly. "It seems that regardless of the world we inhabit, no matter how advanced civilization becomes, some things remain unchanged. Is it because you perceive a difference in class that you maintain such contempt even while committing acts of violence?" Having witnessed the brutality of human nature countless times during his many world conquests, Lin Yan recognized that the wealthy families were invariably his greatest adversaries on the path of assisting the heroine to ascend to power. Having witnessed the relentless struggle for survival, he did not deem the arrogance of these families to be unjust. After all, only those who endure until the end possess the ultimate say. Unfortunately, this time, he was not among the weak. The leader of the black-clad men clearly had no desire to engage further with Lin Yan. As the saying goes, delay begets change. Moreover, Bai Luoyan and Shang Wanwanyu were still awaiting Lin Yan at the entrance of the gymnasium. Without further ado, he loosened his tie and charged towards Lin Yan. However, to his astonishment, the moment he took a step forward, Lin Yan had already positioned himself directly in front of him. Raising his gaze, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes that glimmered ominously. As a former mercenary, he was struck by an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from the youth before him. He understood all too well that such a gaze could only belong to someone who had emerged from the depths of death. Yet, why did this young man, whose past he was well acquainted with, possess such terrifying bloodlust? Before he could ponder further, Lin Yan flashed a bloodthirsty smile. In an instant, he moved with a speed that was almost blinding, bringing his right hand forcefully down upon the man's head, then driving him into the adjacent wash basin. The sound of a dull thud resonated through the air as the previously disdainful leader of the black-clad men found his head lodged within the basin. The marble surface cracked like a spider's web, and a vivid crimson began to seep from beneath the leader's head. With that single strike, the so-called captain was rendered utterly incapacitated. Observing the captain's limp form sprawled across the wash basin, the few black-clad men who had intended to rush forward felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively halting in their tracks. Lin Yan slowly withdrew his hand from the captain's head, casting a cold glance at him before looking at his own right hand, a hint of frustration crossing his face. It seemed he had yet to fully adapt to the physical prowess of this body. Nevertheless, that fellow should not succumb so easily, he mused, redirecting his attention to the adversaries before him. Thus, I suggest you prove yourselves resilient. Do not let me down. The recent match has left my body quite invigorated, he remarked with a grin. With those words, he charged into the throng of opponents, as if he were the one encircling them. 10 minutes later, surveying the black-clad figures sprawled on the ground, Lin Yan spat in displeasure. He gently massaged his right forearm, a wave of soreness coursing through it. Goodness, you lack professionalism. 10 against 1, and you still bring weapons? He grumbled, glaring at the unconscious black-clad men, his forearm bruised from having taken a couple of hits. As he spoke, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and glanced at the wash basin, noticing a slight cut at the edge of his lip, evidence of having been struck inadvertently. Although Lin Yan's physique and combat skills were of the highest caliber, he remained, after all, a mere human. In the confines of such a cramped restroom, he found himself in a formidable 1v9 scenario, where evading every attack was an impossibility. After enduring several blows, he swiftly dispatched each of his assailants, not with lethal intent, but by employing his skills to render them unconscious. Glancing at the damage to his lip in the mirror, Lin Yan pondered the predicament he faced. He could envision the chaos that would ensue should Bai Luoyan catch sight of him in this state. The thought alone was enough to make him uneasy. After deliberating, he donned his jacket to conceal the faint bruise on his forearm and rinsed the corner of his mouth with a bit of water. Satisfied that he appeared relatively unscathed, he finally exited the restroom. Upon reaching the entrance of the gymnasium, he spotted Bai Luoyan and Xiaoyu, who were idly waiting. The moment she caught sight of him, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she jogged over, exclaiming, "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting forever." Yet, as she approached, her demeanor faltered for a brief moment. Her gaze flitted to the corner of Lin Yan's mouth, and a frenzied crimson hue flashed in her eyes. Instantly lowering her head, she took a deep breath to quell her rising anger, and when she looked up again, her smile had returned. Not wanting to reveal his injuries, Lin Yan, who had avoided meeting her eyes, remained oblivious to her unease. Scratching the back of his head with an awkward chuckle, he replied, "Well, I suddenly felt the urge to take a detour, which delayed me a bit. Anyway, let me escort you back to the dorm." To his surprise, the girl who had just insisted on him accompanying her shook her head gently. With a tender gaze, she responded, "No. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at the group before heading back to the villa. I'll take care of that first and then return to the dorm on my own. Let us stick to our original plan and meet at the school gate at the agreed time." Lin Yan regarded by Luo Yan with mild astonishment. But recalling that this was not her first instance of prioritizing company affairs, he dismissed the thought. He waved goodbye to Xiaoyu, and after a brief farewell, returned to his dormitory. Bai Luo Yan and Xiaoyu remained rooted in place, watching Lin Yan's retreating figure until it vanished entirely. The moment he disappeared from sight, the smile on Bai Lian's face evaporated, replaced by a steely resolve as she gazed in the direction he had departed. He is injured, she declared with an unwavering certainty. A chilling aura began to emanate from her, as frigid as ice. Chapter 122. Those who harm him shall pay the price. Once Lin Yan's silhouette had completely faded, the mirth on Bai Lian's face vanished without a trace. She crossed her arms, her body trembling with rage. In her beautiful eyes, an endless coldness glimmered, as if she intended to freeze everything before her. He is injured. When she spoke, it was not to seek the opinion of the silent Shangguan Wanyu behind her, but rather to state a fact. In truth, not only she, but also Shangguan Wanyu, who was beside her, had discerned a hint of something amiss upon seeing Lin Yan. She did not respond to her mistress, but stood quietly in her shadow, her head slightly bowed, obscuring her gaze. Bai Luo Yan gripped her arms tightly. Her face contorted in a fierce snarl as she seethed. I am right beside him, yet he has sustained injuries. Huh. I have proclaimed to the world that he is mine, and still, someone dares to lay hands on him. Pausing for a moment, she gasped for breath before coldly continuing. No, it is my fault. Since arriving at school, I have been too lenient. In these recent days, I have indulged in the bliss of our relationship, causing me to forget my former self. As she spoke, her voice gradually grew softer. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were a vivid crimson. She fixed her gaze on the direction of the men's restroom and spoke in a chilling tone, with Lin Yan's skills. Those people must still be there. Xiaoyu, you should know what to do next. With that, Bai Luo Yan turned and departed without looking back. At that moment, all she desired was to return to her dormitory, change her attire, and await Lin Yan's arrival at the school gate. Xiaoyu remained silent throughout, and only after Bai Luo Yan had left did she slowly raise her head. As usual, her expression was impassive, yet her eyes glimmered with an unusual sharpness. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, and within moments, a dozen figures clad in black appeared before her. With an expressionless face, she commanded the black-clad individuals. Find those thugs in the restroom and take them away. Also, search the gymnasium for the young master of the Shin family and bring him along. Be mindful of the surveillance cameras. Upon hearing that Shin Yongnian was to be captured, the black-clad man before her raised an eyebrow. However, he was evidently much more astute than the previous one, saying nothing further but nodding before swiftly executing the orders with his subordinates. As Bai Luo Yan's right-hand confidant, Shangguan Wanyu was, in fact, the direct superior of these bodyguards. Soon, an hour later, at an abandoned factory several dozen kilometers from the school, a visibly frightened Shin Yongnian was brought into an open area of the factory, flanked by two black-clad men. Upon seeing his own bodyguard securely bound, bruised, and kneeling in submission, his countenance darkened ominously. In an effort to avoid conflict with Bai Luo Yan, he had originally positioned himself at the opposite exit of the gymnasium, awaiting news from his bodyguards. He had indeed awaited a group of black-clad men, but to his surprise, these were not from his family. The individuals present denied him the opportunity to speak, forcing cotton cloth into his mouth and shrouding his eyes with a black cloth before unceremoniously escorting him away. It was only when the blindfold was removed that he realized he had been brought to an abandoned factory by these people. He stared intently at the figure before him, Shangguan Wanyu, and in a lowered voice, he questioned her. Shangguan Wanyu, are you aware of what you are doing? To his astonishment, the woman, often described as an ice queen, revealed a faint smile. However, that smile sent an inexplicable chill down Shin Yongnian's spine as she delicately groomed her nails. Shangguan Wanyu looked at him and replied with a grin, Master Shun, I certainly know what I am doing. It is you who seems to be oblivious. Upon hearing this, and glancing at his own bodyguards kneeling on the ground, Shin Yongnian immediately understood that his troubles with Lin Yan had come to the attention of Bai Luo Yan. Nevertheless, he felt little fear. Instead, he feigned ignorance and declared, I do not comprehend your words. All I know is that you have overstepped your bounds. Those are my bodyguards. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Consequences? Shangguan Wanyu chuckled lightly. She paid no heed to Shin Yongnian and instead sauntered over to the group of his bodyguards. By this time, they had regained consciousness, kneeling with expressions of anxiety etched upon their faces. The sound of Shangwan Wanyu's high heels echoed through the empty factory, resonating like a death knell in the ears of the bodyguards. Eventually, she halted before two of them and, with a cold gaze, inquired, "Did you inflict the injuries on my son-in-law's arm and mouth? Was it the right hand or the left?" The two men remained silent, casting pleading glances at Shun Yongyan. His expression darkened as he shouted at Shangwan Wanyu, "What do you intend to do?" She ignored him completely, extending her hand towards a figure clad in black, coldly commanding, "Give it to me." The man in black hesitated, attempting to dissuade her. "Miss you, why dirty your hands? We can handle this. I said give it to me. Do you not understand?" At the sight of Shangwan Wanyu's frigid glare, the man trembled, ceased his protests, and handed over a long blade. She took the weapon and twirled it gracefully. In the blink of an eye, a flash of cold light was followed by two screams echoing through the factory. Witnessing the agonized cries of his two bodyguards and the sight of severed limbs and blood pooling on the floor, Shun Yongyan's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyu, as if nothing had transpired, accepted a white handkerchief from a companion and began to methodically wipe the droplets of blood that had splattered onto her face. The vivid crimson blood upon her visage, coupled with her subtly smiling, yet indifferent expression, bestowed upon Shangwan Wanyu an enchanting allure of an otherworldly beauty. She meticulously wiped the blood from her face, and upon achieving a spotless appearance, casually handed the bloodied handkerchief to her subordinate nearby. At this moment, Shun Yongyan finally regained his composure from the previous shock, glaring furiously at Shangwan Wanyu, abandoning his usual gentlemanly demeanor to shout at her. "You are merely a subordinate of Bai Luoyan. Do you comprehend the repercussions of offending the Shin family? Moreover, I merely sought to teach that lowly individual a lesson. He should consider himself fortunate to be subjected to my reprimand." Upon hearing the term lowly, Shangwan Wanyu's expression darkened considerably. Grasping the dripping long knife, she approached him slowly, causing Shun Yongyan to instinctively retreat a step, and then, with a defiant neck, he declared, "What? Do you dare to strike me?" Shangwan Wanyu deftly turned the blade in her hand and swung the back of the knife forcefully against the back of Shun Yongyan's hand. A sharp crack echoed, signaling the fracture of his forearm. As Shun Yongyan attempted to scream in agony, Shangwan Wanyu delivered a resounding slap, silencing his cries. Gazing down at the writhing, lamenting Shun Yongyan, she coldly remarked, "A person like you lacks even the qualification to shine that esteemed gentleman's shoes." Chapter 123. Shangwan Wanyu's intentions. Once Shangwan Wanyu emerged from the factory, she had deftly resolved all lingering issues. Whether in her previous life or this one, she had encountered and managed such affairs countless times. Thus, she was acutely aware of how to extricate herself from the complications of dealing with such matters. Aside from his fractured forearm, Shun Yongyan sustained no other injuries. As for his bodyguards, it could only be said that Shun Yongyan would need to recruit a new batch upon his return. Even though Bai Luoyan had succumbed to her fury, as the last line of defense for Bai Luoyan, she understood the necessity of maintaining a degree of rationality. At the very least, she could not allow herself to kill Shun Yongyan over such an incident when the Bai family had yet to prepare for war against the Shin family. Nevertheless, administering a minor punishment to Shun Yongyan was certainly within reason. In truth, only Shangwan Wanyu herself was aware that upon hearing Shun Yongyan refer to Lin Yan as lowly, she was genuinely seized by an impulse to strike him down. Fortunately, she managed to regain some composure, opting to use the back of the blade for her strike instead. When she finally exited and walked out, the night had enveloped the sky. With a deep sigh, she lifted her gaze to the crescent moon above, allowing her thoughts to drift. In her previous life, Shangwan Wanyu had entered the palace at the tender age of 5. The rationale behind her entrance was straightforward, with 4 elder brothers overshadowing her. As the youngest daughter, her sole value lay in being sold into the palace to procure financial gain for her family. No one truly comprehends the profound sense of confusion that enveloped a mere 5-year-old girl upon entering the palace. Yet, she was fortunate, for shortly after her arrival, she caught the attention of Princess Bai Luoyan, who was of a similar age. Thus, a young companion joined the princess, allowing her to evade the tragic fates typically endured by palace maids. As time passed, she discovered that the seemingly proud and domineering princess possessed a heart of genuine kindness. The princess did not regard her as a mere servant. Rather, she treated her as a true playmate. At that time, the girl even entertained the fanciful notion that accompanying this princess for her lifetime might not be so bad after all. They shared 3 splendid years together, until the girl turned 8 and accompanied by Luo Yan to meet the esteemed tutor personally selected by the emperor. To this day, she vividly recalls the scene of her first encounter with Lin Yan. On that day, Lin Yan donned a flowing white robe, appearing so youthful that one might question if he were indeed the princess's tutor. However, what left an indelible mark on her memory were Lin Yan's bright and pure eyes. When he gazed at the princess, his eyes reflected none of the selfishness or scheming that others harbored. Instead, they sparkled with delight and anticipation. And when he looked at her, the little maid, there was no trace of disdain. Rather, there was a hint of compassion and encouragement. What could he possibly be pained by? Was it the fact that I entered the palace at such a tender age? Yet, in this world, are there not countless individuals like me? At that time, she did not understand Lin Yan well enough to grasp the meaning behind his gaze. Initially, like by Luo Yan, she held doubts regarding the young man's intellect. However, to their astonishment, within less than half a year, they found themselves utterly captivated by Lin Yan's profound talents. It was during this period that tragedy struck. The emperor suddenly passed away, plunging the entire imperial city into chaos overnight. Unbeknownst to Shangwan Wanyu, as Lin Yan led the young lady to safety, he did not forget to bring along his little maid. Although she was still quite young, she understood that carrying an additional burden in such an environment could be perilous. How could a mere maid ever compare to the life of a princess? However, before she could urge Lin Yan to abandon her, he seemed to perceive her thoughts and, with a resolute demeanor, pulled her through the turmoil. From that moment onward, she remained steadfastly by the sides of Bai Luo Yan and Lin Yan. With the belief that teaching one student was no different than teaching 2, Lin Yan welcomed both her and Bai Luo Yan into his tutelage. It became evident that she was not significantly inferior to the chosen one, Bai Luo Yan. In contrast to the empress, who preferred to lead from the front, she resembled Xiao He, the capable aide of Liu Bang, managing the affairs behind the scenes. In truth, had it not been for her assistance in later stages, Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan would not have navigated their challenges with such ease. As Bai Luo Yan prepared to ascend the throne, this seemingly inconsequential female official was, in truth, the most powerful individual in the realm, second only to the empress and Lin Yan. Even the chancellors in the court wielded less authority than this modest lady-in-waiting. Ironically, amidst years of war, the family that had sold her into the palace had somehow survived. Upon learning that their daughter had become the most trusted confidant of the empress, her parents shamelessly sought to rekindle their familial bonds. However, Shangwan Wanyu was not deceived by this so-called cheap affection. She understood that their arrival was a prelude to the machinations of court officials. She bestowed a sum of money upon these nominal parents and subsequently threatened them to remove themselves from the capital. During this course of action, her heart remained untroubled. For her, the only family she acknowledged consisted of 2 individuals, Bai Luo Yan and Lin Yan. In other aristocratic families, her position would merely equate to that of a concubine. Yet, Shangwan Wanyu alone comprehended the impossibility of her relationship with Lin Yan. On one hand, she was acutely aware of her mistress's obsessive possessiveness over Lin Yan. Even she, Shangwan Wanyu, would never be allowed to share him. On the other hand, she recognized that her feelings for Lin Yan transcended mere romantic love. While she had indeed admired and cherished him, she understood that he played a role akin to that of a father or brother in her life. Lin Yan's presence had filled the void of familial affection she had long endured. Thus, rather than love, her emotions for him resembled a deep kinship. Consequently, even with the knowledge of their eventual fate, she willingly chose to devote her life to these 2 most significant individuals. Upon discovering Lin Yan's fake death and the existence of the system, she accepted Bai Luo Yan's invitation to traverse back in time without a moment's hesitation. To her, life held no meaning if the 2 most important people were no longer present. Over the course of the 18 years spent in this world, Bai Luo Yan had inquired more than once whether she harbored aspirations for her own life. Bai Luo Yan believed that binding her to herself was unfair. Should she desire it, Bai Luo Yan would gladly bestow a considerable fortune upon her, granting her the opportunity to carve out her own path. However, each time faced with her mistress's goodwill. Shangwan Wanyu resolutely declined. My sole wish in life is to remain by the side of my mistress and the master. Only in your company does my existence feel complete, was her response to Bai Luoyan, a reflection of her truest sentiments. Stretching her arms wide in a great yawn, she exclaimed, "Ah, I must hurry to join my mistress and the master. I promised to attend their gathering tonight." With that, a rare smile graced her face as she made her way towards the carriage in the distance. Chapter 124, The Forbidden Kitchen. Caution advised for by Luoyan upon returning to his dormitory. Lin Yan promptly tended to the corner of his mouth, ensuring that no trace of the earlier incident remained before he finally exhaled in relief. From his understanding of Bai Luoyan, if she were to discover what transpired in the restroom, she would undoubtedly be furious. To him, it was merely a petty rivalry between himself and that romantic adversary. Given his own capabilities, the young man from the Shin family could hardly gain any advantage over him. However, if Bai Luoyan were to intervene, the situation could escalate into something far more serious, perhaps even a scene of bloodshed. After swiftly taking a shower and dressing, he emerged to find the other 3 members of the dormitory waiting for him by the door. The quartet hurried to the school gates, where 2 luxurious vehicles awaited them. Lin Yan, glancing at the 3 young women before him, curiously inquired of Bai Luoyan, "Where is Xiaoyu?" Bai Luoyan, effortlessly linking her arm with his, quietly explained, "Xiaoyu has gone to arrange a few matters for me. No need to worry. She will meet us directly at the villa shortly. Let us get in the car and proceed." Nodding in agreement, Lin Yan dismissed his concerns. Approximately half an hour later, the 2 luxury cars gradually entered the villa district. Lin Yan observed the familiar villa next door and then turned his gaze towards the unfamiliar door in front of him, puzzled as he looked at Bai Luoyan. With a light chuckle, she clarified, "I have purchased several of these townhouses. This one is specifically designated for gatherings with friends. As a jest, I only permit you access to the adjacent love nest. Besides, the room next door is filled with various props and costumes, items that are rather unsuitable for others to see." Hearing her explanation, the group couldn't help but marvel at her wealth and extravagance. As they pushed open the grand door, Lin Yan meticulously examined the interior and found the layout of the house remarkably similar to that of the villa next door. He confidently made his way to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, nodding in satisfaction at the ingredients that Bai Luoyan had ordered to be stocked in advance. Instinctively turning to the others, he casually asked, "What would you like to eat?" However, before anyone could respond, he noticed Wen Yuru and He Chong approaching him. Wen Yuru's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ingredients, and she said to Lin Yan, "Tonight's gathering is my way of making amends. Please, refrain from usurping my position as the chef this evening. You should take a seat on the sofa and relax." He Chong, in agreement, nodded and added, "Indeed, I know your culinary skills are commendable, but today, you should take a break." Observing the harmonious duo, Lin Yan smirked and teasingly remarked, "Oh, speaking of one, why is you, He Chong, hovering around the kitchen? Do not let me do anything, yet it is perfectly acceptable for your boyfriend to do so, is it?" Observing Lin Yan's gaze, which held a hint of amusement, Wen Yuro felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and lowered her head shyly. He Chong, noticing her discomfort, discreetly tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve and murmured, "All right, you should step out now." Fine, fine, I shall not delay you 2 lovebirds any longer. I will wait outside for dinner," Lin Yan replied. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed someone lurking in the corner of the kitchen. Striding over, he pressed down on the restless head of the girl. With a few lines of annoyance etched across his forehead, he solemnly warned Bai Luoyan, "You are coming with me. Stay away from the kitchen, do you understand?" Since that incident, Lin Yan had declared the kitchen a no-go zone for Bai Luoyan, forbidding her from entering even a step further. Bai Luoyan pouted, her eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer as she softly pleaded, "Husband, let me try just once more. I promise I can do it well this time." "Not a chance. I have no desire to escort a group of people to the hospital later," he retorted firmly, pulling her away from the kitchen. Once in the living room, Bai Luoyan sulked on a nearby sofa, simmering in her own frustration. Lin Yan, however, paid her no mind and turned his attention to Fu Yanjia, who was engrossed in his phone. At that moment, Fu Yanjia was browsing Douyin, and on the screen, a young man resembling a playful puppy was live-streaming his workout. The thin shirt clung to his body, revealing glistening 8-pack abs, with sweat trickling down from exertion. At first glance, it seemed like a legitimate workout, However, it was clearly an enticing display aimed at wealthy women. Taken aback by the sight, Lin Yan paused momentarily, his expression turning peculiar as he regarded Fu Yanjie. He cautiously took a step back and said, "Brother Jia, you can't possibly have developed some strange preferences after being single for too long, can you? If so, you might want to consult a psychologist. I do not wish to be tightening my belt while sleeping in the dormitory." As the most seasoned veteran in the dormitory, Fu Yanjie instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Lin Yan's words. He shot Lin Yan an exasperated glare and retorted, "You can take a hike. I clearly searched for a guide on part-time jobs for freshmen. How did this come up?" Lin Yan scrutinized the gifts displayed on Fu Yanjie's phone screen and nodded in agreement. "It seems it has not misrecommended anything. The only error lies in it not considering your hardware conditions." Fu Yanjie's expression darkened further at this remark. He hastily swiped away from the live stream, scrolling until he stumbled upon a beauty stream and finally paused with a satisfied grin. Nearby, Zhang looked at him with disdain and remarked, "We are out here socializing, and you cannot even put down your phone?" As Fu Yanjie, engrossed in his phone, countered her, he remarked, "Are you aware that the average lifespan of a human is between 60 and 70 years? In contrast, the average lifespan of a mobile phone is merely 3 years. To you, the phone is merely a fragment of your existence. However, to the phone, you represent its entire world. What justification do you have for neglecting your device?" His words hung heavily in the air, plunging the room into silence. This fellow, though he spoke fallacies, somehow managed to convey an unsettling semblance of truth. Fortunately, the tranquility was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Zhang Lan was the first to leap from the sofa, exclaiming as she dashed toward the door, "It must be Wan Yu returning. I shall answer it." Upon opening the door, indeed, the figure of Shangguan Wan Yu appeared. "Xiao Yu, you're back," she greeted warmly. Xiao Yu nodded slightly to the enthusiastic Zhang Lan and proceeded into the room. As she entered, she exchanged a fleeting glance with Bai Luoyan. Noticing a barely perceptible nod from her, Bai Luoyan's eyes flickered momentarily before she diverted her gaze elsewhere. However, as Shangguan Wan Yu passed by Lin Yan, he furrowed his brow ever so slightly. A familiar scent wafted from her, one that he recognized all too well, the metallic tang of blood. Chapter 125. Who do you think did this? Lin Yan remained silent, quietly observing as Xiao Yu calmly approached Bai Luoyan, whispering something in her ear. After a brief exchange, Bai Luoyan nodded in response. It appears that today's events at the gym have not gone unnoticed by them, Lin Yan mused to himself, sipping from a glass of water while feeling a sense of resignation. The faint scent of blood lingering around Shangguan Wan Yu sparked a realization, yet he refrained from inquiring further, choosing instead to feign ignorance. With some time remaining before dinner commenced, the group opted not to succumb to boredom by incessantly fiddling with their phones. Instead, at Yun Tianhua's suggestion, they began a game of cards. Lin Yan, Yun Tianhua, Fu Yanjie, and Zhang Lan gathered around the coffee table, engaged in the game. Bai Luoyan settled beside Lin Yan, leaning against him, occasionally whispering strategies into his ear. At one moment, while Lin Yan pondered his next move, a delicate, snow-white hand appeared before him. The hand swiftly extracted several cards from his grasp and deftly slapped them onto the table. Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Yan protested. But Bai Luoyan had already taken the liberty of placing the cards down. As Fu Yanjie, the next player, caught sight of the play, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Without granting Lin Yan the chance to reconsider, he promptly played his cards. 7, 8, 9, 10 J. "There we go. I've successfully made my exit." Ha, Lin Yan. "You've lost again." Lin Yan, now adorned with an array of sticky notes, wore an expression of utter despair. They could hardly gamble. Yet the allure of high stakes would undoubtedly diminish without a hint of wager. Thus, after much deliberation, the quartet decided that the loser would bear the mark of a paper note as a form of punishment. At that moment, Lin Yan found himself adorned with the most notes. He cast a forlorn glance at Bai Luoyan beside him, his expression a blend of resignation and helplessness. It seemed that this little girl was the cause of his numerous defeats, leaving him thoroughly vanquished. Bai Luoyan playfully stuck out her tongue, attempting to charm her way out of his discontent. With a sigh, Lin Yan addressed her, saying, "You play a couple of rounds while I step away to the restroom." Bai Luoyan's eyes brightened as she eagerly seized his position. Lin Yan, burdened by a crown of notes, made his way to the restroom. Upon his return, The cheerful sounds of their playful banter filled the living room. Catching sight of Bai Luo Yan, who was laughing carefree, Lin Yan smiled gently. He chose not to join the group, but instead strolled to the balcony to stretch. It was then that he noticed Shangwan Wanyu standing nearby. He smiled at her and inquired, "Aren't you going to join them in the card game?" Shangwan Wanyu, maintaining her usual calm demeanor, shook her head slightly. Recalling the scent of blood that lingered when she returned, Lin Yan's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Wanyu, this world differs from the previous one. You need not confine yourself to my side and Bai Luoyan's. You have the right to pursue your own life." Shangwan Wanyu gazed at him silently. And after a long pause, she spoke, "Master, do you remember what you said to me in our last life?" Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by her question. With so many words exchanged between them, how could he discern which one she referenced? Shangwan Wanyu did not keep him in suspense. Resting her hands on the balcony railing, she looked up at the serene moon and said, "You once told me that everyone has their own unique life, and each person's pursuit of life is different." At this, she turned to Lin Yan, glancing at Bai Luo Yan, who was animatedly playing cards inside, and continued with a smile, "For me, being able to stay by your side and the young lady's side is the greatest pursuit of my life." Lin Yan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he sighed and, with a hint of implication, said, "Even so, I do not wish for you to be burdened by tasks you dislike. Some matters can be left to others. You need not make sacrifices for yourself." Shangwan Wanyu, unreserved, offered him a rare smile and replied, "I do not feel wronged when it comes to seeking justice for you." Just as Lin Yan was about to respond further, the voices of Chong and Wen Yuru drifted in from the house, calling, "All right, stop playing and come to eat." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan ceased his words, gently patting Shangwan Wanyu's head with a tender gaze. Shangwan Wanyu took a small step forward, slightly bowing her head as if to afford Lin Yan greater ease. At that moment, the scene mirrored her past life when she was still a little girl. "All right, let us dine," Lin Yan remarked, then turned to enter the room. Shangwan Wanyu offered a faint smile, yet upon stepping into the room, her demeanor transformed back into that of a calm, serious countenance. The individuals who had been playing cards earlier had already tidied up, rushing into the kitchen to assist in bringing out the array of dishes. Fortunately, the dining table in the villa was spacious enough that even with 8 individuals seated together, it did not feel cramped. The table was lavishly adorned with enticing culinary delights. Wen Yurua's culinary skills were commendable, yet preparing meals for 8 alone proved to be a formidable task. Thus, a significant portion of the dishes on the table had been prepared by Chong. Since childhood, Chong had been assisting his family with farming and household chores, making him quite adept at cooking, although his repertoire consisted mainly of simple home-cooked meals. With his assistance, Wen Yurua found herself considerably relieved. After toiling in the kitchen for over an hour, they finally completed the evening's dinner. At this moment, Fu Yanjia excitedly picked up his chopsticks, gazing at the splendid array of dishes, exclaiming, "One, I didn't realize you were such an excellent cook. He is truly fortunate to have found a girlfriend like you." Hearing this, when Yurua glanced at Chong beside her, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "Oh, it's not that exaggerated." Many of these dishes were made by Chong. Chong remained silent, simply grinning foolishly in his seat. Fu Yanjia paid no mind to their playful banter and instead focused his attention on the dining table. Soon, he was captivated by a seemingly ordinary cold dish of mixed black fungus. However, the shiny black fungus, glistening with oil and adorned with sprigs of fresh cilantro, was undeniably appetizing. He joyfully picked up a piece of fungus, and, as he brought it to his mouth, he inquired of Chong, "Did you or Wen make this?" Chong glanced over and casually replied, "Oh, that dish was made by Bai." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's pupils constricted, and he quickly extended his hand towards Fu Yanjia, exclaiming, "Put that dish down." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. At that moment, Fu Yanjia, looking bewildered, had already placed the fungus into his mouth. Chapter 126. A familiar figure. As the group began to enjoy their dinner, Fu Yanjia reclined on the nearby sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling, appearing lost in thought. Bai Luo Yan gazed at Fu Yanjia, who seemed lost in a reverie, and a rare flicker of guilt crossed her face as she quietly tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve. "Darling, should I call someone to take him to the hospital?" Lin Yan cast a knowing glance at the unfortunate fellow and, with seasoned assurance, replied, "There's no need." He merely took a bite. A brief respite of 10 minutes will suffice. If you truly care for the lives of others, promise me you will refrain from entering the kitchen in the future. Bai Luoyan remained silent, her gaze fixed discontentedly on her feet. Lin Yan, without uttering a word, let out a silent sigh, fully aware that this girl would undoubtedly continue her culinary misadventures. He could not comprehend why a distinguished young lady would be so fervently devoted to cooking. What perplexed him further was the fact that her dishes, laced with peril, appeared irresistibly enticing, truly a dual-purpose delight, both for the household and as a means of malevolence. Under Lin Yan's probing, Bai Luoyan eventually confessed to the origin of the cold ear fungus dish. It transpired that while Lin Yan and the others were engaged in a card game, she had stealthily ventured into the kitchen to prepare it. Although Lin Yan had previously cautioned He Chong and the others against allowing Bai Luoyan near the kitchen, they had dismissed his concerns, believing her capable of handling such a simple dish. Who could have anticipated that even a cold salad could yield such dreadful consequences? After a lengthy 10 minutes, Fu Yinjie gradually regained his composure. Yet, even upon returning to the dining table, his face remained ashen, and a lingering fear glimmered in his eyes as he looked toward Bai Luoyan. Such was the prowess of a master of toxins, indeed terrifyingly formidable. Fortunately, following this comedic interlude, the dinner began to resonate with laughter and conversation, gradually enlivening the atmosphere. Observing the gathering, Lin Yan felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. It had been ages since he had experienced such a vibrant and harmonious scene. Through his time spent with these friends, he sensed a rejuvenation within his heart, as though he were growing younger. Before long, he too became absorbed in the lively ambience, relishing the seemingly mundane yet profoundly joyful daily life. As the lights twinkled to life and the night deepened, the plates on the table gradually emptied, signaling the impending conclusion of the evening's festivities. Though the villa possessed ample rooms, the group had to return to school early the next morning. Bai Luoyan wished to invite Lin Yan to spend the night at the adjacent villa, but ultimately, in the presence of so many, she found herself unable to make such a bold move. Once again, they piled into Bai Luoyan's luxurious car and returned to the school gates. The 8 friends, in unison, divided into smaller groups and headed toward their respective dormitories. Yun Tianhua and Fu Yinjie, both single, naturally paired off to stroll toward the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, the bashful Xiahongdu shyly took the hand of the equally demure Wan Yuru, escorting her back to the girls' dormitory. Shiguan Wanyu accompanied the somewhat anxious Jiang Lan toward the girls' dormitory, tactfully affording Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan a moment of solitude. The two did not rush back to the dormitory. Instead, they wandered aimlessly around the campus, hands intertwined. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the seemingly mundane path of the day now exuded a hazy beauty. The amber streetlights mingled with the moonlight, casting mottled shadows of the branches on the stone path. Walking upon these shadows, they exchanged not a word, simply reveling in the tranquility of the moment. After strolling for a considerable time, they finally paused beneath a grand tree by the path. Bai Luoyan gazed intently at the young man before her, her eyes brimming with the essence of spring. She gently caressed Lin Yan's arm and murmured, "Does it still hurt?" Aware that the incident from the afternoon had already come to light, Lin Yan no longer concealed the truth. He reached out to stroke the girl's silky hair, responding with a relaxed demeanor, "It doesn't hurt anymore. You know your man's fighting prowess. The wounds I bore on the battlefield were nothing. These few blows are trivial in comparison." Yet, it seemed Bai Luoyan did not hear him. She delicately rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 bruises on his forearm, which elicited a flicker of pain in her eyes. Wrapping her arms around his arm, she gently pressed her lips against the bruises. When she raised her gaze once more, her eyes glistened with tears as she looked into Lin Yan's eyes, her voice tinged with reproach. "Why didn't you tell me when you came out this afternoon?" "It's not a big deal, so I thought it unnecessary," Lin Yan replied honestly, viewing it merely as a boy scuffle. Besides, he was the victor, and speaking of it felt somewhat boastful. Bai Luoyan, her eyes reddening, softly caressed the bruises on his forearm and bit her lip, saying, "What then constitutes a big deal? Must it wait until you are gravely injured and bleeding?" Suddenly, her expression grew fervent, and she tightly embraced Lin Yan, burying her head in his chest and murmuring, "I told you are mine. Every hair, every fiber of you belongs to me. In this world, only I can bully you. No one else may lay a finger on you. Do you understand?" She nuzzled her face against his chest, greedily inhaling the scent of the young man, continuing to whisper, "So from now on, you must not hide anything from me. You know, if I lose my mind, no one can contain me. So please, don't make me go mad, all right?" A flicker of emotion and helplessness crossed Lin Yan's eyes. He was touched by the girl's affection but felt a sense of helplessness at her possessiveness, which seemed stronger than he had anticipated. He gently stroked her back, attempting to soothe her restless spirit, and spoke softly as if to calm a child. All right. I promise I will never hide anything from you again." Upon hearing Lin Yan's somewhat perfunctory words, the young girl raised her head in mild dissatisfaction. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the boy cleverly sealed her lips with his own. In that fleeting moment, her intended reproach transformed into soft murmurs that gently swayed in the dimly lit woods. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. The most effective way to silence a woman is to find something to cover her mouth. After a considerable time, they finally parted slowly. The girl's cheeks were tinged with a delicate crimson as she lightly slapped Lin Yan's chest, playfully chiding him. "You only know how to bully me." Lin Yan gazed at her in silence, a foolish grin plastered across his face. After indulging in a moment of tender entanglement in the small grove, Lin Yan successfully escorted the girl back to her dormitory. However, just as he was about to take his leave, a familiar silhouette suddenly caught his eye in the distance. Yet, by the time he attempted to discern it clearly, that figure had already vanished from sight. Lin Yan stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning, muttering to himself, "Why does that silhouette resemble her so closely? Impossible. She could not possibly be here." Chapter 127. The new exchange student. In the following week, Lin Yan navigated through a rhythm of busyness. His body's resilience proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. The bruise on his forearm had nearly vanished by the next day, along with the lingering pain. For the past few days, he had attended classes in the morning and rushed to the gym in the afternoon to partake in basketball matches. As previously mentioned, the basketball tournament at Shanghai University was not segregated by grade. It amalgamated all classes from freshmen to seniors into a single competition. The sheer number of teams from such a prestigious institution was staggering, leading to a considerable number of matches despite the harsh elimination system. Over the course of 5 days that week, including the first match, they were set to compete in 4 games. Except for Tuesday, they had already played 3 back-to-back matches starting Wednesday. Naturally, the same could be said for their opponents, who faced similar physical challenges, rendering any complaints moot. After Lin Yan had previously showcased his abilities, it was clear he could no longer return to the bench as a mere bystander. What he did not anticipate was that Iron Bull would be so relentless. He played Lin Yan for the entirety of each match, scarcely allowing him a minute's respite. Iron Bull treated Lin Yan as if he were an inexhaustible beast of burden. This was not entirely unwarranted, as the match on Wednesday had thoroughly frightened him. Lin Yan, having secured a starting position, exerted himself from the outset, and by halftime, they had established a lead of over 20 points. Consequently, Iron Bull intentionally allowed Lin Yan to rest at the beginning of the second half. However, in a match where defeat means returning home, how could the opposing team easily concede? During Lin Yan's brief 5-minute respite, the adversaries mounted a relentless offensive surge, scoring 170 points in a single wave. As victory seemed imminent for the other side, Iron Bull, in a state of alarm, had no choice but to send Lin Yan back onto the court, which finally broke the scoring drought for their team. Consequently, in Thursday's match, Lin Yan found himself without even a minute's rest, playing the entirety of the game. Nonetheless, he bore no grievance, as Iron Bull, the captain, also stood unwavering on the court for the entire duration. In fact, throughout all the basketball matches since their class began, this towering man had not taken a single minute of rest, persevering through each game. Moreover, he was not alone. Yun Tianhua mirrored this relentless dedication. Given the captain's utilitarian approach, Lin Yan refrained from voicing any dissent. This Friday afternoon, they were set to face yet another match. Fortunately, the instructors at Shanghai University had not succumbed to madness. If they triumphed in this contest, they would be rewarded with a 2-day respite over the weekend, with their next match scheduled for the following Monday. Of course, should they falter, they would gain even more rest, potentially extending until the next year's sports meet. Despite being subjected to Iron Bull's rigorous demands, Lin Yan's physical condition remained remarkably unyielding, displaying no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he appeared as vibrant as ever, exuding energy day after day. In stark contrast, his dormitory mate, Yun Tianhua, bore pale lips, resembling someone utterly drained. Were it not for the impending days of rest, Lin Yan would worry that this fellow might collapse on the basketball court. Nonetheless, they had one last effort to exert today, and Yun Tianhua could only muster the strength to endure another game, despite his body's fatigue proving increasingly difficult to resist. Throughout the morning's classes, Yun Tianhua nearly succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the desk. Fortunately, his considerate dorm mates shielded him, allowing him to evade the wrath of the strictest instructor. As the class bell rang, he finally roused from his slumber, yawning while following his roommates to the dining hall. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, as was his custom, prepared to join Bai Luoyan for a private meal by the artificial lake. However, on their way, snippets of conversation from two boys nearby reached his ears. I heard that the exchange student, young Master Shun, has been hospitalized again. It's true. He and I are in the same class, and he has indeed been hospitalized once more. Remarkably, in less than a month since his arrival at Zhanghai University. This marked his third hospitalization. Wow, 3 times? What on earth happened to him? Let me think. The first time was the day he arrived at school. I heard he was struck by a student riding a bicycle while on the road. It was said he was injured in a rather sensitive area and was promptly taken to the hospital that day. Alas, could it be that misfortune has befallen him once again? What is this? It is the second time I have heard that he dined at a restaurant outside the school and subsequently suffered from food poisoning, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Which establishment was it? I must be cautious to avoid it on my next outing. And what of this latest incident? This time, I have learned that he enrolled in an event for the school sports meet, and during a training session, he accidentally fell and broke his hand. Surely you jest. Who could possibly injure their hand while practicing running? Who knows him? Perhaps it is a case of misfortune linked to Zhanghai University. Otherwise, how could a diligent student find himself hospitalized 3 times within a month? Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Yan could not help but glance at the unfortunate soul beside him. The young lady, sensing his gaze, responded with a warm smile, as if unaware of the circumstances. Lin Yan merely curled the corners of his mouth and chose the path of silence with a rational demeanor. In truth, he could somewhat comprehend Shen Yongnian's attempt to conceal the truth. After all, if the fact that such a scion of a wealthy family had been repeatedly hospitalized due to failed romantic pursuits were to spread, it would indeed be difficult for young Master Shun to maintain his standing at Zhanghai University. However, it was through this that he learned that Guo Yu had indeed fractured Shun Yongnian's hand. It was fortunate that it was Xiao Yu who acted. Had it been by Luo Yan herself, it is likely that Shun Yongnian would have faced far graver consequences. As Lin Yan pondered these thoughts, the voices of the two beside him resounded once more. By the way, did you catch wind of the latest news? What news? Are you not aware that our school is set to welcome yet another goddess as an exchange student? I have heard that this exchange student matches by Shun in both beauty and family background. Is that true? As for family background, I find it hard to believe anyone could rival Bai Shan in appearance. I am not deceiving you. She visited our school a few days ago, apparently seeking someone, but to no avail. Everyone who beheld her was left in awe of her stunning beauty, unanimously agreeing that Bai Shan's status as the campus belle of her freshman year faces its most formidable challenger. No way. What is happening this year? Why is everyone clamoring to come to Zhanghai University? Surely, there must be some hidden treasure within our institution. By the way, do you know the name of this new exchange student? I do not know her name, but I have heard that her surname is Qin. At that moment, Lin Yan, who had been eavesdropping, abruptly halted his steps. Qin? In that instant, a familiar silhouette flashed through his mind, and an ominous feeling surged within him. Chapter 128. The husband, the woman with the surname Qin, that familiar silhouette at this moment, a figure, almost etched into his memory, flickered before his eyes. It cannot be. She is absolutely not meant to be here. Unless Bai Luoyan beside him noticed his unusual behavior and, with concern, took his hand to ask, "Darling, what's wrong?" Lin Yan shook his head, suppressing the unease within him, and smiled as he replied, "It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered the competition this afternoon." Bai Luoyan comfortingly patted the back of his hand and said, "Indeed, I heard that your opponent this afternoon is quite formidable. However, I firmly believe you will emerge victorious." Gazing into the trusting and encouraging eyes of the young woman beside him, Lin Yan grasped her hand, softly inquiring, "Do you truly have such faith in me?" Of course, my man is the strongest, she declared. If you do not win, it shall not be your fault, but rather that of that big iron bull and Yun Tianhua. That lad, Yun Tianhua, appeared so feeble today. If he loses, let him take the blame. Lin Yan smiled in agreement, saying, yes, exactly. If we lose, let that kid bear the consequences. At this moment, another individual dining in the cafeteria suddenly felt a weight on his back, inexplicably sensing a surge of pressure. Taking his usual seat, Lin Yan looked at the exquisite dishes laid out before him and sighed. Consuming these so-called Michelin meals too often had begun to feel rather monotonous. He turned to the young woman beside him and suggested, how about we go to the noodle shop by the school gate tomorrow? I believe the flavors at that couple's shop are quite delightful. Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Luoyan nodded in agreement. Sure, as long as you enjoy it. As she spoke, she picked up a morsel of food with her chopsticks and offered it to Lin Yan's mouth. Lin Yan skillfully opened his mouth slightly and took the food she offered in one bite. The successful act of feeding brought a satisfied smile to Bai Luoyan, as if nourishing Lin Yan provided her with immense gratification. As they continued eating, the young woman suddenly recalled something. Her face flushing as she leaned close to Lin Yan's ear and whispered, the 10 outfits you chose last time. Xiao Yu said she has already purchased them and sent them to the villa. Biting her lip, she suppressed her shyness and continued, tonight, shall we go to the villa? I want to wear them for you. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Lin Yan's eyes. He grasped the young woman's hand with a hint of trembling in his voice, asking, are you serious? Seeing her nod slightly, Lin Yan felt a rush of warmth surge through him. In that moment, thoughts of the basketball match faded from his mind, as he yearned to take Bai Luoyan to the villa for a private fashion show that belonged solely to the two of them. With such an understanding and adorable girlfriend, who could still think of basketball? Observing Lin Yan's eager demeanor, Bai Luoyan instantly saw through his thoughts. She extended her index finger and gently pressed it against Lin Yan's lips, gazing at him with a smile as she said, if you can win the match this afternoon, I might just have a special surprise for you tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a stir within. As he contemplated the timing, he realized that Bai Luoyan's earlier challenge had already passed. Thus, it seemed he could finally bid farewell to that awkward identity. This time, that infernal yogurt had no excuse to disrupt his good fortune. If this continued, not only would he be exasperated, but the readers would be eager to see him silenced as well. At that moment, Lin Yan wished only to expedite the conclusion of the basketball match. After enjoying lunch, he eagerly took Bai Lian's hand and headed towards the gymnasium, fully aware that there was still an hour until the game commenced. However, in his impatience, he failed to notice that the once bright and sunny sky had been shrouded by thick, ominous clouds. The oppressive darkness seemed to herald an impending storm. When Iron Bull arrived at the venue half an hour early and saw Lin Yan, who was already warming up, he was momentarily taken aback. Although Lin Yan had been a starter in recent matches and consistently ranked first in team statistics, his demeanor remained that of someone wishing to be a mere slacker. Typically, he would arrive at the venue 10 minutes before a game, anxious to avoid even a minute of warm-up. During matches, he preferred to shoot three-pointers rather than drive to the basket, and would assist rather than score himself. Yet, despite his seemingly lackadaisical approach, he managed to maintain control over the rhythm of the game. Thus, even Iron Bull found it difficult to criticize Lin Yan's style of play. So, when he came to the court and saw Lin Yan had already prepared for warm-ups, he was somewhat bewildered. Even more surprising was Lin Yan's enthusiastic approach when he spotted Iron Bull, as he walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, Captain, after the game starts, pass the ball to me, and I will personally conclude this match. Observing Lin Yan, who appeared invigorated as if he had been electrified, Iron Bull was tempted to step outside the gym to check if the sun had risen from the west that day. To his astonishment, once the game commenced, Lin Yan truly began to showcase his prowess. Following the jump ball, he exhibited an overwhelming desire to attack, three-pointers, driving layups, dunks, and steals. It was as if he had transformed into an omnipotent warrior, a phantom that roamed the court. Faced with Lin Yan's full-throttle performance, the opponents were momentarily stunned. As Bai Luoyan had mentioned at noon, a team that had yet to lose a single game up to this point could hardly be considered weak. In fact, their current adversaries were recognized within the school as the strongest contenders for a spot in the top 4. Iron Bull had adequately prepared himself mentally for the challenge that lay ahead in today's match. However, He did not anticipate that today Lin Yan would inexplicably leave his opponents bewildered. By the end of the first half, Lin Yan's team had astonishingly established a 35-point lead. Such a disparity may still be surmountable in the NBA, but in this intra-school match, it was clearly an insurmountable chasm. More importantly, the morale of the opposing team had evidently been shattered by Lin Yan's ruthless maneuvers. Faced with a group of dispirited opponents, only 2 minutes into the second half, Iron Bull waved his hand, uncharacteristically allowing Yun Tianhua and Lin Yan to rest. After all, basketball possesses its own unwritten rules when the gap is too vast. Keeping all the starters on the court would seem disrespectful to the adversary. Ultimately, as the referee's whistle sounded, Lin Yan's team secured victory with a 21-point lead. As the match concluded, Lin Yan swiftly removed his basketball jersey and hurriedly pulled Bai Luoyan, eager to leave. Observing Lin Yan's anxious demeanor, Bai Luoyan covered her mouth with her hand but allowed herself to be led away. Just as Lin Yan prepared to exit the arena, a voice he had etched into his heart suddenly resonated from behind him. "Husband, my lady has finally found you." Upon hearing those words echo throughout the venue, Lin Yan, who was previously tugging at Bai Luoyan, suddenly froze. In disbelief, he turned to look behind him, where a stunning woman, her eyes brimming with tears, stood before him. Her enchanting eyes were filled with emotion, gazing at Lin Yan as if wishing to etch his visage into her memory. "Husband, my lady has finally found you." As her words fell, she took a tentative step forward, seemingly ready to leap into Lin Yan's embrace. However, before she could approach, Bai Luoyan had already positioned herself in front of Lin Yan, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appearing woman. Her voice icy as it escaped her lips. "Who are you? Why do you call my husband husband?" Though the question was spoken, Bai Luoyan had already formed a suspicion in her mind. At that moment, Lin Yan finally snapped out of his earlier shock, his eyes wide as he exclaimed in disbelief. "Qin Kenyukshuan, how could you possibly be here?" Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yan utter the woman's name, Bai Luoyan's suspicions had been confirmed. Without turning to Lin Yan, she regarded Qin Yushuan with a wary expression and questioned, "Are you the one from his 8th time?" In response to Bai Luoyan's inquiry, Qin Yushuan gently brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She reigned in her inner excitement, donning a smile that was nearly perfect, yet somewhat disingenuous. Her captivating gaze finally shifting from Lin Yan to Bai Luoyan. She clasped her hands before her, gently twirling a strand of her ebony hair with her left hand, while her right extended toward Bai Luoyan. In a soft, melodious tone, she addressed Bai Luoyan. "You must be Bai Luoyan, am I correct?" "Indeed, I am Lin Lang's companion. It brings me great joy to encounter you here." Perhaps mindful of the onlookers around them, the two refrained from explicitly mentioning matters such as the 8th life or the title of wife. Nonetheless, this exchange was sufficiently meaningful for both. As Bai Luoyan beheld the delicate, jade-like hand reaching out to her, a peculiar smile graced her lips. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Yet the warmth did not reach their depths. Gently, she took Qin Yushuan's hand in hers, responding with a smile. "I too am delighted to have met you here." Although both women wore radiant smiles as they clasped hands, an inexplicable chill permeated the air, penetrating to the very bones of everyone present. In fact, the moment Qin Yushuan appeared, the team members, initially inclined to approach Lin Yan, instinctively retreated, particularly sensitive to their surroundings. Yun Tianhua nearly found himself retreating to the adjacent basketball court. This was not a matter of loyalty, but rather an instinctive recognition that the seemingly gentle Qin Yushuan was eerily familiar. Though he could not recall her identity, his sixth sense warned him that she was an individual he should not provoke. Others, while not as dramatically affected, also found themselves instinctively distancing from the two women. However, true to the nature of the Chinese people, who are often keen on gossip, they did not leave, but instead watched the two goddesses with eager anticipation. Bai Luoyan was beyond doubt the belle of Jianghai University since her arrival. If one were to rank the beauties of Jianghai University, Bai Luoyan would undoubtedly receive a perfect score of 100. Even Lin Miaoka, who had basked in the title of campus beauty for 3 years, paled in comparison to Bai Luoyan. Everyone believed it would be a challenge to find anyone who could rival Bai Luoyan's beauty in their lifetime. Little did they expect to encounter someone today who could indeed stand toe-to-toe with Bai Luoyan in terms of allure. In contrast to her peers, Qin Yushuan was dressed in a resplendent rose-red qipao. The expertly crafted slit of her skirt artfully revealed her long, graceful legs, while remaining tastefully modest. Her cascading, silky hair was neatly tied back, and her delicate features, complemented by her enchanting, soulful peach blossom eyes, made it difficult for anyone to look away upon first sight. Especially when she stood alongside Bai Luoyan, the stark contrast in their distinct auras was striking. If Bai Luoyan embodied the lofty, untouchable flower atop a high mountain, then Qin Yuxuan represented the serene lake that embraces all, enveloping one in a gentle spring breeze. Bai Luoyan shone like a brilliant sun, while Qin Yuxuan radiated the soft glow of the moon. For everyone present, the intensity of this scene was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Even in the realm of cinema, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a beauty of such unparalleled allure and distinct temperament. In that fleeting moment, the gazes cast upon Lin Yan were saturated with envy, jealousy, confusion, and a tinge of pity. The latter sentiments emanated from his dormitory companions. Yet, for Lin Yan, his mind was consumed with a singular question. Why had Qin Yuxuan, the empress of the 8th generation, appeared before him? From his previous understanding, Bai Luoyan had only arrived after he successfully completed his task and ascended the throne, receiving the system's reward in the process. However, in the case of the 8th generation, he had indeed failed his mission. No, that was not entirely accurate. He had failed just a day before Qin Yuxuan's coronation. Under those circumstances, even had he perished, it would not have hindered her ascension. In fact, his demise would likely have facilitated her rise to power. Thus, it seemed unrelated to the success of his mission. Rather, was it possible that any protagonist capable of smoothly ascending the throne could receive a reward from the system? But that did not add up. Was she not intent on killing him at that time? Why then did she pledge to the system to seek him out? Contemplating this left him disinclined to indulge in further futile speculation. Instead, he stepped forward, emerging from behind Bai Luoyan. As he did so, the two women who had been secretly observing him immediately shifted their focus onto him, gazing upon the familiar visage of Qin Yuxuan. A complex glimmer flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. He inhaled deeply and directly addressed her. So, your presence here is due to that entity's influence? Has it instructed you to find me at this juncture? Qin Yuxuan clearly did not anticipate Lin Yan would engage her in conversation. Prior to their meeting, she had envisioned the scene of their reunion, acutely aware of the pain she had inflicted upon him in their previous life. Thus, she had harbored a lingering fear of encountering his indifference. However, she had traversed realms specifically to seek him out. With her resolve fortified, she approached him, pushing aside her trepidation. To her astonishment, Lin Yan willingly initiated dialogue. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she recalled his inquiry and promptly nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. I have come here with the assistance of that being. The timing has also been orchestrated according to its instructions. At that moment, Lin Yan had little interest in the joy radiating from Qin Yuxuan. His thoughts were consumed by a singular declaration. You, entity, are my adversary. Chapter 130. Darling, how can you carelessly drink water offered by others? If one were to disregard the limitations of humanity, it was the system that Lin Yan was most intimately familiar with. It can be said that Lin Yan once believed that this individual could hardly be deemed a system. What kind of system is utterly devoid of utility like this one? Compared to the systems Lin Yan had encountered in novels, this wretched entity neither bestowed any so-called martial arts nor special abilities, nor did it offer any proverbial golden fingers. Aside from repeatedly subjecting him to the agonies of death and facilitating his introductions to the heroines of each world, this dog system merely functioned as a chatty AI tool. The sole silver lining was that this entity was not a mere cold assembly of data, but rather possessed a distinct personality. Throughout those 9 world conquests, had it not been for this companion that helped Lin Yan navigate his emotions, he might have succumbed to a mental breakdown long ago. Thus, during their shared existence of 7 to 8 decades, the system had been regarded by Lin Yan as a confidant, a brother with whom he could share anything. Consequently, Lin Yan was well acquainted with the character of this system. To succinctly summarize, it was essentially an ardent enthusiast of gossip. In those alternate realms, the greatest pleasure for this entity was to exploit its meager privileges to regale Lin Yan with tales of seemingly virtuous figures. For instance, a seemingly upright chancellor in the court was, in private, a henpecked husband. The reason he never indulged in frivolities with his colleagues after court was not due to any nobility of spirit, but rather because his pocket money was entirely controlled by his wife, leaving him financially constrained and unable to accept his colleagues' invitations. The system would invariably exhibit an insatiable excitement at such revelations of others' private lives. However, it was precisely due to its disclosures that Lin Yan inadvertently acquired knowledge of many individuals' weaknesses. Little did he anticipate that one day he would become the object of this wretched system's gossip. Had it merely sent by Luo Yin to him, Lin Yan would have been grateful. But what was the meaning of bringing Qin Yuxuan into the equation? Let alone the notion that the system could not refuse the host's wishes, if it had not been so indiscreet. How could Qin Yuxuan have known he had not perished and wished to traverse into this world? At this moment, Lin Yan could already envision the system's treacherous grin of anticipation. Just as Lin Yan silently cursed the system in his heart, Bai Luoyan, observing the conversation between the two, exhibited a glimmer of long-lost mania in her eyes. She slightly lowered her head, suppressing that flash of crimson light before raising her gaze once more. With a subtle movement, she stepped sideways to position herself between Lin Yan and Qin Yuxuan. Casting a warning glance towards Qin Yuxuan, she unceremoniously wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Yan's, and in a playful tone, declared, "Darling, were you not eager to accompany me to the villa for a romantic interlude? You mentioned you could hardly wait to see me adorn the outfits you purchased for me. Let us not squander any more time. Let us depart at once." What on earth did the white goddess just utter? What does it mean to rush back to the villa to don the garments he purchased? What cursed attire did Lin Yan buy for her? Haha, you are overthinking it. Surely, he must have acquired clothing suitable for a date. The white goddess is so enchanting. How could he possibly dress her in anything so indecent and revealing? It is simply impossible. Brother, I believe you should calm down. You are biting your lips until they bleed. This wretched fellow has already instigated a scene of chaos. And now he expects the white goddess to engage in a costume play for him? Lin Yan did not anticipate that Bai Luoyan would be so audacious as to voice such words in public. Sensing the palpable hostility surrounding him, his heart tightened, and he hurriedly grasped Bai Luoyan's hand, wishing to leave. Upon witnessing his intention to turn and depart, Qin Yuxuan instinctively reached out towards him and promptly exclaimed, "Lin Lang." Wait. However, before she could utter another word, Bai Luoyan cast a frigid glare in her direction. As for Lin Yan, feeling the overwhelming chill emanating from Bai Luoyan, he dared not hesitate any longer. He tightly held her hand and swiftly exited the scene. Observing Lin Yan's resolute departure, Qin Yuxuan, with a face full of sorrow, relinquished her hold. She chose not to persist, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a newfound determination before she quietly departed. With the departure of the key figures, the atmosphere in the venue began to ease. The team members gazed at Lin Yan's retreating figure, their admiration for him elevated to an insurmountable level. Tainyo sighed and began to gather the team uniforms. The basketball jerseys for this match had been procured using the funds from both classes. For the sake of organization, he, as the team captain, collected them after each game to wash and then distributed them again at the start of the next match. However, just a few minutes later, as he examined the jerseys in his hands, he found himself unable to locate Lin Yan's uniform. He scratched his head in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "How strange. Could someone have stolen it?" Outside the gymnasium, the sky was shrouded in a thick blanket of clouds. Though it was still afternoon, it felt as though night had descended prematurely. The oppressive clouds seemed to weigh heavily on people's hearts, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. From the darkening sky, it was evident that a storm was inevitable. Lin Yan held Bai Luoyan's hand as they made their way toward the school gate, occasionally glancing at her face. Sensing his gaze, Bai Luoyan turned to him and inquired, "What is it? Is there something amiss with my face?" Faced with the perfectly ordinary Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words. Based on his understanding of Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan should not have remained so composed upon seeing Qin Yuxuan. Her current demeanor, so normal and unperturbed, left him feeling somewhat disoriented. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, "Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?" Bai Luoyan smiled sweetly at the young man and replied with a light chuckle, "What is there to inquire about? I am aware that she is your wife from your 8th life. However, your relationship is merely a formality, is it not? Furthermore, regardless of her identity, the person beside you now is me, and that is sufficient." Observing Bai Luoyan's calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of madness, Lin Yan felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Something was amiss. Was this truly the Bai Luoyan he knew? How could she remain so composed and engage in conversation with him? Unbeknownst to them, they had finally arrived at the school gate. Spotting the luxury car that had long been parked there, Bai Luoyan twisted open the water bottle in her hand and handed it to Lin Yan, speaking gently. All right. Let us not allow others to disrupt our plans for today. You must be thirsty after your recent match. Have a sip. Lin Yan remained silent, quietly accepting the water bottle and taking a drink. Just as he was about to say something more, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him. Through his blurry vision, he noticed a conspiratorial smile playing on by Luoyan's lips as she stepped forward to steady his swaying form. The girl flashed a dangerously alluring smile and, in a tone reminiscent of a playful pout, whispered in his ear, "Darling, you are far too complacent. How could you drink water offered by someone else so carelessly?" Lin Yan gazed at her in disbelief, but the overwhelming dizziness surged once more, and as his eyes fluttered shut, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 131. Entering the Yandere mode as consciousness gradually returned, Lin Yan struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. After some time, he finally regained a semblance of clarity. The final image before his fainting spell replayed in his mind. Beneath a sky shrouded in dark clouds, Bai Luoyan smiled at him. Did Luoyan drug me to incapacitate me? He recalled the water bottle she had handed him, suspecting that the sedative had been concealed within it. However, he could not fathom her motives for rendering him unconscious. With a slightly heavy head, Lin Yan began to survey his surroundings. Upon gaining clarity, he found himself momentarily stunned. He was in a lavish room, adorned with thick, plush carpets, and surrounded by opulent furniture whose value was immediately apparent. He himself lay upon an enormous bed, the largest he had ever seen, one that could easily accommodate all four of them. Wait, something is not right. Why did the first thought that crossed my mind involve 4 young men sharing a bed? Shaking his still drowsy head, Lin Yan continued to scrutinize the details of the room. It didn't take long for him to uncover a peculiar anomaly. Although the room appeared ordinary, it lacked a crucial element. There were no windows. So, was this a basement? Recalling a jest made a few days prior with a girl about a certain promise, an ominous premonition flickered through Lin Yan's mind. He slowly sat up, but as soon as he moved, he heard a clanking sound of metal. Glancing at his hands, he realized they were shackled by iron bracelets, which were connected to a long chain affixed to the headboard of the bed. Witnessing this scene, the unsettling premonition in his heart was finally confirmed. His lips twitched slightly as he internally lamented, murmuring to himself, "Am I really locked up by my own girlfriend?" Yet, reflecting on Bai Luoyan's temperament, he felt an inexplicable lack of surprise. Just as he pondered his next course of action, the door to the room swung open. Bai Luoyan entered, holding a cup of water. Upon seeing Lin Yan awake, her expression bore no hint of surprise. Instead, she extended the cup towards him and gently said, "I calculated the time, and you should be waking up soon. Here, have a sip of water." However, at that moment, Lin Yan's attention was captivated by Bai Luoyan's attire. He gazed at her outfit, momentarily forgetting to take the cup from her hand. To his astonishment, she was adorned in a resplendent wedding gown of red and gold. Her hair was elegantly styled, crowned with a beautifully intricate phoenix headdress, from which golden and silver ornaments cascaded before her enchanting eyes. The gown, embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, fit her form flawlessly, accentuating her alluring curves. The hem of the gown was split to mid-thigh, revealing a pair of slender legs clad in black stockings beneath the vibrant fabric. Noticing the enamored gaze Lin Yan cast upon her, Bai Luoyan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She twirled before him and softly inquired, "Darling, how do I look? Am I beautiful?" Lin Yan swallowed hard, yet the chilling sensation from the iron bracelets brought him back to reality. He offered her a resigned smile, lifting his hands to tug at the chain and asked, "Luoyan, what exactly are you planning to do?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan's smile gradually faded. She did not respond to Lin Yan's question, but instead stepped closer, gently bringing the cup of water to his lips, whispering, "First, have a sip of water. You've been unconscious for 3 hours. You must be thirsty." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before allowing her to feed him the water. After half of the glass of water had been consumed, Bai Luoyan contentedly set the cup down on the nearby table. She turned to Lin Yan and smiled sweetly. "Are you not afraid I might have poisoned your drink?" Lin Yan, with a resigned gesture, raised his hand and replied, I am already confined by you. What is there to fear? Observing the iron chain extending from his hand, the young girl gazed at the boy before her, her eyes gradually filled with an intoxicating fascination. Suddenly, she pushed Lin Yan onto the bed, positioning herself atop his waist. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, her lips curled into a beautiful yet perilous smile, and a hint of crimson glimmered in her eyes. Parting her lips slightly, she breathed softly while caressing Lin Yan's chest with her hands, her voice low and restrained. You are mine. You can only be mine. Do not even think of escaping. Everything had been fine until that wretched woman appeared. Even the slightest chance would not deter me from preventing you from rekindling old feelings with her. You promised me that if you became entangled with another woman outside, I could confine you, did you not? You have broken our agreement first. Do not be afraid, my love. I will treat you well. Aside from being unable to leave this place, I will present to you the finest things in this world, including myself. This house has been specially prepared for you. Every detail meticulously designed. The height of the sink has been adjusted according to our heights to ensure the utmost comfort. On the third floor, I installed a vast one-way glass window, and all the sofas are waterproof. In the bathroom, I have prepared 2 handrails, and above the bed, I have placed a large mirror. So, please stay here forever. Do not leave me, all right? At that moment, Bai Luoyan could no longer conceal her true self, revealing her most authentic side to Lin Yan. The appearance of Qin Yuxuan instilled in her a profound sense of crisis. Unlike Tang Yanyan, she understood that Tang Yanyan was merely a familiar old classmate to Lin Yan. However, Qin Yuxuan had once been Lin Yan's genuine wife. Although, according to that system's narrative, they never reached the final step and remained merely in a nominal marital relationship, Bai Luoyan was acutely aware of Lin Yan's character. She knew that since Lin Yan had once agreed to marry that woman, it indicated that she had indeed entered his heart at some point. Even if that detestable woman ultimately betrayed him, Bai Luoyan still dared not gamble on whether he harbored feelings for her. She could not accept the consequences of losing Lin Yan again. Thus, when she saw Qin Yuxuan in the gymnasium, her heart had already made a resolute decision. Even if it meant binding him, she would keep Lin Yan by her side. She could not accept even the slightest possibility of unexpected circumstances. Even though she was aware that her actions might provoke Lin Yan's disdain, she proceeded without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 132. Never mind. Let me write something that you all enjoy. Bai Luoyan could no longer suppress the tumult within her heart. Her kiss descended upon Lin Yan like a tempest. Yet throughout this entire episode, the girl consistently averted her gaze from him. Only she understood the depths of her fear. When she resolved to confine Lin Yan, she had already braced herself for the possibility of his animosity. She dreaded witnessing disappointment or anger flicker in his eyes. The mere thought of seeing hatred directed at her from Lin Yan filled her with anguish. Thus, despite her appearance resembling that of a ravenous beast on the attack, she was, in truth, a pitiful ostrich burying her head in the sand, attempting to deceive herself. It was precisely due to her evasiveness that she failed to notice the tenderness and affection shimmering in Lin Yan's eyes as he looked at her. Suddenly, Lin Yan extended his arms, tightly embracing the girl. It was as if he were soothing a frightened creature, gently caressing her back. In the next moment, a voice tinged with regret whispered in Bai Luoyan's ear, "Bai Luoyan, I have come to regret." Upon hearing those words, the girl stiffened, a flicker of anguish crossing her features. What does he regret? Regretting being with someone like me? Or regretting that he had not successfully escaped my grasp this time? Regardless of his regrets, I could never let him go. With that thought, she clutched his clothing with fervor. Sensing the rigidity of her body, Lin Yan sighed softly and gently cupped her face in his hands. At that moment, Bai Luoyan's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she resolutely bit her lip, determined not to cry. Observing her defiance, Lin Yan suddenly smiled. His hands, cradling her cheeks, moved slightly as he tenderly wiped away the tears from her eyes, softly explaining, "I truly regret it. I regret not believing you in our past life. I regret hastily resorting to feigned death due to my ridiculous suspicions to escape you. I regret making you wait for a full 18 years. I regret that we should have been enjoying our married life in that world long ago. Yet what I regret the most is that my foolish actions deeply hurt a girl who loves me dearly." Listening to Lin Yan's words, Bai Luoyan was momentarily stunned. She gazed blankly at him, her lips moving slightly as she asked, "What are you saying? You don't blame me for confining you?" Looking at the girl, who appeared somewhat endearing in her days. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with compassion. He gazed sincerely into the young girl's eyes, articulating each word with intention. I confess. I regret allowing that radiant sun to be tainted by darkness. By Luoyan, although you have concealed your transformation remarkably well since your rebirth, I have still perceived the changes within you. I am grateful for the love you have bestowed upon me, yet no matter how skillfully you disguise it, your affection appears excessively tentative. Indeed, Lin Yan's words ring true. While Bai Luoyan has waited for an entire 18 years to Lin Yan, their separation amounted to little more than a mere 2 months. Consequently, he could distinctly sense the alterations in Bai Luoyan, though she still presents herself as proud, domineering, and passionately devoted in the eyes of others. To Lin Yan, her love for him seems profoundly humble. Each of her overtures is laced with an underlying fear, a fear of being abandoned once more, a fear of vanishing from his sight again. Thus, she finds herself continually reaching out, hoping to solidify their bond through deeper connections. Yet, the girl Lin Yan remembers was not like this. She was brimming with confidence, unyielding in the face of adversity, determined to conquer whatever challenges arose. No matter how dire the circumstances, despair never clouded her eyes. Now, however, she has overturned all her previous efforts, succumbing to what appears to be the most foolish of choices, merely due to an unfounded possibility. Lin Yan understood that this transformation was a consequence of his actions. His feigned death, though seemingly carefree, left an indelible scar on her heart. Aware of this, Lin Yan harbored a deep sense of regret within. Given the chance to relive those moments, he would undoubtedly choose to deter his past self from his misguided arrogance. Thankfully, he now has the opportunity to make amends. Gently caressing the girl's cheek, he looked into her eyes with deep affection and said, "Fortunately, I have the chance to redeem myself. Bai Luoyan, it has never been solely your love for me. I equally cherish you. Love is never a solitary endeavor, but rather a mutual journey shared by two. Therefore, do not shoulder everything alone. Grant me a bit more trust. Since I have chosen you, my commitment will never waver. So, please, do not be afraid any longer, all right?" Bai Luoyan had anticipated accusations or inquiries from Lin Yan, but was utterly unprepared for such heartfelt words. Gradually, the astonishment in her eyes was replaced by a profound warmth. She gazed deeply at the man she had pursued across 2 lifetimes, responding simply yet earnestly. As she spoke, she could no longer contain her tears and threw herself into Lin Yan's embrace. Feeling her softness against him, Lin Yan tenderly comforted her emotions. The two individuals embraced in bed for an indeterminate length of time, until the girl's sobs gradually subsided. When she rubbed her tears away on Lin Yan's clothes and lifted her head once more, she was met with the gaze of Lin Yan, filled with desire. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the girl in his arms, then glanced at the cup of water on the nearby table, and with great difficulty, he hissed at her in a low voice. How could you have drugged me again?" Upon hearing this, the girl finally recalled her actions and shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "That was a medicine given to me by Xiao Yu, claiming it would enhance our enjoyment." Realizing the implications of her words, Lin Yan understood precisely what he had consumed. He no longer suppressed the urges boiling within him. Instead, he reversed their positions, pinning the girl beneath him, his eyes, already flushed, fixated on her as he declared, "Since it was you who drugged me, don't blame me. This time, you have no means of escape." However, the girl beneath him showed no desire to flee. Instead, she gazed at the boy, on the verge of becoming a beast, and rather than resisting, she provocatively licked her lips. Yet suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she forcefully flipped their positions, pinning the boy down. Biting her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment, she insisted, "For the first time, I shall be on top." Outside, the long-suppressed torrential rain finally descended upon the earth. The relentless waves of rain pounded against the windows, a continuous barrage that completely drowned out the heavy breaths within the room. Chapter 133. A friend. The following day, when Lin Yan awoke, his eyes fell upon the girl's delicate face, adorned with a gentle smile. He tugged at the blanket, covering the exposed parts of her body that had strayed beyond the confines of the covers due to her restlessness, before slowly sitting up. Observing her tear-streaked, exquisite visage, Lin Yan smiled softly and leaned down to kiss her cheek. The girl, seemingly disturbed from a beautiful dream, pouted in displeasure. Lin Yan chuckled lightly, and quietly slipped out of bed. However, just as he attempted to stand up, he felt a sudden weakness in his legs and nearly toppled over. Thankfully, he managed to steady himself by grasping the nearby table. Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, he couldn't help but smirk. He even suspected that Luo Yan had administered some sort of beastly drug to him. After all, who could endure such effects? Fortunately, his body had been enhanced by the system, yet he still barely withstood the absurd potency of the substance. To know, they had been restless until 4 o'clock last night. Luo Yan, having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, was utterly exhausted, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber amidst her pleas for mercy. This explained her prolonged slumber even until now. It was unlikely she would awaken before noon. Lin Yan stood in place for a while, and when his legs gradually regained some strength, he leisurely made his way towards the door. As for the iron shackles that had initially restrained him, he had discarded them last night, finding them a nuisance. With the peculiar knowledge stored in his mind, he had at least 3 methods to remove those useless chains. Pushing open the door to the basement, a figure stood guard outside, resembling a sentinel. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiaoyu. Lin Yan's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity as he gazed at her. He glanced back at Luo Yan, then at the impassive Shangguan Wanyu. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally inquired, "You weren't standing here all night, were you?" Shangguan Wanyu did not respond. Yet the faint blush on her ears seemed to convey the answer to Lin Yan. He covered his face with one hand, shaking his head in exasperation. "You really have gotten used to eavesdropping, haven't you?" The thought of Xiaoyu, who regarded him as a younger sister, having overheard everything from last night, made Lin Yan wish to distance himself from her as quickly as possible. However, just as he took a step forward, a thought struck him and he turned back to ask Shangguan Wanyu, "I heard. Ahem, was that medicine you provided last night? Are you certain it was meant for human consumption?" It was no wonder Lin Yan posed such a question. After all, he had endured a continuous 5 to 6 hours last night. He had truly exhausted his reserves in one go. Fortunately, his body had undergone systematic modification. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been sent to the hospital by now. Upon hearing Lin Yan's inquiry and recalling the sounds that had persisted almost throughout the night, a deeper blush crept onto Shangguan Wanyu's face. She lowered her head and explained to Lin Yan, "The medicine was indeed given to the young lady by me. However, I did advise that only 1/10 of it was necessary." Who would have guessed that the young lady, fearing insufficient potency, poured the entire vial into her dose? Lin Yan's eyes widened in shock at her words. So he had consumed 10 times the intended dosage? TND, Luo Yan truly viewed herself as a beast of burden. Yet, recalling the effects from last night, he suddenly felt a rush of desire and awkwardly said to Shangguan Wanyu, about that. This prescription, please don't misunderstand. I have a friend who might have a need in this regard, so I wanted to inquire for him." Observing Lin Yan's somewhat evasive gaze, Xiaoyu smiled knowingly and replied, "Rest assured, I will deliver the prescription to you shortly." Additionally, as if performing a magic trick, she suddenly produced a jar of soup from behind her and presented it to Lin Yan. Upon witnessing Xiaoyu's movements, Lin Yan instinctively recoiled, as if haunted by some psychological shadow. Noticing his reaction, Xiaoyu remained unfazed and calmly explained, "Rest assured, my lord. This is a tonic I specially prepared for you to restore your vitality." "I don't need," Lin Yan began, but his words faltered as he caught sight of Xiaoyu's gaze fixed on his right hand, which was supporting his waist. A flush of embarrassment crept onto his face as he silently accepted the bowl she offered and drank it in one go. One cannot deny the unique efficacy of Xiaoyu's traditional remedies. Barely moments after consuming it, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his limbs, alleviating the aches in his back almost instantaneously. He handed the empty bowl back to her, offering a sheepish smile, and inquired, "Is there food being procured in the kitchen? I wish to prepare a lunch for your young miss before she awakens." Yesterday, she seemed to have suffered significant fatigue. Xiaoyu nodded serenely and replied, "Do not worry. My lord, I instructed the workers to procure ingredients this morning. You will find them in the kitchen." With that, she glanced at the door and then back at Lin Yan, saying, "Since you are awake, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Lin Yan nodded and waved her off. "Very well, you may go rest. Noticing those pronounced dark circles under your eyes, I surmise you spent the night attending to matters truly commendable of you." Once Xiaoyu departed, Lin Yan slowly made his way from the basement to the living room. He first pushed open the main door to glance outside, discovering yet another new villa. The one he had previously shared with Bai Luoyin stood in the middle, the one from their last gathering to the left, and this new one to the right. So, the girl had indeed prepared the basement in advance. She had already plotted to confine me, hadn't she? Observing the trio of adjacent villas, Lin Yan marveled at the enigmatic world of the affluent, which he found utterly incomprehensible. Returning to the kitchen, he surveyed the ingredients laid out on the table: chives, oysters, and red dates. Wait, something feels amiss. He turned to open the refrigerator, and upon discovering lamb kidneys, chicken, and beef tendons, his previously anxious heart finally found solace. Well, it is evident that Guo Wanyu had put considerable thought into the selection of these ingredients. Lin Yan sighed and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to process the ingredients. It wasn't he that he lacked culinary skills. Rather, achieving a delectable outcome simply required more effort. While Lin Yan busied himself in the kitchen, in the basement room, the frail Bai Luoyin gradually opened her eyes. Instinctively, she reached out, searching for something, but found no trace of that familiar warmth. Realizing Lin Yan was not by her side, she was startled and immediately opened her eyes wide. Clutching her blanket, she gazed around her surroundings in a state of confusion. A wave of panic washed over her as she realized Lin Yan was not in the room. Despite her frail condition, the young girl padded barefoot towards the door. It was only when she reached the upper living room and caught sight of Lin Yan's back as he busied himself in the kitchen that her frantic heart finally found solace. Chapter 134. Shall we get our marriage license, my love? Upon hearing the young girl's playful call, Lin Yan turned to look at her. The resplendent red wedding gown she had worn the previous night had long been torn to shreds amidst their fervor. Now, Bai Luoyin was clad in one of Lin Yan's oversized t-shirts. The ill-fitting garment hung loosely on her frame, with one sleeve carelessly slipping down to reveal her porcelain shoulder. Beneath the hem of the t-shirt, her long, delicate feet stood bare on the cold floor, unshod and vulnerable. Coupled with the tearful fragility of her expression, Lin Yan felt his heart melt at the sight. He hurriedly washed his hands and dried them before making his way towards her. Noticing her standing barefoot on the chilly floor, he furrowed his brow in discontent and spoke in a reproachful tone. It's so cold. Why did you come out like this? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? With that, he lifted her into his arms and carried her towards a nearby room, intending to help her change into something warmer. After all, it was already late autumn, and the weather had begun to turn brisk. The villa was naturally stocked with clothing for both Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan, a fact that had been conveyed to him before Shangguan Wanyu departed. Bai Luoyin wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck, burying her head in his embrace, greedily inhaling his scent as she muffled her response. I thought you had abandoned me and left. Hearing her slightly aggrieved tone and noticing the way her fingers clutched his shirt, Lin Yan's gaze softened. He gently patted her back, striving to speak in a tender voice. I told you, I will not leave you again. Besides, after what you did to me last night, you should take responsibility. It would be quite difficult to explain if we don't get married. At the mention of marriage, Bai Luoyin suddenly lifted her head to look at Lin Yan. Her expression tense as she questioned, Are you serious? A playful smile danced in Lin Yan's eyes as he teased her. What? You're not willing? She quickly shook her head, her demeanor earnest as she replied, Today is Saturday. Let us take leave on Monday and go register. Lin Yan paused, clearly taken aback by her eagerness. He looked at her serious expression, both amused and perplexed. But have you forgotten? We are still underage and have not yet reached the minimum age for a marriage license. I must wait until I turn 20 to obtain a marriage certificate. I understand that men must be 22. Let us not dwell on the peculiarities of parallel universes. Besides, I presume you would not wish to witness the mundane details of my romantic life over the next 4 years. Upon hearing this, a palpable sense of disappointment clouded the girl's face. Yet, almost immediately, a spark ignited in her eyes as she turned to Lin Yan and exclaimed, I could perhaps take some initiative, like advancing our ages by 2 years or so. Observing her eager expression, Lin Yan could scarcely suppress a smile of exasperation. He affectionately pinched her nose and, with genuine sincerity, said, I aspire for us to have a splendid wedding, rather than hastily entering into a commitment due to some obligation. Moreover, should we not visit my parents before we wed? I would also like to meet your esteemed grandfather. When Lin Yan mentioned introducing her to his parents, A faint blush graced the girl's cheeks. However, upon the mention of her grandfather, she shrugged it off nonchalantly, muttering to herself, "What is there to see in that old man?" In response, Lin Yan gently poked her forehead and remarked, "Regardless, the Bai family has cared for you for 18 years. In this world, that grandfather is your only remaining kin." The girl ceased her objections, nodding in silence, though her eyes still reflected some reluctance as she murmured, "There is still a year and a half until I turn 20. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Yan continued, "Moreover, this upcoming year and a half provides the perfect buffer. I shall use this time to strive to become someone worthy of you, the esteemed young lady of the Bai family." The girl furrowed her brow slightly and quickly countered, "Darling, that is unnecessary. You do not need to." Yet before she could finish her thought, Lin Yan interrupted, "I understand that you may not mind, but I do. This is not born from any sense of male superiority, but rather from my understanding that such efforts will greatly benefit our future." Indeed, Lin Yan's perspective was shaped by a wealth of life experiences, far beyond the naivete of an 18-year-old. He recognized that for a stable marriage, it is preferable for both partners to hold similar standing. It is not that love cannot conquer all, rather, it is unjust to place the entirety of love upon the whims of the heart. Imagine the female protagonist, burdened by the pressures of work, attending meetings, and socializing with a group of jaded middle-aged men after hours. After a day filled with stress and confusion, she would return home to a husband accustomed to a domestic role, leaving her with no outlet for her frustrations. Moreover, the disparities in their living environments would inevitably diminish their shared language and understanding. As Lin Yan articulated the previous night, true love should be a reciprocal journey. Disparities in status are not inherently problematic. Rather, both partners should strive toward a common goal, rather than merely basking in the affection of one party. For Lin Yan, his aspiration is to become a man worthy of Bai Luoyan, someone who would make everyone feel that Bai Luoyan has made the right choice. Even if he cannot match the vastness of the Bai family's colossal conglomerate, he is determined to prove his own capabilities. Rather than merely hiding behind Bai Luoyan and enjoying her protection unconditionally, he wishes to demonstrate to everyone that the person chosen by Bai Luoyan is indeed deserving of her. Observing Lin Yan, who had always been rather passive, now speaking with such earnest determination warmed the young girl's heart. She affectionately acknowledged him with a soft and confidently declared, "I understand your intentions, and I believe you can do it." She then urged him to hurry and get dressed as they were preparing to head to the restaurant. At that moment, Lin Yan handed her a set of clothes and said, "I've prepared lunch. You should quickly get dressed so we can go out to eat." The girl picked up the clothes, glanced at Lin Yan, and playfully bit her lip, asking in a seductive tone, "Aren't you going to help me change?" 5 minutes later, they returned to the living room. "What? How dare you question the protagonist's strength?" Lin Yan did not linger. Instead, he swiftly helped her change and led her back to the living room, fully aware that the young girl could no longer endure his teasing at that moment. Due to the available ingredients, Lin Yan had prepared noodle soup for lunch. However, just before they began their meal, he suddenly remembered something and retrieved a box of yogurt from the refrigerator, placing it on the table. He then solemnly presented a bowl of richly garnished noodle soup in front of the yogurt, his expression reverent, as if making an offering to someone. The girl looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Darling, what is this?" He replied, "I am expressing gratitude for someone's gift." She questioned, "But why are you thanking a box of yogurt?" He responded, "Adults have their reasons. Children should not ask too many questions." As she reflected on the gifts received over the past few days, she found herself contemplating whether it was because the protagonist had enjoyed a sumptuous meal that others were so generous, or if her own unabashed requests for gifts had played a role. Perhaps she should be a bit more shameless next time. Chapter 135. You don't have several ex-wives, do you? Bai Luoyan sat at the dining table, lost in thought as she gazed at the bowl of noodles before her. She picked up her chopsticks and examined the ingredients, pushing aside the chives to reveal chicken, lamb kidneys, and braised beef pizzle underneath. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she looked at Lin Yan and quietly asked, "Is this a nutritious meal?" With an impassive expression, Lin Yan replied, "Don't ask me. The ingredients were provided by Xiaoyu." Bai Luoyan nodded, choosing not to probe further as she took small bites. "Oh right. Drink this soup while it's hot." At that moment, Lin Yan presented a small jar of soup before her. prepared according to a recipe given to him by Shangwan Wanyu before her departure. The efficacy of the concoction was akin to the one she had consumed previously, yet it was specifically designed to nourish women. The young girl nodded obediently, taking the bowl of soup and sipping it silently. Perhaps due to the myriad events of the previous day, she appeared unusually tranquil, and the two shared an eerie silence as they finished their lunch. After completing the noodles before her, Bai Luoyan intended to rise, but suddenly felt her legs weaken, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Lin Yan was quick-witted and swiftly rushed to her side, steadying her. Observing the girl pouting with a look of grievance, Lin Yan sighed and lifted her once more, carrying her toward the sofa in the living room. The girl buried her head in his embrace, her small hands restlessly tapping against him as she softly chided. "It's all your fault. You insisted on toying with me for so long last night. You never considered my feelings." Lin Yan rolled his eyes, responding in an exasperated tone. "You, the one who administered the drug, now dare to question me? I spoke with Xiaoyu. She clearly stated that 1/10 of the dosage sufficed. Yet, you recklessly administered the entire amount. You treat me like a beast, as if I were not even human." The girl, feeling shy, buried her head deeper, her flustered eyes darting as she quietly explained, "I was just worried about unforeseen consequences, fearing the effect wouldn't be strong enough." With a hint of annoyance, Lin Yan gently set her down on the sofa, his gaze falling upon the bruises on her knees, a mocking smile forming on his lips. "Weren't you quite imposing last night? Acting like an empress, stirring up trouble. What happened? Have you turned into a little rabbit today?" Bai Luoyan, following Lin Yan's gaze to her knees, feigned a pitiful expression and said, "You only know how to bully me." Seeing this, Lin Yan sighed and turned to retrieve a first aid kit, kneeling before the girl. He carefully applied ointment to her knees. The girl remained still, her bright eyes gazing quietly at the boy who focused intently on treating her wounds. After a considerable time, the boy finally exhaled, and as he lifted his gaze, he met the girl's sparkling eyes. He smiled gently, reaching out to playfully nudge her nose, saying, "What's the matter?" The girl adorably scrunched her nose but continued to look at him, replying, "It's nothing. I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if we could stay like this forever." Placing the ointment back in the kit, the boy sat beside her, wrapping her tightly in his arms. He buried his face in her flowing hair, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, and said, "There's no need for that. For we will have a beautiful life together in the future. From now on, our lives will always include one another." Listening to his heartfelt declaration, the girl nestled in his embrace, savoring the tranquility of the moment. After a considerable time, the sudden chime of the doorbell disrupted this serene moment. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, rising to answer the door. To his surprise, upon opening it, he found himself face to face with the returning Xiaoyu. Without uttering a word, she silently handed him a stack of documents before swiftly turning to leave. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, taking the pile of papers back to his seat beside Bai Luoyan. He lifted the documents, glancing at the girl, and inquired, "Is this for you?" At his words, the girl slowly straightened up from the sofa. With her movement, the once soft and adorable little rabbit instantly transformed back into the indifferent empress. She took the documents, meticulously flipping through them for a considerable time, before letting out a cold laugh and presenting them to Lin Yan, saying, "This is the information I had Xiaoyu investigate regarding that Qin Yushuan. You may take a look as well." Without hesitation, Lin Yan accepted the documents and began to peruse them. At that moment, Bai Luoyan's voice resonated in his ear. "Qin Yushuan, the heiress of the Qin family in the capital. She has an older brother and, in her youth, was renowned as a prodigy in Kyoto. At the age of 12, she expressed her desire to study abroad, a journey that lasted 6 years, only returning 3 months ago. However, during these 3 months, the Qin family has undergone a tremendous transformation. Who would have imagined that a girl initially viewed as a mere tool for a marital alliance by the head of the Qin family would, within 3 months, seize the authority of the family and hold it firmly in her grasp? At this juncture, the girl leaned closer to Lin Yan, her voice dripping with insinuation as she remarked, "Darling, it seems your ex-wife has been very well taught by you." Upon hearing the term ex-wife, Lin Yan's eyelid twitched slightly. Before he could respond, he noticed the girl's expression sharpen, her gaze fixed intently upon him as she declared, "Speaking of which, I recall that according to that system's narrative, you have experienced a total of 9 lives with me. You aren't planning to bring more ex-wives into my presence, are you? You scoundrel. Faced with the girl, who was revealing her small canines in a mock threat, Lin Yan found himself at a loss for how to react. After a long moment, he finally reached out and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, "What are you worrying about? That is clearly impossible. Aside from Qin Yuxuan and yourself, no one else even qualifies to meet the sovereign." Noticing her doubtful expression, Lin Yan shared his conjecture. Setting aside the fact that the heroines from the previous 7 lives only had a superior subordinate relationship with me, at most, they were akin to partners in collaboration. Even if rewards were offered, they would not come seeking me. Moreover, I can assure you, they cannot meet the sovereign. The primary prerequisite for an audience with the sovereign is to ascend to the throne. In that narrative, those few individuals either perished before me or I met my demise before we could rise to prominence. It is implausible for them to have ascended to the throne. Would you not allow them to fend for themselves and achieve the position of emperor? Lin Yan displayed a disdainful smile as he gazed at Bai Luoyan, remarking, "If your female protagonists were indeed so formidable, I would not have faced death so many times." Chapter 136. Qin Yuxuan listening to Lin Yan's seemingly veiled critique. Bai Luoyan found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Yan then sighed and said, "I am most familiar with that entity known as the system. It claims to be a system, but in my view, it is merely a conduit for communication. Thus, in my 8th incarnation, I undeniably failed my mission, as I did not survive to witness Qin Yuxuan's ascension. However, for Qin Yuxuan, she embodies the successful protagonist of the task, for even in my absence, her ascension the following day would remain unaffected. Therefore, I can ascertain that, like you, she encountered that entity at the moment of her coronation and received a wish as a reward. Yet, I did not anticipate that Qin Yuxuan would wish for something akin to what Bai Luoyan desired." With this realization, Lin Yan's resentment towards that entity deepened, for he understood that had it not been for its loose tongue, Qin Yuxuan would have remained oblivious to his identity as an infiltrator, and she would not have wished to traverse into this world as Bai Luoyan did. With a sigh, he resumed perusing the information regarding Qin Yuxuan in this realm. While Bai Luoyan had spoken lightly, the documents revealed the formidable nature of Qin Yuxuan. Unlike Bai Luoyan, who, despite being a female, was regarded as the head of the Bai family due to its unique circumstances and enjoyed the support of the venerable Mr. Bai, thus facing considerably fewer challenges. Qin Yuxuan's situation was markedly different. She had an elder brother, which meant she was destined to remain estranged from the Qin family's leadership from the outset. Even though she exhibited prodigious talent from a young age, the head of the Qin family would never entertain the notion of her as a potential heir. Qin Yuxuan was acutely aware of this reality, and thus, she proactively sought to travel abroad from a young age, presenting herself as compliant with her family's arrangements. However, she was taken aback when, upon turning 18, her family began to treat her as a tool for marriage, orchestrating her betrothal to scions of other prominent families. In truth, she had returned to her homeland 6 months prior to partake in the engagement ceremony arranged by her family. Perhaps incensed by the Qin family's actions, Qin Yuxuan finally unveiled her true ambitions to them. Although she had been abroad for several years, she had quietly been cultivating her own enterprise. Over the course of 6 years, she meticulously acquired shares of the Qin Corporation through various channels. 6 months ago, during her engagement ceremony, she exhibited remarkable restraint, seemingly complying with her family's arrangements to become betrothed to another. In truth, however, she was quietly accelerating her acquisition plans. It was not until last month, after she had secured over 60% of the Qin family shares, that she revealed a different facet of herself to her relatives. With chilling determination, she expelled her father and brother from the board of directors, effectively usurping their authority and, amidst the uproar, ascended as the head of the Qin family. Furthermore, she unceremoniously annulled her previous engagement. According to reports, the aristocrat she was engaged to had suffered a car accident 2 weeks prior, resulting in a fractured leg, and he remains hospitalized. Who would have anticipated that the Qin family, a formidable rival to the Shin family, would be swiftly overtaken by a woman? After 6 years of enduring patience, she ultimately seized control of her entire lineage. Such a narrative would surely warrant dozens of chapters in a novel. Even Bai Luoyan could not help but commend her, exclaiming, "Darling, your ex-wife's political acumen and restraint are truly unparalleled." As Bai Luoyan's praise lingered in the air, Memories of Qin Yushuan's past gradually surfaced in Lin Yan's mind. Unlike the versatile Bai Luoyan, whose talents spanned both the arts and the martial, Qin Yushuan's gifts were almost entirely devoted to strategy. Bai Luoyan shone like a radiant sun, inspiring others to follow her, while Qin Yushuan quietly influenced those around her like a moon that waxes and wanes. Her experiences within the Qin family mirrored those of her previous life, where beneath her gentle exterior lay an inscrutable heart. The roots of her character can be traced back to her tragic beginnings. In fact, within the realms Lin Yan had traversed, Bai Luoyan's narrative was relatively straightforward. After all, she was of royal blood. Despite starting with nothing, she could ultimately leverage her status to raise a banner. In stark contrast, Qin Yushuan's story was undoubtedly of an S-class difficulty, akin to hell itself. For when Lin Yan first encountered Qin Yushuan, she was merely a disgraced official's daughter relegated to Spring Breeze Pavilion. Once, Qin Yushuan had enjoyed a position that evoked envy, being the daughter of the chancellor and a celebrated literary prodigy in the capital. Alas, with her father's downfall, this once prominent scion plummeted into the mire. Ironically, her father's fall from grace was steeped in drama, for it was none other than Qin Yushuan's mother, the chancellor's wife, who betrayed him. On the surface, the chancellor appeared to lead a life enviable in every regard. His high office, a gentle and harmonious wife, and a son and daughter, the latter of whom was already reputed as a child prodigy in poetry. Yet, from a tender age, Qin Yushuan understood that her family was far from the idyllic facade perceived by outsiders. Like the majority of men, the father, upon acquiring power, gradually forgot the vows he once exchanged with his wife. As his official rank ascended, the number of concubines he married increased correspondingly. By the time he ascended to the position of chancellor, the household welcomed its sixth concubine. In the final years, this chancellor seldom visited the chamber of his legitimate wife at night. Left in solitude, his wife, deprived of her husband's affection, found herself overwhelmed by a profound emptiness, ultimately succumbing to external temptations, which led to her infidelity. When Qin Yushuan's father discovered this betrayal, his wife had already been unfaithful for more than a year. Given the societal context and the chancellor's stature, such a situation was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for him. In a fit of rage, he plotted to secretly eliminate his wife, hoping to suppress this disgrace. Unfortunately, the servant he dispatched proved to be utterly incompetent, allowing a woman to escape. Upon learning of her husband's lethal intentions, the woman went mad. As the legitimate wife over the years, she had naturally gathered some compromising evidence against him. In a decisive move, she presented all the incriminating evidence to the authorities. The evidence she provided was akin to handing a knife to an emperor who was troubled by how to deal with the powerful chancellor. Within a mere few days, the chancellor found himself imprisoned in the dungeons. In a grim act of mutual destruction, the woman, as a relative, faced execution alongside her husband at the noon gate. As for Qin Yushuan, the daughter of this condemned man, she was directly sent to the Spring Breeze Pavilion of the official kiln. Fortunately, at the tender age of 10, she temporarily evaded that horrifying fate. However, like all newcomers, upon entering the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Qin Yushuan underwent a so-called baptism, being whipped and confined in a dark room for 3 whole days. When Lin Yan first met her, as arranged by the system, he found the girl lying feebly in the pitch-black chamber. Even without the strength to sit up, her bright eyes still sparkled with a fierce defiance and resentment. Chapter 137. One should not reason with her. Thus began the tale between him and Qin Yushuan. The court, naturally, did not place much importance on such a young girl. Lin Yan merely produced some silver coins to ensure that the Spring Breeze Pavilion cooperated with him in fabricating a false report of the girl's death. After extracting Qin Yushuan, he took her out of the capital following 2 weeks of recuperation. Subsequently, Lin Yan began to instruct Qin Yushuan while awaiting the moment of transformation. With his extensive experience and strategies, he understood that significant upheavals were imminent in this world. Indeed, within a short span of 3 years, uprisings began to erupt across various regions. The reason was simple. The emperor was inept and ambitious, plunging the entire realm into chaos. For ages, the world has suffered under the tyranny of emperors, prompting valiant heroes across the land to rise in rebellion, igniting a wave of resistance. Over the course of 3 years, Lin Yan's efforts in mentoring Qin Yushuan bore fruit. A prodigy of exceptional intellect, Qin Yuxuan merely required proper guidance and time. During these years, she absorbed Lin Yan's teachings on political strategy and mathematics like a sponge. Even Lin Yan had to concede that she was far more astute than he had anticipated. However, he also discerned her most significant flaw. Perhaps due to her experiences with her estranged parents, Qin Yuxuan was an individual plagued by insecurity. Although her gentle and delicate exterior enchanted all who beheld her, evoking feelings of compassion and goodwill, beneath that ever-present smile lay a cold visage that never truly trusted anyone. Even towards Lin Yan, her benefactor who had rescued and guided her for 3 years, she remained vigilant. This was a perilous signal. The protagonist's distrust of him before their journey had even truly begun posed challenges ahead. Lin Yan reflected on his past failures, often stemming from discord between sovereign and subject, and panic set in. This was the 8th time he had faced such trials. He simply wished to return home, yet it seemed insurmountably difficult. The insufferable system, which only orchestrated their initial encounter, was of little assistance, serving merely as a chatty companion. In a moment of deep contemplation, Lin Yan devised a so-called brilliant plan. He professed his admiration for Qin Yuxuan and proposed engagement. Yes, this audacious move was made to fulfill his mission, willing to sacrifice himself for the cause. Stunned by Lin Yan's boldness, Qin Yuxuan gazed into his earnest eyes and, in her bewilderment, agreed. In that historical context, such an engagement at their age was not unusual. Thus, Lin Yan transitioned from being her teacher to her fiancé. Before he could ponder further, the flames of rebellion reached their city. Swiftly, Lin Yan harnessed the power he had amassed over 3 years, seizing his own territory. The ensuing plot unfolded seamlessly for him, forging alliances while undermining enemies, gradually expanding his influence. Years passed, and upon Qin Yuxuan's coming of age, they married. Yet, only they knew that on their wedding night, they slept in separate rooms, a proposal initiated by Lin Yan himself. Lin Yan was acutely aware that Qin Yuxuan had yet to fully accept him. As previously mentioned, they were at a crucial juncture, and it was ill-timed for Qin Yuxuan to conceive. She, too, seemed cognizant of this reality, and the two tacitly acknowledged their superficial marital arrangement. In the ensuing years, they forged ahead with relentless determination, seamlessly rising to become the most formidable force, advancing towards the capital for their final confrontation. Throughout these years, Lin Yan gradually sensed a shift in Qin Yuxuan's feelings towards him, which sparked new contemplations within him. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no human being is devoid of emotion. After years of companionship, it would be implausible to claim that Lin Yan harbored no feelings for Qin Yuxuan. It was at this moment that Lin Yan's heart stirred with the desire to spend his remaining days with Qin Yuxuan in this world. Following the successful completion of their mission, before ultimately returning to their original world, for the commander had explicitly informed him that such a course of action was indeed feasible. The final confrontation in the capital unfolded with remarkable ease, and upon returning after more than a decade, Qin Yuxuan, once a notorious official, had transformed into the newly crowned empress. However, Lin Yan did not anticipate that, just on the eve of their mission's success, he would meet his demise at the hands of one of his own. I once encountered a girl to whom I imparted the wisdom of my strategic pursuits, hoping that this delicate maiden would triumph in her future endeavors, or at the very least, secure a draw. Little did I foresee that in the ultimate game of my life, she would lead me to utter defeat. As fragments of that bygone era flickered through his mind, Lin Yan's eyes momentarily clouded with ambiguity, only to finally resolve into a serene smile. Lin Yan was not one to dwell in turmoil. Indeed, the wounds inflicted by Qin Yuxuan during that lifetime ran deep, causing him to suffer from severe PTSD related to the role of empress, leading him to evade his feelings for Bai Luoyan. Yet, he had since relinquished those burdens entirely. The unwavering warmth of a certain young girl had enabled him to conquer his psychological barriers. Now, as he reflected upon the past, the anguish of yesteryears had dissipated, leaving only the detached observations of a bystander. His current interest in understanding Qin Yuxuan's experiences in this world stemmed more from a desire to comprehend his adversary. Regardless of the emotions Qin Yuxuan may harbor towards him now, her ambitions undoubtedly remained directed at him. From the perspectives of both himself and Bai Luoyan, acquiring further insight was unquestionably prudent. As he continued to ponder, he remained oblivious to the girl beside him, who had been observing him intently. Upon witnessing the reminiscence in Lin Yan's gaze, her cheeks involuntarily puffed up, particularly as she noted the shift from obscurity to eventual acceptance in his eyes. She could no longer contain herself. She swatted the documents from Lin Yan's hands, adopting an indignant expression, and exclaimed, "How dare you think of another woman while I am right here before you?" Lin Yan, bewildered, replied, "Wait, aren't these documents for you to review? I am indifferent. Were you just thinking about that woman? Can you not be reasonable? Is it not normal for me to ponder her affairs while perusing her information? Look at you. You are not even pretending anymore, are you? Indeed, men are not to be trusted. Just after having exhausted me, you begin to think of other women. Are you certain you are serious? This is too much. I want to stand for it. You. Oh, you. How foolish I am to reason with a woman. I should simply silence her with my lips." Chapter 138. Arriving late after what felt like an eternity. When their minds began to cloud from lack of oxygen, the two finally parted. The girl, now devoid of any semblance of her earlier anger, had her beautiful eyes veiled with a mist, the warmth of spring nearly overflowing from her gaze. As she hurriedly gasped for breath, her hand tenderly caressed the boy's slightly swollen lips, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness as she said, "You naughty boy, it always comes to this. Every time we argue, you resort to this method with me." A playful smile flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he held the girl close, deliberately leaning his lips near her ear and murmuring, "Could it be that you do not enjoy it? You seem to relish it each time. And yet you never push me away." Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, the girl felt as though all her strength had been sapped away, melting into Lin Yan's embrace. In truth, Lin Yan had long discerned that her ears were particularly sensitive. Even the slightest provocation left her utterly weak. Sensing the moment was right, he ceased his teasing and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. She offered no resistance. Wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing dreamily at his face, which was now so close, the boy playfully brushed her nose and remarked, "I meticulously reviewed the data you worked so hard to gather, all for the purpose of analyzing our opponent together. I am diligently assisting you against that ex-sister-in-law of mine. Should you not feel pleased?" As he spoke the words ex-sister-in-law, Lin Yan hesitated slightly. Even now, he found it challenging to fully grasp the true intentions behind Qin Yuxuan's arrival in this world. Although he understood that her goal was him, he struggled to envision that she would come to pursue him as Bai Luoyan had. After all, the betrayal from that past life indicated that he had not, as he had hoped, fully earned Qin Yuxuan's trust. He believed that no one could truly penetrate the depths of her heart. Thus, it was no wonder Lin Yan remained vigilant. From his perspective, Qin Yuxuan's presence held ulterior motives. Yet, was reality as he perceived it? Unbeknownst to Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, while they were lost in each other's warmth on the sofa, in a villa less than 500 meters away within the same community. At this moment, Qin Yuxuan held a stack of documents in her hands. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes intently focused on the contents before her. After a considerable time, she let out a long sigh and tossed the documents onto the table. At the top of the papers, the name Bai Luoyan was prominently inscribed. It seemed that she was indeed the empress of another world, was she not? It appeared that Lin Lang had returned to this realm through her mission. Yet, why had she also crossed over? If Lin Lang had succeeded in his task, there should have been no misunderstandings between them. This, in essence, illustrated the asymmetry of information. Bai Luoyan, through the system, had gained insight into the relationship between her and Lin Yan. However, for Qin Yuxuan, the narrative between Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan remained shrouded in mystery. This lack of knowledge led Qin Yuxuan to commit a grievous error. Unlike Bai Luoyan, she did not rush to find Lin Yan when the time came. It was not that she did not care for Lin Yan, but rather that she bore her own burdens. As the documents Bai Luoyan had discovered indicated, she had been embroiled in a struggle against her own family for many years. No matter how astute she was, she remained but a single individual, confronted with the formidable Qin family. Accomplishing as much as she had in such a short span was commendable. In truth, the system had instructed her to seek Lin Yan at the same time as Bai Luoyan, both of them being able to appear before Lin Yan after his college entrance examination. However, Qin Yuxuan was oblivious to the fact that she had a rival in Bai Luoyan. 2 months before Lin Yan's examination, she had, under her family's coercion, participated in an engagement ceremony with another. How could she possibly approach her beloved while encumbered by the weight of a betrothal? Thus, Even though her heart yearned to be by Lin Yan's side, she forcefully suppressed her desires and focused on covertly subjugating the Qin family. On one hand, there was the humiliation and anger brought on by the engagement. On the other, an urgent longing to see Lin Yan. Under this dual pressure, she significantly accelerated her plans. What was originally a year-long strategy was ruthlessly condensed into 6 months. The day she fully integrated the Qin family and expelled her astonished father and brother from the board of directors. Her heart was not filled with the joy she had anticipated, but rather an overwhelming urgency to reunite with Lin Yan. In her frustration, she even orchestrated an incident that sent her so-called fiancé, who had dared to cast disdainful glances at her, to the hospital. Yet, just as she had resolved everything and prepared to seek out Lin Yan, the sky fell upon her. The husband who had once gazed at her with unwavering devotion now stood beside another woman, having been usurped. Indeed, whether in that realm or this one, the truth remained unchanged. Only you will truly care for me, but why must you be with others? Gazing at the photograph of Lin Yan and by Luo Yan sharing a kiss at school, Qin Yushuan's face contorted with a complex mix of pain, anger, and helplessness. She inhaled deeply, forcing her trembling hand to place the photo on the table before her. Raising her eyes to a distant villa, she knew the man she longed for was there, accompanied by another woman. I will not blame you. I understand that the misunderstanding has caused you pain. Lin Lang, grant me some time, and I shall clarify everything for you. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, you will return to my side. You must. Although she yearned to storm into that villa and reclaim Lin Yan, she was acutely aware that she could not do so, given the misunderstandings of her past life. Her image in Lin Yan's mind was likely tarnished. If she were to approach him forcefully, it would only deepen his disdain for her. Thus, no matter how much sorrow and anger surged within her, she could only compel herself to remain here, gazing longingly at the place where Lin Yan resided. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as a thought struck her. She eagerly retrieved something from her bag. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Yan's basketball jersey, the very item that Tai Niu had been desperately searching for. At that moment, Qin Yushuan's gaze upon the sweat-stained jersey resembled that of a treasure coveted dearly. A blush crept across her cheeks as she buried her face in the fabric, greedily inhaling the scent Lin Yan had left behind, murmuring softly, Lin Lang. One hand slowly reached towards the hem of her qipao. Chapter 139. Wrapped up. Lin Yan had once heard a notion called physiological attraction. Essentially, it suggests that, devoid of emotions, individuals' bodies may uncontrollably desire proximity or intimacy with certain people. Such urges are often beyond the realm of rational control. Previously, Lin Yan had scoffed at this idea, yet now he found himself inclined to believe it. Observing by Luo Yan, who clung to him like an amorous kitten, he did not find her bothersome. Rather, he relished her affection. Even when the girl playfully nipped at his neck and earlobes, he merely patted her head with indulgence. However, seeing that he did not resist, a mischievous smile flickered across her lips, and her antics became increasingly audacious. With each movement, Lin Yan felt an unmistakable response. He gently swatted away her playful hand, exasperatedly admonishing, "Do not push your luck. Just because you drugged me last night does not mean I am out of ammunition today." The young girl appeared oblivious to his warning, her hands once again resting on his taut abdomen, gently caressing it, her face flushed with a rosy hue. With a pair of dreamy eyes gazing at the youth, she breathed softly, her tongue fleetingly licking her lips, imbued with an alluring air as she whispered, "Darling, I find myself hungry again." The boy, taken aback by her words, looked down at her and replied, "Did we not just have noodles?" As he spoke, he observed the girl before him, who was simultaneously biting on a hair tie while arranging her long tresses. A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Yan's mind, and he spoke with a hint of excitement, "You. I presume we are referring to the same matter?" Half an hour later, Lin Yan sat on the sofa with vacant eyes, calmly staring at the ceiling, while the girl hurriedly dashed towards the restroom. After some time, she finally emerged, her delicate blush still lingering on her cheeks. She said nothing, merely snuggling up beside the boy. They remained silent, embracing one another on the sofa, savoring the warmth radiating from their bodies. After a prolonged silence, the girl's voice softly broke through, "You should feel better now, right?" Lin Yan looked at Bai Luo Yan in confusion, and after a moment, he grasped the meaning behind her words. It seemed that she had observed the hidden pain reflected in his eyes when he had recalled the events of his death in the eighth life. Thus, her previous actions were intended to uplift his spirits. Burying her face in Lin Yan's chest, she awkwardly continued, I once read in a novel that if a man is feeling down, this can cheer him up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze towards the girl was tinged with compassion. Who would have imagined that the proud young lady would exhibit such humility before the man she adored? Merely sensing Lin Yan's emotional fluctuations prompted her to take such action. Feeling a pang of heartache, Lin Yan embraced the girl tightly, stroking her silky hair as he said, You truly need not go to such lengths. I have already moved on, and you need not impose such burdens upon yourself. The girl placed her finger on his lips, smiling as she replied, I am neither distressed nor coerced. As long as it brings you joy, I am willing to do anything. Gazing at the girl whose eyes reflected only him, Lin Yan felt a surge of emotion. How could he ever bear to let down such a woman? He held her close in silence, and after a moment, he softly suggested, I would recommend you heed Xiao Yu's advice. Perhaps you should refrain from reading those novels from the foreign realm. In the time that followed, neither of them wished to depart from the villa. They longed to remain in the villa forever, savoring this rare moment of solitude together. After a brief discussion, Lin Yan decided to turn on the television to watch some films. According to the young lady, it seemed that Xiao Yu had preloaded quite a number of movies into the television for their amusement. Thus, Lin Yan, without further contemplation, began to search through the television's folders. However, upon opening a folder entitled Enhancing Affection, he was met with a collection of films bearing prefixes of English and numbers, followed by Japanese titles and a smattering of Chinese characters. The couple fell into a mutual silence. One could choose to play a romantic film or an action movie, but one ought not to combine the two genres. Gazing at the scant Chinese characters on the screen resembling prisoner search officer, Lin Yan helplessly remarked to Bai Luoyan, Are you certain that these films selected by Xiao Yu are genuinely intended to cultivate our relationship? The young lady, maintaining her composure while staring at the television, earnestly replied, The design concept for this house was intended to be like this from the beginning. Xiao Yu, she only means well. Considering the 2 iron chains in the basement and some of the room decoration ideas that Bai Luoyan had mentioned the previous night, Lin Yan wisely chose to remain silent. Ultimately, he opted not to select any of the films from that folder and instead used his phone to find a Paw Patrol movie to cast for their viewing pleasure. Admittedly, this film might seem a tad juvenile for elementary students, yet it was just perfect for college students. At least the two of them were thoroughly engrossed. After watching 2 animated films in succession, the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon. This was an exceedingly awkward hour. Cooking felt too premature. Yet watching another film did not appeal to them either. At that moment, Bai Luoyan, lost in thought as she gazed at the boy's hair, suddenly inquired, Darling, isn't your hair getting a bit long? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yan lifted a strand of hair to feel it and concurred, Indeed. It seems to have grown a bit. Reflecting on it, he realized that the last time he had a haircut was the day before he arrived at Jianhai University. Like many young men, Lin Yan had little regard for hairstyles. Back home, his favorite barbershop was the 15 yuan quick-cut shop located just downstairs. Each time he entered that establishment, he didn't even need to utter a word. A mere exchange of glances with the barber sufficed. After which he would silently take a seat in front of the barber's chair. The barber would instinctively stand behind him, draping a cape, cutting his hair, using a blow dryer to whisk away the clippings, then standing up to scan for payment before turning to leave. In contrast to those barbershops that incessantly inquired about membership cards, this quick-cut shop, where the entire process involved no verbal communication, was a dream come true for a young man like Lin Yan. After all, in such shops, they only ever opted for a buzz cut. The young girl gazed at Lin Yan's hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh, how about I help you with your haircut?" Lin Yan looked at her with skepticism, questioning, "Can you really cut hair?" "Don't worry, I've got this." Lin Yan felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu with her confident declaration. Chapter 140. Is this class serious? Lin Yan sat obediently in the center of the living room, surrounded by a pink cape. The occasional sound of snipping echoed through the space. Strands of hair floated down before his eyes, some fine strands tickling his nose and causing an unusual itch. Pouting, he attempted to blow the bothersome hair away with a puff of air. However, his actions evidently displeased someone. "Don't move. You might end up with an uneven cut," the girl's voice chimed from behind him. Although there was no mirror, Lin Yan could envision her slightly furrowed brows as she spoke. The itch on his nose prompted his honest confession about his fidgeting, leading the girl to patiently circle to his front and inquire, "Where?" The boy remained still, merely making an effort to twitch his nose. Perhaps seeing his slightly foolish demeanor softened the girl's previously furrowed brows, causing her eyes to narrow into a pleasing arc as she leaned closer with a hint of a smile. She gently puffed air to blow away the few fine, dark strands from his nose before standing up again to continue her unfinished task. The snipping sounds resumed, and Lin Yan could feel the girl's fingers occasionally brushing against his scalp. Despite having shared moments of intimacy before, every touch of her fingers sent a delightful shiver through him, akin to a gentle electric current radiating outward from the point of contact. The fragrance that lingered around him, unique to the girl, made Lin Yan wish for the haircutting to last just a bit longer. Just as he closed his eyes to relish the comfort of her ministrations, a cheerful voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Lin Yan opened his eyes to behold the girl's satisfied smile. He removed the cape and curiously made his way to the bathroom. Upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, he found himself momentarily stunned. Initially, he harbored modest expectations for the girl's skills, yet she had surprisingly delivered a delightful result. His bangs were artfully fragmented, and his hair exuded a relaxed yet perfectly casual charm. It had been said that a man's hairstyle is his greatest aesthetic enhancement. And at that moment, Lin Yan truly comprehended the essence of this statement. While he had previously been merely a conventionally handsome young man, he could now discard that label entirely. At this moment, Bai Luoyan had also followed him, standing behind him, gazing at the rejuvenated youth reflected in the mirror. She nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, he is the man I have chosen. With just a little tidying up, he looks remarkably handsome." Lin Yan, observing her with a puzzled expression, responded, "How is it that a young lady of your stature has secretly taken up the art of hairstyling?" The girl, hands on her hips, proudly declared, "I am naturally intelligent. Do you truly believe I need to study something so trivial?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed in surprise as he coolly replied, "Are you implying that you regard me as your guinea pig once again?" Wait a moment, why did I say again? However, since the outcome was favorable, Lin Yan did not dwell on it too much. He glanced at his reflection, a satisfied smile gracing his features. It seemed Bai Luoyan had a talent for making things aesthetically pleasing, much like her peculiar culinary creations. Could it be that her hidden passive trait was the ability to render everything extraordinarily appealing? Shaking his head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts, he turned to the girl with a smile, saying, "Well, since the young lady has put in so much effort to style my hair, it is now my turn to prepare a meal for you." The girl joyfully leaped onto the young man's shoulders and exclaimed, "Great. I do not wish to eat what we had for lunch. I want rice, sweet and sour ribs, braised fish. Yes, yes, yes." Acquiring ingredients was merely a phone call away, and by the time night fell, the two were seated at the dining table, indulging heartily in their feast. While the midday meal had been nourishing, it had hardly satisfied their appetites. Thus, as they faced the delectable spread before them, both bore the appearance of being ravenous. The girl patted her slightly protruding belly and, glancing at the empty plates, expressed her concern. "Darling, your cooking is so delightful, but what if I gain weight? Will you still want me if I become plump?" Lin Yan reclined in his chair in a similar manner and replied, "It is of no consequence. I am fond of curvy girls." "So, are you saying you find me lacking in substance?" He sensibly interrupted this cyclical dialogue, swiftly changing the subject. The girl huffed in discontent, then, with a mischievous grin, suggested, "Why not make it easier? Shall we bathe together?" Her proposal intrigued Lin Yan. After all, she has difficulty moving. It would be quite reasonable for me to assist her inside. Just as he was about to acquiesce, she suddenly added, "Forget it. Seeing your unwilling expression, I shall go by myself." "No, how did you deduce that I was unwilling?" "I was prepared to agree honestly. Do not misconstrue my intentions." However, upon witnessing the impish smile of the young girl, he promptly realized that he had once again fallen victim to her playful antics. The girl, with a beaming grin, approached him and leaned down to whisper softly in his ear, "I shall wash on the second floor. You go to the basement below. Once you are finished, wait for me in the room down there, and I will present you with a surprise." Surprise? At the mere mention of the word, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He remained silent, suppressing his exhilaration as he made his way to the basement. After thoroughly cleansing himself, He donned his pajamas and lay down on the expansive bed, brimming with anticipation. Just then, the door to the room swung open. In walked by Luo Yan, her hair styled in a high ponytail, adorned with exquisite golden-rimmed glasses. She wore a crisp white shirt paired with a sleek black skirt, revealing her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings. One hand held a box, while the other grasped a book, presenting herself as a vision of a captivating teacher. Before Lin Yan could rise from the bed, this enchanting figure placed a long leg beside him. Bai Luo Yan gently lifted his chin with the book and, with a seductive gaze, proposed, "How about I give you a special lesson tonight, dear student? But beware, if you do not meet the standards, there will be consequences." As she spoke, she slowly opened the box in her hands. When Lin Yan caught sight of the familiar whip, candles, and an array of intriguing implements, he instinctively swallowed hard. He gazed at Bai Luo Yan and, after a moment of contemplation, hesitantly inquired, "Teacher, is this lesson legitimate?" Chapter 141, Jie Gu No. The following day, the two awakened to find it was already midday. As Lin Yan surveyed the scattered fabrics and props strewn across the floor, memories of the previous night's escapades flooded back to him. He could not deny that such experiences could indeed heighten intimacy in remarkable ways. Unlike the night before, even without any substances to aid them, they found themselves entwined until the early hours of the morning. Casting a glance at the girl, now sprawled across the bed in a state of utter exhaustion, Lin Yan felt a surge of pride. Initially, he had cautioned her about not overexerting herself as her body had yet to fully recuperate. Yet, this foolish girl had disregarded his warning, playfully challenging him with a disdainful look. "Can you keep up, you little pup?" Well, since she was so insistent, he decided to indulge her. Ultimately, in the later hours of the night, amidst her pleas for mercy, he finally relented and spared this oblivious creature from further indulgence. At that moment, the young girl still bore the remnants of tears upon her cheeks, pouting as she clutched the blanket in her arms, occasionally murmuring the words "bad guy." Lin Yan chuckled softly, extending his finger to gently tap her forehead before rising from the bed. By the time the girl gradually awakened, Lin Yan had already prepared lunch and placed it on the table beside the bed. The girl twitched her nose, and upon seeing the delectable spread before her, her appetite was instantly piqued. However, when she turned to see Lin Yan beside her and recalled the scene from the previous night where she had begged for mercy, her expression shifted abruptly. She playfully complained to him, "I dislike you." In response, the young man smiled, playfully pinching her nose and teasingly replied, "Is it my fault you can't cook?" The girl, her face darkening, bared her little tiger teeth and lunged towards him, aiming to bite at his collarbone. With ease, he raised a hand to halt her antics, lightly tapping her head and gently saying, "All right, get up and wash up for breakfast. Otherwise, the food will get cold." The girl, with a quick flick of her eyes, feigned weakness, extending her hands towards him, and said, "My legs are weak. I can't walk. Carry me." What could Lin Yan do? Naturally, he could only indulge her, lifting her into his arms and carrying her to the bathroom. Like a caretaker for a child, he helped her wash up, then cradled her back to bed, sitting at the edge to enjoy his lunch. Afterward, the two lingered in the villa for the better part of the day, until darkness fell and dinner was finished, at which point they reluctantly prepared to leave. Waiting patiently outside the villa was Shangwan Wanyu, who had arrived early to drive them back to school. As their relationship deepened, Bai Luo Yan seemed to become even more affectionate towards Lin Yan. From the school gate to the girls' dormitory, she practically clung to him, completely disregarding the curious glances cast by their fellow students. Upon finally reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, Lin Yan found it somewhat challenging to detach the girl from him. He gently said to her, "All right, it's time to go back. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning." The girl gazed longingly at her beloved, tilting her head closer to him, her lips slightly pouting. Although no words were exchanged, her intentions were unmistakable. Lin Yan glanced around before lowering his head to kiss her lips. The girl instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him tightly, as if wishing to meld into him entirely. After a prolonged moment, they parted. Looking into the girl's misty eyes, Lin Yan sighed and said, "It's not like we won't see each other tomorrow. Now hurry back." "No, you go first. I want to see you a little longer," she insisted. Lin Yan understood that if they lingered any longer, neither of them would return. He nodded, gently patted her arm, and then turned to leave. Bai Luo Yan did not ascend the stairs. Instead, She remained gazing at the silhouette of the youth until he faded from view. After a considerable time, she furrowed her brow slightly and turned to Shengwan Wanyu, expressing her perplexity. Why do I suddenly feel that something is amiss? Initially, I had rendered him unconscious for a reason, didn't I? It seems that after all my efforts, apart from offering myself up for nothing, nothing has changed. Shengwan Wanyu, with her lifeless eyes, observed her mistress in silence. What could she possibly say? Should she mention that her lady had been seduced by the young master? Or acknowledge that she was aware of her own folly? Luo Yan, somewhat distressed, pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head and turning to enter her dormitory. On the other side, the moment Lin Yan returned to his dormitory and pushed open the door, a shadow suddenly appeared before him with a swift motion. Fu Yinjie grasped Lin Yan's hands tightly, gazing at him with adoration, and exclaimed, "Brother, no, father, I implore you, teach me how to win over girls. Please share your secrets for attracting wealthy women, for I am truly exhausted from trying." Lin Yan disdainfully shook off his friend's hands and turned to the other two occupants of the dormitory, inquiring, "What madness is this fellow up to again?" Yin Tianhua, reclining on the bed while watching a movie on his phone, responded, "It's all because of the incident that occurred in the gym 2 days ago. The scene of Bai Luoyin and Qin Yushuan confronting each other because of you has spread throughout the entire school." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and swiftly retrieved his phone to access the campus forum. Sure enough, at the top of the forum was a photograph of the two young women locked in a standoff. The protagonist, himself, was positioned behind Bai Luoyin, his expression one of utter complexity. The arrival of a goddess like Qin Yushuan at their school was already sufficiently eye-catching. Who would have anticipated that on her very first day, she would confront Bai Luoyin? And the cause of this confrontation would be none other than an inconspicuous man like him? Now, Lin Yan's name had truly become renowned at Jianghai University. Listening to Yun Tianhua's account, Lin Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Such notoriety was one he would rather forego. At that moment, Fu Yinjie once again clung to him, his eyes gleaming with sincerity as he earnestly sought advice. "Adoptive father, please, kindly share your secrets. How did you manage to make two goddess-level beauties compete for your affection? Have pity on me and teach me a trick or two to escape the ranks of the single and forlorn." Lin Yan looked at his tenacious roommate in silence, fully aware of Fu Yinjie's character. If he chose to ignore him, this fellow would indeed pester him all day long. With that thought, he helplessly replied, "It's merely a matter of practice. The more you interact with girls, the more adept you will become." Are you mocking me? If I could interact with girls, would I need to seek your counsel? Observing the gloomy expression on Fu Yinjie's face, Lin Yan could only pat him on the shoulder and continue to jest. "Do not confine yourself so rigidly to gender roles. If females are not an option, start by practicing with males." Upon hearing this, Fu Yinjie's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Yan. Realizing his thoughts, Lin Yan's expression turned serious, and he warned, "If you dare to make any inappropriate moves, I shall not hold back." TSK. At this, Fu Yinjie reluctantly shifted his gaze to the other two individuals. "Haibian, forget it. Although this scoundrel is evasive, it is nearly certain he has gotten together with one Yura. Moreover, with his demeanor, it is indeed difficult to act against him." Yantianhua hiss. "This fellow, with his delicate features and somewhat effeminate manner, seems like a rather appealing candidate." Just then, Yantianhua, who was engrossed in his phone, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively sensing something amiss. Hey, hey, why are you looking at me like that? Hey, what do you think you're doing climbing into my bed? Hey, Fu Yinjie, I warn you not to get too handsy. Hey, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Brother Jia. No. Chapter 142. A new classmate ignoring the commotion caused by the two fools on the bed. He Chong, having just finished showering and drying his hair, glanced at Lin Yan and casually remarked, "You're back? By the way, after that competition, where did you disappear to? You didn't even return to the dorm." It's a long story. Let us not go there." Lin Yan certainly could not reveal that he had been drugged by his girlfriend and taken to an underground lair for an intense 2-day workout. Could he? He Chong seemed to sense something and wisely refrained from further inquiries, avoiding any topics that might drive him to madness. "By the way, Timiyu asked me to tell you that there are 3 more basketball games next week. However, it seems your basketball uniform has gone missing. He made a new one over the past couple of days and will bring it to you tomorrow." Lin Yan nodded nonchalantly, just as he was about to respond. His phone rang. Gazing at the caller ID, a blend of affection and helplessness flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. Upon answering the call, he spoke in a gentle tone. Yan, what's the matter? Why didn't you call me when you returned to the dorm? We just parted ways a little while ago. We have been apart for 32 minutes and 7 seconds, and you don't miss me? At a loss for words, Lin Yan found himself utterly speechless. Noticing He Chang's clearly amused expression, he quickly covered the phone and whispered to the girl. However, before He Chang could tease him, his own phone began to ring. Like Lin Yan a few moments ago, a hint of indulgence appeared in his eyes upon seeing the caller ID. After answering the call, he spoke with the same cautious tone. Following Lin Yan, he covered the microphone and stepped onto the balcony, where the two youths stood at opposite corners. Their faces alight with happiness as they engaged in a soft conversation with the voice on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Fu Yinjie and Yun Tianhua, who had been playfully sparring, had long ceased their antics. Fu Yinjie gazed enviously at the two outside, uttering in a rather disgruntled tone, "I don't know why, but I feel as if we've been abandoned." Yun Tianhua straightened his clothes and retorted without reservation, "Please refrain from using we. I'm not like you. If I wanted a girlfriend, it would merely take a flick of my finger. You." Fu Yinjie was momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, his expression darkened as he lunged at Yun Tianhua once more. "In that case, I shall ruin your innocence tonight. Hey, are you coming again?" The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Yan and He Chang rose early, leaving the dormitory almost simultaneously. The other two paid them no mind, simply cocooning themselves in their blankets to relish the rare opportunity for extra sleep. They were well aware that the two were off to buy breakfast for their girlfriends. Reflecting on it, perhaps not having to wake early was one of the few advantages of being single. Yet, why did this advantage evoke such melancholy? Monday morning heralded their mentor's major lecture, a class no one dared to skip. Thus, 5 minutes before the bell rang, Fu Yinjie and Yun Tianhua hurried to the classroom. They cast a glance forward before making their way towards Lin Yan and the others. However, unlike before, this time they settled in slightly different positions. He Chang, who usually sat with them, had instinctively taken a seat beside Wen Yuru. Sharing a glance, they could only sigh and sit behind Lin Yan and by Luo Yan. No sooner had they taken their seats than the class bell rang. When their instructor entered, the classroom fell silent. Adjusting his glasses, the teacher surveyed the students and announced, "Before we begin, I have an important matter to address. A new student will be joining our class today, and I hope everyone will extend their kindness. Please come in." A graceful figure clad in a pale green dress entered the classroom. As she approached the podium, the students below collectively gasped, quickly shifting their gazes to Lin Yan. Observing Qin Yuxuan on stage, Lin Yan revealed no trace of surprise. The day he encountered her in the gymnasium, he had anticipated that this moment would inevitably come. Qin Yuxuan stood gracefully on the stage, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. With a radiant smile directed at everyone, she spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Qin Yuxuan, and I am your new classmate. Over the next 4 years, I hope to become good friends with all of you." At that moment, she resembled a refined lady who had stepped out of the pages of a book, her tone imbued with a gentle warmth that instilled a sense of comfort in those present. A mere simple introduction swiftly earned her the affection of numerous students. "All right, Yuxuan, please find a seat below," someone suggested. "We are about to commence our class." Qin Yuxuan nodded slightly and glanced toward Lin Yan. Upon feeling her gaze, Lin Yan's temples twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. As anticipated, Qin Yuxuan made her way directly toward him. However, given that Lin Yan habitually occupied the outermost seat, with Bai Luo Yan beside him, she did not pause next to him, but rather proceeded to smile at Fu Yinjie, who sat behind Lin Yan. In a tone that was both cautious and inviting, she said, "Classmate, I would like to sit here. Could you please make some room?" As she spoke, a hint of moisture glimmered in her enchanting eyes, exuding a vulnerability that made it impossible for anyone to refuse her. Having been single for over a decade, Fu Yinjie had never encountered such a situation. He stared blankly at the beautiful girl before him, his mind momentarily clouded, and stammered, You want to sit here? Sure, no problem, come on over." It was only when he relocated to a nearby seat that he realized what he had just done. Upon raising his head, he caught sight of Bai Lian's piercing glare, causing his heart to race, followed by an uncontainable sense of grievance. "Why are you glaring at me?" This is Lin Yan's romantic entanglement. Why take it out on me? It's the first time a beauty has ever made such a request of me. How could I possibly refuse? After casting a furious glare at Fu Yinjia, Bai Luoyan directed a warning look at Qin Yuxuan. Yet, Qin Yuxuan appeared oblivious, lowering her head to peruse the book before her. Seeing this, Bai Luoyan, despite her irritation, felt compelled to relent. After all, the other party had not committed any offense, and she was not in a position to prevent her from sitting there. As for Lin Yan, he dared not move at all, fearing that even his breathing might draw Bai Luoyan's ire. However, he could distinctly sense an unreserved gaze fixated upon him. Chapter 143. I want to provide her with enough security. The ensuing class proved to be the most arduous session Lin Yan had ever endured. He could acutely feel a pair of eyes relentlessly scrutinizing him from behind, the intensity of the gaze imparting an unbearable sense of pressure. To add to his discomfort, Bai Luoyan's demeanor was equally inscrutable. Lin Yan felt as though she were a pressure cooker, teetering on the brink of an imminent explosion. This sensation rendered him unable to glance at the girl even once throughout the entire class, fearful that a mere misstep on his part might trigger her outburst. Consequently, he endured one of the most earnest lessons he had experienced since entering university, his gaze fixated intently upon the teacher at the front, his expression resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. When the class bell finally rang, Lin Yan found the sound unexpectedly melodious. Just as he began to gather his belongings with the intention of leaving with Bai Luoyan, the voice of Qin Yuxuan unexpectedly echoed from behind him. Lin Lang, wait. I have something to discuss with you. Initially, Lin Yan had contemplated ignoring her and departing, but Bai Luoyan detained him with a gentle pull, keeping him in place. Casting a puzzled look at Bai Luoyan, he observed her crossing her arms and saying, "She has become our classmate, and we see each other every day. Where do you think you can hide? Since that is the case, it would be better to allow her to clarify everything at once." Lin Yan found her reasoning compelling, and thus turned to face the waiting Qin Yuxuan. At that moment, the classroom was nearly empty, with classmates like Yun Tianhua hurrying out, eager to distance themselves from the so-called battleground of emotions. Only the three of them and Shangwan Wanyu remained in the room. Qin Yuxuan gazed earnestly at Lin Yan and, in a tentative tone, implored, "Lin Yan, may I have a few moments of your time alone? Just a little while, I promise." As she stepped forward, extending her hand as if to grasp his, Lin Yan instinctively took a step back. This instinctive retreat pained her, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. "Lin Yan, do you truly dislike me this much?" Observing the pitiful expression on Qin Yuxuan's face, Lin Yan sighed softly and replied, "Qin Yuxuan, I do not harbor any animosity towards you. However, I am now Bai Luoyan's boyfriend. As someone in a relationship, I believe it is only proper to maintain a respectful distance from others of the opposite sex. If you have something to say, please do so here. I do not wish for Bai Luoyan to misunderstand due to trivial matters. I want to provide her with ample reassurance." As he spoke, Lin Yan firmly clasped Bai Luoyan's hand, wearing an expression of unshakable conviction. Sensing the warmth of his hand, Bai Luoyan lifted her chin slightly, akin to a proud little cat flaunting its beauty. Observing their intertwined hands, Qin Yuxuan's gaze fell, a fleeting flicker of anguish crossing her features. Yet, she quickly masked her emotions, offering Lin Yan a forced smile as she said, "Lin Yan, I actually wish to clarify matters regarding our previous lives. Your demise is not as you perceive it. I have never intended to issue an order for your execution. May I present my explanation?" Noticing Lin Yan's acquiescence, she inhaled deeply, slightly organizing her thoughts before continuing. "The truth of that night diverges significantly from your assumptions." As she elucidated, the reality of that lifetime gradually unfolded before everyone. To address the misunderstandings of that time, one must first consider the historical context of the Eighth Era. In Lin Yan's perspective, the mission assigned to Qin Yuxuan proved to be more arduous than that of Bai Luoyan's lifetime. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that Bai Luoyan possessed a royal bloodline, which represented a considerable advantage that Qin Yuxuan lacked in her existence. Many modern individuals believe that if given the chance to traverse back to ancient times, acquiring wealth and military might would ensure a successful rebellion. However, Lin Yan's previous failures have demonstrated that this notion is far from reality. Historical evidence indicates that throughout the annals of Chinese history, documented uprisings number in the thousands. On average, each dynasty has experienced dozens to hundreds of uprisings. For instance, during the Qing dynasty, from its establishment to its downfall, over 300 significant uprisings are recorded. The issue, however, is that nearly all of these rebellions ended in failure. Was their downfall solely due to a disparity in military strength? Or perhaps a lack of economic foundation? In Lin Yan's view, neither of these was the crux of the matter. The pivotal reason lay in the absence of a reliable moral justification. Virtually every well-known rebellion began with the need to establish a credible rationale. For instance, Liu Bang initially secured his footing through the tale of slaying the serpent in a drunken stupor, while Zhang Jiao during the Three Kingdoms period sought to adorn himself with the title of General of the Heavenly Sovereign, proclaiming the heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, may the world prosper. Liu Bei clung tightly to his identity as a royal uncle throughout his life, while the formidable Cao Cao, despite his prowess, remained a loyal minister of the Han and dared not overstep his bounds. These examples illustrate that these figures understood the profound influence of moral authority. Bai Luyan's greatest advantage lay in her imperial lineage, which significantly mitigated the obstacles in her path to establishing a new dynasty. In stark contrast, Qin Yuxuan faced a far more daunting challenge. Of course, the system would not assign Lin Yan an insurmountable task. In Qin Yuxuan's world, the emperor was inept, compounded by a long-standing corruption within the court, leading the populace to lose faith in the so-called Son of Heaven. It can be posited that even without Lin Yan's intervention, that dynasty was destined for obliteration. Recognizing this reality, Lin Yan in that era opted for a bold and decisive approach. He endeavored to elevate Qin Yuxuan's reputation among the people while swiftly seizing territories with formidable force, aiming to compress the timeline for unification and propel Qin Yuxuan to the throne as expeditiously as possible. However, this approach has also sown the seeds of a hidden peril, the conflict between him and the aristocratic families. As the saying goes, ironclad aristocracy, flowing dynasties. In the eyes of many noble families, the identity of the individual seated upon the throne is of little consequence. What truly matters is that regardless of the changes in dynasties, their interests and status remain unscathed. Yet, the emergence of Lin Yan shattered this deeply entrenched belief. In his pursuit of rapid expansion, Lin Yan chose not to collaborate with these noble families, but rather to select a multitude of capable individuals from the common populace. While the aristocrats were still waiting for Lin Yan to come to them, they were astonished to discover that he had already claimed dominion over the realm. Faced with the impending new dynasty, they could no longer remain passive, with Lin Yan becoming their foremost concern. Chapter 144. My heart is small. Only room for one. As previously mentioned, Lin Yan had intended to remain after accomplishing his mission. Thus, he was acutely aware of the hostility harbored by the noble families towards him, and he had made the necessary preparations in response. On the eve of Qin Yuxuan's ascension, Lin Yan devised a series of national policies, including the establishment of academies and the hosting of imperial examinations, clearly aimed at undermining the aristocracy. This prompted the noble families to abandon their patience and take action. The aristocratic backlash was far more vehement than anticipated. Just days before Qin Yuxuan's coronation, court officials born into noble families suddenly launched accusations against Lin Yan. Petition after petition was delivered to Qin Yuxuan's study, detailing the alleged crimes Lin Yan had committed over the years. Most of the evidence was fabricated, yet a portion did hold some truth. After all, in the process of conquering the realm, Lin Yan could not have avoided acts of violence, arson, and treachery. Confronted with the united malice of the entire court, Qin Yuxuan found herself at a loss. She was not Bai Luoyan, and her grasp of the court was nowhere near as profound as that of the ninth incarnation of Bai Luoyan. Some might argue that since military power lay in her and Lin Yan's hands, they could simply execute these aristocrats. While this may be a viable strategy in times of chaos, it is not advisable in a unified realm. At this juncture, over 80 of the officials in the court hailed from noble families. If they were all executed, who would govern the realm on her behalf? Whether through the imperial examinations or educational institutions, cultivating talent capable of replacing these officials would require time. And time was precisely what Qin Yuxuan needed most at this moment. Thus, when faced with the collective onslaught from these officials, she found herself momentarily flustered. At this critical juncture, Lin Yan's deputy presented her with a suggestion. This deputy was a talent personally selected and trained by Lin Yan from the common folk. Having fought alongside him on the battlefield for many years, one of the few individuals Qin Yuxuan could place her trust in. His proposal was, in essence, quite straightforward. He suggested that Qin Yuxuan might as well play along with the minister's intentions and feign a punishment for Lin Yan. Of course, there was no need to actually imprison him. Merely detaining him covertly and relocating him to a secret place would suffice. Once she ascended the throne and gained control of the situation, she could then exonerate Lin Yan. The only drawback was that Lin Yan would have to endure some humiliation during this period. However, she believed he would surely understand, as her efforts were ultimately for their shared future. Yet, considering that Lin Yan might not consent, she resolved to act decisively without prior consultation. She planned to choose a day to intentionally dismiss everyone around Lin Yan, and subsequently send this deputy general, accompanied by the imperial guards, to persuade Lin Yan to leave. In her view, this was the most effective and secure method. Her reasoning was not flawed, provided that the deputy general had not been swayed by the aristocracy. This seemingly secure suggestion was, in fact, a trap set by the noble families for Lin Yan. The deputy general's loyalty to Lin Yan was genuine. Yet everyone possesses their vulnerabilities. When his family fell under the control of the aristocracy, even knowing that his actions would invoke the Empress's wrath and lead to certain death, he still complied. That very night, after the Empress had reassigned Lin Yan's companions, the deputy general led his troops to attack Lin Yan's residence. He witnessed the once-admired general fall, pierced by countless arrows before his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxuan, who should have remained in the palace, returned early due to an unsettling premonition, only to witness Lin Yan's demise firsthand. The deputy general did not grant her the opportunity to question him. He unsheathed his sword and took his own life before her. Now, recalling the harrowing sight of Lin Yan's death, tears streamed down Qin Yuxuan's face. Biting her lip, large droplets flowed from her eyes, her body trembling with emotion. Her gaze towards Lin Yan was filled with deep affection and remorse, her voice slightly frantic as she spoke. Lin Yan, I swear I meant every word. From the very beginning, I never intended to harm you. I merely sought to shield you from the attacks of the noble families through this means. Yet, I failed to recognize the treachery of those I mistakenly trusted, falling into the trap they had set. If it weren't for them, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I should never have acted this way. At this juncture, she could no longer continue, covering her mouth with her hand and bowing her head, exuding a poignant sense of fragility. Throughout her heartfelt confession, Lin Yan listened in silence, finally releasing a soft sigh. On the day Qin Yuxuan appeared before him, he surmised some truths about the eighth life. However, it was only after Qin Yuxuan personally elucidated everything that he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, only he understood that his relief was not rooted in his feelings for Qin Yuxuan, but rather in the realization that his efforts were not as futile as he had imagined. Nonetheless, his sigh carried a deeper significance in Bai Luoyan's ears. Feeling the gentle pressure of the girl's hand in his, Lin Yan cast her a reassuring glance, aware of her anxiety. He tenderly patted the back of her hand and then addressed Qin Yuxuan. Qin Yuxuan, I am truly grateful to you. I comprehend what your presence here signifies, and I recognize the sacrifices you have made. I admit, there was a time when I was captivated by you, but that belongs to a distant past. Some events, once they transpire, cannot be undone or altered. I accept your explanation. However, it has also illuminated a truth. In our previous life, you indeed held back from me. If you truly trusted me, you would not have concealed this. Your secrecy stemmed from a fear that I might oppose you, jeopardizing your plans, correct? If your trust in me were absolute, how could you have made such a decision without ever contemplating a discussion with me? Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your affections. At this juncture, he pointed to his heart and continued, my heart is quite small, able to accommodate only one person. Currently, it is inhabited by a woman named Bai Luoyan. She has also given everything for me, and I am acutely aware that in this lifetime, my heart shall beat solely for her. I have made my decision. I shall not betray her trust, nor will I allow her to feel even a hint of insecurity. Hence, I must apologize. But it would be best for us to limit our encounters and maintain our distance. Upon hearing Lin Yan's resolute words, Qin Yuxuan could no longer contain herself and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yan displayed no trace of pity. Offering a gentle smile to Bai Luoyan beside him before taking her hand, and turning to leave the classroom. Chapter 145. Cross me again, and I shall take you to the grove. Upon exiting the classroom, Lin Yan strolled along the campus path, hand in hand with Bai Luoyan, while Shang Wanwanyu trailed behind them, as she usually did. However, today, Bai Luoyan appeared somewhat withdrawn. Curiously glancing at her, Lin Yan cautiously inquired, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" I was quite direct in rejecting her. "You're not still angry with me, are you?" Observing Lin Yan's feigned grievance, the girl let out a soft laugh. With her crescent moon-like eyes gazing at him, she expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Well, you did quite well today. You deserve commendation." It was merely a fleeting moment of jest when I remarked, "Hey, you wouldn't would you? Don't let another come to snatch your husband away. Surely, you wouldn't feel a twinge of pain for someone else, would you? Even I, as a man, have not stooped to such a level." "What do you mean?" she inquired, and I replied, I perceived that her performance was somewhat exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, this foolish girl hadn't yet reached a point of no return. She was not so naive as to pity her rival. However, at that moment, Bai Luoyan gazed at the youth, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light as she softly remarked, "Yet, she appeared so pitiful. I truly did not expect you could refuse her so straightforwardly. If I were a man, I would find it hard to resist such a sorrowful expression." Lin Yan smiled, gently shaking his head as he responded, "It is quite simple. I understand her far better than you realize. Despite my resolute rejection, her character guarantees she will not easily abandon her pursuit. As for that pitiable visage," reflecting on past encounters, he chuckled softly and added, "Her delicate facade has always served as her finest disguise. She has ensnared many adversaries with it. I believe that at least half of her sorrow was sincere, yet the other half was merely an act. You were once an empress. Surely you do not presume that a woman who once occupied such a lofty position could be so fragile?" Upon hearing this, the young girl nodded in agreement, though a flicker of doubt remained in her gaze as she questioned, "But don't men tend to be captivated by the White Lotus act? Moreover, while I can discern the traces of her performance, I also sense her explanations hold a kernel of truth. Given that your demise in your 8th life stemmed from a misunderstanding, have you never contemplated forgiving her and rekindling what was lost? After all, such a woman is gentle, wealthy, and possesses an appealing figure. Don't men generally favor those who are tender and obedient?" Observing the girl, who was evidently anxious yet feigned indifference, Lin Yan teased, "What's this? Do you secretly wish for me to reconcile with her?" "Absolutely not. If you dare, I shall break your legs and confine you in that basement." Unexpectedly, the girl was unable to withstand such provocation, and her true feelings tumbled forth. Lin Yan stifled a laugh as he gently embraced her, gazing down with tenderness. "Silly girl, have I not already rejected her in your presence? Besides, I have you now. I shall not entertain thoughts of other women, no matter how remarkable she may be. In my eyes, she pales in comparison to you. As you suggested, I too believe her explanations are genuine. But it is precisely for this reason that I can affirm one particular truth." At this juncture, Lin Yan looked earnestly into Bai Luoyan's eyes. "Because I believe that had the roles been reversed, you would undoubtedly have made a different choice than she did. If it were you, you would rather engage in a fierce battle with those noble families than allow me to face even the slightest danger." The youthful Bai Luoyan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the boy's gaze, shyly turned her head aside and retorted with a hint of pride, "Are you not being overly confident? How can you be so certain that I would act in such a manner? Perhaps I would simply abandon someone as despicable as you." Observing the girl, who was desperately clinging to her pride, Lin Yan chuckled softly before leaning closer to her ear and deliberately whispering, "Oh, is that truly the case? Would you really be willing to do so?" Following his words, he playfully nipped her earlobe. Caught off guard by Lin Yan's boldness, the girl instinctively let out a soft cry, her strength seemingly drained as she leaned against him. Her entire face turned as red as an apple, her eyes misty as she gazed at the boy, pleadingly saying, "Please, don't do that. We are at school." "Oh, what have I done? Am I not merely whispering sweet nothings in your ear?" Lin Yan replied with a mischievous grin, pretending not to understand her words as he continued to murmur softly beside her. The warmth of his breath against her ear caused her to begin breathing heavily. The spring-like glimmer in her eyes betrayed her growing emotions. The girl bit her lip and warned him, "If you keep this up, I might just take you to the grove. You know I am capable of doing so." Upon hearing Bai Luoyan's warning, the boy promptly reverted to his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Stepping back half a pace and respectfully addressing her, "I apologize. Now, let us hurry and grab a meal. You must be hungry." He jested, as he certainly did not wish to engage in anything scandalous under the broad daylight, fearing the risk of being photographed. However, he mused that perhaps the grove at night held a certain thrill. In the following days, Lin Yan resumed his usual school life. As he had anticipated, despite his firm rejection, Qin Yuxuan did not relent. She continued to appear around him daily, deliberately seating herself behind him in class. Gradually, Lin Yan grew accustomed to the gaze directed at him from behind. During this time, Qin Yuxuan refrained from any harassment, behaving like an ordinary classmate. Hence, despite Lin Yan's inner turmoil, she found herself unable to confront Qin Yuxuan. After all, they were classmates, and it was unreasonable to prohibit her from attending class. Yet, this girl lingered like a persistent specter, frequently passing by them. During meals, while taking leisurely strolls, and even in the secluded grove with Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan, they could always sense a pair of eyes quietly observing them from a distance. Over time, even someone as composed as Bai Luoyan began to feel a hint of pressure. Chapter 146. The basketball finals this week. Lin Yan's primary focus was the basketball championship. The 3 matches previously announced were, strictly speaking, the only possible games they could have played to reach the finals. In fact, even Tai Nyo himself had not anticipated that they would advance to the championship round. Therefore, on Friday afternoon, when they truly found themselves on the final stage, Tai Nyo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He gazed at his teammates, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes, utterly astonished that they had come this far. In the earlier matches, Lin Yan had shed any reservations and showcased his full capabilities. Consequently, they secured victories in those initial games with relative ease. Today, the gymnasium hosted only their match, and as the final of the basketball tournament, it was nearly filled to capacity with spectators. Confronted by the packed audience, the players on the court felt a surge of nervousness. Even without Tai Nyo urging them on, they instinctively began to warm up in a slightly flustered manner. Unlike the other players, Lin Yan sat on the bench, appearing somewhat dejected. Yun Tianhua took a seat beside him, a teasing glint in his eyes as he remarked, "What is the matter? Still fretting over the lost clothes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh. For some inexplicable reason, several of his clothes had gone missing from the balcony over the past few days. If it were merely due to a strong wind, it would be understandable. However, only his garments had vanished, while those of his 3 roommates remained untouched. Moreover, it was particularly disheartening that amid the missing items, his beloved pair of underwear, which had accompanied him for a year, was gone. Wearing new underwear felt unsettling to him. Listening to this, Yun Tianhua, being a fellow male, cast Lin Yan an understanding glance. He knew well how precious a pair of underwear that had been tamed for over a year could be to a guy. After a moment's thought, he patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and offered consolation. "Well, out with the old, in with the new. Consider it the start of a new taming journey." Lin Yan could only nod in resignation. What he failed to notice was that while he conversed with Yun Tianhua, Qin Yuxuan, seated not far behind him, slightly lowered her head, obscuring her expression. At that moment, the previously dazed Tai Nyo finally regained his focus. He clapped his hands, gathering all the players around him, and encouraged them, "Team, I never imagined we would actually overcome so many challenges to reach the finals. Originally, my ambition before this competition was merely to reach the quarterfinals. However, the situation has transformed, dear friends. Behold, the championship trophy lies before us, with only one final step remaining. In this match, I hope everyone can give their all and relish this final game without leaving any regrets. Come, let us join our hands together." As several hands stacked upon one another, Iron Bull encouraged, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. "Let's go? Go, XN." Yet, despite these uplifting words, as Iron Bull gazed at the opposing team after the ceremony, a flicker of uncertainty lingered in his eyes. Naturally, those who have reached the finals are not to be underestimated. Their adversaries are indeed formidable. As anticipated, the opposing team hails from the physical education department. However, they are not just any group. They are recognized as the strongest basketball class at Jianghai University. Since their freshman year, they have been the champions of the Jianghai University basketball tournament, achieving an impressive 3-year streak. This year marks their final participation in the tournament. and it is their sole opportunity to secure a fourth consecutive championship. As for the reason behind their prowess, Fu Yinjian nudged He Chong and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Hey, Black Bean, it's quite inappropriate not to greet our fellow countrymen." Following his gaze, it was clear he referred to two African exchange students on the opposing team. Indeed, among this cohort of physical education students, two had come to study as exchange students. As previously mentioned, in the realm of sports, fairness is often an illusion. Particularly in basketball, individuals of African descent possess unparalleled advantages. Being exchange students at Shanghai University, these two certainly exhibit exceptional physical capabilities. Though neither of them is particularly tall or robust, in comparison to Iron Bull, they may even appear somewhat slender. However, their height aligns with the contemporary trend in basketball, embodying the highly sought-after spider archetype. If one were to draw a comparison, these two could be likened to a toned-down version of Durant. In truth, their class's success in competitions over the years can largely be attributed to these two individuals. Both possess relatively lengthy English names, but they are commonly referred to as Lao A and Lao K. Rumor has it that their personalities are not particularly amiable, resulting in a less-than-stellar reputation among their classmates. Nevertheless, in the spirit of class pride, they are invited to join the team for competitions each year. Observing Iron Bull's worried expression, Lin Yan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and offered a comforting smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'll handle those two. You all just need to focus on showcasing your strengths." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words of solace, Iron Bull seemed to regain his confidence, nodding in acknowledgement before heading onto the court. As the referee's whistle echoed, everyone gradually made their way onto the court, taking their respective positions. The captain, known as Iron Bull and also the tallest among them, instinctively stationed himself at the center. Opposite him stood the opposing center, a towering figure of 208 centimeters, resembling an under-evolved gorilla. Together, their juxtaposition rendered Iron Bull astonishingly diminutive. The referee, holding the basketball, glanced around before stepping between the two players and lofting the ball high into the air. Iron Bull leaped with all his might. Yet in terms of both height and vertical leap, he evidently fell short. The opposing center effortlessly tipped the ball to one of his teammates. It was none other than Old A, one of the two black players on their team. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward Lin Yan's backcourt. Meanwhile, Old K, not one to lag behind, sprinted closely in pursuit. Positioned at the rear, Yun Tianhua immediately began his defensive retreat, arriving beneath the basket in preparation for an interception. In a sudden flash, Old A tossed the basketball high into the air. As Yun Tianhua momentarily froze in surprise, a dark figure soared in from the other side, seizing the ball and forcefully slamming it down toward the hoop. Caught off guard, Yun Tianhua was knocked aside by the impact. The figure was none other than Old K, who had raced over. Grasping the rim with one hand, he cast a disdainful glance down at the fallen Yun Tianhua. After a slight shake, he leisurely released his grip. Just as he was about to utter something, his gaze swept across the audience and landed on Bai Luoyan, seated at the very front. In his 4 years at Shanghai University, he had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, leaving him momentarily entranced. Although he had made numerous female acquaintances during his time, none had ever matched her allure. With this thought, he let out a whistle in her direction. However, contrary to his usual experiences with eager girls, Bai Luoyan not only ignored him, but her eyes reflected a clear disdain. Taken aback by the unexpected rejection, Old K's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Yet, as if a thought struck him, a smirk crept onto his lips. The next moment, he extended his right hand, forming a shape with his fingers beside his mouth, brazenly sticking out his tongue towards Bai Luoyan. Lin Yan, who had just returned to assist the fallen Yun Tianhua, witnessed this scene, and his face darkened instantaneously, a long-dormant fury surging forth. Chapter 147. The beginning of shattering your confidence. Standing before him, Yun Tianhua felt a chill seep into his bones. He looked up, just in time to catch the flash of crimson in Lin Yan's gaze. It was the first time he had seen Lin Yan in such a state, leaving him momentarily stunned. In his memory, Lin Yan always appeared indifferent to everything. It was only in the presence of Bai Luoyan that one could occasionally glimpse his helplessness. However, witnessing such unabashed murderous intent and rage was a first for Lin Yan. Reflecting on this, he turned his gaze aside and caught sight of the insulting gesture from the black man, Old K. His expression darkened immediately, and he was about to rush over when Lin Yan restrained him. Slowly, Lin Yan approached Old K, positioning himself between him and Bai Luoyin. His eyes fixed intently on the man as he asked, "Is this how your upbringing teaches you to treat women?" Old K was momentarily taken aback, glancing between Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin, but then remained silent, merely shrugging dismissively. Having studied abroad for 4 years, he certainly understood Chinese. Yet he was clearly intent on ignoring Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Old A, who had been standing by, walked past Lin Yan with a smile, deliberately stating loudly as he passed, "Heh, keep an eye on your girlfriend." At that moment, Iron Bull approached with a worried expression, gripping Lin Yan's arm tightly. He too glared at the two men with anger but gritted his teeth to offer Lin Yan some consolation, saying, "I understand your anger, Lin Yan, but please, don't act rashly. We are still in a competition. If you strike, it will be over. After the match ends, I will accompany you in whatever you wish to do." Lin Yan gently pushed Iron Bull's hand away, took a deep breath, and looked at him, interrupting, "Rest assured, I am not so impulsive. Since this is a competition, I will retaliate in kind." The two black men, seeing Lin Yan make no immediate move, leisurely whistled and returned to their side of the court. On the other hand, as soon as the black man made that vulgar gesture, Bai Luoyin's expression darkened immediately. A chill emanated from her, her small hands clenched into fists, her entire demeanor coiled as if she were about to charge out and teach the offender a lesson. Sitting beside her, Shangwan Wanyu also wore a grim expression, her gaze upon the black man akin to that of a grim reaper. She quietly asked her lady, "Miss, should we?" But before she could finish, she saw Lin Yan standing in front of the black man. Witnessing this scene, the two women who had been filled with fury suddenly found tranquility. Bai Luoyin not only ceased her anger, but also cradled her face in her hands, gazing expectantly at the man in the distance. As for Shangwan Wanyu, who just moments ago had looked as though she would seek vengeance for her mistress, now returned to her usual calm demeanor, sitting quietly and silently. Meanwhile, Wen Yuru and Jiang Lan, who had intended to support Bai Luoyin, were taken aback by the sudden shift in the two women's expressions, exchanging puzzled glances with Bai Luoyin and asking, "Are you really going to let it be?" Even the gentle Wen Yuru could not suppress the urge to curse upon witnessing the outrageous actions of that man. Thus, she found it perplexing that the usually proud and assertive Bai Luoyin could endure such an affront. Bai Luoyin, entranced by Lin Yan's silhouette, confidently declared, "Rest assured, now that he has stepped forward, he will undoubtedly avenge me." Huh, what a jest. How could being the domineering CEO compare to the delight of being a pampered wife behind the scenes? Observing Lin Yan's rare, somber expression, Bai Luoyin felt a sweetness in her heart akin to savoring honey, basking in the sense of protection he provided. Seeing Bai Luoyin adopt such a demure demeanor, Jiang Lan hesitated for a few seconds before struggling to voice her concerns. "But are you certain Lin Yan can stand up for you? Those two men may have unpleasant personalities, but I've heard their basketball skills are quite formidable. Fear not, he can certainly manage it." Do not be deceived by his usual lethargic demeanor. When he gets serious, he knows precisely how to undermine his opponents. Recalling Lin Yan's cunning tactics from his previous life, Bai Luoyin responded with unwavering confidence. Jiang Lan and Wen Yuru exchanged glances, but chose not to voice further doubts, instead watching the unfolding game with a hint of concern. At that moment, it was Lin Yan's turn to serve the ball. As Tainyo picked up the ball and approached the baseline, Lin Yan commanded, "Pass me the ball." Without hesitation, Tainyo complied, delivering the ball into Lin Yan's hands. Lin Yan dribbled slowly to the three-point line on the opposing side, one hand controlling the ball while the other signaled to his teammates with a predetermined gesture established during their tactical practices. This particular gesture conveyed a singular message: "Clear out. I'm going for a solo play." Without objection, all team members promptly spread out to the corners, granting Lin Yan ample space. Intentionally seeking out the veteran player, Lao Ke, Lin Yan alternated his dribbling while locking eyes with him. Lao Ke momentarily froze before quickly realizing Lin Yan intended to challenge him one-on-one. He did not refuse, instead allowing a smirk to grace his lips as he leaned forward, keenly watching Lin Yan's movements. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yan, who had been standing before him, vanished. Lao Ke had never anticipated that a man of Asian descent could possess such uncanny speed. Lin Yan's burst of acceleration far exceeded his expectations. By the time Lao Ke regained his composure, Lin Yan had already maneuvered past him, poised to charge into the lane. How could Lao Ke allow himself to be so effortlessly outdone by Lin Yan? In a fleeting moment of thought, he pivoted his body, eager to pursue. However, just as he was about to make his move, Lin Yan, who could have easily surged ahead, momentarily hesitated. He did not continue to advance. Instead, he pulled the basketball back, taking half a step backward before executing a swift hand exchange to break through from the left side of his opponent. Observing this, the originally passive Old K felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Before he could firmly plant his feet, he hastily attempted to pivot left to provide defense. However, he evidently overestimated his physical coordination. A sharp pain shot through his ankle, and he found himself unceremoniously knocked down by Lin Yan. It was only when he sat on the cold ground that he comprehended what had transpired. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Yan did not charge toward the paint. Instead, he once again pulled back, returning to the three-point line. Old K stared blankly at Lin Yan, who wore a mocking smile before calmly sinking a three-pointer in front of him. Chapter 148. This kid, why does he seem a bit terrifying? When the spectators in the gym witnessed Old K being outmaneuvered by Lin Yan, an inexplicable silence enveloped the arena. As Lin Yan's three-pointer swished through the net, a roar erupted from the crowd. Wow, who was that? He actually made Old K stumble. You heard right. Not only did he outmaneuver Old K, but he also effortlessly scored a three-pointer. I've only seen Old K knock others down. This is the first time I've seen him taken down. Who on earth is this guy? Are you serious? You don't know? Lin Yan is the most talked about figure at Shanghai University lately. Isn't Lin Yan the freshman that the campus beauty is pursuing? Not just that, I've heard the new goddess, Qin, is also interested in him. She came to Shanghai University specifically to find him. That day in the gym, the goddess's Qin and Bai had a showdown over him. I saw it with my own eyes. Impossible. This kid doesn't even seem as handsome as I am. How did he attract so many goddesses? Could it be that he possesses extraordinary talents? For some reason, the audience, originally engrossed in the game, had shifted their discussions to unrelated topics. Nonetheless, the chatter from the spectators did not seem to affect Lin Yan. He gazed at Old K, who was still sitting dazed on the ground, and slowly bent down, placing his right hand flat against his calf as if to indicate clearly, your skills are lacking. Upon seeing Lin Yan's gesture, Old K was initially taken aback, but then a surge of anger ignited within him. He immediately rose to his feet and stormed toward Lin Yan. However, as he pressed his forehead against Lin Yan's, preparing to deliver a few harsh words, he caught sight of Lin Yan's gaze. The coldness in the youth's eyes penetrated deep into his heart. His once clenched fists instinctively relaxed. His subconscious warned him that if he dared to throw a punch at the boy before him, he would face dire consequences. As he stared blankly, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he sarcastically remarked, "What is the matter? Are you dazed after trying to challenge me? Or is it that a coward like you can only provoke women, yet loses all courage to throw a punch when faced with a man?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's mockery, the previously composed Old K felt the surge of anger rise once more. Just as he prepared to disregard everything and throw a punch at this insufferable individual, his teammates finally arrived, hastily pulling him away from Lin Yan. The center, resembling a gorilla, was evidently the captain of their team. He looked at Old K with discontent and said, "What do you think you're doing? Do you want everyone to lose this match because of you? If you're outmatched, then regain your honor on the court." Despite his words, his gaze towards Old K held no camaraderie, only a trace of concealed disdain. As previously mentioned, the reputation of these two black individuals at Shanghai University was utterly tarnished. Even as classmates, they were looked down upon for their actions, their prowess in basketball, their status as international exchange students, and their athletic physiques made them irresistible to certain adoring female students. Thus, from the outset of their freshman year, they were never short of female companionship. Naturally, they welcomed the advances of these eager girls. However, their flippant romantic pursuits seemed almost instinctual, with hardly any of their girlfriends lasting beyond a semester, frequently cycling through new partners every few months. Others had little to say about this, as it was a matter of mutual consent. After all, it was their own affair. However, a significant incident occurred in their sophomore year. Old K impregnated a girl and explicitly told her that after graduation, he would return to his home country and would not take responsibility. Subsequently, The girl was forced to undergo an abortion and withdrew from the university. Following this event, the perception of the two black individuals plummeted further. Even their classmates subconsciously began to distance themselves from them. At this moment, as Old K faced humiliation, no one was willing to stand up for him. Even his teammates looked at him with nothing but warning in their eyes. Only Old A, another black individual, approached him and offered some comfort. "It's all right. It's just one play. We'll come back stronger." Clearly, his words had a soothing effect, as Old K forcibly suppressed his emotions and joined his teammates in the offensive. Yet, Lin Yan's retribution would not be so easily thwarted. In the next round, driven by a belly full of rage, Old K demanded the ball, determined to score against Lin Yan. However, before he could position himself, Lin Yan deftly poked the ball away from his grasp. Realizing he had been intercepted, he did not concede defeat. Instead, he relentlessly pursued Lin Yan, determined to thwart his fast break. However, for the first time, he felt the stark contrast in physical prowess against an Asian opponent. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could only trail behind Lin Yan, despairingly watching as the latter effortlessly executed a layup. Subsequently, he attempted to take Lin Yan on one-on-one, this time fully prepared and successfully avoiding a steal. Yet, just as he believed he had evaded Lin Yan's defense with a feint to take a shot, Lin Yan's hand, like a tempest, abruptly appeared before the basketball. A solid block sent the ball crashing into his face. Before he could regain his senses from the stunning impact, Lin Yan swiftly executed another fast break, easily scoring 2 more points. This was merely the beginning of his torment. Lin Yan was like a relentless shadow, persistently looming before him. Despite several attempts to forcibly shoot, he failed to score. In stark contrast, Lin Yan's performance included 3-pointers, layups, and dunks, turning the first half into a personal showcase. By the end of the first half, their finance team astonishingly led by 15 points, 42-27. The once confident Old K now sat in silence during halftime, his eyes devoid of light. He had never anticipated being utterly overwhelmed at Shanghai University, and even more so, by an ordinary freshman. Meanwhile, Lin Yan accepted a bottle of water from Bai Luoyan, sipping lightly as he turned to Tiniu and declared, in the second half, "I will take on Old K and Old A. You handle the other 3. Hearing this, Tiniu looked at him with concern. "Are you sure your stamina can keep up?" He barely finished his sentence before Lin Yan interrupted. "What are you saying? I've only just begun to warm up. Besides, don't you think it's a beautiful spectacle to utterly shatter their pride in the very domain they hold dear? To crush their lifelong source of pride before their eyes and force them to swallow the remnants? Witnessing their gradual descent into despair as they lose confidence, succumbing to hopelessness, is truly exquisite. For reasons unknown, Tiniu, looking at the seemingly harmless Lin Yan, felt for the first time that this individual was far more formidable than he had imagined. Chapter 149, Domination of Offense and Defense. Lin Yan spoke of such intentions and executed them with precision. He understood precisely how to dismantle others' confidence effectively. In the ensuing second half, he proactively sought out the 2 black players for defense. Old K, evidently dazed from the onslaught, hesitated to attack even when he had possession, opting instead to pass the ball to his teammates. Conversely, Old A still displayed a hint of defiance, only to endure a fate akin to Old K's misfortune in the first half. After being blocked 3 times in succession, a flicker of uncertainty finally appeared in his eyes. Was this fellow truly of Asian descent? Even in the land of beauty, he had never encountered an adversary who instilled such a sense of suffocation within him. In that fleeting moment, the 2 initially arrogant individuals resembled mice cornered by a cat, shrinking back in trepidation during their offensive attempts. This was largely due to Lin Yan's overwhelming presence on the defensive end. Just when they thought they had eluded him, he would invariably emerge from the shadows, mercilessly swatting their thrown basketballs back down with his hands. With only 10 minutes remaining in the game, Lin Yan's block count surged to 12, setting a new record for the most blocks in a single game since the inception of the basketball league at Shanghai University. Not only did the 2 black opponents falter under his gaze, but the entire opposing team began to avert their eyes from Lin Yan, particularly during their offensive plays. None dared to meet his gaze, akin to students in a classroom fearing the teacher's pointed questions, petrified that a moment of eye contact might draw his attention and result in another rejection. However, this did not signify their surrender. Their determination to clinch a fourth consecutive championship was evidently more profound than anticipated. Soon, the imposing captain of the opposing team adjusted their strategy. They began employing more ball movement and aggressive plays inside the paint. No matter how formidable Lin Yan was, he was ultimately but one man and could not defend against five. Inside, he found himself at a significant disadvantage against the formidable Iron Bull. Despite Iron Bull exerting every ounce of strength to defend, he was unable to halt the relentless onslaught of the gorilla. This left Iron Bull's face flushed with frustration, grappling with the harsh reality of being the weak link in his team's defense. Yet, the truth remained unyielding. The disparity in size and skill made it nearly impossible for him to rectify the situation in a short span. On the defensive end, the gorilla employed a straightforward and effective tactic. He instructed the two black players to double-team Lin Yan, their primary offensive target. For these two, defense was typically their least favorite aspect of the game. In previous matches, they had merely needed to focus on their offensive duties, confident that no opponent could withstand their barrage. However, after being thoroughly outplayed by Lin Yan for a significant portion of the game, their arrogance was finally tempered. They dutifully followed their captain's orders to clamp down on Lin Yan. It wasn't he that they craved victory in this match, but rather that they sought a different means to retaliate against Lin Yan. When the two focused on their defensive task, they surprisingly performed better than expected. With their spider-like physiques, they proved to be quite a headache for their opponents, especially when working in tandem. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yan found himself somewhat constrained by their tactics. Fortunately, at this juncture, Yun Tianhua stepped forward, seizing the opportunity as Lin Yan drew the attention of two adversaries, thereby gaining ample space and boldly shouldering the mantle of offense. Nevertheless, the gap in scores continued to narrow resolutely. With just 5 minutes remaining, the deficit had dwindled to a mere 10 points. Back to defense. Stop this shot, then launch a counterattack. We still have a chance. It must be acknowledged that the opposing team's formidable player, a veritable gorilla, possessed an admirable charisma befitting a captain. During this defensive round, he ardently encouraged his teammates while retreating, and it was precisely due to his unwavering support that they had managed to endure the match thus far without collapsing. At this moment, the basketball found its way back into Lin Yan's possession. As he grasped the ball, the two defenders quickly converged upon him. It must be said that their defensive efforts in these past few minutes were impressively vigorous, demonstrating a level of seriousness and focus unprecedented in their previous encounters. Old K fixated intently on the ball in Lin Yan's hands, growling ominously, "No matter how strong you are, it will avail you nothing. This match is destined for your defeat." Lin Yan paid no heed to his taunts, instead dribbling the ball while keenly observing their movements. Indeed, their defense was hardly robust. It was evident that such a strategy was foreign to them. Yet, owing to their physical prowess, their defensive effectiveness remained commendable. However, they had evidently overlooked a crucial factor, their stamina. With the game nearing its conclusion, the two opponents, like Lin Yan, had not enjoyed a single minute of respite. In prior matches, enduring such intensity would have felt trivial. Yet today, they faced Lin Yan, who, on both offensive and defensive fronts, had relentlessly pressured them, forcing them into one-on-one confrontations without a moment's pause. Consequently, they had unwittingly begun to exhibit signs of fatigue, their breaths resembling the strained wheezes of an antiquated accordion. As for Lin Yan's stamina, it could be succinctly summarized. He was endowed with exceptional endurance. Observing the evident sluggishness creeping into the movements of his adversaries, a subtle smile curled upon Lin Yan's lips. Seizing the fleeting moment of their lapse in concentration, he executed a swift maneuver, deftly slipping between them. It was only as Lin Yan dribbled past that the two finally reacted, albeit sluggishly. Without a second thought, they gritted their teeth and pursued him from behind. Despite possessing the capability to accelerate and leave them behind, Lin Yan deliberately decelerated his pace. As he charged into the paint, the two defenders positioned themselves in front of him. Yet, Lin Yan appeared oblivious to their presence, taking a deliberate step before leaping into the air. A flicker of rage ignited in the eyes of the two adversaries as they recklessly launched themselves upward in unison. The figures of three individuals converged in midair. However, Lin Yan's body surged forward like an indomitable cannonball, propelling the two opponents away before executing a powerful axe-like dunk that sent the basketball crashing through the hoop. With a resounding thud, as the two fell to the ground, Lin Yan's forearm penetrated the rim. Suspended above, he gazed down upon the somewhat disheveled duo. A smirk of derision etched across his face. Below, the two were utterly demoralized by the dunk, their eyes vacant as they stared at Lin Yan, who seemed to them a deity, their lips moving in vain, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 150. You claim to be the president? Morale is a curious and elusive phenomenon. For instance, when we watch a game and witness a team's spirit rising as they valiantly close the gap, a singular thought crosses our minds. 20 points mean nothing. Yet, once that momentum is interrupted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to regain. The pivotal moment of this match transpired with Lin Yan's thunderous dunk that sent two players sprawling. Though it appeared to yield merely 2 points, the psychological blow dealt to the opponents was unfathomable. Subsequently, despite their relentless pursuit, the gap in score could not be diminished. As the referee's final whistle echoed, the championship reached its conclusion. Lin Yan and his makeshift freshman finance team triumphed with a 10-point advantage. Upon seizing the final rebound, Iron Bull instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, his expression shifting from surprise to immense joy. He lofted the basketball skyward, releasing a jubilant shout as if to vent his elation. Simultaneously, all members of the basketball team surged onto the court, embracing one another tightly, unabashedly expressing their exhilaration. Perhaps this is the essence of youth that leaves an indelible mark. Certain thrills and memories can only be experienced and cherished during such times. The spectators in the gymnasium rose to their feet, generously applauding the championship team. For them, witnessing such a high-caliber match was a privilege, particularly the fierce encounters between Lin Yan and the two opponents, which had them cheering with delight. Should an MVP be selected today, Lin Yan would undoubtedly be the unequivocal choice. Yet, at this moment, the presumed MVP stood apart from his teammates, bent forward with hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Though he bore the marks of exhaustion, his body remained within the realm of human limits. He had exerted himself without reservation, delivering a full display of strength from the very start. After a match played at such intensity, his body inevitably felt a tinge of fatigue. However, witnessing the jubilant smiles on his teammates' faces rendered that fatigue inconsequential. Before he could rise and approach his teammates, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Darling, you look so handsome." As he turned around, a graceful figure rushed towards him. Lin Yan instinctively extended his arms to catch her, and in the next moment, he felt a weight as a fairy-like visage appeared before him. Before he could utter a word, her soft lips had already pressed against his. The kiss was passionate and fervent, yet fortunately, the young man remembered their surroundings. After a few seconds, he gently leaned back, breaking free from the ardent embrace. He looked helplessly at the blushing girl in his arms and weakly remarked, "By Luoyan, could you be a little more reserved? There are so many people here." The girl pouted, responding with dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about? I am being reserved." Lin Yan glanced down at the long legs entwined around his waist, falling into silence. If this could still be considered reserved, then those striptease performances should surely be classified as children's programs. Their teammates, accustomed to witnessing such displays of affection from the couple, chose to ignore their public display of affection and continued to enjoy themselves in their own little circle. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow mingled with the smiles on their faces. In stark contrast, their opponents appeared dejected. Among them, two individuals of African descent left the gymnasium in silence, their expressions a stormy shade of gray. It must be noted that with their complexion, it was challenging to discern their gloomy demeanor. One could not help but admire how their ethnicity granted them an innate advantage in concealing emotions. However, as they departed, the audience could not contain their jeers. The duo perfectly embodied the essence of defeat, both in spirit and in performance. Later, it was rumored that due to their foul moods, the two had ventured out for late-night snacks, only to be ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals in black, who covered their heads with cloth bags and dragged them into an alley for a thorough beating. When the battered pair emerged from the alley, their assailants had vanished without a trace, evidently orchestrated by some envious hand. Nevertheless, apart from those two, the other members of the senior sports team displayed a commendable sense of decorum, refraining from leaving in disgrace. Although they harbored feelings of resentment, as rivals, they still approached Tai Nyo and his companions to extend their compliments. The gorilla-like captain, after embracing Tai Nyo and the others, directly approached Lin Yan. Noticing someone approaching, Lin Yan gave the girl a playful pat on her backside. Though she was reluctant, upon seeing the warning in his gaze, she pouted and reluctantly detached herself from him. The imposing gorilla regarded the two individuals, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his eyes, before he apologetically inquired, "Am I interrupting you?" The young girl remained silent, casting him a glance that almost seemed to inscribe the words, "You have indeed disturbed us," upon her visage. Lin Yan offered an apologetic smile in return and humbly replied, "Not at all. You are quite formidable. We merely secured our victory today through a stroke of luck." Lin Yan's words were not entirely disingenuous. He could discern that this team, both in terms of individual prowess and tactical acumen, surpassed their own by a considerable margin. Had the two athletes not been so prideful and had they heeded their captain's directives from the outset, it would have been exceedingly uncertain whether they could have emerged victorious. Observing the modest youth who had single-handedly dismantled their efforts, the towering captain smiled slightly and remarked, "In sports, there are no hypotheticals. The outcome is that you won, which attests to your strength." He continued, "However, I did not approach you to discuss this. Rather, I have an important matter to convey to both of you." At this statement, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan exchanged bewildered glances. The captain, eschewing any pretense, straightforwardly articulated his message. "Have you two forgotten that you once joined a club? It is understandable, considering that since the start of the semester, you have not participated in any club activities after joining the group. As the president of the club, I am here to inform you that in mid-December, we will be attending a major event hosted at the Expo Center in Zhanghai City. Your attendance is mandatory, otherwise, you will forfeit your club credits for this semester." As the captain elaborated, Lin Yan gradually emerged from his state of confusion. By the end, he gazed at the seemingly partially evolved gorilla before him with sheer astonishment, exclaiming, "What? You mean to tell me you are the president of the Hanfu Club?" In truth, had it not been for this individual's reminder, both Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan would have indeed forgotten their prior enrollment in the Hanfu Club. However, more astonishing than the fact of their membership was the revelation that the club president was such a towering figure. After some conversation, Lin Yan finally learned this individual's name, which, much like his role as president, was incongruously grandiose: Huang Fuxian. The confirmation of his identity shattered Lin Yan's preconceived image of a gentle and refined club president. Huang Fuxian did not linger with unnecessary chatter. He simply informed them of the upcoming club activities before taking his leave. As he had mentioned, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan had indeed gone completely dormant after joining the Hanfu Club. In fact, over the past 2 months, the Hanfu Club had organized several activities. However, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan consistently disregarded the phrase "participation is not mandatory" whenever they encountered it in event notifications. Yet, at Zhanghai University, participation in clubs ultimately carried evaluative responsibilities, as involvement in these organizations could earn academic credits. If one failed to attend any events throughout the semester, it would be challenging for the club to justify granting credits. The large event in mid-December was, in fact, a compulsory club activity. It was a fixed occasion to which Zhanghai City extended an invitation to Zhanghai University annually, the city's grandest comic convention. Every December, clubs such as the Hanfu Society and the Animation Society at Zhanghai University received official invitations. Upon being informed by Huang Fuxian, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan readily agreed, assuring that they would certainly attend the event. After conversing with Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, Huang Fuxian departed with his team. Following a brief ceremony with the university leadership, during which they received a trophy and took photographs, Lin Yan and his fellow team members were finally able to leave. However, as Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan departed, a pair of beautiful eyes remained fixed upon their retreating figures. Upon witnessing the kiss shared between Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan, Qin Yuxuan, present at the scene, felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Although she had seen photographs of their kisses before, the reality before her was undeniably different. Particularly, seeing Lin Yan stand up for Bai Luoyan, exerting all his strength to defeat his adversary, left her with an unsettling feeling. In the past, she was the one whom Lin Yan protected so fiercely, yet now, the person he cherished was no longer her. She had inadvertently lost the one who once gazed at her with such adoration. People often say that it is enough to have witnessed a flower bloom, regardless of where it ultimately falls. However, she had once basked in the beauty of flowers blooming in her own garden. How could she resign herself to see them wither away to another? Fortunately, fate granted her a second chance, and this time, she vowed not to repeat her mistakes. Reflecting on the conversation she had just had with Huang Fuxian, she murmured to herself, the comic convention, the Hanfu Society. It appears to be a rare opportunity. As she spoke, memories of the precious items she had painstakingly retrieved from Lin Yan's dormitory surfaced, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her mind consumed with the desire to return and inhale Lin Yan's essence. Meanwhile, after leaving the gymnasium, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan made their way directly to the school gate. It was a Friday afternoon, with no classes scheduled for the weekend. Ever since Lin Yan had been drugged, rather, since their relationship had progressed to a new level, they had tacitly agreed to designate each weekend for their visits to the villa. Moreover, remaining on campus always made them feel the uncomfortable sensation of Qin Yuxuan's covert observations. Once they entered the luxury car that had been waiting at the school gate, they began to discuss the upcoming comic convention in December. How about we check out the Hanfu tomorrow? The young girl sat cross-legged on the seat, proposing to Lin Yan, who was driving. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his disapproval as he remarked, I can't shake the feeling that the ones we've purchased are rather unappealing. Moreover, I have little desire to don those seemingly refined Hanfu garments. Otherwise, if everyone wears such attire, it would become rather tedious. The girl, perceptive to the underlying implication of his words, gazed at him with sparkling eyes and inquired, So, are you suggesting that you wish to craft your own set of Hanfu? The boy remained silent, merely nodding in response. Upon witnessing his assent, the girl's eyes glimmered, as if reminiscing about a fond memory. And a warm smile graced her lips as she said, I still recall that during our previous life, you personally crafted the garments for both me and Shangwan Wanyu. At this remark, Lin Yan's eyes also flickered with a hint of nostalgia, and he chuckled softly. He understood that the girl was referring to the time they initially sought refuge in the mountains to escape the chaos of war. In the beginning, for their safety, Lin Yan led the two young girls deep into the mountains, severing all ties with the outside world. They were at their most vulnerable, and any reckless appearance could easily attract the attention and pursuit of ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, during that first year, the three of them lived almost like savages. However, Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu, being girls, could not truly subsist on mere scraps of cloth as their only attire. Consequently, when Lin Yan hunted wild game in the mountains, he would retain a portion for their sustenance, but would venture alone to the nearby town to sell the surplus. With the money earned from selling the game, he would procure essential supplies and fabrics. With their limited financial resources, hiring a seamstress was simply out of the question. Hence, after traversing through 9 lifetimes, Lin Yan picked up scissors and a needle for the first time. Heaven bore witness. Through these numerous simulations, he had indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge. Yet he had never intended to learn sewing. Nevertheless, driven by necessity, he persevered with determination. That evening, the two young girls gazed at the garments in Lin Yan's hands, which resembled rags fit for a beggar, and fell into deep contemplation. They exchanged glances and unanimously reached a conclusion. This precious fabric had been squandered by Lin Yan. Ultimately, however, those 2 pieces of ragged cloth served their purpose. Shangwan Wanyu promptly cut the garments apart, transforming them into a multitude of rags and towels. When Lin Yan procured more fabric, Shangwan Wanyu helplessly recounted her pitifully scant experience in needlework to him. After all, among the 3, she was the only one who had ever dabbled in women's handiwork, but her youthful age meant that her knowledge was woefully limited. Thus, after several days of earnest effort, the trio finally managed to produce a few items that could barely be deemed clothing. Chapter 152. I wish to wear what you crafted for me, however. Lin Yan himself had not anticipated that this initial endeavor would unlock a new realm for him. Perhaps it was a trace of defiance inherent in his nature. Or perhaps he had discovered a newfound joy within this craft. From that moment on, he displayed a certain enthusiasm for the profession of tailoring, frequently purchasing fabric to create garments for the 2 little ones. Gradually, his creations evolved from abstract designs to practical attire. This fascination endured until the latter part of his previous life. In truth, prior to Bai Luoyan's ascension, the exquisite white robe he donned was crafted by his own hands. Even now, Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu's wardrobes still contained several pieces that Lin Yan had lovingly made for them. Yet, for these 2 women, those seemingly simple garments had become their most treasured possessions, seldom worn in public. Reflecting upon the events of his past life, a gentle warmth flickered in by Lin Yan's eyes. At that moment, Lin Yan had parked the car in the villa's garage. As he turned off the ignition, the young girl swiftly moved from the passenger seat to settle in his lap. Lin Yan did not refuse her. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her and, with a resigned expression, said, "Could you not be so hasty? At least let us go inside first. The space here is rather confined." Noticing that the young man's thoughts had taken a rather inappropriate turn, the girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Clenching her small fist, she playfully tapped his chest and exclaimed, "What on earth are you thinking? Do you truly envision me in such a debauched manner?" "Ah, right. So that medicine was indeed from a dog? And the 2 days of infatuation were merely figments of my imagination, were they?" Although Lin Yan remained silent, the girl discerned his inner thoughts through his gaze. In a fit of indignation, she opened her cherry-red lips and playfully bit down near his collarbone, mumbling, "You're such a nuisance." Lin Yan rolled his eyes at her antics, but did not attempt to deter her. It was not until she left a small pool of saliva on his collarbone that he gently took her by the arms and pushed her away, expressing his distaste. "Are you a dog? Biting is one thing, but leaving saliva is quite another." The girl would never truly bite him. Her intention had merely been to feign a playful nibble. However, inhaling the atmosphere around him, she couldn't help but shed a few tears of frustration. Upon hearing his rebuke, she shyly used her sleeve to wipe away the moisture she had left on him. Then, with practiced ease, she looped her arms around his neck, puffed out her cheeks, and declared, "Let me tell you, I am quite upset." Lin Yan was left bewildered, pondering, "So, are all young girls in love somewhat mentally unstable? This emotional fluctuation is utterly perplexing. What have I done now to provoke your ire?" Observing the young boy's bewildered expression, the girl extended her index finger and playfully tapped his chest, continuing, "Why did you exert yourself so fervently during the afternoon competition? Do you relish seeking the spotlight? You didn't notice the way those girls were gazing at you, their eyes practically sparkling, especially Qin Yuxuan, who looked at you as if she wished to devour you whole." Although Lin Yan's performance in the afternoon stirred her heart, it also instilled a sense of threat within her. Particularly when she caught sight of the way Qin Yuxuan gazed at Lin Yan, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over her. She was certain that had she not rushed to Lin Yan first, that woman would have found a way to seize the opportunity to take advantage of her man. The mere thought of her partner being coveted by so many women left her feeling quite unsettled. However, Lin Yan, upon hearing her words, wore an expression of bewildered amusement. He gently grasped the girl's cheeks, pulling them apart, and chuckled, "Have you forgotten for whom I exerted myself so? Was it not to vindicate you? Now you're blaming me?" The girl paused momentarily, then employed the classic tactic every girlfriend resorts to. "I don't care, you're wrong anyway. All right. Next time. I shall do nothing at all, like a lazy fish, shall I? That won't do. I enjoy seeing you shine. Besides, I've been bullied. And you still dare to be lazy? Fine." Lin Yan conceded, realizing he had lost the argument as he attempted to reason with her. Sighing, he held her chin and gazed intently into her eyes, asking, "What is it that you hope to achieve with such unreasonable antics?" Seeing her intentions laid bare, the girl grinned mischievously and leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "For next month's Hanfu event, I wish to wear an outfit crafted by your own hands." Pouting slightly, she added with a hint of grievance, "We've been together for so long, yet you have never gifted me anything. You weren't like this before." "All right, enough. I shall make it for you," he replied. However, Lin Yan felt a pang of guilt at Bai Luoyan's complaints. Since their reunion, he had grown accustomed to accepting the girl's kindness, seemingly oblivious to the need to reciprocate with gifts. With this thought, he opened the car door and effortlessly lifted the girl into his arms, declaring, "Since that's settled, let us not waste any more time. Hurry and finish your meal, and I'll assist you in the design." He then carried her into the villa, where the refrigerator was stocked as usual with prepared ingredients. Lin Yan quickly whipped up a few simple dishes, and they began to eat. It seemed as if it were a ritual every weekend. Bai Luoyan would insist on Lin Yan cooking for them. To her, Lin Yan's home-cooked meals were far more delectable than those prepared by chefs in five-star hotels. After dining, Lin Yan took out paper and pen, beginning to sketch in front of Bai Luoyan. Fortunately, among the rewards granted by the system, fashion design was included. Soon, several sets of elegant, yet fashionable Hanfu appeared on the paper before him. Lin Yan scrutinized the designs for quite some time. yet his furrowed brow indicated a sense of dissatisfaction. Bai Luoyan leaned in for a closer look and genuinely praised. Wow, these designs are stunning. Are these for me? Lin Yan nodded initially, then shook his head slightly, replying, yes, but I feel something is missing. The style could be further refined. With that, he disregarded her and picked up another sheet of white paper to continue his drawings. Bai Luoyan remained silent, resting her chin on her hands, quietly watching the young man engrossed in his creative endeavor. For a moment, the only sound in the living room was the gentle scratch of the pen against the paper. To Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan's focused demeanor, dedicated to her, resembled a masterful painting, captivating her gaze to the point where she felt she could watch him all night without growing weary. Chapter 153. The Hanfu Boutique. The weather in Shanghai City had been rather dismal lately, with several consecutive days of overcast and rainy skies. The persistent drizzle, coupled with the chill of winter, made one yearn to stay indoors, devoid of any desire to venture outside. For university students, who rarely enjoyed weekends, it was the perfect time to lie in bed, listening to the sound of raindrops and indulging in sleep. Unfortunately, Lin Yan had no such luxury today. He had been immersed in his drawings until the early hours of the morning, finally finalizing the designs for both himself and Bai Luoyan. As he admired his sketches, he realized that it had grown quite late. Glancing over, he noticed that the young woman beside him had unknowingly fallen asleep with her head resting on the table. A gentle smile crossed his face as he set down his designs, carefully lifted her, and carried her toward the bedroom. Sensing something in her slumber, the girl instinctively wrapped her arms around him, nuzzling her head into his embrace. After finding a comfortable position, she settled in without further movement. Lin Yan chose not to wake her. Instead, he held her close as they lay together on the bed, drifting into sleep. The following morning, after preparing breakfast, he waited for the girl to slowly awaken, her eyes still hazy with sleep. Noticing Lin Yan dressed in formal attire, she rubbed her eyes and sleepily inquired, "Darling, where are you off to?" Lin Yan placed breakfast before her and gently patted her head, saying, "Have you forgotten? Didn't we agree that I would personally design a set of Hanfu for you?" This morning, I had already contacted a clothing store and was preparing to visit shortly to examine the fabrics. If they are suitable, I plan to commence production today. The young girl glanced out at the gentle rain, closed her eyes, and whimsically said while clinging to Lin Yan's arm, "Isn't there still a month left? There's no need to rush. It's so cold today. Why not accompany me for a little longer? Just a short while." Lin Yan, with a playful poke on her forehead, chuckled helplessly and replied, "You speak as if we don't have classes." Although it's said to be a month, in reality, there are only 4 weekends, leaving me merely 8 days. With such limited time, I am concerned about not finishing in time. Now, being a grown-up, you shouldn't linger in bed. Let us get up and have breakfast, otherwise, it will get cold. If you don't wish to go, you can wait for my return at home. "No, I want to go," came the girl's protest as soon as Lin Yan finished speaking. She finally opened her eyes, released Lin Yan's arm, and headed towards the bathroom to freshen up. After they had breakfast and were ready to head out, the rain continued to fall softly outside. They took an umbrella and, after reaching the underground garage, drove away. While preparing breakfast, Lin Yan had already selected a professional Hanfu store in Shanghai City. The most crucial aspect was that this store offered custom services, indicating they possessed their own workshop, perfectly aligning with Lin Yan's desire to create Hanfu himself. Soon, they arrived in front of the store. Observing the luxury vehicle parked outside, many passers-by halted to gaze at them. Lin Yan had gradually grown accustomed to such attention. He had previously expressed his frustrations to Bai Luoyan, suggesting they opt for more modest vehicles to avoid drawing so much attention. However, after much deliberation, he realized that this Maybach was, in fact, the most unassuming car in the girlesque garage. Calmly meeting the stares of the crowd, Lin Yan opened the umbrella and stepped out of the car. He slowly approached the passenger side and personally opened the door for the girl, tilting the umbrella towards her. He extended his hand towards her in a gentlemanly manner. As the gentle rain kissed the edge of the umbrella, his gaze remained solely on her. Bai Luoyan naturally took his hand and stepped out of the vehicle, catching sight of the damp spot on his lower back from the rain. She pouted in displeasure and leaned into him. She gently pushed against his hand, holding the umbrella. Noticing the pain in her eyes, Lin Yan said little, merely wrapping his arms around her as they walked into the clothing store. With a soft jingle, the bell above the door chimed as it swung open. A middle-aged woman, presumably the owner, looked up at the entrance in response. Upon the entrance of the two individuals, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a loving couple they were. Bai Luoyan's exquisite beauty requires no elaboration. Even women, upon first encountering her, are often left in awe by her striking allure. Her beauty possesses an almost aggressive quality, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all, irrespective of gender. As for Lin Yan, the moment he stepped in, she noticed the intensity of the youth's gaze. His eyes were steadfastly fixed upon the girl beside him, brimming with affection. Over the years, she had encountered numerous couples, yet witnessing such devotion from such a young pair was a rarity. Furthermore, she observed their opulent attire and thought to herself that business had arrived, prompting her to approach them immediately. With a polite smile directed at Lin Yan, she began her pitch. Greetings. Are you here to purchase Hanfu? We boast the finest Hanfu shop in Jianghai City, featuring this year's most exquisite styles. Of course, if they do not meet your satisfaction, we also offer customization options. Should you require it, we can design exclusive styles tailored specifically for you. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yan glanced around and confirmed that the styles indeed appeared impressive, aligning well with contemporary tastes. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested in these new designs. However, after merely a cursory look, he turned to the shop owner politely and remarked, "It seems you have your own workshop and skilled tailors, correct? Is the workshop located behind the shop?" The shop owner, mistakenly believing he was inquiring about custom Hanfu, eagerly nodded, "Yes, it is just behind here. You're welcome to take a look. By the way, would you like me to find a designer to assist you with your style?" Lin Yan gently shook his head and replied, "No, that's not necessary. I have the design sketches with me." He then presented the design he had crafted the previous night. As the shop owner accepted the sketches and glanced at them, she was instantly captivated. Her fingers traced the intricate details of the design, and she muttered, "This design. Wow, it is quite refined. Is this detail inspired by traditional craftsmanship?" And it's clear that the owner of this design is also an ardent admirer of Hanfu. Her keen eye quickly discerned the quality of the sketches, and like an enthusiastic aficionado, she fixated on the drawings before her. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice broke through again. "Excuse me, do you have any metallic materials, such as iron pieces?" The shop owner was taken aback. Chapter 154, Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus? Upon hearing that Lin Yan wished to create his own garments, the Hanfu shop owner initially attempted to dissuade him. However, when Lin Yan assured her that he would cover all costs at 3 times the standard rate for custom work, she promptly silenced her objections. After all, if the garments ended up flawed, it would not be her concern. Driven by curiosity, she followed Lin Yan for a while, observing the process of his craftsmanship. After half an hour, she enthusiastically grasped Lin Yan's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she inquired if he would be interested in taking on a part-time role as a tailor in the future. For the subsequent 2 weekends, Lin Yan immersed himself in the world of Hanfu creation, reveling in the joy of his craft. Initially, Bai Luoyan sat beside him, captivated by the artistry of his work. But after 2 days, she began to feel a twinge of regret. Wasn't this supposed to be a rare moment of intimacy shared between her and Lin Yan? Why had it transformed into his working hours? Had she inadvertently sabotaged their own date? Nevertheless, she remained steadfast, accompanying Lin Yan in the clothing store. The seasoned tailors working there had the good fortune to witness this young couple arriving each day, their affectionate glances towards one another evoking admiration for the beauty of love. Before they returned to their mundane lives, these 2 days could be considered the most innocent moments since Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan had met. After a long day of work, it was only natural that Bai Luoyan would insist on Lin Yan engaging in any strenuous activities in the evening. Thus, on Sunday, as she accompanied him back to school after his shift, she appeared somewhat melancholic. Lin Yan, aware of the reason behind her gloom, chose not to address it directly, but instead playfully patted her head. Following the customary routine of returning the downcast girl to her dormitory, Lin Yan returned to his own room. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a cup of milk tea neatly placed on his desk. Eyeing the drink with suspicion, he glanced back at his 3 roommates, warily questioning, "What are you up to?" His caution was understandable in a boys' dormitory. If a roommate suddenly offered you something, it was rarely out of kindness. Assisting with attendance was one thing, but it often came with a far greater demand than a mere cup of milk tea. Yet, this time, he was mistaken in his assumptions. Peering out Fu Yinjia sipped the pearls from his drink and reassured him, "Don't worry, that's Black Bean treating the whole dormitory, not just you." Black Bean? Treating everyone to milk tea? Had he hit the jackpot? To be frank, although He Chang's family was not particularly affluent, his generous nature was well known. Whether dining out or buying snacks, he never hesitated to share his portion to the best of his ability. However, Lin Yan recalled that He Chang never indulged in milk tea. What was different today? Soon, Yun Tianhua revealed the truth. The day before, on Saturday, Black Bean had taken Wenyuru out on a date and had officially confessed his feelings. "This is the delightful tea he treated us to after confirming our relationship." "Oh, how unexpected. Xiao Haidu, I didn't realize you possessed such courage." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan grinned mischievously and teased He Chang. In truth, since the competition at the sports meeting, He Chang and Wenyuru had tacitly acknowledged their relationship. However, there remained an invisible barrier between them. Although He Chang appeared to be honest and unassuming, he was, in essence, a person of considerable determination. Thus, he did not hesitate. Instead, he took the opportunity to invite Wenyuru out over the weekend and profess his feelings. As for Wenyuru, having had her eye on Haidu since the beginning of the semester, she naturally did not decline his advances, merely nodding shyly, and thus they seamlessly entered into a relationship. Feeling triumphant, He Chang thought it only fitting to share this news with his roommate. He knew Lin Yan typically spent weekends out with by Luoyan, only returning on Sunday. So he deliberately waited until tonight to buy milk tea to share with his roommate. Yet, in the face of Lin Yan's teasing, He Chang's smile appeared somewhat strained. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Yan inquired, "What is the matter? You've just confirmed your romantic relationship, yet you seem rather unhappy. You're not thinking of abandoning her already, are you?" He Chang shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with bitterness as he explained, "No, how could I?" It's just that he raked his fingers through his hair, looking conflicted as he continued, "I only found out yesterday. It turns out Wenyuru's grandfather and father are renowned calligraphers from Sichuan and Chongqing." At that moment, Yun Tianhua and Fu Yinjia, who had been engrossed in their phones, had already gathered around. The four of them in the dormitory had a general understanding of Wenyuru's family background, knowing it belonged to a long-standing lineage of scholars, though they lacked detailed information. Upon hearing He Chang's words, Fu Yinjia first paused, then, as if struck by a thought, encouragingly patted his shoulder and said, "You're not feeling inferior because her family background surpasses yours, are you? What era are we in? Why be so troubled? Besides, although you come from a rural background, you are now a distinguished student at Jianghai University. Her family surely wouldn't look down on you. I believe you will achieve great success after graduation." In contrast to Fu Yinjia's persistent encouragement, Yun Tianhua had gleaned another crucial piece of information from He Chang's earlier statement. Her grandfather and father are both calligraphy masters from Sichuan and Chongqing. Oh my goodness, are you saying Wenyuru hails from that region? The legendary land known for its fierce dragons? With Yun Tianhua's analysis, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Lin Yan observed He Chang, who nodded slightly, and with a reassuring smile said, "Do not be disheartened. Not every girl from Sichuan and Chongqing possesses the ferocity of a tyrannosaurus. Moreover, Wenyuru appears so gentle most of the time. Perhaps she is an exception, is she not?" He Chang, with a stiff expression, handed his phone to the others and began to speak. "Today, the teacher asked me to assist in moving some materials, and a girl from the adjacent class was also there. While moving, she lost her grip, and I kindly helped her, only to be seen by Wenyuru, who came looking for me. Shortly thereafter, she sent me a message that read, 'If I catch you touching another girl again, believe that I will break your hand.'" Chapter 155. Lin Yan's career blueprint. Upon reading the blatant threat on his phone, Lin Yan and the others were struck with a sense of disbelief. This was a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor they associated with Wenyuru. It appeared that certain traits, deeply embedded in one's lineage, were not so easily eradicated. However, her transformation seemed rather abrupt. How could it be that one day they confirmed their relationship, and the next, her true nature was laid bare? Yet, as friends, they felt it inappropriate to comment. Lin Yan could only silently pat He Chang on the shoulder before returning to his seat. Such matters were beyond his ability to influence. Nevertheless, the combination of a rugged man from the northwest paired with a ferocious girl from Sichuan and Chongqing sparked a peculiar sense of anticipation. In the subsequent weeks, Lin Yan found himself inexplicably engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Every weekend, he would venture to the Hanfu workshop to craft garments for himself and by Luo Yan. However, aside from the initial 2 days, he had made arrangements with the shop owner for something more. Following the owner's guidance, he transitioned to another location, leaving Bai Luo Yan completely in the dark about his endeavors. In truth, during this period, Bai Luo Yan began to experience regret. The weekends that were supposed to belong to them both had morphed into Lin Yan's working hours. Fortunately, they still returned to the villa every weekend evening. Except for the first week, when Lin Yan was too heartbroken to do anything, the young girl could not resist extending her affections towards him. For the young man, perhaps he found a certain enjoyment in this so-called torment. Additionally, Lin Yan remained busy at school. Beyond attending classes, he would return to his dormitory each day and immerse himself in his computer work. He had not forgotten the promise made to Bai Luo Yan. With his 20th birthday approaching, he aspired to establish his career before reaching that milestone, at the very least, to possess the means to stand alongside Bai Luo Yan. During this time, he was preoccupied with liquidating his previous investment projects. The proceeds from 2 music sales amounted to over 30 million. After more than 2 months of astute management, this sum has burgeoned to nearly 120 million, achieving an almost 4-fold increase within a mere 2 months. Such an accomplishment would place anyone among the ranks of elite traders. However, Lin Yan has recently resolved to liquidate his investments. His profound understanding of the stock market has led him to decisively withdraw after amassing sufficient capital. Despite his adeptness in leveraging his hacking skills to acquire information unknown to the average person, Lin Yan is acutely aware of the chasm that exists between him and the true financial titans. This disparity is not solely one of information, but also encompasses differences in capital and connections. The stock market remains a domain reserved for the select few. While one may occasionally profit through insight and luck, those who are insatiable will find it impossible to maintain consistent success. In finance, there are no perpetual victors. Those who thrive and flourish are typically the ones who exhibit rationality and know when to withdraw. With limited funds, Lin Yan could adeptly trail behind the financial magnates, reaping rewards. Yet, as his capital grew, his investments could no longer remain concealed from the scrutiny of the titans. Recently, he astutely perceived that someone had begun to track his movements within the market. This revelation served as a clear signal for Lin Yan to exit. Nevertheless, he did not act without strategy. Prior to his departure, he set a clever trap. As anticipated, his adversary soon fell into the snare, investing heavily. In a decisive move, Lin Yan executed a strategic withdrawal just as the stock price peaked, selling off all his shares. After liquidating his entire account, he promptly closed it. Gazing at the 12 billion in his bank account, even Lin Yan could not suppress a surge of exhilaration. Had he not encountered Bai Luo Yan, this 12 billion would have sufficed for a lifetime of indulgence according to his original life plan. With his extensive experience, Lin Yan understands that while money is a valuable asset, an excess can lead to complications. When an individual possesses wealth that far exceeds their reality, that money tends to dissipate in various ways. This notion is not merely an internet adage. It articulates a fundamental truth, as greed is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. To illustrate, consider this. In youth, one might find satisfaction in receiving a few coins as pocket money to purchase snacks from a nearby shop. Yet, upon entering university and gaining the opportunity to work part-time, desires inevitably evolve. As you gaze at the meager earnings from your part-time job, a sense of envy washes over you as you observe the white-collar workers in their offices, diligently toiling away. You dream of the day when you too can don a tailored suit, earning a salary sufficient to indulge in your daily escapades. Yet, upon transitioning into the realm of salaried employment, you find yourself lamenting over each paycheck, pondering when you will achieve financial independence. Greed, an intrinsic aspect of human nature, is not inherently negative. It is this very trait that propels humanity to strive for progress amidst dissatisfaction. However, for the average individual, unchecked greed often leads to self-destruction. When one is destitute, the desire is merely for a modest place to call home. Yet, upon attaining ownership of a property, aspirations expand towards larger and more luxurious abodes, yearning to upgrade from a simple apartment to a grand villa. Yet, when the villa is finally in one's possession, new desires inevitably emerge. Humans tend to overlook those who are less fortunate than themselves. They fixate instead on those who appear to lead more prosperous lives. Consequently, once wealth is acquired, many succumb to their insatiable greed, squandering their fortunes through extravagance and futile investments. Nonetheless, absolutes do not exist in this world. Some individuals manage to rein in their greed, such as Lin Yan. It may not be entirely accurate to say he has mastered control. Rather, one could suggest he has reached an age of understanding. Lin Yan is acutely aware of when to exercise restraint. Without Bai Lian's influence, he might have chosen to halt his savings at this juncture. However, the presence of a certain young woman has rekindled a rare ambition within him. He recognizes that while 1.2 billion is a formidable sum for the average person, to a wealthy family like the Bais, it is merely a string of inconsequential digits. As Lin Yan begins to strategize his next business venture in the capital city, a pale-faced youth sits before a computer screen, staring blankly at the data displayed before him. After a prolonged silence, a smile gradually creeps across his lips as he murmurs, "So they have designed me into this too? This fellow certainly knows how to withdraw decisively. How intriguing." Chapter 156. Investment company having distanced himself from the stock market. Lin Yan sets his sights on the next phase of his plan. Financial maneuvers are ultimately unsustainable. A single failure could result in devastating losses. For longevity, he seeks to invest in more tangible products, particularly a unicorn enterprise that has caught his attention. In Lin Yan's perspective, AI undoubtedly represents the most promising investment opportunity for the future. Coincidentally, Shanghai City boasts the nation's leading AI research and development firms, with nearly 70 of the country's AI technology companies choosing to establish their roots there. The company Lin Yan is interested in is one that has been in operation for less than 2 years. It is worth noting that Lin Yan's attention towards this particular company stemmed from the university's internal network of Shanghai University. As one of the nation's premier institutions, Shanghai University annually produces an abundance of elite talents across various fields. In recent years, the output of elite professionals in the realm of computer science has become a hallmark of the university. As previously mentioned, numerous companies specializing in artificial intelligence have established their presence in Shanghai City over the past few years. This trend has significantly stimulated the development of the computer science department at Shanghai University. Naturally, the university has not remained indifferent to this situation. It has recruited numerous prominent figures from the computer industry as consultant lecturers, and has invested heavily in the construction of dedicated teaching facilities and state-of-the-art equipment for computer science students, propelling the department to become one of the most sought-after in the country. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and consequently, top IT companies prioritize Shanghai University for their recruitment efforts each year, attracted by its esteemed faculty, advanced facilities, and favorable employment prospects. In this thriving environment, a remarkable number of talented individuals have emerged from Shanghai University in recent years. Lin Yan's intention to invest is focused on a senior who graduated from Shanghai University 2 years ago. The rationale behind this decision is quite straightforward. By chance, Lin Yan encountered an article written by this senior on the internal network prior to his graduation, discussing the future and applications of artificial intelligence. Lin Yan found himself in complete agreement with the article's vision and theoretical framework regarding AI's future. Although there were several imperfections concerning practical applications, Lin Yan perceived it as a commendable idea nonetheless. Consequently, he sought out the name of the senior who authored the piece and traced the developments in his life since graduation. Upon investigation, Lin Yan discovered that this senior was a notable figure during his time at Shanghai University. He represented the university in numerous national IT competitions, and in every competition he participated in, he secured first place without exception, graduating under the illustrious title of the rising star of the IT industry. This senior received invitations from various major companies even before completing his final year. Not only local enterprises in Shanghai City sought him out, but also industry giants like Tencent and Alibaba extended their invitations. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he accepted the offer from Tencent. Regrettably, after joining the company, this former IT prodigy seemingly faded into obscurity. No one is aware of the experiences he encountered within, only to know that he chose to resign 6 months later. Following his departure, he returned to Shanghai City and opted to establish his own company. However, 2 years have elapsed, and his venture has yet to show significant promise. With not a single product that he can truly call his own, Lin Yan discovered that throughout the past year, he had been tirelessly seeking investors for a new project his company was developing, hoping to secure substantial funding. Unfortunately, the amount of investment he required was exceedingly large, which deterred many potential investors. For an entire year, his research and development project remained stagnant due to a lack of financial support. This predicament presented Lin Yan with a prime opportunity. In fact, he had already acquired the project proposal through various channels. In his view, the large-scale AI development mentioned in the proposal was a promising venture. What was even more commendable was its potential to integrate seamlessly with real-world applications. Should it succeed, the AI developed could yield tangible benefits across diverse industries, saving costs that could be measured in billions. To him, this represented an excellent investment opportunity. However, the reason he had struggled to find suitable investors was due to certain inherent flaws in the proposal. Yet, Lin Yan regarded these flaws as minor issues. He had always been a man of action. Once he made a decision, he acted without hesitation, directly contacting the senior to express his willingness to invest and arranging a meeting time and place. Today, Wednesday afternoon, marked their scheduled appointment. With no classes, he had half a day of freedom. After enjoying lunch with Bai Luoyan, they parted ways at the school gate, each taking a different vehicle. Bai Luoyan, as the head of the Bai family, could not afford the luxury of merely focusing on her studies like a typical student. In fact, to facilitate her management of the Bai group, she had purchased an office building in Zhanghai City, establishing a branch there. Individuals in her position typically do not deal with an overwhelming amount of tedious work. After all, such a large enterprise employs numerous elites to handle various matters. Bai Luoyan spent considerable resources to support these individuals, and they were expected to demonstrate their value. Nevertheless, some critical decisions still required her personal attention. On weekends, to maximize her time with Lin Yan, she often delegated her responsibilities to Shangwan Wanyu. However, she could not entirely abandon her duties, so occasionally, on mornings or afternoons when she had no classes, she would seize the opportunity to leave school and return to the company. Thus, even though she wished to accompany Lin Yan for his inaugural investment experience, the backlog of work accumulated over the past few days compelled her to return to the office. Despite her absence, she entrusted one of her most reliable associates to stay by Lin Yan's side. At this moment, Lin Yan sat in the back seat, observing the earnest expression of the diligent Xiao Yu as she navigated the road ahead, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. Had he foreseen this situation, he would have preferred to take the subway himself. Lacking a vehicle of his own, he had initially intended to borrow one casually from Bai Luoyan for convenience. But little did he know she would send Xiao Yu to be his chauffeur. Chapter 157. Give me 10 minutes gazing at the focused figure of Shangwan Wanyu, who occupied the driver's seat. Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Shangwan Wanyu had become one of the girls he spent the most time with since arriving at Zhanghai University, second only to Bai Luoyan. However, her tendency to remain in the background rendered her presence nearly imperceptible during their daily interactions. Opportunities to engage with her alone, apart from Bai Luoyan, were exceedingly rare, which left Lin Yan uncertain about what to discuss. The vehicle was enveloped in an unusual silence. After a considerable pause, Lin Yan finally spoke. There's really no need for you to be my driver personally. I could manage driving myself. Shangwan Wanyu, still intently focused on the road, replied without turning her head. I requested this from Miss Bai. I thought, since it's your first commercial negotiation, perhaps I could offer some advice. Her words were sincere. In the upper echelons of the business world, the name of Yuzong from the Bai group was well known. It was common knowledge that she was the only person Bai Luoyan truly trusted, possessing influence within the Bai group akin to that of Bai Luoyan herself. In fact, since Bai Luoyan's arrival at Zhanghai University, it was often Shangwan Wanyu who handled the more challenging matters. To many, she appeared as decisive and cold as Bai Luoyan. Her judgments in business strategy had never faltered, displaying a calmness reminiscent of a well-oiled machine. Her repeated successes in the commercial arena underscored that Shangwan Wanyu was a rare business prodigy. Naturally, many had approached her privately with offers, enticed by her identity, status, and wealth, willing to meet any demands she might express. Yet, what baffled them was that regardless of the lavish terms they proposed, Shangwan Wanyu remained steadfastly loyal to Bai Luoyan. Who could have imagined that someone perceived as wielding significant power in the business realm would willingly assume the role of a first-year male student driver, genuinely wishing to extend advice and assistance for his modest investment? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lin Yan did not counter her. He understood that, although in his previous life he was regarded as the omnipotent Lin Taifu in their eyes, due to the system's arrangement, Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu had accrued 18 years more of life experience than he had. Indeed, his mind was filled with knowledge imparted by the system. Yet, as a great man once stated, only practice serves as the sole criterion for testing truth. He possesses a wealth of experiences accumulated over 9 lifetimes. However, these are all rooted in the context of a feudal society. When it comes to the venture of starting a company, he is undoubtedly a novice, a neophyte devoid of practical experience. Even though his mind brims with unparalleled knowledge that has not been tested in practice remains unreliable. In terms of commercial experience, he finds himself somewhat outmatched when compared to Xiaoyu. Thus, Lin Yan did not dismiss Xiaoyu's kind offer. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, "Very well, you may join us during the discussion. Listen to our deliberation and provide me with some suggestions afterward. I would like to know if there are areas where I might improve." Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Yan through the rearview mirror, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at their designated meeting place. Lin Yan chose not a restaurant, but rather a relatively secluded and tranquil cafe. After parking the car, Xiaoyu followed Lin Yan into the cafe. It was a Wednesday afternoon at 2:30, and the establishment was nearly devoid of customers. In a corner sat a man with thick black-rimmed glasses, visibly anxious. Lin Yan looked up and quickly recognized that this was indeed the individual he had come to meet, his senior who had graduated 2 years prior. He approached the table directly, remaining silent as he took a seat across from the man. With a courteous smile, he initiated the conversation. "Good afternoon, Mr. Pingqi. I am the person who expressed interest in investing during our phone call. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yan. By the way, I am currently a first-year student in the finance department at Zhanghai University. In other words, I am also your junior." As he spoke, Lin Yan instinctively scrutinized the man before him. This was the individual hailed as a genius, a graduate of Zhanghai University, Pingqi. His name, seemingly simple yet remarkably memorable, suited him well. His appearance matched Lin Yan's expectations of an IT professional, a checkered shirt, cargo pants, and casual sneakers. Beneath the heavy black-framed glasses lay eyes shadowed by dark circles, betraying a sense of exhaustion. Compared to the photos Lin Yan had seen on the campus network, Pingqi now bore a more fatigued visage, lacking the spirited confidence of yesteryear. Upon hearing Lin Yan's self-introduction, Pingqi appeared momentarily distracted. After several seconds, he slowly regained his focus, appraising Lin Yan from head to toe. Upon noticing Lin Yan's youthful countenance, he readily accepted the introduction. Then, with a wry smile, he shook his head and remarked, "Junior, you may be jesting a bit too boldly. You are merely a first-year student. From where would you procure the funds to invest? Never mind, as your senior, let today be my treat for a coffee." With that, he prepared to rise and leave. Lin Yan maintained a composed smile, leisurely addressing him. "Senior Pingqi, it seems that during your 6 months at the Goose Factory, you have yet to glean adequate lessons." Pingqi furrowed his brow, turning to Lin Yan with a somber tone. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yan extended his right hand in an inviting gesture, locking eyes with him as he continued. "What I mean is, you appear to place excessive emphasis on the superficial aspects of reality. Who says a freshman cannot possess the means to invest? And who decrees that a freshman is barred from embarking on their entrepreneurial journey? I have always cherished my time. Especially recently. I scarcely have moments to spare, even for dates with my girlfriend. I digress. In any case, my point is that I do not intend to squander time with you. I am earnest in my desire to meet with you today." Perhaps it was the sincerity reflected in Lin Yan's gaze that caused Pingqi, initially inclined to depart, to reconsider and take a seat once more. Observing this, Lin Yan retrieved a document from his backpack and placed it on the table. Upon closer inspection, Pingqi recognized it as the proposal he had prepared in search of investment. Lin Yan opened the first page of the proposal, addressing Pingqi, 10 minutes. Let us grant each other 10 minutes. If after 10 minutes you still wish to leave, I will not impede you. Chapter 158. 3 conditions. Lin Yan's gaze and tone possessed a peculiar allure, compelling Pingqi to subconsciously reclaim his seat. At that moment, Ping-Chi seemed to be persuading himself, comforting his thoughts. I've come this far. It's merely 10 minutes. With Ping-Chi seated once more, Lin Yan refrained from further small talk and began to expound upon his insights from the proposal. As Lin Yan's voice filled the air, Ping-Chi's expression gradually transformed from disdain to seriousness. Unbeknownst to him, he became engrossed in Lin Yan's explanation, his astonishment intensifying. Through Lin Yan's analysis, he genuinely sensed that this young man understood him. Lin Yan's grasp of the project he was developing surpassed that of an ordinary investor. It was as if the young man knew him better than he knew himself. Some insights Lin Yan articulated were perspectives he had never considered, yet they pierced through to the heart of the matter. Thus, within the cadence of Lin Yan's voice, Ping-Chi forgot all about the notion of 10 minutes. Lin Yan continued unabated, speaking for nearly half an hour before finally reaching a conclusion. Senior Ping-Chi, as I have just analyzed, your AI research and development project indeed holds great promise. Unlike current mainstream AI initiatives, I wholeheartedly agree with your vision of applying AI across broader domains. However, your proposal still bears a significant flaw. At this moment, Lin Yan turned to the last page of the document. Pointing to the sections detailing the research and development timeline and funding allocation, he remarked, I must say, Senior Ping-Chi, you are an exceptional technician, but not a competent businessman. The sarcasm in Lin Yan's words was unmistakable, and upon hearing this, the fascination that had adorned Ping-Chi's face instantly vanished, replaced by a grim expression as he looked at Lin Yan and asked, What do you mean, Junior Lin? Unperturbed, Lin Yan took a sip of the coffee that Xiao Yu had just ordered for him, and then, with an air of calmness, continued, Senior Ping-Chi, are you not curious as to why, after a full year of searching, no one is willing to invest in you? Clearly, the project you are researching holds infinite potential, and one would expect that many would recognize its promise. Reflecting on the numerous setbacks he had faced over the year, Ping-Chi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lowered his head and softly defended himself. I understand. It is because the investment I require is too substantial. You are mistaken. That is not the fundamental reason, Lin Yan interjected without hesitation. As long as the project's return on investment is sufficiently high, businessmen will not hesitate to allocate their funds. The issue is that while you possess technical knowledge, you lack an understanding of the market. At this point, Lin Yan held up the development timeline from the proposal and addressed him. Which businessman would invest in a project with a development cycle extending 2 years, during which there is no return whatsoever? Furthermore, even if the project succeeds after 2 years, you cannot guarantee what range the market return might reach. Senior Ping-Chi, you are not seeking investors. You are searching for philanthropists who will fulfill your dreams. Do you think you are engaged in some secret national project that requires prolonged seclusion before achieving a stunning breakthrough? For businessmen, they prioritize profit, not the illusions you craft for them. Do you understand what I am saying? Ping-Chi was an exceptionally intelligent individual. Otherwise, he would not have been heralded as a future leader in the field of computer science. However, high intelligence does not equate to emotional intelligence. In fact, had it not been for Lin Yan's candidness today, he would have remained oblivious as to why, throughout the year, investors expressed admiration upon hearing about his project, but ultimately refrained from investing. Nevertheless, he discerned some underlying meaning in Lin Yan's words. After a brief moment of despondency, he suddenly lifted his gaze to Lin Yan, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and inquired, But you are still willing to invest in my project, aren't you? He was indeed a clever man. It was just that no one had previously been as forthright as Lin Yan in illuminating the facts before him. However, he quickly realized that Lin Yan's willingness to speak so openly indicated a genuine intent to invest. As Lin Yan gazed at the eagerly expectant Ping-Chi, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then looked at him and replied, Of course. As I mentioned, my time is quite limited. Since I am here today, it is only natural that I hope to successfully negotiate this investment. However, regarding the investment, I must present 3 conditions. Slowly, Lin Yan extended his index finger before articulating the first condition. You initially sought an investment of 80 million, offering 45 equity in your company. Yet, I am aware that 80 million is merely the minimum funding required for your research and development. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, that amount may prove insufficient. Therefore, I am willing to invest 100 million. However, I would require 55 equity in return. Upon hearing Lin Yan's stipulation, Ping-Chi did not respond immediately, but instead found himself caught in a dilemma. He was acutely aware of the distinction between 45 and 55. In simple terms, the former would allow him to retain his position as the owner, while the latter would equate to relinquishing control of his company, transforming him from an owner into a senior employee. Observing the turmoil on Ping Qi's face, Lin Yan refrained from pressuring him further. Instead, he extended his second finger and gently stated, "Let me present all three conditions at once. You may consider them collectively before responding. The second condition pertains to the company's subsequent marketing efforts, which I will oversee entirely, including the management of the internal structure and external business connections. In return, I can assure you that I will not interfere with the research department, which will remain under your purview. I will merely provide reasonable suggestions and requirements based on market demands." Without pausing, Lin Yan extended his third finger and articulated the final condition. "Lastly, I hope you can adjust the overall timeline for the research and development process. To clarify, I do not wish to shorten your development time, but rather I hope you can divide the 2-year R&D period into 3 phases, 6 months, another 6 months, and 1 year. I expect you to produce a prototype within the first 6 months for market introduction. This approach will not only generate revenue for the company, but also allow for adjustments in future research directions based on market feedback." After articulating his conditions, Lin Yan ceased to speak further, taking a sip of the coffee before him as he awaited Ping Qi's response, his expression devoid of any urgency. Meanwhile, Ping Qi's countenance shifted through various shades, clearly grappling with an immense internal struggle. His expression was a complex tapestry of reluctance, hesitation, and turmoil. Ultimately, however, all emotions coalesced into tranquility. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Lin Yan and, in a weary tone, uttered, I accept your conditions." Chapter 159. I am merely manager Lin's driver. Lin Yan felt no surprise at Ping Qi's response. From the very beginning, he had been aware that Ping Qi harbored no inclination to reject his proposal. Prior to their meeting, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Ping Qi's current circumstances. Throughout this year, having sought investments in vain, he found himself in a dire predicament. Establishing a company is far from a simple endeavor. Prior to embarking on this venture, the average individual cannot fathom the substantial financial outlay required. The costs associated with securing office space, furnishing it, and paying salaries, among numerous other expenses, render the process of starting a business akin to childbirth. Only through first-hand experience can one truly comprehend the myriad unforeseen expenditures that arise. Over the past 2 years, Ping Qi has exhausted all his savings accumulated from previous employment. In a desperate bid to sustain the company, he has even resorted to borrowing from banks over the past 6 months to cover daily operational costs. It is fair to say that without accepting Lin Yan's investment, the likelihood of his company surviving into the following month is slim, potentially facing dissolution. Thus, for Ping Qi, the reality is that he has little choice. However, it is precisely due to his knowledge of Ping Qi's situation that Lin Yan has formed a multidimensional understanding of him. He is a person imbued with dreams and idealism. If his sole motivation were monetary gain, he could undoubtedly earn a salary unattainable by most in a large corporation, considering that he ranks among the top tier of technical talent in the country. Yet, he chose to forsake a lucrative salary to pursue his own illusory ideals. Society is not lacking in individuals like him, and it is precisely such individuals who give rise to groundbreaking enterprises. For instance, the pioneering e-commerce platform of a certain cloud service and the entrepreneurial spirit embodied by Chang Gu from Zhongwankan are testament to this phenomenon. Typically, it is those with such tenacity who create remarkable enterprises. Naturally, only a select few manage to rise above and achieve true success, while many falter on their path for various reasons. Lin Yan believes he will be the X factor that propels Ping Qi toward success. Thus, he is confident that Ping Qi will ultimately acquiesce to his demands. Finishing his coffee, Lin Yan extended his right hand toward Ping Qi and remarked, "A commendable decision. Trust me, your future self will not regret today's choice." Observing Lin Yan's outstretched hand, Ping Qi, with a complex expression, reached out to grasp it. Despite the sincerity of the smile on the younger man's face, he could not shake the feeling of having sold himself. "Don't wear such a forlorn expression. I understand your aspirations, beyond mere financial gain. What you truly desire is to create a project that aligns with your ideals. Otherwise, you would not have departed from a company like the Goose Factory." Trust me, through our collaboration, we can realize both your dreams and financial ambitions. Now that we have established a mutual intention to collaborate, let us not squander any more time. Let us proceed to sign the contract. As Lin Yan spoke, Xiaoyu produced a contract and placed it on the table before them. Pinky's brows twitched as he meticulously opened the contract before him for examination. After a while, he gazed at Lin Yan with a complex expression and remarked, "It seems you've already made up your mind about me before coming here, having even prepared the investment-related documents in advance." Lin Yan replied with a faint smile, "As I mentioned, I dislike wasting time." Without hesitation, Pinky decisively picked up a pen and inscribed his name on the document. Once he had finished signing, the ever-efficient Xiaoyu promptly extended her hand to collect the contract. Such professionalism is a hallmark of a truly exceptional secretary. Very well, the relevant subsequent documents will be delivered to your company for coordination. As for the 100 million in investment funds, I shall allocate them to the company account in stages, according to the 3 phases outlined in the contract. The first tranche of 30 million will be transferred this week. Upon hearing this, Pinky finally exhaled a sigh of relief. For him, the timing of the funds was of utmost importance. With this significant concern alleviated, he then noticed Shangwan Wanyu beside Lin Yan. In truth, given Xiaoyu's striking appearance, few could overlook her presence if she chose to step out from the shadows. Her delicate beauty, coupled with an air of aloofness, left an indelible impression. Pinky curiously observed Shangwan Wanyu, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, "By the way, who might this be?" Taken aback by the question, Lin Yan hesitated, unsure of how to introduce Shangwan Wanyu. Should he refer to her as a secretary? He suspected both Xiaoyu and Bai Luoyan would not mind, yet he felt it might be inappropriate. Calling her a friend? That seemed more acceptable, though Xiaoyu's demeanor did not quite resemble that of a typical friend. Fortunately, before Lin Yan could ponder further, Xiaoyu preemptively introduced herself. "Hello, I am Lin's driver. You may call me Xiaoyu." Lin Yan did not anticipate her response, falling into silence instead. Well, if she claims to be a driver, so be it. Pinky, however, scrutinized Shangwan Wanyu with a hint of suspicion, as if recalling something. He regarded Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression and cautiously remarked, Lin, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen you in a financial magazine before." Lin Yan felt a jolt of alarm, while Xiaoyu maintained her calm demeanor and replied, "You must be joking. I am merely a humble driver for Mr. Lin." "You must be mistaken, Mr. Ping." Hearing her words, a flicker of confusion crossed Pinky's eyes. Could it be that he truly misremembered? Nevertheless, he soon cast aside his curiosity, focusing instead on the respectful figure of Shangwan Wanyu standing beside Lin Yan, and couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur that wealth could afford. Such an extraordinary beauty turned out to be merely an ordinary driver. It was evident that Lin Yan's insight and financial prowess led Ping Qi to envision him as a young, affluent heir to a financial empire. Yet, little did he realize that just a few months prior, Lin Yan was nothing more than an utterly commonplace youth. Subsequently, Lin Yan engaged Ping Qi in a discussion about several intricacies regarding the company's development. After conversing for nearly an hour, Ping Qi gazed after Lin Yan with a lingering sense of intrigue as he departed. In that moment, he began to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Yan's earlier assertion that he was not a competent businessman. Compared to Lin Yan, he felt as naive in business as a mere novice. Chapter 160. The prejudices in one's heart are more than just mountains. On the way back to school, it was still Shangwan Wanyu serving as the driver, with Lin Yan seated in the back. Lin Yan glanced at Shangwan Wanyu through the rearview mirror, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "You needn't do this. This is not the previous life, and you are not anyone's servant." Shangwan Wanyu met Lin Yan's gaze through the mirror, calmly interrupting, "Young master, I understand. However, this is what I wish to do. No one is forcing me. I am fully aware that this is my own choice." Lin Yan sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. In truth, during his time with Bai Luoyan, he had broached the subject of Shangwan Wanyu. This was not a feudal society, and he felt it was inappropriate to always have Shangwan Wanyu remain by their side like a maid. If possible, he genuinely wished for her to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. However, Bai Luoyan expressed her helplessness, stating that she had indeed advised Wanyu, but the latter remained steadfast in her convictions. She could not simply force Wanyu away, especially after 2 lifetimes. Both young women had long grown accustomed to their shared existence. Recognizing that he could not persuade Wanyu, Lin Yan shifted the topic. By the way, Yuzong, how do you think I performed today? Upon hearing Lin Yan's teasing address, a rare smile graced Shangwan Wanyu's face. She then sincerely praised him. Young master, you performed exceptionally well today. It is only fitting for you. You did not exhibit the demeanor of a novice in your first business negotiation, but rather that of a seasoned merchant. The rhythm of our conversation was entirely within your control. In response to Wanyu's compliments, Lin Yan modestly remarked, "It's not as exaggerated as you say." However, the slight upward curve of his lips and the excitement in his expression suggested that he was eager for further praise. Once the conversation had commenced, the atmosphere within the car lightened considerably. They began to chat, predominantly with Lin Yan posing questions and Wanyu providing answers. It was inevitable, for Lin Yan's life during the previous 18 years had not offered much of substance to discuss. The discourse predominantly revolves around the experiences of Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu over the years. Whenever Lin Yan inquired about her past during their time together, the young woman would merely gloss over her experiences without elaboration. It was only through Shangwan Wanyu that Lin Yan learned of Bai Luoyan's struggles throughout those years. Despite having the support of the esteemed Bai patriarch in her own commendable efforts, Bai Luoyan, being a woman, remained a potential vulnerability concerning the future of the Bai group. Given the current circumstances, the so-called future heir of the Bai family may very well not bear the surname Bai. Although Bai Luoyan had purged many unscrupulous relatives upon assuming leadership, it is impossible to eradicate all familial ties completely. A conglomerate like the Bai group, which has been inherited through several generations, cannot consist solely of the direct lineage. A vast commercial empire requires branches to embellish its structure, as it is unfeasible for Bai Luoyan to manage everything single-handedly. Even Qin Yuxuan, who previously achieved remarkable success, merely ousted her father and brother from the board after secretly accumulating shares, without completely eliminating other branches of her family. She understood that to prevent the Qin family from descending from its prestigious status, she needed the support of these individuals. In fact, in recent years, several distant relatives of the Bai family have harbored ulterior motives, with some within the group suggesting the selection of a male scion from the Bai offspring to join the company. The intent behind this is quite evident, particularly after Bai Luoyan insisted on attending Zhanghai University against the opposition of many. It provided ample pretext for others to attempt to diminish her position within the Bai family. Fortunately, Bai Luoyan had secured a firm grip on her shares, maintaining absolute control over her voice, which allowed her to pursue her studies at Zhanghai University while searching for Lin Yan, despite the numerous criticisms. However, she could not afford to overstep. She needed to demonstrate her ability to balance academic pursuits with corporate responsibilities. This explains why, despite her reluctance, Bai Luoyan still allocated time to attend to company matters. Through Xiao Yu's recounting, Lin Yan finally grasped the reason behind the young woman's recent busyness. At this point, they arrived back at the school. As Lin Yan alighted from the vehicle at the school gate, Shangwan Wanyu did not follow. She had to go find Bai Luoyan to escort her back. Before departing, Lin Yan pondered for a few seconds and could only muster a remark encouraging her and Bai Luoyan not to overexert themselves. After Xiaoyu left, Lin Yan stood at the school entrance, feeling somewhat helpless. Was his pace still too slow? The powerlessness of watching his beloved busy while being unable to assist her stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Thus, Lin Yan found himself contemplating a renewed acceleration of his upcoming career plans. However, he had already exhausted all possible actions at this stage and could only await the unfolding of events. With a sigh, he turned and made his way back to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Fu Yanjia, who sat disconsolate at his desk, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed at his phone. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired of Yin Tianhua, who was nearest to him. What has this fellow encountered now? Surely he hasn't fallen prey to some scheming vixen again, or perhaps been toyed with by another AI application. Yun Tianhua, his face devoid of emotion, shook his head in response. Neither. He has just discovered that the borderline female streamer he has been obsessively following is, in fact, a male cross-dresser, which is why he is so dejected. He claims to have been glued to that person's live stream every day, and has already reached level 13 in fan support. Goodness, how does he manage to attract such misfortune? Lin Yan mused. But after watching for so long, he couldn't discern whether the streamer was male or female. I too have watched that streamer, Every live stream features low-cut outfits that exude considerable allure. The performer dances and sings. And with the aid of beauty filters, it is nearly impossible to tell their true gender unless they reveal it themselves. Previously, one only had to worry about unattractive women transforming into beauties through filters. Now, one must guess their gender as well. Such are the trials of this world. After a lengthy silence, Lin Yan finally spoke. I wonder if that streamer's IP address happens to originate from a certain city? Huh, how did you know? Well, I can only say that sometimes the biases in one's heart are more formidable than mere mountains. Chapter 161. Is having a girlfriend really that impressive? Due to Bai Luoyan being particularly busy today and yet to return to school, Lin Yan, for the first time in a while, joined his two roommates for dinner at the cafeteria. Why only two? Naturally, it was because the ever-popular Haidu now had someone to keep him company. Although he frequently complained about when Yurua's seemingly drastic change after they confirmed their relationship, her newfound strictness, his roommates could see that his smile was devoid of any attempt to conceal his delight. This was not mere lamentation. It was a clear display of pride. This seemingly earnest lad from the northwest appeared to revel in being under a woman's guidance. When Yurua was mentioned, he could hardly suppress the grin that crept onto his lips. Compared to the time Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan were involved, Haidu's infatuation could almost overflow the entire dormitory with its saccharine aroma. Unable to endure his incessant boasting, Yun Tianhua and Fu Yinjie, the two remaining single companions, felt a growing inclination to distance themselves from him. They had not dined with Haidu in quite some time. However, Haidu seemed indifferent to their absence, blissfully immersed in the euphoria of his romance. With a girlfriend, who would want to dine with those less graceful companions, gazing at a beautiful woman while she dines. Is it not delightful? Lin Yan, too, experienced the long-lost flavors of the cafeteria. To be honest, after indulging in the exquisite dishes alongside Bai Luoyan, the cafeteria food surprisingly revealed a distinct taste. However, it was perplexing why during the meal, Fu Yinjie kept fixatedly staring at Yun Tianhua, sending an uncomfortable chill down Yun's spine. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fu Yinjie seized Yun Tianhua and declared, Huazi, I've conceived a money-making idea. Would you care to join me in this endeavor? No. Yun Tianhua resolutely rejected without even inquiring about the method. Clearly taken aback by the blunt refusal, Fu Yinjie pressed. Aren't you curious about my money-making scheme? Yun Tianhua regarded him with disdain, retorting, Have you forgotten that I am a rich second generation? Whatever scheme you propose, can it surpass the fortune my father has bestowed upon me? Besides, what legitimate money-making idea could a sleazy fellow like you possibly conceive? Fu Yinjie looked at him with feigned hurt, saying, What do you mean by calling me sleazy? We are at least roommates. Do you not trust me? Yun Tianhua scoffed. Witnessing Fu Yinjie's stubbornness, he grew impatient as Fu Yinjie hastily continued, Listen, with your looks, if I were to buy you a pair of prosthetic breasts online, along with a wig and women's clothing, and apply some filters, you would undoubtedly transform into a top-tier beauty. We could then live stream and, earn some pocket money. Hearing such audacious words from Fu Yinjie left Yun Tianhua utterly astounded. His lips parted in shock as he pointed a trembling finger at the shameless individual before him, questioning, Why would I have to masquerade as a woman? More importantly, why would you presume I would agree to your conditions? Fu Yinjie displayed a wounded expression. Looking at him plaintively, I was cheated out of my money. Do you not feel any sympathy? Look at me. I hardly possess the appearance suitable for cross-dressing. But you, with your delicate demeanor, are practically a natural for women's attire. I am no such thing. I feel no sympathy for your plight. Is it not fitting that someone like you, a lecher, gets scammed? Furthermore, why should I assist you in regaining your lost funds? Do you possess no sense of morality? Huagu, can you truly bear to see your brother without even enough money to play games this month? Not only can I bear it, I would revel in celebrating your misfortune. You wretched creature. Fine, I shall perish alongside you. Hey, what do you intend to do? Do not go too far. I will not back down. Lin Yan paid no attention to the two lively individuals. Instead, he picked up his clothes and walked directly into the bathroom. When he emerged after a refreshing shower, Heido had already returned. However, this dark-skinned fellow wore an expression of blissful joy, a countenance that exuded the happiness of love. That smug grin caused the two lively companions, who had been playfully tussling, to pause in their antics. As they stared blankly at Heido, preparing to hurl some teasing remarks, Chang's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, the corners of his mouth, already turned up in a smile, widened even further. He hurriedly answered the call, adopting an overly sentimental tone as he said, "Hello, Uro? Yes, I'm back. Of course I miss you." As he spoke, he covered the phone with one hand and strolled toward the balcony. Humph, how nauseating, Lin Yan thought to himself. He has been too smug lately. It's time to put him in his place. Just as he was about to voice his agreement, his own phone began to ring. Picking it up, he smiled with the same delight that Chang had just exhibited. He quickly answered, speaking gently into the receiver. "Hello, Luo Yan? Yes, I just returned. I've just finished my shower. Have you returned as well? Have you eaten?" He continued, while also moving towards the balcony. Meanwhile, observing the two individuals on the balcony, each occupying their respective sides in perfect harmony, Fu Yinjie and Yun Tianhua exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Oh, so having a girlfriend makes one exceptional? Is it truly worthy of boasting? It merely means having someone to share meals with, not worrying about entertainment after class, and receiving caring phone calls back at the dormitory. What is so enviable about having a soft and fragrant girl inviting you to go shopping on weekends? It's truly ridiculous. As they pondered, their envy only deepened, leading the two single men to retreat silently to their beds, pulling the covers over their heads. Meanwhile, the two on the balcony remained blissfully unaware of the despondency of their companions. Lin Yan listened tenderly as the girl on the other end of the line expressed her longing and her grievances regarding the team at the company. "By the way, how did your business investment go today?" Although I had already heard about everything that occurred from Shangwan Wanyu, I still instinctively inquired. Lin Yan recounted the events with straightforwardness. "My husband is truly amazing," she exclaimed. "By the way, do you have enough funds for that 100 million investment? If not, I can transfer you some small amount right now." Clearly, the young girl was unaware of how much Lin Yan had earned through investments recently. She was still fixated on the over 30 million he made from selling songs. "It's all right. I have sufficient funds," he reassured her. Even Lin Yan, upon hearing the girl juxtapose the terms 100 million and small change, could not shake off a sense of unreality. Chapter 162, The Strange Dream. When Lin Yan mentioned his wealth, Bai Luo Yan refrained from pressing further. She understood the young man well enough to know he was not the type to feign affluence. If Lin Yan claimed to possess money, it must have been acquired through his own means. Thus, she chose to move on, engaging the boy in conversation about other topics. Perhaps it was the recent burdensome work or the inadequacy of time spent together with Lin Yan that had stirred her irritability. The girl, seldom so candid, began to vent her frustrations over the phone, lamenting the ineptitude of her colleagues at the company. Those business elites, earning millions annually, to her, resembled soulless zombies devoid of initiative. Unless prompted, they would remain perpetually idle. Lin Yan listened patiently, offering gentle support as they jointly expressed their disdain for certain individuals. His attentiveness allowed her grievances to dissipate, and gradually, her tone lightened considerably. Unbeknownst to them, they had conversed for nearly 2 hours. After the girl yawned for the third time, Lin Yan finally spoke up. "All right, you've had a long day. It's time to rest. Otherwise, you'll wake up with dark circles tomorrow." Though reluctant, the girl acknowledged the lateness of the hour. With a playful huff, she sweetly requested, "All right then, give me a good-night kiss before I sleep." Upon hearing her request, Lin Yan felt a twinge of bashfulness and glanced toward the balcony where Heido was. Strangely, as he looked over, Heido was also gazing back at him. The two boys exchanged a fleeting, awkward smile before they instinctively turned their heads away. Suppressing his embarrassment, Lin Yan covered his mouth and the phone with his hand, softly uttering a moi into the receiver. The girl's melodic laughter rang out, and after her own playful moi, she finally ended the call. Unbeknownst to the guilt-ridden Lin Yan, at that very moment, Chang mirrored his actions on the other side, covering his mouth and phone as well. They both withdrew their phones simultaneously, sharing a sheepish smile. Chang scratched the back of his head and stammered, "I'm going to take a shower." He had yet to find the time to do so since returning to receive a call from Wenyiru. Lin Yan remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement before returning to his dormitory. At this moment, Yun Tianhua and Fu Yinjie had already succumbed to slumber, while Lin Yan, after a day filled with toil, climbed into bed and swiftly drifted into a deep sleep. In the haze of dreams, he found himself strolling along a school path, enveloped in the embrace of Bai Luo Yan. As was their custom, they meandered into a secluded grove, leaning against each other for warmth. Noticing the absence of onlookers, the young woman began to stir restlessly in his arms. She twisted her body slightly, entwining her hands around Lin Yan's neck, her eyes narrowing seductively as her lips pouted towards his face. Just as he leaned down intending to kiss her, his gaze caught a glimpse of Qin Yushuan lurking like a specter at the edge of the grove. Previously, she had clutched a familiar pair of undergarments. Wiping her tears as she lamented, "Qin Lang, can you truly bear to abandon me?" Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat before he could react. The entire world began to spin violently. When he regained his bearings, he found himself shackled by massive chains, lying in a familiar basement. Bai Luoyan was sprawled across him, her eyes glinting with a dangerous red light, a twisted smile playing on her lips as she said, "Darling, you have been so disobedient. I had no choice but to confine you. I trust you won't hold this against me, will you?" Startled, Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. After a moment of confusion, he quickly realized he was in the dormitory of 520. Glistening with sweat and gasping for breath, he sat on the edge of the bed, taking several minutes to calm his racing heart. Equipped with the knowledge imparted by the system, which included insights from psychology, Lin Yan began to introspect once he regained his composure. The basement, he reasoned, could be attributed to the profound impact of Bai Luoyan's previous drugging. The appearance of Qin Yushuan indicated that her recent silent presence around him and Bai Luoyan had indeed made an impression on him. Regardless of his indifference towards her, her constant presence would inevitably etch itself into his memory. However, what perplexed him was the meaning behind her holding his undergarments. Strangely enough, it was not Qin Yushuan's appearance that troubled Lin Yan most in the dream, but rather the haunting image of those undergarments that had occupied his thoughts lately. No, that can't be right. Even after so many years, how could Qin Yushuan engage in such bizarre behavior as stealing my clothes? He pondered. Or perhaps my longing for those undergarments has led to this. After much contemplation, Lin Yan found no satisfactory explanation and shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic thoughts. Since he was awake now, he decided against returning to sleep. The dawn was breaking gently, and Lin Yan quietly rose from his bed, ventured outside to wash up briefly, and then donned a light jacket before heading out. He first arrived at the school playground and began his leisurely jog. Since enrolling at Zhanghai University, his exercise routine had diminished significantly. Although he had not completely ceased his physical activities, he managed to engage in morning exercises only once or twice a week at most. Now, as December had set in, Zhanghai City had fully embraced the winter season. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise completely, and the frigid air inhaled into his lungs awakened Lin Yan from his lingering drowsiness. He jogged several laps around the playground, and once he felt a warmth enveloping him, he gradually picked up his pace. By the time he finally came to a halt, the sun had risen, despite having broken a sweat. He chose not to remove his jacket. After a moment's contemplation, the young man walked towards the school gate. Soon, he purchased a bag of breakfast from a stall nearby. This breakfast spot had been lauded as the best at Zhanghai University on the campus network, to the extent that whenever the owner wished to take a break, students would often call him back to work. It could be said that he had turned freelancing into a semblance of a regular job. Upon reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, Lin Yan did not bother to call, instead glancing at the time and sitting on a nearby stone bench to wait. After approximately 5 minutes, two familiar figures appeared at the entrance. One girl spotted the young man from a distance, her eyes sparkling with joy as she bounced towards him. Fortunately, she did not cling to Lin Yan as she usually did. Instead, she stopped in front of him, gazing at the breakfast in his hands. Her eyes narrowed playfully like those of a little fox, and with a twitch of her nose, she exclaimed delightedly, "Did you get the breakfast from that stall outside the school gate?" With a fond smile, Lin Yan affectionately tousled her nose, replying, "You little glutton. Your nose is truly keen." He lifted the breakfast bag toward her, saying, "Hurry and eat, or it will get cold." The girl, no longer holding back, took the breakfast from him and began to eat. Lin Yan, not forgetting about the girl standing behind her, handed another portion to Shengwan Wanyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, you should eat as well." Though Xiaoyu said nothing, she accepted it with a slight smile. At this moment, the girl wrapped her arm around Lin Yan's, shoving food into her mouth while mumbling, "We need to eat on the go, or we'll be late for class. Today is that old fossil's lecture, and if we're late, he'll scold us again." The old fossil referred to their political theory instructor. Indeed, even in university, they could not escape the clutches of this subject. Moreover, the professor teaching it was a retired gentleman in his 60s who had returned to work out of restlessness. Unlike other instructors, this particular professor enforced classroom discipline with utmost rigor. Previously, Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan had faced his admonishment for arriving late. It must be said that being a teacher is a rather peculiar profession. Regardless of who it may be it a certain deity of death who has traversed the realms for 9 lifetimes, instilling fear in numerous foes, or a female emperor who has ascended to the throne after enduring countless tribulations. When confronted with the essence of a teacher, there lingers an instinctual trepidation. In an effort to avoid the humiliation of being reprimanded in front of her peers once more, a young girl clutched the arm of a boy as they hurried along, simultaneously stuffing her mouth with food. Her cheeks were puffed out, resembling an adorable little hamster. Behind them, Xiaoyu followed at a brisk pace. Yet her demeanor, while eating, was markedly more graceful compared to that of her young mistress. It was quite the mystery how this girl managed to walk so swiftly while maintaining such poise in her dining. In a hurried, yet unhurried manner, the trio arrived at the classroom 10 minutes prior to the commencement of lessons. By this time, the breakfast in the hands of the 2 young ladies had been completely consumed. Although there were no assigned seats in university, with the passage of over half a semester, everyone defaulted to their accustomed positions. Once seated in their habitual spots, a graceful figure glided past them and settled behind, as was customary. This individual was Qin Yuxuan. Since that incident, Qin Yuxuan had not approached Lin Yan for conversation again. She appeared as an ordinary student, attending classes and traversing the campus in a routine manner. However, the frequency of her coincidental encounters with Lin Yan was decidedly peculiar. Each class, she would occupy the seat directly behind him, and after lessons, both Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan would frequently cross paths with this classmate. They were acutely aware that these so-called coincidences were, in fact, orchestrated by someone's design. Despite Lin Yan's resolute rejection that day, it seemed that Qin Yuxuan had not lost hope. Yet, one could understand, if she were to give up so easily. She would not have been designated as the child of destiny by the system, destined for the throne of an empress. Qin Yuxuan's presence irked Bai Luoyan immensely. She yearned to do something about this oblivious woman, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, as though her fist were striking cotton. For while this woman flitted before them daily, a deeper examination revealed that she had not truly wronged them in any way. Others did not harass Lin Yan nor conspired against them. She merely attended school as any typical student would. Moreover, throughout this period, Qin Yuxuan's popularity within the class had surged dramatically. In the presence of her peers, she consistently exhibited a gentle and courteous demeanor. There was no trace of the arrogance or pretentiousness typical of someone from a prestigious family. Instead, she radiated the warmth of a kind older sister from the neighborhood, evoking a sense of comfort among those around her. Consequently, she began to attract a growing circle of classmates who gravitated toward her. In the hearts of many students, the newly arrived exchange student does not possess the aloofness of other goddesses, but rather exudes a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. This affability has garnered her immense popularity among students, with many even venerating her as the most tender-hearted campus belle in the history of Jianhai University. It can be said that if the class were to hold another election for class leader, Haidu would stand no chance whatsoever. Thus, even though Qin Yuxuan has never directly targeted Lin Yan, she still exerts considerable pressure on Bai Luoyan. It is as though she is a patient predator, cloaked in the guise of kindness, lurking in the shadows, seemingly indifferent, yet keenly eyeing the men around her. This has intensified Bai Luoyan's possessiveness over Lin Yan. One could assert that apart from his time spent in the boys' dormitory, Lin Yan is perpetually accompanied by a charming accessory named Bai Luoyan. No matter where he goes within the school, she follows closely at his side, as if fearful that a cunning wolf might whisk him away if she were to slip up. Consequently, even though she could not accompany Lin Yan yesterday due to her busy schedule, she sent Xiaoyu to shadow him instead. Lin Yan, while aware of the girl's delicate sentiments, did not express discontent. He could sense the inexplicable sense of crisis within her, yet he understood that it was not something easily soothed with mere words. Therefore, if this arrangement brings her some comfort, he cares little for her clinginess. In fact, as a couple, he finds a certain enjoyment in her possessiveness. The notion of being desired by his girlfriend, who actively seeks out affection daily, is something most boys would hardly refuse, especially when it involves someone as stunning as Bai Luoyan. From every angle, he feels he is the fortunate one. Before long, the morning classes finally came to a close. As the bell rang, Qin Yuxuan cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yan, then departed the classroom accompanied by other girls. Bai Luoyan glared at Qin Yuxuan's retreating figure, then, pulling Lin Yan closer, said with a hint of grievance, "After lunch, you must not return to the dormitory. Stay with me. It has been far too long since you've truly spent time with me." Lin Yan did not refuse. Instead, he gently patted her hand and readily agreed. "All right. I want to return to the dormitory at noon. I will keep you company." In truth, Lin Yan did not have a habit of napping. He typically utilized his midday hours to attend to personal matters. However, now that he has stepped back from the stock market, there are no urgent projects demanding his attention. As for the traditional Hanfu attire for this weekend's event organized by the Hanfu Society, he had completed that a few days prior, and he had secretly prepared a surprise gift for the girl. Thus, in all honesty, even if he returned to the dormitory during this time, he would have little to occupy him. Since the young girl desired his company, he acquiesced. Upon hearing Lin Yan's agreement, the girl revealed a triumphant smile. Moments later, noticing that she remained seated and unmoving, Lin Yan curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Aren't we going out to eat?" "No need. Let us dine here," she replied. I had thought you wished for me to accompany you on a stroll outside," he said. "Not at all. As long as you are by my side. It matters not where we are." With only the two of them left in the classroom, the girl no longer suppressed her longing and threw herself into the boy's embrace. For her, the location was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Lin Yan was beside her, feeling the warmth emanating from the girl in his arms. Lin Yan gently wrapped his hand around her back, drawing her closer. They exchanged no words, simply relishing this tender moment. After a few minutes, the return of Shangwan Wanyu interrupted their solace. Lin Yan found it impossible to entirely disregard her presence. As she entered, he awkwardly released his hold on the girl. The young lady, seemingly unperturbed by Wanyu's arrival, clung to the boy's waist, burying her face in his chest. However, feeling his hands retreat, she emitted a soft, dissatisfied hum. Observing the two, who resembled conjoined twins, Wanyu maintained a neutral expression. Like a professional caretaker, she placed the lunchboxes before them, offered a slight bow to the visibly conflicted Lin Yan, and exited the classroom, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. With Wanyu's departure, Lin Yan finally exhaled in relief. In truth, throughout his 9 lifetimes, he had witnessed the sordid affairs of the so-called elite. Those dignitaries, impeccably dressed in court, indulged in debauchery at brothels by night. He had once seen a venerable official, reliant upon a cane to stand, who spent an entire evening with 10 courtesans young enough to be his granddaughters. These self-proclaimed noble families, while publicly maintaining an air of propriety, privately engaged in outrageous acts, such as renting entire brothels for drunken revelries. Lin Yan had observed countless such scenes during his 9 endeavors, always as a detached spectator, coldly watching the moral decay of the so-called upper class. His abstention was not born of high-mindedness. Rather, it stemmed from an ingrained education that instilled in him a steadfast commitment to his own principles. Thus, no matter how extravagant his escapades with Bai Luoyan in the villa, he could not feign nonchalance before Wanyu while engaging in overly intimate gestures with Bai Luoyan. Gazing at the girl still clinging to him, he sighed silently and said, "Regardless, let us have something to eat." Upon hearing his words, the girl reluctantly loosened her grip. Lin Yan slowly opened the lunchbox, revealing a delightful assortment of Japanese cuisine prepared by the chefs for their midday meal. He picked up a piece of sushi and, with an instinctive gesture, offered it to the young girl beside him. She slightly parted her lips and took a bite. Whether intentional or not, her tongue brushed against Lin Yan's fingertip as she savored the morsel. The gentle warmth of her touch sent a subtle shiver coursing through him. Despite having shared the most intimate moments with her, he found himself unable to resist the enchanting little gestures she displayed. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he turned to her and said, "Do behave. Let us focus on our meal." The girl responded with a playful smile reminiscent of a little fox, but out of concern for his admonishment, she refrained from continuing her earlier antics. As the food in the lunchbox gradually diminished, they finally paused in their eating. Lin Yan licked his lips, gazing at the nearly empty box, and remarked, "In this biting cold winter, perhaps we should ask them to refrain from preparing such dishes next time. The more I eat, the colder I feel." Tilting her head as if struck by inspiration, the girl flashed a mischievous grin and replied, "Not necessarily. If we could serve it on a warm plate, it might be quite delightful." A warm plate. Before Lin Yan could elaborate, the girl leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Next time we visit the villa, I can prepare that plate for you. How about I warm up the food for you?" Her fragrant breath brushed against his ear, and Lin Yan couldn't help but envision the scene she painted, a wave of intoxicating emotions swelling within him. Goodness, this girl seems to be getting bolder. I feel as if I might not be able to handle her. This is no longer the Empress. She has become a seductress, hasn't she? Have our levels diverged so drastically? Noticing the dazed look in his eyes, a glimmer of triumph flickered in hers. She did not cease her playful torment. Instead, she parted her lips slightly and gently nibbled on Lin Yan's earlobe before continuing. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" The sensation on his earlobe jolted Lin Yan back to reality. Instinctively, he felt an eerie familiarity with the scene, realizing that this was reminiscent of what he had previously done to her. How had he not noticed her penchant for revenge before? Yet, confronted with such playful retaliation, he felt an unexpected thrill. Struggling to maintain some distance between them, he regarded her with a complex expression and warned, "I advise you not to push your luck. We are in a classroom, not at the villa." "In a classroom? Isn't that even more exhilarating?" she replied, leaning closer and pressing her lips against his. In that moment, Lin Yan found his thoughts silenced, the words he had intended to voice swallowed by the unexpected closeness. Feeling the fervent kiss, the young man's hands instinctively enveloped the young girl, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Their bodies gradually drew closer, as if they wished to merge into one another. Chapter 165. Let us collaborate in the afternoon. As class approached, Fu Yanjia, observing Lin Yan who had already seated himself, curiously inquired, "Hey, where did you go during lunch? Why didn't you return to the dorm?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Lin Yan, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? Goodness, you didn't get into a fight, did you?" Fu Yanjia's loud voice instantly captured everyone's attention, and the residents of dormitories 520 and 502 instinctively glanced toward the cut on Lin Yan's lip. He Chong, with concern, asked, "Lin Yan, did someone trouble you? I heard that Shun Yongyan seems to have been discharged from the hospital and is returning to school. Is he the one causing you trouble? Don't worry. If anything's wrong, just tell us. As brothers, we will certainly support you." Though He Chong's words deeply moved Lin Yan at that moment, all he wished was for him to be quiet. As if that guy surnamed Shun could ever be his rival. The young girl responsible for the wound at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth now lowered her head, seemingly organizing her books. While her face had already flushed a deep crimson, it was impossible for the two of them to have staged any grand brawl in the classroom during lunch. After all, it was a public place. Who knew if some bored students might wander in? However, despite the lack of overt actions, minor skirmishes involving lips and limbs were unavoidable. The cut on the young man's lip was the best testament to her accomplishments that day. Meanwhile, Jiang Lan and Wen Yuru, though silent, gazed at Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan with expressions of concern. They were aware of Shun Yongyan's harassment towards Bai Luoyan. In their minds, they imagined that an ordinary person like Lin Yan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against a scion of a prominent family like Shun Yongyan. They envisioned a scenario where Lin Yan, fighting to defend his love for Bai Luoyan, would valiantly resist, even knowing he was outmatched, bravely standing against the antagonist. The imagery in their minds was rich enough to fill 20 chapters of a novel. On the side, Xiao Yu observed the varying expressions of concern and indignation among the group, and even the usually composed girl felt a tinge of helplessness. "No, the formidable antagonist you speak of must be the very person I personally incapacitated," she thought. Yet, even without her intervention, it seemed that fellow had never truly gained any advantage over the young master and miss. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Shangwan Wanyu's eyes turned cold. She hadn't anticipated that after personally breaking that fellow's hands, he would still dare to return to school. Perhaps she should find him later for a little chat? Unlike others, Yun Tianhua, who had remained silent throughout, cast a suspicious gaze upon Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan. Noticing Bai Luoyan's slightly evasive eyes and Lin Yan's awkward expression, he seemed to have deduced something. With a knowing glance at the pair, he jested, "There's no need to be so tense. Perhaps Lin Yan was merely nipped on the lip by some small creature, like a kitten." Fu Yanjia looked at him with disdain, attempting to correct his misunderstanding. Are you joking? Although there are many stray cats at school, how could Lin Yan be foolish enough to get bitten on the lip? His assertion was utterly absurd. Yun Tianhua regarded him with contempt and, after a prolonged silence, simply uttered, "Fool." The kitten, upon hearing these words, lowered its head even further. Amidst their playful banter, Qin Yushuan, seated behind them, silently observed the scene. "Yushuan, you arrived so early. Ah, this is the milk tea I brought for you." At that moment, a girl sat beside her, extending a cup of milk tea towards her. This girl was Qin Yushuan's roommate. As previously mentioned, Qin Yushuan generally got along splendidly with everyone, including her roommate. She reached out to accept the milk tea, turning to the girl with a gentle smile, politely saying, "Thank you." Although her smile appeared warm, it lacked the same warmth in her eyes, which held a calm and almost indifferent demeanor. Only when her gaze fell upon the back of a particular young man did that detachment momentarily vanish, replaced by a fleeting tenderness. Despite the young man's clear rejection during their last encounter, she had not given up. However, she understood his character well enough to know that meaningless persistence would only breed further aversion. Thus, she chose to remain by his side, observing quietly. She was never short of patience, firmly believing that a suitable opportunity would eventually present itself. For her, merely watching the young man in moments like these was already a source of satisfaction. Time in class passed swiftly, and with the ringing of the bell, students began to leave the classroom in succession. Invited by her roommate, Qin Yushuan headed towards the dining hall, only to unexpectedly encounter someone she had not anticipated. Spotting Shen Yongyan, whose hands were wrapped in bandages and who was waiting in the corridor, Qin Yushuan displayed no sign of surprise. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Shen Yongyan still maintained his usual gentlemanly demeanor. He nodded slightly to the girls beside Qin Yushuan and politely spoke, "Hello? I have some matters to discuss with Qin classmate privately. May we have a moment alone?" The girls exchanged curious glances at Shen Yongyan and Qin Yushuan before leaving with teasing smiles, relinquishing their hold on Qin Yushuan. Qin Yushuan did not refuse. She merely walked over to a nearby stone bench and seated herself, exuding an air of readiness as she regarded Shen Yongyan. At that moment, her face was devoid of the usual gentle and warm smile, replaced instead by a hand supporting her cheek, her gaze imbued with a hint of cold scrutiny. Observing her demeanor, Shen Yongyan felt no surprise. He simply returned her gaze with a tone of mild admiration, saying, "Truly, you are the woman who has single-handedly brought the entire Qin family under your dominion. How could someone like you possibly be the delicate, harmless goddess portrayed by the students? Indeed, this must be the real you." However, before he could elaborate further, Qin Yushuan interjected, "Enough with the pleasantries. You didn't come all this way just to praise me, did you? Seeing you in this condition, rushing back before your wounds have healed, suggests that you have something of great importance to discuss. Let us not waste each other's time. Please state your purpose directly." With that, Qin Yushuan cast a glance at his bandaged arms, the mockery in her eyes unmasked. Upon noticing her gaze, Shen Yongyan's previously cheerful demeanor darkened immediately. Nevertheless, he quickly reined in his emotions and coldly articulated the reason for his visit. "Qin Yushuan, let us collaborate." Chapter 166. You are not even qualified to be his rival. Collaborate? Qin Yushuan echoed Shen Yongyan's words softly. He gazed at the girl before him, who was as striking as by Luo Yan, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. Yet, he soon masked his emotions, his tone tinged with jealousy as he remarked, "I know you are also fond of that fellow named Lin Yan." It was a simple conclusion to reach, given her previous actions in the gymnasium and beyond, especially for someone like Shen Yongyan, who paid particular attention to Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan. Thus, Qin Yushuan did not deny it. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a mysterious amusement as she looked at Shen Yongyan and said, "Yes," and then, for reasons unknown, Shen Yongyan felt a sense of discomfort under her gaze. He instinctively averted his eyes from hers and continued, "You desire Lin Yan, while I seek Bai Luo Yan. Do you not think we could achieve our respective goals through collaboration?" Qin Yushuan did not respond immediately, instead observing him in silence. Suddenly, she could no longer suppress her laughter, covering her mouth and unabashedly laughing in front of Shen Yongyan. Watching the girl tremble with laughter, Shen Yongyan could no longer maintain his gentlemanly composure. Fury ignited in his eyes as he glared at her, gritting his teeth and demanding, "What do you mean by that? What is so funny?" After quite some time, Qin Yuxuan finally ceased her laughter. She reached up to wipe away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes, and, with a forced effort to restrain her amusement, she offered an apology. I beg your pardon. I simply could not contain myself. However, I believe I have come to understand why you, my dear fellow, have managed to frolic in front of Lin Yan for so long without meeting your demise. It seems that this so-called heir of the Shun family is, in reality, nothing more than a child yet to mature. What do you mean by that? Are you insulting me? In response to Shun Yongyan's inquiry, Qin Yuxuan's expression suddenly hardened, her gaze turning icy as she addressed him. Young Master Shun, have I spoken incorrectly? It appears you have yet to grasp the essence of your own absurdity. Shun Yongyan attempted to articulate a retort, but Qin Yuxuan coldly interrupted him. If my intention were merely to possess Lin Yan's body, I could easily find an opportunity to incapacitate him and confine him elsewhere, could I not? Though I am aware of Lin Yan's fighting prowess, he is ultimately just one person. He cannot remain perpetually vigilant against his surroundings, and under the right circumstances, abducting him would pose no significant challenge. So why have I refrained from doing so? It is simply because I refuse to. What I desire is not merely his physical form, but the entirety of him. Should I resort to such measures, it would only deepen his aversion towards me, effectively pushing him further away. Do you comprehend? Evidently, Shun Yongyan did not understand, still stubbornly asserting, I never suggested you abduct him. We merely need to cooperate, and I will naturally orchestrate various accidents to bring you two together. He is not someone as foolish as you. Qin Yuxuan decisively interrupted his words. With a disdainful glance at Shun Yongyan, she continued, such so-called accidents and encounters would appear childishly naive in his presence. Why, then, would I not fabricate some incidents myself? As for cooperation, if you were to discover that the other party has allied with someone to separate you from your current girlfriend, would you still wish to be involved with that individual? Thus, I assert that your notion of cooperation is nothing but a farce. Clearly disinterested in prolonging the conversation, Qin Yuxuan stood up, adjusted her attire, and remarked, however, you should be grateful for your own immaturity. It is precisely why he is yet to regard you as a genuine adversary. Otherwise, given Lin Yan's capabilities, your fate would likely be far graver than merely having your arms broken. Upon hearing Qin Yuxuan's scornful words, Shun Yongyan felt a phantom pain in his severed arms. He struggled to maintain a composed expression, attempting to conjure a semblance of disdain as he replied, that ordinary fellow? On what basis do you believe such a person poses a threat to me? If it weren't for him hiding behind Bai Luoyan, how difficult could it be for me to deal with someone of his caliber? Unfortunately, Bai Luoyan is too innocent, easily enchanted by that lad, and has chosen to confront me on his behalf. As for that Xiaoyu, I will eventually confront him. Clearly, Qin Yuxuan had no interest in listening to his further ramblings. She merely cast him a cold glance, sneered, and stated, a fool like you lacks even the qualifications to be his rival. After uttering this, she showed no intention of continuing the conversation and turned away, departing from the scene. Shun Yongyan, watching her retreating figure, felt a surge of anger welling up within him. Yet he could only helplessly gaze after her. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and the others were oblivious to the encounter between Shun Yongyan and Qin Yuxuan, engrossed in discussing the upcoming weekend's event. Is Yu Rose Calligraphy Club also invited? Isn't this a comic exhibition? Upon hearing that the Calligraphy Society, led by Wen Yuru, had also received an invitation, Fu Yinjia appeared somewhat astonished. In his mind, he found it difficult to reconcile the concepts of a comic exhibition with calligraphy. However, Yun Tianhua interjected to clarify. This is, after all, the most significant event in Jianghai City each year. Do you have any idea how vast the exhibition center is? The comic exhibition is merely one segment. The other exhibition areas encompass various themed contents. Naturally, an area dedicated to promoting Chinese culture cannot be absent. Otherwise, why would the Hanfu Society be invited? Listening to Yun Tianhua's explanation, a long-forgotten image of a senior sister flashed in Lin Yan's mind. Traditional culture? Surely, traditional instruments would be involved as well. Does that mean that cunning senior sister would also be attending? Oh well, it doesn't concern me whether she goes or not. As the group continued their discussion, they discovered that out of the 8 members, 7 were tasked with responsibilities for the event. Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan were expected to participate, as the president of the Guerrilla Society had specifically called for their attendance. Aside from the 2 of them, both Yun Tianhua and Fu Yinjia had similarly received such obligations. Don't get it wrong. They are not part of the Hanfu society. They belong to the animation society. Indeed, even though Fu Yinjie had been publicly rejected by that senior sister due to his appearance, he ultimately found a way to infiltrate the group. As for how he managed that, it was, of course, by leveraging his roommate Yun Tianhua. Under his persistent encouragement, Yun Tianhua, who had been indifferent about joining any society, agreed to the proposal. In light of Yun Tianhua's involvement, that senior sister reluctantly accepted Fu Yinjie as well. No big deal. It was just a buy one get one free situation. Chapter 167. A surprising gift. As for Wen Yuru, being from a scholarly family, she was undoubtedly a pivotal figure in the calligraphy society. In fact, the current president, already a senior, had prepared to view her as the next potential leader. Thus, she was one of the essential attendees for this event. He Chang, of course, would accompany her as well. After a period of nurturing, or rather, after the warmth of their budding romance, the bond between the two has grown increasingly intimate. It can be said that aside from attending classes and assisting the teacher, He Chang spends most of his time by Wen Yuru's side. Occasionally, Fu Yinjie and Yun Tianhua observe the two of them, often reminded of the image of a young girl walking a little black dog. Given that his girlfriend is to attend an event, it is only natural for him, as her devoted protector, to be present. As for Shangwan Wanyu, it goes without saying that wherever the young lady and her fiancé are, she will be there as well. Thus, as Jiang Lan surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly realized, wait, am I the only one left out? Why is that? Logically speaking, the dance club should have received an official invitation, especially since there would undoubtedly be dance performances at the event. However, the issue lies in the fact that Jiang Lan has withdrawn from the dance club. The reason is quite simple. Upon joining, she discovered that the environment within this so-called dance club was far more complicated than she had anticipated. As a dance club, most of its members were students from the performing arts department. Jiang Lan, being one of the few non-performing arts members, found her appearance and figure to be notably superior to those of her female peers, which inevitably sparked jealousy among some individuals. The naive Jiang Lan, oblivious to the underlying tension, soon found herself ostracized by the members. Moreover, she noticed that certain male students approached her with ulterior motives, and the unwelcome advances from these insistent suitors ultimately compelled her to withdraw from the club. After much contemplation, this strikingly beautiful woman, akin to a regal figure, opted to join the Non-Natural Research Society. Although its members had their peculiarities, it surprisingly suited Jiang Lan, the innocent and sweet-hearted girl. However, it was evident that such an association would not receive any official invitations. As Jiang Lan glanced at those around her, a sense of abandonment washed over her, leading to feelings of dejection. Noticing her demeanor, Yun Tianhua pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, even without an invitation from the club, you could still attend. This anime festival is open to amateurs. Whether as a cozer or a visitor, you have the option to go on your own. If you wish to portray a character, our anime club has costumes available for rent. Would you consider that? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly looked at Yun Tianhua, asking, "Is it really possible? Can I wear those costumes?" Yun Tianhua thought for a moment and confidently replied, "It shouldn't be a problem. The club has plenty of costumes, and we often rent them out to cozers from both outside and within the school. I'll speak to the president when I return, as long as you pay a deposit. It should be fine." At that moment, Fu Yinjie interjected with a proud demeanor, declaring, "Indeed, I am quite close with the president. You need not worry. Everything will be just fine." Yun Tianhua glanced at him, his lips moving slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He could not fathom why this individual exuded such unwavering confidence. After all, since joining the club, he had exchanged scarcely 5 words with the president. Nonetheless, Jiang Lan was filled with anticipation due to their conversation. Wasting no time, she urged both of them to hasten their preparations for selecting costumes for the upcoming event. In an instant, everyone began their preparations for Saturday's activities. Only Lin Yan appeared relaxed, as he had already completed the attire he had prepared for himself and by Luoyan days prior. However, he turned to the young lady beside him and stated, "Tomorrow, on Friday, I have taken the day off. I need to step out for a while." The girl raised an eyebrow, her bright eyes fixed on him as she inquired, "Where are you going?" "I want to take a day off too." Lin Yan affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, "That won't do. It's nothing significant. Merely some follow-up documents regarding the investment affairs with Senior He Pingqi that require my personal signature. He continued. The other party wishes to expedite the signing so that I can promptly transfer the funds into the account, which is why they eagerly scheduled my visit for tomorrow. After all, I will be occupied on Saturday. To alleviate his concerns, she agreed to let him go alone. The girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Looking at him with a forlorn expression, what kind of signature requires an entire day? And why can't I accompany you? Lin Yan chuckled, playfully tugging at her slightly puffed cheek. Is this truly how one interprets husband and wife working together? I must fulfill my responsibilities as the nominal major shareholder. I cannot simply be a passive observer. Tomorrow, I also need to thoroughly assess the research project at his company, as well as discuss the subsequent business progress and company development. He added, besides, I cannot have you shadowing me in all my endeavors, can I? Would the illustrious president Bai truly wish to be my accessory? Surprisingly, Bai Luoyan did not refute this. Instead, she leaned closer, playfully rubbing her face against his like a kitten, saying, is that not permissible? There's a member who believes in the principle of husband and wife working together. Do you think I am incapable? As she shook Lin Yan's arm, her voice took on a teasing tone. Come on, dear husband, take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Observing her adorable antics, Lin Yan felt a few black lines appear on his forehead as he covered her face with his hand, exclaiming, is this truly how husband and wife working together is defined? I have said no, and that is final. This is merely a contract signing, not a grand affair. Focus on your studies and refrain from mischief. Upon hearing the youth's refusal, the girl wore a look of deep disappointment, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Lin Yan understood that he must not engage with her, so he averted his gaze, choosing not to look at her any longer. He was acutely aware that if he continued to be entangled in her whims, she would undoubtedly insist on accompanying him. However, he had his own reasons for not wanting her to tag along. It was true that Ping Qi had arranged for him to go out tomorrow to sign some documents. Yet the discussion regarding the company's future was merely a facade. The project had yet to be developed, rendering any claims about the company's commercial progress premature. His decision to keep Bai Luoyan from joining him stemmed from his intention to prepare a surprise for her, a gift meant to be presented on Saturday itself. Chapter 168. The comic exhibition time often slips away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, Saturday had arrived. The Jianghai City Exhibition Center, a premier venue in one of China's first-tier cities, ranks among the finest nationwide. While it may not yet rival the grand scale of the World Expo held in Shanghai, its entirety is vast enough that most individuals would find it challenging to explore in a single day. Typically, smaller exhibitions occupy only a quarter or a third of the center's expanse. However, on this day in December, it rarely opens up the entire area. As a group approached the entrance of the exhibition center, even Yun Tianhua, a local resident, was taken aback by the throngs of people before him. It was merely 7 a.m., and the crowd comprised primarily of staff rather than visitors. Nevertheless, the sheer number present felt greater than all the students at Jianghai University combined. A moment of bewilderment crossed their faces as they stepped inside. Upon arrival at the entrance, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices as a group shouted, "Members of the Jianghai University Animation Club, gather here. Follow your senior. Members of the Jianghai University Calligraphy and Painting Society, over here. Follow your senior to Area A, number 12. Jianghai University, Hanfu Society. This way. Kozer is registered online. Please gather here and follow the staff to the changing rooms. Have the esteemed Kozer guests, such as Senior Mai E and the talented little flying pig, arrived? Please come to my side once you arrive. Thank you." In an instant, the venue was filled with vibrant noise. The group stood momentarily dazed by the chaotic scene before them. After a few seconds, it was He Chong who regained his composure first. He pulled Wen Yuru towards the staff member holding the Calligraphy and Painting Society sign. For today's event, Wen Yuru donned a delicate pale green hanfu, which resembled a tender sprig of spring's freshest hue draped upon her. The garments were fashioned from delicate, lightweight silk, their exquisite texture seemingly capable of flowing with a shimmering radiance akin to a gentle stream. Were it not for the context, one might mistake her for a member of a Hanfu society. As for He Chong, his dark complexion was complemented by a casual outfit that appeared to cost no more than 200 yuan. Together, they presented a striking contrast, reminiscent of a wealthy heiress and her loyal servant. After the departure of the two, Yun Tianhua and his companions made their way to the Anime Society's changing room. They had brought their costumes to change into, as not everyone could bear the scrutiny of wearing cosplay attire on the subway. Moreover, the simplicity of the characters they were portraying played a role in their choice of attire. The two boys and Zhang Lan briefly parted ways after agreeing on a rendezvous point outside the changing room. Half an hour later, the trio reconvened at the designated spot. Yun Tianhua had chosen to embody a relatively vintage character from the anime world. He was cosplaying Sebastian Michaelis, the demon butler from Black Butler. The sole reason for his selection was the simplicity of the character's costume. He donned a white shirt beneath a black tailcoat, paired with black dress trousers, and completed the look with white gloves. It was evident that he had put thought into his appearance, as he had also acquired a medium-length black wig. With his naturally handsome features complemented by the wig that grazed his shoulders and a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, he bore a striking resemblance to the character, achieving nearly a 90 likeness. Even in the presence of many professional cosplayers, his portrayal was of an exceptionally high standard. In contrast, Zhang Lan and Fu Yinjia opted for characters from a timelessly popular anime. Zhang Lan had meticulously styled her long black hair into a Heim cut. Adorning her ears were a pair of serpent-shaped golden earrings. She wore a purple outfit reminiscent of a qipao, the hem of which split up to her thigh, showcasing her long, fair legs. Indeed, she was cosplaying Boa Hancock, the renowned character from the beloved anime One Piece. At a height of 175 centimeters, Zhang Lan found it somewhat challenging to embody this character, yet she had chosen to wear high heels, which, combined with her striking features and alluring legs, rendered her portrayal approximately 80 accurate. As she stepped out, she undeniably caught the attention of many onlookers. However, when it came to the most faithful representation of a character, Fu Yinjia undoubtedly took the crown. He was also portraying a character from One Piece, dressed in a clown costume adorned with a white skull design on his forehead. With eyes adorned by two slanted blue streaks, a prominent red nose, and lips painted in crimson, the figure presented a striking image. A jester's hat crowned his head, from which cascaded long blue hair. He wore a long-sleeved top of alternating red and white, complemented by a purple scarf draped around his neck, and an outer layer of deep orange. His lower attire consisted of blue trousers, and his feet were clad in clown shoes. Undoubtedly, in both makeup and attire, Fu Yinjia emerged as the most exaggerated among the trio, yet simultaneously, he was the most authentic representation. Indeed, he portrayed the character known as Baki, the clown, from the anime. For reasons unknown, Yun Tianhua felt an inexplicable sense of agreement upon seeing Fu Yinjia's chosen role. Fu Yinjia, the clown, perhaps he possessed a degree of self-awareness, especially as his shorter stature stood next to Zhang Lan, who donned high heels, amplifying the comical impression he exuded. Now that all was prepared, it was time to head towards the anime exhibition. Given that today's event revolved around the theme of an anime festival, the exhibition center had allocated the largest area for these cosplayers. Upon their arrival at the exhibition area, they found numerous other cosplayers already in character. As they sought out familiar faces from their anime club, a robust voice unexpectedly called out from behind them. "Hey, I remember you are friends of Lin Yan, right? Have you seen Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan?" The trio turned to see the speaker, whose appearance was rather jarring. It was the captain of the senior year basketball team, who also held the title of president of the Hanfu Society. Those familiar with this individual would recognize him as a towering figure, standing at 208 centimeters, resembling a gorilla yet to fully evolve into a human. Initially, one might have expected him to don an outfit reminiscent of a general's armor. However, to their surprise, he was clad in a blue and white Hanfu. Observing the tightness of his attire, Yun Tianhua couldn't help but worry that the fabric might not withstand the strain. If he were to describe it, he would liken it to witnessing a silverback gorilla that had escaped from the zoo, awkwardly attempting to wear an ill-fitting human Hanfu. Chapter 169. The arrival of Qin Yuxuan. Before them stood the gorilla. Oh no, rather, it should be referred to as Huang Fuxian. Gazing at this tall man, whose name was the only aspect remotely related to Hanfu, the trio fell into silence for a moment before speaking. Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan left early this morning. They did not come with us, and we are unaware of their whereabouts. However, they mentioned they would be attending today, and knowing their personalities, they would not break their promise, so there is no need for concern. Huang Fuxian nodded slightly. a mere flicker of movement causing the fabric of his Hanfu to stretch taut against his form, observing the chiseled muscles delineated beneath the tight garment. Yun Tianhua couldn't help but muse to himself that he resembled a character from Dragon Ball, a paragon of innate strength. Just as they were about to utter more words, a cacophony of awe interspersed with admiration erupted nearby. The quartet turned to behold a woman of exquisite beauty, as if she had stepped forth from a painting. She was clad in a moon-white hanfu, the fabric resembling gossamer spun from moonlight, adorned with silver-threaded cloud patterns that shimmered with her every movement. The collar was embellished with golden clasps, and a vibrant crimson sash cinched her waist, from which dangled a pair of exquisite Hetian jade fish pendants that chimed melodiously as she walked. Her lower garment was a 12-panel pleated skirt, embroidered with delicate pink petals and verdant lotus leaves, vividly lifelike. Her raven hair was elegantly styled into a serpent bun, with loose strands cascading beside her ears, accentuating her snow-white complexion. A touch of cinnabar graced her brow, mirroring the hue of her lips, while her gaze held the depth of a tranquil spring. Such a woman captivated the attention of all present, rendering them unable to divert their eyes. She epitomized the gentle and serene essence of ancient femininity, her graceful demeanor and ethereal attire stirring the hearts of every man in attendance. This surge of protective instinct prompted many to shift their stance, willingly desiring to be her devoted admirer. Huang Fuxian, upon seeing this enchanting figure, was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he parted his lips, uttering, "Qin, you have arrived?" Indeed, the woman before him was none other than Qin Yuxuan. A month prior, she had approached Huang Fuxian with a request to join the Hanfu Society. As the president of the society, Huang Fuxian had no grounds to refuse a request from such a celestial beauty. Yet, he had not anticipated how perfectly Qin Yuxuan would embody the Hanfu. Though she was already stunning in her everyday attire, the sight of her in traditional garb elicited gasps of admiration. It was as though she were a time traveler from antiquity, shedding her modern guise to don her rightful attire. Standing beside them, Yun Tianhua and Fu Yanjie were equally struck by the allure of Qin Yuxuan, unable to contain their admiration. Even Zhang Lan, who was both a friend and roommate of Bai Luoyan, could not help but acknowledge Qin Yuxuan's charm. She was acutely aware of Qin Yuxuan's intentions towards Lin Yan and understood Bai Luoyan's wariness towards this woman, prompting a flicker of concern for her roommate. Despite being a woman herself, she found it difficult to fathom any man resisting such beauty. At that moment, not far away, Qin Yuxuan, having heard Huang Fuxian's voice, approached them with light steps. She first greeted Huang Fuxian with a polite nod, saying, "Hello, President," before casting her enchanting gaze upon Yun Tianhua and Fu Yanjie. With an air of casualness, she inquired, "Good morning, classmates. Wow, is this a cosplay of anime characters? Your outfits look splendid, but are you the only ones here? What about Lin and Bai? Are they not coming today?" Under the gaze of such a beauty, Fu Yanjie found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by nervousness. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhua, suppressing his astonishment, offered a courteous smile to Qin Yuxuan and replied, "They should arrive a bit later, but they will definitely be here today." In response to Yun Tianhua's answer, Qin Yuxuan placed her hands gracefully before her abdomen, slightly bowing her body in a polite gesture as she said, "Oh, I see. I believe their costumes will surely bring us surprises, which makes me quite excited." She then continued, "By the way, it seems that the Hanfu and anime exhibition areas are together. I don't have any acquaintances here, just a few classmates. Would you mind if I joined you?" As she spoke, her beguiling eyes looked at Yun Tianhua and the others with a touch of vulnerability. Yun Tianhua exchanged glances with Zhang Lan, both unable to utter words of refusal. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Tianhua reluctantly nodded and said, "If you don't mind, Qin classmate, then let us be together." To be honest, both Qin Yuxuan and Bai Luoyan were not the kind of women Yun Tianhua could easily approach. Neither the Qin family nor the Bai family were ones that a mere affluent second generation like him could meddle with. What a nuisance this Lin Yan is, dragging me into his own troublesome affairs. Nevertheless, setting aside Qin Yuxuan's background, it was difficult for Yun Tianhua to harbor any feelings of disdain towards her as an individual. She was entirely different from the so-called vicious female antagonists found in novels. Since her arrival at Jianghai University, aside from that incident at the gym, she had never engaged in any form of entanglement with Lin Yan. even concerning by Luo Yan. She had not made any underhanded moves. She resembled the quintessential school belle from youthful literature, quietly waiting for the male protagonist from a distance. Moreover, during this period, she had demonstrated remarkable kindness towards every student, showing none of the undesirable traits typically associated with children from prestigious families. Even though the residents of dormitories 520 and 502 were staunch supporters of the Lin Bai couple, they could not muster any feelings of animosity towards Qin Yuxuan. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. She had consistently remained unobtrusive, and her demeanor, coupled with her personal charm, exuded a gentle warmth that made it difficult for Yun Tianhua to conjure any reasons for refusal. Not only him, but even Zhang Lan beside him found himself ensnared in the same turmoil. It was Fu Yinjia, this oblivious fellow, who, upon regaining his senses, gazed at Qin Yuxuan with a foolish grin. However, his intentions appeared innocent. One could only surmise that he simply lacked the ability to disguise his feelings. Who could resist the allure of such beauty? In a sense, he could be regarded as a person of sincere authenticity, guided by his inner desires. The four companions ventured into the exhibition hall, where numerous cosplayers, having completed their transformations, began to strike poses. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Chapter 170. The peculiar desire for victory. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and the exhibition hall was already teeming with cosplayers who had finished dressing up. As they walked through, even Yun Tianhua found himself momentarily dazzled. At a comic convention, those in the know understand the dynamics. Generally, cosplayers fall into three categories. The first type is dedicated to closely mirroring the characters they portray. These cosplayers invest significant time in their costumes, contact lenses, accessories, and makeup, striving for an almost perfect representation of their beloved characters. Typically, they are individuals who harbor a deep affection for a specific character, eager to realize their dreams through performance. The second type is the technical enthusiasts. For instance, certain skilled artisans construct fully authentic mech suits using their remarkable craftsmanship. Such individuals inevitably capture the attention of all convention-goers, relishing the spotlight that their skills attract. The final and most common type is represented by female cosplayers, who often do not prioritize the completion of their costumes or accessories. Their primary concern lies in showcasing their enviable figures within permissible boundaries. These fan service performers tend to draw the most attention from photographers. At this moment, Fu Yinjia's eyes roamed incessantly among these female cosplayers, almost yearning to whip out his phone and capture a souvenir. The only reason he refrained from doing so was the palpable awareness of the gazes directed at him, specifically towards the three individuals accompanying him. Originally, the striking appearances of Yun Tianhua and Zhang Lan, both boasting looks and physiques surpassing 90, were captivating enough, and with Qin Yuxuan in their midst, even her mere presence commanded attention, regardless of her actions. The atmosphere initially fell into silence for a moment before the crowd, as if awakening from a stupor, surged toward the four of them. "Hey, handsome, are you portraying a demonic butler? May we take a picture together? Wow, is that the Empress? Could you glance at me with a disdainful gaze, just for a moment? A fleeting glance is all it takes. I implore you, fair maiden, who do you portray? No, you must be an admirer of Hanfu, are you not? Utterly enchanting. Might we capture a photograph together to commemorate this moment?" In an instant, a crowd enveloped the four of them, rendering them momentarily immobile. Fu Yinjia stood aside, momentarily taken aback, observing as the throng gravitated towards the three beside him. While he remained unacknowledged, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his mind, and he bellowed, Hey, there's still someone here. Did none of you consider taking a picture with me?" Upon hearing his voice, the crowd belatedly registered his presence. Several female cosplayers regarded his jester attire with expressions that were difficult to articulate. After much hesitation, one of them reluctantly replied, "Fine, hand me your phone, and I shall take a picture for you. But what use is it for you to take a photo with my phone? Am I in need of a selfie? I was asking if you wanted to take a picture with me, you rascals." Before he could utter more, a clamor from outside the entrance surged in. Faintly, astonished gasps echoed. Goodness, is this how a comic convention operates? In a heartbeat, all present seemed to converge towards the entrance, their voices filled with admiration. The four exchanged glances and followed the throng. Perhaps it was intuition, but Yun Tianhua felt that the attention-seeking individual was approaching. Before they could reach the entrance, two towering silhouettes came into view. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed against the granite tiles of the exhibition center, resonating throughout the venue. It was indeed two figures mounted atop magnificent steeds. The newly risen sun streamed through the doors, casting a golden hue upon them. With reins in hand, their bodies swayed gently with the motion of their horses. They traversed the sunlit path as if returning victorious from the battlefield, akin to ancient generals. As they drew nearer, Yun Tianhua and his companions finally discerned their identities and attire. Who else could make such a flamboyant entrance but Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan? Standing beside Yun Tianhua, Qin Yuxuan gazed at Lin Yan before her, a glimmer of nostalgia lighting her eyes. In that moment, Lin Yan's garb melded with the image of an invincible general from another life. Mounted upon his steed, Lin Yan stood tall and resolute. Adorned with a silver helm that reflected cold light, its red tassel dancing in the breeze. His cold iron armor accentuated his lean physique, while the shoulder plates bore the fierce visage of a beast, and a belt encrusted with jewels cinched his waist, a grand scarlet battle cloak billowing behind him. The weighty battle skirt and armor plates shimmer with a chill light, while the dark, knee-high boots are embroidered with cloud patterns. Behind Lin Yan, Bai Luoyan rides a majestic steed, adorned in a striking ensemble of crimson attire. Her upper body is enveloped in vibrant red silk, glistening under the sun, accentuating the graceful contours of her youthful figure. The narrow sleeves are embroidered with silver lotuses, and a gilded chain cinches her waist, while the short hem is embellished with black fringes. A pair of silver bells at her waist chime melodiously with the movement of her noble horse. Her long hair, once cascading to her waist, is simply gathered with a red jade hairpin, with a few strands playfully framing her face, adding an air of nonchalance. She wears little makeup, yet her eyes sparkle with a blend of cunning and valor, and a faint, elusive smile graces her lips. Mounted on her horse, she exudes a spirited elegance, radiating an allure that is both untamed and captivating. As she approaches Yun Tianhua and the others, the contrast between her and Qin Yuxuan becomes strikingly apparent. If Qin Yuxuan embodies a delicate, fragile beauty that instinctively invokes a protective instinct, Bai Luoyan stands as a lofty, revered figure, inspiring both admiration and affection. For a moment, the atmosphere thickens with an uncanny silence. Who could comprehend that they had merely intended to attend a comic convention? They had anticipated encountering young ladies in breezy attire or chiseled young men flaunting their sculpted abs. Yet, instead, they found themselves in the presence of two ethereal beauties. As if conjured from a grand period drama, Lin Yan observed the two women locked in gaze, and for a fleeting instant, he sensed a spark of electricity flicker between them. An inexplicable rivalry, unique to women, surged within their hearts. Chapter 171. Costume change. As the two women exchanged glances, an inexplicable pressure enveloped the space. Those who had intended to approach felt an uncharacteristic weight and instinctively halted in their tracks. Among the attendees, Yun Tianhua and his companions felt the pressure most acutely, being at the forefront of the gathering. Qin Yuxuan, gazing up at the regal Bai Luoyan on her steed, forced a disingenuous smile and remarked, "Bai, your outfit is quite impressive, especially with your choice to arrive on horseback." Bai Luoyan returned her smile with a similar insincerity, replying, "What can I say? This ensemble was personally crafted for me by my husband. I must find a way to match its grandeur." Unbeknownst to her, Bai Luoyan emphasized the phrase personally crafted, her tone laced with significance. Qin Yuxuan discerned the underlying meaning, a shadow flickering in her eyes. Just then, a towering figure approached, none other than Huang Fuxian, the president of the Hanfu society. He seemed oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him, boldly stepping between the two women and addressing Lin Yan. "You two have finally arrived. Our society was just missing you." Gazing at the figure before him, a gorilla clad in ill-fitting traditional garb, Lin Yan's expression revealed his incredulity. However, Huang Fuxian appeared unfazed by Lin Yan's shifting countenance. He took a couple of steps forward, standing before Lin Yan, and reached out to stroke the magnificent steed beneath him. The horses ridden by Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan today were no ordinary mounts. They were exquisite selections from Bai Luoyan's stable. In ancient times, such steeds would be worth their weight in gold. The horse, irritated by the attention of the man resembling a black gorilla, let out an impatient snort. Huangfu Xian's eyes sparkled with fascination as he gazed at the horse, then looked back at Lin Yan, adorned in splendid yet menacing armor, and sincerely remarked, "You truly look remarkably dashing. How about you lend me that armor for a bit this afternoon? And about this horse?" Lin Yan glanced at the towering figure of Huangfu Xian, then down at himself. He had always been rather pleased with his physique, but this was one of the few moments he felt a twinge of self-consciousness. It wasn't that he was unwilling to lend it. He merely feared that this armor, which he had painstakingly crafted during his precious leisure time, would likely be ruined if worn by such a hulking figure. He wished to extend the armor's lifespan a tad longer. As if comprehending Huangfu Xian's words, the magnificent steed, with its eyes as large as copper bells, envisioned a gorilla sitting atop it and instinctively took 2 steps back in trepidation. Noticing the horse's fear, Lin Yan gently stroked its neck, soothing its anxiety. Feeling the warmth of Lin Yan's hand, the previously agitated horse quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, Fu Yanjie, who had been observing Lin Yan with curiosity, approached and inquired, "I never would have guessed, Lin Yan, that you could ride, and it seems you are quite proficient?" Lin Yan smiled silently, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Luoyan. His equestrian skills were not merely proficient. Even aside from the system rewards, after 9 experiences of conquest, he had already become quite adept, akin to a soldier who had lived a life in the saddle. For Lin Yan, riding was as instinctive as breathing. However, at that moment, they were far too conspicuous. After Huangfu Xian disrupted the standoff between Bai Luoyan and Qin Yuxuan, a crowd began to gather around them. Observing the increasing throng, Lin Yan helplessly remarked to Bai Luoyan, "I did say it was a bit excessive to arrive on horseback, didn't I? Don't you think we're drawing too much attention now?" Indeed, the idea of making a grand entrance on horseback was conceived by that mischievous girl, Bai Luoyan. Upon witnessing the exquisite armor crafted by Lin Yan, she was instantly inspired to envision a grand entrance on horseback. Consequently, she promptly instructed her subordinates to arrange for the air transport of 2 horses from her family's stable in Kyoto. The heavens appeared to show mercy, as the horses were taken by surprise at the prospect of boarding an airplane. Little did they anticipate that they would discover their propensity for motion sickness. By the time the aircraft landed in Zhanghai City, the 2 horses were in a rather disoriented state. They were subsequently taken to a nearby stable, where they recuperated for several days. As for Lin Yan's grievances, Bai Luoyan seemed rather indifferent. In her eyes, her husband deserved such a magnificent mode of arrival. However, despite the exceptional equestrian skills of Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, riding through a densely populated area was ultimately inadvisable. Soon enough, staff members from the venue approached, delicately expressing their concerns regarding safety. Bai Luoyan remained unfazed, having already achieved the effect she desired. Thus, Xiao Yu led away the 2 horses, which had been waiting outside with their subordinates. Although they were not riding, the crowd around them only grew larger. It was inevitable, as Lin Yan's dazzling armor was simply too eye-catching. All the males who beheld his attire found it difficult to divert their gaze. This was a unique brand of masculinity. In no time, the number of men surrounding Lin Yan surpassed that of women. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyan steadfastly remained by his side. Together, they resembled a pairing of a youthful general and a spirited heroine from a novel. Naturally, it was not solely men who approached for photographs. Numerous female cosplayers and tourists also joined. However, whenever a woman approached, Bai Luoyan would greet her with a warm smile, discreetly ushering her to her side, never permitting any female to stand beside Lin Yan. Her polite, yet menacing smile seemed to issue a silent warning. Over time, it became apparent to everyone present. Each individual requesting a photograph instinctively separated by gender, forming distinct groups. As for Qin Yuxuan, after casting a lingering glance at Lin Yan, she voluntarily followed Huang Fuxuan to the opposite side of the exhibition area. As the clock's hands continued to move, the influx of visitors to the exhibition hall increased steadily. The once spacious area gradually became populated with tourists. Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan did not decline any requests for photographs, continuously wearing smiles and accommodating the visitors. Thus, it was not until midday that they finally enjoyed a brief respite. Being the president of the association, Huang Fuxuan naturally organized lunch for each member. However, when he sought out Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan with 2 lunchboxes, he soon discovered their absence. It was only upon inquiring with Yun Tianhua that he learned they had retreated to the changing room to change outfits. Chapter 172. Will you accompany me in this attire tonight? Since they were destined to engage in the evening's events, how could Lin Yan possibly limit himself to a single outfit? Moreover, if he were to craft an exquisite suit of armor for himself while presenting by Luo Yan with merely a seemingly simple red ensemble, the young lady would undoubtedly seize him by the collar to demand an explanation. Thus, in preparation for this occasion, Lin Yan had assembled 2 sets of garments for their respective roles. Upon receiving the intermission signal, he and Bai Luoyan promptly made their way to the dressing room. Awaiting them was Shangguan Wanyu, who entered the dressing room with Bai Luoyan, carrying a bag of belongings. Given the complexity of the attire Bai Luoyan was to don, the assistance of Xiaoyu was essential for her to adorn it seamlessly. As for Lin Yan, his only concern lay in the challenge of shedding his armor. By the time Lin Yan had changed and stood at the entrance of the dressing room, the onlookers could scarcely recognize him as the young general clad in armor from the morning. He had already divested himself of his protective gear and donned a white robe, once his favored garment. This ensemble, familiar and thus requiring minimal time to prepare, was not without its distinctive charm. The upper part featured a moon-white long shirt with wide sleeves, crafted from fine cloud-patterned silk, exuding an ethereal lightness. Delicate silver-threaded bamboo leaf patterns adorned the neckline and cuffs, while faint azure cloud motifs graced the hem, adding a subtle elegance. A matching soft silk sash cinched his waist, embellished with a lustrous white jade pendant. The expansive hem trailing gracefully behind him, creating a hazy white silhouette with each step. Were Lin Yan to have long flowing hair, he would undoubtedly resemble a jade gentleman emerging from the verses of poetry. At that moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind him. Anticipation etched upon his visage as he awaited something. Soon, a familiar figure emerged from the dressing room. As she approached, Lin Yan's gaze became enraptured. Bai Luoyan had shed her youthful innocence, transforming into the formidable empress who once commanded the court. Gone was her previous red ensemble, replaced by a resplendent dragon robe. Crafted from the finest silk, the robe shimmered under the exhibition lights, radiating brilliance akin to a flowing golden river. The collar boasted exquisite embroidery of cloud patterns, with intertwining golden and silver threads that seemed to breathe life, as if the clouds could flutter at any moment. The front and back of the yellow robe were adorned with a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, its sinuous body intricately detailed with plump dragon scales, all embroidered in golden thread. A broad golden belt encircled her waist, studded with lustrous pearls and dazzling gemstones. Draped over her shoulders was a golden cape, the edges embellished with pristine fox fur, imbuing her presence with an air of soft, yet regal elegance. As Lin Yan met the gaze of the Empress, who was once aloof and detached from mortal concerns, a sudden, radiant smile graced her lips. She approached him gracefully, lifting his chin with her delicate finger, her enchanting eyes reflecting a profound affection as she spoke. Lin Taifu, do you not fear the consequences of gazing so boldly upon me? In that moment, Bai Luoyan seemed to fully embody her imperial identity, her every expression echoing the majesty of her past life as an empress. Hearing the long-forgotten title and seeing the Empress Bai Luoyan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous incarnation, Lin Yan smiled. In a sudden motion, he seized her hand and pulled her into an embrace. Bai Luoyan, caught off guard by his audacity, gasped briefly before she found herself nestled in his arms. There was no trace of alarm in her eyes. Instead, she cupped his face with her hands, biting her lip in a feigned display of anger as she chided, Lin Taifu, are you daring to defy your sovereign? Lin Yan offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently upon the Empress in his arms as he gradually lowered his head. As their lips met, the seemingly irate Empress did not erupt in fury. Rather, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning into the kiss with an eagerness that belied her earlier pretense. Fortunately, the dressing room was sparsely populated at that moment. Moreover, it seemed that Shangguan Wanyu had anticipated the unfolding scene long before Lin Yan had drawn the girl into his embrace. She stepped aside, using her petite frame to shield the couple from prying eyes. Observing the two entwined in a kiss, a smile graced her lips, devoid of any embarrassment, as she watched them with a look of satisfaction. The image of the Empress in her dragon robe kissing the white-robed Taifu had played out in her mind countless times. Had it not been for certain unforeseen events from years past, perhaps this moment would have occurred in their previous lives. After what felt like an eternity, the two finally parted. Lin Yan, Gazing at the Empress, whose cheeks blushed a rosy hue, wore a mischievous grin. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered softly, "When we return to the villa tonight, do not change your attire. I wish for you to wear this outfit to accompany me." Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Bai Luoyan's ears flushed crimson. She turned her head away. Though her expression betrayed a hint of annoyance at being teased by the youth, she nonetheless replied in a soft voice, "All right." At that moment, any trace of her imperial authority had vanished, leaving her resembling a compliant girlfriend, willingly yielding to Lin Yan's desires. Perhaps sensing the increasing number of gazes directed their way, Lin Yan finally released the Empress from his embrace. As she stepped away, a flicker of disappointment crossed by Luoyan's heart. However, she quickly regained her composure. Standing tall alongside the approaching Xiaoyu as they smoothed out the wrinkles in her attire caused by Lin Yan's embrace. In no time, the shy girl had vanished, and the imposing Empress once again stood before Lin Yan, her regal demeanor restored. Gazing at the dignified Empress before him, Lin Yan felt a flicker of admiration and satisfaction. It is worth noting that during this period, he dedicated the most effort to the exquisite dragon robe adorning by Luoyan. Whether it was the previous crimson attire or the current white garments, the complexity of their creation was quite minimal. As for the armor, while it appeared intricate, the time invested was not substantial. This is, after all, the modern age, where numerous components can be fashioned through factories and machinery. For instance, the set of armor he previously wore was crafted from blocks of fine iron, produced through a factory commission. Lin Yan's role primarily involved conveying his design details to the workshop, and once all the parts were completed, he meticulously assembled them by hand. Were he to undertake the entire creation process single-handedly, it would have taken him at least a year and a half to finish these garments. However, the completion within a little over a month was largely due to his financial prowess. Without the substantial costs, how could those workshops possibly accommodate his urgent requests? "All right, it seems our break is nearly over. We should head to the exhibition area," he remarked. After Bai Luoyan adjusted her attire, she instinctively took the young man's arm, intending to walk toward the exhibition area. Yet he suddenly interjected, "Wait, we're still missing something." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Bai Luoyan halted, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Noticing his gaze linger on the collarbone of her neck, she pondered for a moment before drawing an extravagant misunderstanding. Blushing, she stepped closer to Lin Yan, took his hand, and whispered into his ear, "There are too many people here. Haven T, I already promised to wear this outfit when we return tonight. Just bear with it a little longer." Lin Yan was left momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, realization dawned upon him, and he regarded the girl before him with a bewildered expression. "What image do you have of me, really? Am I some sort of teddy bear incapable of controlling my lower instincts? As a girl, why do you constantly entertain such peculiar thoughts? Besides, wearing this outfit to the villa," his voice trailed off, gradually diminishing. Admittedly, he had indeed broached the subject of their visit to the villa that evening. But no matter how beastly he might be perceived, he could not possibly engage in anything overtly inappropriate here. With a slight eye roll directed at the girl, Lin Yan rummaged through his pocket. Soon, he produced a flat gift box and extended it toward her. Bai Luoyan regarded him with curiosity, slowly reaching out to accept it. Meanwhile, behind her, the poised Shangwan Wanyu displayed an expression of knowing, gently touching the brand-new bracelet on her right wrist. Bai Luoyan gently placed the gift box before herself and slowly opened it. As the lid was lifted, beams of light reflected from the ceiling's spotlight cascaded onto her face. Gazing at the exquisite necklace before her, Bai Luoyan parted her lips slightly, at a loss for words. She glanced at the necklace and then raised her eyes to Lin Yan, remaining in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Is this for me?" Lin Yan smiled softly at the young woman and replied gently, "I designed this myself. Tell me, do you like it?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Luoyan redirected her attention back to the necklace, scrutinizing it closely. The necklace, predominantly crafted from rose gold, was adorned with various gemstones. Among them, the most striking was a sizable pigeon blood ruby, nestled atop the piece like a blazing sun in the dark night. This ruby, the centerpiece, emanated a breathtaking brilliance, as if it contained an everlasting flame. Surrounding the ruby were clusters of diamonds, each twinkling like fragmented stars, elevated by 4 prongs that accentuated the ruby's regal splendor. Adjacent to the diamonds was a ring of emeralds, resembling vibrant jade eyes, adding a refreshing touch of green to the necklace. Further outward, pink sapphires and amethysts were sprinkled throughout, creating a delightful contrast to the ruby's fervor while bestowing a dreamlike elegance upon the overall design. These gemstones were artfully arranged in a petal-like formation, encircling the ruby as if the stars were cradling the moon or flowers were embracing a flame. The interplay of the ruby with the array of gemstones seemed to encase the entire galaxy around her neck. As the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Luoyin had certainly encountered her fair share of ostentatious luxury. In fact, the value of the jewelry she received at birth alone could sustain an ordinary person for 10 lifetimes, especially after her parents' tragic demise in an aviation accident. When she was designated as the sole heir by Old Master Bai, the gifts she received became unfathomable to others. It was common knowledge that to win the favor of this rare flower meant to gain the entire Bai family. Consequently, during that period, numerous young aristocrats of her age in the capital spared no effort in courting Bai Luoyin, presenting her with what they deemed the most precious gifts. These included national treasures in the form of legendary paintings and calligraphy, or the rare diamond heart, as well as crowns once worn by European monarchs with rich histories. It is fair to say that Bai Luoyin had encountered countless luxury items over the years, their values often calculated in the hundreds of millions, with some even deemed priceless. However, for Bai Luoyin, those so-called gifts paled in comparison to the necklace before her. In the past, the esteemed President Bai De, who had faced contracts worth billions without any hint of fluctuation, found his hand trembling instinctively as it reached for the necklace. Lin Yan observed the girl's slightly quivering arm and took a step forward to retrieve the necklace, personally adorning her with it. Once Bai Luoyin donned the magnificent piece, it not only failed to diminish her imperial demeanor, but rather complemented her regal attire, enhancing her aura of nobility and grandeur. Indeed, this necklace suits you splendidly. Lin Yan stepped back, gazing at the Empress before him with admiration, unabashedly praising her. Meanwhile, Shangguan Wanyu nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting her esteemed nephew's sentiment. Bai Luoyin reached up to caress the necklace resting on her collarbone and hurried towards the full-length mirror, a fixture one would expect in the changing room of a comic convention. Gazing at the reflection of the necklace adorning her neck, her excitement was palpable. With a raised eyebrow, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Yan, questioning him. Was the reason you refused to let me accompany you to sign the contract with He Pingqi that day solely to craft this necklace for me? Although the girl often appeared somewhat naive in Lin Yan's presence, she was far from foolish. Upon seeing the necklace, she immediately deduced that it was not a mere luxury item purchased by Lin Yan. The design and craftsmanship were undoubtedly the work of a master artisan. Connecting this to Lin Yan's design talent and skill, she quickly surmised that this was a gift he had personally designed and created. Yet, despite being by his side daily, it was only on that particular day he had declined her company. Lin Yan nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the girl. Yes, I had intended to create a gift for you ever since I began planning your Hanfu. Originally, I meant to present it to you on your birthday next Wednesday. However, I felt that this necklace matched your makeup perfectly today, so I simply couldn't resist giving it to you now. Consider it an early birthday gift from me. Happy 19th birthday in advance, my dearest girlfriend. Chapter 174. Because you deserve the best. Listening to the young man, Bai Luoyin's gaze fell upon the several adhesive bandages on his hands, and she couldn't help but feel a mist gathering in her eyes. She had noticed how he had been diligently occupied with their attire, but she distinctly remembered him having only one bandage before. Yet yesterday, she suddenly discovered several fresh wounds adorning his hands. Initially puzzled, the sight of the necklace made everything clear. Heart aching, she gently took Lin Yan's hands in hers, her delicate fingers exploring the wounds covered by the bandages. Her touch was tender and slow, as if afraid to cause him any pain. Her lips curved slightly downward, a pained expression gracing her face as she addressed the young man. Did you craft this necklace yourself? So, the injury on your finger was incurred while making it? How could you be so careless? As she spoke, she gently blew on Lin Yan's hands, as though her breath could whisk away his pain. Moreover, if it becomes too burdensome, you could simply hire someone else to create it. As long as it is a gift from you, I would cherish it regardless. There is no need for you to toil over it yourself. Lin Yan clenched his fist, grasping her hand and shaking his head in refusal. The design I created. Only I know how to execute it. And since it is a gift, it must be handmade to convey the true sentiment behind it. This is a labor of love. And seeing you wear the necklace I crafted fills me with immense joy. As she listened to the boy's words, the girl's gaze was imbued with profound affection. She lowered her eyes to her necklace, admiring the gems that adorned it, her expression initially brightening with delight before a shadow of concern crossed her features. She withdrew her hand from his, gently caressing the necklace around her neck, murmuring, "But this necklace is rather extravagant. You truly need not use such materials. Any necklace made by you, even if it were merely a silver chain, would still hold my admiration. Aren't you currently in need of funds? Spending so much on me, will you have enough left for your own investments?" As a well-versed young lady of the Bai family, she could easily estimate the value of the gems upon the necklace. However, should her subordinates at the company or the residents of the Bai estate hear her express such concern about its cost, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. The esteemed Bai heiress had never concerned herself with prices in her life. For her, the decision to purchase hinged solely on her desire. The numbers displayed on price tags were merely meaningless figures to her. Since her birth, countless individuals had willingly presented her with whatever she wished for. Yet today, this individual was expressing an unprecedented worry over the perceived extravagance of a necklace. In truth, to assert that the necklace was not expensive would be an understatement. The design and craftsmanship aside, the gems alone had cost Lin Yan nearly 10 million, coupled with his ingenious design and masterful skill. Should this necklace be presented at an auction, its value would likely multiply fivefold or more. From the perspective of an ordinary person, such a necklace, priced in the millions, would be considered an unimaginable luxury. Of course, given Lin Yan's current connections, acquiring these gems was a feat that would prove challenging even for someone with wealth. Thus, in order to successfully gather these precious stones, he had discreetly sought the assistance of Shangguan Wanyu. For a mogul like her, assembling these gems was merely a matter of a few words. The merchant who sold the magnificent ruby to her offered an exceedingly sincere price in hopes of befriending the legendary jade. Were it not for Lin Yan's fervent insistence on personally paying for these treasures, the merchant would have gladly bestowed the gems upon Xiao Yu free of charge. In gratitude for Xiao Yu's assistance, Lin Yan meticulously crafted a bracelet for her, compared to the necklace made for by Luo Yan. The materials for this bracelet were not as extravagant, yet the gemstones and craftsmanship were still valued at no less than 3 million. Lin Yan had privately presented this bracelet to Shangguan Wanyu soon after its completion. For him, creating a gift for his sister was entirely natural, especially considering her help and the secrets she kept for him. Thus, upon seeing Bai Luoyan's necklace, Shangguan Wanyu instinctively touched the bracelet adorning her wrist. "Oh, my husband has also made me a gift." Observing the girl before him, whose joy was tinged with a hint of concern, Lin Yan gently patted her head, saying, "Do you underestimate my ability to earn? I have long since prepared the investment funds for Senior Pingqi's company. Not to mention that I had already set aside the 100 million for investment, according to my agreement with Senior Pingqi. This sum only needs to be injected in installments over the course of a year. As for the necklace's worth..." He paused momentarily, grasping the young girl's hands and gazing into her eyes with utmost sincerity. He continued, "To me, you deserve nothing but the best. Given my capabilities, I naturally wish to present you with the finest gift I can offer." Lin Yan understood that as long as he crafted it himself, the girl before him would cherish it wholeheartedly. Even if he fashioned a necklace from the most inexpensive materials, Bai Luoyan would undoubtedly wear it with great reverence. However, Lin Yan had no intention of doing so. In his view, the notion that sentiment is what truly matters was merely a form of self-deception. If he were indeed a poor lad, perhaps he would resort to such measures, as those seemingly cheap gifts might represent all he could offer. But since he possessed the means, he chose to create the most exquisite necklace for the girl, despite knowing that, apart from the 100 million earmarked for investment, crafting this necklace and bracelet nearly depleted his remaining funds. He proceeded without hesitation. The reason, as he had just articulated, was that he believed the girl was worthy of it. He was convinced that every genuine lover willingly offers the best to one another. Gazing into the boy's earnest eyes, the girl remained silent, her heart filled with fondness as she admired the necklace around her neck, as if it were the most precious possession of her life. In truth, she had already made up her mind. After the conclusion of today's convention, she intends to immediately secure this necklace in the safest of places. This necklace, from now on, shall be a treasure for her solitary admiration. Perhaps one day, if she and Lin Yan were to marry, this necklace might once again see the light of day.